The campus belle drove a Porsche and asked me what car I drove. I said I usually ride on clouds or fly with a sword. The campus belle chuckled and said, "Have you read too many cultivation novels?" So, we agreed to meet at the Siberian restaurant later. The one who arrives first wins, and the one who arrives late treats. With that, she drove off in her Porsche with her girlfriend, unaware that I wasn't bragging. During the summer vacation, I went to climb Mount Tai, and suddenly the sky opened up, revealing 9 dragons carrying a coffin. That's how I was taken to the cultivation world. After 2,000 years of cultivation to the Yuaning stage, I returned, only to find out that on Earth, only a month had passed. 10 minutes later, when Su Shuyan and her friend arrived at the reserved private room in the restaurant, they were shocked to see me already seated at the table full of dishes, gnawing on a chicken leg, with the most eye-catching dish being the popular potato and duck neck. My name is Ning Chen. During the summer vacation, I went to Mount Tai for a trip and accidentally touched a time-space tunnel, crossing over to the cultivation world. With average aptitude, I spent 2,000 years breaking through to the Yuaning stage. Now, returning through the time-space tunnel, I was surprised to find that only a month had passed on Earth. Su Shuyan, the campus belle, is the daughter of my mom's friend Xiaoyi. She was sent by her mom to pick me up today. Seeing my rustic appearance, she deliberately tried to make things difficult for me. Even though she saw me arrive at the restaurant before her, she still felt unwilling to admit defeat. "You must have called the restaurant in advance to prepare the food and sneaked up here while we were waiting downstairs," she said. I replied, "If you don't believe me, that's fine, I'll pay for this meal myself." Su Shuyan said angrily, "No need, I'm willing to admit defeat." Then she took out a diamond-studded black card from her bag, swiped the card to pay, and then rode away with her friend in a huff. I tried to stop them with a shout, but unfortunately got no response. I had no choice but to sit down and enjoy the food myself. The taste was not bad, but it felt like chewing wax, lacking any vitality. Su Shuyan was fed up with me, but her friend Xiao Tang's stomach was growling from hunger. "Shuyan, why don't we go back and eat something? It's crowded at this hour in every restaurant, especially since you're the one paying for the meal." Su Shuyan suddenly realized, "Yes, I paid for it, why shouldn't I eat?" She turned back and started walking, but unexpectedly ran into a boy coming towards them. "Shuyan, what a coincidence." Su Shuyan saw this boy, Chen Jihao, who was one of her many admirers, dressed in designer clothes with dyed blonde hair. A hint of imperceptible disgust flashed in her eyes. "Chen Jihao, what are you doing here?" Su Shuyan grabbed Xiao Tang and tried to leave, but Xiao Tang had a mischievous idea. "Shuyan, why not let Chen Jihao come with us? With his personality, he's bound to clash with Ning Chen. We can just sit back and watch the show. Isn't that great?" Su Shuyan's eyes lit up, so she turned back and gave Chen Jihao a stiff smile. "Jihao, how about I treat you to dinner?" Chen Jihao thought he was hearing things, suppressed his excitement, and followed the two girls. After coming to the private room where I was, a few people were dumbfounded. Xiao Tang, who was walking in the front, exclaimed, "Oh my, Ning Chen, are you a pig? How can you eat so much?" Just a while after leaving, more than half of the 30 dishes on the table were already gone. Chen Jihao, looking puzzled, pointed at me and asked, "Shuyan, who is this kid?" Su Shuyan, with her arms around her, said, "He is Ning Chen, the son of my mom's good friend. Today is his first time in Qingzhou, and my mom asked me to take care of him." As expected by Xiao Tang, Chen Jihao's face immediately turned black. He had finally made an appointment with the goddess, and here you are, a country bumpkin, eating and drinking. Thinking this, he walked up and patted my shoulder. "Buddy, are you full? If you are, it's time to leave." I seemed to ignore his words, focusing on picking up a piece of beef kidney and putting it in my mouth. Seeing this, Chen Jihao restrained his anger, patiently saying, "Buddy, how about this? I'll give you 2,000 yuan. Go eat somewhere else." I took a sip of egg flour soup, feeling the salt was a bit less. The next moment, Chen Jihao exploded, overturning the soup bowl in front of me. "Eat? I'll let you eat." Su Shuyan smiled mischievously, knowing that the show was about to begin. She quickly pulled her girlfriend Xiao Tang aside. However, the following scene was different from what they had expected. I grabbed Chen Jihao's hair and pressed his face into a basin of crushing carp soup. No matter how he struggled, my hand was as firm as a pair of iron tongs. Su Shuyan realized something was wrong and hurried over to pull me away. Her slender arms and legs definitely couldn't move me, and I didn't intend to kill anyone. I just wanted to teach this dandy a lesson. As a cultivator in the Yuaning stage, I wasn't going to kill such a brat. I pulled Chen Jihao's head out and coldly said, "Remember, don't disturb me when I'm eating." With that, I sat back down and continued to enjoy my meal. Chen Jihao got up from the ground and threatened, "Ning, you wait, don't you dare leave, okay? Go ahead and call someone. Nine Dust was shivering a snail, speaking carelessly. You wait. Chen Jihao slammed the door. As soon as he left on the front foot, Nine Dust called the waiter over and asked him to pack the meal. By the time Chen Jihao had changed his clothes and brought people back, Ning Chen's trio had long since disappeared. Shiho, where is everyone? A delinquent young man with a cigarette in his mouth stared at him blankly, followed by 4 or 5 minions. Fucking screwed. Chan kicked the door and yelled. Ning Chen, you coward. This isn't over. I won't let you go. I'm going to make it impossible for you to mix in Qingzhou. Nine Dust didn't treat Chen Jihao like a clove of garlic at all. Leaving from the mall, he took Su Shuyan's car and went to Green City Rose Garden. This is a famous rich area in Qingzhou, cozy and quiet with birdsong. Ning Chen even felt that the aura here was also that much denser than the downtown area. I don't know why mommy had to bring him into the house. The violent maniac. Su Shuyan swept a glance at Ning Chen from the rearview mirror. Chen Jihao had only beaten away one of his lemon chickens, and he had almost drowned in the carp soup. It was horrible. This kind of person will definitely get domestic violence when they get married in the future. Nay. Mommy called and commanded that Nine Dust must be brought back. Ginger Sugar, on the other hand, looked very interested in Ning Chen, and asked a lot of questions along the way, but Ning Chen was mostly perfunctory. Soon the car stopped in front of a single house. A graceful and beautiful woman in her 40s had been waiting for a long time, and beside her stood an old butler in a suit. Mommy. Su Shuyan got out of the car and immediately trotted over, her pretty face written with aggression. Next time there's something like this, don't let me do it. You don't even know. This Ning Chen is a violent maniac. After hearing this, the graceful beauty shook her head and said, what are you talking about? Xiao Duan is an honest child, loves sports and is sunny. Su Shuyan stomped her little foot. Humph. He's just honest on the surface. At this time, Ning Chen walked over, carrying a big old bag in his hand. Aunt Zhou? It's been years since I've seen you. You're getting prettier and prettier. Aunt Xiao laughed when she heard it. How did Xiao Dust's mouth become so sweet? Aya, just come. Why do you still bring something? Old fan, come and help carry it. Yes, ma'am. The old butler stepped forward, but it drew a smile from Ginger Sugar, who was following Ning Chen around. Auntie Xiao, Uncle Fan. This isn't a gift, it's a meal that Nine Dust packed back from the restaurant. Ha? Packed meals? Aunt Xiao was stunned at first, then smiled brightly and said, good, good, saving food, a good boy. Xiao Dust, when you live here in the future, you can get along with Xu Yin, just treat her as your own sister. He's the bad one, he's super violent. Su Shuyan was halfway through her little report when she suddenly screamed, Mommy, what did you just say? Seeing the several large bags piled up in the living room, Su Shuyan was completely devastated. Mommy, you're not serious, are you? How am I supposed to sleep at night if I'm allowed to live with this violent maniac? Su Shuyan sat on the sofa and cried, two jade porcelain-like white little legs, constantly patting the ground. Oh, don't, I don't want to. Sugar, please persuade Mommy, or both of us will be in danger in the future. The Kong and Su families are family friends. Ginger Sugar had lived with Su Shuyan since middle school, and the two were closer than sisters. Ginger Sugar said, Auntie Qiao, Xu Yan and I are both girls, so it's not too convenient to suddenly have a boy living here. Auntie Qiao smiled faintly. Auntie trusts Dusty's character. Gingerbread, this. At this moment, Ning Chen was looking at the scenery in the courtyard, his eyes flowing as if he was searching for something, not caring at all about what was going on their side. Hey, say something, don't act like a mute. Su Shuyan became angry when she saw Ning Chen's indifferent look. I don't want you to live here. My name is not Hey, my name is Nine Dust. Nine Dust swept a sidelong glance at her. This place is fine. I want to stay. Su Shuyan, gingerbread. Auntie Qiao's face showed a smile. This child, his nature is just straight. He says what he has to say. Old Van, what do you think? Aunt Zhou inquired of the old man in the suit behind her. The old man's name was Fan Yi, the butler of the Su family and father Su's bodyguard. He had also been sizing up Nine Dust for half a day and nodded slightly to Aunt Xiao. Madam, as you said, this child is indeed good, mature and stable. Uncle Fan, how come even you are speaking for this violent maniac? Su Shuyan hugged the cushion and cried. Aunt Xiao called Nine Dust to the courtyard. Xiao Dust, this child Xu Yan has been spoiled by me since she was young. You are the older brother. Let her be. Auntie Qiao said. This niece is not bad by nature. You'll know after you've been with her for a long time. Yeah. Nine Dust said, pulling out an envelope from his pocket that he had just taken out of his suitcase. Inside was a thick pile full of bills. Aunt Zhou was puzzled. Dusty, what are you doing? Ning Chen said in a serious manner. This is the rent. and I don't know if it's enough. Aunt Xiao, you order. Auntie Xiao was immediately upset. Are you kidding me? Staying at Auntie Xiao's house and paying for it? If you don't know, you'd think I've cut ties with your mom. Take it back or Aunt Zhou won't be happy. Oh, Ning Chen directly tucked it back in. It was just a polite gesture anyway. That's more like it. Auntie Xiao reappeared with a smile. Xiao Dust, if you really have the heart, help Auntie protect Xu Yan a little more at school. You also know that Xu Yan looks beautiful, attracts boys to like. Your mom said that you are outside every day hiking, rock climbing. This body bones, exercise really strong. Ning Chen's head was filled with questions as he listened. Is Su Shuyan pretty? How could he not see it? Feeling, it was only slightly better looking than ordinary people. And there was absolutely no comparison to those pure jade girls and demonic charm cultivators in the little southern heavenly realm. As an old monster who had lived for 2,000 years, his human emotions were, in fact, already very thin. But he vaguely remembers that when he was a child, his father's business failed and his family was so poor that he couldn't afford to pay. And it was Auntie Xiao who sent some after some of money to help their family tide over the difficult times. However, the most important thing was that the location where this villa was situated was a mouthful of spiritual eyes. With such a thin aura, this spirit eye should have been depleted long ago, but there are still a few strands of spirit veins left. Forget it, stay a while. After Aunt Xiao left, Ning Chen strolled around the courtyard. This detached villa, the house covers an area of more than 400 square feet, plus a piece of 500 square feet of yard. The value of the fear is not less than 100 million. The Su family's financial power was indeed astonishing. Woof, woof woof woof. Suddenly, there was a barking sound. Nine Dust looked around at the sound, only to see that Su Shuyan was leading a German shepherd, aggressively walking towards him. This German shepherd, missing an ear, is so tall and imposing that the timid are afraid to come near it when they see it. Nine Dust, I don't care how you fooled my mommy, but you can't live here. Su Shuyan was wearing a rabbit housecoat, holding the dog leash with one hand and crossing her willow waist with the other. Are you going to leave or not? If not, I'll let the black dragon bite you. The German shepherd dog, whose name was Black Dragon, showed its teeth at Ning Chen. Which room do I take? Nine Dust replied. I'll choose myself if no one arranges it. Who do you think you are to really make this your home? Su Shuyan was furious and directly loosened the dog's leash, pointing a finger at Ning Chen. Black Dragon, drive him out of here. The Black Dragon barked angrily and pounced on Ning Chen. Shu Yan. By the back door of the yard, there was a startled cry from Ginger. In the next second, Ning Chen simply glared at the Black Dragon with his eyes for a moment, and that pair of dog legs braked sharply and fled backward lifelessly, scurrying into the kennel in a puff of smoke. Inside the kennel, there were also screams of ow ow ow, as if they had seen a ghost in the middle of the day. Gingerbread. Su Shuyan pointed at Ning Chen, her face turning white. You. Nine Dust crossed his arms and rested them behind his head. I what? Su Shuyan boldly guessed. Have you? You killed someone. Otherwise how could the Black Dragon be scared away by you? The Black Dragon was trained in the army with military dogs. The corner of Ning Chen's mouth curved up into a sunny arc. Well, finally a bit smarter. Ah, Su Shuyan threw the leash and fled screaming back to the second floor. Nine Dust whistled and returned to the living room. In the end, it was Ginger who arranged a room for him, located under the stairs on the second floor. Ning Chen didn't mind, and directly took up residence. Bored, he lay in bed, resting his hands behind his head and staring at the ceiling. Ugh, what to do from here? The Mud Pill Palace is broken. The Dantian is also broken. The Yuanshan flesh body is both heavily damaged. Such injuries are difficult to repair even in the little southern heavenly realm. Luckily, I still have more than 8,000 years of life left, so I can take my time to figure it out. After thinking about it for half a day, he felt that he had only two ways to go. Either he could find the immortal medicine to repair the Mudball Palace on Earth, or he could find a chance to return to the little southern heavenly realm. A wave of drowsiness actually came over me as I thought about it. The damage to his Yuanshan had caused his energy to be much less than it used to be. Slept until 9 p.m. The nanny had come, but Su Shuyan deliberately didn't call Ning Chen to eat, and had the nanny throw away all the meals he had packed back. She wanted to force out Nine Dust's violent side. If the guy dared to make a move or swear a few times, she was sure enough to kick him out. Shu Yan. This guy went out. On the second floor balcony, Ginger Sugar looked at Ning Chen's back as he slipped out and said, so tolerant? Su Shuyan was so angry that her fragrant cheeks bulged out into two small buns. Then we'll lock the door at night and let him sleep outside on the street. Nine Dust slipped all the way to the vicinity of the university town. There are many food courts here. He picked out a Li Mei grill and walked in. Ordering something random, he jerked off the skewer as he watched the internet. It's boring. You can't practice. a great cultivator of the Yuaning stage, instantly became idle and had to revive his hobby from his high school days, watching the internet. Evening, look, this kid looks thin and tall, about the same age as you. I can't imagine that he can eat so well, ordering over $600 worth of food in one sitting. The barbecue restaurant owner's wife, a woman in her 40s, was choosing leeks while smiling at her daughter. Being in the same 40s, there was no comparison between her and Aunt Jo, like there was a 20-year difference. That's the power of maintenance. In the side to help choose vegetables daughter, but the birth of a beautiful water spirit, rosy lips, small nose, also wearing a high school old school uniform, adding a few points of youthful campus feeling. Memorize the URL. Mom, aren't you afraid that this is just another bully-eating asshole? The schoolgirl asked. There are only a few a month, and most of the customers pay honestly. The boss's wife smiled bitterly. A few a month. We've been working for nothing for days. The female student, Sue Evening, complained. Forget it, Evening, it can't be helped. Snap's group of groundlings, we can't afford to mess with them as a mother. The boss's wife shook her head inside. That's why Mom fought tooth and nail to pay for your education, so you could enter high society and stay away from these landlubbers. Got it, Mom. Ninedust listened to the words of the two mothers in his ears, his face expressionless as he continued. Not long after, a group of people with colorfully dyed hair arrived at the barbecue. The store became very noisy all of a sudden. When Su Lianyang saw the group, her face changed, and she tugged on the boss's wife's apron in fear. Mom, they are here. Quick, hide in the back kitchen. The owner's wife saw this and rushed her daughter away. Boss lady, why don't you serve your brothers the food? What's the dawdling? A skull scarf tied, flowing gangster, passed by Ning Dust, lifting his foot to kick open a few chairs. The store resounded creaking noise. Nine Dust frowned. Simply seal your hearing with your true chi and continue. Just seeing the highlights. Okay, Quinn. The boss's wife was all smiles as she offered up the menu. Big brothers, see what you want to eat. Just like old times. The gangster named Quinn, with a big hand, slapped the boss's wife on the body. Sister May, you said that you are still quite charming. What good is it to follow that loser Su Hai Chow? You might as well follow me. Ma Kuan, at least in this part of Watermoon Street. No one dares to bully you, right brothers? The five punks at the table let out a roar of laughter. Brother Cohen, what kind of joke are you making? I'm old, how can I be in your eyes? You wait, I'll go to the back kitchen right away to make it, and give a few extra big brothers a grilled fish today. Li Mei, the boss's wife, groveled. Okay, go ahead and straighten up. Mackin waved his hand and crossed his feet on the table, drinking and chatting with his brother. The chatter was unpleasant. Either they were discussing which nightclub girl was hot or which gang they were in a war with. Loud and shrill. There had been several other customers in the store and they all ran away in fear. Seeing that the customers who walked away didn't pay, Suwon Evening, who hid behind the cash register, couldn't hold it in, covered her face with the sleeve of her school uniform and ran all the way out. Crap. Quinn, look, where did you get such a hot student girl? A little yellow hair pointed at Su Lianxian, who ran out. Ma Kuan twisted his head and his eyes lit up. Another little brother said, I think I've seen it before. It's Li Mei, her daughter. Usually goes to high school in the South City. Comes back once every few months. This old woman, hiding such a watery daughter, but also sent to the South City to study, preventing us like thieves. See how I will clean her up in a while. Tons and tons and tons. Ma Kuan poured beer into his mouth while looking at Su Lianin's youthful figure with an evil smile. Phew, finally getting back a little. Su Lianxian took a few $100 bills and walked back, but was suddenly snatched by a hand. What are you doing? It's my money. Give it back. Su Lianxian looked at Ma Kuan, anxious and afraid. Give it back to you? How do you prove it's your money? You call it out and see if it answers. Ma Kuan looked at Su Wanxian colorfully. Su Wan Evening, with a look of help, looked at the table next to Ning Dust. This boy, page by page, not the slightest intention to help her. She bit her cherry lips tightly with her shell teeth and glared angrily at Ma Kuan. This is my money, little sister. How cute. Makin reached out to tease. Su Lianxian opened his hand. Give me the money, or I'll call the police. You who? Call the police? Here, lend you a cell phone and try calling the police. Ma Kuan casually went for Ninedust's cell phone. I thought the young kid wouldn't dare refuse, but as a result, he glared unhappily. What are you doing? Ma Kuan was about to go ballistic when Li Mei heard the commotion and rushed out. Seeing her daughter Su Lianye exposed under the gaze of the hooligans, she hurriedly stepped forward. Brother Cohen, things are almost whole. You can eat. Immediately. Eat the fuck out of what? Ma Kuan raised a slap and threw it on Li Mei's face, viciously saying, I'm telling you, in the future, Every store on Shueihua Street will have to make up $4,000 in management fees every month. This is what Primrose meant. Mom! Su Lianxian cried and hugged Li Mei. Li Mei ignored the injuries on her face and said in horror, Brother Cohen. You are going to extinguish our lives. $4,000? How can I afford to pay? Can't afford it? How about this? Let your daughter recognize me as a godbrother. So you'll be my godmother from now on. And I guarantee that no one on this street will dare to bully you again. How about it, Sister May? When Ma Cohen was talking, he kept staring at Su Lianyat, that slender figure and innocent face. It was really seductive and criminal. Brother Cohen, you let us mother and son go. I'm kneeling down for you. Late night, she's only 18. Just got into Qingzhou University. Li Mei, of course, knew what Ma Cohen was trying to do and knelt down to beg for mercy. Mom, don't you kneel. Su Lianyan's face was also full of tears. Seeing this, Ning Chen remained expressionless. He had lived for over 2,000 years and had seen countless similar things in the cultivation world. On Earth, at least there are laws. The cultivation world, that is really nothing. Look on the robbery. Dare to stop on the kill. Said the village on the slaughter of the village. No ambiguity. Saving? Alas. Can this be saved? Boss lady, how much do I get for these? Nine Dust intended to pay and leave. Go back and proceed to finish this one. Young man, you. Li Mei looked at Nine Dust at a loss for words. Su Wan Evening also felt that this person was strange, but still said, a total of $530. Ning Chen was about to scan the code to pay when Ma Cohen swung his palm up and slapped him in the face. Did I tell you to scan? You just scan. In the next second, Nine Dust grabbed his wrist and gently pinched it. Click. With a crunch, Ma Cohen's wrist bone broke, wailing in pain and rolling on the ground. Pay pass arrived. $530. An announcement came from over the cash register. Su Wan Evening's entire body was confused. What's the situation? This boy, who knocked Ma Cohen down while calmly paying up, paid out. Nine Dust put his cell phone back into his pocket and prepared to go home. Get him for me. Ma Cohen, who was lying on the ground, let out a pig-killing howl. The five punks, all of a sudden, had hideous faces, and each of them swung their fists towards Ning Chen. Is it annoying? Nine Dust furrowed his brows and slapped him across the face. This slap, as fast as lightning, took turns to whip the faces of five punks. Snapping, 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 5 times. Spray him Q. A dozen bloody teeth flew out. The 5 gangsters lay down next to Cohen, covering their bleeding cheeks, also wailing. Even some of them were beaten and cried. The bed of their teeth fell off. It hurt too much. By the time Su Yanyan and Li Mei had slowed down, Ning Chen had already left. He wanted to get home quickly. Wait. When he walked to the intersection, Su Lianxian panted and chased after him. How did he go so fast? Su Evening Night stood in front of Ning Chen with her hands propped up on her knees, dripping with fragrant sweat. Just for a moment. It's amazing that we've made it to the intersection. Are you an athlete, walking so fast? Su Yuanyan gasped. If you want to say thank you for what just happened, there's no need. Nine Dust spoke bluntly. Su Wan Evening froze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Bye. Nine Dust twisted his head and laughed. There was a time when he was a good old-fashioned young man, who pulled out his sword when he saw the road. But you get bored with anything you do for a long time. Some of the people he saved have been dependent on him ever since, even taking his help for granted. Su Lian Evening returned to the store, found Ma Cohen those punks all crooked mouth, slanting face, limping on the ambulance. Remember in a second https://m. Doctor, look at my mouth. Why does it stay crooked? Me too. I can't turn my neck. Quinn, we won't have to live our lives with crooked mouths from now on. A couple of punks broke down into tears. This is the first time the emergency room doctors have seen this situation. 6 people's mouths, necks, severely misaligned, and the bones are actually set, such that unless they are knocked down and remodeled. And all of this, of course, was the work of Nine Dust. Sort of a bit of bad taste in his punishment of evil. 80% of it is that kid's trickery. Grandma, it's not over. Ma Cohen not only had a crooked mouth and slanted face, but also had a pair of cock eyes and viciously said. After 10 o'clock, Nine Dust returned slowly to the rose garden with several large bags of vegetables, pulled out the key and stabbed it twice. The door is unlocked? Ning Chen wasn't annoyed, and with a hook of his right index finger, a strand of true chi scurried into the lock hole. Shu Yen, aren't we going too far with this? In the living room, Ginger Sugar asked Su Shuyen. What's too much? He may have killed someone. Hey, how can I live under the same roof as a murderer? Su Shuyen held a cup of milk tea and sat on the sofa. Hey, people are just kidding, right? Ginger rolled her eyes. Ouch. Su Shuyen was drinking milk tea while playing a game and accidentally got milk tea on her pajamas. Damn. Just bought new pajamas. Sugar. Throw it in the washing machine for me. My round is about to start. Then you take it off. Hee. Sugar, you're so nice. The game started right away. And Su Shuyen didn't want to pit her teammates against each other, so she hurriedly took off her pajamas. At this instant, Ning Chen happened to open the door and enter. The moment she hit Ning Chen head-on, Su Shuyen's brain was instantly deprived of oxygen. What's going on? The door was clearly unlocked. How did this guy get in? Aha, no looking. Returning to her senses, Su Shuyen clutched her body and screamed as she turned her back. To make matters worse, she threw her pajamas at Gingerbread's head, who gave a playful laugh and rushed up to fight with her, grabbing and hugging her. I'll watch. For a while, the living room was picturesque. Ahem. I didn't see anything. Nine Dust coughed lightly twice and turned to walk into the kitchen. Hey, young people, they're just energetic. A moment. In the bedroom on the second floor, Ginger kneels beside the bed and apologizes. Shu Yen, I didn't mean it. Just forgive me. Say, wasn't the door unlocked? And how did he get in? Su Shuyen covered her head in the quilt. Her pretty face flushed red. When she thought of the scene just now, she couldn't wait to die. The locksmith. He must have called the locksmith. Su Shuyen's shell teeth clenched her cherry lips and said in humiliation, Xiao Sugar, I don't care. You must think of a way to drive him out, or else it won't be safe for both of us in the future. Okay, I'm thinking. Ginger Sugar hurriedly opened his mind. There, rent. Let's make him pay $10,000 a month in rent. He's just a student. He definitely doesn't have any money. Good idea. You ask for it. But $10,000 a month is too little. $20,000. No. $30,000. Gingerbread can only go to redeem himself. Just as she came downstairs, she was drawn to a strange scent wafting from the kitchen. Wow. That smells good. Who's cooking? Dinner was after 7. And she'd been hungry for a long time. Geez, Nine Dust. You still know how to make soup? Ginger Sugar poked her little head out from the side of the door. Well, want to drink some together? Nine Dust was quite fond of ginger candy. Yes, Ack. Ginger instantly forgot the original purpose of going downstairs. She swore she'd never had chicken soup so good in her life that she almost swallowed her tongue. Nine Dust was not just any chicken soup, but a medicinal meal made from 17 flavors of Chinese medicine. It is that the chicken is to pull across. If it is their cultivation world snow feather chicken soup, that is the best flavor on earth. After finishing the soup, Ginger went back to her room with a satisfied look on her face. Su Shuyen stood at the doorway of the room, arms crossed, glaring at her with an indignant expression. Ginger, Sugar, you traitor. Until the next day, Su Shuyen didn't want to take care of Ginger Sugar. She said she wanted rent, and she actually drank the chicken soup made by that violent maniac? Spineless, Su Shuyen thought as she glared at Ning Chen from the Rolls-Royce rearview mirror. Stare for 10 minutes straight, glaring from home all the way to the gates of the University of Qingzhou. I didn't do it on purpose yesterday. Nine Dust opened his mouth. Ah, shut up. No talking. Su Shuyen covered her ears in shame and indignation. The driver was listening to the whole thing. That's a bit of a message. Don't worry, we won't live together all the time. I promise. Nine Dust already had a plan in mind. That's better. Su Shuyen held her arms and twisted her head, her face huffing. 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up in front of Qingzhou University, drawing side glances from the crowd, especially Su Shuyen, who came down from the car. She was dressed up beautifully today, with long champagne-colored hair that had been carefully curled, Korean-style beauty makeup embellishing her features, and a small college-style skirt. The turnaround rate was 100%. Ginger angel face, devil's body, also parted a considerable amount of attention. Nine Dust held his cell phone as he walked down the road, yawning from time to time. Yesterday in the middle of the night someone slipped downstairs to steal his chicken soup and made a lot of noise. Not long after entering the school gate, there were 5 or 6 good-looking boys who came up to hit on them, and without exception, they were all rejected by Su Shuyen and Jiang Sugar. Hey, will you stop following me all the time? Su Shuyen stopped and turned to Ning Chen. Who's following you? Nine Dust was speechless. This road is the closest to the school building. Where do I go if not here? Then stay away from me. Annoying. Su Shuyen arrogantly twisted her head and pulled Ginger Sugar away quickly. Sick. Nine Dust was quite speechless. Shu Yen, why do you hate Ning Chen so much? It's not like he didn't mean to sneak a look at you yesterday. Ginger tried to defend Nine Dust, unexpectedly poking Su Shuyen's pain point. Don't listen. Sugar, from now on you're not allowed to mention this matter again. I want to completely forget about it. Su Shuyen shook her head into a rattle. Ginger couldn't help but laugh. But soon, she couldn't stop laughing. A gangly young man with dyed yellow hair walked up to them with a greasy smile on his face. Chen Jihao? Ginger Sugar frowned lightly. Why you again? I remember you're not from Qingdao University. If you're not from YSU, you can't come and hang out? Chen Jihao wore a leather jacket and thought he was handsome as he stuck his hands in his pants pockets. The wound on his face from a carp splinter has scarred, but he never forgot that day. Su Shuyan didn't want to say a word to this ugly man, pulling Ginger Sugar and wanting to leave. But when she went that way, the ugly man blocked it. He also brought 3 minions over today, all smoking, drinking, and perming punks, sizing up the 2 women with evil smiles on their faces. Chen Jihao, why are you strolling around, blocking our way? Su Shuyan said in exasperation. Speak, where is that hillbilly Nine Dust? I'll let you go if you tell me. Chen Jihao gritted his teeth. This dog, I can't get him dead today. Ning Chen, Su Shuyan wanted to say that Ning Chen was not far behind them, but couldn't get it out. That guy is an asshole, but after all, he is the son of mommy's best friend. If he is really beaten by Chen Jihao out of the matter. At this time, Ginger Sugar had a plan in mind and deliberately pointed behind Chen Jihao, saying in surprise, Yikes, Nine Dust? Chen Jihao pig-head, really good at cheating, violently turned his head to look up. Where is it? Where is it? Brother Chi Ho, she tricked you, the little brother behind him warned. Blanche, don't go after them yet. Chen Jihao was furious and slapped his little brother on the back of his head, then led people to chase after him. Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar weaved their way through the crowd and soon found Ning Chen on a bench by the artificial lake. Nine Dust was crossing his legs. Nine Dust, run! Ginger Sugar ran over and panted. Chen Jihao has brought people to look for you. Chen Jihao? Who is it? After Ning Chen's Yuan Shen was damaged, his memory also showed a significant decline. Some insignificant little people, naturally, are not in the center of attention. But with Chen Jihao's appearance, he remembered. It turned out to be the rich kid who almost drowned in the carp soup by him that day. Nine Dust, you dog, fight me. As soon as Chen Jihao saw Nine Dust, he immediately got energized and greeted his 3 little brothers and rushed up. The 3 little brothers are not students. They are social gangsters. Naturally they don't put school discipline in their eyes. Rushing up and swinging their fists at Ning Chen. Watch out. Su Shuyan let out a scream. It was as if she saw Nine Dust being held down and beaten up by 3 punks. But the next, put, one by one, the 3 punks were kicked into the school's artificial lake by Nine Dust and turned into dropkicks. One tried to climb up, and Nine Dust even added a kick. Many students gathered around to watch the fun. Nine Dust, I'll kill you. Chen Jihao was furious and picked up a slate to sneak in from behind. It was as if Nine Dust had eyes growing behind his head as his body flashed. Put. Chen Jihao couldn't break his foot and rushed directly into the lake, choking and shouting. I don't know how to swim. Help. Not one person to save, except for Nine Dust. He picked up Chen Jihao from the lake with one hand and stunned countless people. Hiss. Crap. This man is so strong. Picking it up right out of the water. What a stretch. The watching students looked dumbfounded. Just when everyone thought that Nine Dust was going to save Chen Jihao, the former swung his arm round and threw him 5 or 6 meters away in one go. Go you! Shu Yen Su! Ginger Candy! Crowd of students. Fortunately, there were 3 little brothers who could swim, and Chen Jihao only drank 10 pounds of water before he was rescued to the shore. Ning Chen, however, had long since left. Sugar, believe it or not, this guy is definitely not an ordinary student. He's definitely a gangster. Su Shuyan followed Ning Chen from afar. I don't know, but he was so handsome just now. Ginger crossed her arms with a look of adoration. Handsome? He's not handsome. Not at all. Su Shuyan couldn't even admit that this turd was handsome to death. Afterwards, Chen Jihao spat a lot of water out of his stomach before pulling out his cell phone and painstakingly dialing the number of a Qing University president he knew. Hey, Ping. Arrived. Ning Chen sent Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar to the art department's classroom with an expression of impatience. You two keep your heads down and stay out of trouble. I'm not your bodyguard. Ginger Sugar gave a crooked salute. Okay, Brother Dolly. 3 black lines sprouted from Ning Chen's head. What the hell is Brother Dolly? Ginger Sugar smiled cutely. He. You're so strong. I'll call you Brother Vigorous from now on. Nine Dust didn't really like that title. But then again, I'm too lazy to debate Ginger on such matters. Before he left, he added his instructions. Remember, don't get into trouble. I hate trouble. Humph. This lady can do whatever she wants. Why should I listen to you? Su Shuyan was offended when she heard this, and her slender arms embraced. If it weren't for Aunt Xiao, I wouldn't bother with you. Nine Dust left after saying that. Who cares, asshole? Su Shuyan yelled at Ning Chen's back and stomped her little foot hard. Does she think she looks cute doing that? Nine Dust shook his head, slipped all the way to the medical department classroom to report for duty. The mediocre Nine Dust did not attract any attention. He picked a random seat and sat down, pulling out his cell phone to play. Dude, what are you doing? So mesmerized. Just 10 minutes into his reading, a chubby guy with glasses at the front table turned around. Nine Dust didn't even raise his head. What? Better looking than the school flower, Fatty said. Get to know each other. I'm Fong Tao. You just call me Fong Fatty. Nine Dust. Did you vote? Nine Dust. Fong Xiaofang asked. What tickets? Not interested. Nine Dust shook his head. You're definitely interested. Fong Xiaofang's smile had a hint of lewdness. Campus forum. Selecting the school flower. Don't you want to see what the school flowers look like? One of them is still in our class. He pointed forward. An innocent-looking pretty girl was being surrounded by a group of male and female classmates asking questions. Her face was very red and a bit shy. Really not interested. Nine Dust felt it was still more interesting. Having lived for more than 2,000 years, it wasn't like he hadn't had a Taoist couple. But, no matter how beautiful a woman is, that's all she is after looking at her for a long time. Just pretend. Fong Xiaofang despised Nine Dust, then chatted with a big tall guy at the neighboring table. The tall man is called Zhang Dachuan, who comes from the countryside and looks naive. Upon hearing that he could look at the school flower, Zhang Dachuan immediately took out his cell phone and boarded the campus forum. Is this the Su Shuyan they were talking about? Wow. It's really pretty. Better than a star. Zhang Dachuan stared at the photo, his eyes dropping out. Star? People don't care about being a star. Do you know about the Su group? Su Jingshan is Su Shuyan's father. Fong Xiaofang pushed his glasses. Su Jingshan? The big entrepreneur who's often on TV? Zhang Dachuan was startled. Su Group has a market capitalization of several $100 billion. Su Shuyan probably can't even look at the career of a star. And she herself is prettier than a star. Fong Xiaofang guessed. Indeed. It's a match for even Sister Goddess. Zhang Dachuan looked at his cell phone, and his harumphs were running down his face. Is Su Shuyan pretty? Why don't I think so? These two lickspittles. Ning Chen just couldn't listen to them anymore. Fong Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan froze at the same time. Ning Chen, you're being too pretentious. Su Shuyan isn't called pretty. Is there any beauty left in the world then? Fong Xiaofang skimmed his lips. That's it. Zhang Dachuan also said. If this face value enters the entertainment industry, it will be hot in minutes. I really think she's average. Nine Dust sighed. At best. Whiter. The two desks thought he was pretentious and didn't give a shit. Nine Dust was also happy to be quiet, and lowered his head to continue. More and more students came to the classroom, and Zhang Dachuan and Fong Xiaofang became more and more excited in their discussions. Memorize the URL. This ginger sugar I heard is Su Shuyan's BFF. Crap. Angel face. Devil body. Su Lianye, the poor schoolgirl of South Middle School, scored 718 points in science in the college entrance exam. Sister Wen Qinglan of the Ancient Martial Arts Society. I heard that she passed the Ancient Martial Arts Association's exam and is a licensed martial artist. Sophomore Choi Ling Su, an exchange student from Kimchi country, and a beautiful anchor woman. The violin-playing Hatsumomo schoolgirl, alas, beautiful, long legs, and a nice name, but it's a pity that her last name is Xiong. Fong Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan discussed for half a day and finally decided unanimously to vote for Su Shuyan. In terms of overall conditions, Su Shuyan undoubtedly overpowers the other school beauty candidates. It wasn't long before a wave of people burst into the classroom. The gas is raging. At the head of the group is a burly youth, full of tendon meat, arms crossed, at a glance is not to be messed with. Pang, that's him. Chen Zhihao, who was dripping wet, looked around the classroom and fiercely locked onto Ning Chen. He's the one who threw me into the lake. The classroom was in an uproar. Everyone looked towards Ning Chen. Is he? The innocent girl sitting in the front row's eyes lit up, and Ning Chen was in the middle of seeing the exciting part. When he was disturbed like this, the feeling was all gone. Fong Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan, on the other hand, looked at him with horrified eyes. In their opinion, Ning Chen is a sullen man who is addicted to the network, and they didn't expect him to be so brave. First day of coverage, throwing people in the lake? Just the hell are you called Nine Dust? I heard you're pretty wild. The burly young man descended from the podium, striding. One foot stomped on Nine Dust's table, making a loud bang. The loud sound. Freshmen avoid it. Zhang Dachuan, who was stronger and had a strong sense of justice, opened his mouth and said, "This senior, what are you doing?" Pop. The burly youth raised his hand and threw him a big mouth. A big tall man of more than 1 meter 8. was smacked and stumbled, holding onto the table so as not to fall down. I'm Zhao Liping from the sparring club. Get lost. Several of the freshmen's faces changed when those words came out. Zhao Lipeng, a core member of the Qingdao University's sparring club, and a city-level sparring champion. What? City sparring champion? Then this Ning Chen isn't dead. A bunch of students gathered together and looked at Nine Dust worriedly. Fatty, you want to try it too? After Zhao Liping slapped Zhang Dachuan down, he glared at Fang Xiaofeng with a sneer, and the latter was so scared that he couldn't even stand up. No, senior, pow. Another slap sounded. Fang Xiaofeng closed his eyes tightly in fear, but there was no pain coming from his face. An unbelievable scene appeared. Chen Jihao covered his flaming red face and lay on the ground wailing. Zhao Lipeng, are you fucking crazy? What are you doing hitting me? Chen Jihao spat out a large mouthful of blood and half a broken tooth. I don't know. It wasn't me. Zhao Liping looked at his right hand and kept backing away with a hellish expression on his face. A few members of the loose club, too, were wide-eyed. Is Peng practicing martial arts so much that he can't tell the difference between us and the enemy? If it wasn't you, was it a ghost? Everyone saw you move. Nine Dust was still sitting in his seat. As he spoke, the index finger of his right hand, which was placed under the tabletop, ticked lightly. It really fucking wasn't me. Zhao Liping just finished yelling, suddenly swung his right arm round, and punched a backhand punch on the face of Chen Jihao, who had just climbed up. Chen Jihao's poor nose, which had only just stopped bleeding, received another heavy blow. Thumbs up, thumbs down. 2 cotton balls were sprayed away by the raging column of blood, and Chen Jihao collapsed straight down, muttering under his breath, Zhao Lipeng, I am your granddaddy. What the fuck? I can go off the deep end practicing a sparring match? Zhao Lipeng broke down and slapped himself hard a few times. Pop, snap. The corners of his mouth were slapped and bleeding. Nine Dust shrugged his shoulders, stating that these few strokes had nothing to do with me, and then helped Zhang Dachuan up from the ground. Well, this big tall guy can handle it. Something is really on. Teacher, that's him. He's going to beat up our class. You guys help. Oh, at this time, the innocent girl brought the 2 teachers into the classroom, only to see Zhao Liping there, furiously slapping himself, and with a face of collapse and fear. The innocent girl was baffled. What was happening here? The 2 teachers quickly took the casual club away. Class, are you okay? The innocent girl came before Nine Dust. It's you? Ning Chen took a look. Isn't this the daughter of the owner's wife of that barbecue restaurant last night? Seems to be called Su Evening Night. Su Evening Night's eyes were flooded with color, and she was about to chat with Ning Chen when the counselor suddenly came in. All she could do was go back to her seat. The counselor, whose surname is Wang, consoled Ning Chen for a few moments before announcing tomorrow's military training. After the speech, Su Lianxian couldn't wait to find Ning Chen, only to find that the latter had already left. Hello, do you guys know where that student just went? Su Lianxian asked Fang Xiaofeng and Zhang Dachuan. Fang Xiaofeng has never spoken to such a beautiful girl. Reddened his face. No, don't know. Should go to the toilet. Zhang Dachuan, on the other hand, covered his cheeks and secretly marveled at the fact that Ning Chen had not bragged, and that his traditional Chinese medicine massage techniques were indeed very powerful, and that his face did not hurt after a gentle rubbing. Okay, thanks. A look of disappointment appeared on Su Lianxian's pure face. Nine Dust found a secluded place and relaxed. Go to the off-campus food court for dinner in the evening. In Li Mei's barbecue restaurant, a few fierce punks were forcing the mother and daughter to ask for Nine Dust's cell phone number. Half of these punks have crooked mouths and slanted eyes, and the leader, Ma Kuan, has a pair of cock eyes. The scene was hilarious, but Li Mei and Su Evening Night couldn't laugh about it. I can't, Quinn. Customer contact information is private. I can't give it to you. Li Mei begged. Just let us 2 mothers go. Bullshit privacy. That kid beat me up like this. If I don't get him killed, how can I still get along in the future? Ma Cohen gritted his teeth and threatened. Either I smash your store today, or hand over that kid's cell phone number. You choose one. He's actually. Su Lianyang was struggling in her mind as to whether or not to expose Ning Chen's identity. Nine Dust's voice, however, suddenly came from the store's entrance. You were looking for me? The punks turned their heads and saw Ning Chen walking into the store with his hands in the pockets of his sweatshirt, dressed as a student. Good boy. How dare you show up? Ma Cohen pointed at his own cock eye. This thing can't be cured in the hospital. Say, is it you who messed it up? Yeah, I'm the one who did it. So come at me with anything. Nine Dust honestly admitted it and swept them away. You're all in this together. Don't waste time. I haven't eaten yet. Damn it. So crazy? Kill him. Ma Cohen pulled out a throwing stick from his waist and rushed up with 10 of his brothers. Inside the restaurant, tables and chairs fell over. Bowls and plates were smashed, and there was chaos. 9 Dust, don't try to be brave. Run. Su Lianine didn't know where she got the courage to desperately yell. That's 10 armed punks. How can one person beat that? But the next second, she witnessed a miracle. 9 Dust knocked down a gangster with a single punch, and he couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain when the throwing stick was smacked against his body. In the work of 2 blinks of an eye, all 10 punks were lying on the ground. I'm from Qingzhou University's sparring club. My name is Zhao Lipeng. Remember in a second https://m. Don't let me see you on this street again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. After saying that, Ningchen flew up and kicked them out of the store like garbage, and finally found a random seat to sit down and order food. Li Mei and Su Yuan looked dumbfounded. The law and order on Watermoon Street was very poor. They usually didn't watch many fights, but they had never seen such fierce people. It's amazing that one man can fight 10, and it doesn't feel like a lot of work. Could it be that he was the kind of martial artist the internet said he was? Classmate, are you alright? I see you just now seem to be hit by a stick. Su night before the night care. I'm fine, 9 Dust replied. He could indeed hide, but there was no need. Not to mention a stick. A bullet can't break his true chi. By the way, besides barbecue, your family also has stir-fry, right? 9 Dust asked again. Su was a bit speechless. Why did she get the impression that the man didn't care about things like fighting? What's he really about? Yes. Li Mei stepped forward and smiled. Young man, what do you want to eat? Auntie will make it for you. I want to eat dragon meat, Ningchen blurted out. Ha? Li Mei froze. I mean, small fried yellow beef. Ningchen changed his words. Good. Auntie will go and do it right now. Right now. Li Mei turned around and went into the back kitchen, giving Su Evening Night a few winks, seemingly hinting at something. The Watermoon Street punks are back in the hospital, but they are not convinced. Quinn brother, that called Zhao Lipeng how so powerful fist heavy like a hammer. I can't get out of bed in these 3 months I guess. Ouch. A green-haired punk is lying in a hospital bed as an orthopedic surgeon examines him. It's all old acquaintances, and the doctors and nurses have seen it all before. I didn't realize that kid was a tough one. Ma Kuan's face was swollen into a pig's head, a pair of cockfighting eyes filled with anger. I reckon he's learned the art at the Shaolin Temple, and possibly practiced the Golden Bell shield. Golden Bell? A few of the gangster minions, their faces changed. Can't you see he didn't react when we hit him with the stick? If this isn't the golden hood or the iron cloth shirt, what is it? Ma Kuan gritted his teeth and said, No, I have to make a call to Brother Snap. This matter can't just be left alone. When he finished, he immediately called his boss, White Snapdragon on Watermoon Street. Waste. What a fucking waste. When White Snap heard what happened, he cursed, You can't even handle a student. I raised you guys for nothing. Snap. Really don't blame us. Ma Kuan felt aggrieved. That kid has practiced the Golden Bell shield and iron cloth shirt. I smacked him with a stick and he didn't even say a word. Where is that kid now? I'll send Bao and Wolf over, White Snap said in a deep voice. Brother Panther. Brother Wolf? Ma Kuan was startled. Stammered. Snap brother. There is no need to be so ruthless. In the end he is just a student. Waste your fucking words. Say it. There was a growl from White Snap on the other side of the phone, and the sound of a woman's agonized wailing. Yes. Ma Kuan held his cell phone away a bit. He's eating at Li Mei's barbecue. He probably hasn't left yet at this moment. White Snap just hung up. Brother Primrose, to deal with a student, is it necessary to send out Leopard and Wolf? There are club's gold medal fighters. In the hotel suite, the lights were dimmed and a woman's flirty voice came from the side of the bed. What do you know? White Snap, a middle-aged man in his 40s, sat on the bed, crossed his legs, and grunted. Watermoon Street is a big piece of fat meat. How many gangs in all of Qingzhou are eyeing it? Do you think that kid is really just a student? Anyone who thinks like that will never be a boss in his life. The woman was stunned at first, then laughed indistinctly. It's still Snap who's wise. Li Mei's barbecue. Su Yuanyan really couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to ask, How can you eat so much? 9 Dust had just put a plate of dried fried beef river into his mouth and said as he chewed, What do you care? It's not like I'm not paying for it. Su Lianyan. I don't mean anything else. You eat like this, you will prop up your stomach. 9 Dust grabbed another large beef skewer. Ever heard of the king of big appetizers? Su nodded her head. 9 Dust, it has nothing to do with me. Su on Evening's head was full of black lines. The dinner plates were stacked higher and higher, and after roughly $1,000 worth of food, 9 Dust finally stopped. If you keep eating, you should be treated like a monster. Was about to scan the code to pay. Li Mei hurriedly stopped him. Young man, thank you for your help in the past 2 days. This meal is counted as Auntie's treat. No need. Nine Dust knew what Li Mei had in mind, which was nothing more than begging him to cover them. He was a person who extremely hated trouble, and if it wasn't for Li Mei's good handiwork, he would never have patronized the store a second time. Pay the money and he's gone. There was a hint of loss on both mother and daughter's faces. Walking down the road, Nine Dust pondered a question. If he eats like this, the $20,000 his mom gave him for living expenses will soon be gone. Where are we going to get some money? It's turning a rock into gold, getting a mountain of gold out of it. Or do you refine magic weapons and sell them at a high price? Or find some super rich people who are dying and do magic to help them prolong their lives? All of these things, it seems, consume Reiki. Nine Dust sighed, and suddenly took a sharp turn into a dark alley. Where are the people? Left. After them, two men in black trench coats followed close behind. Walking into the alley, Nine Dust's voice immediately came. Looking for me? I can't believe I've been discovered. The two trench-coated men looked at each other with some surprise at the words. Zhao Lipeng. Right. Actually able to discover the two of us following him. He really is a practitioner. Ning Chen stuck his hands in his pockets. Let's talk about something. Who sent you guys? Kid, that's something we should be asking you. A trenchcoat man on the left lifted his hood to reveal a face covered in scars. If any of the gang members were here, they would have recognized him. Chen Zibao. Under Snap, one of the two gold medal fighters. For C's gang, Green Dragon Society, Tiger Gate. Say, which side are you on? Chen Zibao fished out a dagger from his pocket, the blade bubbling with cold light. Ning Chen first sighed, then said very seriously. I come from the Pure Yang Infinity Palace. Pure Yang Wuji. You're fucking telling me about metaphysics. Believe it or not, I'm going to fuck you up right now? Chen Zibao shouted angrily with his sword. Panther, don't talk nonsense with him. Arrest him and take him back for a severe beating. See if his bones are hard or his stick is hard. Chen Zibao's brother, Chen Zi Wolf, is also a ruthless man with a very sturdy figure. As he spoke, Chen Ziwolf's waist and back sunk slightly, shooting out like a sharp arrow. Whoosh! At a glance, Nine Dust could tell that this trenchcoat man's physical qualities were more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary punk. However, it is still a long way from the minimum standard of G refining stage. He met it head-on with a kick. Chen Ziwolf didn't expect Ning Chen to be so fast, and when he was kicked in the chest, several bones were broken on the spot, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Brother! Chen Zibao was shocked and stormed up with a knife. I'll fucking kill you. Without dodging, Ning Chen reached out and snatched the dagger over, rubbing it into iron clay in front of Chen Zibao. You. Chen Zibao had never seen anything so horrible and was scared silly. You're not as good as your brother. Nine Dust said coldly, hooking his right index finger. A translucent thread of true chi seeped out from his fingertips and connected to Chen Ziwolf, who was lying on the ground. What's going on here? With me? Chen Ziwolf moved stiffly to get up from the ground, realizing that his body was unexpectedly out of control. Brother? What's wrong with you? Panther, get out of the way. I can't control myself. What the fuck is going on? Like a puppet on strings. Chen Ziwolf swung out a punch as he spoke, punching Chen Zibao to the point where his nose was bleeding. Crackle! The two brothers wrestled and flattened each other to the point of concussion. Ning Chen twisted his head out of the alley, dialing the demon spirit in passing. Hello? I'm calling the police. There's a fight going on and it's getting really bad. It's scary. Slipped all the way back to the rose garden. To Ning Chen's surprise, Su Shuyan's dad had come. Su Jingshan, a famous entrepreneur in Qingzhou. Su Shuyan was twisting her snowy shoulders on the sofa and pampering herself, one mouthful of daddy, whining like she was 3 years old. Seeing Ning Chen come back, Su Shuyan put on her pretty face, crossed her snow-white legs, and resumed her high-flying stance. You're Nine Dust? Su Jingshan walked over from the living room, a pair of eagle eyes sizing up Ning Chen. The butler, Fan Yi, followed without moving an inch. Hello Uncle Su. Nine Dust politely greeted him. I heard about what happened today. Dusty, thank you for taking the heat off Shu Yan. Su Jingshan smiled kindly and said, your mom and Shu Yan's mom are good girlfriends, and I naturally want you and Shu Yan to be good friends. Daddy, I don't want to be good friends with him. Before Ning Chen could say anything, Su Shuyan's whiny voice came out. I don't want to either. Nine Dust agreed. You. Su Shuyan was so angry that she threw over a cushion. Who do you think you are? The number of people who want to be this young lady's friend can't be counted. Don't worry. In 3 months at most, we'll be separated. Nine Dust tilted his head to avoid it. What's separation or not? Making it seem like I'm in love with you. Su Shuyan was so angry that she waved her small fists. Okay. Su Jingshan smiled bitterly and called Ning Chen to the courtyard. Stepping from light into darkness, the man's face grew cold. Noticing this, Ning Chen asked, Uncle Su, Just say what you have to say. Good. Su Jingshan changed into a very serious face. Ning Chen, actually, at the very beginning, I didn't approve of you moving in. Shu Yan is the jewel of my Su family. Cohabiting with a young man in the prime of his bloody life. This matter will cause quite a stir in Qingzhou when it gets out. So the first thing I'm going to caution you about is that no one is allowed to spread the word that you live here. Why don't you just kick me out? Nine Dust asked. 2 reasons. The first is that the insider likes you a lot and even wants to set you up with Shu Yan. It must be a pipe dream. You don't have to think about it. Su Jingshan said in a decisive tone. Secondly, Shu Yan and I said that you have a lot of strength and have practiced? Well, practiced. Nine Dust nodded. Old Fan has also practiced. Li Style 8 Extremes. Dared to have a couple moves with him. Su Jingshan asked. That's a question you'll have to ask him. Nine Dust said. Ha ha. Su Jingshan and Fanny looked at each other and were both amused. Little guy juice. Not very old. But he's got a big mouth. Fanny put his hands behind his back and said with a smile. Ever heard of internal energy? Inner strength? I don't know. Nine Dust shook his head. I've never even heard of internal energy. So it seems like I'm just an ordinary martial arts enthusiast. Fanny secretly shook his head, then vacated his left hand. His 5 fingers slightly gathered together, and just grabbed it in vain. Ka-ching! Above a ginkgo tree in the yard, 5 finger marks were blown out and sunk in half an inch deep. If this had landed on someone, they would be seriously injured without dying. This is internal energy. Only a martial artist who has been immersed in martial arts for decades can hammer it out, and those in this realm are known as martial generals, capable of charging into battle in ancient times and taking on 100 men at a time. Fanny said as he put his hands back behind his back, thinking that this little guy named Ning's juice must have been scared to pee. Isn't that internal power? Ning Chen was unimpressed, but he suddenly became interested in modern ancient martial arts and asked, Butler Fan, may I ask what realm is above inner strength? Seeing that Ning Chen wasn't scared silly, Fanny secretly nodded in appreciation. The heart is very calm. Not bad. Then said, young people, don't be overambitious. The internal strength of the martial arts general is already 1 in a million. In ancient times, winning a martial arts scholar is no big deal. In order to cultivate an internal energy like mine, one must first cultivate an external energy, a superior root bone, and it also takes 10 years of hard work. This old man is full of crap, Ning Chen thought to himself. Old Fan, how the hell is it? Su Jingshan lowered his voice and asked. Chairman, he can be Mrs. Bodyguard and have no problem dealing with ordinary punks. Fanny gave a summary. Su Jingshan nodded. I'll give you an assignment to protect Shu Yan at school, just like today. Can you do it? He said to Nine Dust. That's the second reason you left me behind? Nine Dust felt amused. Let a great cultivator of the Yuaning stage protect a female student. Very nice and creative. That's right. This way I don't have to fight with my insider and you get to stay. The best of both worlds. Su Jingshan's wishful thinking was very good. On top of that, I'll give you another $10,000 in salary. Boys your age should all be short of money. I'm just an ordinary student. Uncle Su should hire someone else. Nine Dust left after putting down his words. Let him protect Su Shuyan? He's going to suffocate just living with her. This kid really thinks of himself as a clove of garlic. The muscles on Su Jingshan's face twitched slightly. Fanny also shook his head. The Su Group is a top 10 large enterprise in Qingzhou, and the Su family is also a famous powerful family in Jiangnan. A great opportunity to cross the class line was in front of you, and you missed it? He really felt sorry for the young man. I can't believe I took 2 of my right-hand men and made them look like this. Zhao Lipeng, no matter what your origin is, by Snap, want you to die. AYU Hospital. By Snap looked at Chun Zi Wolf and Chun Zi Bao, who were lying on the hospital bed and being given oxygen, and his face became gloomy. The 2 brothers are unconscious and don't know when they'll wake up. Brother Primrose, it's clear, this Zhao Lipeng is indeed from Qingzhou University's sparring club, and is still a backbone member. His parents are ordinary people, not much of a background, just an uncle who is the head of teaching. A woman with dyed burgundy hair walked up to him. Her name was Wang Yinhua. She was White Snap's mistress and secretary, a very sexy woman. Those like White Snap, who had come out of the business, would open companies to whitewash themselves as businessmen, but in fact, they were still essentially gangsters, with protection money being the bulk of their income. Damn, a college student practicing sparring is that good? Damn it. White Snap gritted his teeth and said, whatever, Silver Flower, shake someone for me. If 1 doesn't work, then 10. If 10 doesn't work, then 20. If 20 doesn't work, then 50. If 50 doesn't work, then 100. I don't believe that this kid surnamed Zhao is still fucking Superman. If I don't get him killed, by Snap, won't have to hang around in Xiqing district anymore. Wang Yinhua frowned darkly and seemed to have a problem with this decision. But she nodded anyway. Okay, snap. I'll call now and get the brothers ready. Make sure you fuck him up. Yes. Opening day. Su Shuyan got up early and deliberately stomped loudly when she went downstairs, wanting to disturb Ning Chen as he slept. As it turned out, the guy wasn't even in his room and had long since gone out for a walk. When they arrived at the school, Su Shuyan asked Ning Chen to get off at the school entrance first, while she and Jiang Sugar went to the underground garage, and Ning Chen was happy to do so. During the first week of school, after the freshman orientation conference, we entered the military training phase. Nine Dust had countless ways to avoid military training, but there was no need. Time's up. 20-minute break. With the young instructor's command, many of the 50 students in clinical class 2 sat on their asses and wiped their sweat with their sleeves. Standing in the military position is also too tiring. Yeah, I feel like I'm breaking my legs. It's hard to move at all. Memorize the URL. 7 more days of staying up. Woo hoo hoo. A chorus of complaints. Seeing this, the young instructor shook his head. You college students nowadays. You're too pampered. You can't even stand in military posture for 40 minutes. So useless. A few of the boys in the class were visibly upset in the face of such disdain. Instructor, you can't generalize, either. A short-haired boy raised his hand, then stood up. Standing in military posture would be nothing to me. I work out every day and play basketball. My physical fitness should be on par with yours. The young instructor smiled. Really? What's your name? The short-haired youth held his head high. Lai Hyun-ming. So handsome. How dare you talk to the instructor like that? Many of the girls in the class all threw surprised looks at this Lai Hyun-ming. Nine Dust also watched the play. Dare to have a match? The young instructor felt the need to teach this group of college students a lesson. Yeah, then what? Lai Hyun-ming came energized. In case you really beat the instructor, wouldn't that be a great way to make a name for yourself? Even if you lose, it's not much of a shame. Just compare push-ups, the young instructor said casually. No problem. Lai Hyun-ming patted the thick muscles on his chest. The two were soon ready. Stand side by side with your hands on the ground. The rules of this game are simple. Whoever can't hold on first loses. Nearby classes, hearing about the competition between students and instructors, gathered around with interest. At the beginning, Lai Hyun-ming was still able to keep up with the instructor's speed, and his movements were quite standard. But after 80 of them, he began to distort. 100 of them, sweating profusely. 120, trembling all over. Mud. This instructor is awesome. Lai Hyun-ming looked up and it almost didn't scare him to death, because that young instructor was, in fact, doing one-armed push-ups. He plummeted and immediately got up and asked, Instructor, why don't you continue? The young instructor rose as well, his face grinning and slightly reddened. Dude, you're losing it all. You do double arms. The instructor does one arm all the time. A boy next to him reminded. Crap. Lai Hyun-ming's cheeks reddened, and he realized the gap between ordinary fitness enthusiasts and military personnel. A mere college student still wants to challenge us. Too naive. The few instructors who had gathered around the nearby classes exchanged a look and couldn't help themselves. After Lai Hyun-ming returned to the team, that young instructor asked again, Is there anyone else who is not convinced? You can come out and practice. No one in the class answered. The tall and strong Lai Hyun-ming lost, so who dares to think less of himself? The young instructor added, If you win me, military training can be waived. Oh, Nine Dust raised an eyebrow. If you're going to say that, then I'm going to be interested. Dachuan, you're so strong. Why don't you go out and try? Fang Xiaofang egged Zhang Dachuan on from the side. Zhang Dachuan shook his head. I can do up to 70 push-ups in one breath, and up to 20 with one arm. The instructor isn't killing me in minutes. This being an instructor, the physical quality is fierce. We can't compare. Fang Xiaofang lamented. Well, keep training dash. The young instructor had just bellowed out, when suddenly a student raised his hand. That, instructor, I'd like to try. It was none other than Nine Dust. He didn't want to do military training. He felt a bit bored. Swish, the class of 50 students, in unison, threw shocked glances at him. Just you? Lai Hyun-ming had an amused look on his face. In his opinion, Ning Chen was dry and skinny, with no muscles at all, not even as good as him. So how could he dare to challenge the instructor's awe? He's the guy who messed with Zhao Lipping of the sparring club yesterday. I heard he dared to hit the senior. Crap, beating up the senior? So brave. Class whispers. No one knew what this Ning Chen was about, but if he dared to challenge the instructor, he must be capable. You want to challenge me? The young instructor eyed Ning Chen with a skeptical expression. Are you sure? Instructor, what you just said, does it count? Nine Dust confirmed. If I win you, I won't need military training. It counts. Of course it counts. The young instructor had a confident look on his face. But you have to win me first. That'll do. Nine Dust put his heart down. Once out of the line, he competed against the instructor. Both men started out with double arm push-ups, one after the other. He can beat the instructor. I'll live to. Lai Hyunming said to a few boys in his dormitory. Evening, do you think this Nine Dust can win? A round-faced girl wearing glasses asked Su Wanxian curiously. Su Yuanyuan's forehead slightly nodded. I believe he can. Evening, you're overthinking it. A girl with a high ponytail and quite good looks, full of disdain, said. He's a college student. How can he not win over the instructor? People are practicing this every day. That's right. There are specialties in the arts. Don't challenge someone else's job with your hobby. Another girl with a pockmarked face also said. Even though the girls in her dormitory all felt that Ning Chen was bound to lose, Su Wanxian still held a glimmer of hope. She had seen Ning Dust violently beat Ma Kuan's group of punks, just like playing. Even if a soldier came over, he might not be able to do it so lightly. Soon the number of push-ups exceeded 50 and the young instructor began his performance. Double arm for single arm. Kid, you're still a bit young to compete with me on this. I'm our company, the record holder for push-ups. The young instructor sneered in his mind. Then, he saw that Ning Chen had also switched to a single arm, and his 5 fingers, one after the other, were retracted. At the end of the day, only one pinky was left pinned to the ground, flying through the motions. How is that possible? The young instructor was confused on the spot. Inside the clinical second class, a burst of screams also erupted, especially from the girls who felt he was bound to lose just now. Oh my god, a single finger? Did I read that wrong? Could this be the legendary one finger Zen push-ups? And it's a pinky. Cripes, that's fierce. Not only the clinical 2 class, but even the nearby classes, all ran over to watch. Many instructors saw this scene and their jaws dropped in shock. What's this? Self-assured physical fitness first in the class Lai Hyunmin. Face reddened, like being severely slapped a few times. There are fitness gods on Jitterbug doing all kinds of fancy push-ups. It's not like there's no such thing as one finger Zen. But basically, it's the index finger. Ning Chen performed a pinky for them, and did dozens of them in one go, instantly causing the eyes of this group of mortals to pop out in shock. If it wasn't for the fear of freaking them out, he could do armless push-ups, not to mention one finger Zen. Who the hell are you? After Ning Chen got up, the young instructor looked at him with a stunned expression, like he was looking at a monster. Ning Chen couldn't think of anything good to say for a moment, so he paraphrased Lai Hyunming's words and said, I work out and play basketball every day, and my physical fitness has slowly developed into this. The young instructor quirked his head and glanced at Don Don. This brat, is he intentionally punching me in the face? Lai Hyunming gritted his teeth in anger, especially when they realized that Su Wanxian, the flower of their medical department, was looking at Ning Chen with a kind of worshipful look. They were even more upset. Remember in a second https://m. I can't imagine that Ning Chen is so fierce. No wonder he dared to beat up the senior. Fong Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan looked at each other in shock. Instructor, if there's nothing else, then I'll go first. After getting up from the ground, Nine Dust took a step and walked away. Wait. The young instructor hurriedly chased after him, sweating profusely as he explained to Ning Chen that he had just been joking, and that he couldn't really skip military training. Nine Dust was instantly displeased. What do you mean? If it wasn't for the other party making this bet, he wouldn't have even bothered to take the limelight. Eventually the matter went to the chief instructor. Considering the reputation, the chief instructor actually broke the rules and allowed Ning Chen to not have to participate in military training. This kid, not simple in front of me at all, do not show fear. After Ning Chen left contentedly, the chief instructor, who was in his 40s, looked at his back and muttered, Chief instructor, isn't this a bad idea? I'm worried that the other students will have thoughts if they know about it. The young instructor had a difficult look on his face. Opinions? What opinion? The chief instructor had his hands behind his back and was not angry. If any of them can do 10 one-finger push-ups in a row, they don't have to do military training. I said so. Yes. Nine Dust skipped around outside, changed his clothes, and finally went to the school supermarket to buy a box of ice cream, eating it as he walked. Isn't that Su Shuyen and ginger candy? As he passed the basketball court, he saw 2 acquaintances and picked a shady spot to sit. This is the military training site for the first class of acting majors, and there sure are a lot of pretty girls. He hadn't come over specifically to look at pretty girls, though, just to find a place to sit and finish his ice cream. Strange. As a matter of fact, if Su Jingshan casually used a little bit of his connections, Su Shuyen wouldn't have to suffer this crime under the sun. Could it be a deliberate attempt to grind her down? Nine Dust ate his ice cream while pulling out his cell phone to play. Shu Yen, look, isn't that brother Dolly? How come he doesn't need military training? Soon, Ginger Candy spotted Nine Dust. Su Shuyan followed the sound and found a boy sitting under the shade of a tree not far away who was eating ice cream. And sure enough, it was that violent pervert. Damn, she's out in the hot sun and this guy is eating ice cream. Deliberately getting back at me? That asshole. The day ended quickly. Ningchen fell asleep under the tree without realizing it. And since he wasn't wearing a uniform, the instructors thought he was a sophomore and left him alone. Brother Peng, there's something odd about that kid Ningchen. Let's call more people next time and make sure we teach him a good lesson. Lu Di's voice came out. Last time it was me who made a mistake in practicing kung fu. Next time I run into him, I'll beat him to death. This was Zhao Liping's voice. The two passed by Nine Dust side by side without seeing him. Along the way to bring a number of friends. And two just met the beautiful schoolgirls. A group of people ready to go to the bar to get high. But before they could walk 2 blocks out of the school gates, a large group of armed thugs poured out of the alley and surrounded them. Crap. Peng, what's the situation? Lu Di shivered in fear and hurriedly hid behind Zhao Liping. Zhao Liping, also scared, even swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, "Do not panic. Don't panic. Gang fights. This kind of thing is very common. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to pretend we didn't see anything and sneak away. Go go go. Go!" Zhao Liping led the men, catatonic, moving toward the entrance of the alley in full view. The eyes of the 40 or 50 punks moved with them. The alley was silent. Peng, why I don't feel quite right. Lu Di shuddered. Why do I feel like they're all looking at us? You fart. Zhao Liping turned around and just cursed. And then he saw a yellow-haired gangster wearing a flowery shirt and carrying a mountain-opening knife walk up and shine a foot in his face. Snap. Give him a kick to lay on the ground. Your name is Zhao Liping? I heard that you're a good fighter. And that you knocked down our club's brother leopard and brother wolf. Bull. The yellow-haired punk pointed a knife at him. No. Big brother, you got the wrong guy. I'm not the one you're looking for. Zhao Liping covered his nosebleed face and kept shaking his head. 2 minions immediately stepped forward and searched the ID card from his pocket. The yellow-haired punk picked it up, broke it off with a click and slammed it in his face. Brothers, he's Zhao Liping. Kill him for me. The scene was a mess. 56 punks swarmed around, and Tyson and Nakano couldn't even hold their own, let alone Zhao Liping. Along with Lu Di and a few of their fox friends, they were all brutally beaten up. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Liping of the Qingda Sanso Club. Nothing more than that. Brothers, go! The yellow-haired punk laughed and led the men away. Only left a Zhao Liping who was beaten into a pig's head, with a dozen broken bones all over his body and several blows on his buttocks and thighs. Snap! It's done! The yellow-haired gangster carried a knife and called by Snap, bullishly saying, "That kid Zhao Liping has already been wasted for me, and he'll have to lie in bed for at least half a year." Seriously, in a certain entertainment club? By Snap stood up in surprise. Yang Kai, you didn't lie to me? How can that be a lie? The yellow-haired gangster named Yang Kai sneered. I've folded my ID card for him. If you don't believe me, brother Snap, I'll go back right now and grab him to take a few more pictures for you. Ha ha ha, yes. By Snapdragon laughed happily. Yang Kai, I've never seen your abilities before. I never thought that you kid had 2 tricks up your sleeve. You come to the name Diamond right now. I'm going to reward you in public. Thank you, brother Snap. Thank you, brother Snap. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Zhao Liping, it's so simple to solve? After By Snap hung up, Wang Yinhua asked skeptically, Brother Snap, could it be that Yang Kai made a mistake? Don't worry, there's no mistake. They've all checked their IDs. White Snapdragon wrapped his arms around her, dangling a cigarette. Sneered, after all, it is 40 or 50 people, but also with a guy. Is fucking Huang Fei Hong Ip Man came to have to be subjected to a couple of big than a pocket, let alone him a person. Hearing this, Wang Yinhua then nodded. Ning Chen. In a daze, Nine Dust heard someone calling him and shaking him with their hand. The voice was familiar. It was Su Wanjian. I can't believe I just fell asleep? Ning Chen woke up in a trance and rubbed his eyes, secretly saying that the Yuanshan injury was too severe and that he was always sleepy. If this was in the little southern heavenly realm, sleeping in the wild without a formation, 80% would already be dead. Nine Dust, why are you sleeping here? A white, melon-like face like a lotus flower, with concern, entered Ning Chen's field of vision. Su Lianin's curvaceous figure, standing under the setting sun, was too beautiful for words. It's okay, I accidentally fell asleep. Nine Dust waved his hand and got up to stretch. Let's go to your house for dinner. I'm hungry. Yeah. Su Evening Night was overjoyed. Her spiritual eyes curved into a pair of good-looking crescent moons, and she just followed behind Ning Chen. all the way out of the campus. It coincided with the Su family's Rolls Royce also pulling out of the gate. Ginger Sugar saw Nine Dust and patted Su Shuyen in surprise. Shuyen, look, it's Brother Dolly. He's with a very pretty girl. Brother Dolly won't fall in love on the first day of school. Su Shuyen subconsciously looked over and found Ning Chen chatting with an innocent and lovely girl, talking and laughing. Cut. Su Shuyen was offended for no reason and said, Little Sugar, when you see this guy in the future, can you not be so shocked? He's not a big shot, as to be like this. Oh, well, Ginger spat out her little tongue. Off-campus food court. Su Lianxian was chatting with Ning Chen, when she suddenly realized that inside her own store, there was the sound of her mother Li Mei's cries, as well as the sardonic laughter of a few punks. Mom! Su Lianyang hurriedly pushed through the crowd and ran in. Those punks again? Ning Chen's face sank as well. Inside Li Mei's barbecue, the gangsters, led by Ma Kuan, smashed up the store. The boss's wife, Li Mei, sat on the floor and cried bitterly, but there was nothing she could do. Stinky bitch, I'm telling you, that kid Zhao Liping has already been wasted by our Snapdragon brother, and will never come to help you again in the future. $4,000 administration fee. If you can't come up with it next month, I'll kill you. Let's go. Ma Kuan is still wearing those cockeyes, and the gangsters behind him, all of them have crooked mouths and slanted eyes. The onlookers outside the store, both scared and wondering, thought to themselves that the gang of punks had quite a chic look. Mom, how are you doing? Su Evening Night ran in crying, so angry that she jumped into Ma Kuan's arms and gave him a whack. Bad egg, you go to hell. Little girl, looking for death. Ma Kuan just wanted to slap Su Lianya, but then he saw Ning Chen entering the door, and was scared back 3 steps on the spot. I say you people, why don't you remember? Ning Chen walked in slowly with his hands in his pockets. Kuan, what's the situation? Wasn't this kid beaten by Kai and hospitalized? A punk asked. You ask me. Who the hell am I going to ask? Ma Kuan's face went white and he grinned. Knowing that he was no match for Ning Chen, he had no choice but to nod his head and smile. Hey, Brother Pang, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm mistaken about Nima's will. Ning Dust kicked up, directly drawing Ma Kuan from the front door to the back kitchen. Bam a few times, the ladder was no longer moving. Crap, the crowd of onlookers and punks looked stunned. A kick flying more than 10 meters. This fucking Wang Fei hung again? Foshan no shadow kick? They didn't know that Ning Chen had already done his best to suppress the force. Otherwise a kick from a Yuaning stage cultivator could vaporize a street. Not to mention a person. Looks like today is the day to settle things once and for all. Ning Chen looked at the few punks who were already kneeling on the ground and said indifferently. Half an hour later. Famous Diamond Club, the biggest nightclub in Xiqing district. Nine Dust walked in escorting Ma Kuan, who had a bloody head. As for the remaining few punks, Ning Chen asked each of them to write a 30,000 word review, no typos allowed, and if they couldn't finish it, they would be killed. This is mental torture for punks who haven't even graduated from middle school. Okay, now it's up to me, Kai Yang, to dedicate a song to my boss, Snap, my good brother. Inside an imperial box, Yang Kai was ghosting with a microphone. Suddenly, boom, the door to the box was kicked in. By Snapdragon, Yang Kai, Wang Yinhua, and the others, stared dumbfounded at Ma Kuan and Ning Chen who appeared at the doorway. Which one is Snapdragon? Nine Dust tossed Ma Kuan aside and swept his gaze across the room. I am, what do you want? Yen Kai patted his chest and said, his mouth yelling into the microphone. Your Snap? Very well. Without a word of nonsense, Ning Chen directly flashed his figure and rushed in front of Yang Kai, then greeted him with a big slap on the face. Pop, 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 pop. Each one is like a firecracker. Ning Chen's speed was too fast, and by the time the real Snapdragon and Wang Yinhua reacted, Yang Kai had already been whipped into a pig's head, with his nose bleeding furiously and all his incisors falling out. Blanche, get him, go! By Snap roared, and the dozen or so punks in the box, and the dozen or so more rushing in from outside, all lunged towards Ning Chen. Crackle! In less than a minute, the box had no place to lay its head and was full of people. The coffee table was smashed and covered in glass crumbs. The gang members, either with broken arms or legs, or fainted and went into shock on the spot. The scene was horrifyingly gruesome. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? By Snapdragon sat paralyzed on the sofa, looking at Nine Dust with a shocked expression. Aren't you looking for me? Nine Dust had long since seen that this person was the real Snapdragon. You're Zhao Lipeng. White Snap's eyes glazed over. No, you don't call you by that name. Yen Kai was fooled by you. What the hell are you? Count on you having some brains. Ning Chen disappeared after saying those words, and when he reappeared, He was already sitting next to White Snapdragon. The lights of the box were dim, and his figure was like a ghost, impossible to see with the naked eye. So fast. Wang Yinhua, who was cowering in the corner, had her pupils dilated rapidly. White Snapdragon was also stunned and let out a strange cry to escape, but Ning Chen held him down with his hand. What I am? A punk like you doesn't deserve to know. Nine Dust threatened. All you need to know is that I often eat at Li Mei Grill, and if you send any more little yakuza to disturb my meal, I'll fucking blow your dog's head off. You hear me? Talk. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Nine Dust smacked him for reacting too slowly and snapped. Snap. Snap. 3 big ear scrapes were thrown on his face, causing his nose to bleed wildly, and he fell on the sofa wailing and screaming. Here, here. White Snap made a killer sound and kept nodding his head. I've been a little short-handed lately, so get me another $200,000. Nine Dust tugged at his collar and viciously said, Quick! Silverflower, turn to him. White Snap knew that this man was not to be messed with, and could only comply with him for the time being. A good man is not a good man. Big brother, what is your bank card number? I will transfer it to you now. Wang Yinhua shivered and got up from the corner, pulling out her cell phone. Think I'm stupid? Cash. Nine Dust swept a glance at her. The transfer will leave evidence, and White Snap can charge him with fraud. He didn't want to get into trouble, and spells like making people lose their memories could consume spiritual energy when used. Not a moment later, a few juniors fetched 200,000 in cash. Ning Chen tucked it in and left. Remember, moving Li Mei barbecue restaurant is equivalent to smashing my rice bowl. Be careful, I'll blow your dog's head off. Don't think I'm kidding. Finally, he gave 2 more instructions before Ning Chen left. Memorize the URL. White Snap clearly didn't take the threat seriously. If every time he said I'll kill you, it meant that he was going to kill someone, there would have been a mountain of blood and bones under his feet. Ning Dust. Little brat. No one has ever dared to snatch money from my old man. You wait. You're fucking dead. White Snap growled loudly from the box. Wang Yinhua, however, carefully said, Brother Snap, it looks like this Nine Dust is a martial artist. We can't afford to mess with him. Snap. White Snap slapped Wang Yinhua across the face, sending her stumbling and almost falling to the ground. What can't you afford? If I hadn't practiced martial arts, if I had practiced this by Zion San Palm since I was a child, I could have knocked 3 pounds of shit out of him just now. White Snap raised his hand and snarled. Sitting back on the sofa, he seemed to have thought of some plan and smiled sorrowfully. If we can't beat the bright one, we can come to the dark one. He didn't notice that Wang Yinhua, who was lying on the ground, also showed a trace of malice in her eyes. Back to Li Mei's barbecue. A couple of punks had already cleaned up the store. Ning Chen directly took out $100,000 and handed it to Li Mei. Dusty, what are you? Li Mei saw such a thick pile of banknotes. Where did she dare to take it? Where did you get so much money? I just went to reason with Snap, and he agreed to pay you back and won't come back to collect protection money in the future. Nine Dust bullshitted. Really? Su Lian's spiritual eyes lit up. This, Li Mei will believe it. Take it and redecorate the store. Ning Chen directly shoved the money into the woman's hand, then rubbed his stomach. I'm hungry. Is there any food? Yes, yes, yes. I'll get it for you right away. Just wait. Li Mei turned toward the back kitchen and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. Ning Chen inwardly sighed softly and picked a seat. Su Lianyang sat in front of him, her pair of talking watery eyes slightly moist. Ning Chen, will Snapdragon's gang really not come back to harass me and Mom in the future? I suppose. Nine Dust didn't dare to guarantee it. How did you do that? Su Lianxian asked curiously. You wouldn't have knocked them all down, would you? Where can I? There are dozens of them. Ning Chen casually said. I'm just trying to convince people with virtue and reason with them. Wow. Ning Chen, you're awesome. Not only can you fight, you're even more eloquent. Su Evening Night looked at him adoringly, her hands resting on her cheeks. Her pretty face flushed. I don't even know how to thank you. Just leave me alone. Ning Chen coldly came up with a sentence, causing Su Wanjian to choke on the spot. She was instantly aggravated and disconcerted. In school, there are boys asking for WeChat every day. How come Ning Chen here? So disliked? Nine Dust also had no intention of apologizing for what he had just said. As an old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years, he read a hint of adoration in Su Lianya's eyes. And at this rate, this sister would sooner or later fall in love with him. Things like feelings were the biggest hold on the path to immortal cultivation. It's better to snuff out the bud of love early. The school year has officially begun, and the Clinical 2 class has an intensive schedule. But Ning Chen didn't listen to a single section, and every day he either slept on the table or, when his classmates saw him, they shook their heads. Studying medicine and other professions is not the same. Cannot mix. The coursework is heavier than the senior high school. Like Ning Dust, so do not listen to the class, do not memorize, basically regarded as a waste. 9 Dust, aren't you afraid of being all hung up at the end of the period like this? After a physiology class, Fan Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask when he saw Ning Chen, who had put his cell phone into his pocket and was planning to go to the cafeteria to eat. Studying medicine is also too hard. There are 10 exams at the end of the semester. I already regret it now. Zhang Dachuan was holding a stack of books and was full of depression. Isn't studying medicine all about memorization and a surprise final? Expressing his relief, 9 Dust turned around and left the classroom. Lai Hianming looked at him and said with a sneer, "A dozen books. Let's see how you're going to blitz at the end of the term. Wait to fail your classes, silly boy." Mortals could never imagine how terrifying the memories of immortal cultivators were. These students also couldn't imagine that Ning Chen was actually a divine doctor who possessed unparalleled medical skills, and he simply couldn't look down on Western medicine, which only had a short history of 200 years. The little southern heavenly realm had a medical history of hundreds of thousands of years. When he came to the cafeteria to eat at noon and was standing in line, Ning Chen suddenly felt a fierce gaze behind him. Turning his head, it was Su Shuyan. "Ning Chen, you bastard." Su Shuyan became angry when she looked at Ning Chen. 7 days into military training, this guy stayed in the shade of the basketball court every day eating ice cream and playing with his cell phone, absolutely craving her. "Hey, Daluk!" Ginger Sugar stood behind Su Shuyan and greeted him. Immediately, many of the boys' gazes landed on Ning Chen in surprise. 9 Dust nodded his head in greeting at Ginger Sugar as well. At that moment, a series of girls' screams suddenly came from the crowd in the cafeteria line. 9 Dust looked around and saw a tall, handsome-faced boy with a basketball in his hand, walking towards the team. That's Junior Xing Shufei, isn't it? It's really as handsome as the legend says. Xing Shufei used to be on the school's track team, then he went to the province to train, and I heard that his family is very rich. This kind of sunshine big handsome guy, I really love. Look, he's walking towards schoolgirl Su. The few girls in front of 9 Dust were chattering non-stop, only to see that the boy named Xing Shufei, with a few of his brothers, lined up directly behind Su Shuyan in Jiang Candy. "Schoolmate, you're Su Shuyan, right? You're very famous." Xing Shufei, egged on by a few of his brothers, smiled and greeted Su Shuyan. Su Shuyan, as the golden young lady of Su clan, couldn't even look at Xing Shufei. She liked mature and stable men, but noticing that Ning Chen was also looking over, she got the idea and threw Xing Shufei a bright smile. "Senior, I'm Su Shuyan. How are you?" Hello, schoolgirl, what do you want to eat? Let me treat you." Su Shuyan is just too pretty. Delicate features, snow-white skin, long and straight legs, and that kind of Miss Qianjin temperament piled up with money from childhood. Let the self-proclaimed veteran of the love scene Xing Shufei are flattered. "How can I be so kind as to let senior break the bank?" Su Shuyan smiled sweetly and lightly. It's okay. Xing Shufei scratched his head. Looking at the two people chatting happily, Jiang Sugar wondered. Shu Yan is not like the domineering president. Super boss that one. How do a sports student so enthusiastic? Could she be trying to piss off brother power? Ginger Sugar noticed Su Shuyan glancing at Ning Chen from time to time, and instantly understood what was going on and snickered. Shu Yan is really childish. Su Shuyan thought Ning Chen would be jealous when he saw her chatting with another boy. As a result, Ning Chen left after typing up the meal without even looking at her more than once. Pissing her off again. Humph. 9 Dust. I just don't believe that you really aren't the least bit attracted to me? Unless you're a eunuch. Just pretend you. Su Shuyan looked at Ning Chen's back and decided that this kid must be jealous, but it was just hard to say it while holding it in her heart. Schoolgirl, what do you want to eat? I'll call it for you. Xing Shufei looked at her with a smile. Su Shuyan felt a wave of nausea, her demeanor instantly returning to high spirits. No need. Senior, I have my own hands. Xing Shufei. During the meal, Ning Chen realized that Su Shuyan, who was sitting 3 tables away, was always looking at him, so he sent a tweet to ask her. Remember in a second https://m. What do you keep looking at me for? When Su Shuyan received this message, her pretty face turned red. How does he know? Who looks at you? Narcissist. After sending this message, Su Shuyan was furious. How in heaven's name could there be such an obnoxious guy? Geez, Shuyan, you're talking to Dolly? Gingerbread surprised me by coming over. Let me see what you're talking about. It's nothing. Su Shuyan directly blacked out Ning Chen. She expected 9 Dust to show an expression of annoyance or disappointment, but the latter didn't seem to notice this and ate peacefully. While this was going on, a group of people walked into the cafeteria. A lanky youth with a shaved plate-inch head, carrying a boy with glasses, happened to be standing not far from Su Shuyan. Quickly find that Ning Chen. I have something to find him, the lanky youth threatened. Okay, brother Jinfu. The glasses guy looked scared. Fuck, go out to compare a few days of the race. The society has such a big thing happening. The burly youth crossed his arms, and a group of brawny youths followed behind him. They're here to trouble Nine Dust? Su Shuyan's mind was secretly shocked. She had wanted to watch the joke, but when she saw how menacing the group looked, she knew it wasn't small. After pulling Nine Dust back from the blacklist, she hurriedly sent a message. Hey, did you mess with someone you shouldn't have? They're coming after you. Go out the back door. The message had just been sent, and the man with glasses from clinical class 2 suddenly spotted Ningchen. Brother Jinfu. He is Ningchen. I know. The burly youth led a group of people and immediately walked over. The students along the way avoided scattering. No one dared to mess with them. It's the president of the sparring club, Jiang Jinfu. What does he want? Some of the sophomores and juniors knew the lanky youth, for he was the president of the shotgun club and had won back several city championship trophies for the school. You're Nine Dust? Come over here with me. I have something to ask you. Jiang Jinfu walked over and slapped his hand in front of Ningchen, shocking the soup and the stainless steel rice plate to splash out. Nine Dust hated it when people interrupted his meal, but instead of immediately seething, he raised his head and said, if there's anything, let's say it here. That works too. Jiang Jinfu said directly. My brother, Zhao Lipeng, was beaten into the hospital by a group of people a few days ago, with more than 20 fractures all over his body and dozens of stitches. Do you know who did it? How would I know? Nine Dust was quite puzzled. Say it again. This time, Jiang Jinfu directly lifted his rice plate off the ground. I've already asked someone to check. Your kid messed with off-campus punks and deliberately reported Li Peng's name. Was it you who did it? That's also because he found me in trouble in the first place, Ningchen said. So, you admit it? Jiang Jinfu sneered and hugged his arms. Well, what do you want? Nine Dust looked indifferent. There was silence all around. Hundreds of students, wide-eyed. What a shady kid. Xing Shufei, from the athletics team, said with an odd expression on his face. How dare he do such a thing? Scrap. Brother Jinfu wouldn't even dare to mess with me. He's in a big mess. There were a couple other members of the track team that shook their heads as well. Among the student body of Qing University, there was no one Jiang Jinfu dared to mess with except for senior brother Duan and senior sister one of the ancient martial arts club. And he was a righteous man with many little brothers. Shu Yan, what should we do? Ginger Sugar looked at Su Shuyan anxiously. How dare you fool around with this? It's really convincing. Su Shuyan also had a headache, then quickly pulled out her cell phone. I know a few teachers. Contact them first and see. On the other side, Jiang Jinfu had wanted to go straight for it and beat Ningchen fat in front of so many people to take revenge for Zhao Lipeng, but he was persuaded by his little brother to stop him. Brother Jinfu, there are so many surveillance cameras here. You can't be impulsive, the little brother advised. Why don't we bring him to our territory and educate him properly? Another junior suggested. Good thing too. Jiang Jinfu temporarily suppressed his anger, propped his hands on the table, and blared viciously at Ningchen. Kid, dare you come with us to the activity room of the sparring club to talk to you about something? Lead the way. Nine Dust got up. Jiang Jinfu and a group of Sanso club members froze. They couldn't imagine that this freshman was so quick. Good. Count yourself as a man. Jiang Jinfu snorted coldly. In front of so many people, it was really not good for him to make a move. After all, the school was not a society. There were rules and regulations, but when it comes to their turf, it's still whatever he wants. Not long after, Jiang Jinfu and the others brought Ningchen to the Student Activity Center of Qingdao University. The Scattergoods Club is a big club, with its own regular activity room, and it's spacious, the size of a standard basketball court. Go on in. Schoolboy, a casual club member, smiling, looked at Nine Dust. Ningchen took a large step in, and the sound of the door being unlocked immediately came from behind him. I'll fucking kill you. The member of the Scattergun Club, who had just spoken, kicked him in the ass with a ferocious look. Unexpectedly, Ningchen grabbed his ankle with a backhanded grab, and without waiting for him to react, he swung him around as if he were a stick. With a few bangs, the 6 members of the Dispersal Club, including Jiang Jinfu, were all sent flying by the human stick, crashing heavily into the wall. Blanche, you still know this trick. Together, Jiang Jinfu cursed and got up from the ground, kicking up again with a square stomp. Ningchen didn't have any fancy moves either, directly ignoring his positive stomp and raising his fist to smash it. Within 2 strikes, Jiang Jinfu couldn't hold back. His small arms were swollen and his face was bruised. The other members of the casual club, who went down with a single punch, either broke a bone or suffered stomach bleeding and fell to their knees, retching furiously. No more fighting. No more fighting. Zhang Jinfu was in so much pain that he couldn't stand it, and he felt like he must have fractured his small arm bone. You say you won't fight? Nine Dust rewarded him with another slap, whipping him into a daze. Weren't you a grifter in the cafeteria just now? Nine Dust kicked him again. Even the unlocked door to the activity room was knocked open, and the lock was broken. Zhang Jinfu's entire body rolled down the hallway, his vision blurring in pain and unable to breathe. Senior brother Duan, this time you took the top 3 in the provincial competition. It shouldn't be a problem for you to be guaranteed a place in the Dragon Tiger Martial School. Congratulations! The Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School is one of the 4 major martial arts schools in the country. To be able to enter the Dragon Tiger Mountain for further studies is an opportunity that how many martial arts practitioners have sought for. Too envious of senior brother. When senior brother becomes rich in the future, don't forget about our group of schoolmates. Ha ha. Student Activity Center. Second floor hallway. A group of people surrounded a youth like stars, slipping and sliding in all kinds of ways. The youth was around 24 or 25. Tall, broad and resolute looking, wearing a white practicing suit, with a cold aura within his tiger's eyes. In the face of the crowd's flattery, he just nodded politely and did not take it to heart. I'm going back to martial arts practice. Qing Lan stays. Everyone else please go back. Senior brother Duan looked towards a wonderful girl with a ponytail, a clear and stunning appearance, and also wearing white practicing clothes. The ancient martial arts club of Qingzhou University had a pair of people, Duan Shui Lu, Wen Cheng Lan. They were students of the same class, both loved ancient martial arts, had excellent roots and bones, and passed the examination of the Ancient Martial Arts Association at less than 25 years old, becoming licensed martial artists. This time, but also on behalf of the Qingzhou University to participate in the Jiangnan Province Wushu competition, respectively, won the 3rd and 4th good results. The Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School was the biggest and best in the country, but only by capturing the top 3 provincial grades could you be guaranteed entry. When Qinglan had lost this opportunity, so she had been in a bad mood on her way back to school, and just as the brothers and sisters were about to leave, boom! The door to the categories activity room was suddenly slammed open and the locks flew off. Zhang Jinfu rolled out of it wearing a mask of pain, bowed like a shrimp, his features twisted into a chrysanthemum. What's the situation? Zhang Jinfu of the Sanso Club. How did he get beaten up like this? The dozen or so members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society all frowned, and someone else went up to help. Then they all saw that Nine Dust walked slowly out of the activity room and collided head-on with them. Ha! Ning Chen swept a glance at the group of students, and eventually his gaze settled on Duan Shui Lu's body. He was quite surprised. It was because the physical quality of this white-clothed kid had actually reached the first level of body tempering. Hardened body first level in the cultivation world is the lowest level of existence. Strictly speaking, it is still far from being considered a cultivator, but on Earth it can be a master, able to defeat 10 with 1. The 10 here are not young and old, women and children, but 10 strong adult men. Although Earth was lacking in aura, it was still normal for some body tempering stages to be born, so Ningchen briefly surveyed it for a couple of moments before preparing to leave. Stop! A shorter boy, realizing that Zhang Jinfu was not badly injured, immediately scolded Ningchen. Which school are you from? How dare you come to Qingdao University to kick the bucket? I'm from Qing University, Ningchen replied. You're from YU. The short boy was taken aback, then directly cursed. What are you talking about? I'm from the Ancient Martial Arts Club of Qing University. I've never heard of you. Will you keep your mouth shut? Ningchen said unhappily. I'm a freshman in clinical class 2. My name is Ningchen. What? Everyone was stunned. Even Duan Shuilu and Wen Chenglan looked at each other. A freshman studying medicine beat up the president of the sparring club like this? Zhang Jinfu has won several municipal discipline tournaments. Big senior brother. Big senior brother, you're back. At that moment, a member of the sparring club limped out of the sparring club's activity room and cried, Big brother, you can't just ignore this. What the hell? Duan Shuilu's brows sank furiously. After listening to this casual social worker talk things over, Duan Shuilu had a number in his heart. Although he was not a member of the sparring club, all the clubs related to martial arts at Qingdao University, such as the sparring club, judo club, boxing club, and combat club, were all headed by the Ancient Martial Arts Club. He is also recognized as the big brother by the entire school. How can you ignore something like this? Immediately, the members of the sparring club were helped to the infirmary, and Duan Shuilu walked over and sized up Nine Dust with an admiring look. You're a good fighter. Where did you learn Kung Fu? I taught the older ones. Nine Dust sounded a bit impatient. PTU? Which Jiaotong University? Duan Shuilu was unsure. Qingzhou Jiaotong University? Or Binhai Jiaotong University? Are you a transfer student? What? I was taught by my grandpa, Nine Dust babbled. Duan Waterflow. Wen Qinglan. Oh, you're still in good humor. Hokage. Duan Shuai-Lu dryly laughed twice, directly stepped into the main topic. Join the Ancient Martial Arts Society. China's still martial arts. Martial artists are the most scarce talents in today's society. You such a good seedling. Bye. Nine Dust waved his hand and turned around. You. Wen Qinglan was furious and took 3 steps to stop Ning Chen. What's wrong with you freshmen? Our Qing University Ancient Martial Arts Society is not for anyone. Do you know how high the average salary of a martial artist is? You don't earn as much as a martial artist earns in a month even if you work hard as a doctor for the rest of your life. Nine Dust rolled his eyes. He's here to hang out at the university. Doctor, martial artist, he doesn't want to be any of them. Sorry, I'm really not interested. Coming through. He reached out and pushed Wen Qinglan away, and was about to leave in style when a strong wind suddenly struck behind him. Eldest brother has struck. The members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society, each and every one of them was flushed with excitement. Wen Qinglan was terrified and tried to stop Duan Shuai-Lu, but the latter had already reached the first level of body tempering and his speed was just too fast. Swish! Ning Chen sidestepped and easily dodged Duan Shuai-Lu's kick, then said irritably, "What are you doing? Looking for death? Nice reaction time." Duan Shuai-Lu revealed a kind of appreciative smile, not realizing that this expression was very beaten up in Ning Chen's eyes. "I'm very fast, and very few people among my peers are able to dodge my attacks. If you move one more finger, I'll send you to the infirmary as well. Believe it or not?" Nine Dust pointed at him. "Ha ha 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 ha, what an arrogant brat. Practicing a bit of 3-legged kung fu. Not even the eldest brother is in his eyes. Are all the freshmen nowadays so dense?" The members of the Ancient Martial Arts Club laughed. Wen Qinglan, on the other hand, looked at Ning Chen with a look of disgust. This freshman's stance was good, but his emotional intelligence was also too low, too arrogant. Senior brother Nine Dust. Duan Shuai-Lu couldn't help himself and laughed. "You've put an end to the sparring club all by yourself, so I, as the eldest brother of Qing University's martial arts club, can't just let you go so easily. Then what do you want?" Nine Dust simply asked. "Let's fight." Duan Shuai-Lu laughed. It was time to make this kid understand the difference between a martial arts enthusiast and a licensed martial artist. "Fine." Nine Dust immediately raised his fist. "No, no, no, not here. It's too crowded. Let's go to the martial arts center. It's spacious and exerts itself." Duan Shuai-Lu looked at Ning Chen's extremely unprofessional starting stance and more or less wanted to taunt. This kid looked like a wild card. What's the trouble with a fight? Ning Chen looked unhappy, but still followed Duan Shuai-Lu and the others to the martial arts hall located on the 5th floor. The martial arts center is large, on 2 levels, and has an auditorium. When Ning Chen followed Duan Shuai-Lu in, there were quite a few people training. There were wooden stakes, plum blossom stakes, sandbags, all sorts of equipment for practicing martial arts, and even a weapon rack, but the blades in it were unsharpened and used as decoration. Eldest brother. Hello, eldest brother. Eldest brother is back from the competition? We've all heard about it. Congratulations to eldest senior brother for bailing out of the Dragon Tiger Martial School. Everyone came over to say hello. Ning Chen was expressionless as he directly said to Duan Shuai-Lu, "Hey, are you still fighting? Who is this guy?" A dozen or so members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society looked at this rash schoolmate in disbelief. "Fight. Of course. Memorize the URL." Duan Shuai-Lu laughed coldly. Is this kid so impatient to be beaten? Subsequently, when this group of Ancient Martial Arts Club members heard the news that Duan Shuai-Lu was going to compete with a new student, they immediately let out a gasp of surprise inside the martial arts center. Just him? Fighting with eldest brother? What a joke! A girl snorted. With that body, he'll go down with one of my black tiger moves, a few other boys stated. You guys shouldn't underestimate him. This kid isn't simple. When Qinglan looked at Ning Chen and Duan Shuai-Lu, who were standing in the ring, and said quietly, he beat up the Sanzhou club all by himself. He's a practiced fighter. That good? The gazes of the few girls looking at Nine Dust changed. Those losers from the Loose Cannon Club. Sanzhou is an ass. Can it compare to our ancient martial arts? The boys, on the other hand, were not convinced. Let's see how eldest brother will teach him a lesson. It's estimated that he can't even receive a single move from eldest brother. At this point, the audience on the 2nd floor of the martial arts center, an old man sat with a staff, quietly surveying the ring below. This kid from the Duan family, really the more he practiced, the more he went back. He actually competed with a freshman, and he's not afraid of losing their Duan family's name of 8 Duan brocade. The old man shook his head. The Duan family is a powerful family in Qingzhou. The ancestral 8 brocade, originated in the northern Song dynasty, has a history of more than 800 years. is a rare body forging kung fu. Back then, the old master of the Duan family practiced hard for more than 60 years, wasting his sleep and food, and was just about to break through to the legendary sect master. But unfortunately, he ended up dying of old age. Thinking about this, the competition below also began. Duan Shuai-Lu didn't want to bully Ning Chen and insisted on letting him have 3 moves. It's better if you make the first move, or else if you lose later. I'm guessing that 80% of you are going to be unconvinced. Ning Chen was actually too lazy to move. Ha 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 ha. Off stage, the members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society let out a roar of laughter. I haven't met a guy as arrogant as you in years. Duan Shuai-Lu snorted coldly, a 3/4 fire growing in his heart. Good thing too. Fists and feet, beware. At the end of the sentence, he back a force. Sinews and bones between the immediate crackling, like the sound of fried beans. Just by listening to the voice, one could tell how terrifying the power contained within this man was. The rooster shakes its feathers, and the sinews sing in unison. When Qinglan commented, "It looks like senior brother is angry. This brat has a hard time to eat," challenging the eldest senior brother. "Isn't this looking for death?" The crowd of senior brothers laughed coldly. At this time, Duan Shuai-Lu's eyes also changed, becoming fierce and powerful. His knees sank, and his body shot out as vigorously as an arrow off the string, again resembling a panther pouncing towards Ning Chen. At such a speed, ordinary people wouldn't be able to react at all, but in Ning Chen's eyes, Duan Shuai current was as slow as a snail, posing so much and getting so grippy. "I thought you were at the Jin Dan stage." Nine Dust gossiped as he swung his fist around and slammed it out. Against a body tempering first level, he was really too lazy to use any martial arts. Boo! This punch accurately hit Duan Shuai-Lu's face and sent him flying. 2 nosebleeds spurted into the air. Not only Wen Qinglan and the others, but even the old man with the staff in the audience seat also rose violently, his eyes glaring. After flying through the air for a second, Duan Shuai-Lu falls out of the ring and hits the ground hard. He covered his nose and mouth and wailed. The ground was spattered with blood. Everyone was stunned. Duan Shuai-Lu, the eldest senior brother of the Ancient Martial Arts Club, known as the most capable man in Qingzhou University, was killed by a single punch? No energy. Ning Chen stepped off the stage with disinterest and walked straight in the direction of the martial arts center's main entrance. "Stop!" Wen Qinglan called out to him in panic. "What's the matter? You want to fight me too?" Nine Dust swept her a glance. "You? What exactly are you?" Wen Qinglan looked at him in a daze. "Are you really a new student in our school? Clinical class 2? If you don't believe me, go check for yourself." Nine Dust waved his hand impatiently. The moment he turned around, a strong wind suddenly attacked him. It's a section of water flow. Unable to accept his defeat in public, he once again launched an attack towards Nine Dust. "Addicted to stealing, are you?" Annoyed, Ning Chen turned back and grabbed Duan Shuai-Lu's kicking palm and twisted it in the opposite direction. Only a crunching sound was heard, and inside the martial arts center, a mournful scream echoed from Duan Shuai-Lu. "Ow, my foot! You broke your foot," Nine Dust said mercilessly. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. A group of Ancient Martial Arts Society members ran up and looked at Duan Shuai-Lu in shock. Duan Shuai-Lu was almost crying from the pain, bending his knees and holding his feet, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Call an ambulance! What the hell are you waiting for? Call an ambulance! My foot can't be broken. Surname Ning, you wait for me. This is not over. You are dead." Ah! The crowd rushed to dial the emergency number. "Well, this way, no one at Qing University should dare to mess with me anymore," Ning Chen thought darkly, and with his hands in his pockets, he walked out of the martial arts center. Just as he was about to leave the student activity center, the schoolmate called Wen Qinglan, called out to him again. "Wait, what again?" Ning Chen impatiently turned around and realized that this time, beside Wen Qinglan, he was followed by an old man in a suit. The old man, probably over 70, holding a pearwood cane, with a head full of silver threads and a kind face, was looking at him with a complicated gaze. "Hello, old principal. Hello, old principal." Some students passed by. When Ning Chen heard the epithets in their mouths, he glared at Wen Qinglan in a very breathless manner. "You're so quick to snitch. You're really something." Wen Qinglan was about to explain something when the old man with the staff laughed. He, I never thought that my Qingzhou University's freshman class hit a master of the great completion of external strength. I don't know where my little friend came from. I'm just an ordinary student." Ning Chen replied. "An ordinary student who can defeat Xiaoduan with one move?" The old man with the staff frowned and said, "Little friend, do you know that Xiaoduan has just won the 3rd place in the youth group of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Competition? And the school has already decided to guarantee his admission into the Longhu Martial Arts School. I don't know about the martial arts competition or the Dragon Tiger Martial School. I just know that he's a rookie." Ning Chen said truthfully. You When Qinglan heard Ning Chen humiliate her senior brother in such a way, she was so angry that she wanted to curse. But when she thought that her senior brother had just been defeated by a single move, unable to even beat a sneak attack, she was dumbfounded. This one called Nine Dust, where the hell did he pop up from? Young friend, go to my office and talk. The staff-wielding old man's face became grave as he said, you just twisted off Xiao Duan's paw. This matter will be a lot more serious than you think. Without me mediating from it, your path of practicing martial arts will most likely be cut off from now on. In the end, you young people are still too light on your hands. Nine Dust was idle and had nothing to do, so he simply went with this old principal. He wanted to hear what kind of remarkable background this Duan Shui Lu had. Along the way, he made small talk and learned that this old principal was called Wen Yu. Wen Qinglan's grandfather and the previous president of Qingzhou University, who had a high prestige in the school. When he came to the office, Wen Yu asked Wen Qinglan to make a cup of tea for Ning Chen, and then began to set him up. Little friend Ning, you can't practice this kung fu without the guidance of a realm of transformation master. I wonder who your esteemed master is. When you asked with a smirk, you wouldn't recognize it even if you said it. A hint of long ago memories of his master surfaced in Ning Chen's eyes. You have a big mouth. When Qinglan, who had just finished making tea, said unhappily, my grandfather is the permanent director of the Qingzhou branch of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. There's no master of the transformation realm in the whole of Qingzhou, or even in the Jiangnan realm, that he doesn't know. When you smiled without saying anything, obviously this was true. He was aware of all the masters of the realm of transformation and inner strength experts in Jiangnan province, whether they were registered or in closed seclusion and seclusion. Remember in a second https://m. My master, Taoist named Yaoguang, Ning Chen said. Yaoguang? A female? When Qinglan froze for a moment. Taoist name? Taoist priest? When you frowned darkly. Taoist priests were different from martial artists. The former cultivated their souls and palmed the Taoist arts, while the latter forged their bodies and practiced martial arts, both of which were two routes towards greatness. However, after combing through the list of southern powerhouses in his mind, When you did not recognize a female Taoist priest named Yaoguang, of course he doesn't recognize it. It was because Lord Yaoguang was the former supreme elder of the pure Yang Wuji Palace of the lesser southern heavenly realm, a great cultivator at the peak of the Yuaning stage. 1500 years ago, due to an accident, Ning Chen worshipped Supreme Yaoguang as his master, becoming the least qualified disciple under her. However, through his unremitting efforts, he gradually grew to become the most outstanding disciple of the entire pure Yang Wuji Palace, and also received the true transmission of Yaoguang to the best of his ability. But later, Yaoguang failed to break through the god transformation stage, and his soul flew away. So the pure Yang Wuji Palace lost a supreme elder, and Ning Chen also lost his master. In the days that followed, every time Ning Chen recalled the scene in the center of the lake that day, he regretted not making a move. In that case, maybe she wouldn't have left him. My master is a reclusive master. It's normal that you guys haven't heard of him. Nine Dust walked away from the memories. So it is. When you nodded, let's get down to business. Just now I checked Xiao Duan's injuries. His right paw is not badly injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to recuperate without half a year. Little Duan is now at the prime age for practicing martial arts, and the Duan family will definitely not spare you lightly. The Duan family? Is it very powerful? Ning Chen's face remained calm. You're not from Qingzhou? When Qinglan frowned. Yeah, but my parents are both ordinary people, Nine Dust stated. No wonder. When Qinglan wrapped her arms around her, the Duan family is a powerful family in Qingzhou. Their power is on par with our Wen family, and they keep quite a few martial artists in their sect. You're in big trouble. The only way you're going to solve this now is to find a backer in a hurry. Ning Chen stifled a laugh and said, looking for who to back up? Your Wen family? When Shanglan was furious when she saw his look. You think our Wen family is willing to take you in? The Duan family and the Ancient Martial Arts Association are on good terms. We don't want to cause trouble. You're not just an outer strength De Chang. What's with the bull? When you waved his hand, alright, Qinglan. Only then did Wen Qinglan stop, sitting on the sofa and glaring at Ning Chen with her eyes. Nine Dust quietly sipped his tea, not bothering to argue with a little girl. When you added, little friend, you practiced to the outer strength of the great success at a young age. You can sign up for the examination of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Once you pass the examination, I'll help you put in a good word for you, and you'll admit to yourself that you're wrong again, and it's possible that the Duan family will let you off the hook. Nine Dust shook his head. Forget it, it's too troublesome. When Qinglan couldn't help it. Hey, Grandpa is saving your life. What's your attitude? Ning Chen put down his teacup and leisurely got up. Thank you, Elder Wen, for your kind words, but I still don't need them. When you cried and laughed, Little friend, the Duan family has taken in a lot of stray martial artists from society, many of whom have committed murder. The words just fell. Bong bong bong. There was a sharp knock on the door. When Xinglan and Wen Yu looked at each other and got up to open the door. Old headmaster, it's bad. The Duan family is coming. A teacher wearing glasses stood at the door, sweating anxiously, pointing at Ning Chen. It's to find this kid. The security guards can barely stop him. So fast? When Xinglan was taken aback. There's something else. I'll leave first. Nine Dust went out of the office. Little friend, wait. When you wanted to call out to Ning Chen, but he didn't expect the latter to ignore him and directly go out the door. When you stomped his feet twice and hurriedly chased him out. Grandpa, since he doesn't appreciate it, what's the point of caring about his death? When Xinglan was furious. She had never seen such an ungrateful guy. On the corridor, Nine Dust was quickly stopped by a stout man. The man was about 40, with coppery yellow skin and a sturdy body, especially his feet, which were calm and strong in cloth shoes. The security guards lying on the ground behind him, each covering their stomachs and wailing, couldn't get up. This student, do you recognize someone named Ning Chen? The man walked over. I am. What is it that you're looking for me for? Nine Dust replied calmly. So, my young master was injured by you? The man's footsteps stalled and he narrowed his eyes. If your young master's surname is Duan, it was indeed me who did it. Yes, Ning Chen nodded. Good boy. Honest enough. The man laughed coldly. When Xinglan walked out of the office and almost fainted when she heard this. Is this guy out of his mind? Iron Foot 7. When you walked to Ning Chen's side and said with a hint of gravity in his voice, you dared to come to Qingda's territory to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid that the Martial Association will arrest you again? Master 1. It's been a long time. Don't come back well. Ha! The stout man named Ironfoot 7 had a smile piled up on his face. For some reason, Ning Chen felt that there was a faint hint of mockery in that smile. Elder 1. It's none of your business. I've come to take this brat back by order of the family head, Ironfoot 7 said. At Qingzhou University, it's my business. When you stomped the cane in his hand? Elder 1. This really isn't any of your business, so you might as well stay out of it. Ning Chen suddenly demolished him. When Xinglan almost didn't die of anger. When you was also speechless. Does this kid have a brain or not? Ironfoot 7 is from Guangdong, in the martial arts world, although not much of an expert, but at least also practiced martial arts for decades, is in the prime of life. How old was Ning Chen, and how many martial artists had he fought? How much experience has he accumulated? Ha 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 ha. At this time, Ironfoot 7 let out a series of bursts of laughter. Wen Lao, did you hear that? This kid simply doesn't appreciate your love. Alas, the young people nowadays and you cut the crap. Ning Chen interrupted him with a look of impatience. If you want to fight, just do it quickly. You're not done beeping over there, are you? When Xinglan was completely speechless. She'd seen hubris before, but not this much. Ironfoot 7 has been in the jungle for more than 20 years. He has hurt people many times and was arrested by the Wushu Association. Is it something he can deal with? Are all young people nowadays so newborn? As seniors, it looks like we need to teach you guys a little lesson before we can do that. Ironfoot 7 sneered, his right leg raised high, the back of his foot arched, and his 5 fingers clasped internally, like a viper spitting out its male. The lower plate, however, is extremely stable, and it seems that he is an expert in practicing legs. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed past, and Ironfoot 7's foot, like a loaded bullet, kicked straight towards Ning Chen's chest. He knew that his young master's 8-section brocade had been practiced to a small degree of external strength, and although the person in front of him was young, he was likely to be a large degree of external strength, so he directly laid down a heavy hand, wanting to defeat the enemy with a single move. If this kick hit, an ordinary person would be seriously injured without dying. However, half a second later, he kicked in the air, and Nine Dust disappeared into thin air. Without waiting for him to react, the left foot, which was braced on the ground, came with a sharp pain that tore through his lungs. Ah! The corridor echoed with the screams of Ironfoot 7. The martial artist from Guangdong, who had practiced poking feet for decades, lay on the ground clutching his trampled left foot and wailing. Ah! When Xinglan let out a scream of fright, even when you and the male teacher drew in a breath of cold air, only to see, Ironfoot 7's left foot, had become a mass of rotten meat. The whole cloth shoe was soaked in blood. Very appalling. 3-legged kung fu, and you come out to embarrass yourself. Ning Chen said coldly. It seemed that he was too noisy for Ironfoot 7. He kicked again and directly knocked Ironfoot 7 out. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Wen family's master and daughter, he left in large strides. How did this happen, Grandpa? When Xinglan was incredulous. That's really fast. When you gaze through the shock, then chest long sigh of relief. A small age, actually can defeat. No. Is the abolition of the Iron Foot 7? Really not simple. Also do not know exactly what party high people, to be able to teach out such a powerful disciple. In fact, compared to Ning Chen's strength, Wen Yu was even more shocked by his state of mind. Wasting a martial artist with a great external strength was like stepping on a grasshopper without blushing. This state of mind, this calmness, was really rare in his life. How the hell did he practice? Wen Qinglong was flabbergasted. The internet is well developed today. The news of Fo Ling's Iron Foot 7 being scrapped by a college student quickly spread throughout the Jiangnan martial arts circle for all to see. A certain private manor in Qingzhou, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle was browsing through the messages on his cell phone, his face gradually becoming grave. He was the head of the Duan family, Duan Rong, Duan Shuilu's father. Not a moment later, a man dressed as a butler walked in through the door. Family master. Iron Foot 7 was injured even worse than young master. All the tendons and bones in his left paw were trampled. The nerves are necrotic, and he will have to walk on crutches for the rest of his life. The butler said, "What a ruthless kid." Duan Rong frowned. "Have you found out? What exactly is this Ning Chen's origin?" The housekeeper replied, "He's from Dongyang County, studying clinical medicine at Qingzhou University, and my subordinates also found out that he's living with the Su family's Su Jingshan's daughter." The Su family? Duan Rong heard news that surprised him. He's from the Su family? The Su family was also one of the powerful families in Qingzhou, especially the Su group under the helm of Su Jingshan, which could rank in the top 10 in Qingzhou, and its power was on par with their Duan family. If Ning Chen really was from the Su clan, that would be troublesome. Not sure yet, the butler replied. Keep checking, Duan Rong coldly ordered. Who did he learn martial arts from? And what's his relationship with the Su family? Find out. And by the way, get me Tu Tao. Hearing the name Tu Tao, the housekeeper was visibly stunned. This was the most powerful and ruthless character among the gatekeepers that their Duan family kept. Family master, should we leave this matter to the martial association? The butler suggested. Intentional wounding can be sentenced to more than 3 years and less than 10 years of imprisonment, and by the time he is released, the boy will be almost wasted. It's not too late to break both his legs before handing them over to the WUA. Duan Rong said viciously, a cold light in his eyes. Beating my Duan Rong son like this is not something that can be solved by squatting in jail. If it was in the old society, he would have died in the streets long ago. Nine Dust didn't give the Duan family's affairs the slightest bit of thought. A powerful family in a small place might not even have a foundation establishment stage. Leaving the student activities center, he skipped his afternoon class straight away and made his way slowly out of the campus. There was a farmer's market near the Rose Garden, and Nine Dust bought some beef and local chicken, preparing to take them to the store for Li Mei to make. When he took out his cell phone to pay, he realized that Su Shuyan had called him several times. Hello? Something's up. Nine Dust dialed back. You finally answered the phone. Su Shuyan's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Where are you now? Are you alright? What could I possibly have to do? Nine Dust was a bit puzzled as to why this nymphette suddenly cared about him. Weren't you taken away by the people from the sparring club? Su Shuyan got to the bottom of it. Oh, this. Then I bumped into the principal and they let me go. Ning Dust casually made up. Do you still have something? Nothing, hang up. I buy food. Just hang up. Who cares to call you like that? Su Shuyan angrily hung up first, thinking that I don't know how many boys want this young lady's phone number. Why does this guy have an impatient tone? It really pissed her off. Shu Yen, how is brother Dolly? He won't go into the hospital, right? Ginger Sugar walked beside her and asked with concern. Count him lucky to have bumped into the principal. Su Shuyan said. Phew, that's good. Ginger Sugar patted her puffy chest, then remembered something else. Right, Shu Yen, didn't Annie Chow ask you to notify brother Dolly that we're going to the Intercontinental for dinner in the evening? Yeah, whoops, how did I forget about that? Su Shuyan froze for a moment, but remembering the other party's impatient tone, she didn't bother to pull out her cell phone. In the end, it was Ginger Sugar who called Nine Dust, Water Moon Street, the top floor of the famous Diamonds Clubhouse. White Snap looked at the bag of mushrooms sitting on the bar and raised his hand to slap Yen Kai. Snap, I asked you to find poison, and this is what you get me? Waste. Can't even handle such a small thing. Yang Kai covered his reddened face and said aggrievely, Brother Snap, you've wronged me. Don't look down on these mushrooms. They're called Ghost Hands Green, produced in the Lingnan area, and are highly poisonous. Let alone a student. Even a cow can be put down. White Snap's gaze brightened slightly. Really? Yang Kai kept nodding his head. Really, this kind of mushroom has killed a lot of people by eating it, and has long been prevented from being sold. But recently a batch of goods happened to be smuggled into Jiangnan, so I asked someone to take a little bit. Isn't Ning Duan often eating at that barbecue restaurant? Let's fix him up. He. Then a couple of minions brought in a stray dog from outside. Yang Kai put on gloves, broke up the ghost hand green into dog food, and fed it to the stray dogs. Within moments, the stray dog was foaming at the mouth and collapsed dead. The whole body was a horrible greenish-black color, bleeding from the 7 orifices, and the death was miserable. Hiss. So poisonous? Ma Kuan, who was standing on the side, changed his face slightly. Bai Snap laughed loudly and instructed to let Yang Kai do the job. It must be done without God's knowledge, and it is best to frame Li Mei. Ning Chen on Ning Chen. In your next life reincarnate with your eyes wide open. There's not just anyone you can afford to mess with. 7 o'clock in the evening. Nine Dust took a taxi to the Intercontinental Hotel, and the waiter led him to the luxurious private room on the 6th floor. Su Jingshan, Aunt Xiao, Su Shuyan and Zhang Candy were all there, and the housekeeper Fanny was also there. Hi, Daluk. Ginger waved her hand excitedly. Little sugar. Nine Dust responded with a smile, but when he saw Su Jingshan and Su Shuyan's father and daughter, the smile on his face obviously faded, and he just politely called out Uncle Su. Dusty, sit down. Aunt Xiao had specially reserved a seat for Ning Chen, next to Su Shuyan. Then he also complained about his daughter. Why didn't you bring Dusty with you, and make them take a taxi? Why would I bring him alone? Su Shuyan said arrogantly. You child, why don't you have any manners? Memorize the URL. Aunt Xiao glared at her without a good look, then smiled and said to Nine Dust, Xiao Dust, don't mind it. This child is spoiled by us. Mommy. Su Shuyan was so angry that she stomped her little feet. She even wondered if Nine Dust was Mommy's illegitimate son outside, or else how could she treat him so well? Well, serve the food. Su Jingshan gave the word, and behind him, Butler Fan gave a look to the waiter, who quickly contacted the kitchen to serve the food. Xiao Dust, I heard about what you did at school today. Su Jingshan looked at Ning Chen with a smile. Ning Chen frowned darkly. How could Su Jingshan know that? Hubby, what is it? Aunt Zhou called Zhou Jing and asked curiously. On the first official day of school, this kid beat up several seniors, and I heard that they were still from the sparring club, and several of them went to the hospital. Su Jingshan laughed. What? Zhou Jing was taken aback. Nine Dust felt that he was being overly concerned. The matter of Duan Shui Lu and Ironfoot 7 had been suppressed by Old Manhwa. This kind of thing reflects poorly on the school if it gets out. Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar looked at each other in shock. Didn't you say that you bumped into the principal and they released you? Su Shuyan asked Ning Chen. Obviously, I lied to you, Nine Dust said. You? Su Shuyan moved her liver. Ginger Sugar, on the other hand, was amused by Ning Chen's attitude. Dusty, how can you fight in school? Xiao Jing, however, slatted her face and criticized. It was hard for you to get into Qingzhou University, so how sad would your mother be if you were expelled? Aunt Xiao, they were the ones who messed with me first, Ning Chen said with a bitter smile. That's no way to fight, Zhou Jing said. Nine Dust did not make a defense. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Now that our country honors martial arts and practicing martial arts has become a trend, it's normal for young people to fight. Su Jingshan waved his hand. Wife, I was thinking, Xiao Dust is such a good fighter. Wouldn't it be great if he were to act as a bodyguard for Shu Yan? So he hasn't died yet. Ning Chen secretly shook his head. That's not good. Xiao Jing frowned and said, college students, studying is the first task. Jing, you have to think about our daughter too. Shu Yan is so pretty. Have there been fewer boys harassing her since she was a child? Su Jingshan got serious. I think so. Xiao Duan's family's financial condition is also not good. Now that he's grown up, he should also know how to earn his own money and reduce the burden for his family. I'll give him a salary of 20,000 a month. A salary that already kills 90% of the white-collar workers in Qingzhou. And when he graduates, he can also come directly to work for Su's group. The main thing is that Dusty is a know-it-all, and it's more comfortable to use. Don't you think, wife? After hearing this, Xiao Jing felt that Su Jingshan's words still had a bit of truth to them. Shu Yan is pretty, loves to dress up, loves to play, and hasn't attracted a lot of perverts since she was a little girl. But then she was afraid of hurting Nine Dust's pride, so she tentatively asked, Nine Dust, what do you think? Ugh, mommy, daddy, I don't need any bodyguards. Su Shuyan pouted unhappily. Shut up, there's no place for you to talk here. Su Jingshan gave her a fierce look. Nine Dust pretended to think for a long time before finally shaking his head. I'm sorry, Uncle Su, I'm still not interested in the position of your daughter's bodyguard. Dusty, can you tell me why? If it's a matter of salary, we can still talk. Again, Su Jingshan is still not dead. It's not a matter of money. It's mainly because I don't get along with Shu Yan. Ning Chen answered truthfully. Ginger Sugar was a bit speechless. Brother Dolly, this is also too honest. Correction. It's me who can't get along with you, Su Shuyan said indignantly. Well, but if it's a character like Sugar, there's no need for a salary. I'll give her a bodyguard for free. Ninedust added another sentence. Brother Dolly. Why are you suddenly teasing people? Nasty. Ginger Sugar's little face was red and cute. Of course Ninedust was joking. The Earth's spherical governor is here, and he's not qualified to have him as a bodyguard. You went so far as to pick on our bosom friend's feelings. You're shameless. Su Shuyan pointed at Ning Chen and cursed, almost not crying in anger. Shuyan, how to talk, Xiao Jing reprimanded. Alas, forget it. Su Jingshan waved his hand to bring the matter to light, but in his heart, he always felt that Ning Chen was not appreciative. Soon, the kitchen serves the food, 10 dishes and 1 soup, each with all the colors and flavors. Su Shuyan was so angry that she couldn't eat a single dish, but Ning Chen was eating happily. At that moment, the waiter pushed a cart and brought in another dish. We didn't order this dish. Butler Fan scanned it and realized it was a very fresh and fragrant mushroom soup. Sir, this is a gift from our hotel, as long as the consumption reaches a certain standard. The waitress laughed. Good, you serve it up. Butler Fan nodded. The waitress did as she was told. Since this soup was closer to Ninedust, he immediately served a bowl. Ning Chen had just taken a sip when he noticed that something was wrong. The fresh flavor of the soup was actually laced with a strong toxin. Wait. Seeing that Su Shuyan had also served a bowl, he hurriedly snatched it away, his face full of seriousness. What are you doing? Su Shuyan stared at Ning Chen in disbelief. What's the point of grabbing my soup? There's still a lot of it. Won't you serve it yourself? The soup is poisonous, Ning Chen said in a serious manner. Put. Ginger sputtered with laughter. You're sick. Su Shuyan had endured Ning Chen for a long time, and opened her mouth to curse. I think you're the one who's poisonous. Bring it. Ninedust backhanded the soup. Su Shuyan almost fainted with anger. Dusty, what's going on? Xiao Jing cast a puzzled look. Aunt Xiao, Uncle Su, this bowl of soup is really poisonous. Trust me. Ning Chen had a face of certainty. Xiao Jing and Su Jingshan looked at each other, both a little embarrassed and incredulous. Sir, please. At this time, the waitress came forward and said comfortingly, the raw material of this mushroom soup is seeing Han's green, which comes from Lingnan, and it does carry a certain degree of toxicity, but after our chef's professional treatment, the toxin has been completely gotten rid of, so you can feel free to savor it. Dusty, hear that? It's okay. Xiao Jing smiled and comforted. Really haven't seen the World Country Bumpkin. Puffer fish is still poisonous, not as usual people eat. Su Shuyan muttered in a good humor, and served another bowl, but unexpectedly, the bowl was snatched by Ning Chen again. You give it back to me. Su Shuyan shouted in anger. Ning Chen ignored her and straightaway served the soup to the waitress. You say it's not poisonous? Well then, you drink this bowl. Remember in a second https://m. The waitress revealed a very difficult expression. I'm sorry, sir, our restaurant has rules. I don't think there's a rule. It's that you're afraid to. Ninedust stared tightly at the waitress. When Su Shuyan was serving the soup just now, a touch of dissimilarity clearly showed in this woman's eyes. Okay, Dusty. Su Jingshan was a little upset. Said, Intercontinental is a 5-star hotel. The chef will not make this kind of low-level mistakes. You sit down. Eat well. Do not make these moths. Brother Dolly, didn't you just drink a bowl just now? Didn't see anything wrong with you? Ginger Sugar asked curiously. Ninedust was speechless. Before he worshipped in the Puryan Wuji Palace, he had studied 400 years of medicine and was pretty sure that the poison in this bowl of soup was enough to poison an elephant. The reason why he was fine was because of the strong physical body of a Yuaning stage cultivator, and the second was that he had once eaten the snake dan of an ink-scale snake emperor, and thus obtained a body that was invulnerable to all poisons. But he would have been taken for a lunatic if he had said that. I think he's a tease invited by a monkey. Seeing Ning Chen dumbfounded, Su Shuyan sneered, and at that moment, Ning Chen turned his gaze toward Su Jingshan, scanning a few times before saying, Uncle Su, you should have had a nosebleed in the last 3 days, right? How do you know? Su Jingshan froze for a moment, feeling incredulous. He did get a nosebleed when he got up and washed up the morning before, but it was such a small thing that he didn't tell anyone about it. How could Ninedust know something that even the people on his pillow didn't know? Does he know how to count? Because, Uncle Su, you're a bit vain, Ning Chen said in a shocking manner. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing's faces shook in unison, and their gazes both began to look unnatural. What are you talking about? You're the vain one. Su Shuyan cursed in anger. If I'm right, you should have been taking a tonic recently, and a very expensive one at that. Ning Chen simply ignored Su Shuyan and said to himself, but you've overcompensated, resulting in high internal heat. Besides nosebleeds, you also have swollen and painful gums, insomnia and sleeplessness, and a bitter, dry mouth and tongue. Am I right? Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing revealed a look of shock. The symptoms that Nine Dust described were all hit. Dusty, how on earth do you know all this? Aunt Xiao asked incredulously. I studied Chinese medicine, Ning Chen said, his gaze falling back to the mushroom soup. So this soup, I can 100% conclude that it's poisonous, and it's a deadly poison. The couple was a little confused. The waitress's eyes flickered twice. Daddy, Mommy, what he said can't be true, right? Su Shuyan's sandalwood mouth opened wide. The symptoms are indeed all right, said Xiao Jing, still unable to believe that a child who had just started college could have much medical skill. Old Van, seeing how certain Ning Chen was, Su Jingshan decided to send Fan Yi to make a good investigation. Find a lab and test the ingredients in this soup. Yes, Chairman. Fan Yi immediately took the soup. I still don't believe it. Su Shuyan's snowy arms hugged her chest as she leaned against the back of her chair and said to Ning Chen, since you said that the soup is poisonous, how come you're fine? You just drank 3 big mouthfuls of it. I didn't expect Miss Su to be so concerned about me that she even knows how many mouthfuls of soup I've had. Ning Chen teased. Who pays attention to you? Don't flatter yourself. Su Shuyan's pretty face flushed red and she gamely twisted over. Well, to cut to the chase, the reason I don't get poisoned is because, Nine Dust was thinking of what excuse to find. Suddenly, the waitress's voice came over, but instead of the coy look just now, it carried a coldness. Young man, your medical skills are awesome, actually able to detoxify the ghost hand green. Oh, you finally stopped pretending. Nine Dust looked at her. The people are gone, so naturally there's no need to pretend. As the waitress said that, with a single reach of her hand, she fished out a pistol fitted with a silencer from underneath the delivery truck, directly opening the safety and aiming it at Su Jingshan. Ah! Su Shuyan saw the gun and immediately screamed in terror. No screaming or I'll shoot him dead, the waitress threatened. Okay, I won't scream. Don't shoot me, don't shoot my daddy. Whoa whoa, Su Shuyan cried out. Next to them, Ginger Sugar and Xiao Jing were also scared out of their wits. Su Jingshan, slightly more composed, propped his hand on the table and said with a dark face, the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. That's right. The waitress put the blackened muzzle of her gun and pinned it to the back of Su Jingshan's head. Iron Fist by Sheng Fan Yi, an internal strength expert? I don't know how heavy a price we'll have to pay for a frontal hard-on, so we'll just have to play a bit of intrigue and trickery. Don't move. The waitress was also a master of her craft, keeping her eyes on the other's movements as she spoke. She turned the gun toward Su Shuyan and said viciously, take out your phone. Su Shuyan didn't dare not do as she was told. And yours. 1, 2, 3, 4 cell phones were thrown onto the table. Ning Chen was the only one who stood still. Kid, didn't you hear me? Take out your cell phone. The waitress pointed her gun at Nine Dust. Shu Yen, you guys run. Su Jingshan suddenly stormed up and lunged over. However, he did not have martial arts skills, and the waitress was an external strength martial artist who kicked him 4 or 5 meters away. Daddy, honey, Su Shuyan and Xiao Jing cried out. Unfortunately, the deluxe rooms are soundproof so well that even if you shoot inside, the people outside can't hear you. Something that doesn't know how to die. The female service I sneered and walked up to Ning Chen with a gun. Cell phone, take it out. As an assassin, you're far too unqualified. Nine Dust suddenly spoke. What did you say? The waitress was surprised. What nonsense is this kid talking about when he's dying? You talk too much nonsense. You shouldn't be a professional assassin. Nine Dust's tone was indifferent. It's up to you. The waitress sneered with her gun. What does it matter if it's entertaining as long as it gets the job done? Then I'm sorry you won't be able to finish this mission. After Nine Dust finished those words, he opened his large hand and grabbed straight for her pistol. You seek death. Seeing that Ning Chen dared to grab the gun, a cold light flashed in the female assassin's eyes, and she pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Shots rang out in the booth. Unlike in the movie, the pistol was loud despite the silencer. Ah! Su Shuyan, Ginger Sugar and the girls all let out terrified screams, but the imagined scene of blood and flesh did not appear. Ning Dust wrapped his palm around the head of the gun, the entire palm, intact, with only a wisp of nitrous smoke spilling out from between his fingers. How is that possible? The female assassin's eyes almost exploded in surprise. This, Su Jingshan couldn't read it either. Manpower, how can you stop a bullet? Hell no. Without hesitation, the female assassin pulled the trigger again. Bang! 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 3 shots in a row. The female assassin was pretty sure that the bullets had gone out, but for some reason, Nothing happened to Nine Dust's hand at all, and his face was expressionless. The female assassin tried to draw the gun back, but Nine Dust was so strong that she couldn't do it. I just don't believe it. The female assassin still wanted to pull the trigger, but the pistol suddenly exploded with a bang, blowing her hand into a bloody mess, and she fell to the ground with a scream. "Aha! My hand! My hand!" The female assassin covered her bloodied right hand and screamed on the ground. The Su family and Ginger Sugar are all confused. What is this situation? Don't look. Nine Dust walked over and covered Ginger Sugar's eyes. Ginger Sugar's delicate body trembled slightly, and a wave of warmth came over her heart. "Little Dusty, are you alright?" It was at this point that Xiao Jing reacted and hurriedly ran over to check Ning Chen's injuries, but on Ning Chen's white palms, not to mention bleeding, there wasn't even any broken skin. After the crisis was lifted, Su Jingshan was the first to move a chair and smash the female assassin unconscious before coming over to check on Ning Chen's condition. Su Shuyan, on the other hand, took her cell phone to contact Fan Yi. "Dusty, your hand." Su Jingshan turned Ning Chen's hand over and over, shock written in his eyes. "Uncle Su, Aunt Xiao, luckily this guy's gun jammed and I'm fine." Ning Chen took the initiative to explain, and had a thankful expression on his face. "Silly boy, if something happens to you, how can I explain to your mom?" Xiao Jing directly cried, hugging Nine Dust in hindsight. "At that time, the situation was urgent, and I couldn't care too much," Ning Chen said with a bitter smile. After a while, Fanny rushed over panting, apologies written all over his face. "I'm sorry, Chairman. This is my dereliction of duty." Su Jingshan sat in his chair and waved his hand. "I don't blame you. It's me who fell for their trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain." "Right, old Fan. That mushroom soup. Highly poisonous indeed." Fanny glanced at Ning Chen next to him. "According to the lab staff, the mushroom in the soup is Lingnan's ghost hand green, which is the most poisonous type of mushroom. It was not allowed to be sold locally some years ago, and even Lingnan locals don't dare to touch it." The entire family looked at Nine Dust in shock, especially Su Shuyan, remembering those words just now. Her face was hot and red. "Little Dust, so what you said is true. I'm sorry, it's Uncle Su who misunderstood you." Su Jingshan was apologetic. He now believed that Ning Chen was truly capable. "Oh my god, Brother Dolly, you're too powerful." Ginger Sugar worshipped Ning Chen even more. "Just happenstance." Ning Chen smiled faintly. "No way. Such poisonous mushrooms. Xiao Dust, I have to take you to the hospital for a checkup." Xiao Jing came over with big strides, and was ready to take Nine Dust away. Nine Dust felt troubled. Unable to do so, Xiao Jing was too insistent, and even Su Jingshan insisted on letting him check it out. So he had to make a run for it. The murderess was taken away by the police who arrived later. The hotel, on the other hand, is in a state of chaos, with the manager being held accountable overnight and losing his job. In the Rose Garden Villa, Su Shuyan and Ginger Candy went upstairs early. What happened tonight really scared them. Su Jingshan and Fan Yi were sitting together, but they were discussing Ning Chen. "No way." When chatting about Nine Dust blocking the muzzle of the gun with his hand, Fan Yi shook his head decisively. At such a close distance, blocking bullets with the palm of his flesh and remaining unharmed. Not even a master of the realm of transformation can do that, unless he is a legendary martial arts master who was able to refine his true chi to protect his body. Su Jingshan drifted off. "So then, it's really the gun?" Fan Yi was silent. He knew the argument was far-fetched as well. How could an assassin's sidearm jam and blow up so easily? However, at his young age, it was even more unlikely that Ning Chen was a martial grandmaster. "Old Fan, contact the police first thing in the morning. I want to know as soon as possible. What kind of person is trying to kill me?" Su Jingshan's face was sullen. "Yes, Chairman. It was almost 11 o'clock when I got back from the hospital." "Dusty, thank you for saving our family tonight." On an Audi A8 by the side of the road, Xiao Jing handed a bank card to Ning Chen and said with some embarrassment, "Don't blame Auntie Qiao for being materialistic. Auntie Qiao really doesn't know how to thank you. There's $300,000 in this card. The password is your birthday. Take it and buy something you like. If you're short of money in the future, feel free to talk to Aunt Zhou." Without saying a word, Ning Chen directly took the card and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. "Thank you, Aunt Xiao." Xiao Jing smiled gently. This child's unpretentious frankness was very much to her liking. Afterward, Xiao Jing drove off, but Ning Chen didn't go straight back to the Rose Garden Villa, but instead went to the Li Mei barbecue. Tonight's farce had left him without a full meal. When she came to the store, Li Mei took out the beef and ground chicken he had sent over in the afternoon and began to prepare the evening meal. This barbecue restaurant was now basically converted into a small restaurant in order to entertain Nine Dust, and Li Mei's craftsmanship was very good. which was the main reason why Nine Dust frequented it. However, amongst the table full of food, Ning Chen saw a very familiar ingredient. Ghost hand green. A highly toxic mushroom from the south of the ridge. What's the matter, Dusty? Are these dishes not to your liking? Li Mei stood off to the side in her apron, her eyes clear, not like she was going to poison him. I haven't seen this dish before, Aunt May. Ning Chen picked up his chopsticks and put a slice of ghost hand green into his mouth and chewed on it. Good guy. Still not fully fried ghost hand green. More toxic. When Li Mei heard Ning Chen call her Aunt May, she immediately smiled with joy and said, "These are fresh mushrooms I took from an acquaintance's boss. Produced in Lingnan. Over $100 a caddy. Old expensive. Yes, Aunt May. I'm going to break your bank." Nine Dust continued to eat this mushroom fried meat. Honestly, this ghost hand green is poisonous, but it's truly delicious. An ordinary person would never be able to savor such a delicacy. A slice of it would go down, and he would die on the spot. What's the point of breaking the bank? It's all your money. Li Mei smiled a simple smile. She was referring to the fact that Ning Chen had given her $100,000 a few days ago. These mushrooms are so delicious. Auntie May, where did you buy them? Call me to go with you tomorrow. I'll bring some for my friends too, Ning Chen said as he ate. It's where you bought your groceries this morning. The Ancient Luck Farmers Market, Li Mei said. Good, Nine Dust nodded, but a touch of coldness passed under his eyes. This kid has been eating for half a day. Why isn't he doing anything at all? Could something have gone wrong? A dozen or so customers were sitting sporadically in Li Mei's barbecue restaurant. 2 of them were White Snapdragon's minions, ordered to keep an eye on Nine Dust. They were ecstatic when they saw Ning Chen eat the ghost hand green, but after waiting for half a day, Ning Chen wasn't in the least bit of condition, and his face was still flushed. After a while, Ning Chen learned from Li Mei that there were still a few large ghost hand green in the back kitchen. Offering to take a look, he left his seat and went into the back kitchen. 2 punks came over to check out the situation. Could it be that damned bitch Li Mei, frying the mushrooms too thoroughly? A punk picked up chopsticks and fiddled with the remaining half plate of mushroom stir-fry. I've heard that for those poisonous mushrooms, the toxicity is gone when they're completely fried. It's possible. Memorize the URL. The other one, who hadn't eaten dinner yet, picked up his chopsticks and picked up a slice of mushroom and put it in his mouth. I'll try it. Well, yummy. So fresh. Crap. Are you crazy enough to eat this? What are you afraid of? Just now that kid ate half a day and was fine. The punk, who had just been raving about the flavor of ghost hand green, suddenly got dizzy and saw in a trance many little people pulling on his hand and dancing around him. Then bam, planted himself on the ground. Back room. Ning Chen found those fresh ghost hands greens and accidentally discovered that there was actually a hint of aura in them. The content was pitifully thin, but it was enough to surprise him. He just used a plastic bag to put the 3 ghost hand green. He heard a commotion coming from outside, and Li Mei ran out to take a look, and found that it was an inch-headed gangster lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, twitching, and his complexion was still a little green. There was also a little punk with studs, crouching beside him, anxious. Nine Dust immediately recognized that these were the 2 people who had been stealing glances at him during the meal earlier. What the hell is going on here? Li Mei freaked out and rushed over. Someone had already called the emergency services and said, "This young man seems to have just eaten 2 slices of mushrooms and that's it." "Boss lady, your mushrooms aren't poisonous, are they?" "No way." Li Mei pointed at Ning Chen and said, "Just now, he ate half a plate and was fine. How could it be poisonous?" "You fart." The punk wearing earrings jumped up from the ground and pointed at Li Mei and cursed bitterly. "You're the one who poisoned it. The mushrooms in this plate of mushroom fried meat are not ordinary mushrooms. They are poisonous mushrooms from Lingnan." The store was in an uproar. A dozen pairs of eyes looked at Li Mei in horror. "Nonsense," Ning Chen sneered. "If it were really a poisonous mushroom, would I still be standing here talking?" With that, he copied his plate and dumped all the remaining slices of mushroom meat into his mouth, chewing on them. After waiting for a long time and not seeing anything different from him, Li Mei then put down her heart. The studded punk was dumbfounded, his face reddening. "That said, I was going to ask you too what you wanted to do when you've been staring at me since I walked into the store and made a point of coming over to eat my food." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly scolded. "Did White Snapdragon send you guys?" No, not Snap. I don't even know who you're talking about." The punk with the earring was so frightened that he hurriedly backed away. "Sure enough, it's White Snapdragon, this thing that doesn't know how to die." A hint of killing intent passed through Ning Chen's eyes. Originally, he wanted to go to the food market early tomorrow morning to find a vegetable vendor to investigate, but now it seems that he doesn't need to. "Lazy, my brother, what a terrible death you had." At that point, the studded punk poofed to his knees, fell on top of his poison accomplice, and began to bawl. "Fuck off. He's not dead yet." Ning Chen kicked him away, then pressed his hand onto the poison punk's chest and began to input his true chi. Not long after, the poison mongrel began to vomit and have diarrhea, discharging the poisonous mushroom slices that he had eaten as much as he could, and his symptoms were immediately alleviated. You eat it and you're fine. He eats it and he vomits and has diarrhea and is delirious, which would be an allergy. A doctor from EMS arrived and gave an initial diagnosis. Li Mei then breathed a sigh of relief. The restaurant, if the news of food poisoning, then she will not have to open in the future. By the time she slowed down, Nine Dust was already gone. A certain alleyway in the Watermoon Food Street. The little punk wearing earrings was beaten to a pulp, kneeling in front of Ning Chen and begging for mercy. Don't fight, big brother. I'll say it all. It's Brother Snap. It's Brother Snap who sent me. And he arranged for the vegetable vendor to sell the ghost hand green to Li Mei. So spare me. Oh. A hint of killing intent flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He does things on the principle of twice and never again. White Snap will pay for his behavior. A little after 1 in the morning. Famous Diamond's clubhouse. White Snap and his brothers are getting high in the booth. Brother Snap. Lazy said that he saw Ning Chen eat the ghost hand green with his own eyes. So he's probably already gone to see Hades at this moment. Ha. Yang Kai, a yellow-haired gangster, laughed as he held his wine glass. A brat, with no hair on his head, wants to fight me. White Primrose was sitting large on the couch and was gulping down clouds. Mistress Wang Yinhua snuggled into his arms and smiled charmingly. Snap, Li Mei went in. What are you going to do about that barbecue restaurant? Recruit another merchant. Watermoon Street has such a large flow of customers. There's no worry that no one will come. By Snap said, directly flicking the cigarette ash onto Wang Yinhua's rounded thighs. By the way, I heard that Li Mei has a daughter called Su One Evening. I've seen the photos. She looks quite watery. Which one of you go and get her for me? Snap. I'll go. I'm the best at this kind of thing. Yang Kai hurriedly put down his half-drunk wine glass and said excitedly, Li Mei's husband is called Su Haichao, and he still owes our company hundreds of thousands of dollars. That lousy gambler. Not to mention letting him sell his daughter, or even sell his mother. He won't frown. Ha. A loud laugh came from inside the booth. Okay, Yang Kai, you let him send his daughter over now. I don't want the hundreds of thousands of interest. By Snap face showed a bad smile. Got it, Brother Snap. Yang Kai directly let his little brother call Su Haichao's phone. At first, the man on the other side was reluctant, but when Yang Kai snatched the phone over and intimidated him a few times, he could only comply. Soon, a middle-aged, hairy man with heavy bags under his eyes arrived at the famous Diamond Clubhouse with an innocent-looking female college student. Su Lian, evening height of 1.68 m, born a delicate white melon face. Skin snow moist and delicate. Cherry lips did not paint lipstick, but the red moist, coupled with a pair of ting-ting jade legs, in the front hall of the famous Diamond Club caused a lot of burning eyes. Dad, why don't you just get someone else to help? Su Lianxian detected a hint of danger. How could she have come to a place like the famous Diamonds Club if it wasn't for her father's sudden call that her friend was drunk and she needed help to assist her? Evening, I'll be honest with you. This friend of mine can make me rich. Seeing this, Su Haichao suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and coaxed his daughter. As long as we serve him well, our family won't lack money in the future. Your mom won't have to get up early and work hard every day, doing her little business. How much money can she make? Hearing the man's tone, Su Evening Night seemed to still look down on her mother's meager income, and said unhappily, since I was a child, my tuition and living expenses have all been paid out of my mother's pocket. Have you ever taken a single penny into the house? You'd better pay off your debts before you come talking about mommy. Saying that, Su One Evening twisted her head and wanted to leave. Su Haichao hurriedly stopped him and begged, good evening, good daughter. You just help daddy once. Daddy promise you, after making money, whatever you want daddy will buy for you. Su Wan could not argue with her biological father, and could only follow him up to the second floor to a luxurious box. Just as she entered, she felt something was wrong. The people in the box either had colorfully dyed hair, were gulping down clouds, and had their arms around scantily clad women. Walking in, she barely escaped the smell of smoke inside. Remember in a second https://m. Yo, Chao is here. Yan Kai saw him and immediately came over. Kai is welcome. Su Haichao's face was then filled with smiles, and he was about to strike up a conversation with Yang Kai so that he could show off in front of his daughter. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai directly crossed over him and came to Su Evening Night, looking up and down. This is your daughter? She's so pretty. Su Haichao, you wouldn't have been green by your wife. Would you be able to give birth to such a good-looking daughter if you look like this lot? Ha. There was laughter all around. Ha, Kai, you're too good at jokes. Su Haichao could only laugh along. then decided to use his daughter to divert the attention of the crowd. So, he leaned down and said to Su Evening Night, "Evening Night, this is Brother Kai. Quickly scream." Su Evening Night's eyes were already red. Her pink fists clenched tightly as she glared at Su Haichao. "Didn't you say that your friends were drunk and you wanted me to help support them? Which one of them was drunk?" Su Haichao's expression was stunned. Next to him, Yang Kai cooperated and acted like he was drunk. Walking straight, "Sister, your dad is right. I'm drunk ah, ha ha ha." Kai is so good at acting. More than 10 punks, including White Snap, watched the show with amusement. "I'm leaving, you're on your own here." Su Lianyang dropped a sentence to Su Haichao, turned around and tried to escape. But how could Yang Kai let her run away with the fat meat delivered to his door? "Where to, sister?" Yang Kai yanked Su Lianyang back with a hand and said playfully, "Come all the way here. Accompany your brothers to drink a couple of cups. I don't know how to drink. Let go of me." Su Lianyang desperately struggled and threw a look of help towards Su Haichao. Su Haichao, however, pleaded, "Late night, just accompany them to have a couple of drinks, and when you're done Dad will send you back." Su Haichao, you let your own daughter accompany you to drink. Are you still not a human being? Su Lianxian exploded and cried like a pear. "Good sister, why are you crying? Don't worry, brother will help you take revenge." Yang Kai first kindly wiped away Su Lianya's tears, then turned around and kicked Su Haichao 4 or 5 meters away, knocking the coffee table over. The box was filled with cheers and whistles. Su Haichao paralyzed on the ground, covering his stomach, unable to crawl. "Dad." Su was in a hurry. "Hey, sister, to tell you the truth, your father owes us $400,000, counting the interest totaling $650,000, and he has sold you to us. Ha ha ha." Yang Kai recklessly scanned Su One Evening, but the latter was ultimately the person by Snapdragon had named. He didn't dare to get his hands on her. He could only pass the eyeballs. "No, I don't believe it." Su Lianyang cried her heart out. Su Haichao knelt on the ground in pain, unable to say a word. Yang Kai yanked Su Lianya's hair and brought her to by Snapdragon. "Sister, you're so old. You should be taking a load off the family's shoulders. Snap has sent word that as long as you follow him, you don't have to pay the interest that your punk-ass old man owes. And that's a whole $250,000. That means you can make $250,000 just by staying with Snap. How's that for a good deal?" Yan Kai said, following the advice. "If you touch me, my boyfriend won't let you go." Su tried to put on a fierce look as much as she could, but a female college student's ferocity was really limited, and instead of being intimidated, the group of punks laughed out loud. White Snap didn't gripe him and asked while smoking a cigar, "Little sister, is that boyfriend of yours named Ningchen?" "Yes. My boyfriend is Ningchen. He has practiced martial arts and is very capable of fighting." Su Lianxian tried to threaten. Unexpectedly, White Snap let out a burst of laughter as if he had heard some joke. "What are you laughing at?" Su was puzzled. She knew that White Snapdragon's people had already suffered several losses at the hands of Ningchen. "Sister, that little boyfriend of yours can really put up a good fight, as we've already learned." I only heard Yang Kai say, "But if he can fight, he's still just a student. We have countless ways to screw him over. Shoot him with a gun, run him over with a car, or drug and poison him to death." To tell you the truth, Ningchen he is now in the hospital resuscitation, but 80% is not resuscitated. Ha ha ha. Su Lianyang's pretty eyes were stunned. "What? Hospital? Resuscitation? What did you guys do to him?" "Well, shut up." Seeing Yang Kai getting more and more excited, By Snap interrupted her with a wave of his hand, then swept around. "All of you get out. Okay, Snap, have fun." Yang Kai waved at this point and smiled as he led the people away. Su Haichao was also dragged away, crying non-stop on the way, saying that he was sorry for Su Wanxian. Seeing this, Wang Yinhua could only sigh helplessly, so she went straight out of the famous Diamond Clubhouse and came outside to smoke. As he smoked, a familiar face came up to him. She looked stunned, pointed at Ningchen, and stuttered, You're still alive. Oh, looks like you had a hand in poisoning me." Nine Dust smiled as he stood in front of this heavily made-up woman. He's here to settle a score with White Snap. However, he didn't know that at this time, By Snapdragon was bullying Su Lianxian in the box. No, I just know about it. I'm not involved. Wang Yinhua knew the terror of Nine Dust and hurriedly threw the cigarette away, desperately shaking her head. Seeing Ning Chen leisurely appear, she instantly felt that this college student was far from as simple as By Snapdragon and the others had imagined. Right, your girlfriend is up there, and White Snap is preparing to go after her. Wang Yinhua suddenly remembered something important. My girlfriend? Nine Dust was quite puzzled, thinking, when did a girlfriend pop up for me? Suwon evening ah. Isn't she your girlfriend? Wang Inhua was anxious. Evening? Ning Chen's brows sank as he quickly stepped into the famous diamond clubhouse. Wang Inhua also hurriedly followed. Inside the luxury box, White Snap sipped a glass of foreign wine and smiled at Su Wanjian. Help! Help! Su Lianxian cowered in the corner, yelling like a helpless kitten. Tears were like broken pearls, constantly dripping down from that pretty face. Go ahead and shout. No one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out. This is my territory, White Snap said bullishly. He stretched out his claws towards Su Lianyang, but unexpectedly the girl's quick eyes and hands suddenly dodged and desperately ran towards the door of the box. Unfortunately, her hair was too long, and she was gripped by White Snap and yanked back hard. Snap! A heavy slap landed on Su Evening Night's face, hitting her so that she lay on the sofa, dizzy and unable to distinguish between east and west. Mud, playing hide and seek with me? White Snap spat on the ground and was ready to get right to it. At that exact moment, there was a commotion from outside the box. Someone was yelling and there were sounds of punches and kicks, but after a second there was no movement. Yang Kai, what's your boy up to? White Snap opened the door and cursed angrily, but his expression immediately froze. In the hallway, lay his minions, their wails echoing intertwined. A young, familiar face turned to him. You, why are you here? White Snapdragon stared at Ning Chen, who had come back from the dead, as if he had seen a ghost. I remember I told you 2 days ago, don't touch Li Mei barbecue restaurant, or I'll blow your dog's head off. You don't seem to listen to me? White Snap. Ning Chen's aura was extremely strong as he kicked Yang Kai away and walked towards him. That's impossible. You clearly ate. Before Snapdragon could finish his sentence, Ning Chen appeared in front of him as if he had instantly moved, and punched him in the stomach. Among the 5 organs of the human body, the liver was the softest, and after receiving this punch, it ruptured on the spot, and a large amount of blood gushed out from Snap's mouth, and he knelt down on the ground, too painful to speak. Ning Dust. Su Wanxian sat up dizzily and looked at Ning Dust in surprise. It's okay, get some sleep. Ning Chen walked over and pressed his right hand on the back of Su Wanxian's neck, and the latter fainted. Freeze! Suddenly at this moment, Yang Kai rushed into the box with 2 of his minions. This guy actually got a pistol from somewhere, with a gun in his hand. Yang Kai was much more confident, glaring at Ning Dust with a loaded face. He firmly believes that a bullet can kill you no matter how good your martial arts training is. Oh no! Why did I forget that White Snap has a pistol? Wang Inhua stood outside, secretly saying that it was not good. Ah Chang, take Snap to the hospital. Yang Kai ordered. Yes, Kai. The 2 minions were just about to move, but Ning Chen let out a furious shout. No one will be able to leave today. Damn it, little brat. You think I'm holding a toy gun, don't you? Yang Kai directly opened the safety and took 2 more steps forward. Kneel down. Who did you tell to get on their knees? Ning Chen's figure flickered, instantly moving behind Yang Kai as if he were a ghost. Crap. Yang Kai was so scared that he hurriedly turned around. Ning Chen, however, disappeared into thin air once again. Yang Kai glanced around, but he couldn't find where Ning Chen was at all. You think you're invincible just because you hold a gun? Foolish mortal, you have no idea how humble and weak an existence you are. In my eyes you're no different from a bedbug on a tree. You can be strangled at any time. Ning Dust's flat voice echoed within the box. Ah, bastard. I'll kill you. Yang Kai uses both hands to hold the gun, and fights all over the place. Bang, 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 bang. Not more than a few shots were fired before the sound came to a screeching halt, a crisp fracture following it. Yang Kai screamed miserably and fell to the ground, his pistol dropping to the floor. Ning Dust picked it up in his hand and shone it at him, then took another shot at White Snap. Boo-hoo! Ah! Wang Inhua and his 2 little brothers, frightened and ghostly, fled outside. Ning Chen opened his 5 fingers and grabbed them in the air, and the 3 of them were immediately yanked back by an invisible force, falling heavily to the ground. Spare me! Spare me! Big brother, we didn't do anything. The 2 little brothers climbed up and kept kowtowing. Brother Dust, I was also forced into this situation by this scumbag White Snapdragon. I'm also a victim. It's none of my business. Ah, Wang Inhua was also begging for mercy. Injustice has its place, and I'm not interested in you, Ning Chen said in a low voice without even looking at them. And at that moment, they thought to themselves, Mud, is this really an average student? How come he's ruthless? More so than they are. White Snap has been around for decades and would never dare to do things like this. And this youth's eyes were flat, literally as if he had stepped on 2 bugs on the side of the road. What happened here tonight? If anyone asks, you know what to say. By this time, Ning Dust had already picked up Su Wanxian from the sofa. The 2 minions froze. Wang Inhua said without thinking, Bai Snap and Yang Kai got into an argument, and in a fit of rage, Yang Kai went upstairs to get his gun, killed Bai Snap, and then committed suicide. Right. The two little brothers hurriedly agreed. Aha. Nine Dust nodded, satisfied, and walked away with Su Wanxian in his arms. In fact, it's fine even if someone with a heart finds out about him. The big thing is to waste a bit of spiritual energy and cast 2 memory wiping spells. Looking at Yang Kai and Bai Snapdragon, who had fallen in a pool of blood, Wang Yinhua suddenly remembered the words Ningchen had left behind earlier. Remember, moving Li barbecue restaurant is equivalent to smashing my rice bowl. Be careful, I'll blow your dog's head off. Don't think I'm kidding. Gollum. Wang Yinhua swallowed deeply. Ningchen carried Su Lianya back to the barbecue restaurant, threw it to Li Mei and left. Although he was not a person who was addicted to killing, he had broken into the little southern heavenly realm for 2,000 years, and there were 8,000 people who had died under him, if not 100,000. Killing such 2 punks is not even a fart to him. When he got back to the Rose Garden Villa, it was already 2:30, so he took a shower and went back to his room to sleep. Perhaps it was because he had used his spiritual sense last night, which had touched his Yuanshan injuries. He slept until 10 o'clock in the morning before waking up. Brother Power, you're up? It was the weekend, and both Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar stayed home. The sisters, dressed in their house shorts, revealing their slim and elated legs, were watching TV in the living room. Seeing him get up, Ginger Sugar flew up to meet him. Brother Dolly, why did you get up so late today? Don't you usually get up at 5 or 6? It's the weekend. Sleep in. Nine Dust reached out and touched Gingerbread's head, then went to the bathroom to wash up. This sudden intimate action, so that Ginger Sugar's small face reddened and turned hot. Always quirky her, actually a little confused. For some reason, Su Shuyan felt an indescribable hard feeling in her heart when she saw Ningchen being so affectionate towards Ginger Sugar. Am I really annoying people? She said darkly in her mind. In fact, this was a habitual action that Nine Dust did subconsciously. He had a senior sister in the lesser southern heavenly realm who had mediocre qualifications like him, but worked hard to get ahead. This senior sister is about the same size as Ginger Sugar. The same quirky. Every time he meets he has to touch the head of this little senior sister to show his friendship, and over time he has gotten used to it. That said, although Earth was safe, he also missed the little southern heavenly realm. After all, he had lived there for more than 2,000 years, with many dear friends and memories. Wash up and come out. Ginger popped over like a bunny and pulled him into the kitchen. A hearty breakfast was on the table. Look, Brother Dolly, this is what Shu Yan had Auntie prepare for you early in the morning. Crab meat xiaolong, intestinal noodles, shrimp dumplings, and tofu brain. Shu Yan didn't know if you like salty tofu brain or sweet, so she asked Auntie to prepare both. Memorize the URL. Ginger Sugar was setting up Ning Chan and Su Shuyan's relationship. Su Shuyan still had the same missy demeanor, and refused to say a few soft words. She raised her snow-white delicate swan neck and said faintly, Nine Dust, thank you for saving us yesterday. From now on you can stay here for as long as you want. I didn't say I was staying here. Nine Dust picked up a shrimp dumpling and threw it into his mouth. What do you mean? Do I have to beg? Su Shuyan didn't expect Ning Chen to be so ungrateful. Wouldn't he go along with it after what he said? This idiot. You stop a few feet every time you come downstairs. You make sure to lock the door at the end of the night. And you secretly throw out all the ingredients I keep in the fridge. So if it weren't for some special reason, do you think I'd want to live here? Nine Dust looked at her without a good look. Hearing Ning Chen picking a whole bunch of faults for himself, Su Shuyan was furious. You love to stay or not? I can't wait for you to move out tonight. With that, she turned and huffed her way up the stairs. Shu Yan, Brother Dolly, alas. Ginger Sugar had wanted these two to use this to repair their relationship, but he hadn't expected that Ning Chen would speak so relentlessly. Brother Dolly, are you and Shu Yan's fate incompatible? Why do you fight whenever you meet? Ginger Sugar laughed bitterly. It's indeed possible, Nine Dust said fervently. After breakfast he went out to walk the dog. The dog, naturally, was the black dragon Su Shuyan had raised, a German shepherd with one ear missing. Originally, it was to be walked by a nanny, but since Nine Dust had moved in, the job had been handed over to him. After a while, the black dragon and Nine Dust got acquainted, wagging its tail whenever it saw him. Brother Dolly, actually Shu Yan has a very kind heart. She's just spoiled and has a bit of a big lady's temper. Ginger Sugar accompanied Nine Dust to walk her dog today and hang out in the picturesque Rose Garden neighborhood. She looked at the black dragon and said, the black dragon was found on the side of the road during the winter break of our freshman year of high school. Its previous owner was a pervert and used scissors to cut off its ears. Shu Yan saw that it was pitiful, so she brought it back to raise it. Nine Dust nodded woodenly. Going back in the evening, Ginger Sugar spoke to the sullen Su Shuyen again. Shuyen, why don't you cook yourself tomorrow morning and make a bowl of noodles for Brother Dolly? Why would I make it for him to eat? Su Shuyen was still grumbling about the morning's events. After all, Brother Dolly saved our lives, as well as Uncle Su's and Auntie Xiao's. It's a life-saving favor, Ginger Sugar advised. He also just made a mistake. Su Shuyen muttered. Shuyen, I think the reason why Brother Dolly doesn't buy it is because you're not sincere in repaying the favor. How much does an early breakfast cost? And you still asked Auntie to buy it, Ginger Sugar stated. Then how else to repay the favor? Do you want me to give my body in return? I don't want it. Su Shuyen, in her bones, still has a little dislike for this town youth. Where were you thinking? I meant for you to cook breakfast yourself. This will definitely touch brother power. Ginger Sugar confidently patted her puffy chest. Alright then, I'll try. Tomorrow morning. Su Shuyen reluctantly agreed. She, Miss Su, had never cooked for anyone in her life. The next morning, she checked tutorials and asked her aunt for advice, and managed to make a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, only to find that Ningchen had gone out a long time ago, which almost didn't make her angry. Nine Dust ate breakfast in the food court and skipped along to the famous Diamond Clubhouse. Because of the murder, the clubhouse was really seized, and the seal of temporary suspension of business was affixed to the gate. But he heard a scuffle coming from inside. White Primrose is dead. Wang Yinhua, how can a woman like you keep the famous diamond? Today you must sign or not sign. A vicious voice echoed through the front room. A dozen punks stood behind a man in a suit. Most of them had tattoos on their bodies and hated to write the word maniac on their faces. And they all looked like they were gangsters. Zhang Yang, your 4C's gang has stretched its hand too far. The famous diamond is now in my name. I'll die before I sell it to you. Wang Yinhua stood by the front desk and glared at the man in the suit. If you have the guts, get me killed. You don't fucking think I dare? This man, Zhang Yang, walked over and grabbed Wang Yinhua by the neck, pointing to a contract sitting on the front desk, saying, sign it for me. Otherwise I'll send someone to guard here 24 hours a day and make you eat and drink here for the rest of your life. Fine. Have the guts to spend every day here. Wang Yinhua had a tough attitude. Snap. Zhang Yang sent her flying with a loud mouth. Give me a face. I'll let you know the power of our 4C's gang now. What do you guys want? Wang Yinhua's body curled back up, and the corner of her mouth was broken, oozing crimson blood. What for, you say? Zhang Yang stroked his chin and smiled lowly. Wang Yinhua, I heard that you used to be forced by White Snapdragon? By Snapdragon hasn't changed anyone for so many years, so you should be okay, right? Wang Yinhua gritted her teeth and glared at Zhang Yang, so angry that her whole body trembled. Just then, the door to the front hall of the famous Diamond Clubhouse slowly opened. What's going on here? A curious head poked in and asked itself. It was none other than Nine Dust. It's him! Wang Yinhua's pupils suddenly shrunk, as if she had found her savior, and she yelled at the top of her voice. Dusty, hurry up! Go call the police. They're going to kill me. The few 4C's gangsters watching the door were about to blow away Nine Dust, but hearing Wang Yinhua shout like this, he immediately wasn't ready to let him go. This kid is from the White Gang. Bring him in, Zhang Yang said in a deep voice. Flanked by 4C's gangsters, Ning Chen walked into the front hall. Wang Yinhua was a little afraid to look him in the eye. This was because her plea for help just now had actually utilized Nine Dust. And how could Zhang Yang not have imagined that the college student in front of him, who still had a hint of youth and tenderness on his face, was the ruthless man who took out the White Gang boss? Kid, are you here for Wang Yinhua? What's your relationship with her? Zhang Yang walked over and asked with amusement. Me and her? What could I have to do with her? It doesn't matter, Nine Dust said truthfully. Zhang Yang was obviously not too happy with this answer. Never mind, I think you're the little white boy she keeps at school, Zhang Yang said loudly, and turned his gaze to Wang Yinhua. Good you stinking bitch, take the man's money to the school old cow to eat young grass. Really have you? White Primrose head are topped with a piece of green grass. Right, ha ha ha. No, 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 don't you be ridiculous. Wang Yinhua shook her head vigorously, then pounced over and hugged Zhang Yang's thigh. Remember in a second https://m. Brother Zhang I beg you, let him go. He has nothing to do with this. He's still a college student. Nine Dust. This woman. She can really act. The more she said this, the more unlikely Zhang Yang would let Ning Chen go, which would force Ning Chen to take action. It's nakedly phallic. Fuck off. Zhang Yang kicked Wang Yinhua out of the way, then prepared to teach Ning Chen a lesson as a way to coerce Wang Yinhua into signing the contract. But before he could swing his fist, Ning Chen backhanded him with a slap, snapped with a bang. Like a firecracker, Zhang Yang's whole person flew out a long way with the two incisors, hit the wall, and couldn't get up from half a day of pain. Crap, the gangsters of the 4C's gang, startled, did not react for half a day. How come this kid is so powerful? Is he Superman? Seeing this, Wang Yinhua secretly sighed in relief. Ning Chen, however, stepped straight forward and coldly glared at the demonic bitch. You dare to use me? Dusty, I didn't. Wang Yinhua naturally wouldn't admit it, instead showing a face of confusion and innocence. Fuck him up for me. Zheng Yang's growl came out. A dozen or so 4C's gangsters, some carrying chairs, some with bare hands, swarmed up. Roll dash. Nine Dust turned around and delivered a blast. This violent shout contained a trace of true chi, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye, and shaking the 4C's gang's punks back in one fell swoop. 15 or 16 people fell to the ground, blood oozing out of their ears simultaneously, wailing, and some even fainted on the spot. Ning Chen, however, always stood there calmly. Wang Yinhua also covered her ears, revealing an extremely pained expression. It was fortunate that Ning Chen's back was turned to her, or else she could have been directly shocked to death. You. Zhang Yang was the furthest away and pointed at Ning Chen in shock. I'm telling you to get lost. Don't you understand? Nine Dust swept a slanted glance at him. Go. Zhang Yang hurriedly escaped with his minions. Even those who were unconscious were carried away. Thank you, Dusty, for saving my life. Wang Yinhua knelt down in front of Ning Chen. Grateful. I'll be your woman from now on. Fuck off. You wish. Nine Dust cursed angrily, then looked around. What's the situation here now? Where are White Snap's gang of minions? All are in the hospital, Wang Yinhua said weakly. Oh, then I'll be going. Nine Dust turned around and left. Wait, Dusty. Wang Yinhua suddenly thought of something, hurriedly ran up, said, Dust brother, or you to take over the White Gang. Our road is supposed to be whoever has the biggest fist, whoever is the boss. Since by Snapdragon was killed by you. Ahem. He passed away. Then you are naturally the boss of the White Gang. The shares of the famous Diamond Clubhouse I also offer with both hands. What do you think? Not good. Walking down the food street, Ning Chen responded indifferently. Wang Yinhua was stunned. Famous Diamond Club is one of the big nightclubs in Xiqing district, with several $100,000 of water flow a night, plus several food streets near the university town. I don't know how many gangs in the whole Qingzhou have been angered. The 4C's gang is running to rob the famous Diamond Club today. Ning Chen, however, looked uninterested. Wang Yinhua thought that Nine Dust didn't understand, so she elaborated on the benefits of being a gang leader. Brother Dust, as long as you become the leader of the White Gang, no one will dare to touch Li Mei barbecue shop in the future. Wang Yinhua said at the end. It's too much trouble. Nine Dust shook his head. I just want to study well now. Wang Yinhua was a bit speechless. Study? Can you make $1 million a month after studying? Why don't you be the boss of this? Nine Dust suggested. What? I'll be the boss? Wang Yinhua froze. She's just a woman. How can she be the leader of the White Gang? How can her boys obey her? Isn't this clubhouse under your name? It's nothing to be a boss, by the way, Ning Chen said. Wang Yinhua was still a bit hesitant. She had tampered with white primroses well before the famous Diamond Club fell into her hands, but something like being the boss hadn't really occurred to her. With a twinkle in her eye, she had an idea. Dust brother, how about the famous Diamond Clubhouse I come to run? The profit share you half, but if something like today, you have to come to help me, otherwise I am a girl with no one to rely on, Wang Yinhua said in a pitiful manner. All a handful of years old and still girls. Ning Chen secretly laughed, but on his lips, he said, as you wish, but don't come calling me for anything trivial, I don't have time. Really Brother Dust? Thank you Brother Dust. Wang Yinhua bowed repeatedly, feeling that if she followed a godly person like Ning Chen, she would definitely have a future in the future. Subsequently, she got Ning Chen's contact information and took the initiative to send over a sum of money, a whole $3 million. This was only half of the cash on the books of the famous Diamond Club, so one could imagine how much black money White Snap had raked in over the years by running rushhour over the neighborhoods of the West Side University City and squeezing the merchants. On top of that, Ning Chen also handed Wang Yinhua a strange task. Help her go to Lingnan to acquire fresh ghost hand green, to eat, and it's eaten every day. Within a few days after the military training, Qingzhou University organized the games. Clinical 2 became extraordinarily lively. Nine Dust was still as usual, coming to class every day to either sleep on his desk or bury his head. Teachers talked to him, saying that he would not be able to graduate like this, and he was all perfunctory and never took it seriously. Student Nine Dust, what program are you applying for? A pretty girl wearing a neat white shirt and a pillhead held a registration form and walked over to Nine Dust. Nine Dust raised his head. This sister is called Zhang Xinran. the class president of clinical class 2, listening to Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan said, she is also a local of Qingzhou, her family is very favorable. Enroll? I wasn't planning on signing up. Nine Dust wasn't interested in the games at all. No. Zhang Xinran was very strong and said, the counselor stipulated that all the boys in the class have to sign up for at least one event each. Even Fang Tao signed up for the high jump. You can't be an exception. Fang Tao is Fang Xiaofat, 1.6 meters to jump high. Well, quite brave, but I'm really not interested. A hint of bitterness passed through the corners of Ning Chen's mouth. Letting him, a Yuaning stage great cultivator, participate in the school games. Wouldn't it be troublesome if he accidentally broke the world record? Zhang Xinran didn't die and continued to press him. You were so good during military training. Even the instructors defeated you. Why is it so hard to ask you to participate in a sports meeting? There's no push-up program in the games either. If there was, I'd participate, Ning Chen said. You? Zhang Xinran clenched her teeth in anger. Forget it, Xinran. This kind of person is a typical one with no sense of collective honor. A selfish one. At that moment, a voice clearly mixed with sarcasm came from the vice squad leader, Lai Hyunming. He was tall, fair-skinned, and had a sunny disposition that made him popular with the girls in his class. With or without him, Lai Hyunming walked over with a few boys and smiled. Don't worry, Xinran. I've greeted a few buddies in my dormitory, and the next dormitory over, and we'll defend clinical class 2's place in the school games. What a load. Fang Xiaofang, who was next to him, whispered to Zhang Dachuan. Zhang Dachuan, on the other hand, was curious. Ning Chen was so good at doing push-ups. His physical fitness must not be bad, so how come he didn't want to participate in the school games? It was clearly a great time to make a splash. Thank you for supporting me in my endeavors. Hyun Mi-young. Zhang Xinran cast a grateful gaze towards Li Xuanming, then looked at Ning Chen again, her gaze clearly taking on a hint of nastiness. This is the counselor's intention. Everyone has to sign up. If you don't sign up, I'll go and tell the counselor. Why are you so annoying? Nine Dust's head was spinning. Fine. Then feel free to enroll me in anything. Good. Then don't disappear when you get there. Zhang Xinran left after saying that. Back in her seat, she was debating which strength program to help Nine Dust enroll in. Lai Hyunming walked over, picked up a pen, and directly filled in Ning Chen's name in the 100-meter dash column. Hyun Mi-young, what are you? Zhang Xinran was surprised why Lai Xianming helped Ning Chen enroll in the 100-meter dash. Ning Chen was so good at doing push-ups. He was obviously a strength and endurance player. Didn't he say, just report whichever one you want? Lai Hyunming shrugged. Zhang Xinran was unwilling to offend him, and after some thought, he filled in Ning Chen's name in the shot put column again. Of course Nine Dust didn't care about any of this. He only cared about how the next episodes he was watching would unfold. Nine Dust. Another silhouette arrived with a fragrant breeze. Ning Chen raised his head and realized that it was Su Wanxian. Su Lianxian looked haggard, and her eyes were a bit red. Obviously she didn't sleep all night. Ning Chen. Last night. Nothing happened last night, Nine Dust said firmly. I don't believe it. Su Lianxian sat down beside Ning Chen, her beautiful eyes reddening with resignation. Truly a sight to behold. Oh, sell the cake. When Fang Xiaofang heard all of this, his mind was suddenly wide open, and all sorts of unspeakable images surfaced from his mind, and he was envious and jealous of Ning Chen. Pass it down. Ning Chen slept with departmental flower Su last night. He turned his head and said to Zhang Dachuan. What? Zhang Dachuan's jaw directly hit the ground. Ning Chen, you thousand-killing scum. Lai Hyunming heard the news from his roommate and was so angry that he tore up his textbooks. Su Evening Night is recognized as the prettiest girl in the medical department, and he was recently wondering how to chase after her. But he didn't expect Ning Chen to make the first move. This beast. Luckily, Su Wanxian didn't know about Bai Snapdragon's death, or else Ning Chen would really have a bit of a hard time explaining himself. She had come to say thank you, and in the meantime had told about their family, even though Nine Dust wasn't interested. Recently there was a college student entrepreneurship support from the mission committee, and I want to open a milk tea stand. Chatting until almost the end of class, Su Lianyang coldly said, Mom works too hard. Next year's tuition. I want to earn it myself. Not bad. Understanding. Nine Dust perfunctorily turned over a page. Then I'll bring you milk tea every day from now on. Su Lianxian lowered her head. Her pretty face flushed. It's not sweet. I don't like it. Nine Dust turned another page. You can also make it slightly sweet, Su said in a small voice. Nine Dust couldn't take it anymore. He closed his cell phone, and was about to give Su Lianin a good warning. Don't think anything about yourself. It's impossible for the two of us. But when the words came to his mouth, seeing the pitiful expectation in Su Lianin's eyes, he suddenly became a bit intolerant again and had to say, you can bring it if you want to. Aha! Su Lianya finally smiled happily, a pair of spiritual eyes curved like a crescent moon. After a day of classes, the students were discussing about the field day after tomorrow. Ningchen put his hands in his pockets and went straight out of the campus to go to Suwon Evening's house for dinner. By the way, Limei Grill has now become Limei Restaurant. After White Snap died, no one rushed here to cause trouble anymore, but during dinner, Su Haichao came by and asked Limei for money, and the two got into a fight in the back kitchen. Su Lianxian lowered her head and sobbed softly. Ningchen sighed softly, and didn't bother with the idle matters of other people's families, just casually consoled a few sentences. Back at the Rose Garden Villa, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar were not there, and the house was dark. Nine Dust turned on the light and found a strange man with a scarred face sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a playful expression. Drinking tea, Nine Dust asked calmly. Scarface froze. What's with this kid? Wouldn't it be normal to be shocked when a stranger suddenly appears in the house? Not bad mentally. The scar-faced man narrowed his eyes. You're advised to go back to wherever you came from. Don't make a nuisance of yourself. Ning Chen went to the kitchen and made himself a cup of tea. I, Tu Tao, have been in the jungle for more than 10 years. I am not intimidated. The scar-faced man announced himself. Ning Dust was indifferent. You've never heard of me? The scar-faced man asked curiously. Are you famous? Ning Chen leaned against the corner of the table, drinking tea calmly. I am the head of the 10 good men. Zhangbei Tu Tao. The scar-faced man chided. Oh, Ning Chen replied woodenly. Your milk is old and you're still the head of the 10 good men. Awesome. Seek death. A cold light flashed in Tu Tao's eyes as he punched towards Ning Chen. The punch, whistling, was as fast as lightning, moving from the living room to the kitchen door, 10 meters in a flash. Tu Tao was at the peak of external strength, 5 or 6 times stronger than Iron Foot 7. However, in a flash of light, Ning Chen suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and Tu Tao was shocked when his punch missed and hurriedly turned around. Nine Dust was sitting on the sofa and was blowing hot air from his teacup. I don't care if your name is Tu Tao or your milk's name is Tu Tao. Get lost or I'll beat you to death. He threatened faintly. What terrifying speed. Tu Tao obviously didn't take this threat to heart, but was shocked that Ning Chen, at such a young age, had actually practiced his lightness to such an extent, and his heart was suddenly a bit bottomless. But if the mission is not accomplished, there is no way to account for it on the family head side. At that moment, it coincided with Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar coming back from outside shopping, arm in arm. Tu Tao looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room and suddenly grinned. They are your girlfriends, right, kid? You've got a lot of luck with women, but if you don't come with me tonight, I'll kill them all. You have martial arts. They don't, and you can't protect them 24 hours a day. Ha. Ning Chen held his teacup and silently sighed. He, hates it when people threaten him. Half a minute later, Brother Dolly, why are you back so early today? Ginger Sugar opened the door to the house, changed into slippers, and found that Ning Chen was not in the living room, but in the yard with a shovel shoveling soil. Memorize the URL. Brother Dolly, what are you burying? Ginger Candy ran over curiously. Nothing, planted some vegetables. Nine Dust covered the soil tightly and stepped on it a few times. Who gave you permission to grow vegetables? Su Shuyan's voice came. She was dressed exquisitely today. A small perfumed short skirt with a one-neck blouse, revealing her sexy and delicate collarbone, and a pair of ginkgo leaf earrings that added a touch of flavor, with jean shorts underneath. I don't know how many males I've caused to glance sideways and turn around along the way. What are you looking at? Su Shuyan realized that Ning Chen was staring at her, so she raised her head proudly. So this guy, he likes to look at legs. That's good. You're quite pretty today, Nine Dust said seriously. Humph, want you to say? Su Shuyan turned around and ruffled her hair, going back into the living room. She even stood on her tiptoes a little bit as she walked so that those legs would look longer, despite the fact that she was already a proud 5'7". Brother Dolly, Shu Yan bought a lot of fruits. Eat them together. Ginger Sugar smiled happily. Alright, you guys go first, Ning Chen greeted. Well, come on. After Ginger Sugar ran away as well, Nine Dust finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Shuyan found out that he had buried someone in the yard, he would probably be so scared that he would have a heart attack on the spot. The only one who witnessed the whole thing was the black dragon who was lying silently in the doghouse. Hush! Nine Dust made a silencing motion at it, then put the shovel back in the utility room and went back to eating fruit and watching TV with the two girls. Su Shuyan was wondering why this guy was so honest today. In the latter half of the night, Nine Dust wanted to move the man away, but on second thought, it was buried more than 10 meters deep, so it shouldn't be exposed, right? So he went to the farmer's market the next day and bought some baby bok choy seeds and sowed them in the corner of his yard. As long as he didn't say anything, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar would never know about this. Sports day. It's sunny and crowded at the Qingdao University Stadium. Su Lianxian really brought milk tea for Ning Chen. The homemade kind. The packaging is not very nice, but the flavor is not bad. No different from the store-bought. 9 dust. How does it taste? In the clinical class 2 seating area, Su Lianyang sat next to Ning Chen, looking at him with an expectant expression. Average. Not very good. 9 dust sucked in a single gulp and set the empty cup aside. Su Lianxian revealed a bright and sweet smile and said, "You have a huge lung capacity." While she was speaking, the audience somehow boiled for a while, drowning out the words lung capacity. And Su Evening Night increased the volume on the last 3 words so that Ning Chen could hear them clearly. Thus, Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan, who happened to walk over, were dumbfounded. Crap. Ning Chen, departmental flower Su, you two are too spirited, aren't you? Discussing this kind of topic in broad daylight. Fang Xiaofang swallowed his saliva. Ha! Su Lianxian pressed on, not knowing what they were talking about. Get lost. 9 dust glared at the two of them. The two sat down, and Fang Xiaofang looked at him with an envious face. Then said, 9 dust, I just took a look at our class's entry form. How come you participated in 2 events, 2 programs? 9 dust frowned, and it didn't matter. Seeing Su Evening Night sitting beside him with a well-behaved face, he casually asked, Evening Night, have you enrolled yet? No, Su Lianyang shook her head. I'm not physically fit, since I was a child. Then go borrow a rechargeable treasure for me. My cell phone isn't getting much power. 9 dust interrupted her. Good. Su Lianyang immediately got up. The rest of the class was outraged at the sight. This 9 dust, actually calling out the flower of their medical department as if she was a maid. It was really too much. Su Wanwan, don't go. One of the boys couldn't look away and rose indignantly, with heartache in his eyes. Does he have no legs and won't go borrow them himself? Ning Chen didn't even need to look. He knew that it was Vice Class President Lai Xianming. He'd been upset ever since he'd stolen his thunder during military training. It's fine. I'll make a quick trip to the dormitory. Su Lianin smiled embarrassedly, then bypassed Lai Xianming and jogged all the way out of the stadium seating area. Mad. Lai Xianming clenched his fists, looking at Su Lianya's clear, pretty and moving, yet slightly hurried silhouette. A rage called jealousy arose. 9 dust. Did you save the life of Su's system flower? Fang Xiaofang said seriously. Why else would she bring you milk tea again and run errands for you? How do you know? 9 dust gave Fang Xiaofang a surprised look. I really did save her life. There was a wave of contempt from the surrounding students, and no one believed it at all. Only Fang Xiaofang secretly made a childish gesture, and also raised an eyebrow at Ning Chen. So, you two really have. 9 dust was about to clarify. Lai Xianming suddenly said in a conspiratorial manner. Alas. Su department flower is as simple as a blank sheet of paper. Certain people are probably stalking to chase Su department flower into their hands. It's really despicable and shameless. Ning Chen also followed his kind of tone and sighed. Alas, certain people can't chase after the goddess of their hearts even if they are stalking them. It's really pathetic. Blanche. Ning Chen. You scum. Who are you calling pathetic? Lai Xianming exploded with anger, pointing at him and cursing. I'll call whoever's right pathetic. Ning Chen didn't even look back. Put. Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan both erupted in laughter. Lai Xianming was indeed in a hurry with this current appearance. Nima. Lai Xianming's face turned green. He hurriedly explained. Su Lianya is not my goddess. My goddess is Su Shuyan from the art department. Oh, Su Shuyan ah. Ning Chen had a dawning look on his face, thinking to himself that if this brat, Lai Xianming, knew that he was living right alongside Su Shuyan, he wondered if he would vomit blood in anger. And after Lai Xianming reported Su Shuyan, most of the boys in the class nodded their heads very approvingly. Su Shuyan is really pretty. Just 1 week after enrollment, she was awarded the title of the school flower of Qingdao University, shaking off the second place by more than 10,000 votes. Although Su Lianin was pure and moving, her face value was still a little bit worse than Su Shuyan's. Ning Chen, however, knows that Su Wan Evening is just from a poor family and doesn't like to dress up. If she changes her clothes, does her hair, and puts on a little makeup, she may not be worse than Su Shuyan. Not a moment later, Su Lianxian fetched the rechargeable treasure from the dormitory. Fragrant forehead drenched in fine sweat, petite mouth panting, even the black and soft green silk are wet a few locks, obviously is the top of the scorching sun all the way trotting over. Thanks haha. Ning Chen casually took it and charged up his cell phone, not asking if Su Wanxian was hot or tired. Scum! The boys cursed furiously in their hearts. Su Lianye, however, didn't mind at all and continued to sit beside Ning Chen, looking for him to chat for a while every now and then. Mostly, though, She just watched him quietly, as if that was enough. Remember in a second https://m. And after the opening ceremony, the school games were officially played. Nine Dust's shot put competition was scheduled for 10:30 in the morning. There were more than 40 people who participated in the shot put competition. Basically all of them were relatively strong students, and there were even several of them who were taller than 1 meter 9, with big waists and full of pugnacity. Ningchen belonged to the type that had meat off his clothes and was skinny in his clothes, and when placed inside a group of muscular men, he was set off a bit thin. Old Zhang. Look at that girl. Isn't she the 6th on the school flower list? Su Evening Night? Su Wanwan, the poor school girl whose family is poor. Someone soon noticed Su Wanxian. Despite wearing a plain old high school uniform and having long hair, it didn't stop her from being noticed. Without thinking, Zhang Yun took a big step forward. Hello schoolgirl, I'm the president of the junior league club. Zhang Yun. Su Evening Night was chatting with the 2 roommates who accompanied her over. Suddenly being approached by a big man, she couldn't help but be a little alarmed. Hello, schoolmate, I think you're very pretty. Can you give me your WeChat? Zhang Yun tried his best to maintain his poise. This. Su Yanyan subconsciously looked toward Ningchen. Nine Dust seemed to have a face of indifference. I'm sorry, senior. Su Wanxian politely declined. It was expected that Zhang Yun would back off like other suitors. Give it a chance, sister. Zhang Yun crossed his arms, revealing the sturdy muscles on his arms. Honestly, schoolgirl, you have such a soft character. You should find a powerful boyfriend to protect you, or else there will be a lot of hooligans harassing you. Aren't you just a hooligan? Fang Xiaofang muttered from the side, but didn't he dare to be too loud. Senior, Late Night has a boyfriend. At this time, Su Evening Night's roommate, Su Rongli, couldn't stand to watch and nonchalantly pointed at Ningchen. That's him, his name is Ningchen. Schoolgirl, is he your boyfriend? Zhang Yun pointed at the skinny Ningchen with a surprised look on his face. Su Lianxian lowered her head, feeling a slight disappointment in her heart at Ningchen's indifference. Ningchen, are you still a man? Zhang Ying, another female classmate, glared at him and said, Evening is being harassed. Why don't you react at all? Why should I react? Nine Dust felt puzzled. Because Late Night is your girlfriend. Zhang Ying scolded. What kind of man are you if you don't even protect your girlfriend? Ying, you don't say it. He actually is not. Yet Su Lianin's voice was so small that everyone almost didn't hear it. Nine Dust was speechless. Why does everyone think Su Wanwan is his girlfriend? Can't there be some pure friendship between a man and a woman? The world. Sick. Zhang Yun was a veteran of love affairs and knew what was going on as soon as he took one look at this scene. These two are 80% just happened to be on, and haven't made it public yet. Junior brother Nine Dust, with this skinny little body of yours, you still dare to come to the shot put competition. You're very brave. Zhang Yun scoffed as he reached out and pushed his hand towards Ningchen, wanting to push him into a big heap and make him lose face. However, Ningchen was like an old tree that had taken root, allowing the large, rough hand to exert force on his shoulder, and remain still. How is that possible? Zhang Yun's face turned red as he realized that he couldn't push Ningchen at all. I don't believe it. Zhang Yun was a shot put practitioner. His strength was several times that of his peers, so how could he not be able to push a freshman? Only to see him sink his waist and exert himself. His entire palm was pressed against Ningchen's chest, but Nine Dust suddenly flashed. Zhang Yun ran forward several steps in a row due to inertia, and would not have fallen, but unfortunately, the former made a bad move and flexed his fingers. An invisible and colorless true chi tripped Zhang Yun. Ugh! With a thud, Zhang Yun landed on his face and fell backwards. Look! Isn't that Zhang Yun from the shot put club? What's he doing? A lot of people looked over, including a couple of gym teachers. Ningchen lifted his finger, only to hear a hiss. With a sound, Zhang Yun's crotch exploded, and a pair of maiden warrior-themed shorts were exposed. But, ha. The onlookers, students and faculty, laughed their asses off. Especially Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan laughed the loudest. Shit! Zhang Yun hurriedly climbed up and borrowed a jacket to tie around his waist, gritting his teeth and glaring at Ningchen. Brat! You dare to shade me! Senior, it's only September. Why are you paying your respects to everyone? Ningchen laughed slightly. Also, senior, your style is very chic. I can't imagine that a 6'9" hunk of a man likes girly things. TSK, a bit interesting. Damn. Zhang Yun subconsciously covered his buttocks and his old face turned eggplant purple. With his quirks exposed in public, he really wanted to find a crack in the ground. He especially wanted to die when he saw Su Wanjin looking at him with an odd look. Brat, you wait for me. Zhang Yun couldn't wait to tear Ningchen alive. Su Evening Night's two girlfriends, Su Rongli and Jiang Ying, also laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Instead, she looked at Nine Dust with a very skeptical look. Before long, the shot put competition began. Zhang Yun's self-confidence followed. I'm telling you, there's no one in this college who can throw the shot put better than me, Zhang Yun said in a very pretentious manner, and also took his hand and patted his chest. The shot put record of Qingdao University is held by me, and no one has been able to break it in 3 years. He purposely said it very loudly so that Su Wanjian's side could hear it as well, but Su wasn't too keen on it, because not many people like shot put in the first place. In terms of spectacle, far less than sprinting, basketball in these, only I can break my record. Zhang Yun had just finished yelling these words. Nine Dust then stood in a good position and casually threw the lead ball. Teachers and students onlookers, only to see a black shadow floated past their eyes. The lead balloon thud. The lead ball landed 20 meters away with a thud. Oh no! Ningchen secretly said that it was bad, and he didn't control the force. Crap, did I read that right? Throw it so far. I was just going to say he can't even backslide. This is more than 10 meters. No, I'm afraid it's 20 meters. No, it can't be. I must be dreaming. The world record is only more than 20 meters. The scene was in uproar. Even the dang judges were dumbfounded, staring daggers at Ning Chen. When Zhang Yun saw where the lead balloon landed, he was even more frightened and let out a strange cry. Crap! Soon the amount of grades came out. 21 meters 41. Broke a national record. The world record is 23 meters 12. The field of play for the shot put fell into dead silence. A freshman who broke the national shot put record gave the crowd a sense of unreality. Alas! Trouble. Nine Dust sighed secretly. Not far behind her, Su Lianxian was leading the applause. Wow! That's great! Su Ronli, Jiang Ying were dumbfounded, as well as Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan, looking at Ning Chen like he was a monster. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the ball. Zhang Yun yelled, out of control, and rushed towards the lead ball that Ning Chen had thrown, but no matter how much he checked, the ball was a standard 7.26 kilograms. At this moment, he sat on his butt. Faith is crumbling. Nine Dust didn't bother striking him again. Turning around and heading back to his class, he considered casting a spell to erase the memories of the onlookers, but that would mean wasting spiritual energy, or forgetting about it. News of the shot put competition spread quickly. Most people don't believe that a freshman can break a national record. That's a joke. If we're talking about the national soccer team, then anything is possible. But this is shot put. And if the national team can't even beat a college student, they might as well disband where they are. Lai Xianming also expressed his mockery of Nine Dust without mercy. If this kid breaks the national record, I'll fucking eat the shit out of every toilet in the school. The game was not videotaped. Nine Dust thought that this matter could be put off. Unexpectedly, a group of teachers quickly and aggressively approached. The department head Lu Wei and Counselor Wang Chuan are in it. Which one is Nine Dust? The bald department head came over and asked. Reporting to Director Lu. It's him, he's Ning Chen. Lai Xianming thought that he was here to trouble Ning Chen, and immediately pointed at him and shouted, as if he had been beaten up. The bald department head was amazed that this kid, a full meter over the national record? Nine Dust, the counselor and department head are here. Su Lianye and Fang Xiaofang they hurriedly reminded. Ning Chen reluctantly got up. Counselor Wang, Director Lu, the 21 meters 41 just now. You threw that? A middle-aged man with a serious temperament came forward, his hands behind his back, sizing up Nine Dust with a skeptical look on his face. Yes, Nine Dust knew that with so many pairs of eyes watching at the scene, there was no way to hide it. Can you tell me how you did it? The middle-aged man asked. Not really. Nine Dust spread out both hands. Ning Chen, get your attitude right. Counselor Wang Chuan, anxious head white face reprimand. This is the City Sports Bureau office of the Deputy Director of the Ma. Come to school guidance today. You hurry to tell the truth. I don't know. That's the truth. Nine Dust blinked. Ma Hong was a bit speechless and offered to let Ning Chen throw it again, where Ning Chen was happy to run. He refused on the spot. Ning Chen, what's wrong with you? Do whatever you're told to do. Where's all the nonsense? Wang Chuan was not happy and scolded. Go ahead and throw it then. I'm lazy. Nine Dust simply sat back down. You, Wang Chuan almost didn't die of anger. This kid, in front of so many people, actually didn't give him face as a counselor. Ma Hong frowned. He had never seen such an arrogant student either. The Clinical 2 class was in an uproar, and even the next class came over to see what was going on. Lai Xianming immediately jumped out, pointing at Ning Chen's nose and cursing. Ning Chen, how are you talking to Counselor Wang? How I talk to Counselor Wang is none of your business. Ning Chen didn't even look at him when he spoke, but it pissed him off. Just as the dislike was about to start, an old and young figure appeared, sparking the attention of the whole audience. Oh, Deputy Director Ma, Goodbye. Ningchen heard the voice sound a bit familiar and turned his head to see that it was the old principal, Wen Yu. There was also his granddaughter, Wen Qinglan, who accompanied him. That senior sister Wen Qinglan? Sure is pretty. The freshmen in the audience were a sight to behold. Wen Qinglan was wearing a set of tight-fitting sportswear today, revealing her diminutive figure, and coupled with a clear, pretty and cold face, it really made people move their eyes a little bit. Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan and their eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Elder 1, old headmaster, the department head, Lu Wei, Counselor Wang Chuan, and the deputy director of the sports bureau, Ma Hong, hurriedly greeted Wen Yu with a very respectful expression, especially Ma Hong, who had a respectful attitude. Working in the office of the municipal sports bureau, he had access to many social resources, and knew that the president of the University of Qingdao was only the most inconspicuous of Wen Yu's many titles. Without waiting for him to speak, Wen Yu smiled and spoke, Deputy Director Ma, let's take a step to speak. Ma Hong would not dare to disobey. Come to one side. What are your instructions, old principal? Ma Hong asked. Ningchen isn't an ordinary college student. He's a martial artist. Wen Yu went straight to the point. Martial artist? Ma Hong's pupils shrunk. He got it right away. Elder 1. I remember that the Ancient Martial Arts Association has a clear rule that martial artists are not allowed to participate in secular world sporting events. How is this? Ma Hong asked again. This child, Nine Dust, is a bit special. I'll explain it to you later, Elder 1 said perfunctorily. Alright, Elder 1. I understand. Ma Hong let out a sigh of relief. The words of a martial artist would make sense. The group of martial artists is terrifying. It's not too much to say that it's a bunch of supermen. Even the Olympic champions are the bottom of the pile in there. Wang Chuan and Lu Wei's side were still counting Ningchen, saying that the old principal had come over and told him to cooperate later and do whatever he was told to do. Nine Dust dug his ears, as if treating them like air. Nine Dust, you'd better be more cooperative, or else I'm afraid that the counselor and department head will give you small shoes. Su Evening Night, who was beside her, advised in a low voice, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. She's heard a lot about schools putting shoes on students. If you don't listen, a diploma can hold you for half your life. It's okay. Nine Dust had a disinterested look on his face. He was supposed to be a mixer. Nine Dust, stand up. Lu Wei, the department head, whispered in a chorus. Old principal and vice director Ma are coming over. Oh, Ningchen agreed with his mouth, but his body didn't react at all. You're fucking paralyzed? Wang Chuan, the counselor, couldn't wait to smack Ningchen to death with his big ear. When a student does not listen to the authority, the department will definitely doubt his ability, which will directly affect his future. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan lowered his voice and said, Ningchen, do you still want to graduate? Whatever. Nine Dust remained indifferent. Wang Chuan was still the first time he ran into such a prickly freshman, and he was so angry that his face turned red. Just then, when Yu and Ma Hong walked back, Wang Chuan and Lu Wei were so anxious and sweaty that they couldn't wait for one of them to rack Ningchen up from his seat. This kid, how dare he go against the counselor and department head? He's simply living out of his mind. Lai Hyunming was happy. Is it true that he doesn't want to graduate? Zhang Xinran frowned. Nine Dust. At this moment, when Yu's majestic voice came, and everyone tensed up. It's almost noon. Let me buy you a meal. Memorize the URL. When Yu's tone carried a hint of amiability, a question mark rose above the heads of the onlookers. The old principal invited a freshman to dinner. Did they hear right? Hey, Grandpa's calling you. When Qinglan unhappily walked up to Ningchen, but his gaze quickly sized up Su Wanxiang. What a pretty girl. Is she this guy's girlfriend? She thought secretly in her mind. Su Lianxian also hurriedly pushed Ningchen's arm. Only then did Ningchen lazily reply. What's to eat? Old man 1. Lu Wei and Wang Chuan and the others almost fell to the ground in a heap. The students all opened their mouths wide and thought they had heard wrong. Nine Dust called the old principal. Old man? Is he crazy? When Qinglan was about to have a fit when Wen Yu waved his hand. The steamed sea base in the third cafeteria is good. Let's eat this. Okay. Ningchen was finally willing to get up and follow master and daughter Wen Yu out. Seeing this, Ma Hong also said, Director Lu, the bureau still has some things to do, so I won't stay much longer. Lu Wei and Wang Chuan rushed to send, leaving only a group of dumbfounded students. They didn't understand that Ningchen was so disrespectful to the old principal that the old principal actually invited him to lunch. The old principal is actually such an easygoing person. Lai Hyunming's heart was secretly shaken. He immediately thought of something he'd been struggling with lately, and it would be a good idea to ask the old principal for help. 3 cafeterias. When Yu and Ningchen sat down, and when Qinglan was in charge of going to get the food, that's a very fresh base. Bark bark bark. Ning Chen spoke as he ate, and in his heart, he couldn't help but miss the even more delicious spirit carp of the lesser southern heavenly realm. There really wasn't much that held his interest anymore, other than eating. When you smiled and didn't rush to move his chopsticks, little friend, you have the strength of the great perfection of outer strength, and your physical fitness is inferior to even the Olympic champion. Why would you want to go to the school games? He asked. What else could it be? Pretending, Wen Qinglan said in a good-natured manner. Nine Dust ignored her and replied, I didn't want to participate either, but our class president and counselor are too annoying. So it is. When you smiled bitterly, I'll say hello to the head of your department this afternoon. Your situation is still quite special. Really? Then thank you, Elder One. Ning Chen laughed as well, then used his chopsticks to point at the sea base on Wen Yu's dinner plate. Are you going to eat this one? Ha! Wen Yu froze, then pushed the dinner plate to Ning Chen. You eat. I'm not hungry. I mainly want to talk to you today. Great. Ning Chen nonchalantly took it and feasted on it. 2 large perch plus some vegetables and rice went into his mouth like a windfall. Hey, you're starving. What are you going to eat after you eat, Grandpa? Wen Qinglan died speechless and slapped the table. It's okay. It's okay. It's a blessing for young people to be able to eat. When you smiled and waved his hand before asking, little friend, has anyone been following you recently? You mean, the Duan family, Ning Chen said as he ate. They came over to you? Wen Yu's brows sank. No. Nine Dust shook his head and hid the matter of Tu Tao, the head of the 10 good men. It shouldn't. When you frowned, the Duan family acts ruthlessly, and if there is hatred, it should not be delayed for so long. Anyway, little friend should be careful recently. The Duan family will not let you go easily. Got it. Nine Dust said perfunctorily. One more thing. When you spoke again, his expression taking on a few points of seriousness, little friend knows about the Ancient Martial Arts Association, right? I don't know. Nine Dust shook his head honestly. The Winchesters were both confused. You don't even know about the Martial Association? Wen Qinglan wondered if Ning Chen was playing a trick on her. Why do I have to know? Nine Dust wondered. Wen Qinglan was speechless. Being a martial artist and not knowing about the Martial Association was as outrageous as an ordinary person not knowing about the Public Security Bureau. Soon after, she briefly introduced this organization with the greatest power in the martial world to Ning Chen. In short, martial artists are not allowed to participate in any secular tournaments. This is a rule under the martial agreement, which you can understand as the laws of the martial arts world. Speaking at the end, Wen Qinglan admonished word for word. I'm just going to participate in a school athletic meet. What's it got to do with them? Ning Chen had a disdainful look on his face. They'll arrest you and put you in a prison specifically tailored for martial artists. Wen Qinglan said coldly. Ha! Nine Dust laughed. You think I'm joking? Wen Qinglan's petite face was cold and pretty as she said very seriously. In order to prevent martial artists from influencing the lives of ordinary people, the laws of the Martial Association are far more stringent than those of ordinary people. You'd better be honest, or when you go in, don't say I didn't warn you. Qinglan, it's not that serious. When you waved his hand, the school games aren't the Olympics. It's a warning at best. Grandpa, Qingda is under your jurisdiction. In case this brat stirs up any trouble, you won't be the one to be held accountable. Wen Qinglan said with dissatisfaction. She always felt that her grandfather was too indulgent towards Nine Dust. If it were up to her, she would have sent Nine Dust to the martial arts institution for rehabilitation, so that he could learn some rules. I'm full, not wanting to stay here any longer. Nine Dust picked up his dinner plate and got up. And wait, when you called out to him and smiled as he took out a long-prepared business card from his jacket pocket. Little friend, this has my number on it. In case you encounter anything tricky, remember to call me. Nine Dust swept a glance. Good lord. The old man has quite a few titles. Honorary President of Qingzhou University, Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors of Gentle Pharmaceuticals, Permanent Member of the Qingzhou branch of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. There were also some kind of organization's researcher and some kind of association's honorary advisor underneath, and it was hard to look at Ning Chen's eyes. All right. Ning Chen grudgingly took Wen Yu's business card, then picked up his dinner plate and walked towards the cafeteria to pour the leftovers. Grandpa, why are you giving this brat so much face? I get angry when I see him. What's with the tugging? Wen Qinglan was very upset with Ning Chen's attitude. 19 years old. Outer strength, great achievement. Isn't that enough qualification to tug? When you laughed bitterly, you've only just begun with external strength. You still have to practice hard for at least 5 or 6 more years before you can reach his realm. Grandpa, why are you elbowing out? Wen Qinglan was not happy. Contrary to the clear and proud norm, she pouted her cherry mouth. I will use my energy in the future. I will definitely surpass him. Hard O. When you looked towards Ning Chen's back, This young man is not afraid of the Duan family's retaliation, but also does not put the Martial Arts Association in his eyes. Is he a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers? Or does he have some kind of backbone? Old man 1. At this time, a boy walked over to the table and looked at Wenyu with a smile. Wenyu froze for a moment, and the pretty face of Wen Qinglan by his side chilled as she said to him, "Who are you?" "Hello Sister 1. My name is Lai Hyun-ming. I'm the vice class president of the second class of clinical medicine. And I'm looking for old man 1 today because I have a little something I want to report." The boy hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the matter and had a bright smile on his face. "1 How dare you? Remember in a second https://m. Wen Qinglan was furious and slammed the table, only to hear bang. The 2 dinner plates were sent flying, and the long table was shaken. Throughout the first floor hall of the cafeteria, hundreds of students heard the commotion and turned their heads. "What? One school sister? I just want to find the old principal to make some suggestions. The school dormitory air conditioning aging is too serious. It should be replaced." Lai Hyunming was so shocked that he sat on his butt, his face pale. Even the aura of an external force entry martial artist was not something that an ordinary person could carry. "Then why did you call old man 1? Old man 1 is also what you call him. Is it because you're impatient to live?" Wen Qinglan angrily rebuked. If she wasn't in the school cafeteria, she made sure to beat the shit out of the kid. "I heard 9 dust in my class call it that, and I thought the old principal liked." Lai Hyunming stammered his reply, then quickly got up from the ground and bowed 90 degrees to apologize. "I'm sorry old principal. I'm sorry school sister 1. I. Stop it and get your class counselor over here." When you was not without a temper. A few hours later, the school radioed a disciplinary action. Lai Hyunming, the vice president of the second clinical class of the Faculty of Medicine, was disrespectful to the old principal. In order to take the school discipline seriously and educate myself, it was decided by the school leaders that Lai Hyunming should be given a warning penalty. Ning Dust heard the briefing is still a little surprised. Lai Hyunming, this kid cannot see. Quite bullish. The most action-packed race of the afternoon was the men's 100-meter dash. The final round of the semifinals was played. Ning Chin was in the 4th lane and ran forward at a speed neither too fast nor too slow, eventually winning the 2nd place and advancing to the final without any danger. At this time, 2 pretty girls, one tall and one short, passed by the plastic runway, and the shorter one, in surprise, pointed at Ning Chen and shouted, "Shu Yen, look, isn't that brother Dolly?" The short girl is Ginger. The tall girl was naturally Su Shuyen. She glanced at Nine Dust and was quite surprised. He actually made it to the finals. "I can't believe that brother Dolly is not only strong, but also fast." Ginger Sugar quietly bumped her best friend with her shoulder and smiled wryly. "Shu Yen, you'll be blessed to marry brother Dolly in the future." "What nonsense are you talking about you?" Su Shuyen heard the words in Jiang Sugar's words and glared at her without any good reason. "Schoolgirl Su?" Suddenly, a tall and handsome boy ran over from the other side of the competition field and looked at Su Shuyen in surprise. Even with her sun hat and sunglasses on today, Su Shuyen's beautiful legs attracted the attention of countless students as she walked along. Xing Shufei even recognized the owner of these stunningly beautiful legs at a glance. "Who are you?" Su Shuyen half removed her sunglasses and swept her eyes at the boy, knowing that he was another annoying suitor. The boy froze for a moment. "Su Shueme, I'm Xing Shufei from the track and field team. We were chatting in the cafeteria a few days ago." "Oh, it's you," Su Shuyen answered, without much expression on her face. She didn't have such a bad memory, she just simply didn't want to be bothered. Who knew that Xing Shufei didn't know what to do and still smiled as he came up. "Sister Su, the finals are about to start. Do you want to stay and watch me play?" "No, I have things to do later," Su Shuyen stated coldly. "The match is about to start." Xing Shufei tried his best to stay. He was the most handsome on the track, and he made sure to let Su Shuyen see his fitness. That's when some passing students recognized him. "He's Xing Shufei from the track and field team. He sure is handsome. I heard that Senior Xing has been practicing sprinting since he was a child, and now he is a member of the provincial team, and there is still hope that he will be promoted to the national team. So maybe we will be able to see him in the Olympics in the future." Senior Xing's family still runs a company. Super rich. When many freshman girls saw Xing Shufei's handsome side face, their little faces were slightly flushed, and their hearts were even more wistful. There were even those who wanted to come up and ask for contact information, but after seeing Su Shuyen and Jiang Candy's posture, they knew better. Su Shuyen didn't have to show her face. She could kill them just with those stunning legs that were so white they glowed. "You're so famous?" Su Shuyen glanced at Xing Shufei. Xing Shufei laughed. "It's just a school grass. Don't mention it. Schoolmate Su should stay and watch me win the championship. The competition will start soon." Su Shuyen snorted coldly. The competition hasn't even taken place yet. And you know you can win the championship? Ha! Xing Shufei smiled again, confidence written all over his face. In this school, no one has been able to beat me in the sprinting event. I am the absolute king. Have schoolgirls ever heard of dimensional descending strikes? I'm a member of the provincial team, and participating in the varsity games would be considered a descending blow. Su Shuyan snow arms around, half believing, half skeptical. Is not true. So powerful. Schoolgirl, I'll go over first. You'll see what a descending blow means later. Xing Shufei raised an eyebrow at Su Shuyan and winked, almost not making her sick. What a poser. Su Shuyan shook her head. She hated this kind of pretentious man the most. Little sugar. Let us go. Little sugar? The ginger candy is gone. Jogging along, he crossed the plastic runway and appeared behind Ningchen. Brother power. Ginger Sugar tapped Nine Dust on the shoulder from behind and appeared in front of him with a coquettish smile. Hi, Sugar. What are you doing here? Ningchen twisted his head around in surprise, habitually touching her small head with his hand as a smile appeared on his face. Look guys, isn't that Ginger Sugar who's 5th on the school flower list? She was actually groped and killed by a boy. Is it a ginger boyfriend? Many surprised looks were cast around. Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan's jaws almost hit the ground. Brother Dolly, let me tell you. Ginger Candy stood on her tiptoes and whispered a few words into Nine Dust's ear. Ning Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Gingerly? She nodded her head seriously. As good as dead. Okay, no problem. Nine Dust patted his chest. It's not just a championship. I took it with my eyes closed. Really? Brother power? You're that good? Ginger's big, beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Sis, just listen to him brag. There were 2 sophomore boys' voices coming through. They're doing pre-game warm-ups. The 100-meter dash. The winner is definitely Junior Xing Shufei. It's a no-brainer. You're lucky you're not at the bottom of the table. You're a fool to try and win the title. The 2 boys were full of snickers, with a sense of showing off in front of Ginger. Nine Dust was too lazy to bother with them. Sugar, what are you doing here? Su Shuyan chased after her, her face full of displeasure. Just in time for the start of the race, 10 runners made their way to the track. The stadium seats resounded with a mountainous frenzy. Shu Yen, I just told Brother Dolly something, Ginger Sugar said with a smile. What is it? Su Shuyan asked. That. You can't hit me when you hear it. Ginger Candy gazed a little fearfully. What am I hitting you for? Su Shuyan wondered. I told Brother Dolly, if he can win the championship, Shu Yen you let him kiss. Ah. Before Jiang Sugar could finish speaking, Su Shuyan angrily raised her hand and pretended to whip her. Sugar, you've gone too far. I didn't say that. Bang! As the starting gun went off, the 10 contestants shot out from their original positions as vigorously as arrows from a string. Rising Fly started in good shape. Steady. Somewhere in the seating area, a couple of boys from the varsity track team watched and chatted. That goes without saying? Old Xing is definitely number 1. 8 of the 10 finalists are on our track team. And what's with the other 2? Nothing comes from it. It's purely no one. Indiscriminate. These sports students had no doubts about Xing Shufei winning the championship. Isn't a member of the provincial team playing in a varsity sport a descending blow? Is schoolmate Su looking at me? Xing Shufei himself wasn't even concentrating on the race. Passing by the place where he had just met up with Su Shuyan, he even looked back at the moon, and sure enough, he saw Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar. At this moment, in the eyes of the 2 women, there was a deep surprise. Must be surprised at how fast I am. Xing Shufei laughed darkly. It's true, he's only as good as he is on the field of play. He was already fantasizing about Su Shuyan and Ginger blushing as they approached him later after the first one hit the line and asked for her contact information. No, schoolgirl Su is the school flower. It's impossible to be so unreserved. It's better for me to take the initiative. Xing Shufei was indulging in a beautiful dream. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past him, bringing up a strong wind that blew up his hair. What? Xing Shufei almost stared his eyes out when he saw the shadow that ran in front of him. No, it can't be. How can anyone possibly surpass me? Accelerate! Accelerate! Xing Shufei riveted his strength, bursting out the fastest speed in his life, wanting to catch up with that figure, and even shouted at the top of his voice. But in return, the result was getting farther and farther away from that figure. The 2 sophomore boys who had taunted Ningchen before the match also stared with rounded eyes, and one of them even planted his head because he was so surprised that he was not careful with his footing. Aha! Brother Dolly is great. Shu Yen, did you see that? Brother Dolly is in first place. At the side of the field, Ginger Sugar was jumping and dancing, shouting and cheering for Nine Dust. Su Shuyan also stared incredulously. This guy actually ran so fast? Has he practiced? Look, who's that? It's actually faster than a gym student. Crap. Dumping Xing Shufei by several meters. Bull. Xing Shufei is a member of the provincial team. The audience was abuzz. The gazes of tens of thousands of teachers and students moved quickly as Ning Chen rode along until he crossed the finish line and killed the race. 11 seconds 16. The teacher who was responsible for recording the results directly exclaimed in shock, and then held his head with both hands. Crap. This is the national team level. Who is he? Who the hell is he? The heat of the 100-meter dash was, indeed, so much higher than the shot put that almost everyone on the floor was watching. When the students of clinical class 2 saw Ning Chen crossing the finish line first, there were those who screamed and those who were confused. Champion! Brother Dust is the champion! Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan were so excited that they hugged each other. He really won the championship? Su Lianyang covered her face with both hands, unable to believe that the fantasy she had just had actually come true. This can't be. Lai Hyunming gritted his teeth, dying of jealousy. I can't imagine that Ning Chen is actually this powerful. Class President Zhang Xinran also stared with wide eyes. Soon, Su Lianye, accompanied by several roommates, took a bottle of water and ran down the bleachers to find Ning Chen. However, just as it was almost close, Su Wanxian gradually stopped her footsteps. It was because she saw two particularly beautiful girls that were surrounding Ning Chen. One of them was tall, with snow-white skin, and was so beautiful that it seemed as if a fairy had descended to earth. Evening, who are they? Roommate Jiang Ying asked. No, don't know. Su shook her head. Could you scumbag Ning Dust? Having a late night and still hooking up with other girls. Shameless. Another roommate, Su Rongli, rolled up her sleeves and was ready to go forward to question. Rongli? Forget it. We're not actually a couple. Su Wan Evening tugged Su Rongli and shook her head. Ha! The roommates gasped. Su Lianxian took the water and quietly watched Ning Chen chatting with Ginger Sugar and Su Shuyan. Those two girls next to him. They're really pretty. Is it a friend of his? No wonder he's not interested in me at all. Su Wan Evening couldn't help but compare herself with Su Shuyan and Zhang Candy, so she got low self-esteem. This inferiority complex stems more from the family situation. Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar's entire bodies were dressed together, and it was estimated that it would not be less than $1,000, tens of thousands. Actually, while they themselves were all dressed in ground floor goods, Ginger's sunny and cute personality, Su Shuyan's near-perfect features and figure, all made her feel deeply inferior. And not far away, there was another schoolgirl-ranked girl who was also paying attention to Ning Chen, but it was with deep anger. This guy, is he taking me and Grandpa's words for granted? It's okay to participate in the shot put competition, but he dared to participate in the 100-meter dash when so many people were watching, and he even ran at a level comparable to that of the national team. Is he really not afraid of attracting an investigation from the Martial Arts Association? When Qinglan stomped her small feet on the ground, deciding to break it up with Ning Chen in a while, and after seeing the two uncharacteristically pretty girls standing beside Ning Chen, she let out a cold snort. So it's because you're trying to pick up girls? The worst of all has to be Xing Shufei. He had thought that he, a member of the provincial team, was sure to win the championship back at the university tournament and hang on for dear life, but it was such a result. He sat on the ground in great frustration, looking at the all-seeing Ning Chen with a face full of skepticism. The news of a freshman running a time comparable to that of the national team quickly spread across the campus of Qingdao University. Forums, posting, space, various group chats, swiping everywhere. Even the school leaders were alarmed. But when you making a few phone calls, the storm gradually calmed down. This old principal sat in his office and sighed quietly. Young people, they really like to pretend. Alas, after the 100-meter dash, there was no more competition for Nine Dust. He left the stadium straight away under the watchful eyes of the 50 or so students in clinical class 2, and even class president Zhang Xinran didn't have a chance to strike up a conversation with him. Su Shuyan, it's time for you to honor your promise. Somewhere on a tree-lined path on campus, Ning Chen looked at Su Shuyan very seriously. What a promise. Su Shuyan deliberately pretended not to know, her pretty face flushed with red clouds, delicate as a flower. Don't pretend. Sugar told me all about it. Nine Dust shook his head. Honestly, I've been holding back for a long time. Hold back a long time? Su Shuyan's beautiful eyes swept over a trace of dissimilarity. Her gaze darted to glance elsewhere, and she firmly shook her head. Little Sugar was joking. Why are you still taking it seriously? I'm sure I take it seriously. Ning Chen said righteously. Can you eat what you've been cooking these mornings? It's salty to death and bland to death. Anyway, if I win the championship, you'll never make me breakfast again. That's what you said. No backing out. Memorize the URL. Su Shuyan was dumbfounded by what she heard. What are you talking about? Ginger at her side couldn't help but quietly take 2 steps back. Su Shuyan sensed her best friend's dissimilarity, and a touch of shameful sulking quickly rose on her face. Jiang, Xiao, Sugar, I'll fight you. Ah, murderer, brother Dolly save me. Nine Dust had been having a miserable few days, because Su Shuyan didn't know whether she wanted to repay the favor or exercise her cooking skills. She actually made breakfast for him every day. If it tasted good, he would naturally be willing to enjoy it. But this niece had been pampered for 18 years, and her 10 fingers had not been touched by spring water. So what she had made, was it for people to eat? Serve it to the dog won't even eat it. Nine Dust, you've gone too far. After Su Shuyan figured out what had happened, her jade finger pointed at Ning Chen, her voice carrying a hint of crying. Do you realize that even my daddy hasn't eaten my breakfast? And I wouldn't make it for you if I wasn't trying to return the favor. Ning Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of pity for the girl and nodded. Luckily you didn't do it for Uncle Su, or else Uncle Su would have to live for at least 10 years less. Su Shuyan almost didn't faint from anger. You, Nine Dust solemnly stated, and you finished repaying. Don't enter the kitchen in the future. Really, it's just too awful. Nine Dust, you asshole, I hate you to death. Su Shuyan finished cursing and ran away crying. Brother Dolly, you've overstated your words, right? Ginger Sugar was hesitating whether to go after him or not. It wasn't you who made this mess. Nine Dust slanted a glance at her. Alas, you two really have bad luck. Ginger Sugar shook her head helplessly and went after Su Shuyan. Nine Dust was also happy to have some peace and quiet, and skipped all the way to the library. The 2-day school sports day ended quickly. The name Ning Chen quickly resounded both inside and outside the school. Many students speculated if he was a retired Division II national athlete. Surprisingly, the school authorities have not been looking for him to trouble. This big news has always been circulated only among the students. It was hard to make it to the weekend. Nine Dust was preparing to stay in his room and watch all day. Unexpectedly, a knock sounded on the door and Xiao Jing's voice came in. Dusty, in there? Aunt Joe, what's wrong? Hurry up and clean up. Aunt Joe is taking you out to dinner today. Nine Dust was actually not very happy to go out, but when he heard that he was going to the most famous restaurant in Qingzhou, he got right up. Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar had also dressed up and packed up, and were sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing him come out, Su Shuyan turned her delicate snow-white pretty face away, seemingly still angry. Dusty, you've been here in Qingzhou for half a month. Auntie Xiao has been busy with work and hasn't treated you to a proper meal yet. Xiao Jing laughed bitterly. Last time at the Intercontinental Hotel, who would have thought something like that would happen? Alas, things pass. Ning Chen laughed as he put on his clothes. Right, Aunt Xiao, what about that last thing? Haven't asked anything so far? Professional killers are too tight-lipped. Xiao Jing shook her head. It's a nice day. Let's not talk about this. Quickly pack up and let's go out to eat. Yeah, Peach Blossom Hotel. The most famous local hotel in Qingzhou was packed every night, and even the seats in the lobby often had to be reserved a month in advance. Su Jingshan had also utilized the Su family's connections to barely get a seat in the box, but he had a meeting at noon today, so he didn't come over. The Audi A8 traveled all the way north, and after half an hour, it drove into the Jewel Mountain scenic area in Qingzhou. Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, right at the foot of Jewel Mountain, where peach trees are planted on a large scale and the peach blossoms reflect the red color of the people, is a delight to the eyes of tourists. After the car drove into the hotel, Ning Chen steeply sensed something, and his eyes, which had been staring at the screen of his cell phone, flicked to the peach forest outside. Sugar, I don't know why, but every time I come to Peach Blossom Hotel, I feel that the air here is so fresh and my mood follows suit. From the back seat, came Su Shuyan's voice. Really Shuyan, you feel that way too? Ginger Sugar said in surprise. I'm also hey. Every time I come to Peach Blossom Garden I feel that the air here is very fresh. If it weren't for the fact that it's too far away from the school, I'd want to live here. Xiao Jing heard the two women talking and also smiled slightly. Peach Blossom Group has only been established for 5 years, and the return rate is at a record high, mainly because of the environment of the hotel. All those who have been here will have the feeling that they have broken into a paradise from the hustle and bustle of the city. A professional team has evaluated the air quality of the Peach Blossom Hotel and concluded that it is higher than that of a 5A scenic area. No one knows how the Peachtree Group does it. That's why Peach Blossom Group's stock has been going up and up. Ning Chen, however, could see the signs as soon as he came in. Spirit gathering formation. The foundation of this hotel is actually a large spirit gathering array? Nine Dust's eyes flashed in surprise as he looked around. Although it's the most crude spirit gathering formation, it does serve to gather spiritual chi. No wonder this hotel is so hot. Where the aura of heaven and earth converge, it is often a feng shui treasure. Fresh air, just the most basic phenomenon. the concentration of aura further up, the human body will undergo a metamorphosis. Strong body, ears and eyes, quick thinking, and even life expectancy will be extended. Unfortunately, the foundation of the spirit gathering array used by this hotel was far from being able to achieve the effect of being able to prolong life, and at best, it could keep the guests who stayed here for a long time in good health. The boss behind the Peach Blossom Group must be a cultivator. Nine Dust thought in his heart. Getting out of the car, he followed Aunt Joe, all the way up to the 6th floor. The interior of the hotel is decorated in an idyllic style, giving you a feeling of returning to nature. Shuyen? The group walked and chatted, when suddenly a surprised voice came. Su Shuyen twisted her head to look and realized that it was actually Chen Jihao. Ning Chen also recognized this first rich second generation he had stepped on when he came to Qingzhou. Shuyen, what a coincidence. You also came to Peach Blossom Garden for dinner? Ha ha, Qingzhou is so big. We are really destined to be together. Chen Jihao happily left a few of his friends behind and came striding over. Seeing that Xiao Jing was also there, he hurriedly greeted. Hello Auntie Qiao. It's you. After realizing that Nine Dust was also present, Chen Jihao almost swung his fist and charged. This dog, he knows it even if it turns into ashes. Dusty, you know Jihao? Xiao Jing frowned and asked Nine Dust. Chen Jihao was Shu Yan's high school classmate, an uneducated dude, and she didn't want Ning Chen to hang out with this kind of person. Having met a few times, it's not exactly an acquaintance. Nine Dust would answer truthfully. Oh, Zhou Jing then dropped her heart. Auntie Qiao, I've booked a private room here and invited a few friends. Would you like to join us for dinner? Chen Jihao put away the annoyance in his eyes and turned to put on a smiling face. No, we've booked the box. Xiao Jing didn't even think about it and rejected it outright before leading the three of them. Ning Chen, away. Remember in a second https://m, the Chen family, like the Su family, was in the real estate business, and their friendship could only be considered average. She did hear from Su Jingshan that the father and son, Chen Yaozu and Chen Jihao, were no good, and were also extremely deeply involved with the gangs on the road. Chen Jihao was a bit embarrassed and disappointed after being rejected. He also wanted to take the opportunity to show off his family's financial power so that he could show Su Shuyan's mother, and in the meantime, suppress this little scumbag named Ning Chen a bit more. Just when he thought he didn't have a chance today, a turnaround came. I'm sorry, Mr. Qiao. Little Lu is new to us here, and was too negligent in his work. I apologize on behalf of the hotel. A middle-aged man in a suit kept apologizing to Xiao Jing outside a box on the 6th floor, next to the front desk girl. Her face is even more difficult to see, because she remembered to mix up the reservation of the peony room. It led to Zhou Jing arriving at the same time as another guest, but there was only one box. What's wrong with you guys? Xiao Jing was furious and loudly reprimanded. Such a big hotel, making such a low-level mistake? I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhou. This is all our fault. The middle-aged manager and the receptionist girl's waist both bowed into 90 degrees, full of apologies. The middle-aged manager tried to salvage the situation and said, Mr. Qiao, why don't you wait a little while? As compensation, I can give you a discount on your meal. You see, who cares about your discount? Su Shuyan was also very unhappy. Is our Su family worse off than this amount of money? Who are you looking down on? Yes. The middle-aged manager nodded his head. Ginger Sugar sighed softly and turned her head to glance at Ning Chen, who was looking out at the scenery outside the corridor, quietly pondering something. Just then, 4 rich young men dressed in designer labels came this way, talking and laughing. One of them is Chan Chi-ho. He froze at the sight of the front of the box, then slapped his thighs in delight. This little front desk girl is really helping me out. I'll be sure to tip her later when I'm done eating. Ha ha, Chen Jihao's heart was secretly happy, but his mouth said, Auntie Qiao, why don't we make up a table? Anyway, there are only 4 of us, and we can't sit down. Xiao Jing sized up Chen Jihao and his 3 rich second-generation friends, and looked at Su Shuyan with some hesitation. She's the school beauty of City No. 1 High School. Su Shuyan? What City First High School? People are now the school flower of Qing University. Your news cannot old young. No wonder Jihao is whispering in our ears every other day. This is too beautiful. Goddess. The 3 rich kids, 1 man and 2 women, never took their eyes off Su Shuyan, especially that girl, who had drawn makeup for 3 hours in the morning. Su Shuyan could have seconded her. Su Shuyan was also quite hesitant. She definitely didn't want to sit at the same table with Chen Jihao for dinner, but she has been longing for the Westlake vinegar fish and Longjing shrimp from Peach Blossom Garden. At that moment, she glanced at Ning Chen, thinking, doesn't Ning Chen have a grudge against Chen Jihao? Why don't we take this opportunity to make a good fool out of him, so that he can taunt me about my difficult cooking? After making up her mind, Su Shuyan tilted her head and smiled at Xiao Jing. Mommy, it's almost noon. Let's eat here. I'm craving for their vinegared fish. What do you think, little sugar? Ginger Sugar immediately responded. I want to eat cassoulet spring bamboo shoots. That's fine. Xiao Jing nodded and walked into the box. She didn't say anything about the trouble. After all, she had spent tens of thousands of dollars to book this box herself. I don't know when the next line will be. Phew. The middle-aged manager also breathed a sigh of relief. Done. Chen Jihao clenched his fists in the back and sneaked to his three fox friends again. Yuna, Hoshi, Liang Ping, did you see that kid following Su Shuyan? All three rich kids nodded. What's going on? I have a grudge against that kid. When you go in later, you guys listen to my command and stomp on him with all your might. I'll make him lose his face to his grandma's house today, Chen Jihao said viciously. The three rich kids said they didn't have any problems. Stomping on people, striking out at them, whatever, is routine for them. Walk into the peony room box. A table large enough to seat 20 people is set inside, alongside a sofa, coffee table, smoking room and 2 bathrooms. Waiter, bring the menu. As soon as he sat down, Chen Jihao yelled. 2 well-built waitresses rushed forward. Chen Jihao took the book-like menu and handed it over to Xiao Jing with a smile. Auntie Xiao, you're the elder. You order first. You're too kind. Shiho. Xiao Jing smiled, thinking to herself that this kid from the Chun family was quite polite. Auntie Xiao, feel free to order whatever you want. This meal is on me today. Chen Jihao patted his chest. No, how is this good? Xiao Jing wanted to refuse. We're all family from now on. You're my mom. What's there to be embarrassed about? Chen Jihao secretly laughed in his heart, but on his mouth he said, it's fine. Auntie Xiao, you opened up a little bit. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nine Dust's voice came over. Waiter, serve everything that's on the menu. Pust. Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar were rinsing their mouths and almost spewed out in one gulp. What's wrong with you? Chen Jihao glared at Ning Chen, ordering so many dishes. Can you eat it you? Don't worry, it's edible. Nine Dust slanted a glance at him. You can eat over 100 dishes on the menu? Are you a pig? A few of the girls from the rich generation glanced at Ning Chen in disgust. Her name is Lin Yuna. Her looks are at most 5 points, and with makeup it's only 6 points. Wearing a full Gucci, and her bag is also a limited edition Hermes. Redneck. Never eaten? Did they let Mr. Joe open up a little and talk to you? Die laughing. The other 2 rich second-generation kids named Yang Xiaoxing and Yi Liangping also began to sneer at Ning Chen. Ning Chen didn't snap, just quietly watching the 4 of them. If he was randomly stirred up by a few dudes, his 2,000 years of Taoism would have been cultivated inside a dog's stomach. Dusty is my godson. At this time, Xiao Jing suddenly snapped, her eyes cold. You guys watch what you say. Upon hearing this, Chen Jihao and the others quickly quieted down and looked at each other. Xiao Jing is Su Jingshan hair wife. In Qinzhou also have their own business, and in recent years in Su Jingshan's support, the cause of prosperity, idle people absolutely do not dare to provoke. This brat is really lucky to recognize Xiao Jing as his godmother. Chen Jihao was a little jealous in his heart. In that case, Ning Chen and Su Shuyan would be brother and sister or siblings with no blood relationship? That's nifty. It's dangerous. Xiao Jing wouldn't have the intention of setting up Ning Chen and Su Shuyan, would she? And at that moment, only Xiao Jing could be heard saying to Ning Chen, Xiao Chen, whatever you want to eat, just order whatever you want. This time, Aunt Xiao will treat you. As she said that, Xiao Jing even doted on the back of Ning Chen's head with her hand. Auntie Xiao, look at what you said. Just now it was all agreed that I would come to invite. Chen Jihao stood up. Ning Chen, however, suddenly interjected. I just said, what's on the menu? Serve it all over again? I want to try it all. You, Chen Jihao was about to have a fit, glaring at Nine Dust. Zhou Jing glared at him again. He could only squeeze a smile from his face and advised Ning Chen. Brother, it's not that I'm cheap. Isn't it a waste if you can't finish so many dishes? It's all about the CD-ROM action now. We have to know how to be thrifty and frugal. Thrifty? You're talking shit. Just this dress you're wearing. It's got to be 18,000 at least, right? A hint of a smile brushed across Ning Chen's face. If you don't have the money, don't treat yourself. I don't have any money? Chen Jihao pointed to himself, and on the spot, he took out his wallet from his pocket, took out a black card, and slammed it on the table. Zhongshang black card. 5 million credit. See? Nine Dust nodded. See? When will the food be served? Chen Jihao glared at him, gritting his teeth a bit. Okay, since you want to eat, today for the sake of Auntie Xiao and Shu Yan, I'll treat you to a meal, but don't you regret it. Waiter, serve everything that's on the menu. The waiter had long since heard confused. Does wine, Drinks count? Of course it counts, Nine Dust said with a smile. What's the most expensive wine you have here? The waiter replied. 82 flying mutai. Ning Chen waved his hand. Go! Chen Jihao was so angry that he cursed. Nima! Ning Chen revealed a puzzled look. What's the matter? Young Master Chen, can't afford to shell out the money? Chen Jihao did not act impulsively this time. 82 years of Mao Tai. Already belongs to the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel's bottom of the box treasure. At least 50, 000 to 60, 000 a bottle. Brother Jihao, are you unable to afford this bottle of wine? While he was hesitating, Jiang Sugar suddenly spoke up, looking at Chen Jihao with a skeptical expression. But I just heard Xu Yan say that she wanted to taste what the 82-year-old Mutai tasted like. Sugar, what are you babbling about? When did I? Su Shuyan complained to her best friend in a small voice. Xu Yan is interested? Chen Jihao's eyes lit up, and he immediately said to the waiter, tell your manager to bring out that bottle of 82 Mutai. I'll take it. Yes, sir. The waiter nodded repeatedly and turned to go out. This ingrate. Ginger Candy laughed in her heart. Su Shuyan was a bit speechless. This person was afraid to be a fool. Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing and Yi Liangping looked at each other. They all felt that Chen Jihao had really hemorrhaged money for this meal. More than 100 dishes plus a bottle of 82-year-old flying mutai. At the very least it would cost more than $100,000. Chen Jihao's dad, however, told him about it. When chasing a girl like Su Shuyan, you must be willing to spend money. Su's family is a powerful family in Qingzhou. Su Shuyan grew up with a golden spoon. Her family is not short of money. Chasing this kind of super rich white beauty, how can she do it without blood money? Aunt Zhou, Xu Yan, I'm going to check on the dishes. So excuse me. Shortly after Chen Jihao ordered the food, he went out mysteriously. Nine Dust caught a hint of busyness in his eyes, guessing that this kid was planning to be bad. So he also got up and said, Aunt Xiao, I'm going to go make it easier. With that, he walked towards the box bathroom, locked the door, and jumped right out the window. With the help of his true chi, he stood steadily on the wall as if he were walking on the ground. If anyone had seen this scene, their mouths would have opened wide and they would have yelled Spider-Man. Without taking 2 steps, Ning Chen heard Chen Jihao's voice. Young Chen, it's time to bring out our veteran actor again. Ha ha, Manager Wang, the packaging is all done, right? Don't worry, once you're back from the dead, you can never tell the problem on the packaging. I asked a specialized master to do it. Where's the wine? If you're not a professional sommelier, you can't drink it at all. That's good. Inside an office, Chen laughed heartily. On the table in front of him was a bottle of flying mutai, wrapped in tattered wampum. According to historical records, after the establishment of the state-run Mutai winery, cotton paper was used for packaging in order to prevent wear and tear on the bottles. It was only in the late 1960s that Mutai began to use more elaborate boxes for export in order to make the packaging more aesthetically pleasing. The real 82 deficient, more than 50, 000 a bottle, and there is still a price for it. Everyone is buying it for their collection. Who would casually open it and drink it? The average person can't taste it anyway. Ha ha ha. Chen Jihao held the fake wine in his hand with a smile on his face. The people in the box, who thought he was a big wrong seed, were actually smart. By the time he returned to the box, Nine Dust also happened to walk out of the bathroom and sat back down without moving. Soon, a cold dish was served first. Crystal duck tongue, Beijing onion mixed with shredded ear, abalone and black bean sauce, benbang drunken shrimp, a wide range of colors and flavors. Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar had their appetites whetted, and they pinched vegetables into their mouths, praising them for their deliciousness. In comparison, Ning Chen's eating was much uglier, directly getting up on his plate to eat without the slightest regard for his face. Even Xiao Jing Duo felt a bit embarrassed. Starved to death. Haven't you ever eaten? Eat so fast. You're not afraid of choking. It's a shame to sit and eat with people like that. The 3 rich second generation, Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing and Yi Liangping, all looked at Ning Chen with very disgusted eyes. Nine Dust ignored them and ate his own. And he didn't have to pay for it anyway. Brother Dolly, you eat slowly. Don't choke. Ginger Sugar carefully handed over a cup of water. Thanks. Choking is not an option. Ning Chen took the water and took a sip. Then asked Chen Jihao. Chen Xiao, where's your bottle of 82 mutai? Why don't you serve it yet? I'm thirsty. It's not for you to drink. What's your hurry? Chen Jihao glanced at him, then pointed to a bottle of white wine on the table. Here, drink this first. Without saying a word, Ning Chen reached for the bottle, opened the cap, and directly tilted his head and blew into the bottle. Crap! The people present were stunned. This is 53 degrees guajiao, not beer. Is this kid crazy? Wow! Brother power is awesome. Ginger Sugar clapped excitedly. Xiao Jing, on the other hand, hurriedly reached out to grab the bottle. Dusty, don't you want to die? Put it down. However, within 2 clicks, a bottle of guojiao was at the bottom. The 4 rich second generation, Chen Jihao and Lin Yuna, watched dumbfounded as Ning Chen finished a whole bottle of white wine. That's a pound of it, in one bite? Can you serve Thatch now? I haven't quenched my thirst yet. Nine Dust wiped his mouth and looked at Chen Jihao with a smile. Alas, the wine on earth. It really doesn't have much strength. It tastes just like water, he lamented in his heart. Chen Jihao incredulously took the bottle and shook it hard twice, realizing that it was really empty. Is this boy's voice and stomach iron? A question popped into his head. Memorize the URL. But on second thought, no, how can I, the great young man of the Chen family, be bluffed by a country bumpkin? Man, what a drink! Chen Jihao feigned compliments and gave a thumbs up, then laughed. But this is not the way to drink wine. A bottle of guojiao also costs more than $1,000. You're wasting too much on this drink. Chen Xiao is slow to serve Mao Tai, so it's not possible that he has a ghost in his heart, right? Ning Chen suddenly chuckled. Chen Jihao's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he was calm and said, okay, since brother Ning wants to drink, waiter, then serve the bar. Okay, Chen Xiao. The waiter immediately walked out. Not long after, the middle-aged manager walked into the box, holding a bottle of old model Mao Tai wrapped in cotton paper. Young Chen, Mr. Qiao, I've come to serve you wine. The middle-aged manager placed the wine on the table and casually tore open the wampum to reveal the bottle inside. Xiao Jing usually socialized more, and after a quick scan, she knew that the bottle of wine should be real. The 82 Matai. The market price is around 50,000 to 60,000. Jihao is also too willing to spend money. 50 or 60,000 is nothing. Jihao's pocket money for a week is more than that. Jihao is really in love with Miss Su. If I were a sister, I'd be touched to death. The three of them, Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing and Yi Liangping, acted as wingmen, giving various hints about Chen Jihao's payoffs. Su Shuyan, however, held her arms and laughed coldly. A district of 50,000 to 60,000. Want to impress the heart of this young lady? As long as she didn't like it, even if the richest man in the world came, she wouldn't give it a second glance. And that's when the middle-aged manager started pouring the drinks one by one. First Xiao Jing, then Su Shuyan, Chen Jihao, finally poured it to Ning Chen, and it wasn't even full. Auntie Qiao, in the future, our Chen family's business will have to rely on you and Mr. Su to take care of it. At this time, Chen Jihao smiled and got up, first giving Xiao Jing a toast. Jihao, you're too polite. Xiao Jing was too embarrassed to refuse and took a small sip of her wineglass after lifting it. Auntie Qiao, how do you feel about this wine? Chen Jihao sat down and asked with a smile. Good wine. Very mellow, Xiao Jing said casually. She usually drank a lot, but she hadn't had the 82-year-old flying Matai a few times, so she couldn't drink it. Safe passage. Chen Jihao secretly laughed in the bottom of his heart. Even Xiao Jing, a frequent socializer, couldn't taste the truth. Manager Wang was really a master of counterfeiting. Thinking so in his heart, he laughed loudly on his mouth. That's for sure. More than 50,000 yuan of wine. Surely fragrant. Mao Tai is the more aged the more fragrant. With that, he glanced at Ning Chen, who was sitting across from him. Nine Dust had already finished off 3 cups. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Such a good wine. Spoiling it for him. Lin Yuna sneered. Chen Jihao also laughed. Brother Ning, such a good wine. I guess you've never drunk it in your life. Ha, this wine isn't very good either. Ning Chen put down his wine cup and smashed his mouth a few times with a disgusted expression. It's not good. You dried 2 tails in one gulp? Yang Xiaoxing snorted. A turd is a turd. And you still have a stiff upper lip. Yi Liangping also laughed. Brother Dolly. Ginger Sugar was quite uncomfortable when she saw Ning Chen being mocked by a group of several rich second generation. This guy has a stupid mouth and doesn't know how to retort a few sentences. Su Shuyan thought in her heart. Xiao Jing couldn't listen any longer and was about to speak up when Ning Chen suddenly spoke up. Chen Xiao, the more I drink this wine of yours, the more wrong it gets. I'm afraid it's not a fake wine? The chopsticks in Chen Jihao's hand shook, and his pupils visibly contracted. What did you say? Surname Ning, what's wrong with you? Lin Yuna was full of displeasure. If you can't understand it, you can't understand it. Talking about fake wine. Are you being funny? Peach Blossom Garden Hotel? It's the most luxurious local hotel in Qingzhou. How could it possibly sell fake wine? Yang Xiaoxing laughed. What a dirtbag. Yi Liangping also followed closely behind to taunt. Chen Jihao's face was gloomy, thinking that this country bumpkin is quite powerful, actually able to drink out that this is fake wine? Even Zhou Jing couldn't drink it. He exchanged glances with manager Wang. who stepped forward and laughed. This gentleman, you're too much of a joker. All of our drinks here are fake. Absolutely no problem. Yes? Ning just coldly swept a glance at this middle-aged manager. But this bottle of Mao Tai, how to drink is not like aged for 40 years. On the contrary, it is, like a recent new irrigation. You, Manager Wang's eyes were obviously stunned for a moment, and some nervousness surfaced. This gentleman, you should be drunk. Ha, do I look drunk to you? Ning Chen's tone was flat, and his face didn't have a hint of redness in it. Dusty, don't talk nonsense. At this time, Xiao Jing also spoke up, signaling Ning Chen with her eyes. Peach Blossom Garden has just been selected as a 5-star hotel. It's impossible for there to be a problem with selling fake alcohol. Nuts. The three people, Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping, were all casting contemptuous glances towards Ning Chen. Su Shuyan also felt that he was a bit humiliated and spoke out. Alright, Ning Chen, sit down. How could Peach Blossom Garden Hotel sell fake wine? Really? Ginger Candy was the only one who looked at Ning Chen with a pair of big, beautiful eyes. She recalled last week at the Intercontinental Hotel, when Nine Dust had done the same thing, forcefully and stubbornly stating that the mushroom soup was poisonous, only for the lab tests to confirm what he had said. Pop. Right at this moment, Chen Jihao slammed the table, pointing at Ning Chen and cursing. Surname Ning, Lao Zi was kind enough to invite you to dinner regardless of previous suspicions, but instead of being ungrateful, you falsely accused me of selling fake wine. I'm telling you, if you don't want it, get out. Angry shouts echoed in the box. Instead, Nine Dust laughed and reached towards the bottle of Mao Tai. Seeing this, Manager Wang exclaimed that it was not good and rushed to grab it. Since the bottle was right at his hand, he held it in his hand at once, then laughed. Since this gentleman thinks there's something wrong with the wine, then our hotel is also obligated to check it. After that, he wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, Nine Dust held down his shoulder and forcefully pulled the bottle out of his arms. What are you doing? Give it back. Manager Wang did not expect Ning Chen to be so strong, and secretly said that it was bad, desperately reaching out to grab it. Nine Dust, what kind of drunken craziness are you playing? Let go of Manager Wang. Chen Jihao also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly moved his chair away and went over to help. Mommy, talk him down. I'm so convinced. Su Shuyan felt that Ning Chen had disgraced himself and never wanted to come out to eat with him again. Right at this moment, Ning Chen kicked Manager Wang out of the way, held the bottle in his left hand, and gently tore the label off with his right hand. Blanche. Seeing this scene, Manager Wang and Chen Jihao both looked as if they had died as their father, their faces pale and white. Aunt Zhou, look again. Nine Dust casually tossed the bottle at Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing received it with a full belly of doubt, swept a glance at the place originally covered by the label, and immediately ate a shock. This is, Mommy, what's wrong? Remember in a second https://m. Aunt Zhou, what's that? Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar, two people who didn't know anything about wine, also curiously gathered around. There were also three rich kids, Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing and Yi Liangping. Just below the label, there was a pinhole. Perforated wine? Zhou Jing reacted at once. The so-called perforated wine. That is, first tear off the label on the real wine bottle. Use professional equipment to drill pinholes in the bottle. The real wine inside the pump, filled with other cheap wine. Then plug the pinhole, and labeling, and then pretend to be the real Matai wine for sale. Some unscrupulous restaurants will utilize real wine bottles and repeat them for sale, and the vast majority of guests will not be able to drink out of them. And even if they do taste something a little off, they won't say anything. Manager Wang was never expecting that he would fall into the hands of a brat. How come? This bottle is actually perforated wine. This, Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing and Yi Liangping, the three rich second-generation children, were also kept in the dark. They had just been praising the wine for its good taste, and all of a sudden they felt slapped in the face. And it's really fake wine. Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar, both feeling incredulous, looked at Ning Chen in shock. How did you see it, Brother Dolly? You're awesome. Ginger Sugar worshipped Nine Dust even more. You don't have perspective eyes, do you? Ning Chen smiled and shook his head. I just tasted that the wine didn't taste right and tried it. I didn't expect that there were really pinholes on it. Manager Wang, didn't you just say that it's impossible for your Peach Blossom Garden Hotel to sell fake wine? Then explain to me what's going on with this pinhole up here. Ning Chen pointed at the bottle. There's no way it could have been poked and prodded by Matai Winery itself when it was produced. Right? I don't know what's going on. Manager Wang was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying. Chen Jihao's face, too, completely darkened. Playing dumb, huh? It's okay. I'll call the police right now and let them handle it. I believe that after investigating your network of relationships, You'll soon be able to find out what's going on and return your innocence. Nine Dust smiled as he pulled out his cell phone. No, 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 no. Manager Wang ran over and violently held down Ning Chen's hand. Sir, I was wrong. I did it. Please don't call the police. Please, or I'll definitely lose my job. Poof. He fell straight to his knees, tears in his eyes. That's an admission? Nine Dust felt tasteless. But this manager is also really dim. Things have been exposed. The scene, so many people watching. How can not be hidden? Really fake wine. Su Shuyan was confused for a moment, looking at Ning Chen incredulously. A few rich kids couldn't say anything. Who would have thought that this redneck could really drink fake wine that none of them could drink? Which is outrageous. Soon, Manager Wang confessed to the crime in front of the crowd. It's too much. Xiao Jing was about to call the police on the spot. Mr. Qiao, don't. Manager Wang quickly knelt on the ground. He didn't want to lose the job that paid him $50,000 a month. And once he was fired from the Peachtree Hotel because of this kind of problem, he would be completely screwed. No hotel will ever recruit him again. To do something like this, do you think you can pretend that nothing happened? Xiao Jing coldly snorted. Just as the box was in chaos, Ning Chen raised his hand and stopped Xiao Jing. Aunt Zhou, wait, I have another question for him. Nine Dust had a serious face. He was aware that this bottle of perforated wine was bought by Chen Jihao on purpose, with the aim of spending the least amount of money and pretending to be the biggest pussy. Chen Jihao was also alerted, and directly took out his cell phone to call the police. Auntie Qiao, Brother Ning, what is this kind of scum still staying here for? Hurry up and send it inside to eat prison food. Chen Jihao, you Yakuza, this matter has you in it as well. Don't you dare try to take yourself off so cleanly. Seeing that the other party was so heartless, Manager Wang didn't care about anything and directly shook out the truth of the matter. What? The whole room was shocked. Even Lin Yuna, the three rich second generation, looked at Chen Jihao incredulously. Humph, the dog jumped over the wall and started biting people? How could Chen Jihao admit it? This is what you forced me to do, Chen Jihao. Manager Wang probably also realized that he was dead, so he wanted to pull it back. He pulled out his cell phone and played a recording of the call. Hey, Manager Wang, do you still have any stock of Mao Tai over at your hotel? This was Chen Jihao's voice. Of course there's Thatch. No, it's not real Mao Tai. It's fake. You know, he. You kid, are you planning on punking people again? Look at what you say. How can this be called a pit? I am just pretending to be a pussy. Anyway, cannot drink them. Don't talk nonsense. There or not. Yes, I just recently received a batch of Mao Tai bottles. All 82 years old. And 82? What price? The real wine is 56,000. The fake one, well, hey, 1,000 is enough. 1,000 more for a fake. Manager Wang, you're not being generous. Chen Xiao, I also have to take risks, okay? A recording played from the cell phone. Chen Jihao was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. Wan Hao, you son of a bitch, how dare you record? He pounced on him and tried to grab the phone, but was pushed away by Nine Dust. I can't see that Young Chen is so thrifty and hardworking that he actually knows this kind of money-saving tip. Ning Chen smiled. It's so disgusting. Su Shuyan and Ginger sugar-eyed them with contempt. Even Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing and the others were victims, because Chen Jihao had originally planned to invite them to dinner today. Xiao Jing's family was just bumping into them and was not part of the plan. Chen Jihao, I can't imagine you're this kind of person. Don't treat me if you don't have money. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Little star. Liang Ping, let's go. This kind of person even cheats his friends. Let's not play with him in the future. Lin Yuna twisted her head out of the box. The two youths also despised this behavior so much that they found it disgusting and immediately left. Yuna, Hoshi, you guys? Chen Jihao's old face turned red as he gritted his teeth and glared at Ning Chen. Ning Chen, I'm not done with you. You wait. After that, he left as well, slamming the door to the box with a bang that shook the entire floor. Hey, Quinn, a little something to ask you a favor. Peach Blossom Hotel? Yes. You guys just wait for me at the gate. After leaving the box, Chen Jihao called a friend, his eyes penetrating with viciousness. Nine Dust, you hillbilly, I'm going to settle the score with you today. Just wait for me. At this time, Nine Dust was still feasting in the box. Unfortunately, Chen Jihao ran away without settling the bill, and the meal still had to be treated by Xiao Jing. However, not a moment later, a deputy general manager of the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel heard about this and hurriedly rushed over, stating that this meal was on their hotel and hoped that Xiao Jing and the others would keep it quiet after they went out. Seeing that the deputy general manager was sincere in admitting his mistake, Xiao Jing agreed. As for that manager Wang, he has been handed over to the public security authorities. Dusty, Is it really okay for you to eat that much? Coming down from the 6th floor, Xiao Jing was worried about Ning Chen's body. After all, the latter had eaten almost 7 or 8 servings of food. Could his stomach really digest it? Don't worry, Aunt Joe. I'm a big eater. I eat like this all the time. It's fine. Nine Dust smiled and waved his hand. If it wasn't for the fear of scaring Aunt Joe and Sugar and the others, he could have emptied that table. No wonder Brother Dolly is so strong. He's also too able to eat. Gingerbread grinned and said, "One meal tops half my month." Su Shuyan skimmed her small mouth. Maybe he's the reincarnation of a rice bucket. Just after leaving the front door of the hotel, Ning Chen suddenly felt a few vicious eyes being thrown at him from among the peach forests along the roadside. He saw Chen Jihao's face with a sweep of his gaze. Sizzle. Ning Chen suddenly posed with a stomachache, his expression revealing a hint of pain. It's no good, Aunt Xiao. I seem to have eaten too much. I'm going to have an upset stomach. Told you not to eat so much, I guess. Go 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 go. We'll wait for you. Xiao Jing hurriedly greeted. Su Shuyan subconsciously turned her back for fear of being smoked by Ning Chen's fart. Why is that kid headed for the hotel? It seems to be a tummy upset. A few of Chen Jihao's friends who are mixed in the society exchanged in whispers. He also hurriedly said to a crooked-necked, cock-eyed punk, "Good chance, Kuan. Let's go straight to the restroom and block him." How do I feel? This kid's back is a bit familiar. The cock-eyed punk frowned. Not thinking too much about it, he took a few of his juniors and followed Chen Jihao into the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, followed Nine Dust all the way to some outdoor bathroom. Seeing that no one was around, Chen Jihao directly burst open the bathroom door, only to see, he copied a throwing stick in his left hand, viciously pointing at Ning Chen who was washing his hands. Surname Ning, mother of all hammers, I'll have to get you killed today. With that, 5 or 6 mongrels fishtailed into the room and surrounded Ning Chen. One of them, the lead doe-eyed one, still had a cigarette in his mouth and was tugging at it. But what Chen Jihao didn't expect was that Ning Chen wasn't afraid at all. He just drew out a few sheets of toilet paper, wiped his hands, and glanced at them a few times from the mirror. "It's you kid who bullied my Ma Kuan's brother." Crap. The cockeyed punk walked in with a cigarette in his mouth, and before he could finish a sentence, he saw Ning Chen's face and was so scared that his face went white on the spot. "Yo, acquaintance." Nine Dust looked at Ma Kuan and smiled affectionately. This cockeyed punk is no one else but the horseman under White Snap's hand, Ma Kuan. He still owed his cock eyes to Ning Chen. "You know Quinn?" Chen Jihao froze. In the next second, something that made him even more dumbfounded happened. Ma Kuan and his 5 minions, cowering in fear, kept retreating backward. Dusty, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Ma Kuan laughed as if he were crying. I came to use the restroom." Nine Dust laughed. "What are you shivering about going to the restroom?" Ma Kuan was about to say something. Chen Jihao immediately took over and said with an unhappy face, "Brother Kuan, you charged me $50,000 and promised to help me fix this kid. What are you doing now? Come to fix me? Ma Kuan, you've got some guts." Nine Dust smiled coldly. White Snap and Yang Kai are dead, although the white gang of the bottom of the horse, and do not know the specific cause of their deaths. But the newly appointed female boss Wang Yinhua revealed that in the west side of the city, there is a person absolutely cannot be messed with. That would be Nine Dust. In other words, Snap's death was not linked to the man in front of him. Even if he gave Ma Kuan 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare to mess with Ning Chen. "I'll fuck you up. I'll let you bullshit me again." Without the slightest hesitation, Ma Kuan jumped up and punched Chen Jihao in the back of the head, directly whacking him into staggering forward a few steps and diving headfirst into the urinal. Before he could struggle to get up, Ma Kuan said to a few more minions, "Hammer him for me." Crackle. The 5 punks went up and punched and kicked, from the urinal to the squatting pit, and from the squatting pit to under the sink. Don't fight. Ooh-hoo. Chen Jihao was directly beaten and cried. His face was bruised and purple, and he couldn't speak well. Only then did Ma Kuan pull out a box of cigarettes and handed one to Ning Chen. "Brother Dust, today is really a misunderstanding. Come on, smoke. Forget the cigarettes. I'm still a student." Nine Dust waved his hand. Ma Kuan smiled resentfully and drew his hand back, thinking that this kid must have a big background. Otherwise how could he get Primrose killed? And at that moment, Ning Chen walked over to Chen Jihao and said with a smile, "Young Chen, have you forgotten something?" Ning Xiao, I know I'm wrong, please let me go." Chen Jihao knelt on the ground, covering his highly swollen cheeks. "Not this." Nine Dust shook his head. "Think about it again." "I don't know. It's..." Chen Jihao was wronged. "Naya." Ma Kuan came over and kicked Chen Jihao on his back. "Hurry up and think for me." Ning Dust stopped Ma Kuan with a smile and added, "Chen Xiao, before in the box, you said you wanted to treat but as a result of the failed pretense, you ran away. And the money for a table of rice was still paid by me. You know what I mean, right? In fact, the hotel waived the bill for this meal. And the only reason Ning Chen said that was because he wanted to extort a wave. Chen Jihao heard the meaning of Nine Dust's words, and his expression took on a hint of unsightliness. He barely moved his chopsticks at that meal. Don't pay up yet. Mackin with another kick. Chen Jihao face more than a shoe print, hurriedly took out his cell phone. Humiliated, said, Ning Xiao, more, how much money? I transfer you. Nine Dust smiled and said, not much, 150,000. Chen Jihao was stunned. What? $150,000, how can it be so much? Nine Dust explained, the money for the food alone is nearly $90,000, plus your bottle of 82-year-old Maotai. Chen almost cried in anger, but that bottle is fake wine. Fake? Ning Chen's face went cold. I don't care, I'm serious. What are you talking about? If Dusty tells you to pay up, or I'll kill you. Ma Koan raises his foot and tries to kick again. Chen Jihao had no choice but to honestly admit his fate and transfer the $150,000 for the meal to Ning Chen. Nine Dust collected the money, and then strangely reached out his hand and touched him on the face before finally turning to leave. Chen Jihao, however, had a mischievous face and immediately dialed the police. Hey, police uncle, I was robbed and beaten up. You guys come quickly. Soon, several police officers arrived panting. Seeing Chen Jihao standing there intact, the leading police officer was surprised and asked, You are Chen Jihao? Chen Jihao nodded. It's me. The police wondered. Didn't you say you were given a beating? Chen Jihao pointed at his face. Yeah, can't you guys see? My face is swollen like this. It hurts like hell. Several police officers immediately looked at each other in dismay. One of them whispered, Old Zhang, I think this kid is a bit off in the head. Should we contact the 7th hospital? Memorize the URL. The 7th People's Hospital of Qingzhou, specializing in treating neuroses. Crap, how did this happen? Chen Jihao took out his cell phone at this time and took a picture of the camera, and found that his face full of bruises and panda eyes, all disappeared. Poof, he sat on his ass, his eyes full of confusion. Somewhere downtown, an imposing building with a huge stone standing beside the main gate with the word WU written on it. This was the headquarters of the Qingzhou branch of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Inside an office at the top of a tall building at headquarters, Vice President Liang Yongji is meeting with the head of the Duan family, Duan Rong. Vice President Liang, this kid is still a student, and he broke one of my son's feet in public, and even wasted my Duan family's gatekeeper. If he graduates and goes out into society, what's going to happen? Duan Rong was speaking about Nine Dust, his face full of rage. Murder and arson are probably capable of doing it. Liang Yongji sat in his chair and drank tea, but his focus was different from Duan Rong. 19 years old, great accomplishment of external energy, and abolished Iron Foot 7? Just what kind of god is it that can cultivate such an outstanding disciple? Liang Yongji was hesitating in his mind. Should we arrest this Nine Dust or not? If you get into trouble with a big shot you don't dare to mess with, you won't be able to keep your hat. Old Liang, when do you plan to authorize the arrest of this kid? Duan Rong was anxious, his hands propped up on the table. As far as I know, not only did this kid strike out in a public place and hit hard, but he also openly participated in the school games and broke the national record, sparking public opinion. This is a blatant violation of the Martial Arts Association's rules. Liang Yongji frowned. There is such a thing? Duan Rong coldly grunted. This kid is just being taught. No one is in charge. We have to take over for his parents and masters, and discipline him properly, or else sooner or later he'll be a scourge. It's indeed time to keep an eye on it. Let's have a meeting later and discuss it, Liang Yongji said. Seeing this, Duan Rong couldn't say anything else. After all, the Duan family wasn't bullish enough to order the Martial Association around. In the past few days, he was also unable to contact Tu Tao, and had no choice but to defy his face and stab this matter inside the Martial Arts Association. By the way, old Liang, I heard that the Yasukuni Samurai Association has a high-ranking member that has set foot in the country? Before Duan Rong left, he suddenly asked out loud. Oh, old Duan, you're quite well informed, Liang Yongji said, but his frown deepened. I wonder which one. What are you doing here in our country of China? Duan Rong pursued. The Yasukuni Samurai Association, a powerful organization in the Sakura Kingdom, was said to have absorbed strong men from all over the Sakura Kingdom within it, and had trained hundreds of inner-strength martial artists. There were not even a few masters of the realm of transformation, and there were even legendary martial arts masters. Let's put it this way, the Yasukuni Samurai would send a random minion and the Duan family would be gone. There's no need for you to know that. So go on back. Liang Yongji obviously couldn't possibly tell Duan Rong, an outsider, and said with a serious look on his face, I'll send a few supervisors over to take a look at Nine Dust tomorrow. Good, then I'll trouble you. Old Liang. Duan Rong didn't stay long and quickly left. Ugh, what's going on lately? One thing after another. Liang Yongji rubbed his temples. The patriarch of the Yasukuni Samurai Association, the sword saint Tokugawa Ichiro, who is known as the top pillar, actually came to China in person. What exactly does he want to do? Let's hope he doesn't run to Qingzhou. In the afternoon, Xiao Jing took Ning Chen, Su Shuyan, and Ginger Sugar for a stroll around the city center, buying a bunch of things and watching a movie. By the time I got home, it was late in the evening. Aunt Xiao was lying on the sofa resting, Su Shuyan was taking a bath, and Ginger Sugar was playing with the black dragon in the yard, with bursts of laughter interspersed with barking dogs. As Ning Chen watched this scene, he suddenly felt that life was pretty good right now. Although Earth also had martial artists in existence, it was far less dangerous than the little southern heavenly realm. While he was lamenting his life, a phone call came in. He, little friend Ning. It was Wen Yu's voice. Ah, old man Wen, what is it that you're looking for me for? Nine Dust asked. Nothing big, it's just that I'll treat you to a lunch tomorrow at noon. I wonder if little friend would appreciate it. Wen Yu asked with a smile. Got any good food? No good food. I'm too lazy to run, Ning Chen said. Then what would little friend like to eat? I'll have the butler prepare it, Wen Yu asked with a bitter smile. You see to the arrangements. I'll come as far as the mountains and seas are concerned, Ning Chen said. Good, then tomorrow at Nine Streams Manor, 11 o'clock at noon. I'll wait for my little friend to come. When you hung up the phone, Ginger ran in, dripping with sweat, after teasing the black dragon. Brother Power, who are you talking to on the phone? Nine Dust tucked his cell phone into his pocket. Nothing, an old man wants to buy me dinner. Gingerbread wondered and asked, Old man? Treating you to dinner? Ning Chen casually said, I'm a divine doctor, so he asked me to cure him. Ginger nodded half-heartedly. The next day after 9 o'clock, Ning Chen first used his cell phone to check the location of this Nine Streams Manor, and found that it was quite far away, so he took a taxi over. He is getting lazy now, but no sooner had he left than a white plate car pulled into the rose garden. Team Hua. It's him, he's Ning Chen. The one driving the car was a young man, wearing a black and yellow uniform, pointing at Nine Dust who had gotten into the cab. There was also a young man sitting on the co-pilot, also wearing a black and yellow uniform, who took out a photo and compared it. Team Hua. It's indeed him. Follow it. In the back seat, sat a lanky man with his arms wrapped around him, his eyes closed. Yes. An hour later, the cab circled the beautiful Shizi Lake and stopped in front of a private estate at the foot of Jade Emperor Mountain. This is Nine Streams Manor, one of the top 10 mansions in Qingzhou. I heard it's worth several $100 million. TSK. The cab master showed a face full of envy. Ning Chen, however, was unimpressed, strolling towards the gate. It was nothing more than a small secular manor, and there was absolutely no comparison to their pure Yang Wuji Palace's mountain gate. There was already a middle-aged housekeeper waiting outside the door. The housekeeper couldn't help but be surprised to learn that Ning Chen was the guest that the master had invited to the banquet today. Nine Streams Manor covers a huge area. Walking through the long central avenue, they entered a 6-story large-scale residence, which is decorated with a combination of Chinese and Western elements, full of creativity, and it seems to come from the hands of well-known designers. There you are. When Qinglan walked out of the living room and looked Ning Chen up and down, thinking to herself, he just came here empty-handed? He didn't carry anything? Even a little bit of politeness would be nice. Aha! Ning Chen looked at this schoolmate and just nodded, not even taking a proper look at her. Where is old man one? Remember in a second https://m. When Qinglan's heart suppressed her displeasure and she twisted her head and headed for the second floor. Humph. Follow me. Nine Dust followed, leaving behind the dumbfounded housekeeper and some of the servants. Did I hear you right? That young man just called the old man. Old man one? At this time, a security guard suddenly ran in. Butler's son. Someone is here again. It's still the Martial Arts Association supervisory squad. What? The housekeeper's surnamed son was secretly taken aback. Master also invited the supervisory team of the Martial Arts Association today? Why didn't you tell me? The security guard said. No, Butler's son. The supervisory captain surnamed Hua said that he's here to look for someone named Ning Chen. Butler's son looked slightly startled. Nine Dust? Second floor. A Chinese restaurant. When you invited Ning Chen to sit down, and said to the table full of mountain delicacies, little friend, I don't know what you love to eat, so I prepared some of the 8 major dishes. What do you think? It's not too bad. Ning Chen directly sat down with great generosity. used his chopsticks to clip a piece of abalone inside the Buddha jumping wall, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed on it. When you didn't expect Ning Chen to be so self-conscious and smiled awkwardly, when Qinglan, on the other hand, was displeased and muttered, "You really don't consider yourself an outsider? Well, it tastes pretty good." Ning Chen grabbed another duck leg from the 8 treasures duck and nibbled on it. "When you smiled and sat down, it's good if it suits little friend's taste." Humph. Grandpa used his connections overnight to bring in a dozen chefs from the major hotels in Qingzhou, and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can the things made not be delicious? When Qinglan snorted coldly. Her eating was much better than Ning Chen's, using chopsticks to hold a bowl of emerald peas and chewing slowly. But Ning Chen didn't seem to take Wen Yu's dedication to heart and just kept burying his head in food and drink, which could piss her off enough. Wen Yu also had a chat with Ning Chen, trying to find out his background connections. In fact, today's meal was simply about bonding. Wen Yu felt that Nine Dust was a potential stock, but in no time at all, the door to the restaurant was thrown open so heavily that several security guards were unable to stop the intruder. "Cho, what the hell?" Wen Yu got up unhappily, but his brows immediately tightened when he saw 3 people wearing the uniform of the Martial Arts Association. "Master, they are here to find them." The housekeeper stepped forward and glanced at Nine Dust. "Wen Yu probably saw what was going on," leaving behind Ning Chen, who was still feasting, and walked forward. "Are you, Huago?" Elder Wan. Courteous. The stout man named Huago, with both fists clasped together. A majestic and powerful aura emanated from his body, scaring Wen Qinglan to death. "Peak external strength?" Elder Wen frowned. The Martial Arts Association had really developed better and better over the years, and a small supervisory captain actually had a cultivation level of peak external force. "Elder Wen, he's Ning Chen, right?" After Huago saluted, he pointed at Ning Chen, who was still eating and drinking on the table, and said, "I've been ordered to bring him back for investigation." "No." When Yu firmly shook his head, "Ning Chen is my guest and my student. I can't let you take him away as you please." "Senior, are you trying to violate President Liang's decision? But don't forget, you are a permanent member of our chapter," Huago said with a smile, casually removing a paper arrest warrant from his pocket with a bright red seal of the Martial Arts Association. As soon as Wen Qinglan took a look at this arrest warrant, he knew that something bad was going to happen. This guy, he's been causing trouble outside all day, and he still won't listen when I tell him, so he's really gotten into trouble with the Martial Arts Association, hasn't he? Serves you right. When Qinglan glared fiercely at Ning Chen, and when she saw that the latter still kept eating, she secretly shook her head. "Inspector Hua hasn't eaten yet, right? Why don't you stay for a casual meal?" At this point, when you tried to change the subject. "No, I've got to get this kid back in a hurry." Holding the arrest warrant, Huago said faintly, "The meeting has been busy lately." After he said that, he led his people and took large strides towards Nine Dust. When Yu and Wen Qinglan glanced at each other, the latter could see the anxiety in his grandfather's eyes. But the arrest warrant had come down, so what could they do? Stopping the Armed Forces Association from arresting people? Are you kidding me? This could go horribly wrong. "Are you done eating?" Huago stood beside Nine Dust and was in no hurry to make a move. Nine Dust swept him away, not giving a damn. Bugs Bunny, a young supervisor, seeing how arrogant Ning Chen was ready to make a direct move. Huao stopped him and directly flashed the arrest warrant, saying, "Ning Dust, born in 03, ancestry from Dongyang County, 19 years old, currently enrolled in the Department of Clinical Medicine in the freshman year of Qingzhou University." After finishing Ning Chen's basic information, Huao extended that arrest warrant over again. "I'm the Ancient Martial Arts Association's Qingzhou branch, the supervisory team leader of Supervision Group 2, Huao, and I'm now arresting and interrogating you in accordance with the law." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Chen finally stopped eating, straightened his back, and wiped his mouth after receiving that arrest warrant. "You," Hoga stared. The 2 Martial Arts Association supervisors behind them, and the Wen family's master and daughter were stunned. Fizzle, fizzle, fizzle. After wiping his mouth, Ning Chen casually tore off the arrest warrant again and flashed it in Huigo's face. "To me, this is a piece of scrap paper." When Qinglan's mouth opened wide without any image. "Is this guy crazy? How dare you tear up even the WUA arrest warrant? How dare you?" Hoggle became angry and slapped the table, only to hear click. With a loud bang, the entire mahogany dining table exploded from the center. The dishes placed on the table, crackling and falling all over the place. The soup splashed everywhere. The scene is a mess. Ning Chen's face darkened on the spot. "I've been in the supervisory team for 5 years, and I've never encountered a martial artist as arrogant as you." Huago hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter and yelled, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Li, take him down." Yes, the 2 supervisors, one on the left and one on the right, walked towards Nine Dust. One of them, with caution and gravity on his face, because they knew that Ning Chen was an external force gigantic strength, much stronger than them. In a real fight, they were certainly no match. The other one was bold enough to slap his hand directly on Ning Chen's shoulder in a grappling gesture. Hey, come with us. In his opinion, no martial artist dared to take a shot at the Ancient Martial Arts Association's supervisory team members, as it was a great disrespect and a crime to be added to the list. However, Nine Dust only gave a slight shake of his shoulders. An invisible force passed out. This supervisor suddenly screamed. His palm seemed to have been stabbed by countless steel needles, and when he violently raised it, his palm was already bloody. You! The inspector's eyes widened. You dared to hurt me. Do you know what kind of offense this is? That's annoying. Come again and I'll do it. Hearing these words, Hua-Oh was shocked and furious, reaching out to grab Ning Chen. Crazy, just crazy. When Qinglan was terrified, how could she not have expected that Ning Chen would not only dare to tear up the Martial Association's arrest warrant, but also dare to make a move against the Martial Association's supervisor? He's pretty much ruined for life. Touch. And at that moment, only a black shadow flew out horizontally on the spot, ruthlessly hitting the wall. Dare to violently resist arrest. You seek death. Huago was completely enraged. He knew that the young man in front of him had the strength of an outer strength great achievement, so he didn't dare to be careless, and immediately used his watchman's technique. An upward step top elbow from the 8 extremes fist viciously struck Ning Chen's chest. Boo! A muffled sound came. That more cautious supervisor immediately beamed with joy. Manhwa has practiced Baji Quan for more than 30 years, and is as brave as a tiger. If he is hit by a top elbow, not to mention a person, even a tiger will be seriously injured. Seeing this, Wen Yu was also clenched inwardly, as if he could feel the heartbreaking pain within Ning Chen's body. But the truth is not quite what they thought. Nine Dust looked at Huago with a look that was almost like looking at a retard. What are you doing? Huago's eyes grew wide. You're okay? You, Mud, the most annoying person who interrupts my meal. After saying this, Ning Chen instantly kicked out, then glanced at the mountainous delicacies all over the ground that were no longer edible, and sighed quietly. It was only at this time that Wen Yu reacted, looking at Ning Chen with a shocked expression. Little friend, you're not an external strength great accomplishment? He's the peak of external force, and he might even be an internal force expert. When Qinglan also stared at her beautiful eyes, tightly covering her cherry mouth, her brain shocked beyond words. 19 years old with inner strength. Is that possible? Get out of here. At that moment, Ning Chen shouted violently at the young supervisor who stood frozen in place. You want to go into the hospital. The young inspector gulped, didn't dare to give a hard word, and fled in disarray with his companion on his back. Little friend, you are too impulsive. When you walked over, he first waved his hand, allowing the servants to clean up the mess, and then said to Ning Chen with a grave expression, originally, the Martial Association only wanted to investigate you for a bit, but now that you've hit someone with your hands, the nature of it can be completely different. Next time they come, it won't be the supervisors. It'll be the riot squad. You have to prepare your mind. The people in the riot squad, all of them are tough characters, and the one leading the charge is bound to be an inner strength expert. As if he hadn't heard, Nine Dust turned his head and asked the housekeeper, I'm not full yet. Can you make me something more to eat? Stunned, the housekeeper turned her head to look at Wen Yu. Seeing the latter nod, she then quickly walked towards the kitchen and went to prepare the food. Actually not afraid at all? Could it be that he is also an inner strength expert? Or has an inner strength expert as his backer? Wen Yu was testing Ning Chen with his words just now, and when he saw that he took it as a whisper, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. By the way, that master of his, Supreme Master Yaguang, wouldn't he be a transformation realm master? Or even a patriarch? His heart shook. If that was the case, then Nine Dust indeed had nothing to fear. Daring to take a shot at the supervisors would explain it. What kind of terrifying existence is a martial arts grandmaster? With 3 to 5 million people in a city, at most one would come out, and the Ancient Martial Arts Association would have to do their best to pull them together. Not long after, the housekeeper came back and told Wen Yu that the kitchen ingredients were not enough. Who would have thought that a family treat would happen? There was no food, so Ning Chen didn't bother staying, and left after chatting with Wen Yu for a few moments, and the matter of Ning Dust violently beating up the Martial Association's supervisory team soon spread throughout the circle, causing an uproar. When Lian Yangji heard this news, he was furious and immediately got his secretary in. Xiao Hu, notify the manpower to arrest this student immediately. How dare you resist arrest by force? I don't care who's behind him, he has to pay the price. Otherwise, where is the majesty of the Martial Arts Association? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a call came into the landline. Liang Yongji angrily picked up, said a few words. His face suddenly became pale, and even sat on his butt on the ground, still holding the microphone in his hand. President Liang, what happened to you? The secretary rushed over. It's coming to Qingzhou. It's coming to Qingzhou. It's coming to Qingzhou. Liang Yongji repeated the words, his face unusually ugly. Damn it, that person. How come he came to Qingzhou? What the hell does he want? President Liang, who are you talking about? The secretary was puzzled. What kind of character? The vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association chapter, could scare him like this? The sword saint of the Sakura Kingdom, Ichiro Tokugawa. Liang Yongji sacrificed these words from between his teeth. After leaving the Nine Streams villa, Ning Chen wandered home. Passing by the food market, he stopped by and bought a few pounds of ribs, and also went next door to the Chinese medicine store to grab some Chinese herbs, ready to make a medicinal meal in the evening. In the past 2,000 years of living in the little southern heavenly realm, in addition to Taoism, martial arts, formations, and medicine, he had also learned the art of cooking, but he's too lazy and rarely cooks himself. When he got home, while stewing the ribs, he suddenly remembered a problem. Forgot to buy onions. Alas, since the damage to my yuan shen, the memory of this brain of mine is getting worse and worse. Nine Dust rubbed his temples. Sugar, keep an eye on the fire for me while I go out and get 2 onions. Before leaving the house, he spoke to Jiang Sugar, who was lying on the sofa and was playing King's Honor in double row with Su Shuyen. Okay, brother Dolly. Farmer's market. Ning Chen wandered over to a vegetable stall. Boss, how do you sell onions? $6 a pound. The owner was a very kind fat man. Have 2. Nine Dust picked one up and took a look at it. Okay. The boss casually picked 2 sticks and was about to bag them for him. Wait. I don't want it. Ning Chen took a look at the vegetable stall next to him and found that there were Shandong's large onions over there, more than a meter long, and looked energetic. Hey, this young man, just say no. The fat boss was upset and put the green onions back. Ning Chen came to the stall that owned Shandong onions and was about to ask how much it cost per caddy. Suddenly, the owner behind the stall rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. A question mark popped up on Nine Dust's head. The stall owners and customers nearby then fell to the ground in unison and fainted in a very bizarre scene. Poof, poof, poof. The sound of falling to the ground kept coming. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been scared half to death. But who was Nine Dust? He immediately found the murderer. A large hole was broken in the roof of the food market. On the load-bearing steel beams below, 2 men stood. An older man, thin, wearing a kimono and wielding a katana. Memorize the URL. Formless and colorless, like a tidal wave of sword intent spread out from his body, and anyone who came into contact with this sword intent would instantly faint, except for Ning Chen and a youth standing in front of him. There were dozens of sword wounds on the youth's body, but none of them were deep or fatal. Only the blood flowed down his back, coloring him almost into a bloody man. He was half kneeling on a steel beam, panting for breath, and blood kept gushing and dripping from his wounds. Feel that? Yeah, Lulu. The old man held his long sword flat, a hint of hatred mixed in his indifferent Japanese. The pain that the showboys suffered before. The old man wants you to pay back 100 times over. Humph. Dang cherry blossom country sword saint, actually far away from the ocean, personally come to chase and kill me a junior. Tokugawa Ichiro, you are not afraid of the news spread out. Let people laugh off. The youth grunted coldly. Are those your last words? Ichiro Tokugawa wasn't impressed. Damn. This old thing, chasing me from arena to Qingzhou and never laying a finger on me. Is he toying with me? The youth gritted his teeth, his eyes covered with the desire to survive. Am I, Yi Kulu, going to die in a place like this today? That is, how come there's another one that hasn't fainted? In the midst of life and death, Yi Kulu's gaze wandered, but he spotted Ning Chen, who was thinking in front of the stall. He froze for a moment. Tokugawa Ichiro had clearly used his sword intent, and it shouldn't be possible to have something conscious within a few hundred meters of him. Should I pay for this situation or not? Why don't you take 2 and sneak away? Onions aren't worth much anyway. Nine Dust thought darkly. Ichiro Tokugawa, who was in the sky above, also noticed him and his expression was permeated with a hint of confusion. How did this happen? This kid came out of nowhere. Down. He ran his eyes and glared fiercely at Ning Chen. An invisible and colorless mental shock shot out. Even an internal strength expert like Ikula would not be able to withstand his sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro's eye power and would faint on the spot. But the reality is so different from what he thought. Nine Dust didn't feel anything, and even reached out and took 2 large onions, looking like he had come to buy vegetables. Nani? Tokugawa Ichiro's old eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at this Chinese youth. Yikulu was also confused. What was this? How could an ordinary man resist Tokugawa Ichiro's terrible eyesight? You know, this cherry blossom country sword saint, but now the world's first-class forces Yasukuni Warrior Association founder, the master over, only to be cut to death. What a tough mental strength. Tokugawa Ichiro wasn't in a hurry to kill Yigualu either, and was instead interested in Nine Dust. He swung the katana in his hand, and a wisp of white sword energy chopped down. Only heard snort. A sound. The vegetable stall was cut like tofu. All kinds of vegetables scattered all over the place. Even the reinforced concrete was cut. The 2 Shandong onions that Ningchen had just picked were also cut in half. You're sick, aren't you? Nine Dust rushed at Tokugawa Ichiro and gave him a scolding. You fight yourselves. What's the point of cutting my vegetables for nothing? Yikulu fell into confusion and silence. Shouldn't a normal person be scared out of their wits when they see a scene like this? Interesting. The corners of Tokugawa Ichiro's mouth hooked up, taking great interest in Nine Dust. Friend, run away. At this time, Yikulu issued a warning from above. Go to the Marinae family and ask my father to help me take revenge. Nine Dust was too lazy to pay attention to these 2 people. He dropped the splintered onion in his hand and picked up another intact one. Ka-ching! The white sword Chi, in response, chopped this large onion as well. A vein protruded from Ning Chen's forehead as he slowly raised his head. Old man, you're fucking tired of living, aren't you? Humph. Who the hell are you? Tokugawa Ichiro let out a cold laugh, stared straight at Ning Chen, and said in broken Chinese, did the Ancient Martial Arts Association send such a brat like you to die? I'm just here for the groceries, not interested in getting involved in your business. Ning Chen took a deep breath. If you ever dare to chop my onions again, I'll chop you up, on my word. With that, he bent down again and picked up the last intact onion. Swish, the white sword Chi, once again, attacked. How could he, a sword saint, an existence above a patriarch, be intimidated by a little kid? If you tell me not to chop, I won't chop, then won't I lose face? I'm not just chopping onions, I'm chopping you. With such a mindset, Tokugawa Ichiro didn't intend to continue to tangle with cannon fodder like Ning Chen, and this sword was meant to decapitate him along with the onion, ruthlessly shocking the Ancient Martial Association. However, in the next second, Nine Dust had strangely disappeared. The sword of the sword saint actually cut empty. Nani! Ichiro Tokugawa was startled, and quickly concentrated, his consciousness power sweeping in all directions, searching for Ning Chen's location. In the back, he turned around violently, and sure enough, he saw Nine Dust. This Chinese youth with a hint of tenderness still on his face used a large onion as a sword, his face icy cold to the extreme. Not good. Tokugawa Ichiro's heart beat violently. Masters, he had looked away. This youth was an expert above the zongsure, just like him. Insidious Ancient Martial Arts Association. Ichiro Tokugawa let out a roar of rage, and just as he brought his katana up across his body, the onion struck him in the neck with an unbelievable speed. Then the horror happened. Tokugawa Ichiro's head actually poofed and flew up into the sky. The large onion swept across, bringing up fountain-like columns of blood. The sword saint of the Sakura Kingdom lorded over. Yikolo looked at this scene and his mind went blank. Ning Chen, however, had already landed on the ground, looking at Tokugawa Ichiro's descending corpse with a face full of disgust, muttering, what a nasty offense. Dropping the onion that had killed him, he ran to get one from another stall, then grabbed a few more asparagus on the way before slowing down and heading out of the food market. It was only at this point that Yikolo came back to his senses. He held his head in his hands and tore his hair outward. Dead. Ichiro Tokugawa, the sword saint, is dead? Decapitated by an onion. Wait. Yikolo hurriedly leapt down from the sky above and landed beside Ning Chen, looking at him with a complex and shocked look. Former, senior, you, something wrong? Nine Dust swept him away. Put. Yikolo directly knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. Please accept me as a disciple. Senior, I don't take on disciples. Nine Dust twisted his head and laughed. Please, elder, do accept me. Yikolo circled around in front of Ning Chen again and said with incomparable sincerity, get out of the way. Impatience permeated Ning Chen's face as he deliberately said, if you were a sister, I could still consider it, but forget about a male. Senpai. Yikolo gritted his teeth. I can dress up in women's clothes too. Nine Dust. Yikolo clenched his teeth again. If I really can't, Before he could finish his latter words, he felt someone press on the back of his neck and he fainted. Remember in a second https://m. Before he passed out, all he saw was a man carrying a plastic bag, striding out of the food market. I can't imagine that there are still foundation establishment stage cultivators on Earth. It's quite surprising. On the way home, Nine Dust made a point of bypassing the surveillance. That's right. The old man from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who played with the sword just now was a small cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Although it contained a bit of moisture, it had indeed built the foundation, and its strength far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. However, in front of him, a yawning stage-old monster. It was still not enough to look at, far from enough to look at. He didn't even need to use his aura. He could be killed in seconds with his true chi. I hope it doesn't involve me in this. Nine Dust silently prayed. He just wants to hang out in peace and quiet. When he got home, he sliced a large onion, threw it in the cooking pot, and slowly waited for the ribs to cook. Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar are playing King of Glory in the living room. They seem to be particularly obsessed with this game recently, and at this time, the ancient martial arts world is experiencing the earthquake of the century. Ichiro Tokugawa, the granddaddy of the Yasukuni Samurai Association, is dead. In the territory of Jiangnan, China, he was beheaded with a sword. The first thing many people think when they hear this news is that it's not true. Ichiro Tokugawa had a cultivation level above that of a grandmaster, and his swordsmanship was so brilliant that he was honored as the sword saint for having killed a mad whale in the sea. The Yasukuni Knights are among the top global powers because of him. Even in the crouching tigers and dragons of China, Tokugawa Ichiro can sweep many strong. However, when a bloody photo of a body and head separated was exposed in the ancient martial arts forum, everyone was shocked. Really? Really, Ichiro Tokugawa? The Sakura Nation Sword Saint is dead? I'm afraid this picture isn't P. It's not P's. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association headquarters just held an emergency press conference, and Ichiro Tokugawa has indeed been planted. I heard that he still died inside a vegetable market in Qingzhou. Tokugawa Ichiro's precious disciple was killed by the young master of the Yi family. Isn't he here to take revenge? Who can kill him? It must have been the general president of the Martial Arts Association who struck. The general president? Crap. No wonder. Ancient Martial Arts Forum? A professional martial arts forum where users must be registered martial artists. It's never been this lively since the site was built. Ichiro Tokugawa's death blew up numerous dive parties. The truth of the death of this Sakura Nation Sword Saint was discussed with great interest, because Nine Dust personally cooked. The nanny didn't come over to cook in the evening. That smells so good. It's delicious. Ginger Sugar ate the steaming hot ribs in the bowl, her tongue almost biting off. Brother Dolly, how on earth did you make these ribs? They look quite light, but why do they taste so flavorful? Eat as much as you like. There's more in the pot. Ning Chen smiled, a faint hint of doting in his eyes. A medicinal meal made from 32 flavors of Chinese herbs. How bad can that taste? It is also that he is lazy. Otherwise high and low to get a Chinese food god is a pawn. Sugar be reserved. Act like you've never eaten ribs before. Compared to Ginger Sugar's wolfing down of the food, Su Shuyan demonstrated a good education, chewing and swallowing slowly. She actually thought that this pork chop stew was very delicious. The meat was not firewood at all, and it also had a light medicinal flavor, especially the soup, which was fresh and fragrant, but she just didn't say anything about it. By the way, Brother Dolly, do you play king? Ginger Sugar finished a large bowl and went to the kitchen to serve another bowl, then coldly asked Nine Dust. Not much of a fight. Why? Nine Dust replied casually. He was addicted to Dota in middle school and League of Legends in high school, and he really didn't play much of King's Honor, but it's really getting hotter and hotter in recent years. Why don't you download one and play together? Shuyan and I are both in the Star You segment and can take you, Gingerbread said with a grin. Su Shuyan frowned, wanting to say that Ningchen didn't know how to play, so why pull in to pit them? But when she thought of the shortness of eating people's mouths, she didn't say anything more. Ningchen had nothing to do, so he downloaded a King's Glory on his phone, and then started an afternoon of 3 rowing with Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar. At first, Ningchen really didn't know how to play, and he pitted the two girls for several games in a row. But how agile was the mind of a Yuaning stage cultivator? After 3 or 5 games, they easily got the hang of the game. By the end of the night, he had raised his segment from bronze to diamond, and had in turn taken his second daughter to score. Brother Power, you lied to me. After Nine Dust took a 5 kill, Ginger Sugar angrily threw away her phone and waved her small fists. You're obviously so powerful. Why did you say you've never played before? I really haven't played it. A bitter smile spread across the corners of Ning Chen's mouth. But this game is indeed very simple. Just pretend. Where would Su Shuyan be willing to believe his bullshit? It's true that King's Honor is not very difficult to get started. But what kind of person can become so good in one afternoon, and even take 5 kills? You know, she hadn't gotten a single 5 kill in over 2,000 games. Forget it if you don't believe me. Nine Dust shrugged and asked again. Still coming? He suddenly thought it would be nice to play a game once in a while. It was always easy to get bored. Come on, Su Shuyan said with certainty. Although Nine Dust tricking her made her upset, as long as she could score points. What the heck? 3 days later, White Cloud Mountain, Marina Yi family. The Yi family was the most powerful family in Marina. There was hardly any one of them, and when looking at the entire country of China, it was also a top martial arts family. Today, a group of people wearing the uniforms of the Martial Arts Association aggressively traveled through the White Cloud Mountain Resort, and finally came to the door of an ancient building and pavilion. Family Master, I can't stop us. A few Yi family guards, very ashamed, lowered their heads. The Yi family had blocked in front of the pavilion with his hands, his brows furrowed darkly. Yi Family Master. The Martial Arts Association officer who led the way was a burly man in his early 50s, more than 1 meter 9 in height, with an unruffled brow. We are from the Supreme Headquarters and have been ordered by the Council of Elders to investigate the death of Ichiro Tokugawa. It is reported that your son, Yi Kulu, may know some information. Please let us meet him. A gentle and beautiful woman walked out from the pavilion and said to the Yi family head, Xiao Lu has only just woken up and needs to rest. Let these people come back tomorrow. Ma'am, it's a matter of great importance. Please let us see Yi Xiao. The band leader's tone was urgent. Okay. The Yi family head thought for a moment. You guys come with me. Thanks for the accommodation. A group of Martial Arts Association elites fishtailed into the room and quickly arrived at the 3rd floor. Yi Kulu was covered in bandages, lying on the bed with an unusually pale face. Facing the questioning of the crowd, Yi Kulu only spat out 2 words with difficulty. Chivalrous Kuei. The chivalrous K has appeared? The leader of the Martial Association, his pupils suddenly shrunk, excitedly stepped forward and asked, Yi Xiao, please reveal more. Where is the chivalrous Kuei he is now? I don't know. Yi Kulu shook his head and said word for word. He killed Tokugawa Ichiro, and left, without talking to me. Disappointed. The WUA leader cross-examined a few more times before leaving. Just as the front foot left, Yi Kulu sat up from the bed. Turns out he wasn't hurt as bad as it was rumored on the internet. Seeing his old man come in from outside, he asked, Dad, are they gone? Aha. The Yi family head nodded, then sat on the bed with a complicated face. Xiao Lu, what you just said is too bizarre. Could it be a nightmare you're having? No, definitely not. Yi Kulu shook his head. The one who killed the Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro was not the founder of the Martial Association, Chivalrous Kuei, but someone younger than me. Brother, you must be confused. A young girl with a clear and stunning face said worriedly. Younger than you? Wouldn't that be in her early 20s? Tokugawa Ichiro is a powerful person of the Martial King realm. There aren't many Martial King realms in the entire country of China. How could such a terrifying existence be killed by a 20-year-old? Dad, it's better to have a couple more doctors come to the house and check out brother's brain. The Yi family head nodded. It is indeed necessary to check it properly. It wasn't a dream. It definitely wasn't a dream. Yelu was so convinced. After his father and sister left, he found his cell phone and dialed a fox friend. Hey, Yi Xiao, why are you free to call me today? Rare thing. It was noisy on the other side of the phone. It seemed to be in a bar. Sheen Fun, help me look up someone. I'll owe you a big favor if I do. What kind of person? Male or female? It's worth your Yi family's youngest to be so excited, the youth named Chin Fan said in surprise. Cut the crap. I'm sending you the information I have right now, so do it right away. Yes, whatever you say, Yi Xiao. Hanging up the phone, Yi Kulu's mood was difficult to calm. He couldn't wait to meet the guy who was younger than him but strong beyond measure. Then, find a way to worship him. 4 days on end, Ning Chen attended classes during the day and went back to the villa at night to hack and play King of Kings with Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar. And his days were quite leisurely. What surprised him was that after he beat up Huao, the ancient martial arts association never came to trouble him. Well, that's good. On Friday night, Wang Yinhua suddenly sent a message saying that she had gone to Lingnan and specifically helped him purchase a large batch of ghost hand green. This kind of highly poisonous mushrooms, Lingnan locals do not dare to touch, because the toxicity is extremely difficult to remove. Even if cooked thoroughly, it is difficult to guarantee that there will not be problems, so the price is not expensive. The money is basically spent on shipping costs. Brother Dust, I've already negotiated a cooperation with a logistics company over in Lingnan. If you need it, I'll have them ship some in every month. Do you think that's okay? Famous Diamond Club, inside an office. Wang Yinhua smiled and brought up a cup of tea for Ning Chen. Well, with pleasure, Nine Dust said carelessly, then bent down, opened the mouth of the snakeskin bag, and directly reached out to pick up a white, ghostly hand green. Dusty, watch out. Wang Yinhua didn't know that Nine Dust was a body that was impervious to all poisons, so she hurriedly stopped him. The two minions by the door, too, watched as their eyelids fluttered. Unexpectedly, Ning Chen directly brought this poisonous mushroom towards his mouth, biting off its umbrella cap with a single bite and savoring it. What are you waiting for? Get on the phone and call an ambulance. Wang Yinhua turned around and shouted at the two minions. Nine Dust waved his hand. No need. I'm fine, Brother Dust. Are you really okay? Wang Yinhua was a bit incredulous. The Lingnan boss, who was responsible for helping her procure the ghost hand green, had repeatedly instructed that the ghost hand green could not be eaten directly even when cooked, but had to go through layers of processing, not to mention eating it raw. However, Ning Chen's face remained as normal, chewing and swallowing slowly for a while before opening a pair of surprised eyes. It really does contain aura. What? Wang Yinhua didn't understand. Pull a load over for me every month. Nine Dust picked up the snakeskin bag on the ground and left directly after dropping these words. Wang Yinhua was a bit confused. She didn't understand why Ning Chen ate highly poisonous mushrooms without anything happening. Obviously Lingnan locals. They all talked about it. The poisonous mushrooms produced in Lingnan actually contain a faint trace of spiritual qi. It seems that when I have time, I have to make a trip to Lingnan. After leaving the famous Diamond Clubhouse, Ning Chen silently thought. Although the concentration of aura in Ghost Hand Green was still pitifully low, it was better than nothing. Maybe he could find medicinal herbs that would help with his injuries in this piece of feng shui treasure in Lingnan. On the way home, Ning Chen grabbed some more herbs and easily got rid of the poison of the Ghost Hand Green, and together with the old hen, the soup was so good that Ginger Sugar and Su Shuyan almost swallowed their tongues. He was afraid of the two girls stealing food, but also specifically instructed the toxicity of the Ghost Hand Green placed in the kitchen utility room, so that they do not just steal food, poison to death he does not care. Unconsciously, Su Shuyan also gradually accepted Ning Chen's existence. From the beginning of the disgust, every night must lock the door, but also through the ingredients he bought back, to calmly eat his cooking, every night the three of them to open the black to play the king. This kind of mentality change, Su Shuyan himself feel incredible. Day by day, the Ancient Martial Association had never come to trouble Ning Chen because they had recently stumbled upon a major event. All the manpower of the Qingzhou chapter had been dispatched to investigate the death of the Sword Saint, Tokugawa Ichiro, and couldn't spare any time for him. Wan Yu, however, always felt uneasy, regardless of whether or not there was a patriarch behind Ning Chen. It was never a good thing to cross paths with the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. At this time, as a permanent member of the council, he got up the idea of mediation. On this day, Ning Chen was eating in the cafeteria with Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan, when suddenly a silhouette with an ethereal fragrance stood beside him. Nine Dust, come with me, Grandpa wants to see you. It's Wen Qinglan. For some reason, Wen Qinglan knew that Ning Chen was much stronger than her, but she just couldn't convince him. The tone of voice was also very nonchalant. Hey, Nine Dust, Sister Wen is calling you. Fang Xiaofang poked Ning Chen with his elbow and reminded him in a low voice. Oh, Ning Chen was unimpressed and looked up to Wen Qinglan. I'm almost done with my dishes. Help me get some more over here. Wen Qinglan clenched her pink fist, itching to copy the stainless steel rice tray and cover Ning Chen's head. But that sort of thing was all she could think about. Ning Chen was a genius at the peak of the external strength. Even Hua O, the supervisor of the Martial Arts Association, had defeated her, and could crush her to death with a single finger. Okay, you wait. Just as the surrounding students were discussing whether or not the hot-tempered Wen Qinglan would slap Ning Chen, the former actually turned his head towards the cafeteria's food port. After lunch, Ning Chen followed Wen Qinglan to the principal's office in the administration building. Wen Yu was sitting inside making tea. Seeing Ning Chen come over, he hurriedly got up and greeted him with a smile. Little friend, sit. Old man Wen, just say whatever you want to say. I've been a bit busy lately. Nine Dust sat on the sofa. Oh, I wonder what little friend has been busy with lately. Wen Yu asked curiously. He thought that Ning Chen was busy cultivating some supreme martial art, but it turned out that the latter pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and started playing a game. Timmy, crisp sounds emanated from the cell phone. Wen Qinglan glanced at him and grunted coldly. So you're busy playing king? What? No? Nine Dust didn't look up, and his two thumbs kept scratching on the screen. Memorize the URL. Wen Yu smiled bitterly and said, Little friend can the game be put down first? I'm looking for you to talk about something important. Nine Dust didn't even lift his head. I'm in a tight spot here too. You say yours. When you shook his head helplessly, it's still the same thing as last time. You beat up the Martial Arts Association's supervisory team. There's no way the Martial Arts Association will let it go. Little friend, are you free this afternoon? I'll take you to the headquarters of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, and you can apologize to President Liang face to face. I'll put in a good word for you, and President Liang shouldn't make things too difficult for you as a student. Ning Chen shook his head. Too lazy to go. The Martial Arts Association can come looking if they want to. I'm not afraid. Big deal. I'll beat up that riot squad as well. The corner of Wen Qinglan's mouth twitched. Are you crazy? Punching the riot squad? Little friend, listen to my advice. Young people should not be sharp. They should know how to restrain themselves. When you persuaded bitterly, think about it. The Martial Arts Association is such a large organization. A steady stream of people sent to find you. Annoying can annoy you. And you have parents, right? Fair enough. Nine Dust turned to think. So if I apologize, they'll let me go? Yes, it can. When you assured him repeatedly, he keenly realized that this young man is not afraid of the world, only the most afraid of trouble. I'll just go apologize then. Nine Dust held his phone and said indifferently, but only after I finish this game. I can't pit my teammates. When Qinglan was also completely speechless. You just said you'd beat up the riot squad, and now you're apologizing? This kid in the end has no backbone as a martial artist. Hello. 10 minutes later, Ning Chen looked at the large victory on the screen, smiled heartily, and finally followed the Winchesters out. Somewhere in the city center, the headquarters of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, Vice President Liang Yangji was presiding over the meeting and was slightly taken aback when he heard that when you had brought Ning Chen, tell them to wait in the reception room. Liang Yangji decided to hang this kid out to dry for a while first, to grind his temperament. Yes, President Liang. The little secretary led the way. This drying was 3 hours. Nine Dust was bored of waiting, so he took out his cell phone to play King. When you and Wen Qinglan could only wait dryly. Grandpa, they just do it on purpose, don't they? Wen Qinglan quickly became impatient and said to Wen Yu, sitting for so long, apart from adding tea and pouring water, none of the senior management has shown up. Grandpa, you're at least a permanent director of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. How can they be so disrespectful? Recently there was a big event in the association. President Liang and the others were busy with meetings all day. When you calmed his restless granddaughter. Big deal? When Qinglan blinked curiously. Could it be? The ancient martial arts forum rumors that the Sakura country's sword saint, Tokugawa Ichiro, died in our Qingzhou? Aha. When you nodded. This matter had already spread in the domestic martial arts circle and was not a secret. He swept a glance at Ning Chen, who was playing King next to him, and revealed. Tokugawa Ichiro was a Yasukuni Samurai Society veteran-level figure with a supreme status in the Sakura country, and both countries want to investigate his death. According to the intelligence from above, the one who struck out to kill Tokugawa Ichiro is most likely the founder of our ancient martial arts association, the chivalrous leader Chenishan. When Qinglan heard the name Chenishan, she was so frightened that she directly screamed out, "What? Chivalrous Kuei? Chenishan? Geez, Grandpa. Hasn't the chivalrous Kuei disappeared for more than 10 years? How did he suddenly show up? Grandpa, is chivalrous Kuei in Qingzhou now? He's the idol of all the martial artists in our country of China. I want to meet him so badly." When Qinglan tugged at Wen Yu's sleeve, her eyes filled with adoring little stars. Who is the chivalrous Kuei? How could a mortal like us possibly see him? Wen Yu laughed. He glanced at Ning Chen again, and realizing that the latter was still concentrating on the game, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Little friend, do you know about the chivalrous Kuei?" "Chivalrous Kuei? I don't know. I only know the flower leader," Nine Dust casually responded. "Bah!" When Qinglan glared at him, "What nonsense are you talking about? You? Is the chivalrous Kuei something you can flirt with?" "Well, I haven't heard of it." Nine Dust didn't raise his head the entire time. "I haven't even heard of the chivalrous Kuei, so I'm really lonely." When Qinglan bristled, although this Ning Chen had the strength of a peak external power, he simply didn't know a thing about the ancient martial arts world, just as if he had walked out from the mountains. After another moment, a middle-aged man in a tang suit with a sturdy body walked into the reception room. "Elder Wen, sorry to keep you waiting." The middle-aged man was none other than the vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, Liang Yangji. President Liang is serious. Wen Lao got up and waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. He immediately sidled over and introduced himself to Liang Yangji. "President Liang, this is Ning Chen. He came here today specifically to apologize for his mistake." "Oh," Liang Yangji didn't know beforehand, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he stared at Ning Chen, who was playing a game on the sofa. "Little friend." When you hurriedly reached out and pushed Nine Dust, only then did Ning Chen fondly put the cell phone back into his pocket and looked Liang Yangji up and down, his brows slightly furrowed. "Hardened body one?" Before coming over, he thought that the vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association was at least a chi refining stage, right? It turned out to be so trashy. Although he couldn't look at it 100 times in his heart, he still took the initiative to greet him for the sake of his next peaceful life. "President Liang, hello." "Phew," when you sighed in relief. "Nine Dust, right? Did you injure Huago? Liang Yongji headed to the sofa and sat down, picking up his teacup and sipping it. Who is your master? Know what crime it is to attack the supervisory team. Ha! How dare you! He slammed his teacup on the coffee table with a loud thud. A loud thud. This move startled both the personal secretary and Wen Qinglan beside him. Nine Dust, on the other hand, couldn't help himself. A mole cricket that was not even at the chi refining stage, pretending to be a bully in front of him, an old monster at the yuaning stage. Why did he want to laugh so much? President Liang, be at ease. Be at ease. When you rushed forward to pacify, and in the process, he stuffed a bank card into Liang Yongji's pocket. President Liang, Ning Chen's master is a reclusive master who just came out from a small place and doesn't know the rules of our martial arts association. So I hope you'll bear with me. Be more forgiving. This red-hot act of bribery was seen by several people present. When Qinglan's face was unhappy, thinking that why should they, the Wen family, spend money to set things right when this kid made a mistake? Grandpa is really something. Ahem. Liang Yongji did not move and accepted the card. His face then eased a bit. Elder Wen, sit, don't stand. When Ning Chen saw this scene, he probably knew that the ancient martial arts association, as an organization, had been corrupted beyond recognition, and by this time, Wen Yu had already told Liang Yongji about his general situation. It turns out that the children trained by the hidden masters, no wonder they have cultivated to the peak of the external strength at a young age. We haven't had such a genius in Jiangnan for some years now. Liang Yongji nodded. Remember in a second https://m. After collecting the money, his attitude was obviously much more moderate, and his gaze toward Ning Chen even brought a hint of a smile. But one size does not fit all, and mistakes must be paid for. Liang Yongji's face becomes serious again. How about this? Ning Chen, ask your parents to come over tomorrow and apologize to Captain Hua and pay some medical bills. For the sake of Elder Wen, the case record will not be left for you, but I hope there will not be a next time. Nine Dust listened in his ears and laughed in his heart. What in the face of Elder Wen? Clearly in the face of money. Don't worry, President Liang, Ning Chen has fully realized his mistake, and there definitely won't be a next time. When you smiled and assured. Next to her, Wen Qinglan just breathed a sigh of relief. The door to the reception room slammed open, and a furious face barged in. President Liang, this matter can't just be left alone. This kid violently resisted arrest and openly assaulted the supervisory team. He must be locked up. Let him sit in jail. The intruder was none other than the captain of the supervisory team, Huago. He was wrapped in bandages and a cast, and his face was pale through and through. Wen Yu's face instantly pulled down. Isn't Huago in the hospital? How come she's here? Soon, he saw an acquaintance following behind Huago, looking at him in Nine Dust with a sneer. Duan family head, Duan Rong. Wen Yu's brows sank. Huayo, when did you get out of the hospital? Why didn't you tell me? Liang Yongji didn't look too good either as he got up and walked over. When he saw Duan Rong, he understood what had happened and glared at him indignantly. Oh, President Liang, the nature of this incident is very bad, and it must not be put to rest. Duan Rong, however, went forward and also secretly slipped Liang Yongji a card and said with a smile, when Lord Chivalrous Kuei founded the Wushu Association, he aimed to implement martial law. After all, without rules, there would be no prosperous ancient martial arts world today, don't you think? This, Liang Yongji had a difficult face, but still silently accepted the card. President Liang, I think we should give young people a chance. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? When you walked forward and said in a deep voice, Duan Rong, your Duan family keeps so many disciples. You have not committed many sins on a regular basis. According to the martial law, shouldn't you also go in and squat for a few years? Elder Wen, even though our two families are very close, I can sue you for slander all the same, Duan Rong stated with a smirk. Okay, knock it off. For the sake of Tokugawa Ichiro, Liang Yongji had held meetings for several days in a row, and his head was big. Tell you what, Nine Dust, you apologize to Captain Hua now, compensate him for 3 million in medical expenses, and write a pledge. Hua-Oh suddenly interrupted, gritting his teeth. Chairman Liang, I, Hua-Oh, am not that bad. According to the rules, he must be detained for 3 months before he can do so. Nine Dust's face was becoming increasingly unpleasant. When Qinglan looked anxious and poked Ning Chen with her elbow, whispering, hey, say something instead, don't just stand there. Ning Chen was woodenly silent, quietly sizing up these few mole crickets. Captain Hua, young people are prone to impulsiveness. In fact, after that day, Ning Chen also regretted it. When you hurriedly pacified, he is still young. If he leaves a record, how can he mix in our circle in the future? Humph, it's okay not to leave a record. Huago suddenly sneered. then compensate $10 million. Then kneel on the ground and kowtow to my old man in apology. What? The words shocked everyone in the reception room. Kneel, kowtow? This was definitely no less humiliating to a martial artist than killing their body. When Qinglan were furious, this was too vicious, actually trying to strike at Ning Chen's heart for martial arts. But it was also Ning Chen's fault for not listening to the old man's words. How about it? Choose between keeping a record or kneeling and kowtowing. Huago glared at Ning Chen with a sneer, thinking, brat, weren't you quite a gripper in Nine Streams Manor before? If you have the guts, you can do it again. Young man, think carefully, Duan Rong said to Ning Chen. Being detained by the Martial Arts Association is a very serious matter. It means that your reputation stinks. I suggest that you should admit your weakness today, or else your future will be. Are you guys fucking done? Ning Chen really couldn't take it anymore, and an impatient look piled up on his face. You really think you're an onion, don't you? Duan Rong looked stunned. How dare this kid be so arrogant at the Martial Arts Association headquarters? Great. Huago's face sank. Little brat, I gave you a chance, but it's a shame you didn't seize it. President Liang, you've heard it too. This kid is so arrogant. If he's not sent in, if he goes out into society in the future, he's sure to stir up a huge basket. Liang Yangji was also annoyed with Ning Chen's arrogant attitude, and was about to speak when Ning Chen suddenly raised his leg and kicked Huago in the chest. Boo! Huago's entire body flew out, spitting a mouthful of blood violently in the air. PFF. When Qinglan? Duan Rong? Everyone was confused. No one had expected that Ning Chen would dare to make a move at the headquarters, in front of Vice President Liang Yangji. Oh my god. When Qinglan's jade hand tightly covered her fragrant lips as she looked at Ning Chen in shock. Finished, when you closed his eyes in some despair, knowing that today's efforts were all for naught. Huago crashed through the reception room door and slid out more than 20 meters down the cold corridor, drawing a large number of shocked stares along the way. Ning, dust, how dare you? Inside the reception room, Liang Yangji stormed out. Do you know what this place is? You dare to make a move in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. Do you know what kind of consequences there will be? Ha! You guys are nothing to me. Ning Chen let out a cold laugh, then shifted his gaze to Duan Rong. What do you want? Duan Rong gulped and took a few steps back. Two Duan clan disciples stepped forward and attempted to block Ning Chen, but after being glared at by the latter, their legs went weak, their heads broke out in a sweat, and they unconsciously stepped aside. I don't know if I've ever messed with you, but you screwed me today, so I'll screw you. As he spoke, Ning Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. Duan Rong's eyes flashed before his eyes, and he felt that the back of his collar was picked up, and his entire body was uncontrollably thrown high into the air, and then slammed hard onto the floor. And, still, the face on the ground kind. Boo! After a tremor, Duan Rong, the head of the Duan family, one of the few bigwigs in the entire Qingzhou city, had his nose broken on the spot. A large amount of blood splashed out from his face. Ow, ow, ow. Duan Rong's mournful screams resounded through the reception room. He was also an external strength martial artist. He didn't faint that easily, and at the moment, he covered his face and rolled around on the ground, screaming nonstop in pain. Everyone looked dumbfounded, especially Liang Yangji's personal female secretary, who had always thought that Ning Chen was just an internet addict who was addicted to gaming. But she didn't expect him to suddenly reveal his brutal and ruthless side. Call the riot squad. Get the riot squad over here. Liang Yangji copied the landline and yelled at the microphone. Crap. When Yu's face was ugly, things were out of his control. He had also far underestimated Ning Chen's audacity. When Qinglan's beautiful eyes were wide, as if it was the first day she had recognized Ning Chen as a person. Come after me again and I'll get you killed. Ning Chen squatted beside the broken Duan Rong and spoke indifferently. Elder Wan, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. He snapped at Wen Yu and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a team of armed guards rushed in from the hallway. President, are you alright? The captain of the guards came to Liang Yangji's side. They are not the riot squad. The riot squad is out on a mission. They are just the guards of the Wushu Association. Although they were ordinary people, they had guns in their hands and their deterrent effect was no less than that of the riot squad. Arrest him. Liang Yangji pointed at Ning Chen and stormed. If you dare to resist, shoot on the spot. Go! The head of the guards was a burly man in his 40s, and with a wave of his hand, a dozen or so gun-toting guards surrounded towards Nine Dust. Little friend, don't resist. When you warned loudly, be honest. A guard stepped forward and put his hand on Nine Dust's shoulder. Ning Chen flicked his shoulder, and this guard was immediately knocked out by a wave of invisible chi. Shoot! The captain of the guard did not hesitate to give the order. When Qinglan was terrified and hurriedly pulled Wen Yu back. Da-day-day-day-day-day. Inside the reception room, intense gunfire rang out. 12 assault rifles spewed fire. Just when the crowd thought that Ning Chen would be beaten into a sieve, something incredible happened. Ning Chen transformed into a black shadow and weaved his way through the rain of gunfire. The 12 guards flew out one after the other before they could change their magazines after a barrage of bullets, snapping and shattering windows and falling from the third floor. The assault rifles were also all twisted into twists and thrown casually on the ground. Jesus Christ! What the is going on here? That guard captain looked dumbfounded, his eyes rolling, dodging bullets. NEI Jean. You're an NEI Jean martial artist. Liang Yangji stared at Ninedust like he had seen a ghost. President Liang, hurry up! The captain of the guard picked up his assault rifle and pulled the trigger straight away. In the next instant, the gun in his hand disappeared in boom. A black shadow swung down towards him in a smooth motion, knocking him out. Ninedust turned the assault rifle in his hand upside down, using it as a club, and walked over to Liang Yangji. What do you want? I'm the vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. You can't touch me. Liang Yangji's legs went weak and he couldn't speak well. He had never thought in his death that an 18 or 19-year-old brat would actually be an inner strength martial artist. They didn't have many internal strength martial artists within the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. Little friend, don't. When you hurriedly ran over to plead for mercy, if you move Chairman Liang, it's equivalent to going to war with the entire ancient martial arts association, and there will be endless trouble. When Qinglan also helped to advise, right. Grandpa is right. Ning Chen, you must not be impulsive. Ancient Martial Arts Association. Ninedust fucked over a bunch of people without blushing. You guys don't really think that I put this stupid organization in my sights, do you? Honestly, I chose to come here because I was afraid of trouble, and I didn't realize they were so insensitive. Liang Yangji's mouth muscles twitched as he listened. Grandma, what the hell is this kid? Cultivating to inner strength at such a young age and still looking down on the Ancient Martial Arts Association so much. Did he come from the 5 great families? Snap. At this moment, Ning Chen gently slapped Liang Yangji's face with his hand and said, remember, I'm not afraid of you guys at all, and if you dare to bother me again, I'll exterminate all of you. Understand? Got it. How dare Liang Yangji not bow his head? Although he was the vice president, he only had external force strength, and an internal force martial artist could crush him with a single finger. Very good. Snap. Ning Chen ended up slapping Liang Yangji's face heavily again before he turned around and left in satisfaction. Only a few people were left behind with a confused look on their faces. When Qinglan, in particular, stared at Ning Chen as back in a daze, feeling like she was dreaming. Soon after he left, a group of people hurried back, seeing the mess on the floor of the reception room. The riot squad leader Wang Qi almost lost his temper. Where did the mad dog come from? How dare he spread his wildness in the headquarters of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association? President, one word from you and I'll go get him for you now. Wang Qi roared through clenched teeth. The headquarters of the hallowed Martial Arts Association was smashed to this state. When this kind of thing spreads out, how can they still gain a foothold in the Jiangnan chapters of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association? No. Liang Yangji was startled, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, his face still transmitting a great deal of gravity. That young man's strength may be even stronger than yours. You may not be his opponent. What? Wang Qi was shocked and hurriedly sat down on the sofa. President, you're not kidding, right? A college student really has internal energy cultivation? He wondered if the head of his own president was broken. I just had someone look into it. Liang Yangji said word for word. After that kid made a scene at the Martial Arts Association, he didn't flee in fear of his crime, but went back to school. This shows that he's not afraid of the Martial Association at all. There should be a big power behind him to act so recklessly. Wang Qi frowned. What then? This matter? Just let it go? Of course not. Liang Yangji shook his head. But we can't attack rashly. This kid has a fiery temper. In case we piss him off and he goes on a killing spree, we'll be screwed. Wang Qi was speechless. He'd been a riot squad leader for 7 years, and had arrested hundreds of vicious criminals, and had never come across a guy so tricky that he'd made the AFCC throw in the towel. Liang Yangji added, it is better to wait for the president to come back from the meeting in Binhai. I also want to see this kid behind. In the end there is what big person in the backing. President. When Wang Qi heard these 2 words, his spirit was lifted. The Ancient Martial Arts Association had a rule that the president of the Municipal Martial Arts Association must have the cultivation of a zongshi. Only a patriarch can sit in a city and stabilize the people. Their Qingzhou Martial Arts Association's president Zhang was a genuine grandmaster, completely different from a guy like Liang Yangji who planned up through connections. After leaving the Martial Association headquarters, Ning Chen went straight back to the school. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, The ancient martial arts association was a towering behemoth, a ruler who set martial laws, and a Damocles sword hanging over their heads. But in the eyes of Nine Dust, should we destroy this bullshit association? Nine Dust sat in the classroom, pondering this question. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head. This association seems to be quite big, with chapters in every city, so if we really want to exterminate it, we'll have to waste a lot of spiritual energy and effort. Forget it, let's spare their lives for now. Nine Dust secretly thought, how can the millions of martial artists in China not imagine that the most enormous power in the cultivation world was almost destroyed because of a student's thought? The class was on anatomy, and most of the students listened very carefully, except for Ning Chen, who looked at the scenery outside the window and was dumbfounded. After class, Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan asked him to go play ball, which he politely refused. Memorize the URL. A Yuaning stage cultivator who can move mountains and fill up the sea can't really be interested in a sport like basketball. Evening, how can Director Li be like this? The entrepreneurial fund department obviously agreed to allocate it to you, but then it changed its mind on the spot and gave it to Guan Xiaoman. Pissed off, a few female classmates gathered around the department flower Su Lianxian. Guan Xiaoman's family is so rich, she started her business just for fun. Director Li is really blind too. Su Rongli is fighting for her best friend. Su Evening Night shook her head and smiled. Rongli, Ying, forget it, the department should have their own considerations if they don't allocate the funding to me. Consider what Jiang Ying coldly snorted. Guan Xiaoman is a Qingzhou local, dad business, mom background is also very strong, is relying on the relationship to get this fund. Yesterday she also in the group to show off to it, and what can be done about it? Su Lianxian sighed softly. It looks like her plans to start a milk tea stand business are going to go down the drain. Nine Dust passed by her expressionlessly. Su Lianxian looked up at him the same way and didn't say anything more. She knew that Nine Dust didn't like herself pestering him. Nine Dust didn't mind his own business, and after leaving the school, he went to the famous Diamond Club. Wang Yinhua had just called, saying that she had a good news to inform him and asked him to make sure to come over. It was evening, when the sun was thinning and the lights were on. The big and small stores in the Watermoon Food Street were busy. Unsatisfied with the cafeteria food, college students go out in droves to forage for food. Famous Diamond's Clubhouse, 5th floor office. Wang Yinhua smiled and handed a bag to Ning Chen. Brother Dust, try it. Is this ghost hand green? Ning Chen took the bag and found that it was filled with lime green potato chips of different sizes, and at first glance, it looked a bit like cucumber-flavored Pepsi chips. Exactly. Wang Yinhua laughed. Brother Dust, didn't you say that you liked to eat ghost hand green last time? I got someone to make it into potato chips for you. What do you think? Click 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 click. Nine Dust held the bag of chips and ate it on the spot. While eating, he also nodded his head. Not bad. Wang Yinhua, you've done a good job in this matter. I'll make a note of it. Thank you Brother Dust. This is all what I should do. Wang Yinhua hurriedly nodded and hailed, then put on a look of wanting to speak. Dust, Brother Dust, there is something I don't know when to speak or not. Then don't speak, Nine Dust said as he ate. Wang Yinhua was stunned. This gorgeous woman clenched her teeth and hardened her heart. Brother Dust, you know about the 4C's gang, right? The Zhang Yang who came to the clubhouse last time looking for trouble was from the 4C's gang. Recently, the 4C's gang has come to our territory to cause trouble again. Several stores and bars have been smashed, and several brothers have been beaten into the hospital. Ning Chen's face was expressionless. Are you trying to get me to make a move against the 4C's gang? Wang Yinhua nodded. Aha! Nine Dust shook his head. A small underground gang. What virtue and ability to let him, a Yuaning stage cultivator, personally deal with it? This is not to take the annihilator cannon to bombard mosquitoes? No time. Nine Dust was blunt. The expression on Wang Yinhua's face froze for a moment. She knew that Ning Chen was studying at Qingzhou University, so how could he be unavailable? 80% of them were too lazy to do anything about it. Okay, well, Brother Dust, then I'll think of another way. She didn't dare to force Nine Dust either. But well, Nine Dust turned his words around and said as he clicked his chips, for the sake of these poison mushroom chips, I can give you one thing. What is it? Wang Yinhua's eyes were shining. A set of feats. Nine Dust reclined on a chair as he ate. Kung Fu? Wang Yinhua froze for a moment. Is it a martial arts secret? Pretty much, Ning Chen said. In fact, there is still a big difference between Kung Fu and martial arts. After all, one cultivated immortality and the other practiced martial arts, which were not comparable. Dusty. Wang Yinhua was not very excited, but instead showed a difficult face. I heard that practicing martial arts is very bitter. Winter practice 3 nines, summer practice 3 volts, and also to start from a doll. Which, this can work? Don't worry, Ning Chen smiled faintly. This set of gongfu has been improved by me. Even fools with even the lowest qualifications can practice it, and it only takes 10 days and half a month to multiply their physical fitness tenfold. What? Wang Yinhua was shocked. Half a month. 10 times the physical fitness. Are you kidding me? Did Captain Magenta fight the super soldier serum? Tell you what. You call Chen Zi Bao and Chun Zi Wolf in here, and I'll teach them the ancient body strengthening techniques mantra first. Ning Chen said. Okay, Dusty. Wang Yinhua was skeptical and called in 2 people. Chen Zi Bao, Chen Zi Wolf. The 2 gold medal fighters under by Snapdragon's command are now following Wang Yinhua. Sister Yinhua, Brother Dust. The 2 brothers bowed side by side. They had heard about Ning Chen's power from Wang Yinhua, and at the moment, they didn't dare to take a breath. After all, they had looked for trouble from the latter, but Nine Dust had long since forgotten about it. Next, he passed on the basic chapter of the ancient body strengthening technique to the Chen brothers. This set of body forging technique, which he had obtained from exploring an ancient secret realm, could allow one to complete the triple hardening of the body in the shortest possible time and advance to the chi refining stage. And during his conversation with the Chen brothers, he also learned about the realm division of the ancient martial arts world: external strength, internal strength, harmonization realm, grandmaster, and patriarch realm. According to their descriptions, the external strength, internal strength, and transformation realms should correspond to the body tempering 1, 2, and 3 levels respectively, and the Zhongshe realm would be the chi refining stage. Earth's cultivation culture is so backward. The chi refining stage belongs to the lowest level of cultivators in the little southern heavenly realm, but on Earth it is honored as a generation of masters, sitting in several cities. Nine Dust cried and laughed. The Chin brothers' comprehension was poor, and even after Ning Chen had taught them all night, they had only memorized 1/10 of it. I'm sorry, Dusty, we're just too stupid. The Chun brothers were filled with embarrassment. Ning Chen waved his hand, signaling that there is no harm. You turn around and pass this set of gongfa to the people below. As long as you learn hard and practice hard, within 10 years you will break through the chi refining amount. Breaking through the Zhongshe is not a problem. God damn it. The Chin brothers nearly blew their eyes out. Zhongji? Dusty, you're not kidding, are you? Even Wang Yinhua was stunned. There's something to joke about. Nine Dust glanced at them with disgust. Right, there's also this. He walked over to his desk, grabbed a pen and paper, and wrote down a prescription. This is body tempering scatter. When you guys are practicing, supplemented with this medicine, you will be able to get half the result with twice the effort. Wang Yinhua gulped and reached out to take it. Good, Brother Dust. The Chen brothers were still a bit bewildered. Patriarch, that legendary realm, could they really reach it? Remember in a second https://m. Don't dream. Chen Zibao shook his head. Brother Dust is painting us a cake. I really believe it? After explaining some more precautions for practicing, Ning Chen moved to leave. He also left the address of the Rose Garden Villa and asked Wang Yinhua to send a few boxes of poison mushroom chips over, so that when he went out to class in the future, he could bring a few packets to eat. Just after 10, Nine Dust took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor, intending to go to Li Mei restaurant for a late-night snack. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses, dressed quite smartly, came out of the box and walked drunkenly toward the bathroom. Fuck off, don't you have eyes? The man in the suit waved his hand and cursed when he saw Nine Dust blocking his way. How could Ning Chen spoil this kind of person? Going up was a kick. Boo! The man in the suit took a hit in the ass, planted his head straight up and sobered up most of his drink. How dare you? Kick me? The man in the suit rubbed his ass and climbed up, looking at Nine Dust in horror. Any way you look at it, this young man looks like a student. The closest university to Watermoon Street is Qingzhou University. You're from YU? The man in the suit asked viciously. None of your business. Nine Dust glanced at his mouth. Mud, do you know who I am? Dare to kick me? I'll make sure you don't get out of this clubhouse. The man in the suit roared. Pop. Ning Chen turned around and rewarded him with another slap, making him dizzy, holding onto the wall and not even being able to tell east from west. Ning Chen could tell at a glance that the man in the suit had long since been emptied of his body by alcohol and sex, and was weak. And the commotion on this side of the room quickly attracted the clubhouse security. Who's fighting here? A couple of burly men in security uniforms approached, throwing sticks in their hands. Upon seeing Nine Dust, they unanimously shivered. Dusty. The 4 guards bowed in unison. The man in the suit also realized something was wrong and turned to slip away, but was blocked by 2 tall figures. It was Chen Ziwolf and Chen Zibo who came down from the 5th floor. After Ning Chen told him what happened, Chen Zibao smacked the man in the suit in the face with a big biker pocket. Snap. Do you know what Brother Dust is? Apologize if you don't want to die. Chen Zibao obviously recognized the man in the suit and made several glances at him. The man in the suit understood and turned around, ignoring a swollen pig face high in the air, and kept bowing and apologizing to Ning Dust. Dust, brother Dust. I was wrong. I had eyes and didn't recognize him to Tai. Brother Dust. He's a director of Qing University, called Li Jiyan. Often comes to drink with us. Today he drank himself silly and bumped into you. Damn it. Chen Zibao walked over and nodded his head. Aha. Nine Dust didn't put this kind of grifter in his heart at all, but then he suddenly remembered something and asked, do you know Su Wanxian? Su Nan Nan? Li Jiyan froze for a moment. You are talking about the Su Lianyan of the second clinical class of the medical department? Li Jiyan was recently in charge of a program to support college students' entrepreneurship, and Su wants to open a milk tea stand on campus to ease the burden on her family, so he was familiar with the name. Brother Dust, I dare to ask a question. Are you a youth university? Asked Li Jiyan with a swollen face. I'm from clinical class 2, Nine Dust said. Pfft, almost spewed Li Gillian. Is this not a case of the family not recognizing the family after the water has washed over the Dragon King's temple? But an ordinary student who dares to be so arrogant in the famous Diamond Clubhouse. I'm afraid the power behind it is not small. I guess it's the son of some big shots family, Li Jiyan thought secretly. At this time, Ning Chen spoke again. I heard that a startup fund that you had intended to grant to Su Lianya was cut off by another girl? How do you know? Li Jiyan froze for a moment, but quickly reacted that his sentence was nonsense. Su Lianxian was the flower of the medical department, and it was 80% that she had already been picked up by Ning Chen. The startup fund has already been sent out? Nine Dust asked again. Not yet, Li Jiyan replied. Tell you what, how about returning the startup fund to Su Wanxian, and I'll let you off the hook tonight? Nine Dust added. He specifically bit down on the word also, obviously knowing that the girl named Guan Xiaoman had gotten this fund through improper means. Dusty, Li Jiyan faced difficult. Guan Xiaoman family relationship is quite hard, and President Kai greeted the director. IA director. Li Jiyan, don't you give a damn. Chen Ziwolf's face sank. Do you know how Brother Snap abdicated? Brother Dust's methods are beyond your imagination. Snap? Li Jiyan's mind was stunned. By Snap is one of the underground bigwigs in the western district of Qingzhou, recently rumored to have abdicated to a woman and disappeared himself without a trace. There is gossip that he messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with and never dared to go back to Qingzhou again. Could this person he shouldn't have messed with be the? Li Jiyan swept a glance at Ning Chen, gulped, and said, okay, Brother Dust. No problem. Aha. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Ning Chen turned to leave. Immortal cultivators do things by fate. What a terrifying aura. It was only then that Li Gillian realized that his shirt was soaked with sweat. Is he really a student? Late night, private residence of the Duan family. Duan Rong sat on the couch with his face bandaged and gritted his teeth. This Ning Chen of inner strength is actually an inner strength martial artist. How is this possible? How could there be such a young inner strength martial artist in the world? His fists clenched and crunched, the wound on the bridge of his nose ripping with the grimace of his expression, soaking the thick bandage red and causing him to wince in pain. No wonder Tu Tao could never be contacted. I guess the person was already gone. Family master, the bounty has been taken. Suddenly, the butler pushed his way in, holding a laptop. Who is it? Duan Rong's gaze flickered, revealing a few moments of cruelty. Today, when he returned from the headquarters of the city's martial arts association, he asked his butler to post a bounty on the darknet, $4 million for Nine Dust's head. I didn't realize that someone would take the order so soon. It's a B-rank assassin from the Blood Blade Tavern. The butler reported. Class B assassin. Equivalent to an internal strength martial artist in the ancient martial arts world. I don't know if I can make it this time. Duan Rong thought silently. It doesn't matter. The darknet is a fully anonymized website. Even if the assassin's mission fails, Ning Chen won't be able to find us, the butler said. I hope so. Duan Rong stared at Ning Chen's picture, killing intent in his eyes. He had a hunch. This student, if not removed, would be the biggest obstacle to his Duan family's rise in Qingzhou, and at the same time, far away in the land of cherry blossoms, a mountain full of cherry blossoms, dozens of powerful people are meeting. Mr. Tokugawa's death is a heavy blow to our Yasukuni samurai order. Whoever the murderer is, we're going to find out who he is and unleash the most horrific revenge. A woman in a kimono, her whole body radiating terror, sat on her knees on the ground with a solemn expression. Ms. Yuki, does this lack consideration? A blind old man said with a frown. As far as I know, the one who killed Mr. Tokugawa was the chivalrous leader who was known as the Guardian God of China and single-handedly founded the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Chani Shan. The blind old man sat cross-legged with a long katana in his lap. Once Mr. Tokugawa died, Our Yasukuni Samurai Association has been reduced to a second-rate organization, and Chenishan can destroy us single-handedly. This statement was made. Many of the senior members of the Yasukuni Samurai Association nodded, uneasiness and fear flowing from their brows. The kimono woman named Yuki sneered. What a bunch of cowards. A mere chivalrous leader scares you all like this? No matter how strong the chivalrous K is, he wouldn't dare set foot on our Sakura country alone, or the masters of Izanagi, Geno no Miya, the Vikrama clan, and the Nifu wouldn't be able to sit still, even if it's the chivalrous Kuei, facing a group of superpowers surrounding him. He'll die a horrible death. The woman's tone was full of confidence. She said in an undeniable voice, Mr. Tokugawa's death has shaken the dark world, so if we don't launch a retaliation, what will the outside world think of our Yasukuni Samurai Order? A cowardly, incompetent power has no future. There was silence in the room. A few seconds later, a slender woman with purple hair and eyes asked, in that case, how does Ms. Yuki plan to retaliate? I've already arranged for 2 people to travel to Qingzhou to investigate, and I'm sure there will be results soon. Ms. Yuki's lips curved into a charming smile. Su Lianxian had thought that her entrepreneurial plans had gone down the drain. As a result, early the next morning, just as she arrived at the classroom, she received a phone call from the school director, Li Jiyan. Hey, classmates Su-wan evening. I'm really sorry. After the department's research, it was decided that this $50,000 of startup fund is still allocated to you. I hope that you will use this money to create as much value as possible without delaying your studies, and set a good example for our students at YCU. Li Jiyan was full of official words, and there was even a hint of currying favor in his tone. Okay, thanks Director Li. Su-wan evening was a bit confused. Li Jiyan's side was about to hang up. She hurriedly asked, Director Li, can I ask why? Li Jiyan gave a sound and said with a smile, go ask your boyfriend. There's something else. Hang up first. Do. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Su Lianya's head was filled with questions. Boyfriend? Since when does she have a boyfriend? At that exact moment, Nine Dust walked into the classroom, holding a bag of potato chips in his hand and eating it. Su Lianyang was sitting in the front row, and her line of sight just happened to meet Ning Chen's. Nine Dust. Su Yuanyan couldn't help but call out to him, walking over and asking, the $50,000 of the department's startup fund, was it you who helped? No. Nine Dust dropped those 2 words and walked straight around her, heading to sit in the back row of the classroom. Although Nine Dust was playing dumb, Su Wanjian knew in her heart that this matter was 80% related to him. Why else would Director Li's attitude towards her have changed so drastically overnight? In the past, when she went to the office to press the issue, she was scolded. Nine Dust, what kind of chips are you eating? Why haven't I seen them before? Fang Xiaofang came up and smiled as he put his hand toward the bag. Give me some. Pop. Nine Dust smacked his hand back. Tired of living, are you? Don't be so stingy. Give me some. I didn't even eat breakfast. Fang Xiaofang stretched out his hand and said, these chips are poisonous. You can't eat them. Nine Dust told him truthfully. Che, stingy. If you don't give it, then don't give it. What's that about poison? What a joke. Fang Xiaofang skimmed his lips, and came to the other side to grab Zhang Dachuan's rice ball. How was he to know that he had just come back from the dead? Although the ghost hand green has been processed into potato chips, the toxicity has not been reduced in the slightest, and 1 slice can poison a grown man to death. This class is on pharmacology. As usual, Nine Dust didn't listen and lay on the table to play King's Honor, a game he was a bit addicted to lately. None of the college teachers were in the habit of dragging their feet, and when the bell rang, the teacher left with his books in his arms. Students were also walking outside in groups. Evening, you're too lucky. Didn't the department decide to give this $50,000 to Guan Xiaoman from the next class? Why did it suddenly give it to you again? Zhang Ying held Su Lianyang's hand and looked at her excitedly. Evening, we'll all be here to help when the time comes. Late you have to treat yourself at noon. From now on, is it that you can't be called Evening? You have to be called Boss Su. Su Rongli and a few of her dormitory sisters laughed happily. Su Lianxian was also very happy. Sneaking a glance at Ning Chen. Ning Chen had just gotten up and walked towards the classroom door with Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan. Fang Xiaofang tried to grab his chips to eat, but his hands were too short and he couldn't reach them. Right at this moment, a girl who was fully covered in luxury goods and dressed in a very fashionable manner rushed over from one of the seats and pushed Su Lianxian from behind very hard. Su Lianxian was unprepared and suddenly lost her center of gravity, falling towards the ground. Ning Chen happened to pass by and reached out to help Su Wanxian. Thanks. Su Wanjian was held in Ning Chen's arms, looking at him in shock. Students who hadn't left the classroom yet cast surprised glances. Guan Xiaoman, you're sick. Su Rongli and Jiang Ying, the 2 girlfriends, blocked in front of Su Evening Night on the left and right, angrily scolding the rich white beauty student who pushed people. Guan Xiaoman's family is rich, loves to show off their wealth, and she's pretty, so she's considered a celebrity in the medical department. It's just that a lot of the girls can't stand her. None of your business. Get out. Guan Xiaoman was furious, and even glared at the nosy Ning Chen, before pointing at Su Wan Evening and cursing. Su Wan Evening, you shameless one. For the sake of $50,000 of startup fund, you actually seduced Director Li. You're disgusting. Guan Xiaoman's shocking statement set off a gasp in the classroom. This section of pharmacology was a large class, 4 classes together, and although some of them had walked out, there were still more than 100 people in the classroom, looking at Su Lianxian in shock. What are you babbling about? Su Lianxian almost cried in anger and tried to argue. You're the one who seduced Director Li. I didn't. Vixen, don't try to weasel your way out of this. Guan Xiaoman raised her hand and rushed over to slap Su Lianyang again, but Ning Chen grabbed her wrist and pushed it away. What do you want? Nine Dust looked at the girl with disgust. Su Lianxian was subconsciously protected behind his back, and for a moment her small face was red and her heart was like a deer in the headlights. If only he was really my boyfriend, Su Yanyan secretly thought in her heart. Slutty fox, how many people have you seduced? Guan Xiaoman was pushed back and almost fell, cursing under her breath. Although her family was rich, $50,000 was not a small amount to buy a medium luxury bag, and it was enough for her to go to the bar for a night of dashing. To be snatched away by a wild girl just like that, she almost didn't explode with anger when she received a call from Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan, since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Guan Xiaoman decided to give Su Wanwan a shit first. At this time, several boys and girls walked over to Guan Xiaoman and pointed at Su Wanxian. Yeah, that's her. I recognized her too. She's the girl who stayed in the office last night and wanted to ask Director Li out for dinner. Wearing such a revealing outfit last night and pretending to be so innocent today. The little girl has 2 more faces. That's disgusting. The 5 or 6 students who had received favors from Guan Xiaoman all began to falsely accuse Su Wanxian. Memorize the URL. I didn't. Su Lianxian didn't understand why these people were slandering her. Her eyes immediately reddened and tears glistened and flashed. Yo, this is crying? A vixen is a vixen. What an actress. It's a good thing you don't want people to know. These people didn't intend to let Su Wan Evening go, and continued to intensify the situation, and also said that they had a nose for it. There were more and more strange gazes around, and it was useless for Su Rongli and Jiang Ying to plead their case. Even Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan's eyes changed when they looked at Su Lianya. That's ridiculous. Suddenly, Nine Dust opened his mouth, and a flood of voices silenced the entire stepped classroom. Because of his dazzling achievements in the school sports day, many people knew this boy who was usually sullen but physically strong and perverted. Come here to slander people with empty words. I even said I have lived a whole 2,000 years. Does anyone believe me? Crowd. Su Lianxian was moved to look at Ning Chen, unconsciously pulling on his sleeve and pressing her body close to him. Something called security lingered in the mind. Nine Dust, how many times have you slept with her? Helping her out so much? Guan Xiaoman snorted coldly. If you let me sleep once, I can also consider helping you deal with her, Nine Dust said with a smile. You. Guan Xiaoman glared in anger. You're a scoundrel. Su Lianxian's pretty face flushed. How did this sound? As if she had been slept with by Ning Chen. Nine Dust stared at Guan Xiaoman. The real scoundrel is you. Spouting nonsense here without evidence. Beware of people suing you for slander. Are you blind? They're all witnesses. Guan Xiaoman pointed at the pairs of men and women who had just spoken. Yeah, right. We all saw it. These few students in the first clinical class nodded their heads. They had received favors from Guan Xiaoman, so they definitely wanted to help her fix Su Wanwan. Yes? Nine Dust pulled out his cell phone and sneered. Then why don't we call the police and let them handle this matter? I just don't know if you want to be notified and criticized or warned and disciplined when the matter is investigated clearly? A warning penalty immediately scared off a few rumor mongers. Humph. Who are you scaring? If you have the guts to call the police, do it. After Guan Xiaoman finished speaking, she only heard 3 drops. Nine Dust really pressed 110 and called the police. Then, he turned his head and said to Su Evening Night. Evening Night, I'm accompanying you to the rooftop now. Guan Xiaoman slandered you and you're going to jump off the building. There's no need to really jump. Just make a big deal out of it. The police and school leaders will surely do you justice when the time comes. Let's go. After saying that, he really took Su Wan Evening's hand and walked towards the classroom door. Crap. For real? The few students who followed Guan Xiaoman's rumor were all confused. They are just joking. How can this person still take it seriously? At this time, Li Jiyan learned the news. Hurried from his office, rushed over, just bumped into the jumping Ning Dust and Su Lian Evening. After learning a bit about what happened, Li Jiyan was furious. Guan Xiaoman, what are you babbling about? Hurry up and apologize to classmate Su Yanyan. Li Jiyan couldn't wait to jump up and whip Guan Xiaoman a couple of big pockets. I wouldn't. Guan Xiaoman hugged her arms and snorted coldly. Director Li, if it wasn't for Su Lianya seducing you, why would you allocate my startup fund to her? And, Director Li, what is the condition of your face? Many puzzled gazes landed on Li Jiyan's bruised face. Li Jiyan cupped his face with his hands and subconsciously swept a glance at Ningchen. I drank last night and fell. This is not the point. Guan Xiaoman, this $50,000 of entrepreneurial fund, the department had intended to allocate it to Su one evening. It was your mom who snatched it away by relying on hard connections. Do I have to say that for you to be satisfied? Li Gilliam went straight to the truth. Shoo. Nine Dust whistled tartly. At once, many pairs of shocked, angry eyes focused on Guan Xiaoman's foundation-covered face, especially those students who had just wronged Su one evening. They wanted to tear Guan Xiaoman apart with their eyes. Even bullying a girl as kind as evening. Are you still a human being? Guan Xiaoman, your family is so rich. Why do you have to fight for this $50,000? Are you sick? Jiang Ying and Su Rongli cursed in anger. Li Jiyan, you're talking nonsense. My mom didn't. Guan Xiaoman turned red. She hadn't expected things to get so out of hand. Ning Chen, on the other hand, intended to add fuel to the fire. He pointed at the several rumor mongers beside Guan Xiaoman and said to Li Jiyan, Director Li, these people are accomplices, and we can't let them off the hook. It's best if we can arrange for a warning penalty, or failing that, it's also acceptable to engage in a school-wide notification and criticism. Okay, Dust students, ahem. Li Jiyan almost shouted out Brother Dust. Something like disciplinary action is still a big deterrent for students. Director Li, we are just joking with Su Lianin students. Yeah, just kidding, don't take it seriously. We admit our faults. Can't we make amends and apologize to Su Wanwan? The four students rushed to explain. A joke? Nine Dust glared at the four students with a hard look in his eyes. I'll give you 2 slaps on the face and apologize again. Okay? The four students were stunned by the fierce look and didn't dare to talk back. Nine Dust regained his composure again. Director Li, do as you're told. Li Jiyan nodded. Aha! This issue is of an unusual nature and must be severely punished. The four students blanched. They're just freshmen. They definitely don't want to carry a penalty. And at this time, Ning Chen added, unless you give up the culprit behind the curtain, it is possible to use discretion. I say, a girl from the countryside, whose family had little background, weakly raised her hand. Ignoring Guan Xiaoman's threatening eyes, she scowled and said, it's Guan Xiaoman who gave us $1,000 each to help her mess up Su one evening's reputation. Wow! The classroom erupted at those words. Wan Min, what are you talking about? There's no such thing. Guan Xiaoman was still a dead duck. I have chat records and transfer information. The girl named Wan Min whispered. Man Min, XXX. Guan Xiaoman mouthed at his nationalist. You dare to betray me. Wan Min didn't say anything back, and just pulled out his cell phone and basked in the evidence. Then she looked at Li Jiyan with a scared face. Director Li, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you not give me disciplinary action? Li Jiyan hadn't even opened his mouth. Next to him, Ning Chen, with a serious face, said, no way. The disciplinary action must be given, so that they all learn a lesson that rumor mongering has a price to pay. Remember in a second https://m. 1 min 4 people were so angry that they almost cursed their mothers. Speaking not to speak of martial virtue, are you this person? Su Lianxian was also shocked as she looked at Nine Dust. The kind-hearted her thought that Nine Dust would spare these 4 people. Great job. The 2 girlfriends, Jiang Ying and Su Rongli, were instantly impressed with Ning Chen. Ning Chen, Su Lianyang, you pair of dogs, wait for me. Guan Xiaoman knew that the situation was over, so she put down a harsh word and tried to run. Behind them were countless tirades and accusations. This Guan Xiaoman is quite good-looking, but I didn't expect her heart to be so vicious. Oh, poisonous woman, that's nasty. It's fortunate that Ning Chen helped out today, or else Su Lianxian might really have to go jump off a building. Yeah, I usually see Ning Chen being sullen, but I didn't expect him to be so tactful. I wish I had a boyfriend like this. When Guan Xiaoman heard this, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and her footsteps became faster and faster, so she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. As she exited the classroom and descended the stairs, she slipped on her feet and rolled down the stairs with a gurgle and a piercing scream. When Li Jiyan heard the commotion, he first froze, then hurriedly ran over. Crap! What the fuck is going on here? Ambulance! Call an ambulance! A large group of students rushed over to see what was going on and then cursed deservedly. Needless to say, this was naturally Ning Chen's masterpiece, with just a hint of true qi injected. Ordinary people were his puppets on strings. Su Lianyang also ran out and saw Guan Xiaoman fall all over her face. Her face was white with fear. Ah, geez. What? You're still heartbroken about her? Nine Dust glanced at her. Horses are good at being ridden. People are good at being bullied. If your kind of character doesn't learn to be tough, you'll still have to suffer when you go out into society in the future. Oh, that I try. Su Lianying's small fists clenched tightly, her eyes transmitting a fierce energy. But after maintaining it for just 2 seconds, she couldn't help but cast a worried glance toward Guan Xiaoman. Seeing this, Ning Chen gently sighed. There's no class this afternoon. Let's go to your house for dinner. Oh good. Only then did Su Evening Night draw her gaze back, following behind Ning Chen, who had his hands in his pockets, all the way out of the school gates. Nine Dust. Thank you. When she was almost at the store, Su Wanning whispered. No need. I'm just simply not used to seeing this kind of person. Ning Chen's tone was indifferent. Thank you still, Su added. Then when will you open your milk tea stand? I don't have to pay to drink it, right? Nine Dust joked. Of course. Su Lianyang's lips curved, revealing a bright and brilliant smile. This is what you said. Ning Chen laughed. Su Wan Evening immediately had a very bad premonition. This guy is a surprisingly big eater. Arriving at the small restaurant, Li Mei was still warmly entertaining Nine Dust. After hearing about what happened in the classroom in the morning, she became more and more grateful to Nine Dust in her heart, and stood behind the cash register looking at him with as much satisfaction as she could muster. It's the kind of look a mother-in-law gives a golden son-in-law. Nine Dust chose to ignore it, eating while doing so. At that exact moment, a drunken man walked into the store, and in a trance, the man realized that Li Mei was looking at Nine Dust with a very satisfied look. He was instantly furious and glared fiercely at Ning Chen for a few moments. Walking up to the cash register, he barked in a very heavy tone. Get me some money. What are you doing back here? Li Mei's face changed, and she unconsciously swept a few glances at Ning Chen. This unkempt man is her husband, Su Haichao, a lousy gambler. Although Su Haichao was drunk, he had sharp eyes and realized that his wife had been looking at Ning Chen, and he became furious. Wow! With a bang, he transformed right into a desktop cleanup master and slammed around the cash register. Are you crazy? Li Mei glared at Su Haichao with anger and helplessness. What are you doing? Su Lianxian heard the commotion and ran over from the back kitchen, blocking in front of Li Mei. Seeing the mother-daughter duo's poor attitude, Su Haichao became even more furious, kicked over a table, and yelled at the store's guests. What the hell are you looking at? Get lost. A dozen or so guests left their meal money and left in a hurry. Who would mess with a crazy person these days? Are you fucking deaf? Su Haichao saw another college student sitting there and cursed as he approached. This person was naturally Ning Chen. Su Haichao, are you sick? Li Mei hurriedly ran over and blocked in front of Ning Chen's table. What the hell do you want? Ha. Li Mei, are you interested in this kid? Su Haichao thought he saw something and kept pointing his hand at Ning Chen. Are you trying to follow him? Su Haichao, you. When Li Mei heard this, she was so angry that she couldn't even stand up. Mom! Su Lianin hurried over to assist, her beautiful big eyes immediately reddening. Why don't you get lost? You bastard! Looking for a fight? Su Haichao twisted his head to yell at Nine Dust again. What he didn't expect was for the boyish college student to stand up and punch him in the face with a big bee pocket. Pop! Su Haichao was directly jerked away and crashed heavily into the cold drink cabinet. Never one to spoil such people. Ning Chen went up and added another kick, kicking the disillusioned and scribbling man so hard that he fell to the ground and vomited furiously. Then Nine Dust kicked again, sending Su Haichao into a pile of beer bottles. Finally unable to get up, after beating the man, Nine Dust sat back down to eat his lunch. Li Mei and Su Yuan froze in place for half a day. After a while, Li Mei finally couldn't bear it and helped Su Haichao up from the ground, the whole time with disappointment in her eyes. Honey, help me. I swear, this is the last time. Su Haichao was beaten honestly. Do not dare to play in front of his wife and daughter. He knelt on the ground and didn't get up. Both hands clutched Li Mei's apron tightly, and tearfully said, 50,000. Wife, you give me another 50,000 to give me a reprieve. The debt collectors are right outside. If I don't get the money today, they're going to cut off one of my hands. Li Mei shook her head with tears in her eyes, put her hand on her husband's head, and said, chop it. If I can get you to quit gambling, I'll accept chopping off my hand. Li Mei. Su Haichao viciously opened Li Mei's hand and jumped up from the ground. It is said that a husband and wife for a day are kind to each other. Why are you so cruel? Wouldn't you rather I get my hand chopped off than pay for it? It's not just $50,000. It was probably the last sentence that irritated Li Mei. She wiped her tears and slapped Su Haichao in the face, scolding bitterly, "Not just $50,000? You think $50,000 is easy to earn? I work hard every morning and night for half a year to earn this much, and you gambled it away in one night. Su Haichao, the thing Li Mei, regret most in my life is marrying you." The sound of a near collapse echoed through the small restaurant. Su Lianxian shed tears. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. She was both ashamed and hated the gambling father and felt sorry for him at the same time. There was a time when Su Haichao was a good father with a decent job. It wasn't until later that he was introduced to gambling. Ning Chen watched the scene expressionlessly, not feeling much emotion. Having lived for 2,000 years, what hasn't he seen? He just wondered. After Bai Snap died, Wang Yinhua should have forgiven the Su family's debt for his sake. Su Haichao, you dog, how much longer are you going to make me wait? The family was wallowing in misery when a couple of roving gangsters walked into the small restaurant. Leading the way was a guy in a black leather jacket with a shaved airplane head, full of menace. "Brother Fine Wei, you can forgive me for one more day. My wife has money. I'll talk to her tonight. She'll definitely help me give it." Su Haichao ran to the airplane head punk and kept begging. "Fuck you, airplane head gangster Fine Wei." A foot Su Haichao kicked away, pointing at him and cursed, "When our 4C's gang open orphanage how many days grace you? Heart not a little bit of forced number?" Li Mei looked at this scene and hurriedly turned around to protect Su Wanxian. Mother and daughter wept silently. "How about this?" Fine Wei turned his words around, sizing up the mother and daughter with a blazing gaze, and said with a smirk, "Let your wife or daughter stay with me, then I'll help you get another 7 days of grace. How about that?" He has long heard that Su Haichao wife and daughter are very beautiful, and today I saw, it is really not bad. Although Li Mei was old and worked all day, she still had her charm and kept her figure well. Su one evening that's not to mention. Qingdao University Medical Department recognized department flower. Posture can be bad? Fine Wei stared straight at them, his eyes watering from his mouth. "No way. Brother Fine Weather." Su Haichao crawled out from under the table like a dog and hugged Fine Wei's thighs. "Don't move my wife and daughter. Except for this, I promise you everything. Hey, can you leave me in peace for dinner?" At this time, Ning Chen couldn't bear it anymore and helplessly opened his mouth to inquire. The small restaurant went quiet. Fine Wei and a few other punks turned their heads to look at this boy whose face was still green and young, with a surprised face. "Are all college students so wild nowadays? What the hell are you talking about here? Get lost or I'll kill you." Behind Fine Wei, a punk in an undershirt cursed. Ning Chen was too lazy to do anything and directly dialed Wang Yinhua's phone. "Hello? Bring someone over to Li Mei Hotel." "Yeah, there's a couple of ungrateful ones. Help me with them." When Fine Wei and a few other punks heard this, they were happy. "Boy, quite the pretender." Fine Wei lit up a cigarette and looked at Ning Chen with a smile. "Where do you mix? Haven't you heard of the 4C's gang Fine Wei?" Nine Dust ignored him. "Brother Fine Wei is talking to you. Are you deaf?" A green-haired punk went up to make a move. Fine Weather stopped him with a laugh. "Let him shake the man. I'll see what he can do." "A student? The ones who rocked in are probably all students too. Ha ha ha." The four punks looked at each other and laughed. Seeing this scene, Su Haichao was filled with suspicion. Although this university student was very strong and capable of fighting, a student was after all a student. How could he dare to fight with a social mixer? The famous Diamond Club is not far from Li Mei Hotel, and more than 30 armed gangsters, led by Wang Yinhua herself, quickly arrived. Wow! Brothers Chen Zi Wolf and Chen Zi Bao rushed at the front. One of them carrying a large sword, lifted the curtain and rushed in, followed by a black mass of people. Crap, Brother Fine Weather, 4C's gang of several gangsters, is sitting on the store table smoking. Saw such a large group of fierce and vicious people with knives in. On the spot smoker scared off 3. Don't panic, Fine Weather's psychology is fine. Still holding his cigarette, he calmly jumped down from the table and straightened his clothes. Before he could speak, Chen Zibao came up with a knife. It clicked and chopped right into his shoulder. Ah! The store erupted in murderous screams. Ah! Su Yuan also screamed in fear. Li Mei and Su Haichao hurriedly covered their daughter's eyes, staring at the scene in disbelief. A few of Fine Wei's little brothers, people are also scared numb. Dusty. Wang Yinhua came over with a group of minions and bowed in unison towards Ningchen. At this moment, Su Haichao felt that his brain was a little short of oxygen. Nine Dust nodded and let out a hum. Take it to the back and deal with it. Yes. Wang Yinhua led the order. Take them to the back street. Go. Get up. Tramp. Dare to mess with Dusty. You guys are tired of living. A few of the Finewells were quickly taken away. Every now and then a scream came from the direction of the back kitchen, scaring Su Haichao so much that he didn't even dare to speak. Old wife. Who in the world is he? Who is he? Su Haichao swallowed his saliva. He's late night's classmate, called Nine Dust. Li Mei replied. Still really a student? Su Haichao was even more shocked. Alas, if late night can find a boyfriend like this, I will be relieved even if I die, Li Mei lamented. At this point, Su Haichao hesitated and decided to go forward and apologize. Dust, brother Dust, just now it was me who had eyes and didn't recognize him to tie. You mustn't be general with me. Nine Dust was too lazy to care about this kind of trashy person. After drying your meal, pull out a paper towel, wipe your mouth and go. Su Haichao watched Ning Chen leave and let out a sigh of relief with a hoo-dash. As for Fine Wei and a few other 4C's gangsters, Wang Yinhua didn't kill them in the end. It's not an old society after all. You can't just kill people. Soon, the news of Fine Wei and the others being scrapped reached the ears of the 4C's gang boss. A single phone call can bring Wang Yinhua, as well as brothers Chen Ziwolf and Chen Zibo over. Interesting, really interesting, ha ha ha, check me. Hu Si Hai, would like to see what this person is really about. Somewhere in the West End, a speakeasy. A greasy middle-aged man with a full face of scruff had a playful smile on his face. It was after 7 o'clock when I returned to the Rose Garden Villa. As night falls, a fresh breeze is blowing through the willows and the scenery is pleasant. Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar are playing king in the living room, with the TV on and not watching, just listening to a ring. After losing 4 games in a row, both girlfriends are not in a good mood. Suddenly, Nine Dust opened the door and came in. Like finding a savior, Ginger Sugar hurriedly ran over. Brother Dolly, you're back. Are you hacking? Su Shuyan also cast an expectant gaze. Although Ning Chen was a nasty person, his gaming skills were nothing to write home about, and last time he took them to win a dozen games in a row. No open. You guys are too pitiful. Ning Chen spoke bluntly, infuriating Su Shuyan so much that she almost copied a pillow and smashed it over. Memorize the URL. Dumbass. Brother Dolly, just take us for a couple of games. Just a couple of games, please, okay? Ginger Sugar quit. Her small hand tugged on Ning Chen's sleeve, pouting and rolling around. Okay. Ning Chen agreed, saying in his heart, it's good to bring 2 pit bulls to raise the difficulty of the game a bit, otherwise it's no fun to win too easily. Su Shuyan had been quite angry at being called a pit, but after winning several games in a row, her mood began to become beautiful. He even planned to order a KFC and specifically asked Ning Chen if he would eat it. Nine Dust didn't refuse, taking it all as a reward for bringing his sister. A short while later, the voice of the delivery man came through the door. Hello, KFC home delivery. Ginger sniffed. Now takeout can come in? Su Shuyan shook her head. I don't know. Green City Rose Garden is an upscale neighborhood where takeout crews are not allowed. Usually pick it up yourself or call the property to have it delivered. Hello, KFC home delivery. Please come out and get it. The voice of the delivery man came again. Ning Chen's brows darkened as he heard a faint hint of a murderous aura. He knew there was trouble at his door again. Just as the inning ended, he got up and said, I'll go get it. You guys wait here. Wow. Why is Brother Vigor so diligent? Ginger Sugar smiled and complimented. Su Shuyan also cast a surprised glance toward Ning Chen. Opening the front door, a delivery man in a blue takeout suit was standing outside. His head bowed so he couldn't see his face. The moment he handed the 2 family buckets to Ning Chen, the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly changed into a claw shape and grabbed towards Ning Chen's neck. It's fast as lightning. In the darkness of the night, a pair of sharp eyes pierced with fierceness lit up. Pop! Ning Chen easily grabbed his tiger's claw, then gently broke it in his shocked gaze. There was a crunching sound, and the bones of the deliveryman's hand snapped on the spot. Before he could open his mouth to scream miserably, Ning Chen was quick on his feet and pointed a finger on the mute point on his chest, making him unable to make a sound. Brother Dolly, haven't you brought it yet? I'm hungry. Ginger's voice came from the living room. The 2 girlfriends were chatting about the battle they had just fought, not realizing that a thrilling assassination was taking place outside. Ning Chen carried 2 family buckets, threw them onto the living room sofa, and folded back. You guys eat first, I'll go out for a smoke. Sugar, does Nine Dust usually smoke? Su Shuyan blinked her delicate, beautiful eyes. I've never smelled smoke in my house before. Well, it's probably because Brother Dolly's heart aches for you and can't bear to let you inhale secondhand smoke. So every time he goes to the yard to hide and smoke. Ginger Sugar Onion finger points red lips. You're talking nonsense again. Su Shuyan scolded angrily. He. Ginger Sugar was heartily happy to see their relationship improve. On the other hand, Ning Chen carried the acupointed deliveryman and quietly came to the backyard. After learning that the latter was just getting paid to do a job and wasn't sure of his employer's identity, Ning Chen didn't bother to pursue the matter further. He got a shovel from the utility room and started shoveling and digging. Desperation was written all over the Slayer's face and he was broken to the core. Jesus Christ. He was a B-ranked assassin of the Blood Blade Tavern, an inner strength martial artist, and he was actually going to be buried alive. Help! Help! Aha! Jesus! God! Buddha! The Virgin Mary! Whoever! Help! 2 or 3 minutes later, the shovel was returned to the utility room. It's not a good idea to keep doing this. What if a killer breaks in while I'm gone? Ning Chen walked to the burial site in the courtyard, tamping the ground with his feet while thinking, although I don't like Su Shuyan, she's Aunt Xiao's daughter after all, and there's also little sugar. There. Nine Dust suddenly cast his gaze towards the doghouse in the corner of the courtyard. A pair of greenish eyes were staring at him in disbelief. Black Dragon. This German shepherd has witnessed this kind of thing twice. Luckily, it was a dog and couldn't speak. Otherwise, if it had told Su Shuyan this news, the young lady would probably have died of fright alive. Ow. The Black Dragon stared at Ning Chen with some fear, not knowing what he wanted. For the next few days, Ning Chen mixed some mysterious little red pills into the dog food every day and fed them to the Black Dragon. After eating it, the Black Dragon's body was unbearably hot and dry, and those pills seemed to have some kind of magic power, causing its physical strength to surge exponentially. Soon after, Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar were shocked to find that the Black Dragon, who had always been honest, had begun to tear down the house. At first it was just chewing through sofas and gnawing off bark, but later it progressed to chewing up TVs, chewing through refrigerators, and even digging a big hole in a concrete wall. The two girlfriends were terrified, and were hesitant to send the Black Dragon away when Nine Dust stepped forward. Strangely enough, the Black Dragon had no momentum in front of Ning Chen, wagging its tail and licking its feet, not to mention tearing down the house, and didn't even dare to take a big breath. Seeing that someone could restrain the Black Dragon, Su Shuyan simply didn't care. Ning Chen continued to feed the small red pill to the Black Dragon. Although spiritual medicines are scarce on Earth, it's a good thing that Wang Yinhua got the blood of 18 kinds of fierce beasts through smuggling, plus some precious herbs, to refine these low-grade versions of the blood-feeding pills. After some time, helping the Black Dragon raise his physical body to the Qi refining stage shouldn't be a problem. Nine Dust secretly thought, Qi refining stage, also known as martial arts master. It seemed that there was only one Zongshi in the entire Qingzhou. This was the tactics of a Yuaning stage-old monster. Without even using a single bit of spiritual energy, he was able to make a dog step into the Qi refining stage, and if the news were to spread out, it would be able to scare countless martial artists to death alive. As for the minions under Wang Yinhua, after practicing the ancient body strengthening technique, their physical fitness also quacked up. The Four Seas gang was beaten back in an underground firefight. This group of animals from the Water Moon gang, are they all fucking high on drugs? Why are they so fierce? Glamour Bar, one of the biggest bars on the south side of the west side and the home base of the Four Seas gang. As for the White Snapdragon's White Gang, it has now been changed into the Water Moon Gang by Wang Yinhua. Somewhere in a box, a senior member of the Four Seas gang, with panda eyes, said to the boss, Hu Si-hai, boss, it's only been 2 months and we've already had 10 brothers hospitalized, with tens of thousands of dollars in medical bills every day. Hu Si-hai was also full of sorrow and swallowed clouds. Mountain Cannon. What the hell is going on? That bunch of losers from the Water Moon gang, how did they suddenly become so capable of fighting? They can chase after 5 of us by themselves. More than that, boss, the man nicknamed Mountain Cannon, covering his face covered in bruises, said, that Chen Zi Bao and Chen Zi Wolf brothers, one person dried over a dozen. I suspect that the Water Moon gangs have all been hit with the super soldier serum, and collectively turned into magenta captains. You read too much Marvel, don't you? Hu Si-hai slanted a glance at him, then fell silent. Should I, use the gun? Hu Si-hai was torn in his heart. There's an unwritten rule for them in the street. No guns allowed in a firefight. If the Four Seas gang breaks this precedent, I'm afraid they'll be hunted down by both the black and white gangs in unison. But if this continues, the Four Seas gang's territory will be snatched up by the Water Moon gang. Just then, Mountain Cannon received a phone call, and his face immediately became pleasantly surprised. Boss, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Water Moon gang, has been found. Really? Remember in a second https://m. As if Hu Si-hai saw the way to break the situation, he violently stood up from the sofa and threw away his cigarettes. Boss, we spent $100,000 to bribe a member of the Water Moon gang, and he sent over information about their behind-the-scenes boss. Mountain Gun hurriedly handed his cell phone to Hu Si-hai. Hu Si-hai took a hopeful look and almost didn't die of anger. Qingzhou University Medical Department Clinical Class 2. Ning Chen? Mountain Cannon, are you fucking stupid? You spent $100,000 and you got screwed. Hu Si-hai slammed his cell phone into Mountain Gun's face and yelled in anger. Mountain Cannon seemed to be prepared and hurriedly explained. Boss, don't be angry. I just asked around. Zheng Yang was beaten by this kid before, and Wang Yinhua was also present at that time. This college student is definitely not simple. Why don't we arrest him and ask him first? Hu Sihai pondered for a while. Okay, Sean Gun, you go and bring this kid back. I'll personally ask him what his relationship is with Wang Yinhua. Yes, boss. Su's milk tea stand has been doing very well lately. Since this is a school-supported program, it can open at the intersection of a commercial street on campus. Many people came here for Su one evening, wanting to see how beautiful this medical department flower really was. Shu Yen, let's get a cup too. I heard there's a milk tea Shih Tzu here. She's very pretty. Ginger Sugar held Su Shuyen on her arm as she passed by Commercial Street. Yeah, Su Shuyen smiled and walked over to the line. Not long after, when it was their turn, a sweet and lovely voice came. Good afternoon to you two young ladies. What can I get you to drink? A bright smile hung on Su Lianin's tired but fulfilled delicate face. The snow-white fragrant forehead was wet with sweat, sticking a few strands of hair, but it didn't affect the girl's beauty at all. Wow, it sure is pretty. Gingerbread had little stars in her eyes. Hello, 2 cups of grape milk caps, Su Shuyen said politely. Okay. Su Lianyang had already recognized that these 2 girls were the 2 that surrounded Ning Chen at the games. Himself and them, both in terms of temperament and family, were far from each other. Ginger Sugar and Su Shuyen, on the other hand, didn't think so at all. They talked in whispers, praising Su Evening Night for her good looks, worthy of being the flower of the medical department. Soon, 2 cups of milk tea were ready, and the 2 women paid the bill and excused themselves. Suddenly, Ginger Sugar spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Shu Yen, look, isn't that Brother Dolly? Where? Su Shuyen followed the sound and saw a tall and big boy, not even lining up, holding a bag of potato chips in his hand, walking leisurely to the milk tea stand. Why doesn't he line up? No quality at all, Su Shuyen said without a trace of anger. Then, they saw Su Lianxian graciously handing over a cup of milk tea and happily chatting with Ning Chen. Ning Chen also talked and laughed, and even helped clean up the 2 sophomores who attempted to molest Su Lianxian. They know each other? Su Shuyen froze slightly. For some reason, seeing Ning Chen standing and chatting with a pretty girl made her heart feel a bit uncomfortable. Afterwards, the other 2 partners, Jiang Ying and Su Rongli, rushed over, and Su Evening Night took off her work clothes and left the shopping street side by side with Ning Chen. Oh my god, Shu Yen, they went to dinner together. Ginger Sugar was surprised. Brother Dolly wouldn't be in a relationship with departmental flower Su, would he? None of my business. Su Shuyen twisted her head in the opposite direction, her stunningly delicate face covered in exasperation. She didn't know why she was so angry. Probably because someone is blind. How's business at the milk tea store? On the way out of the school gate, Nine Dust casually asked. It's quite good. Last month there was more than 10,000 in profit. Split it with Rongli and Yingying and they each get almost 5,000. Su Wanwan smiled like a flower. Nine Dust rarely took the initiative to ask her questions, which couldn't help but make her happier. Oh, actually, Nine Dust was just casually asking. Nine Dust, you seem to like eating this potato chip, is it really that good? Su Lianxian curiously looked at the potato chip bag in Ning Chen's hand. It's alright, Nine Dust sighed. In fact, he ate so much that he was sick to his stomach, but it couldn't be helped. Who let this poisonous mushroom slice have aura in it, even though the content was pitifully low? Just after leaving the school gate, a dozen figures suddenly followed from behind. Again? Nine Dust shook his head and said very helplessly. Evening, I suddenly remembered something. You go back first. I'll be right there. Good. Su was good and left without asking anything. Nine Dust watched her leave safely, then was quickly surrounded by the group. Brother Mountain Gun. That chick ran away. A punk warned. Don't mind her. It's the kid the boss wants. Leading the way was a young man as strong as an ox, with a scar on his forehead, looking very fierce. You're Nine Dust? Mountain Cannon walked up, and at 6'9", he brought a great sense of oppression. What do you want? Nine Dust raised his head indifferently. Our boss invited you over for a drink, so please show your face, fellow Nine Dust. Mountain Cannon grinned. Fine, lead the way. Nine Dust was straightforward. You don't even ask who our boss is? Mountain Cannon sniffed. Waste your fucking words. Going or not? Ning Chen was impatient. Oh no, bring the car around. Mountain Cannon sulked. Soon, several gold cup vans whizzed by, taking Nine Dust with them. Mountain Cannon sat on the passenger side, constantly sizing up Nine Dust in the rearview mirror. No matter how you look at it, this is an average college student. But aren't students the most afraid of jerks? 40 minutes or so later, Mountain Cannon led Ning Chan and a dozen or so of his minions into the glamour bar. Somewhere in one of the passing decks was sitting a rich male. His name is Chin Fun, one of the 7 young men of Marina, sent over from Marina 2 months ago by the Yi family's youngest, in search of a nebulous being. Damn it, just give me a sketch. I don't know if it's accurate. How can I find it? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yi Kulu, your mom blew up. Boss, the man is here. In the supreme VIP box, Mountain Cannon pushed Nine Dust in, followed by a group of minions, all of whom were curiously sizing up Nine Dust. There were also some princesses with demonic makeup who cast surprised gazes towards Ningchen. Classmate Nine Dust, sit. Hu Sihai was quite polite and had a princess pour wine for Ningchen. Looking for me? What's the matter? Nine Dust sat on the sofa with a big grin, and the chips he hadn't finished eating were placed on the coffee table. Came all the way here. Thirsty? Come on, drink first, let's talk afterward. Hu Sihai smiled and urged for a drink. If you have a fart, let it go. Nine Dust was impatient. This one, however, scared the princess who poured the wine. Hands shook a little. This college student, is he crazy to talk to the boss of the Four Seas gang like that? Mountain Cannon also wanted to have a seizure, but he was stopped by Hu Sihai. With 2 fingers, he gently flicked the wine glass in front of Ningchen. Brother Dust, with so many little brothers and sisters present, give some face. Yeah. Ningchen copied the wine cup and casually splashed it on Hu Sihai's face. Ah! Several sweet-looking princesses let out screams, their faces white with fear. You're fucking looking for death. Mountain Cannon and the other members of the Four Seas gang were also furious. Hu Sihai wiped a handful of wine on his face, but he let out a big laugh. Ha 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 ha, good. Worthy of being the boss behind the Water Moon gang. You have guts. He finally stopped insisting on letting Nine Dust drink, and instead sat back on the sofa, letting his little brother light a cigarette for him. Seeing a bag of chips on the coffee table, he casually picked them up and just ate them. Hey! Nine Dust was instantly nonplussed. It's a fucking slice of his poisonous mushroom. But seeing Hu Sihai eating so favorably, he didn't have the heart to stop him. Dusty, talk about it. Hu Sihai said as he ate. The Four Seas gang and the Water Moon gang fighting like this every day will only lose both of them, allowing other gangs to take advantage of the situation. I'm not the leader of the Water Moon gang. You should be looking for Wang Yinhua. Ning Chen shook his head. Don't mess with me, Brother Dust. Wang Yinhua is just a small woman. How can she manage such a big Water Moon gang? Hu Sihai didn't believe it at all. I do have a suggestion. Why don't we merge our 2 gangs in the future? I'm older than you, so I'll just barely be the first leader, and you'll be the second. How's that sound? While saying this, he also swept his head down to the chips in the bag and thought to himself, what brand of chips are these? So tasty, and this light medicinal scent is just to die for. Suddenly this time, a sharp pain surged from the small of his back. Hiss. Hu Sihai put on a pain mask and covered his stomach, grunting as he slumped against the couch. Boss, what's wrong with you? Boss? Mountain Cannon rushed over. There, is poison. Hu Sihai pointed at the potato chips in his hand, and his face turned into a pig liver color. What? Mountain Cannon froze for a moment, grabbing the potato chip bag and glaring viciously at Ning Chen. Surname Ning, you're not fucking virtuous. How dare you poison? Snacks can be messy, words can't. Ning Chen reached out and took the bag, and ate it in front of everyone. The crowd froze. Come to think of it, poisoning potato chips doesn't make sense. The raw material for the sliced poisonous mushrooms is ghost hand green. This highly poisonous mushroom can poison a cow in 10 minutes. The detoxification function of the human liver is not enough in front of this kind of poison. Hu Sihai didn't last long enough for the ambulance to come, but foamed at the mouth and died. Boss! Boss! Mountain Cannon hugged Hu Sihai's greenish-black corpse, crying and shouting, chop him to death for me, chop him up. The spacious box resounded with the sound of shouting and fighting. It turns out that today's bureau is the Hongmen banquet. The members of the Four Seas gang had long since prepared their weapons, and with a machete in hand, they desperately rushed towards Ningchen. A bunch of mole crickets. Nine Dust sneered. The district control knives became iron slime with a single grip of his hand. With a wave of his arm, the man flew out across the room like a stacked man. In no time at all, the ground was filled with members of the Four Seas gang, their wails intertwined, and Nine Dust sat on the sofa the entire time, not even moving or driving a bit. Mountain Cannon and the other senior members of the Four Seas gang looked dumbfounded. Then there were the princesses who accompanied them, thinking they were either dreaming or making a movie. He's a martial artist. One of the gang executives shouted. So what if you're a martial artist? I'll beat you to death anyway. Mountain Gun yelled, pulling a black Browning pistol straight from his waist. Go to hell. Bang! Came the cry, pulling the trigger. He was aiming for Nine Dust's temple. However, in that split second, Ning Chen also moved, and with a wave of 2 fingers towards his temple, he was able to easily clip a bullet. Throughout the entire process, Ning Chen didn't even look away, and at this point, he even poured a glass of wine and drank it calmly. Crap! The crowd let out strange screams of fright while all associating themselves with a movie character. The only martial art in the world is fast. The ultimate king of killers, Fire Cloud Evil God. Are you a human or a demon? Mountain Gun took the pistol, disbelief written all over his face. Nine Dust didn't reply. Flexing his fingers, the bullet shot back at twice its original speed, and with a soft poof, it opened an eye directly on Mountain Cannon's head. The number 2 man of the Four Seas gang, Chen de Cannon, nicknamed Mountain Cannon, fell straight down. Ah! Several princesses let out piercing screams. At that moment, the door of the box was kicked open from the outside, and a group of people fishtailed into the room. Seeing the faces of Wang Yinhua, the Chen brothers, and the others, Ning Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't anyone else, or else he would have had to waste his spiritual energy and cast a spell to erase his memory. After all, he didn't want this kind of thing to get out, which could cause a lot of trouble. Brother Dust, you are all right. Ah, this? Wang Yinhua stormed in and froze on the spot when she saw the mess on the ground. Chen Zi Bao, Chen Zi Wolf, and the other members of the Water Moon gang were all dumbfounded. There's nothing more for me to do here. You guys take care of it. I'll go first. Ning Chen got up and left in style. Who's he? Hi, Chen Shan Gun? Wang Yinhua saw the first and second in command of the Four Seas gang and immediately sent people over to check the situation. Sister Yinhua, both of them are out of breath. The little brother's trembling voice came. Wang Yinhua's brain was a little lacking in oxygen, and she sat on her butt on the sofa. The Four Seas gang, gone? Jesus Christ. On this ordinary night, one of the big gangs in Xiqing district, the Four Seas gang, was destroyed. The Water Moon gang secretly took over the properties of the Four Seas gang. By the time the other gangs reacted and wanted a piece of the pie, it was too late. Brother Dust, half of Xiqing district is now our territory. We took over a lot of stores today, and from now on, we'll have several $1 million a month just from collecting some money. Wang Yinhua called excitedly. With the new territory, do some proper business and don't bully ordinary people. What with the protection money, it's best not to even bother collecting it. After Nine Dust said a few words, he suddenly asked a question. Do you have $150 million on your side? $150 million? Brother Dust, what do you need so much money for? As soon as Wang Yinhua's words came out of her mouth, she realized that something was wrong. Memorize the URL. How does the boss spend his money? Where is it her turn to teach a junior? So she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Dust, I talked too much. Nine Dust let out a hum. Wang Yinhua thought for a moment and replied, at the very least, it will take a year or two. A year or two. When Nine Dust heard this, he was more or less disappointed, but he didn't say anything more, lest they go fooling around. Then added, forget it, produce more poisonous mushroom slices in the near future. I don't have enough to eat, and there's also beast blood that's almost used up. Yes. Wang Yinhua held the microphone with both hands and kept nodding. Ning Chen was in the classroom, and suddenly saw Su Lianyang who was listening attentively in the front row. So he said, by the way, there is a loan shark called Su Haichao who owes. Erase it. Wiped. Good. Wang Yinhua didn't dare to ask more questions. If he dares to ask you guys for a loan in the future, help me beat him up. Ning Chen added another sentence. Okay, Brother Dust. No problem. Wang Yinhua replied with a full reply. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yinhua, who hadn't slept all night, lay down on the seat, and an absurd idea suddenly rose in her mind. Hugging Brother Dust's thigh tightly. It might even be possible for him to become the underground queen of the entire Qingzhou in the future. Just what does Dusty need $150 million for? On the other side of the room, Ning Chen didn't give these trivial matters a second thought. After class, Su Wanxian held up a cup of new milk tea from the table, intending to let Ning Chen taste the flavor first. A cold and arrogant girl with a high ponytail suddenly passed in front of her. She is. Su Wanxian froze for a moment. This schoolmate. What a strong aura. It's senior sister Wen Qinglan. I heard that she comes from a martial arts family. What's she doing here looking for Ning Chen? Jiang Ying's curious voice came out. Amidst the astonished gazes of many students, Wen Qinglan walked straight up to Ning Chen. What again? Nine Dust slanted a glance at her. Wen Qinglan looked at him with a strong sense of unreality inside. Just this ordinary-looking college student, who caused a scene at the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association headquarters 3 months ago, was not given any punishment. The vice president, Liang Yongji, acted as if he had admitted defeat and never sent anyone to trouble Ning Chen again. It sounds like a magical story when the Municipal Martial Arts Association is bullied like this. It's fine, I'm leaving. Nine Dust got up. There is something. When Qinglan hurriedly spoke, having seen Ning Chen's ferocity with his own eyes, when Qinglan couldn't help but fall short in his aura. Next week on Grandpa's 80th birthday, I'd like to invite you to be my guest at the Intercontinental Hotel. No gifts, just people, she said. Any good food? I'll go if there's something delicious, Ning Chen said. Of course there is. When Qinglan's head nodded lightly. Okay, Nine Dust left after saying that. Passing by Su Lianye, he took the cup of new milk tea, inserted the straw and took a sip. Blueberry flavor, kinda. He drank as he left the classroom. When Qinglan's clear and cold eyes immediately landed on Su Lianyang, looking up and down, by Ning Chen's side. Why are there so many beautiful girls? Su Lianin felt very uncomfortable. All the way to the school gates, Zhou Jing's Audi A8 is parked on the side of the road. Nine Dust pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger side. Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar are chatting. Seeing him, Jiang Sugar greeted him warmly, but Su Shuyan twisted her delicate face over and set her face. Ning Chen was quite puzzled, not knowing what he had done to provoke this great lady again. But a little more patience will be a relief. Dusty, we're going to Auntie Qiao's house for dinner today. You haven't been there yet, have you? Qiao Jing drove the car. Yeah, Nine Dust nodded. Rose Garden Villa is only purchased by Su Jingshan for the convenience of his daughter's schooling. The couple usually do not live here. They have their own apartments. What do you want to eat? Auntie Qiao will have the nanny prepare it, Qiao Jing asked casually. I'd like to have the Australian dragon and beef king crab, and the Abalonian sea urchin Buddha jumping wall. Ning Chen nonchalantly reported the name of the dish. There was a silence in the car. You really don't think of yourself as an outsider, Su Shuyan mumbled in a small voice. Qiao Jing laughed and didn't take it to heart, immediately calling the nanny to get ready. Before long, the car circled around and came to the Wulin Mansion in the center of the city. Wulin Mansion is one of the most luxurious condominium residences in all of Qingzhou, with Shizi Lake to the left and the Grand Canal to the right, and the smallest units can sell for $50 to $60 million. Su Jingshan and Xiaojing live, is a set of 500 square feet of large flat. The decoration is not imagined luxury, but through a strong flavor of life. The couple's daily life is still relatively simple. At noon, Ning Chen was eating with the Su family when the doorbell suddenly rang. Honey, you still have guests? Xiaojing asked. No, Su Jingshan was also surprised. The butler, Fan Yi, went to open the door. A wide-bodied, middle-aged, sherbet man strides in. Smelling the aroma of rice floating in the air, he laughed out loud. Jingshan, eating? Looks like I came at the right time. What brings you here? Su Jingshan walked up, but a hint of unhappiness flashed across his brows. He's Shuyan's eldest uncle, called Su Jiangwo. At the dinner table, Jiang Sugar said to Ning Chen, but the two families don't have a good relationship. They usually don't have much to do with each other. I don't know why they suddenly came today. Probably here to rub it in. Nine Dust chewed on a small black and gold abalone in his mouth and analyzed. Rubbing your head in. Su Shuyan slanted a glance at him without a good mood and said, my eldest uncle's family is in real estate and has more money than my family, so there must be something going on. Nine Dust didn't bother and continued to bury his head in dry rice. Just eat. Su Shuyan's beautiful eyes crossed. You're sick, right? It's none of your business if I eat. Ning Chen scolded without a trace of anger. Where the hell did he get this missy? He hadn't given him a good look all morning. Could it be that she has indirect schizophrenia? You? Su Shuyan slammed the table, originally wanting to scold back, but thinking that she still had to rely on this guy to take her to the top. It was better to hold back for the time being. At that moment, only to hear bang. The door of the apartment was slammed shut with a loud bang. Su Shuyan's eldest uncle, Su Jiangwo, huffed and puffed. Daddy, why did you fight with your eldest uncle again? When Su Jingshan sat back down, Su Shuyan asked. It's fine. Let's eat. Su Jingshan struggled to return his iron face to normal. Daddy, I'm no longer a child. You quickly tell me what's going on. The family still needs to get along. Su Shuyan asked. Family? Humph. I treat him like family. Does he treat me like family? Su Jingshan laughed coldly and continued. Next week is Elder Wen's 80th birthday, and the elder has chartered the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel to host a banquet for all of Qingzhou's prestigious families. Grandpa Shuyan asked me to represent the Su family to congratulate Elder Wen on his birthday, and Su Jiangwo is running for the name of representative today. He said he wanted to spend $100 million on this delegate spot. Humph, my business isn't as big as his, but I don't lack that kind of money either. Zhou Jing shook her head. That's so shameless. Su Shuyan's brows were lightly locked. Why is eldest uncle like this? Is the name of a representative really that important? Of course, Su Jingshan said with certainty. Remember in a second https://m. The Wen family is one of the top 5 big families in Qingzhou, on par with our Su family. Who would dare not give face to Elder Wen on his 80th birthday? The Martial Association will even send someone over to congratulate him. Su Jiangwo has always wanted to brush up his presence in this kind of big scene, so naturally he won't let this opportunity pass. Su Shuyan's red lips skimmed. Boring. It's the same as the showbiz tearing up of the fandango. Su Jingshan shook his head. You don't understand. Forget it. Eat. Uncle Su. At this time, Ning Chen suddenly interjected. That elder Wen you're talking about, isn't his name Wen Yu? Yeah. What's wrong? Su Jingshan asked. It's nothing. Nine Dust didn't say much. He didn't know much about the power of the upper class in Qingzhou. I didn't realize that old man Wen had quite a face. You're not going. So why are you prying? Su Shuyan disliked him again. Who says I'm not going? Nine Dust choked back. You go my ass. Su Shuyan disliked again. Alright. Eat. Su Jingshan helplessly interrupted the pair of foes. It was true that he did not intend to bring Nine Dust to Elder Wen's birthday banquet. Imagine what kind of speculation Ning Chen's appearance in their Su clan seating area would draw. Given his status? Shu Yan's boyfriend? His future son-in-law? Although Ning Dust is very good, but Su Jingshan still feel in his bones. With his family background, not worthy of his own baby girl. There were no classes in the afternoon, and after dinner, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar decided to go shopping at Qingzhou Mansion. Ginger Sugar had wanted to drag Nine Dust along and make him a human drudge, but was ruthlessly rejected. Back in the Rose Garden neighborhood, Nine Dust found 2 sneaky guys who were using binoculars to monitor the situation in the villa. Target in sight, take cover. The 2 killers spotted Nine Dust and quickly shrunk their heads into the green belt. Not long after, Ning Chen led the Black Dragon and went out to walk the dog. The 2 assassins hurried to follow. There was a large piece of wasteland near the Green City Rose Garden that hadn't been developed yet and was covered in waist-high weeds, and Nine Dust intended to test the Black Dragon's combat prowess here. Black Dragon, there's 2 heels back there. Go, finish them off. Ning Chen removed the Black Dragon's collar and caressed the fur on top of its head with his hand, then pointed behind him. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The Black Dragon responded with his head held high, his ghostly gaze fixed on the 2 killers in the grass. Old Smoky, why do I get the feeling he spotted us? One of them whispered skeptically. Shit, exposed. Run. The other twisted his head and ran. These 2 C-rank assassins sent over by the organization to keep an eye on them never thought in their depths that a dog could run so fast. The Black Dragon had been fed nearly 100 blood-feeding pills by Ning Chen, and its physical quality was comparable to that of an inner-strength martial artist. Above the wasteland, as if a black lightning bolt had sped past, the 2 killers were successively pounced on by the Black Dragon, sealing their throats with sharp teeth. The 2 assassins' bodies convulsed as they looked in horror at Ning Chen, who was slowly walking over. No, don't. A killer struggles, trying to crawl away. Black Dragon lifted his dog's leg and slapped it on his thigh. Ka-ching! With a sound, the thigh bone snapped, and the killer let out a miserable scream. What kind of breed of dog is this? The other assassin's mind was filled with shock before he died. Ning Chen didn't even bother to leave any survivors, and directly told Black Dragon to plow an earthen pit and bury these 2 people on the spot. This kind is cannon fodder at first glance and has little value for torture. He hoped that this assassin organization wouldn't be ungrateful, or else one day when he was in a bad mood, he would probably uproot them. After burying the corpses on a daily basis, Ning Chen skulked around for a while longer before returning to the Rose Garden Villa with the Black Dragon. Unexpectedly, another man stood furtively in front of the door, looking around the house. What are you doing? Nine Dust walked over and chided. Is that you? The sneaky fellow recognized Ning Chen at a glance, and a smile immediately appeared on his fat-packed face. Why are you here? It turned out that he was Su Shuyan's great-uncle, Su Jiangwo. I'm staying here. Is there anything you need? Nine Dust held the Black Dragon. You live here? Su Jiangwo pointed at the villa and stared at Ning Chen in surprise, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Cohabitation. Son-in-law. 4 big words popped out of Su Jiangwo's mind. The smile on his face became more intense. What do you call yourself? Never mind. Little brother. I have a deal I want to talk to you about. I don't know if you're interested? How big a deal? $10 billion or more. I can consider taking a look, Ning Chen said. 10 billion. Su Jiangwo instantly suspected that Ning Chen was sick in the head. He smiled awkwardly. Young man, don't be overly ambitious. How about you do me a small favor and I'll give you $100,000. You're setting this aside to send the callers away. Ning Chen walked up and pushed him away. Get out of the way. The Black Dragon also barked furiously at him. Woof woof woof. 200,000. Su Jiangwo took a few steps back and made a 2 with his hand. Ning Chen took out his key and directly opened the villa courtyard door. Ignoring him, When he was about to close it, Su Jiangwo suddenly made a death wish and stuck his foot in the doorway. Your foot! Ning Chen's face turned cold. Don't you force me. Su Jiangwo didn't take his warning to heart and said with a smirk, little brother, are you free in the evening? Uncle invites you to go to Peach Blossom Garden for dinner, and then go to the famous Diamond Clubhouse to have a massage. The girls there are very watery. You know, dash. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Chen slammed the courtyard door shut with a heavy effort, only to hear click. Su Jiangwo fractured his left foot and let out a pig-like scream. Only after he pulled his foot out did Ning Chen lead the black dragon and slowly walked in. Little brat, you wait for me. If I don't get you killed, I won't be surnamed Su. Su Jiangwo covered his foot, which was swollen into a pig's hoof, and sweated coldly from the pain. Ning Chen had already brought the black dragon into the courtyard and fed it another blood-feeding pill. This kind of elixir, in fact, comes with a little bit of berserk attribute. Even a white rabbit taking it for a long time will be as brave as a jackal, wolf, tiger or leopard. While it was difficult for ordinary people to harness beasts that had taken blood-feeding pills, Ning Chen had mastered a beast mastery skill, and even if the black dragon could kill a patriarch with a single bite in the future, it wouldn't dare disobey him. Su Shuyan and Ginger Candy played until 9 o'clock. Brother Dolly, Shu Yan bought you a pair of limited edition AJs, come and try them on. Holding a beautifully packaged shoebox, Ginger Candy knocked on the door of Ninedust's room. Immediately Su Shuyan's voice came from the living room. Little sugar, you're talking nonsense again. It's obvious that you bought it for him. I didn't. It's not like you paid for it. Ginger spat out her little tongue. I paid it off together with my hand. Su Shuyan was arrogant. There was no way she would admit that she had bought shoes for Ning Chen, even though it was indeed she who had paid for them. Ninedust took the shoebox and took out a pair of gray and blue AJ sneakers. How much? I'll transfer you. Ning Chen put it on and tried it on in the living room, unexpectedly finding that it fit well, and then looked over towards Su Shuyan. As it happened, Su Shuyan was sitting on the sofa, crossing her snow-white and elatedly long legs, and from Ning Chen's point of view, the exquisite and tantalizing curves were unobstructed. Su Shuyan's pretty face slightly reddened as she hurriedly took the cushion and covered her thighs, then fiercely gouged out Ning Chen. What are you looking at? I didn't look. Ninedust spread his hands, then pulled out his cell phone. I just want to transfer the money for the shoes to you. Brother Dolly, Shuyan's pocket money is more than $100,000 a month, so it's not that bad for you. Ginger Sugar pulled Ninedust away and said with a coquettish smile, that's right, bringing us up to the King of Glory is better than anything. Su Shuyan also skimmed her red lips. Ning Chen, however, shook his head. I'd rather pay. You two are too good. I'd have to die of exhaustion to bring you up to King of Glory. Go to hell. A pillow with Su Shuyan's body scent smashed over. Early the next morning, Ninedust went to class wearing his new sneakers. Just as he arrived at the classroom, he heard the vice class president, Lai Hyunming, bragging. This pair of sneakers of mine is the co-branded model of AJ and Slam Dunk, limited to 500 pairs nationwide. It's no exaggeration to say that in the whole of Qingzhou, there are no more than 5 that have this pair on my feet. Lai Hyunming sat in the front seat and crossed his legs, revealing a pair of brand new sneakers in red and black colors. The side was surrounded by male students, and Fang Xiaofang and Zhang Dachuan were also inside. Brother Lai, the national limited edition of 500 pairs, that should be quite expensive, right? A tall, skinny boy stared at Lai Hyunming's feet, his harumphs running down his face. His name is Dai Zhenxiang. He's a basketball fanatic who hangs out behind Lai Hyunming all day long. It's no bullshit. Lai Hyunming turned his feet upside down and said bullishly, this pair of mine is a limited edition co-branded by Ryukawa Maple. A pair of them costs $40,000 to $50,000, and I rubbed my old man's nose in it for several days before he bought them for me. I can guarantee that you won't be able to find a second pair of identical ones in the whole of YCU. It's blowing. Ninedust passed by the crowd. Zhang Dachuan swept his gaze downward and saw Ning Chen wearing a pair of sneakers on his feet that were exactly the same as Lai Hyunming's, with a red background color scheme and large black hooks that were very bright. Ninedust, this pair on your feet. Zhang Dachuan hurriedly pointed and shouted, instantly attracting the attention of all the male students. Wow, another pair of Ryukawa Maple co-branded? Fang Xiaofang also called out, staring enviously at Ning Chen's feet. Ning Chen, I can't imagine that you're a hidden rich second generation. You bought the co-branded model that just came out. Ning Chen casually said, I didn't buy it. People gave it to me. Fake shoes. At first glance, Lai Hyunming interrupted him and also glanced at his feet, saying with certainty, this pair of Ryukawa Maple co-branded models of mine, there are no more than 10 pairs in the entire Qingzhou, and I know them all. Ninedust, are you comfortable wearing these fake shoes? A few $100s to buy them. Lai Hyunming deliberately taunted Nine Dust. Is it any of your business if you're comfortable? Ningchen slanted him a glance. If you beep one more time, do you believe I'll whip you with my big B doodle? He didn't care about fake or real shoes, as long as he could wear them. Rush. Ha ha, rush. Dazzling Lai pointed at Nine Dust and heckled his brother next to him. As a result, Nine Dust really pumped up with a big B doodle. Pop. The sound echoed through the classroom. Lai Hyunming covered his face, directly struck dumb, and stared blankly at Ning Chen. He didn't expect this man, Ning Chen, to make a move when he said he would, without any ambiguity at all. Nima. It's the 21st century. A society of law and order. How can there still be such people? Nine Dust. I'll fucking kill you. Lai Hyunming was a boy in the end, and after taking a beating, how could he not fight back? Swinging his fist towards Ning Chen. Snap. Ended up taking another big B pocket. I'll fight you. Snap. Ning Chen. You shall not die. Snap. Don't fight, don't fight. Lai Hyunming collapsed inside his desk and chair. His books fell all over the place, and the left side of his face swelled up high, grinning in pain. It's fine for you to act like a pussy in front of them, but act like a pussy in front of me and smoke you to death. Nine Dust glared at him again before turning to leave. People like Lai Hyunming just don't want to be cleaned up, and if they don't get a good beating, they'll definitely get worse in the future. Too violent. The students in the second clinical class saw this scene and their faces went white with fear. Even the squad leader, Zhang Xinran, didn't dare to care. Not long after, the pathology teacher came to class and noticed that the classroom was surprisingly quiet today. Upon asking, he realized that Ningchen had beaten up Lai Xianming. What's the point? He immediately brought the two men to the office of Lu Wei, the department head. Fighting? Lu Wei sat behind his desk, took off his glasses, and surveyed Ningchen and Lai Xianming with an odd look before saying, Teacher you can go back to class first. I'll take care of it here. Okay, Director Lu. Yu Ping, the pathology teacher, turned around and left. Director Lu, he hit me. He hit me in front of the whole class. Lai Hyunming covered his face and began to cry. Director Lu, you must give me justice. Well. Next, Lu Wei played the Taijiquan that all leaders are good at, and made a big deal out of a small matter. And in the end, he actually let Ning Dust apologize to Lai Xianming, pay some money and forget about it. Director Lu, how can you? Lai Hyunming's eyes widened. A while back, there was a fight between two guys in the humanities faculty, and both were nearly discouraged as a result. How about this? Nine Dust, you apologize to Lai Xianming and then pay another $5,000, and that's how this matter will be handled. Lu Wei waved his hand with an impatient look. 5,000? Lai Hyunming was almost mad. His parents both run companies. Pour this money. Cam. I'll give you 10,000. Even with the next one. Nine Dust pulled out his cell phone and prepared to transfer the money. Nine Dust. Your mom. Lai Hyunming was about to break out in curses, only to have Ning Chen raise his hand again, frightening him into changing his words. Is your mother's health okay? Only then did Nine Dust put his hand down. Okay, I have things to take care of, so you guys go ahead and get out. Lu Wei pretended to reprimand. Students should be at peace with each other. Don't fight in the future. Do you hear me? Nine Dust let out an O and went out. Lai Hyunming wasn't a fool and knew that the department head was favoring Ning Chen, so he had to go out first and think of something else. As a result, after Ning Chen went out, he directly put his cell phone into his pocket and walked straight towards the classroom. Nine Dust. Wait. Lai Hyunming called out to him. Skin itching again? Nine Dust turned around. Lai Hyunming shrunk his neck. Aren't you going to transfer me $10,000? I see you want a big B doodle. Ning Chen raised his hand again, staring Lai Xianming twice. Get lost. Memorize the URL. Okay, you're tough. Lai Hyunming's mouth was full of teeth, and he twisted his head away, his heart full of aggression and anger. Meanwhile, Lu Wei made a call to Wen Yu and told him about Ning Chen's beating. Old headmaster, if he continues like this, he might stir up some big trouble. You'd better think of a way to turn this master away. Lu Wei said tearlessly. The reason why he didn't dare to dispose of Nine Dust was because the old principal, Wen Yu, had greeted him. Ugh. On the other end of the phone, Wen Yu also sighed. Director Lu, Ning Chen's background is not something you can imagine. Perhaps even I can't afford to mess with it. This Buddha. Let's just be careful and offer it. Lu Wei was frightened. So scary? It was fortunate that he hadn't given Nine Dust any disciplinary action just now, or else he would have been in big trouble. Invite him over on the day of my 80th birthday, and have a good talk with him then, and restrain yourself a bit in school, when you could only comfort Lu Wei this way. On the other hand, Ning Chen returned to the classroom for lessons unharmed. which also surprised the students of clinical class 2. Even the teacher, Yu Ping, was confused. After class, Yu Ping rushes to the department office to inquire about the situation, but is warned by Lu Wei with a serious face. Mr. Yu, you should stop prying into this matter. It's deep water in there. You can't grasp it. After ending a day of boring classes, Ning Chen wore headphones and listened to songs while walking towards the commercial street on campus. The Encounter milk tea stand is doing better and better. Su Evening, Jiang Ying, Su Rongli, they are very careful with the materials. The profit of a cup of milk tea is very low. Thin profit. So people love to come and buy. Nine Dust was a foodie, and every day he passed by, he would take a few cups. Su never took his money. That's. As he crossed the commercial street, Ning Chen inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar back figure. Quan Xiaoman. This clinically one-class-minded rich white woman with two straggling young men made their way into the grove. Ning Chen didn't bother to deliberately eavesdrop, but merely moved his ears as he passed by, and the sound of the trio's chatter came into his ears. As a Yuaning stage great cultivator, if he wanted to, his spiritual sense could cover the entire country of China and hear the content of people's conversations in any corner. Did you bring the stuff? It was Guan Xiaoman's voice. Don't worry, it's all ready to go. The little one is fresh and alive. We agreed on 3,000, not a penny less. The two youths' voices had a sociopathic flavor to them, and they weren't students at first glance. Deal. Guan Xiaoman's eyes flashed with malice. As long as she could bring down Su Wan Evening's Encounter milk tea stand, she would be willing to pay 30,000, not to mention 3,000 yuan. That's what she's going to get out of this. Again, it's aimed at late night. Nine Dust shook his head. The two youths then burrowed out of the grove and went to stand in line at the milk tea stand. Ooh, quite a crowd. A small, flat man smiled and surveyed the circle. Look at that waitress. She's so watery. Much better looking than those Netflix. Another boy with a tattoo on his neck pointed at Su Lianya. What? Can't give it up? Pinky laughed. Che, what's there to give up? It's not my woman. The tattooed man coldly grunted. Soon, they each bought a cup of milk tea and sat down at a stone table near the commercial street to drink it. Within a few minutes, the pint-sized guy yelled, "Crap! What is this?" The tattooed man rose from his seat. What's wrong? Cockroaches. There's cockroaches in the milk tea. It's fucking disgusting. The little flathead points to the milk tea and bends over to make a vomiting gesture. He was loud, and some of the students at a nearby table craned their heads to look over. I saw a small black bug floating on top of a mostly drunk glass of honey lemonade, and when I looked closer, I saw that it was a small cockroach. Still alive. Vomit. The tattooed man subconsciously wanted to vomit and picked up the milk tea in his hand, ready to throw it away. Little Ping Tu hurriedly stopped him. Wait, ahow, this is evidence. You can't throw it away. Let's go find them. Yes, go get them. Compensation must be made. The two men huffed and puffed as they arrived at the Encounter milk tea stand and slammed 2 cups of milk tea directly onto the operating table. There was a snap and a splash of juice. You, guys, Su Wan Evening, who was ordering, was startled. Is this how you sell milk tea? The little flathead crossed his arms and questioned viciously. Excuse me, 2 students. May I ask what happened? Jiang Ying and Su Rongli walked over. See for yourself. Pinky pointed to his glass of lemon honey water. Crap. Cockroaches? 2 boys who had just finished ordering saw a small cockroach swimming on its back in a cup of milk tea. Its 6 legs flopping around in the yellowish-green lemonade. And its face turned green. No. Sorry, can I get a refund? I'm not buying it, one of the boys said. I'm not buying it either. It's disgusting, the other one chimed in. The line that was forming behind them was in an uproar. Some of the students who frequented the Encounter milk tea stand had hard faces. Jiang Ying and Su Rongli knew that things were not good, and hurriedly pacified up the customers, while Su Evening Night picked up the cup of milk tea and carefully examined it, then hesitantly asked, the bugs are put in by yourself, right? What did you say? Little Ping Tu slapped his hand on the operating table, his eyes widening angrily. Which one of your eyes saw that it was me who went in? I have nothing to do but come here to plant evidence on you. But our raw materials, they are all fresh fruits purchased only yesterday. How can there be bugs? Su Yuanyan argued. Li Mei opened a barbecue restaurant. Never use gutter oil. Do not enter the zombie meat, Benjamin business. So the profits are not high. With her mother's words and teachings, Su Evening Night also puts honesty and trustworthiness in the first place in doing business. If you ask me, who the hell am I going to ask? Little Ping Tu yelled at Su Wanjian. The tattooed man simply waved his hand and said, cut the crap and pay up. The little flathead also put on a look of being sickened. Yes, you must pay for it. At least $1,000. $1,000? Our turnover in a day is only $1,000. Su Evening Night looked at the customers' skeptical, disgusted, and nauseous gazes. Her heart was really angry and anxious. Every cup of milk tea, she puts her heart and soul into it. How can there be cockroaches when your hair is coiled? Your mask is on, and you won't even spill a drop of saliva on a single hair? Idiot! Who told you to ask for compensation? It's too obvious. Guan Xiaoman, who was observing from a short distance away, almost died of anger. Sure enough, at the mention of losing money, a few customers' eyes instantly appeared skeptical. You guys didn't really put the bugs in there, did you? A girl whispered. Yes, I buy milk tea here every day, and it's so hygienic. Remember in a second https://m. The more I see, the more I look like I'm here to blackmail. Two more boys chimed in. Fuck off. Feelings, aren't you guys drinking out of cockroaches, are they? Xiao Pingtu sprayed angrily, then yelled again at Su Lianin. Hurry up and apologize for the compensation, or this is not over. Be careful, we'll tell your teacher and make your shitty milk tea stand untenable. The tattooed man also threatened loudly. When Su one evening did not know what to do, the savior appeared again. A glass of lemon honey water. Please, it's 9 dust. Su Lianin instantly cast a grateful gaze. Jiang Ying and Su Rongli were also very happy. Ordering at a time like this was undoubtedly giving them the greatest trust and support. The two youths quit. Hey, there are cockroaches in their milk tea. How dare you drink it? Not afraid of drinking to death, little Pingtu said to Ning Chen without a trace of anger. The cockroaches were put there by your own hands, so what business is it of theirs? Nine Dust glanced at him. What did you say? The two youths' faces sank. Ning Chen gave Su Lianxian a look, signaling her to go make the milk tea and leave this place to him. Kid, you'd better tell me clearly, which of your eyes saw that we put the bugs there? Little Pingtu directly stepped forward and grabbed Ning Chen's collar. The tattooed man also intimidated. If you don't tell me clearly, this is not over. Ha! Rarely did Nine Dust make a direct move, but instead smiled playfully. You guys aren't students from our school, right? Who says otherwise? Pinky was strong and calm. So which department are you guys from? Nine Dust asked again. Which department? It was true that they weren't students of Qing University, but rather punks that Guan Xiaoman had found from outside the school, and since they were relatively young looking, no one suspected this. Xiao Pingtu has not graduated from junior high school, never studied at the university. How do you know what department or not? Suddenly his face turned red. The tattooed man hurriedly interjected. What do you care which department we're from? We're discussing cockroaches in milk tea. What the fuck are you checking on? Little Pingtu also reacted and continued to grab Ning Chen's collar. Right, don't you kid try to change the subject. Okay, then let's talk about this. Nine Dust first reached out and pushed Little Flathead on his heels, then pulled out his cell phone from his pants pocket. How fucking dare you push me? I'll kill you. Little Flathead stood up from the ground, and the next thing he saw was that Nine Dust clicked on a video that had just been filmed. The location of the shoot was the stone table at the entrance of Commercial Street. The main characters are him and the tattooed man. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked over, and Su Lianxian stopped making milk tea and stared intently at the cell phone screen. Just see. Small Flathead and tattooed man a foot on the stool, the other smoking a cigarette, glancing east and west to see, and occasionally pointing to the girls passing by. The corner of the mouth hanging bad smile, where there is half a bit of college student's look. After about 4 or 5 seconds, Pinky pulled a large wad of paper towels out of his pocket, carefully opened it, and poured something in. I didn't get a clear shot, but a fool knows that it's a cockroach. These two, they are here to blackmail. Swish. At once, dozens of pairs of angry gazes landed on the small Flathead and the tattooed man. What happened? Ning Chen, why is it him again? This dog, what the hell is he doing? Guan Xiaoman, who was watching from a short distance away, had an extremely ugly face. She had a feeling that this operation, again, might fail. It was at this point that a confrontation broke out at the milk tea stand. The two punks saw that things were falling apart and tried to grab the cell phone, only to be blocked by a group of boys who were so angry that they were red in the face. Su Lianyang, Jiang Ying, and Su Rongli all breathed a sigh of relief and cast grateful glances towards Ning Chen. If it wasn't for Nine Dust this time, the reputation of the Encounter milk tea stand would have definitely taken a huge hit. I can't see that you two have this fetish for cockroach-flavored lemonade? Nine Dust smiled as he put away his cell phone, then clasped his fists at them to show his admiration. Kid, when the fuck did you shoot that? Delete the video or I'll kill you. The two punks looked menacing. Unexpectedly, Ning Chen suddenly asked. Guan Xiaoman sent you guys, right? How do you know? The little Flathead froze and hurriedly covered his mouth. Hearing this kind of question, they subconsciously should have asked who Guan Xiaoman was, and as a result, once this half-sentence came out, the students around them who had heard about the feud between Su Evening Night and Guan Xiaoman immediately reacted. Guan Xiaoman again? This woman is really bad. Why does she always have trouble with evening? She's crazy. Jiang Ying and Su Rongli were furious. Su Evening Night was also tightly locked with her eyebrows, lightly biting her cherry lips, inwardly despondent and helpless. Who's Guan Xiaoman? We don't know each other at all. It was the tattooed man who reacted quickly to remedy the situation, but Ning Chen came up with a punch that directly pounded him in the stomach, causing him to grovel like a shrimp and kneel on the ground on the spot. The little flathead was confused. He didn't think that a college student would be so fierce as to say he'd do it. Ahoy! Naya! Little flathead cursed and was about to fight back on behalf of his brother, when Ning Chen kicked him directly in the body, sending him flying over 10 meters, and with a plop, he fell into the artificial lake. The students gathered nearby looked on in disbelief. Guan Xiaoman was also dumbfounded. What's all this fighting about? I can't swim. Help! Help dash! The little flathead, a dryad, exclaimed. Some people wanted to save, but they were stopped by Ning Chen. He squatted on the bank, reached out his hand, picked up the small flathead, and then grabbed him by the hair in one smooth motion. Say, who asked you to blackmail me? Was it Guan Xiaoman from Clinical Class 1? What? What Guan Xiaoman? I don't recognize it. Little Ping Tu grabbed Ning Chen's hand and cried, Gollum! Nine Dust directly pushed his head into the lake water. The onlookers looked dumbfounded. A torture bridge from a movie, moved into reality? After 4 or 5 seconds, Nine Dust let him float up to catch his breath and asked again, is it Guan Xiaoman? Yes, it's her. Before Little Ping Tu could finish his sentence, Nine Dust pressed him back into the water again. Didn't I say that? It's Guan Xiaoman. It's Guan Xiaoman. It's her. And drown me for what? The little flathead roared under the lake, bubbles gurgling up. Nine Dust, stop it. Su Lianxian was afraid that things would get out of hand and rushed over to stop it. Only then did Nine Dust pick up Little Flathead and casually throw him onto the lawn. The tattooed man was scared enough to see this scene, picking up a big living man from the lake with one arm. Is this kid Hercules? In no time at all, Little Ping Tu confessed the matter, and it was really Guan Xiaoman who did it. So disgusting, this woman. It's so bad to keep messing with the SOS flower for that little startup fund. What a downer girl. What happened at the Encounter milk tea stand quickly spread through the school, QQ group, WeChat group, circle of friends, and even someone shot a jitterbug, and did not expect to suddenly on a small hit. Even the leadership of the faculty are alarmed. Department head Lu Wei's head was spinning when he heard Ning Chen's name once again. Oh little ancestor, you haven't had half a day of peace yet. Why are you causing trouble again? In one of the faculty's offices, Lu Wei's face was very ugly. No, Director Lu, this is my fault too? Ning Chen crossed his legs and sat on the sofa, saying with great dissatisfaction. It was clearly Guan Xiaoman who colluded with people from outside the school and planted evidence to frame Su Lianin, and I was pulling out my sword to help when I saw the injustice. Lu Wei was speechless. It's their business if they planted evidence. What's it got to do with you? How is that none of my business? Bong bong bong. Ning Chen knocked on the table in a righteous manner. If the Encounter milk tea stall is gone, where am I going to go to whore out milk tea from now on? You're going to bring it to me every day, right? Lo, as we were talking, a female teacher knocked on the door. Director Lu, Guan Xiaoman's father is here. Lu Wei's brows tightened slightly. Xiao Xie, bring them in. This female teacher was the counselor of the first clinical class, named Xie Jing, and after going out, she immediately brought in Guan Xiaoman and a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. The middle-aged man looks like he's doing a lot of business, and he's dressed in designer labels, and as soon as he comes in, he's bullish, and his aura is completely different from that of an ordinary parent. Director Lu, what's going on? Xiaoman said she was bullied? The middle-aged man walked in. Guan Xiaoman followed behind, pointing at Ning Chen before shouting aggressively, Dad, it's him, he's the one who bullied me. Mr. Guan, here, have a glass of water first. Lu Wei personally poured a glass of water over. Guan Xiaoman's old man, named Guan Weiman, didn't take the water, rolled up his sleeves and strided over to Ning Chen. Are you the one who bullied Xiaoman? It's me. Nine Dust nodded. I'm busy with my business. I don't have time to gab with a brat like you. You apologize to my family Xiaoman right now, and then you should clarify clarification, and compensate compensation. Is that clear? Guan Weiman reprimanded. The average student, when reprimanded by a parent with such a strong aura, would be cowed. Ning Chen, however, felt amused as he said indifferently, it's true that what kind of parents raise what kind of children. Coming up here indiscriminately and making me apologize. What did you say? Guan Weiman pointed at Ning Chen. Believe it or not, my lawyer will arrive within 3 minutes and sue you until you lose all your money. By the way, where are your parents? I'd like to see what kind of people your parents are to teach something as uneducated as you. Not good. When Lu Wei heard Guan Weiman talking so aggressively, he knew that things had gotten out of hand. How scary should the background be of someone that even the old principal wouldn't want to mess with? Mr. Guan, you. Lu Wei had just opened his mouth when Ningchen directly made his move. Pop. With a bang. Xia Jing, the counselor of the first clinical class, was dumbfounded at that moment. This, straight up, in her 5 years as a counselor, she had never seen anything so outrageous. Dad! Guan Xiaoman shouted and rushed over, and at that moment, Guan Weiman forced himself to endure the severe pain on the left side of his face, climbed up from the ground, and swung his fist to rush over. Little brat, you're done. Looking at Guan Weiman coming over in a rage, Ningchen disdainfully pulled out his ears and lifted his foot, kicking him out and sending him flying, hurting him so much that he couldn't breathe. Director Lu, what are you doing? Call the police. Call the police. This kid is going to revolt. Me this. How dare Lu Wei call the police? Isn't this putting her in a difficult position? You dare to hit my dad. I'll fight you. At this time, Guan Xiaoman also sort of reacted, and she ran to Ning Chen's face wanting to fight. And Ning Dust was originally not too happy with this female, and now also simply do not want to spoil her. And at this moment, Lu Wei rushed forward and held Guan Xiaoman. Otherwise she was really afraid that Guan Xiaoman would also have to follow the beatings. The counselor, Xia Jing, was stunned and sat on her butt on the sofa, looking on with a face full of horror. Is this person really a student? I for one don't like bullshit. Ning Chen was calm and said, encounter milk tea stall. I'm covering it. If you dare to find trouble with Su Wanwan and the girls again, you should know the consequences. With that, he pushed the door and left. Guan Weiman gritted his teeth and looked on with both anger and scorn in his eyes. However, seeing that his precious daughter was still here, he shouldn't completely enrage Ningchen at this time, lest the situation become uncontrollable. So the emotions in his heart were ultimately fixed on revenge. Mr. Seiki. At this time, Lu Wei came to him and said with a solemn face, I think you can see that Ningchen's coming is not simple. I advise you to endure it. Guan Weiman spat the filth from his mouth into the trash can, then asked, what the hell is he? I'm not sure. Lu Wei shook his head. All in all, this young man has a lot of energy. Qing University won't expel him or even give disciplinary action. I suggest that you apply for a transfer for Ms. Guan Xiaoman. It's better for everyone. Guan Weiman's fists clenched and creaked. After a long time, he nodded. Well, then, transfer to a different school. Evening, do you think Nine Dust will be forced to drop out of school? Downstairs in the administration building, 3 girls were waiting anxiously. I've heard that Guan Xiaoman's father, doing building materials business, is doing great, earning tens of millions of dollars a year. Last year the school built a new gymnasium. Her father contributed a lot of effort. Jiang Ying said worriedly. This time things have gotten pretty big. There's a video on Shake Shack with hundreds of thousands of likes. And Guan Xiaoman has been scolded by the netizens. Su Rongli said, then added, but it's not good for our students if this kind of thing gets out of hand. I heard that there used to be a schoolmate who broke the news about the school's management problems on Weibo, and as soon as the wind died down, this schoolmate was expelled from the school for a reason. Ha! Expulsion. Su Lianxian's heart fluttered. Although she knew that Nine Dust was capable of fighting, the school shouldn't bother with such things, right? If Nine Dust was expelled, what could be done in the future? As he was speaking, Nine Dust's voice suddenly came. What are you 3 doing here? Su Evening Night hurriedly looked up and jogged all the way over. Ning, Nine Dust, how are you? What did Director Lu say? Ning Chen was at a loss for words. What how? Jiang Ying followed. Didn't Guan Xiaoman's dad come to school? Nine Dust, has your dad come yet? As soon as the words fell, several school doctors in white coats rushed into the administration building and quickly helped out 2 injured people from inside. It was the father and daughter, Guan Weiman and Guan Xiaoman. Among them, Guan Weiman was so badly injured that he was still carried out on a stretcher. The 3 Su Lianyan girls' eyes widened as they looked at Ning Chen with a horrified expression. Nintendo. The left side of Guan Xiaoman's face was swollen high, and as she passed by Ning Chen, she almost made was looking at him. And Su Lianxian, with a murderous gaze, memorized the URL. Su Lianxian was a bit scared and subconsciously hid behind Ning Chen. Still not convinced? Nine Dust glared at Guan Xiaoman and went up and kicked him, directly knocking Guan Weiman's stretcher over, causing the injured man to roll down the stairs. Nine Dust, you asshole! Guan Xiaoman screamed and rushed after her dad, and this scene was all watched by Lai Hyunming, who was hiding behind the railing on the 2nd floor. It's true, this scumbag Ning Chen, relying on his connections in the school, is so arrogant. Just you wait, I'm going to expose you, let you taste the flavor of cyber violence. After leaving from the administration building, Jiang Ying and Su Rongli left in a sensible manner, creating space for Su Evening Night and Ning Chen to be alone. 9 Dust. Although it has been said many times, I still want to say, thank you. Su Lianxian walked beside Ning Chen, didn't hold back, and cried. She couldn't imagine how far she would have been pushed by Guan Xiaoman today, and last time, if it wasn't for Ning Chen's help. I'm not doing you any favors. I just don't want to be unable to get free milk tea in the future. Ning Chen remained indifferent, not even glancing at the watery departmental flower beside him. If you're truly grateful to me, develop a few more milk tea flavors, or else I won't help you anymore one day when I'm tired of drinking it. Su Lianya first froze, then lowered her head with a light smile and gently nodded her head. This boy, what a tough talker. The two of them walked along the scenic artificial lake for a while, and when they were almost at the school gates, Su Lianxian suddenly summoned up her courage. Ning Chen, what for? 9 Dust turned his head impatiently. Will you be my girlfriend? Even though she had practiced many times in her mind, when she really said it, Su Lianxian still slipped her tongue. She made a big blush and hurriedly changed her words. No, I'm the one doing your. Don't you dream. 9 Dust struck without mercy. Su Lianin was silent for a moment. Do you not want to fall in love? It's okay, I can wait for you. When you want to fall in love. No, I don't think you look good. 9 Dust refused again, this time with a more straightforward reason. Su Lianya instantly became a bit skeptical of life. Since she was a little girl, she had been praised for her beauty everywhere she went, and this was not a polite remark. From junior high school to college, there were not 1,000 but 800 boys that she had rejected. For the first time in her life, someone called her ugly. For some reason, she suddenly thought of the school beauty of their Qingzhou University, the girl named Su Shuyan. Ning Chen, do you like Su Shuyan? Su Evening Night asked in a small voice. What? Countless question marks popped up on Ning Chen's head. However, in order to let Su Wanwan die, he had to say, yes, I like Su Shuyan's type. I know. Su Evening Night raised her innocent and sweet face, forcing out a bright smile. It's okay, we can still be friends. I will still bring you milk tea every day in the future until you catch up with Su Shuyan. Aha! Inside the hospital, Guan Weiman woke up in a muddle, and all over his body, there was no place that didn't hurt. Ning Chen, if I don't screw you over, I won't be surnamed Guan. Hiss. Enduring the excruciating pain, he grabbed his cell phone from his pillow and dialed a number. Hey, Panther, $300,000 to help me remove a man's leg. The other side of the phone, on the rooftop of the famous Diamond Clubhouse, Chen Zibao was practicing kung fu with his bare chest. Since practicing the ancient body strengthening technique and taking the body tempering scatter, he could feel his strength every day soaring. It's more than 10 times stronger than 3 months ago. When he received Guan Weiman's call, he instantly wanted to laugh. What kind of strength is my old man? And you're still taking small orders like yours? Boss Guan, who messed with you again? I've been too busy practicing lately to have time, so give me a name and a picture and I'll leave it to my handlers to get it. Chen Zibao said indifferently. Okay, Brother Panther. Guan Weiman nodded repeatedly. He has heard that the Water Moon Gang, under the leadership of Sister Silver Flower, has recently taken over half of the underground of the Western District. Brother Panther, this is quite outrageous and a bit humiliating to say the least. Guan Weiman was still a little embarrassed. A student beat me up. Chen Zibao's brow sank slightly. Student? Guan Weiman not an ordinary student. The family is estimated to have a bit of background. In Qingzhou University is really a handful. Even the department head does not dare to mess with. Otherwise I cannot open 300,000. For some reason, Chen Zibao thought of someone. He continued to ask, what a gripping student. What's his name? 9 Dust. Guan Weiman reported 2 words. Then there was silence on the other side of the phone. Brother Panther? Hey, Brother Panther, where are you? Still there? Guan Weiman took away his cell phone with a confused face and looked at the screen. Strange. There's no problem with the signal either. On the other side, Chen Zibao was so scared that cold sweat came out. His first reaction was to hang up and pull the plug on this idiot Guan Weiman. But on second thought, this seems like a good opportunity to get credit. He immediately said to Guan Weiman, hey, Boss Guan, the signal is bad on my side. Just now you said that the student's name was Ning Chen, right? Guan Weiman, yes, it's Ning Duan, from clinical class 2 of the medical department. Chen Zibao nodded. Good. I'll arrange for someone to come over right now. You call the deposit first. Guan Weiman was overjoyed. Good little leopard brother. Chen Zibao hung up the phone and immediately put on his clothes and went downstairs to tell Wang Yinhua about the situation. Wang Yinhua then relayed the matter to 9 Dust truthfully. $300,000 for one of my legs? 9 Dust smiled. Since he's so ruthless, I won't be polite. Call the police. Report. The police? Wang Inhua thought she had heard wrong. Yes, buying a murderer and injuring someone is of such a bad nature that of course it should be punished. Nine Dust rightfully said. It's a society with the rule of law now. Yes, Wang Inhua cried and laughed. Remember to gather all the evidence and hire the best lawyer. It's best to make him sit through the bottom of the jail. Nine Dust instructed another sentence, hung up the phone, and leisurely walked into the Rose Garden villa. Yo, isn't this swordsman Ning? Ning Chen had just changed into his slippers and walked into the living room when a conspiratorial voice came over. Su Shuyan, dressed in her fluffy kitty pajamas, was sitting on the couch, surveying him with an odd look. What's wrong? Nine Dust bristled and walked over to the coffee table, pouring himself a glass of water. He was now free of any inhibitions in this house. Brother Dolly, Shu Yan and I have heard about today's incident. It's too cool for a hero to save a beauty. With a bad smile on her face, Ginger Sugar jogged all the way over and asked, honestly, are you in a relationship with the medical faculty's department flower? Su Evening Night? Nine Dust shook his head. You're overthinking it. Ginger Sugar raised her jade finger and poked him in the nose. Tai, how dare you argue? Last time, Shu Yan and I both saw you and Su one evening go to the cafeteria to eat together. You fall in love over dinner together? Remember in a second https://m. Nine Dust was speechless. Then we've had dinner quite a few times, so it's a good thing you're both my girlfriends? Blah 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 blah. Su Shuyan looked like she had committed some bad luck and hurriedly scolded. Ning Chen, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tell mommy that you're taking advantage of me and little Sugar. Rarely take advantage of you. Nine Dust bristled and went straight back to his bedroom. Che, always so noble. Sugar, do you think he's real or pretending? Su Shuyan glanced at Ning Chen's bedroom door. With her and Sugar's poise, they would draw attention wherever they went, but usually at home, even in super short pants, Nine Dust wouldn't even take more than a glance at them. Sometimes, Su Shuyan even wondered if Ning Chen was a man or not. I think so. Gingerbread smiled cheekily. Brother Power is faking it. Inside the bedroom, when Ning Chen heard the private conversation between the two women, a helpless smile hung at the corner of his mouth. In the eyes of him, an old monster who had lived for 2,000 years. No matter whether it was Su Shuyan, Ginger Sugar, or Su Lian Yang, they were all just little brats that really couldn't be interested. Early Sunday morning, Nine Dust was then woken up by a call from Wen Yu. Hey, what's up? He asked with a bit of a wake-up call. Noble friend Ning, today is my 80th birthday. You promised Qing Lan that you would come over. Wen Yu wasn't annoyed and said smilingly, oh, 80th birthday I see. Nine Dust remembered that there was indeed such a thing, then hung up the phone and continued to sleep. Last night, I took Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar, the two pit bulls, to play the game until the latter part of the night. When he got up at noon, he found the house empty, and Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar were gone. Normally at this hour, these two would still be huffing and puffing. Brother Dolly, Shu Yan and I have something to go out for a while. There's rice in the refrigerator. Heat it up yourself. This was the message that Ginger Candy had sent to Nine Dust at around 8 in the morning. Ning Chen's heart warmed when he saw it. Living here for 4 years seems to be pretty good. Afternoon, Peach Blossom Grand Hotel. Luxury cars like clouds, guests like rain. Today was the 80th birthday of the old master of the Wen family, a powerful family in Qingzhou, and all the figures from the entire upper class of Qingzhou had basically arrived. The Su family was naturally no exception. Su Jingshan brought his beloved wife, Xiao Jing, and daughter, Su Shuyan, to attend in full costume and socialize among the celebrities and dignitaries of Qingzhou. Ugh, so much good food. Brother Dolly would be so happy if he was there. Ginger Sugar passed by a table of unattended food and picked up a grape and put it in her mouth with emotion. Delicate desserts, expensive wines and imported fruits are piled up on the table like works of art. But most of the guests are so busy socializing and climbing the ranks of the powerful and the rich that no one touches these delicacies. At most, they eat 2 pieces of sushi to pad their stomachs. On the other hand, eating leaves the taste of food in your mouth, and keeping your breath fresh is an important social etiquette. Shu Yan, let me introduce you. This is Lin Jiaoyang. Su Jingshan takes Su Shuyan and meets a rich and handsome man. This high-flying handsome man was young, wearing an expensive customized suit, around 1.85 meters in height, with a handsome appearance, just like a leading man coming out of a movie. Even Su Shuyan felt a hint of amazement when she looked at it. I can't talk about liking it, but the good feeling in my heart is there. Hello, Su Shuyan greeted politely. Your Uncle Su's daughter? Sure enough, you're as pretty as the rumors. This rich and handsome man called Lin Jiaoyang went straight to hold Su Shuyan's hand and even tried to kiss the back of her hand. What are you doing? Su Shuyan hurriedly took a step back and looked at Lin Jiaoyang warily. Xiao Jing at her side also frowned darkly. I'm sorry, Ms. Su. Lin Xiaoyang scratched his head in embarrassment. I just came back from Igbo. I'm still not very used to the social etiquette of the country. I'm really sorry. It's me who's been munificent. That's okay. Su Shuyan shook her head. She naturally had to give steps down after people had said so. Su Jingshan, however, didn't care at all. Instead, he held Lin Xiaoyang in high esteem. Shu Yen, add a WeChat with Lin Xiaoyang and get in touch more often in the future. I and his dad is a high school classmate. You do not look at him young. In fact, has been worth billions of dollars, and did not rely on the family, are their own from scratch to fight out? Worth billions? From nothing? Su Shuyan and Xiao Jing were both taken aback. This Lin Xiaoyan was only 24 or 25 years old. How could he be so powerful? Uncle Su overrated. I am just lucky. Playing virtual coins earned a little money. After the market conditions are not good, may have to lose into what kind of it? Lin Xiaoyang said self-deprecatingly. You can't compare with a practical entrepreneur like Uncle Su. You can't. Ha ha ha. Young man is so humble. Su Jingshan smiled in a very flattering way. Instead, Zhou Jing remembered a news story from some time ago. It is said that a foreign student in the Eritrean country founded a virtual coin company, harvested domestic leaks, rolled away billions of dollars. I do not know how many families lost their homes. Could it be that this is the young man in front of us? Kageyama, come here for a moment. Zhou Jing pulled her husband away. Before Su Jingshan left, he asked Su Shuyan and Lin Xiaoyang to add WeChat, then asked, what's wrong, wife? Jingshan, let me ask you, are you trying to set up Shuyan and this Lin Xiaoyang? Xiao Jing asked. Yeah, what's up? Su Jingshan said rightfully, Zhao Yang is now a piece of meat and potatoes in Qingzhou. Many people are staring at his hands billions of dollars, and his dad and I know him. You're pushing your daughter into the fire. Xiao Jing suddenly interrupted him, said angrily, you also invested in virtual coins. I do not believe that you did not pay attention to the coin circle. This kid to engage in insider trading, but also suspected of money laundering? Forcing how many people to jump off the building? You do not know? That's normal. Su Jingshan waved his hand unconcernedly. There's so much uncertainty with virtual coins. And weren't the rooftops full of people during those bear market years? The other side. Lin Xiaoyang and Su Shuyan added WeChat and smiled at each other. I heard that Ms. Su is still in college? Lin Xiaoyang asked casually. Green State University. Su Shuyan's mouth opened lightly. What about you? I went to college abroad. Name aside. Lin Xiaoyang deliberately concealed the Pheasant University he attended. Then sighed. It's still good to be in China. If I were to choose again, I shouldn't go to Igbo. Su Shuyan blinked her big beautiful eyes. Why? Lin Xiaoyan wanted to say in his heart, because Qing University has such a beautiful girl like you. But he knew that this kind of earthy love story is greasy, so he smiled slightly and said, no reason. A foreign country wanted to eat a mouthful of Qingzhou's local green food cannot eat, all day long eat steak burger, or fast eating vomit. Ha ha, I didn't realize you were quite grounded. Su Shuyan was amused and smiled like a flower. Lin Xiaoyan looked at his mind, secretly said, I didn't think that there was such a beautiful girl in Qingzhou local. This trip back to China is really wonderful. No matter what, must take her. Do you want something to eat? Su Shuyan noticed Lin Xiaoyang's strange behavior and casually found a topic. I'll go get it for you all. Yeah, thanks. Lin Xiaoyang scratched his head awkwardly. Just the moment Su Shuyan turned around, his eyes glanced uncontrollably towards the girl's ass, and he gulped a little. It so happened that Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing came over, and the latter keenly caught the blazing heat under the eyes of this young talent and frowned slightly. Afterwards, Lin Xiaoyang ran into a few friends and greeted Su Shuyan before walking away. Su Shuyan finally gets away and comes to join Ginger. Sugar, let me tell you, I just met a super rich guy. Su Shuyan's impression of Lin Xiaoyang was very good. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Daddy and his father are still classmates. I feel like sweet love is going to be my turn. Ginger Sugar took Su Shuyan's phone and looked through Lin Xiaoyang's circle of friends. Visible for only 3 days? Ginger frowned darkly. She knew that some scumbags would set their friend circle to be visible for only 3 days in order not to reveal too much information about themselves when they hooked up with a new girl. It also adds a touch of mystery. Shu Yen, you've only just met him. Don't be in a hurry. You're so pretty you won't worry about finding a boyfriend. Ginger Sugar laughed quaintly. Anyway, there's still a Dolly brother in the family to cover, so be reserved. Him? The anticipation on Su Shuyan's face was instantly replaced with disgust. But pull back. He and Lin Xiaoyang, one on the ground, one in the sky. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. Ginger Sugar crossed her small hands. I just think that Brother Dolly is quite good. At least he can protect us when we are in danger. Ha, little sugar. You're all up fighting for 9 dust. Su Shuyan laughed evilly. Honestly, are you interested in him? Which is not. I'm just making an analogy law. Ginger Sugar didn't admit it, then hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, Shu Yen, can you pack the things here? I want to bring them back to Brother Dolly. Humph, caring about him so much and saying you're not interested in him. Su Shuyan glanced at Ginger Sugar without a good look. Although Ning Chen had saved the lives of their family, she still looked down on this small-town youth in her bones, feeling that her best friend was slightly spoiled by matching Ning Chen. Still, if the two of them did get together, they would definitely want to give their blessing themselves. And at that moment, Su Shuyan's gaze swept diagonally, and Chinese saw a familiar figure in the buffet area. The figure, devouring a plate of dessert, was out of place among the socialites who were socializing around him. 9 dust? Su Shuyan's petite body was stunned, and she dully patted Ginger Sugar's shoulder. Little Sugar, am I looking at it wrong? How did Ning Chen run here? What? Ginger Sugar turned around to take a look. Her pretty face immediately lifted up a flash of surprise. It's really Brother Daly. Brother Dolly. This side. She shook her hand excitedly, drawing a lot of attention. This made Su Shuyan feel a hint of embarrassment. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing also cast astonished gazes, clearly surprised as to why Ning Chen had appeared on such an occasion. Sugar. 9 dust raised his head in greeting, the corners of his mouth still smeared with cream. Brother Power, why are you here? Ginger Sugar bounced over to Ning Chen, like a cute little white rabbit. The One Clan invited me. Ning Chen told the truth. Bragging. Su Shuyan walked over, arms wrapped around her, and swept a somewhat disgusted glance at Ning Chen. How could the One family invite you? Why won't you invite me? Ning Chen used his tongue to lick away the cream from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, Elder Wan and I are barely friends. Su Shuyan lazily spat out. The Wan family used to be a top-tier powerhouse that called the shots. Although it has declined in recent years, it still plays a significant role in the boundaries of Qingzhou. The Jishur Medicine Source Group, which is controlled by the Wan family, is even one of the top 500 companies in the country. Ning Dust, a brat from the county. How can and when old man is a friend? This reluctance, also too reluctant point. Goose. Ginger Candy was amused and also felt that 9 Dust was bragging. However, for some reason, she felt very secure when she saw 9 Dust. Ms. Su, is this your friend? Suddenly, Lin Jiaoyang's voice came from behind. Ah, Mr. Lin? Friend? No, he's the son of my mommy's best friend. Su Shuyan didn't expect Lin Jiaoyang to suddenly appear and said a bit incoherently. Oh, Lin Jiaoyang nodded and extended his hand towards Ning Chen. Hello, I'm Lin Jiaoyang. He had been chatting with a few new friends when he saw a male approaching from Su Shuyan's side. A sense of crisis immediately rose in his heart and he walked over quickly. What irked him was that Ning Chen didn't follow through with shaking his hand in the first place, but instead ate a piece of cake before slowly extending his hand. His expression still filled with impatience. 9 Dust. Such a drag? I wonder which big family's heir. Lin Jiaoyang thought to himself. Can you have some manners? Su Shuyan couldn't help but glare at Ning Chen. Ning Chen didn't care about it at all and continued to lower his head to enjoy the dessert. When Old Man Wen picked him up and brought him in, he made a point of informing him that he could eat whatever he wanted here. Brother Ning looks hungry. Didn't you eat when you came over? Lin Jiaoyan couldn't help but smirk when he saw Ning Chen wolf down his food. Ate. Didn't get full. 9 Dust politely returned. So, Lin Jiaoyang was still speculating about how big Ning Chen's origin was, daring to be careless on such an occasion, when suddenly, a few new friends he had just met walked over. When one of them saw Ning Chen, his eyes widened. Ning Chen, why the hell are you here? Brother Zhihao, you know him? Lin Jiaoyang looked at the visitor. It was none other than the young master of the Chen clan, Chen Zhihao, who had had 2 run-ins with Ning Chen. Oh no! Su Shuyan's heart shook. Security! Chen Zhihao directly greeted the security guards not far away, then pointed at Ning Chen. There's a hick here who slipped in to mingle. You guys hurry up and kick him out. A few unknown security guards, looking at each other, walked quickly. Redneck? Lin Jiaoyang looked at Su Shuyan in puzzlement. Su Shuyan also felt a bit humiliated, first glaring at Ning Chen before saying, Chen Zhihao, what are you doing? What for? Elder Wen's birthday banquet. And it's for this kind of little yakuza to come in casually? Chen Zhihao snorted coldly. So not much of a background. Lin Jiaoyang reacted. His heart was as disgusting as if he had eaten a fly. The pair of oily leather shoes on his feet immediately moved several steps to the side. Memorize the URL. Soon, the security guards rushed over and surrounded 9 Dust, who was still gorging himself. Sir, may I ask if you have an invitation? A security guard asked with a frown. No, 9 Dust shook his head. And how did you get in here? May I ask? The guard asked again. Humph. Sneaking in. How else? Chen Zhihao sneered. Old man when brought me in. Ning Chen replied. The security guard was speechless. Representatives of the Su family, the Chen family, the Lin family, and several other big families came in. An elder one didn't show up, and this little brat bragged without hitting the hay. Throw it out. At the order of the security chief, 2 security guards each put a hand on Nine Dust's shoulders. The corner of Chen Jihao's mouth curled up into a smug smile. Stop! But just then, Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing rushed over. Xiao Jing was furious and directly made a move to push the 2 security guards away. What are you doing? He's my godson. Ha! This. The head of security knew Xiao Jing and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. We didn't know. Dusty, when did you come over? Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Jing's expression had a hint of embarrassment. That, Auntie didn't mean to not bring you here. It's fine. Aunt Xiao. Nine Dust smiled, not caring. Alright, little Dust. Since you're here as well, stay here, eat and don't wander around. Su Jingshan frowned darkly and instructed. The words just fell. Pop. The popping sound spread through the hotel lobby. Hundreds of guests in smart suits and tuxedos turned their heads. Chen Zhihao was like a ragdoll, being thrown out more than 10 meters away, clattering and knocking over several tables in a row. All of the food that was on the table was showered on him, drenching him in soup. There were also 2 blood-stained teeth on the floor. Lin Xiaoyang and Su Shuyan, among others, all looked dumbfounded. No one had expected that Ning Chen would dare to hit someone on such an occasion. Su Jingshan stormed out after a brief moment of hesitation. Ning Chen, what are you doing? Hit someone. Nine Dust slowly drew back his palm. You? Su Jingshan was so angry that he rolled his eyes, and his body was actually a little unsteady on its feet. Daddy! Knowing that her father had a bad heart, Su Shuyan hurriedly went forward to support him, then cursed. Ning Chen, are you a psychopath? Nine Dust ignored her, as he was considering whether to stay and eat or leave. Chen Jihao's father, a middle-aged tycoon with a big belly, was told, Old Chen, your son has been beaten up. Go and take a look. What? Chen Jibiao was shocked and rushed over. His precious son, Chen Zhihao, was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with blood dripping from his nose, mouth and ears, and 2 of his incisors had fallen out, and his consciousness was not clear. What's the situation? A rich male who was picking up a girl looked towards Chen Jibiao in surprise. Young Qin, it seems like Chen Zhihao of the Chen family was beaten up. A gaudily dressed celebrity. Surprised? How dare you make a move on such an occasion? Ha! Qinfen saw Ning Chen's face and realized that the man was 7 times similar to the portrait. Could it be him? Qinfen got excited and hurriedly took out his cell phone and took a picture and sent it to the Yi family's eldest son who was far away in Binhai. And at that moment, Sun Shibiao finished the emergency call and swung his fist to punch Nine Dust. Little brat, dare to hit my Chen Jibiao's son. I'll damn you to death dash. Stop. A clear voice suddenly came from the crowd. I've only been gone for 5 minutes and this guy is causing trouble. No wonder Grandpa asked me to watch him. When Qinglan swept a glance at Chen Zhihao, who was lying on the ground, and secretly sighed helplessly. Ms. 1. Chen Jibiao gritted his teeth and pointed at Ning Chen. This, little brat, indiscriminately beating my son. This matter, the Wen family must give me an explanation. Angry voices echoed through the halls of the first floor. Everyone thought that Nine Dust was going to have bad luck. Unexpectedly, when Qinglan swept a glance at Ning Chen, then said, an explanation? What explanation? Mr. Ning is a valued guest of my Wen family. Quiet. There was dead silence all around. The guests thought they had heard wrong. A guest of the Winchesters? Is this the kid? What? What? Chen Jibiao froze, staring blankly at Ning Chen, then looking at Wen Chenglan. Miss Wen, you aren't mistaken, are you? This kid. Wen Xinglan had a solemn face. Chen Dong, please pay attention to your address. Chen Jibiao gulped. No wonder this young man had the audacity to hit someone without fear. So there's a big background. It dawned on the guests. Only Su Jingshan's family lingered in ignorance. Shu Yen, I didn't hear you right. Ginger Sugar asked woodenly. Miss Wen said that Brother Dolly is an honored guest of the Wen family? I'm not sure what's going on here. Su Shuyan suddenly felt like she didn't recognize Ning Chen as a person anymore. And then when he thought about what he had just said, it was like a slap in the face. Dusty, what the hell is going on? Zhou Jing's inquisitive voice came. Su Shuyan couldn't wait to press her ears over to listen. She was too curious about Ning Chen's relationship with the Wen family. It's nothing. I know a little bit of medicine, and I've treated old man Wen, so he invited me to dinner when he had nothing to do, and he became a friend after a while. Ning Dust was full of nonsense. I see. Xiao Jing nodded indistinctly. The last time there was a poisonous mushroom incident at the Intercontinental Hotel, Ning Chen had revealed that he knew how to heal. But what the Su family didn't expect was that he could become friends with Elder One, which was outrageous. Cough cough, Xiao Dust. Even so you can't just hit anyone. Today is the old man's 80th birthday. Su Jingshan's tone eased up a lot. Oh, Nine Dust pulled out his ears. When Su Jingshan saw this attitude of his, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, so he had no choice but to keep quiet. Brother Dolly, you're awesome. Ginger Candy looked at Nine Dust adoringly, with little stars in her eyes. Ning Chen smiled dotingly and reached out to touch her little head. Su Shuyan looked at this scene and wondered why it was a bit heartbreaking and sad. Mr. Ning. At this time, when Xinglan's respectful voice came, the dinner is about to start. We have reserved a VIP seat for you. This way please. Nine Dust hummed. As he passed by Su Shuyan, he suddenly spoke. For the sake of Auntie Qiao, a word of advice. Su Shuyan froze. What? Stay away from that Lin Jiaoyang. He's no good. Putting down these words, Ning Chen left in large strides. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing glanced at each other, neither of them understanding the meaning of Ning Chen's words. Inexplicable. Su Shuyan was both puzzled and annoyed. So he's the only one who's good. A perverted and violent maniac who knows how to solve problems by force. Go away after. Remember in a second https://m. When Xinglan couldn't help but twist her head and ask, Lin Jiaoyang, that's Lin Quan's son, right? Nine Dust nodded. Probably. When Xinglan was already accustomed to this attitude and asked again, how do you know he's no good? Ning Chen spat out two words. Killing Qi. When Xinglan wondered, killing Aura? You said that Lin Jiaoyang, he's killed people? Ning Chen said indifferently. It's not that I've killed people. It's that I've killed a lot of people. When Xinglan was full of skepticism. Really fake. How can I not see it? Nine Dust laughed. With your three-footed kung fu, what kind of eyesight can you have? You. When Xinglan clenched her pink fists in anger. In the middle of the field, the crowd of guests slowly moved towards the banquet room on the second floor. Lin Jiaoyang also told his father, Lin Quan, what had just happened. Oh, there is still such a young talent in Qingzhou. Interesting. Lin Quan was an old man in his 50s, but well-maintained, looking in his early 40s, dressed in a straight suit, wearing thin-framed glasses, looking well-mannered. Not far behind the Lin family's father and son, Qin Fun's cell phone rang. It's the Yi family's eldest calling. Hey, Yi Xiao. Qin Fun pressed the answer button, and in the next second, his eardrums were almost roared through. It's him. Qin Fun. It's him. Where are you now? I'll fly over immediately. Yi Kula's voice was filled with excitement. The Peach Blossom Hotel in Qingzhou. As soon as Qin Fun's words fell, Yi Kula roared again. Peachtree Hotel. Fine. You keep an eye on him. I'm coming over now. Duh. The phone hung up and Qin Fun was a bit confused. Who the hell is that guy? Why is Mr. Yi so agitated? Second floor banquet parlor. When you arranged for Ning Chen to sit beside him, and the Su family, the Lin family, and other powerful families all sat at this table, filling it with nearly 30 people. When you picked up the microphone, went on stage and casually made a few polite remarks, and the dinner began. And exquisite dishes served up, and expensive drinks, such as mutai and wulianyet, are everywhere. I've heard that little brother Ning is well versed in the art of healing. I wonder which medical family he comes from. The Marina Sun family, the Gusu Tang family, or the Jinling Lan family? Taking advantage of the toast, Lin family head Lin Quan lifted his wine cup and said to Ning Chen. The 20 or so rich and powerful people at the table all cast curious gazes. Healing? Wen Yu and Wen Qinglan, both master and daughter, were a bit puzzled. Wasn't Ning Chen an inner strength martial artist? Why does he still know how to heal? No comment. Nine Dust was too lazy to bother with him, and kept using his chopsticks to pick up dishes. The table was full of embarrassment. The Lin family was also a big family in Qingzhou, and this young man was so disrespectful. Yo! Such a drag. Little brother wouldn't be from the 7 prefectural families, or the capital city's prestigious families. Then we don't deserve to eat at the same table with you. A fat woman with dyed burgundy hair spoke up, her tone mocking. There was no rich and powerful person here who didn't know about the 7 households. Those were the 7 most powerful families in the south, each with thousands of years of history and incomparably terrifying heritage, with the Marina Yi family being the most honored among them. As for the capital's prestige family, that was in existence in another realm. Then why don't you get lost? Ning Chen directly cursed. What did you say? The fat woman was furious. Her meaty palms slammed on the table. Elder Wan, you invited such a rash man. Are you trying to spoil everyone's fun? Mr. Xia, Xiao Jing spoke with a gloomy face. You're the one who started the yin and yang, aren't you? My godson didn't mess with you. Mr. Chow, what are you talking about? I was just joking. Why is it shady? The fat woman's name was Xia Hong. She was in the medical equipment business and had a lot of cooperation with the Wen family. She and Chen Jibiao have been friends for many years. That's why she spoke out of turn. Little brother Ning has indeed gone too far. Lin Quan, who had just been refuted, naturally chose to stand on Xia Hong's side. He stroked the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said unhappily, "We're all here to celebrate Elder Wen's birthday, and little brother is hitting and cursing. What's the decency of this? I'll beat you both up if you don't. Believe me?" Ning Chen held his chopsticks and looked towards Lin Quan and Xia Hong. The two entrepreneurs were so angry that they almost cursed. "Well, cut it out, all of you, and eat your food." When you finally spoke, only then did Xia Hong and Lin Quan sit down resentfully. Summer Red is still not stopping. She glanced at Lin Jiaoyang, who was sitting across from her, and laughed. "This is the son of Mr. Lin's family, isn't it? Aya, what a talent. Mr. Xia is too kind." Lin Jiaoyang responded with a smile. As expected of a son of a powerful family, just polite. Unlike some people, Xia Hong slanted a glance at Ning Chen and continued to be conspiratorial. "Ah, Mr. Lin, I heard that you made billions of dollars at a young age. Ouch. It simply makes us old-timers ashamed of ourselves." No, just luck." Lin Jiaoyang waved his hands repeatedly. Lin Quan is also very proud to talk about his son. However, he still said humbly, "Jiaoyang is also speculative. Not much of a real skill. Mr. Lin is too modest." Several entrepreneurs have laughed. "Aya, Mr. Lin, I think your son and Mr. Su's daughter-in-law are really a match made in heaven." As if she had discovered some secret, Xia Hong pointed at Lin Jiaoyang and Su Shuyan and said in surprise, "Look at you guys, it's like a golden couple." "Mr. Xia, don't talk nonsense." Lin Jiaoyang saw Su Shuyan blush and hurriedly waved his hand. "Miss Su and I are meeting for the first time today. What's that got to do with it? We'll get to know each other later." Xia Hong got up a matchmaker's mind and kept on setting up the match. Lin Quan and Su Jingshan smiled at each other. Xiao Jing, however, was unwilling to let her daughter become a tool of capital association and intended to put an end to the topic. She picked up a bag from her feet and smiled as she asked the waiter to hand it to Wen Yu. "Elder Wen, this is a piece of chicken bloodstone pendant that I asked someone to buy in Lingnan some time ago, so I'll give it to you as a birthday gift today. Wishing you blessings like the East Sea." The crowd's attention was immediately drawn. Su Shuyan was embarrassed by Xia Hong's words, and when she saw that her mother had managed to change the topic, she finally sighed in relief. Lin Jiaoyang, however, was still not satisfied. As far as he was concerned, Su Shuyan was already in his pocket. On to the giveaway. The 30 or so guests at the table took out their long-prepared birthday gifts. "Elder Wen, I've heard that you love tea. This 100-year-old Dahongpo tea brick is given to you as a birthday gift." "Elder Wen, I've heard that you have a knack for calligraphy and painting. I've been collecting this Lu Chuanlin's calligraphy for many years, and I'm giving it to you today." Elder Wen. A smile spread across Wen Yu's face and he couldn't stop nodding his head. Wen Qinglan helped to collect the gifts. The Wen family was very rich and wasn't even close to these mundane gifts of $1 million or $800,000, so Wen Qinglan didn't have much of an expression on her face. At that moment, Lin Jiaoyang stood up and picked up a gift box from his feet. "Elder Wen, I've just returned to China, and I didn't have time to prepare any gifts. This ginseng is a 100-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. I spent more than $8 million to buy it. You are a titan of the pharmaceutical industry. Help to see if it's real." Wow! The table was full of shock. Over $8 million of old ginseng from Changbai Mountain? This is almost equivalent to a set of Riverview mansions in Qingzhou. And even entrepreneurs like Xia Hong and Su Jingshan don't dare to give it away like this. Xu Yen, he's so rich. Ginger Sugar marveled. "Yeah, I heard that he has billions of dollars. 8 million should be a small case for him." Su Shuyan replied. "I mean he's stupid and rich." Ginger covered her mouth and snickered. At this time, when you had the gift box unwrapped, and a spindle-shaped ginseng with extremely long roots attracted the attention of the table full of guests. Ning Chen glanced at it as well, smelling a hint of aura from it. Although it was not a fake, the aura content was too low to be of much use to his injuries, so he was not interested. "It's the real thing." When Lao put on his presbyopic glasses and carefully recognized for a while, only then did he raise his head and look at Lin Jiaoyang. "Mr. Lin has a good heart, but this ginseng is too valuable. I can't take it for nothing. Tell you what, Qing Lan, turn around and transfer the money to Mr. Lin." Before Wen Qing Lan could nod, Lin Jiaoyang was boldly refusing. "Elder Wen, there's really no need. It's just a small token. Truth be told, I'm going back to China this time, and I'm preparing to enter the pharmaceutical industry, and I'll still need Elder One to give me a lot of support when the time comes. Wen Yu was still hesitating, Lin Quan said with a hint of emotion, Elder Wen. In fact, I mentioned Mr. Wen to Jiao Yang. He heard that the 100-year-old ginseng was good for that disease, so he paid for it regardless of the cost. In short, this is all the late generation's intention, so you can accept it. Hearing the word Mr. Wen, the expressions of the guests at the table were all a bit strange. A trace of sadness also swept through Wen Xinglan's beautiful eyes as she lowered her head deeply. Well, pride has a heart. When you finally stopped refusing and accepted this expensive birthday gift. And Ning Chen had also learned something about the Wen family from Su Shuyan's chat with Jiang Sugar. Sugar, don't you know about this? Elder Wen's son, Manhwa, was in a car accident 4 years ago and became a vegetable. Jezebel stock plummets. And the Winchesters are getting worse by the year. Su Shuyan was also full of emotion when she talked about this. So it is. It dawned on Ning Chen that no wonder he hadn't heard old man Wen talk about his son even once after knowing him for so long. Just then, Xia Han's annoying voice rang out. Hey, kid surnamed Ning, what kind of birthday gift did you bring to Elder Wen? Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Ning Chen in unison. Wouldn't come empty-handed. Xia Han pretended to be surprised and scared. Same as a junior. The other Lin Gongzi gave a 100-year ginseng worth $8 million. You came empty-handed. It's not quite right, is it? The scene was awkward for a while. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing had no light on their faces. Lin Jiaoyang smiled and didn't say anything and sat down. Okay, Mr. Summer. Wen Yu's face sank. I was the one who told little friend Ning not to prepare anything. It's fine if he comes. Wen Lao. What kind of person is this kid to you now? You are so protective of him. Xia Hong said irritably. Who says I didn't prepare a birthday gift? At this time, Ning Chen finally ate almost as much as he could, wiped his mouth with a paper towel, and said indifferently. The crowd's eyes quickly focused. Lin Jiaoyang also sized up Ning Chen with interest. He wanted to see what kind of gift this kid could come up with. Could it be more valuable than his? Ning Chen said, pulling a crumpled piece of white paper from his pocket, spreading it out, and casually handing it to Wen Yu. The crowd was full of questions. What the hell? A piece of paper? And it's a birthday gift? Does it say the winning numbers for the next lottery? Wen Yu took the crumpled white paper, quickly glanced at it twice, and asked in confusion, Genshin Shengjing pill? What is this? A prescription. Ning Chen's tone carried a hint of reprimand. Aren't you in medicine? You don't even know this. It's really a prescription. Wen Yu smiled bitterly, Xia Han's mocking voice immediately came, laughing, fooling people with a prescription. You know shit. Ning Chen sneered. The value of this prescription of mine is many times higher than his broken ginseng. At those words, the corners of Lin Jiaoyang's mouth twitched twice, and he wanted to curse on the spot, but good breeding still allowed him to maintain a polite smile. Brother Ning, you're pretending too much, aren't you? It's just a prescription. Even if it's a lost ancient prescription, how much can it be worth? Nine Dust said with certainty. Priceless. You can't imagine. Lin Jiaoyang, what a braggart. The guests, including Su Jingshan, were speechless. It's priceless. You're giving it away? However, Wen Yu knew that Ning Chen likely had a patriarchal master, so he decided to find someone tomorrow and make this Genshin Shengjing pill and try it out. This prescription from the lesser southern heavenly realm had been improved by Ning Chen, and although the medicinal effects had been weakened by most, the herbs could be found all over the planet. If Wen Yu had the vision, he could make hundreds of billions of dollars in the future with this medicine. This was also a test for the Wen family by Ning Chen. Facing the mockery of the guests, Ning Chen didn't bother to respond. Lin Jiaoyang also began to look at Ning Chen as a clown, and even suspected that Wen Yu was so old and confused that he would invite such a clown to the birthday banquet, disturbing everyone's pleasure. And that's when, outside the Peach Blossom Hotel, night falls. Several vans stopped. A dozen thugs, armed with steel rods, sat in the car poised to strike. Brother Chen, when are we going to do it? A bald man flicked his cigarette butt out the window. There's no rush. Elder Wen's birthday banquet is being held inside. It's not too late to wait for that little bastard to come out. Chen Jibiao sat in the driver's seat and smoked, his face full of ferocity. Bang! He pounded his fist on the steering wheel. Damn! Dare to hit my Chen Jibiao's son. I'm afraid you don't know which path I used to be in. Dagger. Put up later and beat that kid to death. Kill him on me. The bald guy grinned. Alright, Brother Chen. 2 hours later, as one luxury car after another drove away from the hotel gates, Chen Jibiao watched intently. The Su family, the Lin family, their people are gone. Good. Very good. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear at the hotel's main entrance accompanied by the Wen family's master and daughter. That's him. Chen Jibiao pointed at Ning Chen with a ferocious look. Go, guys, get off. The bald man copied the throwing stick at his feet, pulled open the car door and jumped. Whoa whoa whoa. A group of hooded thugs jumped out of the car and followed the bald man with an aggressive approach. Memorize the URL. What's the situation? The Bentley that Xia Hong was traveling in had just driven out of the underground garage when she saw the scene. By now, the vast majority of the guests had already left. Someone tried to call the police, only to find out that there was a message blocker in the neighborhood and the call wouldn't go through at all. So it's old Chen's people. Xia Hong received a text message from Chen Jibiao and smiled heartily. It's good to teach that kid a lesson. Let him be wild again. Let's go. She didn't stay to watch, she was busy. And at that moment, Ning Chen and the master and daughter of the Wen clan also discovered the group of raging fighters. Grandpa, be careful. When Xinglan hurriedly stopped in front of Wen Yu, looking vigilantly at the visitor. Who are you people? Ning Chen asked with a frown. What people? Humph. The people who came specifically to fuck you. The bald man sneered, and even turned the shaking stick upside down in his hand. Suddenly at this moment, Qinfen rushed out of the hotel's gate with a few security guards, stopping in front of Ning Chen. Brother, go quickly. We'll hold back here. Nine Dust looked at this person inexplicably. Who are you? Do I know you? I'll just recognize you. Geez, where are you getting off with all that crap? Get out of here. Qinfen said hotly, thinking that if it wasn't for Yi Xiao's orders, you think I'd be happy to protect you? Seek death. The bald man's eyes were hard. Go, beat them to death. A dozen beaters were about to come forward. Suddenly, a hurricane of wind and a bright light prowled the field. The sound of whirring helicopter rotors appeared above the sky. Crap, what the hell? The bald man looked up with a shocked look on his face. Everyone was stunned, even when you wasn't sure what had happened. A helicopter that actually appeared over the city? Blade, someone jumped down. At that moment, a good-eyed junior exclaimed. Fart. The bald man cursed, but unexpectedly, a black shadow fell straight down from the sky with a thud. With a loud bang, smashing into the square in front of the hotel. The cement slab was smashed through and the cracks spread out for dozens of meters. Everyone was stunned, except for Nine Dust. How did he find it? Nine Dust glanced inside the helicopter's cockpit and frowned darkly. This nifty Superman? Chen Jibiao, who was sitting in the van, almost blew his eyes out when he saw a man jumping down from 100 meters in the air. The person who jumped out of the plane was a burly man in a black lab coat. He bent his knees and leapt a dozen meters to land on the ground. The crowd froze. Soon, the helicopter landed, and a young man with a handsome appearance and dressed in ancient clothes came out of the cabin. Young master. The burly man came to him and bowed. The costumed youth simply nodded his head, and then with immense excitement, he quickly walked over to Ning Chen. Young Yi, is it really him? He's the one you're looking for? Qinfen ran over. Yi Kulu nodded at him and patted his shoulder again to show his gratitude. Too excited. So damn excited. After searching for more than 4 months, I finally found this big Buddha in front of me. This time, he said he would learn from his master. Are you the young master of the Yi family, Yi Kulu? When you stared at the costumed youth for half a day before he suddenly gasped and shouted out his name. Unbridled. The burly man reprimanded in a deep voice. Patriarch, forgive me. When you hurriedly took 2 steps back and bowed in apology. What? Patriarch? When Xinglan's pink lips were so wide open that it was enough to stuff an apple in. This guy who jumped out of the plane, he's a martial arts master? Uncle Tang. Yi Kulu hurriedly reprimanded. Martial King is present. Do not make a fuss. Yes, young master. Patriarch Tung Oda Bao, but always looked at Ning Chen with a very skeptical gaze. Such a little brat. A martial king? Ha, his own young master must be crazy and have his head bashed in. Senior. Yi Kulu gathered his courage. You're recognizing the wrong person. Nine Dust shook his head and wanted to leave. No, I'm not. It's you. Yi Kulu circled around in front of Ning Chen and said with a face of conviction. Tokugawa. Shut up. Ning Chen glared at him without a good reason. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll strangle you to death. Wen Yu's entire body was confused from the inside out. This was the eldest young master of the Yi family, the head of the 7 prefectures family. How did Nine Dust dare? One must know that the Yi family, as the number 1 family in the south, had more than one patriarch in their clan. Patriarch Tang's brows also furrowed darkly as he heard this, threatening to strangle their young master in front of him. Do you think he, Tang Tai Shan, is not in his sights? Fine, fine, don't say it, don't say it. Yi Kulu saw Ning Chen's reluctance to be exposed, then added, Senior, there are too many people here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. By the way, what do these guys do? Yi Kulu signaled with his eyes to Bald Knife and the other fighters. Ning Chen said indifferently, just a few ungrateful ants. Yi Kulu had long since seen that these people were coming from a bad place. His face darkened violently. You guys are so bold. Uncle Tang, clean them up. Yes, Young master. Tang Taizhan led the order and swept a glance towards the bald dagger and the others. Holy shit! Where could these social thugs withstand the sight of a patriarch? Each one of them was scared shitless. Their souls were in danger, and they fled towards the outside of the square on their hands and knees. However, in the next second, Tang Taizhan waved his sleeve robe, and a mist-white air force visible to the naked eye swept towards the group of fighters. The dozen or so thugs all seemed to be hit by a speeding car, and were viciously thrown away. Some hung from trees, some fell into car windows, and others knocked over the stone lions at the front entrance of the hotel, making a mess. Chen Biao sat in the van. The windshield was a man knocked through, just in front of him, scared him wow. Scurrying from the driver's seat to the back seat, none of the fighters were still on their feet, and basically all of them were seriously injured and on the verge of death. This is true Qi. Patriarch. It's really a grandmaster. When Xinglan's even breathing was shaky. She had heard her grandfather say that when martial arts were practiced to the extreme, one could refine true Qi from internal energy, which was an extremely terrifying power that could kill the enemy 1,000 paces away. This man in the black coat, with a simple wave of his hand, almost killed a dozen or so of his fighters. Young master. Tang Taizhan turned around and nodded his head towards Yigulu, signaling that the solution was finished. Yigulu simply gave a simple then looked at Wen Yu and Wen Qinglan and politely said, "It's getting late. Aren't you two leaving yet?" What Yi Xiao said. Wen Yu could see what was going on, and after giving a deep salute, he left with his granddaughter Wen Qinglan. The head doesn't even bring it back. Qin Fun, go back to the hotel first. I'll come over to find you later. Yi Kulo supported Qin Fun away again. The security guards are also chased away. What are you trying to say? Nine Dust was a bit dissatisfied. Senior, why don't we talk somewhere else? Yi Kulu was polite. Remember in a second https://m. Just say it here. Nine Dust said. Good. Yi Kulu was full of anticipation and a little nervous. Senior, it's still the same thing as last time. I want to worship you as my master. Don't dream. Ningchen didn't wait for him to finish before sternly refusing. I never take on disciples. Senpai. Yi Kulu was anxious. As long as you are willing to accept it, no matter what the conditions are, I can agree. Really? Nine Dust cast a sidelong glance at him. 1,000 times true. Yi Kulu nodded firmly. He had already decided that no matter how high a price Ningchen offered, even if he wanted half of their Yi family's assets, he would convince his father to accept it. It was only because the person in front of him was a legendary martial king. He saw him kill the sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro with his own eyes, and he could never be wrong. Alright then, I want spirit medicines. Lots and lots of them. Ningchen opened his mouth. Spiritual medicine? Good. Uncle Tang, you immediately go back to the family. Yi Kulu twisted his head and ordered. Before Tang Taizhan could speak, Ningchen added, wait, the spirit medicine I want is not an ordinary spirit medicine, but a high-level spirit medicine. At the very least, it has to be the 1,000-year ginseng kind. Tang Tieshan's face changed greatly. What? 1,000-year ginseng? Your Excellency's appetite is too big. The 1,000-year ginseng is just a primer. What I really need is much more than that, Ningchen added. Tang Tieshan's face stiffened as he glanced at his own young master. Yi Kulu's face was also a bit embarrassed, obviously unable to fulfill Ningchen's request. How precious was a ginseng that had truly grown for over 1,000 years? Even their Yi family, mobilizing all their resources, could only collect a handful of them, not to mention the rest. Can't you get it? Then I'll go. Nine Dust pulled his leg out and left. Yi Kulu's fists were clenched tightly, and resignation was written all over his face. Grandpa, what are they talking about? Not far away, in the middle of a peach forest, the master and daughter of the Wen family didn't go far, but were peeking. Can't hear you. When you shook his head. Grandpa, what kind of person is Ningchen? Why does the Yi family's young master treat him with such respect? When Qinglan really thought about it more and more fear, when he followed Duan Shui Lu to find him trouble. Perhaps, really answered Xia Hong's words. Wen Yu's gaze was complicated. He's from the capital's prestigious family. Grandpa, it seems like Nine Dust is leaving. At that moment, when Qinglan reached out and pointed, the master and daughter then saw that Tang Taizhan let out a bellowing cry the moment Ningchen turned around. Stop. Something? Nine Dust frowned and glanced at this patriarch in the black lab coat. Uncle Tang. Yi Kulu could see that Tang Taizhan was going to speak for him. Tang Taizhan waved his hand, signaling Yi Kulu to stay out of it. He stared at Ningchen with a furtive gaze and said, I've heard my young master say that at a young age. Your Excellency is at the legendary martial king realm? I wonder if it's true or not. What kind of martial king and martial god? Too much metaphysical reading. Ningchen was not at all clear about the division of the ancient martial realms on Earth. I guess so. Martial king realm. There aren't many in the entire country of China. Tung Taizhan coldly grunted. I also heard from my young master that the sword saint of the Sakura country, Tokugawa Ichiro, died at the hands of your excellency? Don't recognize it. Nine Dust shook his head. Yi Kulu knew that Ningchen wouldn't admit it and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, the entire Yi family thought that he was brain damaged and hallucinating. It's getting dark. I'm going home. Bye. Nine Dust got tired of it and prepared to leave. Wait. Tang Taizhan once again made a fool of himself and said slowly, my young master wishes for your excellency to stay and explain some misunderstandings clearly. Would you please honor me with your excellency's presence? Ning Chen's tone was ice cold. What if I don't show my face? Tung Taizhan grinned. That's not up to your excellency. With that, he put his hand on Nine Dust's shoulder. Ning Chen's figure stalled inside slightly. I hate it when people touch me without my consent. I'll give you 3 seconds to take it away or suffer the consequences. Uncle Tang? Forget it. Yi Kulu persuaded again. It's okay, young master. Tung Taizhan waved his hand confidently and said, I want to see what kind of consequences he can make me pay. Ah! The sudden scream scared Yi Kulu. What did he see? Tang Tieshan's entire right arm inexplicably exploded. The arm bones were broken into 6 pieces, piercing through the flesh and bloodying him. A stream of milky white qi emanated from Ning Chen's body, practicing qi to become a deity. Grand Master, you're a Grand Master. When Tang Taizhan saw the milky white true qi enveloping Ning Chen's body, he practically howled as if he had seen a ghost. Patriarchs, refining their true qi, carry artillery in their bodies and kill the enemy at 1,000 paces. And true qi can be further refined to produce astral energy. This power is even more terrifying and is said to be able to carry a missile bombardment. A patriarch who refined the astral energy was known as a great patriarch, and was several times stronger than an ordinary patriarch. These thoughts flashed through Tang Tieshan's mind as a showy fist continued to zoom in front of his eyes, finally smashing into his chest at a speed he couldn't react to. Boo! Tung Taizhan directly disappeared in place. No one knows where he went. Hey! When Qinglan, who was secretly watching the battle, rubbed his eyes and asked Wen Yu, Grandpa, that black coat patriarch, where is he? I don't know. When you couldn't see it either. You killed Uncle Tang? Yi Kulu was close by, but he knew what Ning Chen had done. His eyes widened and he took a few shaky steps back. Killing didn't kill them, just taught them a lesson. Ning Chen blandly crossed his arms. A mere qi refining stage. And you dare to mouth off in front of me? You really don't know what you're doing. Qi refining stage? Yi Kulu was puzzled, but he was slightly relieved to hear that Uncle Tang was still alive. If you can collect some high-level spirit medicines, I can consider accepting you as a registered disciple. Otherwise don't dream of it. After Nine Dust finished his sentence, an online car slowly pulled up to the curb. It turned out that the reason why he had been beeping with Yi Kulu for so long was that he was waiting for a car. Pulling open the door and sitting in, the car quickly drove away from the Peach Blossom Hotel. Subsequently, Yi Kulu also found Tang Taizhan, whose clothes were tattered and who was seriously injured and spitting blood, at a construction site a few kilometers away from the hotel's gate. Young master, I have eyes to recognize and to tie. This person is a great master. A great master comparable to the old ancestor. After Tang Taizhan finished his last sentence, he actually fainted on the spot due to his injuries. Uncle Tang, you hold on. Back to the Rose Garden Villa. Su Shuyen was sitting in the living room playing with her cell phone, seemingly messaging someone, a sweet smile surfacing on her face from time to time. When she saw Nine Dust come back, she immediately put her face on. Nine Dust ignored her as well and went straight back to the bedroom, preparing to play some games and then go to sleep. Ginger suddenly sent a message. Ginger Sugar, Brother Dolly. Shu Yan seems to be in love with that Lin Xiaoyang. She's been chatting with him since she came back. And surprisingly she's ignoring me. Nine Dust, oh, then I'll take you to play king. Ginger Sugar, Brother Dolly. Shu Yan is about to be abducted, and you still have the heart to play games. Followed by an angry emoji. Nine Dust, it's none of my business if she's abducted. Ginger Sugar, Auntie Qiao has been trying to set you up with Shu Yan. Ning Duan, playing the game or not? If not, I'll play it myself, followed by an expression of rolling eyes. Ginger Sugar, Aya, Brother Dolly, be serious. I always feel that Lin Xiaoyang is not a good person. Nine Dust, congratulations. You got it right. That guy really isn't a good person. Gingerbread, I feel like he's a scumbag. Nine Dust. Ning Chen thought that Jiang Sugar also saw the killing aura on Lin Xiaoyang's body, but he didn't realize that he only cared about whether or not he was a scumbag. As for whether Su Shuyen would be killed or slagged off later, it was none of his business, and he had already greeted him anyway. Just opened the game. Wang Yinhua a phone call again. Told him Guan Weiman carrying a bag of cash to the famous Diamond Club to buy murder, and now arrested. According to the projections of the lawyers they hired, attempted intentional homicide is at least like an 8-year sentence. One Wayman, this kind of small person. Ning Dust simply lazy to take care of. A few sentences and then hang up. As a result, when you called in again and carefully asked if he was free next week and wanted to invite him to dinner. Ugh. Why are these people so annoying? Ning Dust simply turned off his phone and slept with his head covered. The early hours of the morning. Marina Bayun Mountain. Inside the Yi family's ancestral home. Tang Taizhan was lying on the hospital bed, pale and dying. How's it going? The Yi family had rushed over and asked an old man in hemp clothes. The hemp-clothed old man shook his head. The left arm was wasted, and all 5 organs were cracked, but the heart vein was not broken, so he can still live. I can't believe you beat Lao Tang like this. The Yi family head was furious and said to Yi Kulu, who was guarding the bedside. Kulu, who exactly is that person? Why did you do this to your Uncle Tang? I told you a long time ago that he was the Martial King Senior who killed Tokugawa Ichiro and saved me, but unfortunately no one believed me. Yi Kulu sighed heavily. Uncle Tang doesn't believe me either. Provoking Senior 3 times, and as a result, alas, Martial King, our entire China, a great country, the surface of the martial arts king a total of only 4, John Nana are not. This young martial arts king in the end were to come out. The Yi family head was very depressed. If Tang Taizhan wasn't lying here with serious injuries right now, he wouldn't have believed that a young man in his 20s or 30s would be able to cultivate to the legendary martial king realm. Dad, I've decided. At that moment, Yi Kolo got up and firmly uttered, I'm going to study at Qingzhou University. What? The head of the Yi family froze and looked at his son, not understanding what was going on. Yi Kolo explained, Qinfen just found out for me that senior is a freshman at Qingzhou University. I want to be a classmate of his and slowly deepen my feelings. Maybe he'll accept me as his disciple once he's happy in the future. Martial King? Freshman year? The Yi family had wondered if his ears were out of order. Dad, there's no time to lose. Let's arrange for someone to help me with the enrollment procedures now. The more Yi Kolo thought about it, the more excited he became. If he were to receive guidance from a martial king, how many years of hard work could he save? So much for an uneventful weekend. Aside from Lin Jiayang asking Su Shuyan out for dinner, and Jiang Candy complaining about why Ning Chen didn't stop him, no more interludes happened. On Monday morning, Nine Dust held several large bags of potato chips as he leisurely made his way to class. After the morning session, Counselor Wang Chuan led a transfer student in while everyone was still there. Everyone? This is Yi Kulu who transferred from Binhai University. Everyone applaud and welcome. As soon as Wang Chuan finished speaking, an uproar started in the classroom. Yi Kulu, wow, what a cool name. Handsome guy, too, with a great body. Really handsome, schoolboy level. A group of girls started to get horny. Even the white rich beauty Zhang Xinran, the class president who had a good family background, couldn't move her eyes a bit. This Yi Kulu was simply her ideal type. When Ning Chen heard the name, he frowned. Looking up, Nima, it's really that Yi family kid. He changed into a school uniform, with glasses, shaved short hair. The whole is a big sunshine boy. No one knew that he was the young master of the #1 family in the south. Seeing Ning Chen's black face, Yi Kulu also revealed a pleasing smile and smiled sardonically. After Wang Chuan left, many girls gathered around to ask for WeChat, and after Yi Kulu dismissed them with a few words, he quickly caught up with Ning Chen. Senior, what a coincidence. You're also attending Qing University? Yi Kulu playfully followed behind. What the hell do you want? Nine Dust was impatient. Didn't want to do anything. I just came to read a book. Senior mustn't misunderstand, Yi Kulu said in a serious manner. Nine Dust shook his head and walked away quickly. For the rest of the day, Yi Kulu went wherever he went. The Yi family's youngest master was transformed into a follower. Even peeing is neighborly. At night, Nine Dust went to the Encounter milk tea stand to get milk tea as usual. Although Yi Kulu was an inner-strength martial artist and could go for months without eating, he returned to the campus and his mouth was craving for more. Hello, I'd like a mango pearl milk tea, Yi Kulu said to the female clerk who was ordering, and added in his heart, it is said that Qing University is full of beautiful women. It seems to be true. Even a little girl selling milk tea is so pretty. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, please go to the back of the line. Su Lianxian recognized that this was the morning's transfer student and said politely, how come he doesn't have to wait in line? Yi Kulu froze and asked, pointing at Ning Chen. Gulp. Nine Dust was drinking milk tea and ignored him. Jiang Ying, who was on the side, laughed. Classmate Yi, Late Night and Ning Chen have an unusual relationship, don't you think so? Ying, don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between me and Ning Chen, Su Lianyin hurriedly clarified, and even sneaked a glance at Ning Chen. Nine Dust had already finished one cup and was in the middle of his second. Crap, Could it be the master's mother? Yi Kulu's heart was shaken. His gaze towards Su Lianya instantly underwent a huge transformation, and cold sweat even seeped out behind his back, fearful of the aftermath. He had just thought, it's so hard to go back to the college campus. How about picking up a girl for fun? It's a good thing he hasn't put in any real action yet, or he'd be dead. Okay, Master G, I'll get in line now. After Yi Kulu finished speaking, he walked towards the back. Wrongly? What did he just called me? Su Lianin had a confused face. The two girlfriends also shook their heads, not having heard. Ning Chen glared at Yi Kulu, then pointed at the 20 cups of milk tea by the milk tea stand and asked, "Can I drink these?" This won't work. It was rare for Su to reject him. These were ordered by someone else, so I'll make them for you to drink next time. Oh, never mind then. Ninedust threw the 2 cups of milk tea he had finished into the trash can and patted his butt in preparation to leave. Drinking so much milk tea every day. You're not afraid of something happening to your body? Jiang Ying and Su wrongly gabbled in the back. Just then, a youth wearing a duck-tongued cap walked over to the milk tea stand and asked, "I ordered 20 cups of milk tea this morning. Is it ready yet?" "It's done. It's $160. Su Lianxian looked at him with an enthusiastic service attitude. "Memorize the URL. Oh. The duck-tongued youth bent down and picked up 20 cups of milk tea, then pulled out his cell phone and waved it in front of her. Bullishly. "We are self-media doing food scouting in college towns. We have more than 800,000 followers on Jitterbug. Let's help you publicize it. And the money will be waived." Su Yanyan didn't react for a moment. Was this person trying to eat a bully's dinner? "Excuse me, classmate." Su Lianxian hurriedly stopped him. "You haven't paid yet." "No, you don't understand Chinese?" The duck-tongued youth revealed a look of impatience. "We are doing store scouting. Jitterbug more than 800,000 fans. Casually help you this broken milk tea stall to publicize. Bring more than 106 profits. And it's free of charge. And I haven't even managed to ask for money." Su was speechless. This person what nah? When did I ask you to publicize it? No going. Jiang Ying and Su wrongly hurriedly put down the work in their hands and ran out from the stall, stopping the duck-tongued youth. "Pay the money." "That's right. What about trying to get a bully dinner? Whether you explore the store or not, you have to pay for what you buy. There's really something for everyone these days." Many students helped to fight the fight. Yi Kulu's eyes lit up, also felt that he had a chance to come, so he excitedly rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go up to heroically save the beauty. Ah no, heroically save the master mother. Visiting stores are unpaid. Do you understand? The duck-tongued youth was filled with displeasure, threw his milk tea on the ground and started bragging again. "Usually those hotels, restaurants, are begging us to do publicity in the past, after the matter also give us publicity fiat, now free to help you this broken milk tea stall publicity. You are not happy? You can't even give away a few cups of milk tea. You deserve it that you can't even afford to rent a storefront." "My ass," duck-tongued youth said more and more angry. A stretch of the neck, actually spit a mouthful of phlegm to the milk tea stand above. "Miscellaneous brand milk tea. I still do not want it. Cut." When he finished speaking he pulled out his legs and tried to leave. Excessive. Su Yuan and the girls were furious. His grandmother, Yi Kulu, was also furious, and was about to step forward to teach the scum a lesson. Suddenly, a clear and beautiful silhouette swept in and kicked the duck-tongued youth on his back. "Ah hiss. Who is it? Who sneaked up on me?" The duck-tongued youth grinned in pain and managed to get up from the ground, but was again gripped by a small white hand in his hair and dragged all the way to the milk tea stand. "Wipe it clean." The icy female voice came with no doubt. "It's Sister One from the Ancient Martial Arts Club. Sister One is great. Beat him to death. Beat this bully dog to death." The students cheered. The three of them, Su Yanyan, also cast a grateful gaze towards Wen Xinglan. The duck-tongued youth had wanted to resist a bit, but as a result, Wen Xinglan was incredibly strong and slapped him several times, finally subduing him. He wiped the spit up with his sleeve and then bought the 20 cups of milk tea before fleeing the Qing University campus in a mess. "Isn't that the girl we ran into the other day?" Yi Kulu recognized Wen Xinglan and secretly cursed her for stealing his credit. "Sister One, thank you." The three Su Yenyuan came to say thank you. Wen Xinglan simply waved his hand, signaling that it was nothing. Ning Chen was watching the show from a short distance away. She walked over quickly and asked carefully, "Mr. Ning, Grandpa has prepared a dinner party at home. Would you be so kind as to show your face?" Ninedust thought for a moment and asked gravely, "Is there any good food?" Wen Xinglan smiled like a flower. "Of course, it's only not worse than the day of the birthday banquet." Ever since they knew that Ning Chen was a foodie, the Wen family had been trying to find top-notch ingredients and then hire top-notch chefs just to entertain him. So what are we waiting for? Ninedust rubbed his stomach. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten dinner yet. After the two of them left in company, Jiang Ying said to Su Evening Night worriedly. Evening Night? It seems that senior sister Wen went to have dinner with Ning Chen. They're not in love, are they? I don't know. Su Lianin lowered her head, and there was a sadness in her eyes that she couldn't hide. When Qinglan brought Ning Chen all the way to the outside of the school, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulls up to the door. After Ning Chen got into the car, when Qinglan suddenly realized that there was someone standing behind her, and she turned around and was shocked. Yi Xiao? When Qinglan thought she had misread it. Just call me Yi-san. Yi Kolo waved his hand. What's your name? Back to Xiao Yi. My name is Wen Qinglan. My grandfather is Wen Yu. When Qinglan clasped his fists and bowed 90 degrees, his breathing becoming ragged. The entrance to the school was extremely crowded and students were giving strange looks. Alas, it is said that there is no need to be formal. Yi Gulu impatiently helped her up. Wen family, seems to have heard of it, used to be famous in Qingzhou, but then it seems like there's not much movement. Yes, Yi Xiao. Oh no, Yi students. When Qinglan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, the mind is simply a mess. How could the eldest young master of the Yi family, the head of the 7 prefectures family, show up at Qingzhou University? What the hell is going on here? Miss Wen, where are you planning to take Elder Ning? Yi Kolo asked again. Elder Ning? Ning Chen? When Qinglan froze for a moment. Take him to my house for dinner. Dinner? Great. I happen to have not eaten. I wonder if I can go to your house to rub a meal. Yi Kolo said without any skin. What? When Qinglan was going to be scared to death, she hurriedly bowed, sidestepped, and reached out, all in one fell swoop. Yi Xiao, please get in the car. Good. You're a friend I'll make. Yi Kolo smiled broadly as he pulled open the car door and sat up. Yo, Senior Ning, what a coincidence. You're also going to the Wen family for dinner? Boo. Before the greeting was finished, the Grand Master of the Dang Yi family was directly kicked out of the car. Wen Qinglan, never would I have expected that Yi Kolo would end up going to the Nine Streams Manor, but instead of going in a Rolls-Royce, I inquired about the location myself and took a taxi. Wen Yu was simply surprised and delighted to learn that the Yi family's eldest son had also come as a guest, and ordered the kitchen to make some more dishes. Martial artists generally eat a lot. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, when you asked Wen Qinglan to fetch a bank card and handed it to Ning Chen with a smile, Yi Kolo sipped a cup of aged sword Nanchun, quietly looking at Ning Chen and the others, and didn't make a sound. What's this for? Nine Dust swept a glance at the bank card and didn't bother to pick it up. Mr. Ning, this card has $50 million. The password is 6 nines. Take it. When you pushed the card over with both hands, and his tone was much more respectful than before, even bringing the word you. Nine Dust didn't move. Remember in a second https://m. When you continued, the gentian sperm pill. I got someone to make it that night. The medicinal effect is really amazing. I've only been taking it for 3 days and it's working wonders. Speaking of miraculous effects, Wen Yu's old face slightly reddened, but he did not go into details, only saying, such a divine medicine formula. The Wen family doesn't dare to keep it all to themselves. In addition to this $60 million, in the future, no matter how many sales of the gentian essence pills there are, there will be a 50% dividend paid to Mr. Ning's account. Only then did Nine Dust take the bank card and put it away in his sleeve. Quite honest, I thought you guys would quietly swallow this prescription. When Yu hurriedly shook his head. How dare I? How dare I? Ning Chen nodded. Let's first see if the gentian essence regeneration pill sells well. If it does, I have a few more prescriptions here that I can give to you along with it. Really? When Yu was overjoyed and stood up on the spot on his crutches. Nine Dust, however, didn't have much of an expression. The gentian Xingjing pill was nothing more than a common remedy that he had spent one session improving. He even held the secret formula for mass-producing qi refining stage, Zhongshi, battle power. It was also possible for a cultivator who had been trapped in the qi refining stage for many years to succeed in building his foundation within a month. And this was the means of a yuaning stage cultivator that mortals could never imagine. At this time, Yi Kolo suddenly opened his mouth. Elder Wen, what is the gentian Xingjing pill? Why have I never heard of it before? This voice, Wen Lao, called Wen Yu's heart warm. He explained, Xiao Yi, the gentian Xingjing pill is a tonic medicine made by my old husband based on an ancient prescription from Mr. Ning. Although it hasn't passed clinical testing yet, based on my years of experience in the deep-rooted pharmaceutical industry, this medicine is extremely effective in nourishing yin and tonifying the kidneys, far more than those mundane drugs on the market. The old man has only taken it for 3 days, and he feels like he has returned to his prime. Coughing. Yi Xiao, you know. When you coughed a little embarrassed. When Qinglan stood to the side, her face reddening, so she had to pretend she didn't understand. Really? Yi Kulu's eyes widened. When you was 80 years old, Take the medicine for 3 days and go back to your prime? His first thought was that it was a poison that squeezed people's potential with great side effects, but connecting to Ning Chen's terrifying cultivation, he also looked at Wen Yu's flushed face. He slowly calmed down, and after thinking for a while, he said, Elder Wen, can you give me some Genshin Shengjing pills? Wen Yu froze. Yi Xiao, you are young. How? Why do you need to take this kind of medicine? Put. Yi Kulu almost sprayed rice. Being a man, he desperately defended. Don't talk nonsense. I just want to try the effects of the medicine. If it's really as magical as you say, the Yi family can invest in this project. What? Wen Yu was taken aback and stood up from his seat once again. Wen Qinglan also stared with wide eyes, even more surprised than hearing that Ning Chen still had a few ancient medicinal prescriptions in his hands. If it's true, my Wen family may not be unable to return to the throne of the #1 family in Qingzhou. Wen Qinglan was so excited that her delicate body trembled gently. When you acted cautiously and was busy going to ask Ning Chen for his opinion, Mr. Ning, you see this. I'm fine with that. Ning Chen directly said. Anyway, I'll be responsible for coming up with the prescription. How you sell it, that's your business. Just remember to give me a cut. Yes. Wen Yu's old face turned into a chrysanthemum smile. Yi Kulu also made a yay gesture in his heart, a gesture of victory, finally drawing a little closer to Senior Ning. As for the Genshin Shengjing pill, he actually didn't put much thought into it. Ancient medicinal formulas. Their Yi family also had many. Qinglan, Grandpa is happy today. Let the kitchen add more dishes. Grandpa wants to get drunk with Mr. Ning. Yi Xiao. Wen Yu was radiant and smiled as he instructed his granddaughter. Grandpa, don't forget about that. Wen Qinglan whispered, stealing another glance at Ning Chen before walking away. It was getting dark. Nine Dust was almost done eating as well. As he was about to leave, Wen Yu said, Mr. Ning, Xiao Yi, if you don't mind, stay at my place tonight. Yi Kulu was indifferent and used his eyes to request Nine Dust. Ning Chen ignored him and said to Wen Yu, Old man Wen, if you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush. I hate riddlers the most. Well, Wen Yu didn't think that Ning Chen had already seen it, so he said awkwardly, has Mr. Ning heard of my son, Manhwa? Nine Dust shook his head. Never heard of it. When Qinglan stood to the side, silent, her clear and pretty face carrying a bit of sadness. He's my only son and Cyan's father. When you recounted, Huar is a 1-in-a-million business and martial arts prodigy, both with amazing business talent and very strong martial arts roots. He cultivated internal energy in his untimely age and laughed proudly at the martial arts world in Qingzhou. I once thought he would lead the Wen family to a new height, but a sudden car accident turned him into a vegetable. Wait, Yi Kulu suddenly interrupted rudely. An inner-strength martial artist gets into a car accident and is knocked into a vegetable? What a joke. The nerve reaction of an inner-strength martial artist was close to the speed of sound and could easily dodge bullets. Had the youngest member of the Wen family been hit by a fighter jet? A few veins gradually burst out on Wen Yu's drunken face, only to hear him gritting his teeth. He said, Young Yi is right. Huar was actually not in a car accident, but was injured by an expert. That man, using very brutal martial arts to break his limbs and heavily damage his brain, turned him into a vegetable. When Qinglan heard these words, her yao nose began to sour and tears began to well up in her eyes. I see. Is it an enemy seeking revenge? Yi Kulu asked. I don't know. When Yu shook his head. For so many years, in order to search for the murderer and treat Huar, the Wen family has almost dispersed all of their family's wealth, and their stock price has fallen again and again. So, you want to ask me to make a move and cure your son? Nine Dust didn't dawdle anymore, and directly picked out the topic. Exactly. When Yu nodded in acknowledgement. When Qinglan also summoned up hope and looked at Ning Chen with a pair of pretty eyes that glistened with tears. Let me see what happens first. Soon, when you brought Ning Chen and arrived at the backyard of the Nine Streams Manor, inside a spacious bamboo house, Ning Chen and Yi Kulu met the young master of the Wen clan. There are servants who take good care of them, and although Manhwa has been lying down for 4 years, he is very well groomed and handsome, and he looks like he is asleep. Master, can it be cured? Yi Lulu came over and asked. Fuck off. Who's your master? Nine Dust glared at him before shooing him out. Ning Chen sat on the edge of the bed and after carefully observing Manhwa's condition for a while, he spat out 2 words. It can be cured. What? Master and daughter Wen's eyes widened. I said that I can cure your son, but I'm going to take 70% of the dividends from the Genshin sperm pill including the future drug program. Ning Chen said. Okay, no problem. When you didn't think twice. Mr. Ning, can you really cure my father? When Qinglan cried, large tears already overflowing her eyes. It's not too late for you to cry when he wakes up. Nine Dust said. You guys go out. Remember, No one is allowed to come in without my order, and no peeping, in case the treatment is delayed. The consequences will be your own. Yes, yes, yes. Wan Yu was full of promise. Before reaching the door, Nine Dust remembered something. Right. Get me a cell phone charger. Shortly afterward, the door to the bamboo hut was unlocked from the inside. Wan Yu had sent more than 20 bodyguards to watch over the area, and he himself had personally kept an eye on the area, and had even gotten a large group of private doctors and nurses to be ready for emergencies at any time. Elder Wan, with all due respect, the person inside is simply a charlatan. You mustn't fall for it, a male doctor in a white coat said angrily. In all the years I've been practicing neurology, I've never seen any vegetative patient who said he could be cured. That's right, Elder Wan. I'm 100% sure you've been tricked. Another rehabilitation and physical therapy expert pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. You'd better open the door. Let me see the medical license of the person inside. We're doing this for the sake of Mr. Wen's safety. It's not necessary. When you trusted Nine Dust, you guys just stay honest. A group of experts looked at each other. Elder Wen is treating a dead horse like a living horse. A female expert, an advocate of bereavement therapy, sighed. Wan Lao, after all, more than 80 years old, the sun how to cure cannot be cured. You can imagine how anxious the heart. At this time out of a charlatan, holding a certain folk recipe bragging, but also incidentally step on them these experts afoot. Wan Lao deceived can be understood. Waiting for the punch in the face you guys. Ye Gulu hugged his arms and sat on the stone table in the backyard, laughing at this group of cross-eyed rice bucket experts. The moment. Inside the bamboo house. Double kill. Triple kill. Ning Chen was lying on the large soft bed, holding his cell phone and playing a game, which was still connected to the charging cable. The sick man, Manhwa, was thrown on the couch by him. If Wan Yu and Wen Chenglan walked in and saw the scene, they would probably die of anger on the spot. At noon the next day, Nine Dust stretched and rose from his bed, yawning several times in a row. He carried Wan Hua back to the bed. Then, he opened Wan Hua's shirt and poked both fingers into his chest. Put! The sound of a finger piercing between flesh and bone, blood flowing out. A second later, Ning Chen pulled out his finger, and there was actually a chirping bud between his fingers. What is it? Wan Yu was called in by Ning Chen and looked at the table in shock. The monstrous bug was covered by a glass and was hideous and horrible, crashing around. It's among compulsion. Before Ning Chen could speak, Yi Kulu was the first to speak. Master, how did this thing appear here? Who the hell is your master? Nine Dust glared at him again and said in a bad mood, I caught it in Wan Hua's body, and I'm exhausted after catching it all night. Unsurprisingly, he could wake up at any time in the next day, thanks to all of you who have taken such good care of him over the years. At these words, the surrounding area was shocked. Wan Yu's old eyes glared round, rushing up to hold Ning Chen's hand tightly. Really? Really? Mr. Ning? Hua he can wake up within a day? Nine Dust pulled his hand out. Pretty much. Wen Qinglan instantly burst into tears. Great, Dad. At this point, a couple of medical professionals in white coats couldn't look away. Young man, without a license to practice medicine to treat people casually, this is against the law, no? There was a male doctor, who opened his mouth and reprimanded. Elder One is more than 80 years old. It's okay for you to lie to him, but you're still too early to lie to us. Who are you? Nine Dust swept a disgusted glance at him. Is there a place for you to speak here? What did you say? The male doctor was furious, and then he started laying out his credentials. I'm the attending neurologist of the first hospital in the city. Mayo Medical Center graduate. Is also one of the medical experts hired by the Wen family. You say there is no me to speak. Ning Chen laughed at that. So many titles. What's the point? Have you cured Wan Lao's son? Taking money and not doing anything. If I had blown you all away long ago. You. The dozen or so experts burst into a rage, casting furious gazes at Ning Chen, itching to tear him alive. Make it sound like you can cure it. The male doctor grunted coldly. Maybe it was too noisy in the house. Wan Hua, who had been lying in bed for 4 years, had his consciousness awaken little by little. He opened his hazel eyes and looked around in confusion. Then he opened his lips and tried several times before he weakly cried out, Dad! The sound silenced the noisy room. Everyone turned their heads and stared blankly at the man who had awakened in the bed. Dad! Green Lantern. Wan Hua's face was pale, his chest was bandaged with gauze, and while a smile hung on his face, 2 lines of tears flowed down from his eyes. In the next second, Wan Yu and Wen Chenglan jumped to the bedside and cried into tears. Huar! Dad! Woohoo! A family of 3, crying. Yi Kulu stood beside Ning Chen and said with a smile, Master, awesome. Nine Dust still didn't give him a good look. Get lost. How is this possible? The male doctor who was posing for seniority just now was holding his head at the moment. looking at Manhwa and then Ningchen with a shocked expression. How did you do that? Not telling you. Nine Dust smiled very beatifically and turned to leave. Master, wait for me. Yi Kulo followed closely behind. A group of experts in the room. You look at me. I look at you. And instantly they all kind of doubt life and their professional abilities. Afterward, when Qinglan stayed behind to accompany Manhwa, and when you came to the front hall, his old eyes red and swollen as he kept thanking Ningchen. Mr. Ning, thank you. From now on, the Wen family is your family. And you are the biggest benefactor of our Wen family. The old man was almost about to kneel down for Nine Dust. In his eyes, Nine Dust had spent the entire night, staying up all night to help cure his son. This favor is overflowing. It's just a matter of expending some energy. Nine Dust waved his hand. If you really want to thank me, just help me collect some spirit medicines. Wen Yu's eyes lit up. Elixir? Ning Chen nodded. Yes, the more advanced the spirit medicine, the better, but at worst, it should be 1,000-year ginseng. Anything lower would be useless. Wen Yu immediately said, our Wen family has a piece of ancestral Ganoderma lucidum that was passed down from the Western Zhou. Would Mr. Ning like to follow me to the pharmacy to take a look? Lingji passed down from the Western Zhou? Nine Dust froze for a moment. Really? It can't be from last week. Last week, when you cried and laughed. Don't worry, Mr. Ning. I can guarantee that when I was little, my grandfather told me that this is the heirloom of our Wen family. That's not many generations. Never mind. Show me. Nine Dust didn't have much hope. He then followed Wen Yu to the cellar in the backyard of the Nine Streams Manor. The cellar has several levels and is always lit. Going down the stairs, Nine Dust realized that there were many glass safes embedded in the walls of the cellar, storing a single antique inside. These antiques, Nine Dust had seen them all in the manor hall. Needless to think, these in the cellar are the real ones, and the ones displayed in the hall are fakes to prevent thieves from coming and stealing them. Memorize the URL. Soon, when you brought Ning Chen inside a storehouse, there are many small drawers on the walls of the storage room. When you moved the ladder and personally took out a brocade box from some drawer on the topmost floor, Mr. Ning, this is the heirloom of our Wen family. Taking it casually, he opened it, and a piece of blood-red, brain-shaped Lingji lay in the yellow silk, emitting an ancient and strange fragrance. A flash of surprise instantly lifted from the bottom of Ning Chen's eyes. This is 1,000-year-old portion of Phoenix Brain Chi? Put. Nine Dust's heart, quietly, beat. In the last 6 months back on Earth, he had never been so excited, because this piece of Ganoderma lucidum, called Phoenix Brain Chi, was helpful to his injuries. Mr. Ning, our Wen family's ancestors were great doctors, and this strange Lingji was accidentally obtained by our ancestor in the mountains. And over the years, I've looked through medical books and consulted many people, but I don't know what kind of Lingji this is. When you said from the side, this is Phoenix Brain Chi. Although Ning Chen was pleasantly surprised in his heart, he camouflaged it well and his face was calm and unruffled. It's hard to see this kind of medicinal herb in the secular world. Where did your ancestor find it? My grandfather didn't tell me that one. When you replied, if Mr. Ning needs it, I can go through the clan records. Okay, go ahead then. Nine Dust closed the lid of the brocade box. When you laughed dumbly and bitterly, he had thought that Ning Chen had asked casually. The clan records of the Wen family through the generations were as vast as a sea of smoke, and he didn't know how long he would have to go through them. But since his benefactor was in need, he was naturally obliged. In the future, if there are still elixirs, remember to contact me. On his way out, Ning Chen instructed, as long as you can find a Phoenix Brain Chi of this caliber, I can fulfill one of your Wen family's wishes. Fulfillment of a heart's desire? When you froze, Nine Dust's current tone was like the mythical Aladdin's lamp, as if it could really grant him all his wishes. In fact, it's about 8 or 9. What difference was there between a Yuaning stage cultivator and a deity to a mortal? Alright, Mr. Ning, I'll use all of the Wen family's resources to search for the spirit medicine you need next. When you nodded his head in agreement, then asked, do you have any opinions about that parasite in Huar's body? Things like parasites don't usually burrow into the human body on their own. 80% of them are planted by enemies. Ning Chen held the brocade box and said, think about what your Wen family has messed with. Haters? There was both anger and confusion in Wen Yu's eyes. My Wen family has never been one to make peace in the business world, and seldom gets into conflicts with people. What kind of people are so vicious? Nine Dust shrugged. That's something he can't help. Afterwards, Wen Yu sent a car to send him back, and also said that when Manhwa recuperated, their family would come to the door to thank him. Nine Dust didn't care about that. When he got home, he first tucked the brocade box containing the Phoenix Brain Cheese under his bed. After thinking about it, it didn't feel safe. So he dug a 20-meter deep hole in the yard and buried the brocade box in it. And the black dragon stared straight ahead, wondering what his master was doing. After the burial, he sat on the swing and thought about life. Earth's aura is so barren. It's logically impossible to nurture a spiritual medicine like Phoenix Brain Chi. Could it be that the ancient Earth was rich in aura? Nine Dust recalled a possibility. The history of the state of China has recorded many incredible legends. Pang Zhu lived to be over 800 years old. Zhang Sanfeng became immortal. Xiang Yu's over-the-top power is to grab his hair and lift himself up. Zheng Fei scared to death Chao General Xiahou Jie with a roar at Changban Slope. These seem absurd today, but if the ancient world was truly blessed with aura, it may not be impossible to spawn these legends. Even so, there are still 7 types of spirit medicines needed to refine the God-repairing pill, so I don't know when I'll be able to get them all together. Ning Chen lamented. In the evening, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar came back and didn't notice anything strange in the yard. Because of what happened last time, Su Shuyan still ignored Ning Chen. Ning Chen was also happy to be free, and went to class as usual the next day. When he walked into the classroom, Yi Kula carried a bag of Xiaolong Bao and came up with a smile. Master, if you call me master one more time, I'll beat you so badly that you can't take care of yourself. Believe it? Ning Chen threatened. Old boss, have you eaten breakfast? I specially bought crab meat Xiaolong for you. Yi Kolo handed over the plastic bag with a bit of fear. Although Nine Dust had eaten at the cafeteria, he didn't mind having another meal. He reached for it and sat down in the back seat to eat it. Yi Kolo quietly sighed in relief, feeling that he was one step closer to worshipping his master. Evening, have you heard? Guan Xiaoman's father is in jail. In the front seat, Zhang Ying said in surprise. What? Su Wanjie froze in her seat. Guan Xiaoman's father. Isn't he a very successful businessman? Even the school's new gym was built with his financial support. Why is he suddenly in jail? Really? Look, it's all over the forums. Zhang Ying handed her cell phone to Su Wanxian. When Su took a look at the campus forum of Qingdao University, there were really a lot of people discussing Guan Xiaoman's father, Guan Weiman. Even a copy of the verdict was dug up by who knows who, and it clearly states that Guan Weiman was sentenced to 9 years in prison for attempted intentional homicide. Crap. Willful killing? Bullskin. Father and daughter are both ruthless. No wonder Guan Xiaoman is so vicious. Framing the flower of our medical department 3 times. So there's a murderer father. Trashy father and daughter. Hurry up and die, a vomit emoji. The comments were lopsidedly favorable. Although Su Lianxian's heart was also out of a mouthful of bad anger. She always felt that something wasn't quite right, so she turned her head to look at Ning Chen. Nine Dust sat with Fang Xiaofeng, Zhang Dachuan, and the new transfer student, Yi Lulo, and chatted with one another. This matter, it won't have anything to do with him. Su Lianin's showy eyebrows darkly knit. Hiss, the thought of having to attend classes in a murderer-funded gym in the future scares me a little. Zhang Ying put her cell phone away and shivered. School is out in the evening. Su Wanwan. Zhang Ying and Su Rongli set up their stalls to sell milk tea as usual. Thanks to being hacked by Guan Xiaoman last time, the Encounter Milk Tea Stand's fame was growing and business was getting better. The 3 sisters are even thinking about renting a storefront on Commercial Street, which is where the funds are needed. As usual, Nine Dust came to the White Whore milk tea, taking several cups at a time. Nine Dust. Su Evening Night called out to Ning Chen, who wanted to leave after whoring, and asked in a low voice, do you know about Guan Xiaoman's her father? Guan Xiaoman? What happened to her father? Nine Dust pretended to be confused. Nothing. Su Wan Evening shook her head. That, you drink less milk tea. It's not good for your body. Remember in a second https://m. What? Want to back out? Ning Chen finished off a cup of milk tea in one gulp. It was you who promised me free milk tea in the first place. No, I'm worried about your health. Su Evening Night drummed her little bun face and explained. Milk tea is so sweet. You drink so much in a day. Salty carrots. Nine Dust was already drinking his second cup of milk tea. The brown liquid in the cup was disappearing at an alarming rate. Su Wan Evening was getting sadder and sadder the more she looked at it. If he keeps drinking like this, he'll get diabetes, right? Brother power. At that moment, a girl's voice came through. Su Lianyang saw 2 very pretty girls as soon as she looked up. One of them, who was over 1 meter 7 in height, had long, enviable champagne-colored, big wavy hair, and her features were so delicate that she couldn't pick out any faults, and she was exceptionally bright and attractive. The other was slightly shorter, but playful and cute, with an even hotter body that didn't match her looks in the extreme. It's her, Su Shuyan. Su Lianyang's eyes were fixed on the bright girl. Shuyan, look. Brother Dolly seems to be buying milk tea over there. Brother power. Ginger Candy waved her hand excitedly upon seeing Nine Dust. Su Shuyan complained in disbelief. Little sugar. Why are you so excited every time you see her? Can you be more reserved? Oh. Ginger Sugar went in with her left ear and out with her right, bouncing to Ning Chen's side. Brother Dolly, how does this milk tea taste? I want to drink it too. Not bad. Ning Chen casually handed over a cup. Ginger took a sip and praised. Not bad. Hey, where's mine? Su Shuyan looked at Ning Chen with dissatisfaction. What's yours? Want to drink it and buy it yourself? Ning Chen said. Just buy it yourself. What's the big deal? Su Shuyan stomped her little foot and went to stand in line. Seriously. Ning Chen wanted to hit Su Shuyan every time he saw her do this self-consciously adorable action. After leaving the milk tea stand, he was ready to go to the food court for dinner, just out of the back door of the school. Four youths wearing masks and duck-tongued caps, each carrying a school bag, walked aggressively in the direction of the milk tea stand. Brother Wu, are we really going to do this? What if we get caught? What are you afraid of? Move smartly and hurry to the food court after smashing. Yeah, the food court is crowded, and the law enforcement team won't necessarily be able to find us. After exploring so many stores, this Encounter milk tea stand is the only one that doesn't give face. I must make them look good. Nine Dust's ears twitched. I think he heard the name of the Encounter milk tea stand. Hey, he called out to a couple of masked men. What do you do? Who are you? The duck-tongued youth in the lead looked Ning Chen up and down. You don't recognize me? Nine Dust walked forward. Snap! A big pussy pocket flung itself in the face of the duck-tongued youth, jerking him around and then twisting his head away. The duck-tongued youth covered his swollen cheeks, incomparably confused. Can someone tell me what the fuck is going on? Woo! A few of the gangster boys were still confused. What are you waiting for? Go after them. Blanche, hitting an old man for no reason. I'm going to get him killed. Wu Hui was furious and hurriedly led his men after him. Ning Chen walked extremely fast, and several people couldn't even catch up with running, yet he always appeared in their field of vision. Woo! Is this kid practicing race walking? How can he walk so fast? Yeah, faster than we can run. Wicked! The three punks were panting with exhaustion and took their masks off. I can't take one of my mouths for nothing. Give chase. The more Wu Hui chased after him, the more angry he became. Finally, Nine Dust led the four to a dead end. Huffing and puffing. Wu Hui gasped like a cow. Little kid, you run You are not quite able to run? Lousy, see where you run. There's no one around. There's no surveillance either. Ning Chen slowly turned around and looked at them indifferently. Do you know why I hit you? Here, you tell me. Wu Hui threw his school bag and pulled out a hammer from it. If you can't tell me what to do today, I'll kill you. The other three punks, too, each pulled out a hammer and shook it in their hands. Encounter milk tea stand. Ning Chen spat out 5 words. I remember. You're the one who scouted the store last time. You wanted to eat a king's dinner but didn't. Are you trying to get revenge today? Blanche, what's it to you if I retaliate against the Encounter milk tea stand? Wu Hui scolded. Oh, I get it. You like that girl surnamed Sue? Right. This is to play hero to save the beauty? Nine Dust said indifferently. Ha, fuck you. Get on me and get him. Wu Hui was about as rested as he could be and cursed. The three punks behind him swung their hammers and rushed up. They didn't dare to smash Ning Chen's head, only his shoulders and chest. But even then, getting smashed is never good. This kid, stared silly? Wu Hui snorted when he saw Ning Chen standing still, not even moving a bit. In the next moment, the three punks rushed in front of Ning Chen. Ning Chen's right foot stepped out like lightning. Snap! Precise hits on the palms of the three punks' feet. Ah! 3 mournful screams echoed in the alley, only to be drowned out by the KTV song. What's the situation? Wu Hui rubbed his eyes, completely missing what was happening. The hammer was tossed aside by the three punks. They clutched their feet and wailed in agony, one even crying. Then the dim moonlight. Wu Hui saw a horrifying scene. The 3 men held their feet as if they had been pressed through a die-casting machine. Terrified, Wu Hui hurriedly threw away the hammer and turned around to run wildly. But before he could run out of the mouth of the alley, a hammer flew over and knocked him to the ground. Immediately afterward, a big, powerful foot stepped on his back. Don't! Spare my life! I'll never dare again! Wu Hui knew he had hit something evil and desperately begged for mercy. He had a hunch. The foot on his back could have stomped through his chest with a little force. Remember, I cover the Encounter milk tea stand. If you dare to go over there and look for trouble again, I'll kill you. Ning Chen's icy voice came out. You'd better take that to heart. Yes, I know. I will never set foot in Xinzhou University again for half a step in my life. Wu Hui peed in fear. Do you know what to say if the enforcers ask about these 3 guys? Nine Dust pointed at the 3 punks. They were drunk and accidentally hit themselves with a hammer. Wu Hui gulped. Words. The pressure on his back emptied. When Wu Hui looked up again, Ning Chen had already disappeared. It's not easy to get a milkshake. Nine Dust walked down the food street. Speaking of which, this little Nini Su one evening is also unlucky. Opening a milk tea stall, either being voted small strong, or being maliciously visited the store. If it wasn't for him, this milk tea stand wouldn't have survived. The other side. Su Shuyan finally bought the Encounter milk tea. Took a sip and it's not bad. The ingredients are conscientious. Su students. As he was about to leave, a timid voice came from behind. It's you, Department Flower Su Shuyan knew Su Lianyang. No, I'm not some department flower. How dare Su Lianyang identify herself as any flower in front of Su Shuyan, hurriedly waving her hand with a red face. Ha ha, you're so cute. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Su Shuyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Looking for me for something? I have something to do. Su Lianxian glanced at Ginger Sugar. Sugar is my best friend. If there's anything you want to say, just say it, Su Shuyan said. Oh, Su one evening hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage again. I want to ask you, what do you think of Ning Chen? Nine Dust? Su Shuyan frowned. Why are you talking about this violent maniac for a good reason? Ha? Su Yuan froze at the sound of it. Su, did Ning Chen bully you in class? Su Shuyan suddenly slumped. Tell me. I'll help you take revenge. No. Su Lianyang shook her head repeatedly. Really? Su Shuyan stared at her watery eyes like a detective. Ning Chen, this perverted sultry and violent maniac, looks honest, but is actually very horny in his bones? Su, you're so good looking, you really need to be careful in general. How can a horny? Su Yuan was stunned. She felt that this word was irrelevant to Nine Dust. Brother Dolly is not as bad as you make him out to be. Shu Yen, just hack him as hard as you can. Ginger Candy laughed. I'm telling the truth. Su Shuyan coldly grunted. So, student Su, you hate Ning Chen? Su Yanyan asked again. Of course. Su Shuyan didn't think twice. I haven't liked him since the first day I met him. Hearing the three words dislike, Su Lianin's eyes had suppressed joy in them. You seem happy? Ginger asked curiously. Well, because I like Nine Dust. After all, Su Lianin didn't hide it, and said with a big smile, that's why I'm so happy to hear that Mr. Su doesn't like Ning Chen. Ha! Both women were stunned. Su Shuyan was just about to advise Su Lianin not to go astray, when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Su, I'm curious, why did you come to ask me this question specifically? She asked. Because Nine Dust likes you. Su Lianya blinked her big watery eyes. You don't know? Su Shuyan's pretty face was filled with dismay. Ginger's cherry mouth was also open in an O shape. After chatting for a while longer, Su Lianya went back to continue working. Shu Yen. No wonder Brother Dolly is always fighting with you and making you unhappy. So it turns out he's interested in you. Ginger Sugar pushed Su Shuyan and playfully laughed. As the saying goes, hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Humph. Who wants him to like it? Su Shuyan wrapped her willow arms around herself and said with a somewhat unnatural expression. It's impossible for me and him anyway. Ginger Sugar laughed. I think Brother Dolly is quite good. I always feel safe when I'm with him. Su Shuyan glanced at her best friend. One mouthful of Brother Dolly. You like it so much, why don't you go after him? Short oil Ginger Sugar small hands cover the face. Female chasing a man. A layer of veil. I open my mouth first. How embarrassing. You still really like him? Su Shuyan rolled her eyes. I think he's far worse than Lin Xiaoyang. No, almost incomparable. It's not that dramatic. Ginger Sugar skimmed her mouth. Then added, by the way, Shu Yen, Brother Dolly and I both feel that Lin Xiaoyang is a bit of a problem. So be careful when you date him. Don't be fooled by him. Don't worry. Su Shuyan raised her swan neck and said proudly, although Lin Xiaoyang is excellent, I, Su Shuyan, am not bad either, and I won't even let him touch my hand until I have fully examined his situation. That's good. Ginger Sugar smiled coquettishly. In the future, I'll be with Brother Dolly, and you'll be with Lin Xiaoyang. Then you have a strong competitor. Su Shuyan glanced at Su Lianin's back, arched her eyebrows and laughed. I'll try. Gingerbread clenched her small fists. When Su Shuyan saw her best friend's appearance, she knew that she really liked Ning Chen, but when she remembered the relationship between the latter and Lin Xiaoyang, she couldn't help but have a headache. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out her cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Lin Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, come out to play tonight. At this point, Nine Dust, who didn't know anything, was eating spicy hot pot. Yi Kolo called and asked, Boss, are you free tonight? Nine Dust, what for? Yi Kolo heatedly laughed, just a friend of mine, opened a bar in the Qingzhou building. shouted at me to go over to play. Together. There are a lot of beautiful women yo. 9 Dust, I never go to places like bars. Not interested. Yi Kulu knew that he couldn't force 9 Dust, and sighed. Well, it seems that a box full of pretty sisters can only be enjoyed by me. 9 Dust was unmoved. How could a yawning stage cultivator possibly look at some mediocre powder? A few hours later, Qingzhou Mansion, OT Bar, the powerful music is deafening. By the side of the dance floor, Yi Kulu was covered in lipstick marks and looked at Ning Chen in front of him with a confused face. Boss, didn't you say that you never go to bars? What do you care if I come or not? 9 Dust was also convinced. There are so many bars in Qingzhou, and I just happened to bump into this one here. Hey sugar, I'm here. Where are you guys? He pulled out his cell phone and called Ginger. The bar is too noisy. Originally, there was no way he would come to a place like this, but Ginger, the abrasive little goblin, was going to pull him in anyway. For this girl whose personality was very much like her little sister's, Ning Chen still had a relatively good feeling about her. So she came. Yeah, brother Dolly, why are you here so early? It's only 8 o'clock. Ginger was surprised. Didn't we agree to meet at 9? 9 Dust hung up depressed. He had nothing to do after dinner, so he directly took a taxi over, which thought these two girls were so abrasive. Hey, boss, waiting for someone? Yi Kulu walked over, 2 cocktails in his hand. 2 drinks? A few of the top rich kids from Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai followed behind. They were curious about Ning Chen's identity. Kulsun Ye is the youngest member of the Yi family, and he's actually calling this college student his boss? Who the hell is this guy? Aha! Ning Chen gave Yi Kulu a face and took it and drank it. Yi Kulu was very happy and turned around to introduce the rich kids behind him to Ning Chen. Boss, these are my friends. This is Qin Fun, the youngest master of the Binhai Qin family. You've seen him at the Wen family birthday banquet last time. This is Huang Wenbin. Their family is the richest in Jiangning and runs a bank. This is Ma Qianqian. Her family has over 100 mines in Africa. While Yi Kulu introduced them, these rich kids came up to make a toast. But 9 Dust didn't drink any of them. To him, there was no difference between these worldly gentry and ordinary families. Memorize the URL. Suddenly, 9 Dust found 2 gazes with murderous intent shooting around the corner of the bar's second floor. At first, he thought it was directed at him. It turned out to be directed at Yi Kulu. At 12 o'clock, there are 2 killers watching you. Ning Chen's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Kulu's mind. He didn't open his mouth and used the martial arts technique of transmitting sound. Crap, boss, I seem to be drunk. Why do I feel like you're talking to me? Yi Kulu shook his head. That's not true. He's an internal strength martial artist. He can't drink 1,000 cups. How can he get drunk? Stupid. I'm the one talking. 9 Dust cursed. Crap. Yi Kulu was even more shocked, then quickly calmed down and lowered his voice. What's the situation? Boss, where did the killer come from? How would I know? If you ask me. 9 Dust continued. Just a friendly reminder. Both of these killers are above you. Blanche must have been sent by the Yasukuni Samurai Council. Yi Lulu gritted his teeth. Then, he casually found a reason for Qinfun, Huang Wenbin, and the other rich daughters to leave, and then took out his cell phone and asked the family for help. The 2 assassins seemed to have noticed the end as well, and slowly walked down from the second floor with a ferocious glint in their eyes. Boss, help me, Yi Lulu said nervously. Come with me. 9 Dust sighed. Come to a bar for a drink and you can run into this kind of thing. This day in and day out. Soon, he brought Yi Kulu to the rooftop of Hangzhou Mansion. The 2 assassins followed close behind, and unlocked the rooftop door. Mr. Yi, you seem to have lured us here on purpose, but as far as we know, you don't have any experts of the sovereign realm around you to protect you. A foreign man with brown hair and blue eyes stood in the wind, staring indifferently at Yi Kulu. Ning Chen's entire body didn't have the slightest hint of a strong person's aura, and he was directly ignored. Mr. Yi, you know what? Ichiro Tokugawa's death has caused an earthquake all over the world, and the Yasukuni Samurai Association has just issued a bounty of $10 million for killing you. Yi Kulu's gaze froze. The Yasukuni Samurai Council did strike. He knew that the death of the Sword Saint of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom could not have been without a storm. For this reason, the family sent the Grandmaster Teng Taizhan to protect him, and as a result, he was seriously injured by Ning Chen, and is still lying in a hospital bed. Sean, don't bullshit him. A burly Nordic man stripped off his clothes, revealing his lean muscles. Hurry up and kill him, take it for the bounty. Yes, Sean was also afraid of a long night, so he directly pulled the pistol from his waist and shot towards Yi Kulu. Bang 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 bang. The pistol, fitted with a silencer, fired 5 rounds in a row. These bullets are not ordinary bullets, but death bullets valued at $000 apiece, which can even penetrate the internal strength of a martial arts master. Combined with his godly marksmanship, Yi Kulu was in trouble. Sure enough, after dodging 4 bullets, Yi Kulu was grazed by the last one on his shoulder, splattering blood all over the place. He half-kneeled on the ground, covering his bleeding shoulder as he gritted his teeth and said to Ning Chen, "Boss, are you really not going to make a move? What the hell does this kid do?" Sean swept a glance at Nine Dust, still unable to see anything special about this person. It would be a waste to kill him with a Reaper bullet. Die! Sean flung a cheap alloy flying dagger from his sleeve, intending to send Nine Dust to meet God. Nine Dust had planned to watch the show for a while longer. As a result, this foreign assassin made a direct move on him. In the next second, he clamped the flying knife with 2 fingers, his movements seemingly lazy, but faster than lightning. What? Sean was horrified. He finally realized that Nine Dust was no ordinary person, but it was too late. Put! Ning Chen threw the flying dagger back, directly through his throat. Sean's eyes went wide. He raised his hand to cover the bloody hole in his throat, but it was ultimately futile. Collapsed and died as the burly Nordic man looked on in shock. How can? The burly Nordic man froze in his tracks. Sean is an A-class killer, and he was killed in seconds like that? It's too much. Escape! Without hesitation, he turned around and jumped off the rooftop. The Qingzhou building is nearly 400 meters high. A Zongshur would suffer serious internal injuries even if he jumped. So the burly Nordic man raked his hands over one of the projecting windowsills to dislodge the force, just like in an action movie. This all gave him a run for his money. On the rooftop, Yi Kulu said unwillingly, "Don't worry, he can't run away." Nine Dust smiled faintly. Within moments, the burly Nordic man landed without incident, stomping a BMW into oblivion. Yi Kulu even has such a young Zone master by his side. Sean didn't even have the ability to resist and was directly killed. It's horrible. I have to leave Qingzhou quickly. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, thud, a loud noise came from the side. The Nordic strong man was directly shaken out, only to see that Ning Chen appeared on the ground, with a deep crater under his feet, and cracks in the stone floor spreading out like spiderwebs. Yi Kulu on the rooftop, mouth also opened into an O shape, simply cannot believe their eyes. Boss, actually jumped right off the 400-meter-high Qingzhou building? Is this the strength of a martial king? It's horrible. You. Scandinavian strongman was mad with fear and got up and tried to run. Nine Dust kicked the ground with his toes. A piece of broken stone shot out and pierced the back of the Nordic strongman's head. Poof! The strongman fell to the ground dead, blood pouring out. Luckily, it was the back alley of the building, and it was 9 o'clock at night, so not many people were passing by. There were 2 janitors who were taking out the garbage, and they were fainted by Ning Chen with his powerful spiritual power. Then, the Yi family arrived and cleaned up the bodies of the 2 A-class killers. Ding 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 ding. That's when a phone call came in and it was Ginger. She got to the OT bar and asked where Nintendo was. Nine Dust was all set to yo-yo, only to be called back to the bar by Ginger Sugar. Brother Power. Ginger Sugar was dressed up beautifully, and when she saw Nine Dust, she excitedly waved at him. Coming? Nine Dust walked over with his hands in his jacket pockets. Brother Dolly, you came so early. Did you run into any good-looking young ladies asking for your WeChat? Ginger Candy came over. I'm not even handsome. Who would ask me for WeChat? Ning Chen shook his head. Who says so? I think you're okay, Gingerbread said seriously. The 2 of them chatted while arriving at the box Su Shuyan had booked. Pushing open the door of the compartment, Ning Chen saw a pair of handsome men and women sitting on the sofa and chatting. It was none other than Su Shuyan and Lin Jiaoyang. As soon as Lin Jiaoyang saw him, his face immediately pulled down. Shuyan, why is he here? It's okay, they're all friends. Su Shuyan first pacified Lin Jiaoyang, then got up and walked over. As she closed the door smoothly, she made a point of whispering into Ning Chen's ear. Don't argue, or I'll ignore you from now on. Ning Chen was filled with confusion as he listened, thinking that it was none of my business whether you cared about me or not. He pulled open the door of the compartment and was about to leave when Ginger Sugar suddenly yanked him to his death. Brother Dolly, don't go. What for? Nine Dust frowned unhappily. When Ginger Sugar called him over, she didn't say that Lin Jiaoyan was also here. Remember in a second https://m. I want to hear you sing. Ginger Sugar used her abrasive technique again, hugging Ning Chen's thighs and not letting go. Nine Dust was a bit helpless with her and simply sat down. But singing is out of the question. Not in this lifetime. Lin Jiaoyang poured in several songs. He sang well, obviously having studied voice, and a few songs down the line had the 2 girls applauding. Gingerbread even scowled, signaling him to applaud as well. Nine Dust could sort of see it. The sisters were saving this game, and it was 80% that they wanted him and Lin Xiaoyang to put aside their former enmity and become friends. Just then, the door to the box was pushed open and another group of young men and women walked in. Su Shuyan was dumbfounded when the group pushed the door in. She only called Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoyang tonight. She didn't call anyone else. Did she go to the wrong box? Chen Jihao, what are you doing here? Soon, Su Shuyan saw a familiar face and immediately frowned and got up. In addition to Chen Jihao, there were 6 or 7 other young men and women, all of whom were famous in the circle as rich second generation, and Su Shuyan didn't have too many encounters with them. Shuyan, is it okay if I call a few of my friends to come hang out with me? At this time, Lin Xiaoyang got up and laughed. Did you call it? Su Shuyan frowned slightly, obviously a little unhappy. Then you also told me in advance. Sorry, I'll pay the bill later. Lin Xiaoyang smiled apologetically. It's not a matter of money. Su Shuyan's eyes flickered, signaling Chen Jihao out of the corner of her eye. Only a few days ago, Chen Jihao had been beaten up by Ning Chen, so what good could these two do together? She even wondered if Lin Xiaoyang did it on purpose. I was wondering too. Jihao, I didn't call you either. Why did you come? Lin Xiaoyang put on a confused look. Wasn't it on purpose? Su Shuyan looked at Lin Xiaoyang, her tightly locked eyebrows stretching a bit. Nine Dust watched these two act out their drama, smiling without saying a word. Hey, Lin Xiao, I happen to be hanging out with some friends over here tonight, and I ended up running into Li Xiao. Chen Jihao wore a leather jacket, dyed yellow hair. The swelling on the left side of his face had not yet subsided, and he was missing 2 incisors, which made him look quite funny. He tapped the shoulder of a skull-necklaced youth beside him. Su Shuyan had met this Li Xiao, formerly known as Li Zhe. His father is a financial institution in the Linjiang district of Qingzhou. A lot of power. Many enterprises are desperate to enlist the light of the collection of gifts every year, tens of millions of dollars. I'm the one who called Shiho up. Li Zhe held a cigarette in his mouth and grinned. Lin Xiao, this is where I have to say a few words about you. Calling the brothers out to play. How can you leave Jihao alone? Young Li, Jihao, this I really didn't mean, Lin Xiaoyang said, sweeping a glance at Ning Chen, who was sitting on the sofa. Most of the rich kids present had attended Wen Yu's 80th birthday and knew about the feud between Ning Chen and Chen Jihao. Li Zhe didn't go that day, but he had heard about Nine Dust. He exhaled a smoke ring and said with a smile, Ning Xiao, right? Bullshit, even Jihao dares to fight. What does your family do? Nine Dust ignored him. Li Zhe laughed out loud. Okay, character. I like it. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Ginger Sugar looked at Su Shuyan, and Su Shuyan didn't know what to do. Let Lin Xiaoyang get rid of his brothers? Doesn't look good. How about this? Nine Dust, Jihao, I'll be the host today. How about the two of you shake hands and put aside your former enmity? At this time, Lin Xiaoyang poured 2 glasses of wine. A cup was handed to Nine Dust. A cup was handed to Chen Jihao. In a sincere tone, he advised, we will all hang out in the upper-class society of Qingzhou in the future. We can't see each other with our heads down. How meaningless is it to make such a mess? Isn't it, Shuyan? Little sugar. Su Shuyan's head nodded lightly. Yes, I also want everyone to be in peace. Ginger Sugar didn't say anything, just looked at Nine Dust. Nine Dust didn't move at first. Su Shuyan poked him twice with her elbow, and only then did he smile slightly. Shaking hands and making peace is fine, but he has to apologize to me first. What? The rich kids were shocked. Nine Dust asked Chen Jihao to apologize to him? Ning Xiao, you said the opposite. The muscles at the corners of Li Zhe's mouth twitched twice. You hit Jihao. You should be the one to apologize to him. Nine Dust spoke bluntly. He doesn't deserve it. Chen Jihao was so angry that his eyes were on fire. Nine Dust. You, Jiho. Lin Xiaoyang rebuked and gave him several glances, seemingly signaling him not to be impulsive. Dogs. How arrogant. Chen Jihao was dying of anger, but Lin Xiao has it all planned out. After tonight, this dog will be isolated from the Qingzhou rich second generation circle. I'll just hold it in a little longer. Let's see what tricks young Lin has up his sleeve. At this time, Su Shuyan also made several glances at Ning Chen, all of which were ignored by the latter. Okay, Chen Jihao clenched his teeth, took the wine in Lin Xiaoyang's hand, and drank it all in one go. Ning Xiao, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have said that you're from the countryside. Okay? From the country? Li Zhe and a few pretty girls, hearing this, frowned. Nine Dust looked at Chen Jihao and knew that he didn't really mean it, so he didn't drink either, and gave a without any further words. What's wrong with this guy? That's right. People are recognizing the wrong thing. So ungrateful. Zero emotional intelligence. I guess. Several of the rich daughters cast disgusted glances at Nine Dust. Lin Xiaoyang, however, rounded off the scene. Alright, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, Let's all sit down and sing. I'll go get some wine. Let's all have fun tonight. All the spending is on my head. Lin Jiaoyang. The words came out, and the box was filled with cheers, screams, and whistles. Lin Xiao atmosphere. Su Shuyan looked at Ning Chen, who was out of place with everyone, and sighed breathlessly. In a short while, all kinds of expensive drinks were brought up, as well as fruit plates, snacks, games were played, songs were sung, and the atmosphere was very cordial. Lin Jiaoyang and Su Shuyan sat together, sometimes attaching their ears and chatting, sometimes flirting, like a couple. Li Zai and Chen Jihao and the others also kept on coaxing. Brother Power, are you having a hard time in your heart? After playing the game for a while, Ginger Candy retreated and sat down next to Nine Dust. Nine Dust was playing with his phone and twisted his head curiously. Why do you say that? Actually, there are some things that Shu Yan and I know. Jiang Sugar glanced at Su Shuyan and Lin Jiaoyang, and her heart felt bad. How could Ning Chen not expect that Su one evening went to find Su Shuyan today, and even told Su Shuyan the reason why he had blindly chicken-necked his reasons for rejecting her? He scratched his head. What is it? Sugar, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Ginger moved her mouth. But in the end, she didn't pick a fight. You might as well give it up anyway. Don't hang yourself on a tree. With those words, she blushed and looked down as she took a drink. Inexplicably, Nine Dust opened King's honor with his backhand. A girl's mind can't really be guessed without mind reading. Ning Xiao, let's play a couple of board games together? Just then, Lin Jiaoyang came over and called out to Ning Chen to go play the game with him. His attitude very sincere. Li Zai, Chen Jihao, and the others, their faces were all a bit unhappy. Nine Dust was too stuffy and out of touch, and it was a bummer to call this kind of person to play the game. Su Shuyan, however, was happy. She was very hopeful that Nine Dust would mingle with them. We were all friends. Not interested. Ning Chen didn't even look at him and directly refused. The atmosphere in the box immediately became awkward. How boring to sit alone. Come along and play a couple games. If you don't know how, I can teach you. Lin Jiaoyang continued to issue invitations. Nine Dust simply ignored him. A rich white woman who had a crush on Lin Jiaoyang couldn't stand it anymore and voiced out. Young Lin, since they don't give us face, let's just play on our own. That's right. People might have big business to talk about. Don't bother them, Li Zai sneered. But everyone knew that Nine Dust had been swiping Jitterbug. Okay. Lin Jiaoyang put on a disappointed look and turned around to go back. Su Shuyan glared at Ning Chen with a bit of hatred. This guy, is he out to play or not? It's after 10 o'clock at night. Empty liquor bottles littered the floor. This group of rich kids were extremely good at drinking, and none of them were drunk yet. They chatted and bragged and chatted and chatted, and suddenly they talked about the day of Wen Yu's 80th birthday. Lin Jiaoyang took advantage of Su Shuyan going to the bathroom and once again sent an invitation to Ning Chen, taking the initiative to strike up a conversation. Young Ning, I've heard that you're very good at medicine, that you've helped Elder Wen a great deal, and that you're the guest of honor of the Wen family? Can you tell us how you learned this medical skill? Nine Dust remained unattached. He stayed here half because of the ginger candies, and half because he wanted to see what tricks these two, Lin Jiaoyang and Chen Jihao, could pull off. Guest of the Wen family seat, TSK, no wonder it's so awesome. Li Zai pretended to be surprised. The Wen family? Humph. The Wen family has long since died out, and the stock price of Jishir Pill Source was cut to the waist a few years ago. The rich white woman who spoke earlier, added, You, don't talk nonsense. The Wen family used to be the #1 family in Qingzhou. A thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Li Zai cautioned. Cut. A good man doesn't mention the courage of the past. The Wen family just can't make it now. The girl named Yu's tone was full of disdain. At that moment, Ning Chen suddenly spoke. The Wen family is no longer good. Master Wen celebrated his 80th birthday. All the dignitaries of Qingzhou were there. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to disparage the Wen family? The moment these words came out, the box fell silent. No one had expected that Ning Chen, who had been silent all this time, would voice out for the Wen family at this time. Lin Jiaoyang laughed in his heart. The fuse. This is not lit. What did you say? You grew up pampered and hot-tempered, and stood up as soon as she slammed the table. What do you call me? And what do you call me? You a country bumpkin. Well, Yu-san, he's just like that. Don't bother with him in general. Gingerbread hurriedly got up to appease. Who am I not to take it up with him in general? Yu was angry. If Lin Jiaoyang and Li Zai had said that she could have tolerated it, after all, her background was much tougher than hers. But who was a mudblood from the country to taunt her? The Wen family will soon return to the throne of the #1 family in Qingzhou. Nine Dust suddenly said. When the time comes, you'll be slapped in the face by what you've said. There was another silence in the box. Immediately afterward, Yu's curses exploded. Surname Ning? You're stupid, right? The Wen family has lost its shape, and you're still returning to the number one family in Qingzhou. I think you're dreaming. Ginger was a little hard of hearing. Hey, don't talk too much. Yu was getting angry and picked up a glass of wine and threw it at Ginger Sugar. None of your business. Get out. Ah. Ginger subconsciously raised her hands to protect her face. Luckily, Nine Dust pulled her away in time, and the wine splashed onto the sofa. For some reason, a hint of fire bubbled up in his heart when he saw that Ginger Sugar had been aggravated, and he took a step towards you. You took a few steps back, startled by the look in his eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Li Zhe stepped forward and blocked in front of you. You don't want to make a move, do you? Li Zhe, I advise you not to mess with me. Ning Chen shouted out Li Zhe's name, his voice tinged with coldness. Crap, how dare I? Your old man is so powerful, the guest of honor of the Wen family. Who can whip anyone who is not happy? How dare I mess with your old man? Ah. Lizzie began to shade. Nine Dust had fire in his heart and didn't put up with him as he directly threw out a big bedoodle. Pop. Lisa flew straight out more than 3 meters away, knocking over the microphone, and a few broken teeth popped onto the coffee table and bounced back onto the carpet. The box was deathly silent. No one expected that Ning Chen would dare to strike Li Zhe. Li Zhe's old man is a banker. He's got a lot of connections in Qingzhou. How dare he? Lin Xiao. You still can't manage to control it. Chen Jihao suddenly called out to Lin Xiaoyang. In fact, it was Lin Xiaoyang who asked him to come over tonight. He originally didn't dare to come because Ning Chen was too capable of fighting, but he dared to come over after Lin Xiaoyang claimed that he had practiced martial arts and would protect him. And at that moment, Lin Xiaoyang's face was as bad as it could be. Ning Chen, hitting my friend in front of me. Are you looking for death? Lin Xiaoyang said and pounded his fist on the wall of the box. Only heard boom. The wallpaper exploded, and the concrete wall was blasted out of a hole, splashing concrete in all directions. Oh my god. You, Ginger and the other girls, were shocked. I didn't realize that Lin Xiaoyang, who looks so refined, is so powerful. One punch could smash holes in a concrete wall. Ning Chen knew that Lin Xiaoyang had practiced martial arts from the first moment he saw him, so he wasn't surprised and didn't even pay him any mind. Apologize to Sugar. He walked up to you and said in a cold tone. You was startled by the look in his eyes and hurriedly threw a pleading look towards Lin Xiaoyang. Nine Dust. How dare you fucking disregard me? Lin Xiaoyang finally couldn't hold back any longer and took an arrow step forward, swinging his fist at the back of Ning Chen's head. What appeared to be a mediocre strike was vicious. Inside the back of the head is the cerebellum, which is adjacent to the brainstem, which is the center of human life, and once damaged, it can be fatal in serious cases or turn into a vegetable in light cases. Brother Dolly, be careful. Gingerbread's scream came. In an instant, the crowd only heard pop, the sound of a bang. Lin Xiaoyang's left face was hit by a flash of black shadow, flew out horizontally on the spot, smashed the KTV monitor. Electric sparks splashed everywhere. Apologize. Ning Chen didn't even look at Lin Xiaoyang and glared fiercely at you. A mere peak body tempering 1, peak external strength, daring to sneak attack him, really didn't know how to die. The crowd was dumbfounded. What just happened? How did Lin Xiaoyang fly out by himself and smash the display? Chen Jihao was completely speechless. Nima, what happened to the promised martial arts training and being able to hold Ning Chen to the ground and explode the hammer? Yes, sorry. You freaked out and ran to John Candy, bowing and apologizing over and over. I shouldn't have thrown wine on you. I'm really sorry. I was wrong. Brother Dolly, let's go. When Jiang Sugar saw Lin Xiaoyang lying on the ground, vomiting several mouthfuls of blood, she knew that things had gone too far and she had to leave quickly. She had just taken Nine Dust's hand when the door to the compartment was pushed open. Su Shuyan walked in with a fruit plate and a bright smile, then was dumbfounded. Xiaoyang? How are you doing, Xiaoyang? When Su Shuyan saw Lin Xiaoyang lying on the ground and vomiting blood, she was so scared that she threw the fruit plate away and rushed over to check the situation. Lin Xiaoyang couldn't even speak, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood before he held up his finger, shaking and trembling as he pointed at Ning Chen. It's self-evident who moved it. Su Shuyan angrily got up and rushed to Ning Chen to slap him. Pop! His wrist was grabbed by Nine Dust, reaching out and pushing it onto the sofa. Nine Dust, you asshole! Why do you love to hit people so much? Why? Su Shuyan rushed over again and punched and kicked Ning Chen, crying like a pear. Memorize the URL. Jiang Sugar tried to explain that it was Lin Xiaoyang who moved first, but she didn't believe it at all. Nine Dust pushed her onto the sofa once more and said coldly, if it weren't for Aunt Xiao's sake, I would even beat you together. Fine. You fight. Try moving one of mine. Su Shuyan raised her pretty face, which was covered in tears, and approached Ning Chen. Brother Dolly, don't. Ginger Sugar stood between them. desperately trying to separate them. Nine Dust ultimately didn't make a move and turned around to leave. Nine Dust, I can see through you. You're just a psychopath with violent tendencies. Su Shuyan wiped her tears while shouting, I saved this bureau today to eliminate the conflict between you and Zhao Yang and integrate into our circle. I truly consider you a friend. But you're good. You beat up Zhao Yang while I wasn't there. Su Shuyan got angrier and angrier as she spoke, disregarding everything. I'm telling you, you pack up and get the hell out of my house right now. I never want to see you again. And I'll never like the likes of you. Ning Chen was simply baffled by what he heard. What do I care if you like me or not? Unbelievable. He didn't bother to explain. And with his hands in his pockets, he walked out of the box. Looks like that program is still necessary. Brother Power. Gingerbread was in a hurry. But instead of going after him, he explained to Su Shuyan. Shuyan, you've misunderstood Brother Dolly. It was really Lin Xiaoyang who started it. How is that possible? Su Shuyan didn't believe it. Lin Xiaoyang was so civilized and poised. He didn't look like someone who would fight in any way. Ginger Sugar, you're talking nonsense with your eyes open, aren't you? It's obvious that Ning Chen started it. Look at this for me. Li Zhe brought his face over. The 5 red marks on it hadn't disappeared yet. Hiss. Hurts me. I'll screw him sooner or later. Sugar. I know you like Ning Chen, but you can't be so black and white. Su Shuyan complained. Listen to me. Don't interact with him in the future. This person is just too scary. Shuyan. I'm talking about between Brother Dolly and Lin Xiaoyang. It was Lin Xiaoyang who made the first move. Ginger Sugar tried to explain again, but Su Shuyan could no longer listen. In her eyes, Ning Chen was a complete lunatic. It worked. It's worth it. Ha! Lin Xiaoyang lay on the sofa, the corners of his mouth, dripping with blood, slightly hooked upwards. He had long ago found out that Ning Chen lived in the same villa as Su Shuyan and Zhang Sugar. His own girlfriend-to-be, living with another man. This he can tolerate? It must be driven away, and to turn them against each other. The only thing that was unexpected to him was that Ning Chen was actually an inner strength martial artist. This kid's background is not simple. Lin Xiaoyang thought darkly. That being said, after Ning Chen left the box, he came to the lobby's loose table and casually ordered a glass of wine. After drinking, he pulled out his cell phone to call Yi Kulu. Hey boss, don't worry, the bodies are all taken care of. Yi Kulu whispered. Not asking that, are you still at the OT bar? Nine Dust asked. Yes. Yi Kulu replied. I'm at the dispersal stage. Come over. Nine Dust hung up after saying that. Not a moment later, Yi Kulu walked over quickly, followed by Qin Fun. Boss. Yi Kulu shouted and ran over with gusto. The old boss. Qin Fun followed suit and shouted. Nine Dust nodded, then said to Yi Kulu, passing on a fist technique to you, take it or leave it. Yi Kulu's gaze brightened. Fist technique? What kind of fist technique? Want. Ning Chen sized him up. Your current strength is body tempering 2nd level, which is what you call inner strength. Practicing this fist technique of mine will guarantee that you will break through to the Grandmaster within 2 years. What? Yi Kulu's eyes almost stared out. Within 2 years, break through the sect master. Boss, you are not teasing me. Nine Dust snorted coldly. Do I look free? Yi Kulu shook his head into a rattle. 100 million. Nine Dust snapped a finger and said lightly. Help me teach 3 more people a lesson. Yeah, no problem. Under Qin Fun's shocked gaze, Yi Kulu barely hesitated and agreed in one breath. Hey, Yi Shao. Qin Fun stood behind and reminded in a low voice. Be careful of being cheated. Yi Kulu ignored him. After getting Nine Dust's bank card number, he directly had someone transfer 100 million in cash over. It's done, and it'll definitely be there by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yi Kulu smiled and said, by the way boss, the ones who messed with you, what's the origin? One is called Chen Jihao, one is called Li Zhe, and one is called Yu. All of them are small rich 2nd generation people from Qingzhou. You can find out the specifics yourself. You don't have to be too ruthless. Just let their families go bankrupt, Ning Chen said. Got it. Yi Kulu smiled and dialed another phone. Hey, young master. A deep man's voice came from across the room. Secretary Yu, is my father here? Yi Kulu asked. The head of the family is negotiating with the representatives of the Rothschild family. Young master can just instruct me if there is anything, the man said. Okay, then you help me round up 3 people. Yi Kulu reported 3 names and added. Let their families go bankrupt and owe another large debt. The kind that can't be repaid in 10 lifetimes. Okay, young master. The man didn't ask why, and directly agreed. Boss, just 3? Are there any more? Yi Kulu hung up the phone and said smilingly. In the Jiangnan territory, as long as it's not the 7 prefectures family, if our Yi family lets him die he has to die. There's another one. Nine Dust smiled faintly. But I want to keep it for myself. Qin Fen shivered as he listened in the back. The Qin family, must not provoke this god of death. Okay, hey. Yi Kolo piled a smile on his face and rubbed his hands. Boss, that boxing method, what's the rush? Come to class on Wednesday and I'll give it to you. Nine Dust left after he finished speaking. Yi Kolo kept sending him to the car. Qin Fen asked. Yi Xiao, $100 million deal. Ah, you trust him that much? Yi Kolo glanced at him. What do you know? Don't say 100 million. Even a billion. I won't even blink an eye. Qin Fen. He was really becoming more and more curious about Ning Chen's identity, and as soon as Ning Chen left in front of him, an ambulance came to the entrance of the bar and pulled Lin Xiaoyang away. Su Shuyan's eyes were red from crying, and in her heart, she hated Ning Chen even more. Little sugar. This time I'm going to drive Ning Chen away no matter what. From now on in this family, there's me without him, and him without me. Returning to the Rose Garden Villa, Su Shuyan kicked open the door to Ning Chen's bedroom and found that he wasn't inside. Humph. Count on him to be sensible and leave on his own. Su Shuyan coldly snorted. Brother Dolly, are you leaving just like this? Ginger Sugar looked at the empty room, and her heart was also empty. The next day, she had Su Shuyan and came to clinical class 2 to look for Ning Chen. Su Lianxian told him that Ning Chen didn't come to class, which made Ginger Sugar anxious. WeChat did not return. The phone did not answer. She was afraid that Ning Chen could not think for a moment and do something stupid, so she told Xiao Jing about it in a brainstorm. When Xiao Jing heard that, she almost died of anger and rushed to the villa to scold Su Shuyan. Just as he was about to call the police, Nine Dust finally answered the phone. Remember in a second https://m. Hello, Aunt Joe? Dusty, are you okay? Where are you now? Xiao Jing asked with concern. I'm at the hotel, Nine Dust replied. What are you doing at the hotel? Aunt Joe wondered. Sleep, Nine Dust replied. In fact, he was improving his feats. In addition to the boxing techniques to be taught to Yi Kolo, there were other spells, secret arts, martial arts, and even divine abilities. These things were properly hard currency when placed in the earth cultivation world. Hearing that Nine Dust was fine, Xiao Jing sighed in relief before advising. Nine Dust, Aunt Xiao knows all about what happened the night before last. You hurry back now and stay here. No one can kick you out. Aunt Joe said so. Just as she finished speaking, Su Shuyan's disgruntled voice came from the other end of the phone. If he dares to live in here again, I'll move out. Anyway, there's him without me, and there's me without him. You move. You hurry. Xiao Jing turned to teach her daughter. Dead girl, wings hard. I tell you, that Lin Xiaoyang is not a good thing. Engaged in virtual coins harmed how many people lost their homes. You are not allowed to interact with him in the future. Mom, what are you babbling about? Nine Dust was too lazy to listen to the mother and daughter bicker, and at some point he had already hung up the phone. He then checked his card balance on his cell phone, a total of 165.3 million. Cash. An ordinary person holding such a large sum of money in their hands would probably be able to die of excitement, but in Ning Chen's eyes, it was just a string of numbers. He dialed another realtor's number. Hello, Manager Zhang. I've got my eye on a house. I hope you can help me go talk about the price. Early Wednesday morning, Yi Kolo saw Ning Chen walk into the classroom, carrying his breakfast, and rushed up in a flash. Boss, crab meat xiaolong. Eat it while it's hot. Nine Dust let out a reached out to take it, and sat down in his seat to start eating. After eating, Yi Kolo took the initiative to throw the garbage away again and came over with a smile. Boss, when are you going to pass on my boxing skills? Nine Dust said. Sent it to you on WeChat. Weebly? Yi Kolo pulled out his cell phone with a dumbfounded look on his face, and sure enough, he saw that there was an unread message in the top chat, which was a document. The file name is, Flying Spirit Forging Bonefist. Yi Kolo's first reaction was that Ning Chen was playing a trick on him. Boss, you at least hold a thread-bound ancient book, written on it full of profound and inexplicable mnemonics, and then draw some small people acupuncture point meridian diagram, which has this send documents. Yi Kolo expressed his speechlessness. It's not burning newspapers at the grave and fooling ghosts. Actually, Nine Dust was quite helpless. When he used to grant people Kung Fu aptitudes, it was a little forehead and the memories were directly instilled. However, now that he was seriously injured, his spiritual energy was less when he used a little bit of it, so he had to use this primitive method. I've recorded a video, so you can learn by yourself, and come back and ask me if you don't understand anything, Ning Chen said. Well, Yi Kolo felt like he was being punked. However, with a twinkle in his eye, he laughed again and said, Boss, since you've taught me boxing, shouldn't I change my words and call you master? Drinking in the morning is right. Ning Chen glanced at him. If a mere body tempering stage wants to be my disciple, you should at least be a chi refining stage. Yi Kulu was puzzled. Chi refining stage? Nine Dust waved his hand. That's what you mortals call a sect master. Mortal. Yi Kulu skimmed his mouth, thinking to himself that boss, you are also too able to pretend, making it look like you are a god. This class, Yi Kulu directly skipped out, not knowing where to run to delve into the flying spirit forging bone fist. After class president Zheng Xinran found Ning Chen and said with a red face, "Classmate Ning Chen, can I beg you for something?" "What is it?" Nine Dust asked. Zheng Xinran was also a rich white beauty, but a little more well-behaved than the Yu kind, with better tutelage, so Ning Chen was happy to take care of it. Zheng Xinran's cheeks flushed red as she asked in a small voice, "Do you have a WeChat for Yi Kulu's classmates?" I want one." Nine Dust pulled out his cell phone. "Okay, I'll give it to you." "Really?" Zheng Xinran's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Ning Chen. You're so nice." The two of them added WeChat, and Ning Chen pushed Yi Kulu over, but for a few days in a row, Yi Kulu failed to pass, causing the class president's classmate to be very sad, and even wondering if Ning Chen was playing a trick on him. In the past few days, Ning Chen hadn't returned to the Rose Garden, but instead stayed at the Nine Streams Manor. When Old Manhwa heard that Ning Chen had no place to stay, he directly packed up one of the largest bedrooms in the manor, letting him stay as long as he wanted, treating it like his own home. On top of that, the Wen family entertained him every day with mountains and seas of delicacies, and he could eat more than $100,000 a day just to eat. Under the layout of Old Man Wen's intensive efforts, Genshin Shengjing pills also passed the examination of the Drug Administration and were officially put on the market. Unlike Western medicines, Chinese medicines do not need to go through lengthy and costly clinical trials, and they can be sold on the shelves simply by taking out ancient classic prescriptions as a basis. The medicinal effects of the Genshin sperm pill are astounding, and I believe that it will not be long before it will create a storm in the Chinese medicine industry. On this day, Ning Chen and Wen Qinglan came back from school together and walked along the manor avenue, chatting with one another. "When you stood on the 6th floor terrace, watching the scene, and laughed, Huar, you said it would be nice if Mr. Ning were my granddaughter-in-law." "Dad, you're thinking too much." Wan Hua smiled bitterly. "Mr. Ning is an existence that even the Yi family doesn't dare to offend. How would our Wen family dare to ask for that? If this was placed in earlier years, if Qinglan could marry him as a concubine, I, as a father, would even admit it. Yes, one likes to dream when one is old." When you smiled and shook his hand, he then answered a phone call and his face suddenly changed drastically. "What? Things have been robbed. How?" Wan Hua frowned and stepped forward. "Dad, what happened?" Without a word, when you immediately found Ning Chen and briefly told him what had happened. "Do you mean that the 1,000-year-old spirit pills you procured in Lingnan were robbed?" Ning Chen frowned darkly. "Not only our Wen family, but also the Bin Hai Sun family, the Gusu Tang family, the Jin Linglan family, and 5 other medical families joined forces to purchase this batch of medicinal herbs, and it's all gone." When you was on fire with anxiety. "Grandpa, what's going on and who has the nerve?" When Qinglan brought tea and asked worriedly. "Alas, it must be those outlaws of the Black Martial Arts Forest. Who else but them would dare to kill the people of the Martial Arts Association?" When you sighed repeatedly. "This time, I spent a lot of money to buy 2,000-year-old elixirs from an old friend in Lingnan, and originally wanted to give them to Mr. Ning, but it turned out, alas." "What kind of 1,000-year spirit medicine?" Ning Chen asked. "I'm not sure about the specifics, but in any case, it's as rare as that phoenix brain cheese in the world." When you said, "Any pictures?" Nine Dust asked again. "No." When you shook his head. Nine Dust was in deep thought. "Should we go out and investigate? If it's the herbs needed to refine the god repairing pill, then he'll have to get his hands on them no matter what. Although the hope is very slim, but it's worth a try for him. Herbs don't grow legs and come to your door on their own. In addition to my Wen family, the Sun family, the Tang family, and the Blue family have all suffered heavy losses, and this bunch of brutes in the Black Martial Forest are furious," said Wen Yu. "Dad, the alliance leader of the Black Martial Forest, Ghost Seeing Sorrow, wasn't he captured by the 6 famous arrests into the martial prison? And this organization has long since ceased to exist. Why is it coming out again now?" Wan Hua said with a frown. "I'm just guessing. Who knows who did it?" When you shook his head. Nine Dust didn't inquire about this Black Martial Forest. What he cared about was that many clans in Jiangnan had been robbed of their medicinal herbs. Would there be any medicinal herbs he needed in there? "Old Man Wen," Ning Chen spoke slowly, "if there's any news on this matter, notify me at the first opportunity. I intend to check it out myself." "Yes." Later in the evening, Ning Chen couldn't stand Aunt Xiao's nagging and made a trip to the Rose Garden Villa. "By the way, feed the Black Dragon blood feeding pills. Since taking this pill, It is no longer difficult to fill his stomach with regular dog food. Dusty, come on, eat this. Aunt Jo made it herself. At the dinner table, Xiao Jing kept on giving dishes to Ning Chen, practically treating him as her own son. But Su Shuyan was able to chill out. Who's really pro-life? Su Shuyan took her chopsticks and pestled the bowl, glaring unhappily at Ning Chen. Xiao Duan. Shuyan was spoiled by Aunt Xiao. A little temperamental. You as a brother let her have it. Xiao Jing tried to restore Ning Duan and Su Shuyan's relationship. Nine Dust responded politely as well. Not long after, Su Jingshan came. Dusty came through the door, seemingly in a bit of a hurry. Honey, what are you doing here? Xiao Jing looked at him in surprise. Didn't he say that the company had a meeting that was going to go on until late? I'll go get the bowl for Uncle Su. Gingerbread stood up knowingly. I didn't expect Su Jingshan to wave his hand and laugh. No need Xiao Sugar. Uncle has eaten. Shu Yen, come out for a moment. Oh, Su Shuyan put her chopsticks down and followed Su Jingshan to the courtyard. Daddy, what's wrong? Su Shuyan sat on the swing, swaying and swaying. She couldn't have imagined that there were two killers buried 10 meters below her feet. Shu Yen, there's something that's a little hard for Dad to talk about. Su Jingshan sat on a rattan chair, his arms crossed and his face filled with a difficult expression. Daddy, did something happen? Su Shuyan stopped swinging. The financial chain of the group has a little problem. Dad intends to sell this house. Su Jingshan said with difficulty. Selling a house? Su Shuyan froze for a moment. She had been pampered for 18 years and had never imagined that her family would be in financial crisis, even to the point of selling off their assets. Dad, what's going on? Is our family going broke? Su Shuyan came to her father's knees and asked incredulously. Don't ask too much about the specifics. In short, the group is now in dire need of a sum of money. Su Jingshan took his daughter's hand and said with a lot of self-reproach. I'm sorry, Shu Yen. It's Dad who's useless. Dad, it's fine. Big deal. I'll go back to school and live in the dorms. Su Shuyan at this time also said something as a son or daughter should say. She held Su Jingshan's hand tightly. But you can be sure to take care of your health. The money is gone can still be earned again. Silly daughter, it hasn't gotten to the point where you're living in a dormitory. Su Jingshan smiled broadly. Dad intends to buy you a small set in a nearby neighborhood. Live there for 2 years first, and when things get better, Dad will buy this set back. Dad, no, really, I'll be fine living in the dorm, and I'll still be able to get along with my classmates. Su Shuyan revealed a sweet smile and asked again. By the way, when are you moving, so I can tell little Sugar? Probably, just these 2 days. Su Jingshan's face showed bitterness. So urgent? Su Shuyan froze for a moment, more or less reluctant in her heart. She's used to living here. Can she really get used to moving into a school dormitory where she has to share bathrooms and sinks? And there's no babysitter to cook and clean. And she has to put up with all kinds of noises from her roommates at night? Oddly enough, this seller came to the door of his own accord and made a very high offer, opening his mouth to $120 million. Su Jingshan revealed. That much? Su Shuyan's face showed delight. Then we've made $20 million. Haven't we? That's great. Yeah, that's why I personally came over to discuss with you. Su Jingshan lamented. It's fine. I'll try to get used to it. Su Shuyan clenched her small fists and tried to act natural. At this time, Su Jingshan changed the topic and asked a little embarrassedly. By the way, Shu Yen, how are you and Lin Jiaoyang doing these days? Nothing much, just a normal relationship. Su Shuyan bristled. Dad, you wouldn't want to sell me to the Lin family for the sake of the group's capital chain, would you? I know that Lin Jiaoyang has billions in his hands. What nonsense! Su Jingshan frowned. Even if I, Su Jingshan, die of poverty and starvation, there's no way I'll sell my precious daughter. I knew it. Daddy is the best for me. Afterward, Su Jingshan had another meeting and hurriedly left the villa. Su Shuyan finds Zhang Candy and tells her what happened. How come? Ginger Sugar was surprised. Shu Yen, Uncle Su is not alright. I'm not sure about the specifics. Su Shuyan shook her head, her eyes glowing with a hint of determination. If this $120 million isn't enough, little Sugar, I might really have to take the initiative to pursue Lin Jiaoyang. Ginger blushed hard. It was the first time she had ever heard such words from her best friend. For so many years, Su Shuyan didn't even have a boy who could catch her eye, not to mention chasing after boys. On the other hand, Xiao Jing sent Ning Chen out of the villa's gate and told him about this matter as well. Strangely enough, Nine Dust wasn't surprised at all and left after saying goodbye. This kid really can't see through it. Xiao Jing shook her head. Same time, a commercial building, top floor office. Chen Ji Biao, the chairman of the Whitestone Building Materials Group, knelt in front of a middle-aged man in green and kept kowtowing. "Secretary Yu, please give us a way out. I never messed with you. Why are you jamming my funds? Why?" Chen Jibiao almost collapsed. The man in front of him was from the Yi family, the top of the 7 household families. Although he was only a director secretary, he was extremely powerful, and a single word could bankrupt a small group like them. Secretary Yu wore his eyes and looked indifferent, as if he was used to seeing such scenes. He spoke faintly. "Sorry, it's not that I'm going to intentionally fix you guys. It's your son, who has messed with our young master. It's not wrong to bankrupt your family. Memorize the URL." Chen Jibiao was full of shock. Ji Hao messed with Yi Xiao? Go back and ask your son yourself. Go! Secretary Yu had his bodyguard shoot a video before leaving in style. Chen Jibiao got up from the ground and hurriedly made a call to Chen Jihao. "Hey dad, little son of a bitch. If you don't get your ass back home in 10 minutes, I'll kill you alive." Chen Jibiao hung up after yelling those words. In the bar, Chen Jihao sat on the card seat with his arms around his 2 pretty sisters. The same thing happened at Lizzie's house and Yo-Yo's house. There was no sign. With one sentence, the Yi family directly jerked Li Zhe's old man from the position of branch chief. Yu's dad, the company's financial chain directly broken, all factories to terminate cooperation, overnight white, and their parents were both told that they had messed with the youngest member of the Marina Yi family. The 3 people, even if they were about to be interrupted for breath, they didn't know exactly where they had messed with the Yi family's great young man. They obviously didn't even recognize him. A semester ends quickly. Unbeknownst to me, winter break is approaching. After taking the final exams, Nine Dust planned to go back home. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I'm fine on my own. I'll be home about 7 p.m. You guys don't have to wait for me. Eat first, eat first." Nine Dust sat on the high-speed train seat and talked to his mom Chenlan on the phone with a smile on his face. In the past 6 months, he tried to go back several times, but his mom refused. Qingzhou is more than 400 kilometers away from Dongyang County. Even by high-speed rail, a trip home will take half a day's work. Parents are usually busy. Chenlan is a strong woman. In the restaurant serves dishes, drove a cab, did a wedding, and now seems to be in the clothing business. Can earn a year 200,000 in the county has been very good. In comparison, Dad Ning Changmao is a bit more Buddhist, because of the failure of his business when he was young, which caused him to be devastated. He now packs some fields, hires people to work on the farm, grows some watermelons and small tomatoes, and is happy to be at home. "Dusty, how was your stay at your Aunt Joe's?" Chen Lan's voice, which was tinged with laughter, came out from the microphone. "Shu Yan, the child has been raised with respect. It's not easy to get along, right? It's okay, Aunt Joe still takes care of me." Ning Chen didn't complain about anything to his mother, as he would soon be separated from Su Shuyan anyway. "Little Dust, in fact, your Auntie Chow and I are quite hopeful that we can make an in-laws." Chen Lan smiled and hinted, "Pull back." Ning Chen rolled his eyes, thinking that as far as Su Shuyan's character was concerned, he wouldn't look for her even if all the women in the world died out. "Our family's condition is really poor. Forget it, you and Shu Yan's matter will be discussed later. You first need to study well. How did you do on the final exam?" Mother and son spoke on the phone once a week, and Chen Lan asked quite a few more things before hanging up. Nine Dust put on his headphones and was just about to play the game for a while when suddenly another call came in. "It's One Yu." "Hey, old man One." Ning Chen picked up with a bit of impatience. "Mr. Ning, things are looking up." One Yu's voice dripped with urgency. "Speak." Nine Dust's gaze lit up. "I asked my old friend over at the Martial Arts Association to find out that the person who hijacked this batch of elixir is within our Jiangnan province." One Yu said. "Where exactly?" Nine Dust pursued. "Dongyang County." One Yu replied, adding, "And I've got the list of spirit medicines. Would Mr. Ning like to go through it?" "Fine. You can have Cheng Lan send it to me on WeChat," Ning Chen said. He had been going to and from school with Wen Qinglan for the last few months, and his relationship wasn't as stiff as it had been before. "Mr. Ning, you're not in Xingzhou?" When you heard the broadcast of the high-speed train from the other side of the phone. "Yeah, it's winter vacation. Going home for the new year," Nine Dust said. "Mr. Ning, why don't you say a word? I can also send someone to send you back." When you laughed bitterly, "Cut the crap and send over the list of spirit medicines." Ning Chen hung up directly. A few minutes later, when Qinglan sent a list of missing elixirs, Nine Dust tapped on his phone and gave it a cursory scan. Good lord, more than 30 kinds of spirit medicine. Things have gotten big enough. Centennial ginseng, yellow essence fruit, purple poppy. The site swept from line to line. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a herb called earth jade liquid, 100-year ginseng, yellow essence fruit, purple poppy flower. All of these rare spiritual medicines on Earth were available in the little southern heavenly realm. Only this earth jade liquid. Surprisingly, he had never heard of it. Thinking of some sort of possibility, he inquired to Wen Qinglan, Mr. Ning, this earth jade liquid is a medicinal herb that the Marina Sun family purchased at great expense, and it was said to have been found from a very deep mine. The texture is a fairly thick, milky white slurry. Wen Qinglan called Nine Dust after checking it out. Mine. Thick lotion. Nine Dust was mentally shaken. A single herb flashed violently through his mind, ground milk. As the saying goes, there is heavenly dew in earthly milk. Earth's milk was a magical emulsion that was nurtured by underground spiritual veins after years of fermentation. At the same time, it is also a necessary ingredient in the refining of the pill of tonic spirit. Although I can't be completely sure that this earth jade liquid is earth milk, I always have to try. Nine Dust's gaze was grave. According to old Manhwa, the elixir robber had fled to his hometown of Dongyan County under the pursuit of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association headquarters. Could it be that this is destiny? After most of the day's trek, Ning Duan followed his memory and arrived at an ordinary neighborhood in Dongyan County. Knocking on the burglarized door of room 406. The son is back. The mother, Chen Lun, was at home and opened the door with a big smile on her slightly vicissitudes face. Mom. Nine Dust also smiled. Mom is still the same as she remembered, with slightly chubby cheeks, shawl hair, an apron tied around her waist, and the smell of food wafting from the kitchen. Dusty's back. An old man with slightly gray temples walked out to help Ning Chen carry his suitcase, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand. No, Dad. I'll do it myself. Nine Dust gently lifted and carried the suitcase into the house. Good boy. I haven't seen you in half a year. Your strength has increased. Remember in a second https://m. Dad. Ning Chang Mao patted Ning Chen's shoulder. How's it going at school? It's just like that. Time to go to class. Time to eat. Ning Dust sat on the sofa with his eyes glancing around the room with quite a bit of emotion. Then he turned his head and chatted with Ning Changmao. You two talk as a couple. I'll go make dinner. Chen-Lan walked back to the kitchen with a smile. After a while eating, there was another knock on the door. Second sister. Second brother-in-law. What brings you here? Chen-Lan opened the door and saw that there was an older couple standing outside the door. Her face was a bit unnatural then. Ning Changmao didn't look too good either. Chen-Lan. Changmao. Dinner is ready. A middle-aged woman lying with funky curls walked in, carrying 2 cartons of milk and a big smile on her face. This is Nine Dust's second aunt, Chen Ye. Dusty's back? Another middle-aged man in a suit with 2 bottles of good wine in his hand smiled and greeted Ning Chen upon seeing him. He was Ning Chen's second aunt's husband, Song Wei. Second aunt. Second uncle. Long time no see. Nine Dust got up to greet him. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat something together? Goo. Dusty is really getting the hang of things. Song Wei's face smiled. Eat even. We've eaten. Chen-Lan also threw a surprised look towards Ning Chen. The brat had studied in a university and knew a lot more. Seeing Song Wei and Shenya putting things on the ground, Chen-Lan hurriedly refused. Oops. Just come. What else do you bring? You have it all at home. Chen-Lan. This is good wine. With a hint of displeasure, second aunt Shenya said. What about $1,000 a bottle? For Chang Mao to drink. Second sister. There's really no need. It's a waste to give me such good wine. Ning Changmao said somewhat naively, then brought over the 2 cups of tea that had been brewed, and raised his hands and feet with a sense of inferiority as a man of few words. It's fine. Chang Mao. Just bought it on the way. You drink. Song Wei waved his hand as if a few $1,000s didn't matter at all to their family. Then, thanks. Ning Changmao was still a bit embarrassed. Nine Dust looked on with a helpless sigh. In this day and age, if you can't make money, you don't need to be mocked. You'll have low self-esteem yourself. Chang Mao. It's not that second sister is talking about you. You can earn a few dollars by farming. Otherwise you follow our way to do it. We are all relatives. We guarantee that you can get at least $100,000 a year. It's just a bit tiring. Chunya and Song Wei sat down with their tea and started chatting. Song Wei is a contractor. To run around the project, often 2 or 3 months without home. The person is still tanned. No, I'm fine now. Planting a few things, and I have $40,000 to $50,000 a year. Ning Changmao shook his hand in refusal. Nine Dust knew that when Dad used to start his own business, he was cheated out of even his pants by his partners, and then he worked under someone's hand and suffered a lot of pain and even humiliation. So over the years, he was very resistant to working for anyone, preferring to be looked down upon by his relatives and friends. Chang Mao, what can you do with $40,000 or $50,000 now? A trip to Hainan for our family's New Year's Eve would cost $30,000 or $40,000 dollars. Song Wei also began to lecture Ning Changmao. Besides, Xiao Duan got into Qingzhou University, so he definitely wants to stay in Qingzhou in the future, right? The car is not to talk about. The down payment for a house in Qingzhou should be at least $1 million. How many years will you and Shenlong work to save up $1 million? If you don't think of yourself, think of Dusty too. While Song Wei was talking, Ning Changmao had been holding his fire, but he was not good at having a fit, so he laughed nervously and said, Dusty is only a freshman. There's no hurry, there's no rush. Qingzhou can't afford a house. It's quite good to go back to Donyang in the future. Hey, brother-in-law yo, Chenya said with some hatred. Donyang is a palm-sized place. What's so good about it? Can it be compared to Qingzhou? Qingzhou is a first-tier city. We've already bought Songbin a house in Qingzhou. Dusty's grades are so good. He's definitely going to stay in Qingzhou and develop in the future. Isn't that right, Dusty? Songbin was Ning Chen's cousin, and the two often played together when they were young, but seldom contacted each other when they grew up. When Shenlan heard that her second sister's family had already bought a house in Qingzhou, a touch of envy could not help but show in her eyes. She actually wanted her son to stay in Qingzhou. That's why she tried to set up her son with her best friend's daughter. But unfortunately the gap between the two families was too big. Thinking of this, Shenlan couldn't help but glare at Ning Changmao. Second aunt. I don't really care. At this time, Ning Chen finally opened his mouth and said with a smile, Qingzhou is just like that. Although Donyang is a small place, but it has a strong sense of life. There are still a lot of people who know each other, so it will be convenient to do things in the future. Dusty is right about that. Dad Ning Changmao hurriedly chimed in. Young people do not have to run to the big city. How tired we are just a small people. Live a dull life is also quite good. Chunya shook her head darkly as she listened. No luck. Alas. Chang Mao, I see you. This is all you have in this life. A man in his 40s. You don't even have a decent car. Song Wei sighed. Ha. Ning Changmao felt a great deal of anger in his heart. Song Wei drove a Big Ben. He drove a second-hand Jetta. The two are really not comparable. The New Year's festivals. Song Wei often take this to taunt him. He was actually very upset. But relatives are always relatives, so it's not good to tear his face off. Hearing this, Ning Chen knew that he would have to step in to help his dad save face. So he turned his head and asked, Dad, you've been driving that crappy Jetta for so many years. It's about time you got a new car. Tell me more. Tell me more. Ning Changmao did not expect even his son to start targeting him. His heart became more and more upset, so he got up and prepared to go out for a walk. Just then, Nine Dust suddenly suggested, Dad, why don't we change the Cullinan? Put. Song Wei was drinking tea and directly sprayed a coffee table. He's a car fanatic. He almost couldn't hold back a laugh when he heard Cullinan. Dusty, do you know what kind of car Cullinan is? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Chenya also laughed. His nephew is also too cute. 80% from where I heard this model. As in Jetta, a level of car it. I know. Rolls-Royce. Nine Dust said naturally. Rolls-Royce? Chen-Lan was startled and hurriedly glared at Ning Chen. Brat. Still Rolls-Royce. We can't afford it even if we sell this house. Who said anything about you guys paying for it? Nine Dust smiled and said, I'll buy it for my dad. Chen-Lan and Ning Changmao each rewarded Ning Chen with a blank stare. Ha ha, Dusty. I've been hanging out for so many years. I haven't sat in a Rolls-Royce yet. When the time comes to buy it over, remember to notify me. I'll come over to see it. Song Wei also joked. Nine Dust continued. No. I'll have my dad drive over there on New Year's Eve to pay New Year's greetings to my second aunt's husband and second aunt. Ha, ha, ha. Song Wei was simply speechless. This father and son are simply the same. No strength. One mouth. Well, Chen Lun, we still have some things to do, so we won't sit down much longer. Chunya saw that it was about time and got up. The Chunlan family sent them out with a smile. When they returned, the couple saw Nine Dust sitting on the sofa, talking on the phone. Hey, old man one, ask for me. Does Qingzhou have any current cars from Cullinan now? Get me one. I'll send you the address and you can have someone drive one over tomorrow. I don't drive it. I bought it for my dad. Chen-Lan twisted her head halfway through the conversation. When did your son go crazy? Ning Changmao squeezed his eye point with his hand, twisting it into a chrysanthemum with an expression full of helplessness towards life. The couple didn't take Nine Dust's words to heart, not even a hint of anticipation of the kind. An ordinary college student. Living expenses still have to rely on the family to give it. Not to mention Cullinan. It is difficult to buy a pair of jeans. A night without words. Got up early the next morning. Chen-Lan went downstairs to buy groceries, and suddenly realized that the downstairs of his house was bustling with a bunch of people. Manfred, what's going on? Chen-Lan asked, pulling a random neighbor. Luxury car. Chen-Lan, you quickly go and take a look, or else drive away in a while. The middle-aged woman in the flowery cotton jacket had a face full of excitement. She pointed to the dark olive-colored limousine in the crowd, next to two bodyguard-like men in black suits, guarding it and not allowing them to get close enough to take pictures. But one middle-aged woman, in direct defiance, pounced on the front of the car and took a selfie of herself and the double-R badge. "Excuse me, ma'am, this is a private car. No photos allowed." The bodyguard hurriedly pulled her away. "Humph, it's just one shot. It's still broken for you." "Ha!" The older woman, who got her way, cursed and walked away. "Chen-lan, you often do business outside. What kind of car is this?" On the side, neighbor Nyo Manfong asked. "This is..." Chen-lan was a bit dumbfounded. She used to do weddings. How could she not recognize the double-R logo? Remembering what her son said last night, she was shocked, then shook her head. How can that be? Just then, Ning Chen received a call from Wen Yu, so he pulled Ning Changmao out of his room. "What for?" This early in the morning, Ning Changmao was still yawning. "Dad, I promised to buy you a car last night." "No, oh, this is it." Ning Chen pointed at the Rolls-Royce parked underneath his family's commercial house. "Yes, your ass is." Ning Changmao directly slapped Ning Chen's head. "Not sleeping early in the morning, pulling my old man down to make fun of me, right? It's not even if your second aunt's husband says I'm fine, but you kid dares to say I'm fine too." As he was cursing, the door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and a clean-cut girl, prettier than a movie star, got out of the car. "Mr. Ning." The clear and pretty girl came behind Ning Chen. "What brings you here?" Ning Chen turned around and realized that it was Wen Qinglan. "Grandpa was rather busy, so he sent me here. So I hope Mr. Ning won't blame me." Wen Qinglan smiled and said, "Qingzhou currently doesn't have any current cars from Cullinan, so Grandpa asked me to take out the family car and give it to Mr. Ning first, and then trade it in later." "Well, tough run." Nindust nodded and took the car keys from Wen Qinglan's hand before shoving them into the hands of the befuddled Ning Changmao. "Dusty, who is this?" Chen-lan walked over quickly, incredulity written all over her face. "How did my son know such a beautiful girl, and from a Rolls-Royce? No less." "Auntie, uncle, how are you? My surname is Wen. My name is Wen Qinglan." Wen Qinglan was very polite, introduced herself and then handed over a business card. "This is my contact information, uncle and aunt. If there is anything you don't understand about this car, just look for me." "What do you mean?" Chen-lan hadn't understood. Ning Changmao, however, swallowed his saliva, then tried to shake his head, grabbed Ning Chen's ear and scolded. "Little brat, how dare you act? Say, where did you rent this car? And this girl, she's your classmate, right?" "Alas, Dad, you've misunderstood. This car was really bought for you." Nindust cried and laughed. "Uncle, let go." When Qinglan hurriedly went up to persuade her, saying, "This car is not rented. It's really bought by Mr. Ning to pay tribute to you. I can swear to God." Persuaded for a while, when Qinglan said that you can handle the vehicle transfer at any time, Ning Changmao this reluctant to believe. Jesus Christ. Ning Changmao looked at Cullinan in front of him and stood a little unsteadily. Chen-lan, however, anxiously asked, "Dusty, what the hell is going on? Your son is doing well out there now, making a lot of money. It's as simple as that." Nindust explained. "Make a lot of money?" Chen-lan's first reaction to hearing the news was the same as all mothers in the world, thinking that her son's money came from the wrong source. "Tell me honestly, are you up to something illegal and criminal?" After some more explanation, Ning Chen told his parents that he had sold an ancient prescription to the Wen family and helped them make a lot of money. As for this ancient prescription, he had unintentionally picked it up one day when he was browsing the antique market. The couple obviously didn't quite believe in this claim, but Ning Chen flatly stated that this was the case, and with Wen Qinglan's help, the couple had to believe it. "Dusty, that prescription of yours, how much did you sell it for?" On the living room sofa, Ning Changmao asked tentatively. Chen-lan, on the other hand, brought Wen Qinglan a cup of tea, her eyes constantly glancing at her. "Thank you, auntie." Knowing that this was Ning Chen's mother, Wen Qinglan didn't dare to be slow and rose to greet her. "A few tens of millions," Ning Chen said casually. "Tens of millions?" The couple was scared out of their wits. "How else can you afford an $8 million car?" Nindust smiled. "By the way, Mom, if you go grocery shopping later, by the way, check that card you have at ICBC. I've put $10 million into it, so you and my dad can buy whatever you want, and then come back to me to get it when you've spent it all." The couple's brains went straight blank for a while. This heavenly fortune smashed them at a loss for words, and there was a strong sense of unreality in their hearts. Ahem. This was when Wen Qinglan spoke out. "Mr. Ning, uncle, auntie, if there's nothing else, then I'll return to Qingzhou first." With that, she slowly raised herself up. Chen-lan really called out to her. "Girl, stay for lunch. I'll go buy food now. Ha, auntie, that's not good. When Qinglan pushed back, not good indeed. Ning Chen could see that little bit of the Wen family's mind and said bluntly, Mom, Qinglan is the group's first lady. She has to study and take care of the company. She's busy. So, a disappointed expression appeared on Shenlan's face. It was obvious that she kinda liked Wen Qinglan. Yes, auntie, I'll leave you then. Memorize the URL. When Qinglan heard the meaning of sending off in Ning Chen's tone, so he didn't stay much longer and went downstairs after a few polite words. Missy, 2 bodyguards came forward. Go. When Qinglan gave a feeble sigh, Grandpa is bent on setting us up, but Mr. Ning doesn't seem to be interested in me at all. Shenlan then went out to buy groceries, all the way to the dizziness, and almost let the battery car hit. Son earns money, and you're making tens of millions of dollars? In the days that followed, under Ning Duan's unremitting explanations, Shenlan and Ning Changmao, the husband and wife duo, finally believed that he had picked up a long-lost ancient prescription for a business partnership with the Wen family. In addition to the tens of millions of dollars in lump sum payments, there are also millions of dividends every year, so their family will not have to worry for the rest of their lives. Of course, this is to fool daddy and mommy. The annual dividend of the Genshin Xingjing pills is in billions. There's really smoke coming out of our ancestors' graves. This is even luckier than winning the lottery. The couple was in tears. However, they did not resign immediately to enjoy the blessings, but continued the life of the little people, because they were afraid that it was a dream that would be gone when they woke up. Ninedust didn't have a few days of peace and quiet when a high school friend called and shouted at him to go out and play. Tang Yao, one of his high school buddies. The two met in junior high school, in the internet cafe, countless days and nights together to play Warcraft, playing CF, playing DNF to establish a friendship. Unfortunately, Tang Yao later failed to get into a university in Qingzhou and went to Jiling instead, and the two gradually had less contact. Hey, Dusty, there's a class reunion at Wanda tomorrow. Come out and play together. Tang Yao shouted with a big grin on the phone. I might have some business tomorrow. Ninedust politely tried to refuse. What's more important than old school bonding? Tang Yao said unhappily. Secretly tell you. Gu Xiao also go oh. Gu Xiao. Ning Chen was first stunned. Then a bright and movingly beautiful face slowly surfaced in his mind. He'd almost forgotten about the girl. The school flower of Dongyang First High School. A former crush. He even wrote a love letter to express his love. But unfortunately, he was ruthlessly rejected. Thinking of all the stupid things he had done 2,000 years ago, Ninedust couldn't help but laugh. Right, Dusty, isn't Gu Xiao also from Qing University? Haven't you two ever contacted each other? Tang Yao asked again. Not sure. If it wasn't for Tang Yao's reminder, Ning Chen wouldn't have been able to recall this girl at all. Oh, I remember. Schoolgirl Gu is from the College of Humanities and you're from the College of Medicine. Alas, it's a pity. Tang Yao was quite emotional, then added, Dusty, if you don't go, that bastard Chen Jiala will surely pester schoolgirl Gu again. Can you bear it? Chen Jiala is a high rich ugly in their class. His family is very powerful in Dongyang County, chasing Gu Xiao from junior to senior. They didn't deal with children from commoners' families like Ning Chen and Tang Yao, and they didn't see eye to eye with each other. All of these names were buried very deep in his memory, and when Ning Chen thought about them, he only smiled and dismissed them. Ah Yao, I really have something to do tomorrow, so I won't go. Next time we'll have a date alone. Ninedust refused again and pulled a few more lines before hanging up. Hey, this kid, pull him together to play LOL do not come. High school obviously addicted then I am still big. Tang Yao hung up resentfully. He could never have imagined that his high school best friend was now a being in another dimension. After a few days of consideration, Ning Chen intended to use his spiritual sense to search for the whereabouts of that batch of spirit pills, although it would consume a small amount of spiritual energy in his body. If he could find the earth milk, he would be one step closer to refining the god-mending pill and repairing his Yuanshan. Bet on it. Ning Chen sat barefoot on the bed, his eyes closed. In the next second, the spiritual awareness that had been dusted off for a little over half a year was like rushing seawater, diffusing over in all directions. In an instant, the entire Fengziyuan neighborhood will be soaked. But that's just the beginning. Next, every street and store, every high-rise building, and every wasteland and wilderness suburb in Qingpu town, where Ning Chen lived, was infiltrated by spiritual sense. Even private cellars and bomb shelters deep underground are not immune. Boom! Soon enough, a vast array of information came pouring in, filling Ninedust's mind. Ning Chen's Yuanshan was damaged, and he frowned slightly. But the good thing is that East County is only a small place and the burden is not too heavy. He took a deep breath and began to slowly advance, slowly sifting through the information he needed. He saw his parents next door sitting on their beds chatting, He saw his neighbor's aunt scolding her child. He saw Tang Yao a few kilometers away playing League of Legends. He saw Chen Jiala, a high-flying ugly man, asking his dad to borrow a car to drive. He saw the high school bully who once bullied him, and he saw his high school goddess, Gu Shiyou, drinking tea in a private villa. And many relatives, classmates, friends. A familiar face came into view, but he didn't even care. He pulled up his aura and delved into the night sky, like a god overlooking the earth. In his vision, more than 400,000 Dongyang County people were transformed into grains of fire, swaying and arranging themselves in the night. It's the fire of life. The fire of life is strong in the young, feeble in the old and the young, but there is a kind of man whose fire of life is unusually hot and burning, and can be seen at a glance. That's the martial artist. The chi and blood are abundant and the young fire is strong. Dongyang County, there are actually so many martial artists? Ning Chen froze for a moment as he looked at the dozens of blazing flames of life. East County is undoubtedly small. There aren't even many shopping malls or movie theaters, but this nook and cranny of a small place actually had more than 60 martial artists, and among them, there was even the presence of a Zongshi. Could it be that, like me, these martial artists are also here to search for spiritual medicines? Nine Dust had a guess in his mind. Throughout the latter part of the night, he had been monitoring these martial artists, especially inner strength martial artists and sectors. Finally, the next evening, a call from a certain scar-faced martial artist staying at the hotel caught his attention. Humph, what's 100 years of ginseng? I have more medicinal resources in my hands than you can imagine. Tell you what, 300 million, I'll sell you 100-year ginseng plant. Tomorrow? Fengji restaurant. Okay, I won't see you there. The scar-faced martial artist hung up the phone with a sinister smile on his face. Unbeknownst to him, he was already being watched by the Grim Reaper. Moreover, based on the radio waves emitted from the cell phone, the Reaper followed the trail and traced it to the person who had spoken to the scar-faced martial artist. It was within the territory of Dongyang County, inside a luxurious private villa. How is she? Nine Dust frowned darkly. When he withdrew most of his spiritual sense and opened his eyes, two curious faces were sizing him up. Mom and Dad. What are you guys doing? Nine Dust froze for a moment. Dusty. What are you doing? Are you okay? Don't scare us, Chen Lun said worriedly. She was afraid that her son had been exposed to something bad. Don't worry, it's fine. Ning Changmao smiled and straightened his back. I guess I've been watching too much, meditating and practicing. Ha! Nine Dust cooperated with two sardonic laughs. He didn't eat dinner at home. He made a random excuse and went out, heading straight to Fengji restaurant. Fengji restaurant was one of the more prestigious restaurants in Qingpu town, and the scar-faced martial artist had booked a private room at the moment and was eating and drinking inside. As an inner-strength martial artist, he ate a lot of food and watched the waitresses in disbelief. But what Ningchen didn't expect was that the place where Tang Yao, Qian Jiala, and the other high school classmates gathered was also at Fengji restaurant. Remember in a second https://m. Ning Chen and Tang Yao bumped into each other at the doorway, and both of them were a bit confused. Shit, I thought you said you had something going on. Tang Yao looked at Nine Dust and pounded his fist on his chest. Things are done. Nine Dust smiled a bit awkwardly. He had just focused all his attention on the scar-faced martial artist, and hadn't really seen the group of students. You kid, I still don't know you. You just can't rest assured that you can't get rid of schoolgirl goo. Tang Yao gave Ning Chen a look of contempt, then turned around and yelled, Brothers, look who's here. Yo, isn't this Nine Dust? It can't be that he's specially here to meet schoolgirl goo. Ha ha, Nine Dust was pretty well liked in his high school class, and many of his classmates were willing to say hello to him. A few people, however, couldn't stand to look at him. Yo, Nine Dust, coming to dine at high noon? A boy with a pitted face, flinging the keys to his Mercedes, came forward. He was Chen Jiala, one of Nine Dust's mortal enemies in high school. The cause of the two becoming enemies was an exam. Chen Jiala's family is very rich, and he has been unmotivated to study since he was a child. After asking Ning Chen to help him cheat in an exam, and being rejected by the latter, he has held a grudge against him ever since. Even got someone to block him in his dorm room. Ning Chen's gaze swept past Qian Jiala and paid no attention to it, but instead looked directly at a tall and slender silhouette. Gu Shiyao, high school crush goddess. It's been a long time, and she's even prettier than she was in high school. Goose egg face bright and charming. Smile is more bright and nice. In the cold winter like a beam of sunshine into the heart. A beige knit top and black boots on her body set off her nice figure, attracting frequent side glances from male students and passing dirtbags. Gu Xiao's pretty face flushed red, and she herself felt a little embarrassed. Earlier, if she had known that she would attract so many gazes, she wouldn't have worn it like this today. The only thing that was surprising was that Ningchen didn't peek at her. Those eyes were clear as day, gazing at her from a short distance away. This made Gu Xiao feel some good feelings towards him and cast a friendly look. This scene was watched by Qian Jiala and was very upset. Hey, Nine Dust. I'm fucking talking to you. Are you deaf? Qianjiel went up and tried to push Nine Dust, but Ningchen caught his wrist and twisted it lightly, causing him to wail in pain. Let go. Ah, you're going to die. Qianjiala hurriedly drew his hand back, looking at Ningchen with a face full of horror. Only a year had passed. How did this kid's strength become so big? Nine Dust still ignored him. He looked at Gu Xiao, his lips moving, his gaze tinged with hesitation. Seeing this, a few girls snickered and joked with Gu Xiao. Xiao, look, Ningchen is trying to confess to you again. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Xiao glared at them without any good humor, then looked at Ningchen with a somewhat helpless gaze. With her status, she was not destined to have a relationship with a normal boy. Dinner is served, so don't stand around. Everyone, go inside. At this time, Tang Yao greeted up. It was only then that the group of old classmates were talking and laughing as they headed for the second floor. It's okay, Dusty. After a year of college you dare to make a move on Qianjiala. Aren't you afraid he'll find Wang Qing to mess with you? Tang Yao walked over and hooked shoulders with Ning Chen. Wang Cheng, as he called him, was a punk from their class who dropped out of high school in his senior year, and I heard that he was now giving a show at a bar. Qianjiala was the one who had sought out Wang Qing and bullied Ning Chen in the dormitory in the first place. Wang Qing. Nine Dust smiled without saying anything. He had even subdued one of the underground gangs in Qingzhou, so he still cared about a small gangster from a county? Not far behind. Qianjiel rubbed his wrist and didn't go in. He was waiting for someone. Not long after, a tall boy with a cigarette in his mouth walked through the door of the restaurant. Qianjiala saw him and immediately greeted him. Cheng, you're finally here. Chancellor went up and hammered the boys in the chest. Brother Qian, what's going on? I heard that kid Ningchen went to a university and now he's a drag. And he dares to make a move on you? Wang Chang has darker skin, but is very strong and has tattoos all over his neck. Help me fuck him later. Qianjiala patted Wang Cheng on the shoulder. I'll treat you to a night of dashing around at England International. Good point. Wang Cheng smiled playfully. In his opinion, Ning Chen was an honest and generous student. He was able to bully him before, and he still can. A short while later, the two came to the box. Boom! With a sound, Wang Cheng kicked the door open and came in with a smile, and the box was filled with smoke. A few female voices who couldn't smell the smoke frowned. Wang Cheng casually picked a seat, sat down with a big grin, and said to Gu Xiao while smoking, Yo, schoolgirl Gu, getting prettier and prettier. Got a boyfriend? Gu Xiao hated boys who smoked and knitted her brows as she replied. No, it's not scientific. You're so pretty, you shouldn't have no one chasing after you. Wang Cheng casually took the teacup of one of the boys next to him and used it as an ashtray, and the latter dared to be angry. He continued playfully, Want to think about me? For some reason, Gu Xiao ghostly glanced at Ning Chen at this moment. Wang Cheng knew that Ning Chen liked Gu Xiao, so he purposely said this to irritate him. Tang Yao and Chen Jiala, among other students, also looked at Ning Chen. Put out the cigarette. Suddenly, Ning Chen spoke out faintly. Ha? Wang Cheng first froze, then incredulously asked Ning Chen, What did you say? Say it again. I told you to put out your cigarette, Nine Dust said. The box was silent. No one expected that Nine Dust, who entered the big city after graduation to pursue his studies, had become bold. Back then, he wouldn't dare to be stubborn with a punk like Wang Cheng. Dusty, Tang Yao tugged on Ning Chen's sleeve, signaling him not to mess with assholes like Wang Cheng. This kid is dead. He. Chen Jiala laughed and watched the show. Ning Chen. Gu Xiao also didn't expect that Ning Chen would be willing to step in for her. Ha 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 ha. Nine Dust. Haven't seen you in a year. You've become so bullish. Oh, do you think that if you go to a big city and go to college, you're a big city person? Wang Cheng did not have the intention to pinch the cigarette at all, but instead let out a loud laugh. Let me pinch the cigarette. Did your kid forget the slap in the dormitory a year ago? Without saying anything else, Nine Dust directly got up and walked over. The 20 or so students in the box were all shocked. Look at this. Is it a fight? Duster, don't be impulsive. Tang Yao hurried to stop Ning Chen. Don't stop Tang Yao. Qianjiala's face was full of teasing. Lend him 3 guts. Does he dare to make a move? Qianjiala, don't make the world a mess. Gu Xiao scolded. Yo, that's pretty good. Come on, come over here. Wang Qing didn't even have the slightest intention of getting up and pointed at his face. What did he expect? Ning Chen walked over and directly clutched the back of his collar, lifting him up with one arm, and actually lifted him, a big living man, out of his seat. Crap, All the students looked dumbfounded. How much strength does it take to lift a man with one arm? Is Nine Dust taking the power pill? What are you doing? Put me down. Put me down. Wang Cheng had already noticed that something was wrong, but it was too late as Ning Chen carried him to the window, pulled it open, and directly threw him down from the second floor. Ah! The box was screaming. Everyone looked at each other wide-eyed at Nine Dust, waiting for several seconds to pass before they rushed to the window to check on Wang Qing's condition, only to see Wang Qing fell on the roof of a BMW 7 Series. The roof dented, windshield are broken a lot. He rolled off the cart again, wincing in pain, his features screwed up into a daisy. The hotel security guard rushed over and looked toward the second floor with a horrified look on his face. Crap! My car! Qian Jiala suddenly let out a miserable scream, glaring at Ning Dust and said, You pay for my car. You have to pay for my car. You want to go down too, don't you? Nine Dust looked at him. Gulp. Qian Jiala swallowed a mouthful of saliva and scowled. The car is my father's. You definitely have to pay. Your dad's? A girl asked. Qian Jiale, didn't you say your dad bought this for you? What kind of college student buys a BMW 7 Series? Nuts. I already knew you were driving the family car out to pretend to be a bully. Tang Yao coldly grunted. Since Wang Cheng was not seriously injured, everyone's tension was loosened. The guy was so poorly liked that none of his classmates went down to see him, and even Qian Jiale only cared about the car. Let me pay for it. Are you sure? Ning Chen had already sat back in his seat and looked at Chen Jiala, saying with a smile on his face, What if you don't pay for it? Wang Qing was thrown off by you. You not only have to pay for my car, but also for Wang Qing's medical expenses. Chen Jiala felt that Nine Dust was dead, and coldly said, Anyway, you don't want to eat this meal. Hurry back and ask your parents to prepare $300,000. Fine. Nine Dust smiled faintly and pushed the door open. Haven't seen him for a year? How did this guy become so impulsive? And his strength. Gu Xiao sized up Ning Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. Is this still her high school friend? It didn't take long for the call to go through. Boss, I've practiced the first weight of the flying spirit bone forging fist. Yi Kulu's excited voice came out. This fist technique is truly divine. I feel like my strength has increased so much. Wahahaha. Nine Dust was somewhat speechless. Am I calling you, or are you calling me? Yi Kulu hurriedly pressed down his excitement. Boss, if there's anything, just order. Same as last time. There's a Qian Jiala from Dongyang County. His dad is supposed to run a construction company. I don't need to tell you the rest. Ning Chen said. I know. It's just a matter of making him lose all his money. Yi Kulu didn't care. Dongyang County, Qian Jiala. His family owns a construction company, right? I'll let him know what kind of a downfall it will be to mess with my boss. Well, get busy. Nine Dust casually hung up the phone. With Yi Kulu's status position, to mess up a rich second generation in the county, there is no need to do it personally. Just make a phone call. And this time, Ning Chen was considered to have truly seen how powerful the Yi family was. He threw Wang Cheng down from the second floor, and it didn't take long for a couple of law enforcement officers to arrive to find out what was going on. At first they said that they would take Nine Dust away for questioning, but after receiving a phone call, the matter was left unsettled, and Nine Dust didn't even pay out any money. 15 minutes later, he re-entered the box. Qian Jiale was sweating profusely as she took her father's call, a stream of roaring curses coming out of the microphone. Asshole! How did you offend the Yi family? The Tongshang Bank just called. This loan was not approved recently, and we were told to repay the debt in advance, or we would have to apply to the court to freeze our company's account. Dog thing, where are you? Immediately bring the car back. I don't break your dog's legs today. Is your son later? Chen Jiala was completely unaware of what had happened and sat in her seat in a daze to be lectured. There's something going on at home. First, Qian Jiale got up hurriedly, her face ugly as hell, coinciding with Ning Chen opening the door and coming in. He asked, so flustered. What happened? Chen Jiala glared at him. Ning Chen, I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. I'll find you later to compensate for the car. Nine Dust laughed. It won't help if you go back. Your family will definitely go bankrupt anyway. Humph. Your family can't break even if you want to go bankrupt. Qian Jiala dropped a sentence and left with a black face. Dusty, what's going on? Tang Yao came over and asked. I've heard that Qian Jiala's family is quite rich. How come they still have to go bankrupt? Maybe there's a problem with the money chain. Nine Dust shrugged his shoulders, and then greeted the waiter to serve the food. During the meal, Gu Xiao peeked at Ning Chen more than once, seemingly noticing some detail. Nine Dust went out and the Qian family was about to go bankrupt. Is there a cause and effect relationship? How can it be? Gu Xiao shook her head. Even if it's our Gu family, it's impossible to make the Qian family face a bankruptcy crisis within 15 minutes. It's impossible. Although her heart kept denying it, she felt more and more that something was wrong with Nine Dust. Just lifting a 160 to 70 pound man with one arm is not something an ordinary person can do. Could it be? He's a martial artist? A thought popped into Gu Xiao's mind. As one of the top-ranked gentry in the county, Gu Xiao already had access to a little bit of the cultivation world, but the Gu family was very low-key. Even she, the eldest young lady, went out without a bodyguard, just like an ordinary girl. With the haters gone, the meal was quite enjoyable. Then, a group of energetic students discussed going to a KTV to sing. Gu Xiao, however, said that she still had something to do and couldn't go, and the boys called out their disappointment. After a while, a scar-faced man walked down from the third floor of the restaurant, looking around with hostility between his brows. Gu Xiao gathered her courage and went forward. Hello, are you Wild Ape? Wild Ape was a screen name that the scar-faced man had registered on the ancient martial arts forum. He couldn't hold back his loneliness last night and bragged to people on the forum that he had 100 years of ginseng. Unexpectedly, a little girl took the initiative to contact him, claiming that she was willing to spend $300 million to buy the ginseng in his hand. The two of them chatted and realized that they were both in Dongyang County, so they made an appointment to meet at Fengji Restaurant at 7:30 p.m. to pay with one hand and deliver with the other. That's you? The scar-faced man pointed at Gu Xiao. The blazing heat under his eyes flickered before he grinned lightly. Little girl, do you really have 300 million? It can't be that you're lying to me. Memorize the URL. Gu Xiao slightly lowered her head. I really don't have any money. The scar-faced man's face pulled. You tricked me? No. Just because I don't have any money doesn't mean my family doesn't. Gu Xiao raised her clear and beautiful little face and said eagerly, my grandmother is critically ill. As long as you take the ginseng and go back with me, Dad, he will definitely spend money on it. A hint of alarm rose in the scar-faced man's mind. Then why didn't your father come? Gu Xiao, a pair of watery eyes flooded with tears. My dad, he doesn't believe I can find 100 years of ginseng. I was secretly contacting you myself. So it is. The scar-faced man nodded indistinctly. After considering for a while, he reached out and patted Gu Xiao's shoulder. What a filial good boy. Okay, I'll go with you. Thanks. Gu Xiao's delicate body lightly trembled and dodged away. She had a feeling that the scar-faced man wasn't looking at her quite right. How do I get to your house? The scar-faced man smiled and withdrew his hand, hiding the glint of ferocity under his eyes. I drove here to take you. Gu Xiao brought the scar-faced man to the underground garage. As she walked ahead, she was apprehensive, always feeling that something horrible was staring at her from behind. Getting into the car, she was just buckling her seatbelt when she glanced in the rearview mirror. The scar-faced man was indeed stealing glances at her unkindly, a faint evil smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Holding the steering wheel with both hands, Gu Xiao was suddenly a little afraid and a little regretful. Just then, there was a knock on the car window. Gu Xiao was startled and turned her head to look, only to find that it was her classmate, Ning Chen. She hurriedly lowered the window and said in surprise, Nine Dust? Didn't you go singing? Why are you here? Nine Dust pointed to his throat. I have a bit of an uncomfortable throat. I want to go home. Can you give me a ride? Gu Xiao froze for a moment. Her family lives in Cloudy Mountain. Is it on the same route as Nine Dust's? Then get in the car. Gu Xiao didn't think much about it and let Ning Chen sit up. Aside from doing a favor for a classmate, she felt that the scar-faced man was looking at her in the wrong way, and with a boy in the car, she could at least feel somewhat safe. Thanks. Ning Chen pulled open the car door and sat directly on the co-pilot, and also looked around. Tesla. Luxury car. Ah. Gu Xiao waved her hand. Come on. What kind of luxury car is a Tesla? It's just a substitute. This is... Nine Dust saw the scar-faced man in the back seat. Gu Xiao hurriedly explained. This is an uncle of mine, going to my house for a bit of business. Ning Chen hurriedly smiled and shouted. Hello uncle, I'm Gu Xiao's high school classmate. My name is Ning Chen. Well, hello. The scar-faced man seemed a little upset, his eyes staring at him like knives. An ordinary student. Count yourself unlucky. Car on the road. Ning Chen and Gu Xiao talked and laughed about a lot of things in high school. Half an hour later, Gu Xiao's expression became a bit odd. Ning Chen, is your house still not here? We're almost at Phoenix South Road, and further on is my house. Nine Dust looked out the window and slapped his head. Ugh, just now I was so focused on chatting with you that I forgot I had to get off. Gu Xiao first gave a huh? She let out a cry, and then laughed goose-steppingly. You can forget even when you go home. You're too funny. Nine Dust played dumb and scratched his head, but in fact, he was planning to follow the scar-faced man to the Gu family. Then why don't you go to my house and sit down for a while, and I'll have someone send you back later. Gu Xiao smiled sideways. For some reason, she found it pleasant to chat with Nine Dust. Good. Nine Dust nodded. After another 10 minutes, the car drove through the Phoenix South Road, to the local Qingpu very famous Yunwu Mountain scenic area, the Gu family's mansion, located at the foot of Cloud Mist Mountain, covered an area of 10,000 square feet. Gu Xiao had expected Ning Chen to open his mouth wide and reveal a very shocked expression, but the latter did not. Instead, it was the scar-faced man, but the corner of his mouth lifted up a faint sardonic smile, giving her the feeling that she was leading the wolf into the house. A short while later, the car stopped in front of the mansion gates. Gu Xiao threw the car keys to the security guard, then brought Ning Chen and the scar-faced man into a 5-story luxury villa. Inside the living room on the first floor, there are 2 rotating staircases. A middle-aged man in a suit, who happened to be walking down, saw Gu Xiao bring someone back and was so angry that he reprimanded. Xiao, you're fooling around. Are the matters of the cultivation world something you can get involved in? Dad spent so much money and couldn't even buy 100-year-old ginseng. Gu Xiao hurriedly greeted her, her pretty eyes carrying worry. Dad, I really brought someone here. If you don't believe me, go ask yourself. She gestured the scar-faced man with her hand, then pointed at Ning Chen and said, this is my classmate. Come, to play. Gu Hongkai was completely speechless. What's the time of year to invite your classmates over? However, instead of not giving his daughter face and immediately blowing Ning Chen away, he walked over to the scar-faced man, looked him up and down, and asked, you're the one who contacted my daughter, saying that you have 100 years of ginseng in your hands? Correction, it wasn't me who contacted your daughter, it was your daughter who reached out to me. The scar-faced man smiled coldly and directly crossed over Gu Hongkai, sitting on his but on the expensive sofa in their house. Gu Hongkai frowned slightly, but didn't snap. What about the stuff? As long as you can get it, we'll buy it. Here. The scar-faced man fished out a plastic bag from his arms and casually threw it to Gu Hongkai. Gu Hongkai reached out and took it, unwrapped it, and inside was indeed a ginseng. However, he would not be able to identify the year of the herbs, so he had to let the scar-faced man wait for a moment, and went to look for someone who knew what he was doing himself. The servants served refreshments, and Nine Dust dipped into the light, idle and bored. He asked Gu Xiao what had happened in her family and why she needed to use 100 years of ginseng. It is important to know that 100 years of ginseng of sufficient vintage is a spiritual medicine that transcends the mundane world. Secularly rare. When Lin Xiaoyang spent $8 million to buy the ginseng given to old man when at the birthday banquet was called 100 years of ginseng, but Ning Dust later appraised. Bullshit 100 years ginseng. Hold up 60 years. A true 100-year portion of wild ginseng is very rare and worth at least $300 million or more. It's my grandmother. Gu Xiao's expression was sad as she talked about what had happened in her family recently. It turned out that it was Gu Xiao's 90-year-old grandmother who was dying. The family has invited all the famous doctors, and only one old Chinese doctor is sure to prolong the life of Grandma Gu. But the prerequisite is to find a century-old ginseng of sufficient vintage first. Gu Hongkai used all his connections and spent several $1 million before and after. But he couldn't even buy a single whisker on top of 100 years of ginseng. This level of medicinal herbs had long been monopolized by the medical giants of the south. Ning Chen had wanted to advise Gu Xiao to think about life and death, but when the words reached his mouth, they turned into, don't worry, Grandma will definitely get better. Aha! Gu Xiao had already cried her eyes red and nodded her head gently. For some reason, seeing Gu Xiao cry didn't sit well with him either. Having lived for 2,000 years and being accustomed to seeing life and death, one's mind should be quite hardened. Remember in a second https://m. Is it because of her? Nine Dust gazed at the beauty who was shedding tears in front of him. He had to admit that Gu Xiao's eyebrows and eyes were similar to those of his master. Yao Guang Shangren. Personality is also a bit similar. Both seem to reject people outside the high cold, but in fact the heart is gentle, kind and simple. Moreover, Gu Xiao's name also has a Yao in it, which is why she has an inexplicable good feeling about her. Thinking of his master, Ning Chen's heart was secretly touched, and his thoughts returned to that marvelous night 1500 years ago. Just then, a rush of footsteps came. Good man, I have offended much just now. Please bear with me. Please bear with me. It's Gu Hongkai. He returned to the living room on the first floor and bowed to the scar-faced man with his fists across the distance, guilt and excitement written all over his face. Behind him was an old man on crutches, supported by several household servants. Yo, I can't believe you guys still have the knowledge here. The scar-faced man got up and swept the old man on crutches up and down. What's your name? Old man Chu Lianhai. The old man on crutches first reported his origin, then asked with wary eyes, dare I ask the good man, where did he find this 100-year ginseng? The scar-faced man grunted coldly. You want to care about this too? Chu Lianhai continued. As far as I know, a month ago, The Jinling Blue family in Lingnan assert an auction. To 480 million auction 100 years of ginseng. But in the delivery of the way, by thieves looting. The Gu family's father and daughter looked at each other in disbelief as they listened. The scar-faced man's face grimaced. Old man. I don't understand what you're saying at all. This ginseng, I personally picked it in Xiangnan. Xiangnan. Chu Lianhai thought for a moment and smiled dumbly. That should be me thinking too much. But this plant in the good man's hand is indeed 100 years of ginseng without a doubt. I have a formula that can bring out 30% of the medicinal power of 100 years of ginseng, and at least, it can prolong the life of old Mrs. Gu for 3 years. Chu Lianhai stretched out 3 fingers and smiled proudly. It's only been 3 years. Gu Xiao's shell teeth bit her thin lips. 3 years? It's already not bad. Grandma is 95 after all. Gu Hongkai patted his daughter's shoulder. But I can't let go of Grandma. Gu Xiao hugged her father and sobbed softly. Alas. Gu Hongkai touched his daughter's head, then said to the scar-faced man, Good man, make a price. This ginseng our Gu family wants it. The scar-faced man grinned and snapped 3 fingers. 300 million? Gu Hongkai asked with some surprise, followed by a 0. The scar-faced man added, $3 billion. Gu Hongkai was confused. We clearly agreed on 300 million. How can you sit on the ground and raise the price? Gu Xiao was going to cry anxiously. $3 billion, almost equal to all of their Gu family's assets. It's simply a pipe dream. The stuff is old, and I can sell it any way I want. The scar-faced man smiled coldly, his eyes becoming ferocious. Listen carefully, little girl. In addition to $3 billion, I also want you to be my woman. You seek death. Gu Hongkai was furious, pointing at him and shouting, What are you talking about? But the next second, only to hear click, a clear fracture sound resounded through the hall on the first floor. Gu Hongkai's fingers were actually grabbed by the scar-faced man who rushed in front of him and snapped them off. Ah! Gu Hongkai fell to his knees in pain, screaming uncontrollably, his head instantly covered in fine sweat. Ah! Dad! Gu Xiao was terrified. She didn't expect this man to make a sudden move. What did he want? Xiao Gu. Chu Lianhai was also startled, and hurriedly said to a few of the family members, Quickly, go up and help. Without him having to say anything, the 4 houseguests had already rushed up, saying that they were houseguards. These 4 were actually Gu Hongkai's highly paid bodyguards, each one a martial artist. For external powers? Ha 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 ha. For external strengths? How dare they be arrogant in front of me? Yuan Yi? The scar-faced man let out a maniacal laugh as his entire body surged forward. He didn't swing his fists and throw his legs either. He just unfolded his arms and slammed them like this. Boo! The 4 martial arts bodyguards were like being hit by a train, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood and flying backwards. 4 thuds, all smashed through the thick wall. Unconscious, Gu Xiao looked dumbfounded and sat on her butt on the ground. Uncle Yang, Uncle Li, Uncle Chao, Uncle Zhao. How is it possible? She can't believe it. Yang Zhuan, Li Kuan, Chao Lei, Chao Quan. These 4 people, they were the martial artists that father hired from the Martial Arts Association. Each one gets paid millions of dollars a year. All at once? At this time, that old Chinese Dr. Chu Lianhai reacted violently, pointing at the scar-faced man and said, Yuan Yi. You are scar-faced ape Yuan Yi. Wu Chuanji's disciple? Not bad. I am Yuan Yi of the Black Martial Forest. Yuan Yi's face was full of grimaces, and when his expression moved, the scars on his face twisted like a centipede. Looking terrifying, he bent down and picked up the 100-year-old ginseng from the ground, gently patting away the dust and putting it into his arms. This 100-year ginseng, it's a treasure that master assigned to me. How can I sell it? You worldly stupid pigs. You're really naive enough. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hongkai knelt on the ground, his heart like an abyss. He had never heard of Scarface Ape, but he had heard of the name Wu Chuanji, said to be a grandmaster of the Black Martial Arts Forest, and even the Wushu Association had hunted him down for years to no avail. This Yuan Yi was the disciple of a patriarch. His strength must have the level of internal energy, otherwise it would not be possible to kill Yang Zhuan's 4 external energy in one move. Inner strength martial artist. It's over. It's completely over. Ah! Gu Hongkai didn't even have the heart to run away. He looked at Gu Xiao. Daughter, Daddy is sorry. No, Dad, it's my fault. Gu Xiao had already cried into tears, blaming herself inwardly. If he hadn't gone AWOL and begged for medicine on an ancient martial arts forum, he wouldn't have been able to lure the wolf into the house. And, in addition to her own family, even her classmates were dragged down by her. She's damned. 9 dust. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Gu Xiao twisted her head and glanced at Ning Chen, her eyes filled with self-blame. The Black Martial Forest were all outlaws, so how could they possibly spare Ning Chen as an eyewitness? Sure enough, Yuan Yi followed Gu Xiao's line of sight and looked at Ning Chen with a smirk. Little kid, there is no hatred between you and me, but you have a bad life, forget it. I won't say anything. Send you down. Early death and early reincarnation. In Yuan Yi's eyes, Ning Chen was just a poor passerby, playing the game and patching up pawns in passing. Don't hate me. Yuan Yi came in a flash, his large hand carrying a fierce wind as he choked Ning Chen's neck. Nine dust. Gu Xiao cried with pearly blossoms, her right hand tightly covering her flowery lips. The two elders, Gu Hongkai and Chu Lianhai, also knew that Ning Chen was already a corpse, and that they were next. But the next second, something no one expected happened. Ning Chen struck out like lightning and grabbed Yuan Yi's left wrist. Gu Xiao covered her face, not daring to look. Gu Hongkai also withdrew his gaze and could not bear to look at it anymore. Ah! Yuan Yi's miserable screams, however, came over, causing the three to feel shocked and dismayed. Fixing his eyes, Yuan Yi's left wrist was already ruined. Ning Chen's face was cold, looking at him as if he were a retard. A mere internal strength, and you dare to make a move in front of me. Who gave you the guts? You're no ordinary student. Yuan Yi stepped back. His left wrist was wasted raw. The pain filled him with sweat, but he didn't say a word. You're wrong. I'm a student. Nine Dust was expressionless. But who told you that students are necessarily good at bullying? Go! Without any hesitation, Yuan Yi turned his head and ran. One move to destroy his left hand. This kid's strength is definitely above inner strength. However, almost the moment he had the thought of escaping, Ning Chen's figure swept in and swept his leg in. Yuan Yi's entire body lost its center of gravity and crashed headlong into the fireplace piled with fine firewood. This time, Yuan Yi couldn't hold back any longer and screamed at the top of his lungs. Ah! It hurts! It hurts me to death. A servant heard the sound and rushed over, but was drank back by Gu Hongkai. Gu Xiao looked at Ning Chen with a confused expression, unable to react for a long time. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Yuan Yi howled miserably while glaring at Ning Chen in horror. You don't care who I am. Ning Chen walked over. His tone was chilling, and he was practically a different person from before. I ask, you answer, and if you dare not to say or lie, I'll blow your dog's head off. Got it? Got it. Got it. Got it. I'll know it all. I'll know it all. Yuan Yi could tell that Ning Chen wasn't joking and hurriedly nodded his head. The southern family purchased a batch of medicinal herbs in Lingnan, and now they've gone missing. Was it you and that master of yours who did this? Ning Chen asked. Yes, it is my master, Wu Chuanji, Yuan Yi admitted through gritted teeth. Very well, within that batch of herbs, is there something called Earth Jade Liquid? Ning Chen asked again. Earth Jade Liquid? I don't know. I really don't know. Master only gave me 100-year-old ginseng. He didn't even let me look at the rest. Yuan Yi was afraid that Ning Chen wouldn't believe him and desperately shook his head. Then where is your master now? Nine Dust asked again. Yuan Yi hesitated for a split second and continued to shake his head. I don't know. Master and I parted ways in Ingtan and I haven't seen him since. Ah, that problem with the Earth Jade Liquid. You really don't know. But your master, you know where he is in person. Ning Chen's face was calm. If you want to trick me, you're still a bit young. Young warrior, I really don't know. Master robbed the medicinal herbs. Has already committed a capital offense. How will tell me where he is? You just kill me. I also do not know. Yuan Yi still refuses to let go. The miserable screams were so loud that Gu Xiao's scalp went numb when she heard them. She looked at Nine Dust in a daze. Is this still her high school friend? What exactly did he go through during the 6 months he went to Qingzhou? Kill or be killed. As you wish. I'll die before I tell you where master is hiding. Yuan Yi is still a tough guy. No matter how much Ning Chen tortured him, he just wouldn't say anything. You think there's nothing I can do if you don't say anything? Nine Dust retracted his foot, his tone calm. Kill me. Yuan Yi closed his eyes in despair. I will kill you, but not now. Ning Chen reached out with his right hand, and a trace of misty streams of cyan-colored chi surged out from his body towards Yuan Yi's heavenly aura. What's that? Gu Hongkai's father and daughter stared wide-eyed and thought they were hallucinating. Internal energy outward. Master of the realm of transformation. Chu Lianhai was trembling with excitement. What? The realm of transformation? Gu Hongkai was terrified. This classmate of my daughter's is in the realm of transformation? It is a realm between inner strength and grandmaster. And such a martial artist, 1 in 10,000, is honored as a grandmaster in the cultivation world. What internal energy? This is clearly spiritual energy for me. Ning Chen glanced at the old Chinese Dr. Chu Lianhai without any good humor, but he didn't bother to explain. Dad, look, what happened to the bad guy? Gu Xiao pointed at Yuan Yi in surprise. Gu Hongkai fixed his eyes and found Yuan Yi rolling his eyes white. his brain shaking, and his lips rippling, the whole thing looking like he was having a seizure. Soul searching. Spells commonly used by immortals. Mortal bodies are too weak, that's why. And when the soul search is done, the person is wasted. This kind of spell was too vicious and detrimental to Yin virtue, so over the past 2,000 years, Ning Chen had used it only a handful of times. What is this? The three couldn't understand. Not long after, Yuan Ye's memories were presented to Ning Chen like a movie reel. Nine Dust could fast forward, rewind, and pause at will to consult it. About 10 minutes later, he found what he was looking for. Takeshi Chuanji, a resounding figure in the black martial arts world, a veteran patriarch from the Martial Arts Association, who was planted by the top brass of the association 10 years ago and forced to go to Liangshan. He relied on an inside tip from the Martial Arts Association and planned this dart heist with his disciple Yuan Yi, and now he wants to sell this batch of elixir to foreigners. Wu Chuanji, let me see, where are you? Ning Chen closed his eyes tightly and finally found a place name before Yuan Yi's sanity collapsed. Put! Yuan Yi collapsed diagonally on the ground, his breath weak and his cultivation lost. Nine Dust also opened his eyes. Black Blind Mountain. Call someone to clean it up. Ning Chen turned to Gu Hongkai. Then he took out his cell phone. Open the lack of map. Search for the Black Blind Man Mountain. The results cannot be searched at all. It would be futile to change it. Damn it. Nine Dust frowned. Utilizing his spiritual sense, coupled with performing the soul-searching technique, had already consumed some of his spiritual energy. Wouldn't it be a blood loss if all this work went down the drain? Not long after, Gu Hongkai got the housekeeper to dispose of Yuan Ye's body. The butler was a member of his inner circle, so he wasn't worried about anything happening. He carefully came to Ning Chen's side, bowed and asked, Grand Master, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Memorize the URL. Nine Dust turned around in exasperation, having intended to leave, but on second thought, wouldn't it be better to let the Guanwen families help with the investigation? He even saved his family's life himself. Uncle Gu. Nine Dust suddenly spoke, looking at him slyly. Dare I say it? Dare I say it? Gu Hongkai was startled and hurriedly waved his hand. You are a master of the realm of transformation. Well, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Nine Dust waved his hand, not bothering to dwell on such issues. Please speak, Master Ning. Gu Hongkai was overjoyed. The fact that the master of the realm of transformation sought his help simply gave their Gu family face. Help me look up the name of a place called Black Blind Mountain. The sooner the better, Ning Chen said. The Black Blind Man's Mountain? Good. Gu Hongkai nodded repeatedly and pulled his leg out, so excited that he even forgot about the injury on his finger. Subsequently, Ning Chen made 2 more calls to Wen Yu and Yi Kulu, asking them to help with the investigation as well. There is strength in numbers. I, Jinling Chu Lianhai, have met Master Ning. At this time, Chu Lianhai came forward and wanted to get close. Not recognizable. Nine Dust swept him away. Chu Lianhai froze slightly. He is one of the top 10 famous doctors in Jiangnan, more or less famous in the south. He smiled bitterly. Many thanks to Master for saving his life. Nine Dust hummed. Chu Lianhai saw that the other party so did not want to take care of him. Also not hot-faced a cold ass, obediently walked away. Went upstairs. In the large first-floor living room, only Gu Xiao and Ning Chen were left. It's getting late. Schoolgirl Gu, I'll go back first. Nine Dust got up. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiao looked like she had been stimulated and clutched his left hand, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. What are you doing? Nine Dust didn't like people touching him and subconsciously frowned. Yes, sorry. Gu Xiao hurriedly spread her hands and lowered her head. Ning Chen knew that she was terrified, so he spoke out to comfort her. It's already fine. That man has a lot of human lives on his hands. Killing him is removing harm from the people. Thank you, Nine Dust. Gu Xiao raised her googly-eyed face, her eyes still a little red, then asked an inexplicable question. Are you really the same Ning Chen I know? Yes and no. Nine Dust also gave an inexplicable reply. After crossing over to the lesser southern heavenly realm and crawling around for 2,000 years, he had long since ceased to be the same Ning Chen. Next, he went home and waited for 3 days. Yi family, when family and Gu family mobilized all their energy to investigate the location of the Black Blind Mountain, and finally Yi family found a barren mountain with the same name in a prefecture-level city in the north. Nine Dust didn't even go there, directly saying that it wasn't right. According to Yuan Ye's last memory, Haixayazi Mountain should be in the south. Ugh, can't find it. Gu family mansion, a certain room on the 3rd floor. The governors sat on their beds and chatted. On the bed lay an old crone with a head full of silver threads. It was Gu Xiao's grandmother, Gu Guiying. Gu Guiying took the soup made by Chu Lianhai and slept peacefully. Gu Hongkai, however, was sad and whispered, Master Ning asked us to look for the Black Blind Man Mountain. I had people go through the map of the south and couldn't find it. Alas, things were done badly. How does Master Man look at our Gu family? We can't even find a mountain. I have traveled through the many famous mountains and rivers of Jiangnan, and I have never heard of Haixiazi Mountain. Shu Lianhai smiled bitterly. Perhaps it's just an uninvited deserted mountain ridge. That's why it's so hard to find. Maybe. Gu Hongkai sighed. Dad, why do I get the feeling that the name of this mountain sounds a little familiar? Gu Xiao knitted her willow brows tightly and said, it seems like I've heard it somewhere. Gu Hongkai asked, really? Xiao, then think carefully about where you've heard it. I remember. Suddenly, Gu Xiao's eyes brightened and she looked towards the old crone who was lying on the bed. There was a black blind man's mountain in the stories Grandma told me when I was a child. Ning Chen didn't expect that the first one to find the black blind mountain wasn't the Yi family or the Wen family, but the Gu family, which had the weakest power. And the truth that spilled out from old Mrs. Gu's mouth made him very speechless. As it turns out, the black blind man's mountain is right next door in the city of Matsudae. This name was called decades ago, and has long since been changed, and is now called Yuanbao Mountain on maps. Grandma, nothing to blindly change the name of the mountain. Really drunk. Nine Dust inquired about the situation and got up to leave. Master Ning, why don't we give you a ride? It's over 100 kilometers from Dongyang to Songtai. Gu Hongkai got up and proposed. Good, Ning Chen nodded. Flying consumed spiritual energy. Gu Hongkai was overjoyed and hurriedly arranged for a 7-seat business SUV to send Ning Chen to Songtai City. Father and daughter Gu Hongkai and Gu Xiao accompanied them. On the way, Gu Xiao felt that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, so she asked, Master Ning, just call me Ning Chen. Ning Chen was resting his eyes. Good. Ning Chen, are you still studying at Qing University now? Gu Xiao asked curiously. So what college are you from? Medical school. I'm from the College of Humanities, which is a bit far from your side. Indeed. The two had a conversation. Although it was all Gu Xiao asking questions, Ning Chen would answer them all. Gu Hongkai drove in the front, observing the two from time to time through the rearview mirror, the corner of his mouth lifting into an expectant smile. Maybe, my Gu family can recruit a transformation realm master as a son-in-law. It's exciting to think about it. An hour or so later, the Mercedes-Benz business car drove into the city of Matsudae and came to Takishi Prefecture. The Black Blind Man's Mountain is located in Juxian County, just off the highway. Getting ready to go up a winding road, a group of people stopped them. Sorry, the set is closed. You guys turn around. A burly man in a black uniform approached, his tone carrying an undeniable flavor. You are from the Martial Arts Association? Gu Hongkai swept a glance at the embroidery on the chest of the strong man. A striking word, Wu. You know we're from the Martial Arts Association. Why don't you leave? The Martial Arts Association members had a very domineering attitude. Hurry up. This. Gu Hongkai glanced at Ning Chen in the rearview mirror. Let's go first, Ning Chen said, his brows furrowing darkly. It seems that the people from the Martial Arts Association have found Wu Chuanji, but looking at the situation, both sides should still be tugging at the mountain, or there would be no need to close the mountain. Himself came at the right time. Subsequently, the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove around the Haixiazi mountain for a long time, and there were people from the Wushu Association everywhere, as well as a large number of law enforcement officers maintaining order, outwardly saying that they were arresting fugitives. Oh my God, you can still see the WUA cars in front of us. Are they fencing off this mountain? Gu Xiao felt incredulous. The power of the Martial Arts Association is so terrifying that even the local law enforcement agencies can only cooperate with them. Master Ning, what should we do now? The places where we can go up the mountain are basically all blocked. Gu Hongkai asked as he drove. Master Ning? Turning to look, the back seat was actually left with Gu Xiao alone at some point. When Ning Chen left, Gu Xiao was sitting right next to him and actually didn't notice it in the slightest. At this point, Ning Chen had already taken a shortcut into the mountains, his figure quickly shuttling between the dense forests, his clothes rustling as they cut through the branches and weeds. Haixiazi, Black Blind, Mountain. The mountain is extremely steep. Internal strength martial artists to catch up the road are very hard. Remember in a second https://m, but for a Yuaning stage-old monster, just having a leaf to lend strength was enough. In half a column of incense, he crossed half a mountain and soon heard a scuffle in the distance. Wu Chuanji, for your sake, the 4 patriarchs sitting in Qingzhou, Songtai, Jinling, and Gusu are all here. You won't be able to fly today. Hand over the herbs. Hand over the medicinal herbs. Disqualify yourself from martial arts, and then follow us to the marina headquarters to apologize to President Yi. In the mountains, a clearing. Pieces of trees collapsed and snapped. Huge mountains and rocks were torn apart, and the ground was a shockingly large crater, each several meters deep. as if it had been blown out by a bomb. Such a terrible situation stretched all the way from the top of the mountain for dozens of miles. A black-clothed martial artist leaning against a pine tree, covered in blood, gritted his teeth and glared at a group of martial association elites nearby. 4 patriarchs, 10 masters of the realm of transformation, and 6 inner-strength martial generals were in a closed circle, sealing off all of his paths of retreat. Could it be that I, Wu Chuanji, am going to fall here today? The black-clothed martial artist was probably in his 50s, in the prime of his life, his body skinned and bruised. Brother Wu, with 1 against 4, it's impossible for you to escape. A middle-aged patriarch with an 8-bearded beard, his hands behind his back, looked solemn. It's better to hand over the medicinal herbs. You can suffer less physical pain. Humph. Wanting herbs? Dream on. Wu Chuanji smiled sardonically and spat on the ground. Be careful, Wen Long, don't let him kill himself, a female patriarch voiced out. She looked young, just over 40, and her pair of dainty phoenix eyes stared deathly at Wu Chuanji. President Yi wants to live. The President Yi in their mouths was the general president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, sitting in Binhai, and was one of the top experts in the country. Yi Qingshang, that old bastard. I'll get him killed sooner or later. Wu Chuanji scolded. Unbridled, the female patriarch punched out, her true chi exuding and condensing into a fist. Boom! With a muffled sound, Wu Chuanji hardened himself against the power of the Zong Master's fist and took several steps back, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the withered leaves all over the ground. He was too badly injured or the punch could have been dodged. A chaotic son of the Black Martial Forest, and he dares to call President Yi by his name. The female patriarch sneered. What do you guys know? Yi Qingshan, he's an animal. Wu Chuanji screamed and cursed. Seek death. The female patriarch's face was grim, and she even drew a soft sword from her waist, slashing out a sword chi horizontally towards his thigh. President Yi said he wanted a live one, but he didn't say he wanted a limbless one. Oh no! This sword, it's going to be impossible to dodge. Wu Chuanji's heart was like an abyss. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed in, snapping his fingers and easily flicking away the female patriarch's sword chi. What a guy! The female patriarch was shocked and slashed her sword again. The 5 fingers of the visitor's right hand opened up, actually holding the sword chi that was enough to cut through steel plates in his hand, and with one force, he pinched and exploded it. The female patriarch's pupils shrunk as she looked at Ningchen with a shocked expression. Who are you? Patriarch 8-Beard and the other 2 patriarchs, as well as a group of Realm of Transformation masters and inner strength martial artists, all looked as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, their chi sinking into their dantian as they glared at the incoming enemy. Who will come to my rescue? Wu Chuanji looked incredulously at the person who stopped in front of him. Thin, tall, and boyish looking, wearing athleisure wear. He looked like a student, but for these 2 moves just now, there was at least a Zhongshe realm cultivation. The person who came was naturally Ningchen, who had arrived in time. Go! Without any nonsense, Ningchen carried Wu Chuanji with one arm and turned to run. Want to go? The female patriarch waved her sword and shouted, being the first to chase after her. It's someone from the Black Martial Arts Forest. Damn it, we can't let them get away. Otherwise President Yi will have to scold us to death. Stop talking and get after them. A group of people chased towards Nine Dust in a fiery rush, but Nine Dust's footwork was far beyond their reach, and in no time at all, he was so far behind that he couldn't even see the taillights of their car. Running all the way to a small mountain village, Ningchen casually found a small piece of forest and threw Wu Chuanji in, moving very roughly. Cough, 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 cough. Wu Chuanji rolled on the ground a dozen times, rolled over and sat up, and kept coughing. He looked at Ningchen and grinned. I see, you're here for that batch of herbs as well. Just so you know. Ningchen's eyes were cold. Where are the herbs? What if I don't? Wu Chuanji covered his chest, his face pale and pale. You'll die a horrible death. Nine Dust was blunt. Across the board are dead. I might as well say it. At least I can leave a whole body. Moreover, it is better to give it to the brothers of the Black Martial Arts Forest than to the gang of the Martial Arts Association. He. Wu Chuanji was dumbfounded and quite optimistic. Nine Dust didn't say anything and waited for the following. The herbs were hidden by me in the ventilation ducts at the Songdai Martial Arts Association headquarters. Wu Chuanji said. Martial Arts Association headquarters. Ningchen raised his eyebrows and sneered. Is the most dangerous place the safest place? That's a beautiful hand at playing darkness under the lamp. Ha 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 ha. Wu Chuanji let out a loud laugh, seemingly mocking the female patriarch of Songtai City. The thing she's been trying so hard to get is actually hiding on her own turf. I'm going to find it now, and you better not be lying to me. Ningchen stepped forward and nudged Wu Chuanji's acupoints. Then with a flash of his figure, he disappeared into the grove. So fast. What is this person's origin? Wu Chuanji broke out in a sweat. 2 hours later, Ning Chen found the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association in Songtai City, avoiding the cameras and the line of sight of the inspectors, and easily felt his way in. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, a black Nike travel bag was indeed placed inside a certain section of the ventilation duct on the top floor of the building. He took out his travel bag and took it to the rooftop to open it, and inside was indeed a bunch of elixirs. There was ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, lotus flowers and spirit fruits, as well as the guts and organs of some demonic beasts. A strong scent of medicine flooded his nose, nearly 20 types of spirit medicines. Touching them with their eyes closed, picking up any one of them at random was worth $300 million to begin with. In his anxious search, a jade bottle soon came into view. The bottle was piping hot, as if it held boiling water, and a slightly pungent odor of sulfur immediately emanated when the cork was removed. Ning Chen glanced inside, and roughly 500 milliliters of milky white thick slurry bobbed around in the jade bottle. It's really ground milk. Great! Nine Dust was excited, and there was a glint of excitement in his eyes. The earth, which was barren of spiritual chi, actually had a spiritual medicine for refining the god-mending pill. And already he's found two kinds. He saw the possibility of repairing the genjutsu. Back in the grove again, Wu Chuanji sat stiffly on the ground, unable to move. No matter how much he mobilized his true chi and impacted the acupoints, he couldn't break through the acupoints that Ning Chen had pointed out. Seeing Ning Chen return with a familiar travel bag, Wu Chuanji was both shocked and desperate. I can't believe I'm back so soon. He sighed with a sigh and simply closed his eyes. Do it. Give me a hard time. A question mark popped up on Ning Chen's head as he looked at Wu Chuanji with a face full of confusion. Did I say I was going to kill you? Wu Chuanji opened his eyes in surprise. Ning Chen, however, had already walked over and undid his acupoints. You go. After Nine Dust finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave as well. Wait. Wu Chuanji called out to him with a puzzled face. Are you really not going to kill me? Why would I kill you? Do I have a grudge against you? Nine Dust felt that this person was out of his mind. Thanks. Sweating profusely, Wu Chuanji rushed to thank Ning Chen, then couldn't help but say, if it was an ordinary black martial artist, they would have killed me 100% for the sake of secrecy. I'm not from the Black Wuline. After Nine Dust finished speaking, he turned around and left. Put. Wu Chuanji sat on his butt on the ground, his face full of celebration after the robbery. You actually got your life back? That night, when Gu Xiao dialed Ning Chen's phone, the latter had already returned to Dongyang County. The Gu family didn't ask Ning Chen what he was doing at Haixiazi Mountain, and of course Ning Chen wouldn't disclose it, and hung up after a few sentences of casual conversation. There are still 5 herbs missing. I don't know if I can find them all on Earth. Ugh. Sad. Nine Dust wandered over to the Fengziyuan neighborhood. When he came to the floor of his house, he saw a couple of sneaky young men sitting by the flower beds, smoking and chatting. Although it was nighttime, Ning Chen saw at a glance that one of them was Wang Cheng, the high school bully who cleaned up at Fengji restaurant during the day. Brother Cheng, are we really going to go after that kid's parents? The rules of the Jianghu. The disaster is not as bad as the family The voices of several punks came out of the night. Pop. Wang Cheng slapped one of the punks on the back of the head. Then with his left hand, which was clipped with a cigarette, he pointed to his right arm, which was in a plaster cast, and cursed, see, that bastard threw me down from the 2nd floor, and almost killed me. If I don't get back at him, how can I still hang out in Dongyang in the future? Another person asked. Brother Cheng, but that kid never came back. What to do? Someone analyzed. I guess he's afraid to run away from the crime and is scared. Wang Cheng smiled coldly. Humph. The monk can't run away from the temple. His family lives here. Nail. You go up there now and start by filling the locks on 406 with glue. Saying that, Wang Cheng pulled out a bottle of 502 glue from his pocket and handed it to a sharp-tongued punk. Okay, Brother Cheng. As soon as the punk nicknamed Nail got up, he bumped into Nine Dust. Crap. Dying you. Scaring me. You guys are going to glue the 406 door lock? Ning Chen carried his travel bag, his face indifferent. Ning Chen, you kid still dares to come back. Wang Cheng immediately screamed strangely and threw his cigarette at Nine Dust's face. Strange things happen. When the cigarette butt was about to hit Nine Dust's face, it was suddenly flicked away by an invisible air force and fell into the flower bed. Due to the dimness of the night, Wang Cheng didn't take it to heart, thinking that he was experiencing an illusion. Then he roared out, "What are you all waiting for? Go on, get him." The 5 punks were all not very old, presumably all high school dropouts who were delinquent teenagers who mixed with the society. And at this moment, they swarmed up and swung their fists towards Ning Chen's face. But the next second, all 5 flew out. A red palm print appeared on his face at the same time. Broken teeth and blood spewed from their mouths. No one knows what happened. You. Wang Chang stared at Ning Chen with a horrified face, half speechless. He suddenly felt that coming to find Nine Dust tonight had been an extremely bad decision. Wang Chang. Ning Chen walked step by step, and behind him were 5 punks who were lying on the ground and wailing. He stepped into the moonlight, his expression as cold as a ghost. That slap you gave me in high school, I haven't forgotten. The reason why I don't seek revenge on you is because nowadays our segments are too far apart, and in my eyes, you're just a grasshopper that likes to hop around. But you were wrong to come after my parents. With that, Ning Chen's right hand, which was naturally hanging down, flexed its fingers and flicked. Shoo! A long, thin, invisible strand of true chi needle passed through Wang Qing's down jacket and stabbed into him. Wang Qing didn't feel it at first. It was just a light prick under his ribs, as if he had been stung by a mosquito. Dust brother, you misunderstood. How dare I come to trouble your parents? Woe is not as bad as family. I still understand this Jianghu rule. Wang Chang, seeing how powerful Ning Chen was now, didn't dare to get tough and hurriedly apologized. Just as he was about to receive a severe beating, Ning Chen said, "Go away." Ha! Wang Qing froze for a moment, then was ecstatic. "Oh, fine, I'll go. Thank you Brother Dust for not killing me." He didn't care about his minions. He turned around and ran. "Look, there's your big brother." Ning Chen swept a glance at these little yakuza and mocked. "What era is this? And you're still mixing with society. Read some books and earn some money. It's better than nothing." The punks looked at the hastily fleeing Wang Qing and collectively fell into deep thought. Ning Chen, however, had cold eyes. He just let Wang Qing go? How is that possible? The long needle of true chi that he had buried into Wang Qing's body would slowly disintegrate over the next 3 days, thus destroying Wang Qing's left kidney and leaving him with only one kidney to live with for the rest of his life. Even if he went to the hospital, nothing could be found. One kidney can live. It's just a very tiring life, and from then on you can't engage in strenuous exercise, such as fighting and brawling, and you have to quit smoking and drinking. Nine Dust had already been considered merciful. The 5 punks then left with their faces swollen into pig heads, and instead of going upstairs immediately, he was thinking about a problem. There are so many martial artists in China, in case they find out about me and take a shot at mom and dad. Thinking about it, Ning Chen pulled out his cell phone and called Gu Xiao. The Gu family's father and daughter are still on their way back. When Gu Xiao saw the call coming, she was very surprised and picked up. "Hello, Ning Chen? Schoolgirl Gu, is your dad around? Put him on the phone. I have something to ask for his help," Ning Chen said. "Oh." Gu Xiao's tone was permeated with a hint of disappointment as she turned on the speakerphone mode. "Dad, Ning Chen, it's for you. Master Ning." Gu Hongkai was driving. "Uncle Gu, those 4 bodyguards your Gu family hired, can you spare 2 for me?" Nine Dust got right to the point. "I'm going back to school when school starts, and on my parents' side, I want to hire someone to look after them." "No problem," Gu Hongkai agreed in one breath, and his tone was even a bit excited. It was an honor for their Gu family to be able to help a master of the realm of transformation. What's more, Ning Chen was still so young now, and it was very likely that he would achieve the rank of Grandmaster in the future. Patriarch. At the mention of these 2 words, Gu Hongkai's mind was in a bit of a trance. "Uncle Gu, are you listening to me?" Nine Dust's voice came out from the cell phone. "Those 2 external strength bodyguards in your family, how much do they earn per year? I'll call you." No. Gu Hongkai shook his head repeatedly and refused. "What is the master talking about? It's not just sending 2 bodyguards over. It's a small matter. I'll pay for this money for the Gu family." "That's not very nice." Nine Dust pretended to be polite. "There's nothing wrong with it. It's decided," Gu Hongkai said. "Alright." Ning Chen wasn't polite. After all, he had saved the lives of the Gu family's father and daughter. After a few more pleasantries, he hung up and went upstairs. Chen Lan and Ning Chanmao are still awake and are sitting on the living room sofa, discussing whether they want to buy a house in Qingzhou. Memorize the URL. Ning Dust looked at this scene, a warm smile on his face, then also joined the discussion team, helping them analyze the pros and cons of each luxury residential property. A few days later, it was New Year's Eve. Chen Lan made a nice table. Hairy crab, Australopithecus, abalone, rhubarb fish, Eastern star garupa, Kobe beef, Wulianye, mutai. In the evening the family sat down to watch the Spring Festival Gala again and had a happy New Year's Eve. Second aunt's house. Chenya was soaking her feet, watching the boring Spring Festival Gala and swiping her friends. Brushing up to Chen Lanfa's New Year's Eve dinner, she was violently taken aback. "Holy cow, husband, come look." Chenya hurriedly called her husband Song Wei over. "What's wrong?" Song Wei came over. "Hubby, look, Chen Lan's family eats so well at Wulianya Mao Tai are drinking up. Chenya was surprised. In her eyes, her own family was the best of her relatives, with a New Year's Eve dinner of more than $5,000, but with the Chenlan family, the 2 bottles of wine alone add up to more than that. Ha ha ha. Songwei zoomed in on the picture and laughed directly after looking at it for a couple of moments. I say Chenlan, this sister of yours is vain enough. You still have to steal pictures for the New Year's Eve dinner. Stealing pictures? Chenya frowned. It seems like the last time we went over, their tablecloth was yellow. Why did they change it to white this time? This Chenlan is really something too. So heavy on comparison. Not comparing their own family's conditions. Can they afford to eat so well? Chenya was simply speechless. At this time, his son Songbin also came over and said after looking at it, oh, third aunt's family eat can be good enough. Australian lobster, Eastern star spot, abalone, oysters, hiss, and such a big yellowtail. Even if it is artificially farmed, it must be 70 or 80,000, right? Songwei laughed disdainfully. What's this? Your cousin even said he'd buy your second aunt's husband a Rolls Royce. Songbin laughed out with a poof. Ha 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 ha. Rolls Royce? This brat Ning Duan, even if he was sold, he wouldn't be able to afford a single Rolls Royce wheel. Day 2. Songwei and Songbin, father and son, looked at the Rolls Royce Cullinan parked in front of their house and fell into a daze. Nindust's family got out of the car, carrying gifts in their hands. Second auntie, cousin Bin, Nindust called out, a hint of amusement hiding in the bottom of his eyes. Dusty, Chang Ma, you guys won the lottery? Chenya was completely dumbfounded and reached out to point at the Rolls Royce. There were more and more neighborhood residents gathered nearby. Many were taking pictures with their cell phones. Come on, go inside and talk. Ning Changma left hand carrying 2 bottles of Mao Tai, the right hand carrying 6 Huang Helu, the whole person glowing, sweeping away the previous days of inferiority and depression. The clothes he was wearing were high class at first glance in texture, especially leather shoes. Shiny, seems to be a foreign luxury brand. Songwei do not think too much. Vaguely remember a few months ago in the mall saw, but the price is too high. He did not bother to buy. When they entered the house, Chenlan's family told the truth about Nindust's earning. In fact, it's no different from winning the lottery. Changmao and I are both in Dusty's good graces, and our son has made a name for himself. In the past, every time there was a New Year's Eve, she used to listen to her second sister, Chenya, bragging about it. This year, it's always a good idea to raise an eyebrow. Ancient medicine prescription? Cooperation with a big pharmaceutical company in Qingzhou? Millions of dividends every year? Chenya kept a half-hearted attitude towards these words. Songwei, however, always had an expression of having seen through everything, and sized up the family with a faintly teasing expression. The Rolls Royce is rented for $10,000 or $20,000 a day, and this family is really willing to pay blood money in order to pretend to be a bully. Patting Ning Changmao on the shoulder, he said, Changmao, since your family is so rich now, why don't you buy a house in Qingzhou for Shaoduan? Cars are constantly depreciating. Only houses are appreciating. We bought Shaban a house in Qingzhou's Linxiang district some time ago. 200 square feet. More than $7 million. We put up the down payment and let him pay back the monthly payments. That piece of property is in a good location. Why don't you also buy a set for Shaoduan, so that they can be neighbors in the future? Ha ha ha. Songbin listened on the side, secretly observing Chenlan's family's reaction. He also didn't believe that his cousin could be so lucky as to casually pick up an ancient prescription in the antique market and be able to sell it for so much money. He had heard of Jishir Pill Source. It was a big enterprise in Qingzhou. Dusty, what do you think? Chenlan and Ning Changmao twisted their heads to look at Ningdust. Forget it. Ningdust smiled. Why don't you forget it, Dusty? With a hint of sarcasm in his tone, Songwei asked. You earn so much money, you won't plan to stay in Dongyang in the future. That would be too unproductive. Dusty, the location of this property, Shanghua House, is really good, although it is not a school district house, but next to the subway and shopping malls, there is a lot of room for appreciation in the future. Songbin also continued to test the waters. If you buy a house over there, I can take you out more often. No, cousin Bin. A bitter smile spread across the corners of Ning Chen's mouth. I've already bought a house. Already bought a house? The Song family father and son froze, and Songbin hurriedly asked, which property? Green City Rose Garden, Nindust said. Villa? Songbin froze. Where? It's near Qing University, close to the school, and easy to get back and forth. Ning Chen replied. Green City Rose Garden of Qing University? Songbin was startled. A while ago to buy a house. He studied all the properties. Green City Rose Garden near Qingdao University. That is quite a high-grade neighborhood. The average price is close to 100,000 yuan. The people who live there are either rich or wealthy. It killed him to believe that Nine Dust could buy a house there. Little Dust. Awesome. Turn around and cousin will bring your sister-in-law over to play. You won't be unwelcome, right? Songbin patted Ning Dust's shoulder and said deliberately, why yes. Feel free to welcome you guys to play, Ning Chen said. Chenlan blushed with a little embarrassment. The villa that her son said was actually the house of her good girlfriend, Xiao Jing, and her son was just borrowing it, so how could he say it was his own house? If this is revealed, how embarrassing. By the time Xiaobin does go over, let's see how he'll round it up. Song Wei glanced at the embarrassment on Chenlan's face and laughed. This year was one of the happiest years for both Chenlan and Ning Changmao because they didn't have to worry about money. The relatives were all shocked to see them when they drove a Rolls-Royce to the door to deliver the gift. The news of Ning Changmao's family fortune soon spread among friends and relatives, and after the fourth day, many of the relatives who do not come and go all year round, all bring gifts to visit. There were hush-hush people who were planning to go into business together, and of course, people who were borrowing money. If it wasn't for this year, Nine Dust wouldn't even know that his family turned out to have so many relatives that the threshold was almost trampled. The poor man stands at the crossroads and plays with 10 steel hooks, but he can't hook his relatives or his flesh and blood, and the rich man plays with swords, guns and clubs in the deep forests, but he can't beat up his unrighteous friends. Old Guo's words were something that Ning Chen could sort of relate to. Winter break passed quickly. Ning Chen was about to return to Qingzhou when the Gu family suddenly called. Master Ning, Chao Lei and Zhao Quan's injuries are almost healed, and they've recently prepared to be discharged from the hospital. Gu Hongkai asked for instructions. Chao Lei, Zhao Quan, were the two bodyguards that the Gu family had hired from the Martial Arts Association with high salaries, one with a great accomplishment of external strength and one with a peak of external strength. Remember in a second https://m. Fine. You let them live across the street from my house, the one I've already bought. Nine Dust said and added, tell them not to disturb my parents' lives, but whenever my parents go out, they must follow and protect them. Understood. Gu Hongkai nodded. The two parties arranged to meet at a tea room outside the neighborhood. Ning Chen conducted a short interview with Chao and Zhao, and through his mind-reading technique, he was able to see that the two of them did not have any wrong intentions, so he let go of his heart. Master Ning, what are you thinking? Seeing that Ning Chen was deep in thought, Gu Hongkai asked out loud. The strength of the outer strength is a little too low after all. Nine Dust shook his head. In this matter, he had wanted to find the Wen family, but thinking that the Gu family was local and convenient for anything, he did not contact Old Man Wen. Chao and Zhao lowered their heads in shame. How about this? I'll pass on a gongfu to you guys, so you can practice it at home during the week, and breaking through inner strength within half a year won't be a problem. Ning Chen said. What? Chao Zhao and the other two were shocked. Inner strength? Half a year. Step into the inner strength. If they didn't know Ning Chen's identity, they would have thought that this young man was crazy. Seeing that Ning Chen didn't look like he was joking, Chao Lei said, if what master said is true, I, Chao Lei, am willing to work as a bodyguard for your father for free without a penny of salary. Me too. Zhao Quan, another Western Hunanese man, said excitedly, suit yourselves. Nine Dust waved his hand indifferently. The one he gave was the improved version of the ancient body strengthening technique, and those people from the Water Moon Gang practiced this, and even if their qualifications were dull, they would be able to step into the inner strength in a year and a half. Subsequently, Chao Lei Zhaoquan two people then lived in Fengziyu in 2 building 406 across the door. After greeting his mom and dad, Nine Dust was also ready to return to school. Dusty, take care of yourself out there. Pay attention to your studies and don't fall behind. Chenlan and Ning Changmao sent Ning Duan downstairs and unexpectedly found that a very pretty girl was standing downstairs waiting for him, but not the last time that the Wen family miss, looked to be a little more youthful and tender. Black thick hair, sweet and delicate goose egg face, everywhere through the youthfulness of the girl. Schoolgirl Gu, why haven't you left yet? Nine Dust asked in surprise. Nine Dust, aren't you going back to school as well? Join us. Gu Shio pointed to the business Mercedes behind her, revealing a very sweet smile, then smiled at Chenlan and Ning Changmao. Hello uncle and auntie, I'm Ning Chen's high school classmate. My name is Gu Xiao. Ning Chen and I are both studying at Qingdao University. Classmates. The couple froze, and a smile spread across their brows. The little bastard is quite a womanizer. He has the demeanor of my youth. Ning Changmao laughed and cursed in his heart. Since we are classmates, let's go together. We can also take care of each other on the road. Chenlan said. Then, okay. Nine Dust nodded. Afterward, he once again got into the Gu family's business Mercedes and drove away from Dongyang County. By the way, how is your grandmother's health? Bored on the road? Nine Dust casually asked a question. The little girl sat next to him as if she was nervous. Quite. Gu Xiao reddened her little face and said as if snatching an answer, Grandpa Chu made that ginseng into a soup, and after Grandma took it, she looked significantly better, and today she can already get out of bed and walk. Well, Nine Dust moved his mouth, wanting to say something but not saying it. In fact, if that 100-year-old ginseng lets him refine it into a potion, it can at least extend the life of the Gu family's old lady for more than 6 years. But the Gu family didn't come to invite him, and he was too lazy to do anything. Thinking about the batch of elixirs in the travel bag, it was still impossible to return them, and the heavenly treasures were available to those who could get them, so Nine Dust intended to use them as a temporary source of aura. Although he was unable to refine this batch of elixir, he knew an ancient divine skill that could temporarily refine the aura into spiritual energy. Along the way, the two had a conversation. The car pulls into the Green State and arrives at the White Bird Lake campus. Gu Xiao had just gotten out of the car when a young man holding pink roses and wearing a white suit walked up and smiled. Xiao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Cousin, what are you doing here? Gu Xiao had just gotten out of the car and saw this handsome and multicolored youth straight away. Welcome back to YU. The young man in the white suit was just about to hand over the rose when he saw a familiar face in the Mercedes window. Nine Dust. He lost his voice. Ning Chen also happened to see him, and a hint of teasing crossed the bottom of his eyes. He sat in the car and laughed coldly. Lin Xiaoyang, enough of a womanizer. Pursuing the two schoolgirls of Qing University at the same time. Not afraid of losing your reputation? The youth in the white suit was none other than Lin Xiaoyang. Ning Chen also didn't expect to run into this bastard here, and in front of Gu Xiao. Why are you sitting in my cousin's car? Lin Xiaoyang glared at Ning Chen, his eyes containing anger. Cousin, you know Ning Chen? Gu Xiao was also surprised, more than recognizing. Ha? Lin Xiaoyang ground his teeth and asked again. Xiao, what's the relationship between you and this guy? You guys aren't in love, right? Cousin, you've got it wrong. Ning Chen is my high school classmate. Just hitchhiking. Gu Xiao hurriedly clarified. Damn, a soft rice man. Lin Xiaoyang cursed in his heart. Live in Su Shuyan's house. Take Gu Xiao's ride. This soft rice to eat? He is also speechless. The point was, both were his sisters, and he had the feeling of being cuckolded. He had wanted to mock Ning Chen for a moment or two, but he was afraid that the latter would go to Su Shuyan and complain, so he suppressed his anger and explained. Ning Chen, Xiao is my cousin. If you want to go to Shuyan and complain, it's up to you. Let's see if Shuyan believes you or me when the time comes. He was confident in explaining himself. Su Shuyan had told him more than once that she hated Ning Chen. You're overthinking it. Ning Chen's face was full of disdain. I don't have the time to find Su Shuyan to tell on her. She's nothing but a fart in my eyes. But, Xiao, I have to warn you. Caveat emptor? What? Gu Xiao was puzzled. This cousin of yours isn't a good thing. You'd better minimize your dealings with him, Ning Chen said. This, Gu Xiao was embarrassed. The Lin family is a powerful family in Qingzhou, and the Gu family has relied on the Lin family to support them over the years in order to become a huge wealth in Dongyang County. Nine Dust, don't go too far. Who the hell are you calling not good? Lin Xiaoyang exploded with anger, pointing at Ning Chen and cursing. What? Not convinced? Want to make a move? Nine Dust laughed. Come on. Lin Xiaoyang was so angry that his liver hurt. However, he knew that he was no match for Ning Chen, so he had no choice but to hold his tongue, and then let out a cold laugh. Humph. You think my cousin will listen to you? Xiao, cousin honestly told you that this brat Ning Chen is a soft rice man who eats women and lives with them, so hurry up and get him out of the car. It was expected that Gu Xiao would turn toward him. Unexpectedly, the girl was whispering, Cousin, you, better come to me less in the future. Yo, what did you say? Lin Xiaoyang thought he had heard wrong and stared with wide eyes. Gu Xiao's shell teeth bit her lip and said with difficulty, We are cousins after all. You find me to play every now and then. The sisters in the same dormitory all think that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. This is not good. Bastard. Ning Chen's voice came from the car, tinged with grief, even trying to pick up his own cousin. What an animal. Yes, Lin Xiaoyang is also a proud person. Being rejected by a sister like this, he directly exploded with anger. He slammed the roses on the ground and shouted angrily, Gu Xiao, you'd rather trust an outsider than your cousin. You, remember what you said. One day, you will regret it. After saying that, he left with a big stride. Many students cast astonished glances at the gate of the White Bird Lake campus. Gu Xiao was yelled at and didn't look too good. Nine Dust, let me send you to your campus. Gu Xiao pulled open the car door and sat back up, letting the driver drive. Ning Chen glanced at her and said, Don't think that I was just talking in anger. I've seen this person Lin Xiaoyang several times. He's definitely not a good person. You shouldn't get too close to him. Got it. Gu Xiao nodded gently and added, actually, I know what Lin Xiaoyang is playing in his heart, but I don't like him. But I had to see him again because of our two families. Over the years, the Lin family has helped the Gu family gain a foothold in Dongyang County, and Dad has asked me to interact more with the Lin family in Qingzhou. So, Nine Dust was silent. Gu Xiao pondered for a few seconds and suddenly smiled brightly at him. But I'll still listen to you and try to stay away from Lin Xiaoyang in the future. So well behaved. Ning Chen thought to himself, much more knowledgeable than that stupid cunt Su Shuyan. In terms of posture, Su Shuyan might be one step ahead of Gu Xiao. After all, she was the number one on the Qing University's school flower list. But the two women's personalities were simply worlds apart. The former is spoiled and full of Missy's temper, while the latter is poor before she is rich, and is low-key and mature. Nine Dust. Suddenly, Gu Xiao shouted at him, fragrant cheeks surfacing with red clouds. What? Nine Dust looked at her, thinking to himself that this girl wasn't going to confess. Was she? Can I come hang out with you at your campus this weekend? Gu Xiao's face turned even redder as she finished speaking. It feels so obvious when you say it like that. Will it be rejected? So embarrassing. It's the first time I've asked a boy out. Whatever. Nine Dust unexpectedly agreed. Even he found it a bit unbelievable. Really? Then it's a deal. I'll come find you on the weekend. Gu Xiao was happy. Okay. Ning Chen, if you dare to rob my cousin, I'll be at loggerheads with you. Outside the White Bird Lake campus, Lin Xiaoyang drove his Aston Martin sports car, so angry that he pounded his fist on the steering wheel. He likes Gu Xiao. From the first moment I saw it, I fell in love. Even though they are cousins, they can still be together as long as they don't have kids. But this dog, Ning Dust, came to intervene again. And hell, the cousin still trusts him. First Su Shuyan, then Gu Xiao. Ning Chen, if I don't fucking screw you over, I won't be the business agent of Bloodblade Tavern's Zhengnan district. Lin Xiaoyang pulled out his cell phone and angrily dialed a number. Hey Razor, get me someone. Instead of going back to the Rose Garden Villa, Ning Chen had the driver send him to the Nine Streams Manor. After exchanging goodbyes with Gu Xiao, he dialed the realtor's number. Hey, Manager Zhang, I'm back. Well, the house is due to be vacated and I'm planning to move in the near future. After receiving the reply that it would be resolved within 4 days, Nine Dust hung up the phone with satisfaction. School started exactly 4 days later as well. Walking into the Nine Streams Manor, he had wanted to go to the restaurant to have something to eat, but he ended up bumping into a dozen or so personnel wearing martial arts uniforms in the living room on the first floor. People from the Martial Arts Association? Sure enough, they came looking for them? Nine Dust was calm. The Wushu Association team was led by a man with an 8-bearded face, with Vice President Liang Yongji, Riot Leader Wang Qi, and Supervisory Leader Hua O all present. When Yu was trying his best to explain something to the 8-bearded man, groveling so much that the butler and the servants were heartbroken at the sight. The 8-bearded man was the first to spot Nine Dust, and his eyes surged with brilliance. Mr. Ning, when you saw the savior and rushed over, Mr. Ning, you quickly explained to President Zhang. They said that you are a Black Wuling. Chairman, he's Ning Chen. Liang Yongji pointed at Ning Chen, hatred appearing in his eyes. Last time, while your old man wasn't around, he was the one who ran amok at our headquarters, injuring many of our brothers. President, we can't let this kid go. Hua Go was also gritting his teeth, itching to immediately arrest Ning Chen and put him in jail for a big punishment. And through Wen Yu's introduction, Ning Chen had also learned that this 8-bearded man was the president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. Zhang Wenlong, this person is the patriarch who sits in Qingzhou. A patriarch is currently present and can still not change his face. It seems that Mr. Ning also has a patriarch standing behind him. When Yu thought in his heart, there's nothing more for you to do here. Get out and wait. Zhang Wenlong pondered for a little while and suddenly said to Liang Yongji and the others, yes, no one in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association dares to disobey Zhang Wenlong's orders. He is the sky of the ancient martial arts world in Qingzhou. This kid is dead. With such thoughts in mind, Liang Yongji, Hua O and the others went out one after another, and also brought the door with them. When you also told the butler and all the servants to go out. Little friend Ning, hello again. Zhang Wenlong looked at Ning Chen and suddenly smiled coldly. Again? When you looked at Ning Chen in surprise, they knew each other? Nine Dust didn't say anything. Have you forgotten, little friend, that more than a week ago, at Songtai Yuanbao Mountain, you rescued Wu Chuanji in front of our 4 patriarchs? Zhang Wenlong laughed coldly. What? You dare not do it. What? When Yu was stunned, dabbling and retreating 3 large steps in a row, glaring at Ning Chen as if he had seen a ghost. News that has been circulating in the ancient martial arts circles lately. The 4 great masters of Jiangnan teamed up to capture the black martial arts master Wu Chuanji. and when they were about to succeed, they were rescued by another black martial arts master. This expert, is it Nine Dust? Even if this news came out of the mouth of the president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, when you couldn't believe it. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course Nine Dust wouldn't admit it. The ancient Martial Arts Association was, after all, the top power in China, and once he was entangled, he could only tearfully exterminate it. That would be a pain in the ass and a big loss. I expected you to say that. Zhang Wenlong stared at Ning Chen and said, Tang Taishan of the Yi clan, you're the one who injured him, right? Memorize the URL. Nine Dust didn't say anything. One Yu, however, had already stuttered in fear. Tug, Tung Taishan, Patriarch Tang, Nine Dust, it's useless even if you don't admit it. Zhang Wenlong narrowed his eyes. When you sneak attacked Tang Taishan, there were witnesses next to you. You can't rely on that. Ning Chen's face was colorless. So, Zhang Wenlong continued, I know all the sect masters in Jiangnan province. Ning Chen, I'm curious where you popped out from. Other than the Black Martial Forest, there seems to be no other explanation. Ning Chen laughed at that. So, as long as they aren't registered martial artists with your martial arts association, they all belong to the black martial artists? All of them are guilty? Chivalry is forbidden by martial arts. Zhang Wenlong said stiffly, a martial artist with unimaginable power of ordinary people must be registered and must be controlled. This is a martial law. Anyone who challenges the martial law will pay the price. Nine Dust, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Hand over Wu Chuanji and the medicinal herbs, or I won't be the only one coming next time. As he was saying this, when he saw Ning Chen's body make a move, he hurriedly sunk his center of gravity, and said as if he was on the verge of an attack, don't even think about running. Even if the ends of the earth are at our doorsteps, we'll still find you. Who said I was running? Ning Chen sat on the sofa with a relaxed demeanor. President Zhang, do you really think that your martial association is invincible? In fact, in my eyes, this bullshit association of yours is not worth mentioning at all. Poof. Ning Chen's words didn't scare Zhang Wenlong, but instead scared Wen Yu. Calling the Martial Arts Association a dog's ass in front of the president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association? Crazy. Really crazy. Good. Young man, let me see today just how much weight you have. Daring to speak so loudly. Take that. Zhang Wenlong grasped the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged out, as hideous as a strip of centipede. A wisp of qi, visible to the naked eye, lingered around his fingertips. Roar. Before Wen Yu could react, a fierce tiger roar struck. Zhang Wenlong's right hand presented a claw, his cheek coalescing into a tiger's head, his fangs bared and his roar tearing his ears. Before the attack arrived, just the terrifying sound of the tiger's roar had already shaken Wen Yu's liver and gallbladder. Tiger Claw Kung Fu, Grandmaster Zhang's lookout. Wen Yu's mind jumped to this thought. The martial arts of China are so profound that each martial art has a representative patriarch. Tiger Claw Gong off the Wudong school, rumored to be the ancestor of Zhang Sanfeng according to the evolution of the potential of the black tiger. The power of a claw. You can open the monument to crack the stone, plus the true qi, and can even be born to tear the tigers and leopards. A tiger's paw? I'd say cat's paw is more like it. Nine Dust sat on the sofa, not even moving, and after a scoff, his fist slammed out directly. Nothing fancy, just a punch, only a click. A crunch and a muffled grunt came from the living room. When you fixed his eyes and saw that all 5 fingers of Patriarch Zhang Wenlong's right hand were irregularly twisted and broken, just like a twist. Suffering from this serious injury, he merely stifled a grunt as his left hand took on the form of a tiger's claw again, fiercely pulling it out and striking Ning Chen directly in the ribs. Too slow. Ning Chen threw another punch, hitting Zhang Wenlong in the small of his back 1 step ahead of him. Zhang Wenlong's thick abdominal muscles, deeply sunken. In contrast, the eyes bulged outward. Through the shock, in the next instant, Zhang Wenlong's entire body flew backwards like a big meat bag, but instead of hitting the wall, he did a few backflips in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Put! His throat rolled several times before he finally spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining the expensive carpet red. When you sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to say a word, Zhang Wenlong didn't beat Nine Dust? Zhang Wenlong is a martial arts master. Who the hell are you? Zhang Wenlong half-kneeled up and used his right hand to break the bent fingers of his left hand right one by one, making crunching noises, and there was no expression of pain except for the corners of his eyes twitching slightly twice. You are not worthy to pry into my name. Nine Dust sat on the sofa, not moving a muscle. All you need to know is that it's enough for you to know that me beating you to death is as simple as pinching a grasshopper to death. The corners of Zhang Wenlong's mouth tugged viciously twice. You have a big swish. Just as he spat out 4 words, a pie of true qi grazed his neck and shot into the wall behind him. The neck was scraped. And all of this, Zhang Wenlong couldn't react at all. He raised his hand numbly and touched the wound on his neck, spreading it out to see that his palm was actually covered in blood. How can? Zhang Wenlong's pupils plummeted to the size of a pinhole. One mountain is higher than the next, and the strongest of the strong is the strongest of the strong. Don't think that the Grandmaster is the focus of martial arts. Quite the contrary. It is actually the starting point. Ningchen poured himself a cup of tea and slowly sipped it. On our side, your kind isn't called a zongshi. It's called a qi refining stage, at the lowest level of society. Alchemy. As if Zhang Wenlong had heard something unbelievable, he began to get chills all over his body. You are from the Heavenly Gate? What is the Heavenly Sect? Nine Dust snapped. No, nothing. Zhang Wenlong's face was ugly, as if he had something hard to say. President Zhang, you've been stuck at your current realm for a number of years now, Ning Chen suddenly added. Zhang Wenlong didn't say anything and just looked at him. I can teach you how to build a foundation. Ning Chen played with the purple sand teacup and laughed. Foundation building? Zhang Wenlong's eyes were puzzled. That is, in your eyes, the realm above the sovereign, Ning Chen said. Above the Grandmaster. Zhang Wenlong's eyes exploded and his heart pounded wildly. Grandmaster? Could it be that? Is a martial king? I'm not sure. It's probably a martial king, Ning Chen said. I don't believe it. Zhang Wenlong shook his head firmly. In the entire country of China, millions of martial artists. There are only 4 in the martial king realm. Each of them is a heavenly talent. How can they be taught? Even though Ning Chen was very strong, much stronger than him, he didn't believe that the other party could help him break through to the martial king realm. This is outrageous. Not a good idea. Ning Chen snorted coldly and got up to swipe behind Zhang Wenlong. Before Zhang Wenlong could react, Ning Chen pointed a finger at one of the acupuncture points on his back spine, and immediately, a huge tingling sensation came. Ah! Zhang Wenlong thought he was going to be killed. When you thought the same thing and hurriedly advised, Mr. Ning, leave your men alone. Ning Chen didn't say anything, and he continuously shot out 24 fingers, striking Zhang Wenlong's acupoints all over his body. Zhang Wenlong was a grandmaster, but he was like a rag doll playing in Ning Chen's hands, powerless to fight back. Can it be that Mr. Ning is a martial king? When you up and down 2 rows of teeth? Scared straight fight. Brain a pulp. Soon, as Zhang Wenlong let out a long whistle, the tendons and veins in his body trembled, and in his acupoints, he actually ejected rolling through qi, and the whole person was kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely. President, what happened? President, we're here. Remember in a second https://m, Liang Yangji, Wang Qi, and Huao heard the commotion outside and fishtailed in. Zhang Wenlong climbed up, but he shouted angrily, who let you in? Get out! The crowd had to retreat. Zhang Wenlong's face rolled red, his martial arts uniform was soaked with sweat, and there were wisps of white smoke rising from it. His eyes grew wide as he looked at his hands and felt the power rushing through his body. Grand achievement of the sovereign realm. I've broken through to greatness, Zhang Wenlong said with difficulty controlling himself. Correction. I'm the one who helped you break through. On your own, you'd still have at least 3 more eons of bitter cultivation to go. Ning Chen sat back down on the sofa again and said indifferently, This. Zhang Wenlong retreated several steps in a row, his mind going blank. Before stepping into the 9 streams manor, he was still a small success in the Zongshi realm and had been stuck in that realm for 10 years. Ning Chen had only spent an incense stick of time to help him advance to greatness. If this news were to spread out, the ancient martial arts world of China would experience an 18-magnitude earthquake. Just love how you've never seen the world. Nine Dust's mocking voice came over. I only casually opened a few acupoints on your body to make you break through. If I were to impart 3 more to help you become the 5th greatest martial king in China, do you think it would be difficult? Zhang Wenlong's body began to tremble. His knees gushed, almost ready to kneel down for Nine Dust. But he didn't. Ra resisted the urge within. What do you want? Zhang Wenlong stared at Nine Dust dead in the face. It seems like you're the one who came to trouble me today, Nine Dust replied. Mr. Zhang has eyes and doesn't recognize him. Tai. Please forgive me, Martial King. Zhang Wenlong made a deep salute and added, Thank you, Martial King, for elevating Mr. Zhang's realm. Mr. Zhang can't thank you enough. Just come and trouble me less in the future. Ning Chen coldly snorted. Definitely. Zhang Wenlong nodded repeatedly. A sect master himself, looking for trouble from a martial king. Isn't that crazy? This matter seems to be reported to the top, so that the top is determined. He secretly sweated. Ning Chen could see his inner thoughts and added, Keep this matter a secret, and in 10 years, I'll build your foundation. What? Zhang Wenlong's pupils quake. He knew that the foundation establishment that Ning Chen spoke of was the martial king realm. As long as you keep this a secret for 10 years, you can become a martial king yourself? huffing and puffing. His breath began to sizzle. After a few seconds of hesitation, he gave a sharp nod. Yes, I promise. Ruizi is teachable. Nine Dust smiled faintly. He had lived for 2,000 years, and Zhang Wenlong, who was 51 years old this year, was a child in his eyes. Little Zheng, don't worry. I'm not an evil person. I'm just tired of the hooking and fighting in the cultivation world and want to return to a peaceful life, Ning Chen said. When Zhang Wenlong heard Ning Chen call him Xiao Zhang, a strange look couldn't help but appear on his face. Could it be that the soul of an old monster lived in this teenager's body? He had heard of some ancient secrets. Rumor has it that when one cultivates to a certain level, and the soul is strong enough, one can forcefully occupy another person's body, a phenomenon known as seizing the body. If that's the case, why did Senior save Wu Chuanji and why did he grab that batch of herbs? Zhang Wenlong asked bravely. I'm injured and in need of spirit medicine to treat it, but I didn't snatch the batch of medicinal herbs you're talking about. And I don't know any Wu Chuanji, Ning Chen said indifferently. This senior is really shameless. Zhang Wenlong cursed in his heart. The translation of Ning Chen's words was, I'll take the herbs, and I'll hold my tongue if I don't. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Wenlong finally gave a sigh of relief and said, then it should be that I have misunderstood Senior. Excuse me. Farewell. Ning Chen smiled faintly. Old man one. See little Zheng off for me. Yes. When you hurriedly nodded his head, then suddenly remembered. Isn't this my fucking house? Soon. Zhang Wenlong walked out of Nine Streams Manor with a sad face, his heart written all over his face. President, how is it? Vice President Liang Yongji was the first to run up. Chairman, has the kid surnamed Ning confessed to the crime? And when are we going to arrest him? Supervisory Captain Huao also came over. Damn it, what are you grabbing for? Zhang Wenlong threw a big bedoodle in Huago's face, directly smashed his big teeth three, and fell into an artificial fountain so hard that the fence was shattered. President, this is... The riot squad leader, Wang Qi, looked at Zhang Wenlong in shock, only to see this boss of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. He said with a serious face, things are all investigated clearly. Ning Chen has nothing to do with this matter. In the future, whoever dares to look for trouble with him, I'll look for trouble with you. Do you hear me clearly? Listen carefully. Liang Yongji, Wang Qi, and other cadres of the Martial Arts Association glanced at Huao's miserable condition and nodded as they gulped their saliva. Go! Zhang Wenlong led the men away, and when you sent them all the way, marred. No wonder even the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association dares to smash. So there is someone behind it. Liang Yongji remembered that day's events and was afraid afterward. It was fortunate that he didn't fight to the death with Nine Dust, but waited for the president to return, or else he would definitely be the one in bad luck. When you returned to the living room, Nine Dust was already gone. Looking at the mess all over the floor, he sat on his butt on the sofa, his whole body having a strong sense of unreality. A martial king, temporarily living in his house? Whether this was a blessing or a curse, Wen Yu was not sure. At this moment, Ning Chen carried a traveling bag containing more than 20 spirit medicines and went out through the small door of the Nine Streams Manor, took a cab and went straight to the Green City Rose Garden. When he came to the 1403 single-family house, there was a surprising aroma of barbecue and a cacophony of many people chatting inside. Pushing the door in, I was surprised that there was a party going on at the house. It wasn't too big, and about a dozen people came. Some barbecuing al fresco in the front yard, some chatting in the living room, and others teasing the black dragon in the backyard. Who's this? Not recognizable. It looks a little familiar, like it's from our school. Ning Chen's passage through the front yard and living room drew quite a few stares. He was so famous when he participated in the school athletics that he was pointed out every day when he went to the cafeteria to eat. But unfortunately, his looks were plain and unimpressive, and he died out in the new semester. Brother Power? Ginger Sugar came out of the kitchen with a few cocktails and bumped into Nine Dust, saying in surprise, I was just about to call you, and you've come at the perfect time. Ning Chen's mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but it was immediately interrupted by Su Shuyan who walked down from the second floor. What brings you here? Su Shuyan didn't wear home clothes today, but a set of small perfume-style dress. The hemline was very short, and the two slender and elated legs were wrapped in white stockings, which looked extremely eye-pleasing. A head of long seaweed-like hair had been dyed light purple at some point, adding a touch of seductive flair to her delicate features. Su Shuyan was satisfied with her outfit today. She had also sprayed perfume and brought a refreshing breeze of fragrance when she came downstairs, which would definitely charm Nine Dust. But the truth was very different from what she had imagined. Who gave you permission to enter my room? Nine Dust didn't even look at her, instead walking towards the bedroom at the bottom of the stairs and questioning the couple that walked out from it. The couple had obviously just made out and were disheveled. When he was coldly questioned by Ning Chen, he froze in place. One of them, a very pretty girl with red nail polish and dyed red hair, looked at Su Shuyen in surprise. Shuyen, isn't this your home? Why is there a tenant? Hein, he's not a tenant. Su Shuyen, against the strange gazes of her classmates, quickly walked down the stairs, glaring fiercely at Ning Chen as she passed him. He's the son of my mom's best friend and is temporarily staying at my house. Su Shuyen explained to the red-haired girl. This was a new friend of hers called Wu Haiyin, who was pretty and from a good family. What a fucking walk in the park. Wu Haiyin's boyfriend's name is Shi Yunhui. After hearing Su Shuyen's explanation, Shi Yunhui was as sour as if he had eaten 800 lemons, glaring at Ning Chen with a murderous gaze. Although Wu Haiyin is already very pretty, she is still no match for Su Shuyen, and his ultimate goal in pursuing Wu Haiyin is actually to get close to Su Shuyen. Get out! Nine Dust looked at Wu Haiyin and Shi Yunhui. Wu Haiyin rolled her eyes quite breathlessly. This isn't your house. What gives you the right to tell us to get out? Idiot! Shi Yunhui directly scolded. Nine Dust didn't like nonsense. Just about to make a move, Ginger Sugar hugged him from behind. Brother Dolly, don't be impulsive. Nine Dust, are you sick? Su Shuyen was furious and looked at him with an incomprehensible look. I beg you to get it straight. This is my home. My home. Are you sure? Ning Chen suddenly smiled. As far as I know, Uncle Su and Aunt Xiao have already sold this house. What? Wu Haiyin, Shi Yunhui, and the other students, all cast astonished gazes. It's over. Ginger Candy screamed in her heart. These two really don't get along. They fight when they meet. You're in charge. Su Shuyen was furious, pointing at the door and bellowing, Ning Chen, go away. I don't want to see you. It's you who should go. Ning Chen's demeanor regained its calmness. I didn't want to tell you, but you guys messed up the house today, making me very upset, and I don't want to give you any more face. Su Shuyen, listen carefully, this house has been bought by me, and from today onwards, I am the owner of this place. Quiet. In the living room, it was quiet. Su Shuyen's classmates and friends, who had invited him, looked at each other in disbelief. Shuyen, what the hell is going on here? Wu Haiyin asked again. Haiyin, ignore him, he's just a psychopath. Su Shuyen looked at Ning Chen in disgust. But, Shi Yunhui directly erupted in laughter and said to Ning Chen, just buy you, buying this house? Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Do you know how expensive the houses here are? This house, at least $100 million. To be precise, it's 125 million, Ning Chen corrected. Alright buddy, don't pretend. Looking at your outfit, I know you don't have much money, otherwise you wouldn't be borrowing from someone's house. Cut. Shi Yunhui waved his hand at Ning Chen, actually jealous of him in his heart. Brother Dolly, what are you talking about? Ginger Sugar also cried and laughed a little. Ning Dust came from an ordinary well-off family in Dongyan County. How could he afford a house in Green City Rose Garden? A toilet here costs millions. How does he know the exact price? At that moment, Su Shuyen glanced at Ning Chen in surprise, then immediately reacted, guessing that Mommy had told him. Mommy is really too. How can you tell an outsider such a private matter? Su Shuyen was secretly angry. Nine Dust was too lazy to fight with this group of people and directly made a call to the real estate agent. Hey, Manager Zhang, bring the contract here within an hour. I want to sign it. Yes, I'm here now. Shi Yunhui was dying of laughter as he listened from the side. Pretend. Keep pretending. Guess the phone wasn't even dialed. Show me. With that, he reached out to grab his cell phone, wanting to expose Nine Dust. Unexpectedly, Nine Dust was so strong that he reached out and pushed him back, and his head went bam. His head hit the wall with a bang, and he fell to the ground. Yunhui. Wu Haiyin rushed to help her boyfriend. Without looking back, Nine Dust carried his travel bag, entered the bedroom, and heavily closed the door. Before closing the door, he vaguely heard Su Shuyen's curses. In an hour, have her rolled up and out. Nine Dust stuffed the travel bag under the bed, then sat on the ground and began to meditate. Meditating, Su Shuyen hugged her willow arms and sat down on the sofa sullenly, secretly saying in her heart, Ning Chen, if I don't drive you out of this house completely, I won't be surnamed Su. 40 minutes later, Mr. and Mrs. Su Jingshan Xiaojing and a female realtor in a suit, along with a few small assistants, hurried in. Honey, slow down. Why are you running so fast? Xiaojing was wearing high heels, a bit unable to keep up, and complained, didn't the human boss say that it would be enough to get there within an hour? There are still 20 minutes left. It's always right to arrive early and make a good impression on someone's boss. Su Jingshan was striding in front of him and also analyzed. Wife, I'm telling you, $125 million, paid in one go. This boss is definitely not simple. I must get to know him later, and it's best to treat him to another meal. Manager Zhang heard, smiled and said, Su Dong, you're right. I sell houses for so many years, or the first time I encountered such a bold buyer. Listen to his tone. Buy a house is just like buying food. Come up on the full payment. I'll say it. Su Jingshan was secretly looking forward to it in his heart. Su Group's capital chain was currently tight, and he wouldn't miss any opportunity to pull in funds. With a nervous mood, Su Jingshan arrived at the 1403 single-family house. Seeing a group of people in the yard barbecue, paper towels, wine bottles, fruit peels and other trash thrown everywhere, he put his hands on his head and the whole thing kind of blew up. Su Shuyan, what the hell are you doing? Su Jingshan yelled at his daughter for the first time in his life. Su Shuyan ran out of the living room in a panic. Dad, Mom, what are you guys doing here? Shuyan, what's wrong with you? You didn't answer your phone even when I called you. Xiao Jing walked over. Mom, my phone is charging, Su Shuyan explained. Don't say it. Shuyan, quickly let your friend go. Manager Zhang, make a call to the buyer and tell him to come over as late as possible. Jing, hurry up and find a nanny to clean the house inside and out. Su Jingshan was mad with anxiety and gave out orders. Dad, what's going on? Su Shuyan was confused. Ginger Sugar, Wu Haiyin, Shi Yunhui and other friends, heard the commotion and rushed over. Some people are still jerking off with their mouths full of grease and have no idea what's going on. Ugh, you kid, what can I say about you? Su Jingshan hated the iron and looked at his daughter. The other boss will soon come over to take possession of the house. You make such a mess here. Let me how to explain. Alas. What? Repossession? Memorize the URL. Su Shuyan's heart thumped. She wasn't thinking of the phone call made by Nine Dust. In fact, she hadn't taken what Nine Dust had said to heart at all. Dad. So what now? Su Shuyan was also anxious. What else can I do? Hurry to pick up the garbage first. Alas. This child of yours. Su Jingshan was so angry that he did not know what to say. Hubby, you can't blame Shuyan for this. Who let that boss go without prior notice? Xiao Jing fought for her daughter. Su Shuyan also felt a bit aggrieved. Her eyes slightly red. First, Nine Dust made her angry. Then her dad yelled at her. And she had to lose face in front of so many friends. And finally she had to say goodbye to the villa she had lived in for half a year. Whoa! The combination of emotions made her cry. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Shuyan, what's wrong with you? Ginger Sugar and Wu Haiyin rushed over. Shi Yunhui and the other boys also gathered around. Good daughter. It's all Daddy's fault. Daddy shouldn't have been mean to you. Su Jingshan hurried over to apologize. Dad, I don't want to move. Please, I want to keep living here. Su Shuyan squatted on the grass, hugging her knees, her eyes red from crying. This. Su Jingshan was instantly embarrassed. He didn't expect his daughter's feelings for this house to be so deep. He and Xiao Jing exchanged a glance, and the couple's faces were both a little hard to see. At this time, Manager Zhang called from the sidelines. What? You have arrived. Where are you? Why didn't I see it? I'm here. Nine Dust held up his cell phone and walked over to Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang was a bit dumbfounded and looked Ning Chen up and down. You are Mr. Ning? Yes, I am. Nine Dust nodded in full view of everyone and added, Did you bring the contract? Bring it on, boss. Manager Zhang hurriedly took the contract from his small assistant and handed it to Ning Chen very respectfully, muttering in his heart, surprisingly so young. Then she noticed a strange phenomenon. The people around them, including Mr. and Mrs. Su Jingshan Xiao Jing, were all filled with dismay as they stared at Ning Chen with their mouths wide open and their eyes wide open. Manager Zhang couldn't understand. This boss Ning is indeed very young, but there's no need to be so shocked, right, Manager Zhang? At this time, Su Jingshan walked up and glared at Ning Chen. Are you sure that he is the boss Ning who bought this house? Nine Dust, boss Ning? Yes, that's right. Manager Zhang took Nine Dust's ID card, glanced at it, and said with certainty. Su Jingshan was speechless on the spot, looking at Ning Chen with a gaze that was hard to comprehend. Little Dust. Sorry, Uncle Su, for not greeting you beforehand, Ning Chen said. Dong Su, so you guys know each other? Manager Zhang looked at them in surprise. Su Jingshan's brain was a bit spinning. As far as he knew, Ning Chen's family condition was very average, and he used to need their family's help from time to time. So how could he afford to buy this house? Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar and the girls had been completely dumbfounded. Dusty, what's going on here? Where did you get so much money? Xiao Jing stepped forward to inquire, shock also written all over her face. I won the lottery. Nine Dust had long since thought of a countermeasure. Winning the lottery? The crowd froze. How many hits? Su Jingshan breathed heavily, and his eyes began to sparkle. Over 100 million. Ning Chen casually reported a figure. Hiss. There was a chorus of backward gasps from the scene. Su Shuyan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Sure, Yunhui, who had just mocked Ningchen, also had an extremely ugly face. A little over $1 billion. Nima, are you kidding? Gosh. Wu Haiyin covered her red lips with her jade hand, trying not to lose her temper. However, those charming eyes were glaring at Ningchen in death, as if they were looking at a piece of glittering gold. Alas, spoiled, truly spoiled. At this time, Su Jingshan but said, now Qingzhou housing prices sideways. The next 10 years will not rise. Buy a house lost a lot of money, deposited in the bank for a fixed term. It's got $2 million of interest a year. Hearing this, Ningchen smiled and said, but Uncle Su, I've heard that the Su group hasn't been having difficulties lately? Su Jingshan's body was stunned. Ningchen continued, when I was a child, Aunt Xiao often succored our family. I, Ningchen, am a person who knows how to repay favors, and I also like this house very much, so I made this decision, and I hope that Uncle Su won't reject it. Su Jingshan wanted to speak, his fist slowly clenching. How dare he refuse? Don't look at him now going in and out of luxury cars every day, dashing still. But in fact, the group has reached the edge of bankruptcy and liquidation. Let's put it this way, if $300 million doesn't come in within a week, Su is cold. Good. Dusty, you have a heart. Uncle Su thanks you on behalf of our family. Really thank you. Su Jingshan stepped forward and heavily patted Ningchen's shoulder, his expression filled with gratitude. Go to the living room and sign the contract. Nine Dust didn't have much expression on his face. The moment he turned around, he glanced at Su Shuyan with his afterglow. The girl couldn't keep her eyes off him anymore. Nine Dust, what's your expression now? Mockery, disdain, or pity? A touch of self-deprecation surfaced on Su Shuyan's pretty face, and her entire body sat paralyzed on the grass, muttering to herself. Soon, the contract was signed, the sale went into effect, and the $120 million arrived. Su Jingshan received a phone call from the finance. The tightly locked brows slightly stretched some. But the funds, there is still a big gap. So, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Xiao Dust, come to Uncle Su's house for dinner tonight. Let your Auntie Xiao cook a few good dishes. By the way, there's still one more thing Uncle Su wants to discuss with you. I don't have any money. Nine Dust knew that the other party wanted to borrow money from him, and with both hands spread out, he directly told the truth. Su Jingshan was speechless. This kid, he's too direct in his speech, no face for him at all. Ahem. Su Jingshan coughed twice and hurriedly changed the topic. Xiao Dust, you've misunderstood. What Uncle Su wants to say is that your Shu Yin sister likes this house very much. Can you leave a room for her? Of course, the house is yours after all. From now on you'll live upstairs and let Shu Yan live downstairs. Nine Dust immediately frowned. Letting Su Shuyan continue to live here? What a joke. He bought the house at full price. Firstly for the spirit vein deep in the ground, and secondly to drive Su Shuyan away. He was really fed up with this woman. In the way of Aunt Xiao's presence, he didn't outright refuse, but instead looked at Su Shuyan, who was standing in the corner of the living room. I hope this woman knows what she's doing. Well, Su Shuyan read his eyes. She wiped her tears and said firmly, no, Dad. I'll be living in the school dormitory from now on. You haven't lived in a dorm room since you were a kid. How can you get used to it? Behave. Su Jingshan reprimanded. I've already decided. After Su Shuyan finished speaking, she directly thumped up the stairs, running as fast as she could because she didn't want Ningchen to see her cry. Shu Yen. Ginger Sugar quickly chased after her. Remember in a second https://m. Alas. Xiao Jing could only sigh helplessly when she saw that the two children simply couldn't get along. Upstairs. Su Shuyan cried as she packed her things. She didn't want to stay in Nine Dust's house for a second longer. Seeing her best friend in this state, Jiang Sugar said heartily, Shu Yen, just say a few soft words to Brother Dolly. He'll definitely agree for you to stay and live. He won't. He's an asshole. Su Shuyan cried like a pear. She tried to hold it back, but the tears were so uncontrollable that they kept flowing down her face and her hand kept wiping them away. Ding dong. At that moment, Ginger's cell phone rang. Pulling it out, it was a WeChat from Nine Dust. Ningduan, Sugar, you can stay and live. Swish. Ginger's cute little round face instantly turned red when she saw the message. She quickly extinguished the phone and slipped it into her pocket, then turned to take a deep breath. It's a message from Nine Dust, isn't it? He left you down to stay? Su Shuyan's voice came from behind, filled with aggression and choking. Ha? No no no. Ginger turned around and waved her hands back and forth, but her little face reddened into a big apple. Your face gets red every time you lie. Su Shuyan knew this BFF of hers very well. She sighed feebly. It seems that he is interested in you, Sugar. Or, you stay. Shu Yan, what are you talking about? We're good sisters. We've sworn to share the same blessings and difficulties. I'll go back to school with you to live in the dormitory. Gingerbread came over to me, very firmly. Sugar. Su Shuyan's agitated nose turned sour and she cried again. The two girls had a lot of stuff unpacked all day. Mr. and Mrs. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing also helped. During that time, Xiao Jing also called Chen Lan and learned that Ning Chen had not won the lottery, but had picked up an ancient prescription in the antique world and sold it to a large pharmaceutical company in Qingzhou. Ancient prescription? What kind of ancient prescription? Lan, speak more clearly. Zhou Jing snapped to attention. I'm not sure exactly. I think it's called something. Gentian something pills. Chen Lan mumbled over the phone. Then was it sold to the Wen family's Jisher medicine source? Xiao Jing pursued. Yes. This is the Winchesters. Chen Lan was doing her hair in the beauty parlor, lying on the massage chair, smiling. Last time, that Wen family's big lady, she even came over to deliver the car personally. Jing, you haven't seen my family's Rolls Royce yet, right? Next time, Chang Mao and I will go to Qingzhou to find you to play. You say you, New Year's Eve also do not board the door of my family. Still think that I am not a bosom friend. Chen Lan counted out Xiao Jing on the phone. In the past, she wouldn't have dared. Now that her family is rich, she is bold enough to talk. I've been busy lately. Next time you and Chang Mao come to Qingzhou, I'll be the host. Zhou Jing hung up the phone in embarrassment and sighed softly. Where she's not going. She's been trying to raise money for the last 2 months. Beside him, Su Jingshan gradually widened his eyes. Is the ancient prescription the one that Xiao Duan sent on Wen Lao's 80th birthday? It should be. Zhou Jing nodded. She thought back to that day at the birthday dinner. Ning Chen took out an ancient medicinal formula and gave it to Elder Wen as a birthday gift, and was ridiculed by the table full of people. And Lin Jiaoyang's gift of Qangbai Mountain Wild Ginseng worth 8 million won the title of the most expensive birthday gift. In hindsight, what is $8 million in front of over $100 million? Then why did Dusty lie? Su Jingshan's face was complicated. Don't want to lend me money? He could have just said so. In a way, Dusty, this also belongs to winning the lottery. Xiao Jing explained. What luck? Su Jingshan revealed a helpless and self-deprecating smile. After a lifetime of fighting, in the end, I have to borrow money from a junior. Alas, sinning. But honestly, Jing, I think this kid Ning Chen should still have money in his hand. Ask your girlfriend again. Let her son lend us some more. The big deal is to count the interest. It's not like we won't pay it back. A difficult color came across Xiao Jing's face. She was a bit of an open book, but for the sake of the Su group, she had to speak again. Just then, Su Shuyan, who had been eavesdropping for a long time, suddenly rushed into the bedroom and said with red eyes, Mom, don't borrow. I have a way to raise the money. You? The couple looked at each other in disbelief. Su Shuyan is just a college student, a gold-swallowing beast. How can she raise money? And it's still short-term. Could it be that the daughter wants? Su Jingshan thought of a certain possibility and abruptly got up. Shu Yan, don't make any rash decisions. Dad hasn't been difficult enough to get to that point. Dad, what are you? What are you fooling around with? Su Shuyan reacted and made a big blush. I was thinking of asking the Lin family to borrow money. The Lin family? Su Jingshan was stunned. Lin Jiaoyang? Aha. Su Shuyan proudly raised her swan neck. Lin Jiaoyang is courting me. As long as I agree to be his girlfriend, I'm not afraid that he won't lend it to me. Su Jingshan hesitated again. Can this work? Good daughter. You don't want to compromise yourself too much for Dad. There's still a whole $1 billion left in the group's funding gap. Can Lin Jiaoyang he borrow it? You guys are just in love. You're not married. Don't worry, Dad. Lin Jiaoyang likes me so much. He said he would do anything for me. Su Shuyan, who has never been in love before, thinks she has come across Prince Charming in a fairy tale. She said with expectation and a little pride in her eyes. I tried last time. He said he could borrow. He can be rich. Billions of idle funds on hand. Borrow 100 million to us. No problem. The big deal is that I'll get engaged to him and then marry him when I graduate. Su Jingshan was overjoyed. So excited that he hugged his daughter. His eyes misty with tears. Really? Good daughter. You're wonderful. Zhou Jing, however, was secretly worried. His daughter's romance was moving too fast, and it was laced with the coppery odor of money and a hint of revenge against Nine Dust. Unreliable, she thought instinctively. But the husband in order to the group has been around, can borrow all. Private assets sold. Mortgage. This last billion has become the last straw to crush the camel. Su Shuyan and Ginger Candy had a lot of stuff and it took an afternoon to move it. Since she couldn't have a dog in her school dorm room, she had to leave the Black Dragon behind, sitting on the passenger side of the minivan. Looking at the beloved Villa 1403, Su Shuyan held back her tears, clenched her pink fists, and cursed fiercely in the bottom of her heart. Nine Dust, you bastard. Then, she made a call to Lin Xiaoyang and briefly explained today's events. No wonder the Wen family's Jishir Tang has been doing a lot of business lately. So it's because of that ancient prescription, Genshin Shengjing pill. Humph, this kid has really gotten lucky. Lin Xiaoyang's tone was irritated. Who would have thought that a broken prescription from the birthday banquet that day would actually have such a high value? Directly crushing his Changbai Mountain wild ginseng, he bought away my villa. He's deliberately trying to piss me off. The more Su Shuyan thought about it, the more angry she became, and her voice took on a sobbing tone. Shuyan, don't cry. I'll help you get back at him, Lin Xiaoyang assured. No need. Su Shuyan shook her head with tears in her eyes. Xiaoyang, as long as you're willing to help daddy get through this, I'll promise to be your girlfriend. Lin Xiaoyang wasn't as excited as Su Shuyan imagined, but said in a serious manner, Shuyan, I don't want the relationship between us to be a transaction. Since I'm courting you, I'll naturally help your family through this. Don't you ever say anything like that again. Su Shuyan was moved to tears after hearing this. Ginger Sugar, who was sitting next to him, however, felt that Lin Xiaoyan was too good at flowery language, as if he had experienced countless women. Shuyan, what's the approximate funding gap? Lin Xiaoyang asked again. 100 million. 100 million is enough. Su Shuyan hurriedly said. 100 million? No problem. Lin Xiaoyang agreed with his mouth full. But before Su Shuyan was happy, Lin Xiaoyang added. However, Shuyan, I don't have any money on hand for the time being. Ha? Su Shuyan froze. How come? Didn't you say last time that you made more than $3 billion from currency speculation? Lin Xiaoyang explained. Yes, but this money I certainly will not save on hand, even if put in the bank to eat interest. There are more than 100,000 a day. Su Shuyan nodded. That's true. What kind of person would keep $3 billion in cash on hand? Surely they would take it out and invest it. Lin Xiaoyang added, but since it's you who are in trouble, then I definitely have to help. Give me a week's time. I'll find a way to recoup 100 million. No, 200 million. Su Shuyan was quite moved in her heart. Great. Xiaoyang. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyang laughed. Who are we with? They talked for a while longer before the two of them hung up reluctantly. Ning Chen, daring to bully my woman. You're simply looking for death. Lin Xiaoyan was sitting on the sofa of a luxury apartment, swaying a red wine glass in his left hand, a fierce light in his eyes. He dialed a number again. Hey Razor, how's the investigation going? His hometown is in East County, and it's great. Subsequently, Su Shuyan told Su Jingshan the news and the family was happy. Su Jingshan did not expect that Lin Xiaoyan was not only willing to borrow money, but also borrow 200 million. $200 million is more than enough to help the group through its difficulties. Su Jingshan loosened his tie with his hand and threw himself on the sofa, his tightly locked brows finally stretching. Lin Xiaoyang's family background, education, career, appearance, none of them matched the best son-in-law candidate in his heart. If my daughter can find such a good man, I can rest in peace even if I die. Nine Dust called in a few housekeepers to clean the house. Then wearing slippers, he went out to buy groceries. Once Su Shuyan left, finally no one bothered him. As he walked along, his mood grew more and more beautiful, and he even hummed a song. Not long after, he arrived at the Little River Farmers Market, where he often buys groceries, and wandered around the various stalls. Refining stage 2. Suddenly, Nine Dust noticed a man and a woman in the bustling crowd. The chi and blood of this man and woman were very powerful, while ordinary people were small flames. They were skyrocketing flames, and their cultivation had already reached the level of a martial arts master. The two patriarchs each occupied a corner of the food market, their eyes like blades, scanning through the crowd as if looking for something. Nine Dust treated it as if he didn't see it, and bought his own groceries. At this time, the cell phone in his pocket rang, and pulled it out to see that it was Yi Kulu calling. Boss, where are you? Yi Kulu's voice came. I've hit a bottleneck in practicing kung fu. I'm seeking guidance. I'm at the food market buying food, Nine Dust replied. What? Yi Kulu was a bit confused. With boss's status and strength, why would he need to buy groceries himself? Perhaps the high and mighty occasionally like to live the life of a commoner. Yi Kulu thought and added, Boss, send me a location on WeChat. Let me help you carry your bag. Okay. Nine Dust hung up the phone and casually sent a location over. Just fool the kid a few times later. Yi Kulu, who was at Qingdao University, immediately drove over, his eyes scanning the crowd and quickly spotting Ning Chen's silhouette. Boss, Yi Kulu beckoned, his figure weaving in and out of the pile of people, quickly arriving at Ning Chen's side. Peak inner strength? Ning Chen swept a glance at the brat and nodded. Not bad. You're close to breaking through refined qi. Yi Kulu knew that the refining qi in Ning Chen's mouth was the martial grandmaster, so he was very excited. Boss, thanks to your flying spirit forging bone fist, this fist technique is just too subtle and amazing. I really love it. Ha! Nine Dust gave a perfunctory smile. The flying spirit forging bone fist was merely the most inferior of the thousands of martial arts he had mastered. Yi Kulu was able to comprehend the essence of it and break through a small realm in 2 to 3 months. His natural talent was considered good. Unfortunately, he didn't have a spirit measuring tablet in his hand to detect Yi Kulu's spirit root. The Yi family's youngest, Yi Kulu. Right at this moment, the two mysterious sect masters who had been secretly observing from the corners of the food market fiercely stared at Yi Kulu. A shocked look appeared in their eyes in unison. It's really the Yi family's youngest master, Yi Kulu. He's actually going to show up here? To do or not to do? No, let's take a look first. After what happened last time, the Yi family should send bodyguards to Yi Kulu, two mysterious patriarchs, using a secret technique to talk to each other, but instead of Chinese, they spoke Sakura. These were clearly two Sakura nation clerics. After strolling around for about 40 minutes, Ning Chen bought a bunch of dishes and brought Yi Kulu back to the Rose Garden Villa. Boss, is this your house? Yi Kulu looked around without much surprise on his face. Green City Rose Garden could only be considered small in front of their Yi family's private estate. Just bought it. Ning Chen commanded Yi Kulu to carry the dishes into the kitchen. How much is a square foot here? Turn around and I'll buy a set too. Yi Kulu asked casually. Over 100,000 it seems, Nine Dust replied. So cheap? Then I'll get a set tomorrow and be neighbors with the boss. Yi Kulu said smilingly. He mainly wanted to get close to Ning Chen, so that he could easily ask for martial arts instruction at any time. Don't be a neighbor for now. Those two in the yard. It seems like they're here to look for you. Right. They've followed you all the way. Ning Chen pointed out the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room. What? Yi Kulu twisted his head. There were indeed two people standing in the yard. A man and a woman. The black dragon was barking at them. Woof woof woof. The man was slender and wore a black trench coat with a collar that went up to the bridge of his nose, revealing a pair of razor-sharp eyes under his dry grass-like dense hair. The woman is much sexier, wearing a revealing leather jacket and a short, severe haircut. The chi and blood on the two men's bodies were so intense that across a distance of more than 10 meters and a thick floor-to-ceiling window, Yi Kulu could feel the hostility emanating from them. The black dragon barked for a while, but was given a hard stare by the trench coat man, and was so scared that he shrank into the doghouse, not even daring to stick out his doggy head. Patriarch, 2. Yi Kulu stared closely at the two people, his eyes staring. Boss, what is this situation? Nine Dust spread his hands. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Memorize the URL. If he hadn't been here, Yi Kulu would have slipped away long ago. However, having seen Ning Chen decapitate the sword saint of the Sakura Kingdom with a single onion, Yi Kulu had the courage to do so. He walked into the courtyard and said to the two patriarchs, Who are you? What do you want? The trench coat man and the short-haired woman looked at each other with rather surprised eyes. Afterwards, the trench coat man spoke in broken Chinese and exclaimed, Worthy of being the Yi family's youngest son, he has excessive guts, and he can still maintain his poise in the face of two of our S-ranked powerhouses. S-class is the international standard for the division of cultivators. The vast majority of regions are called this. Only China has formed its own lineage and retained its own traditions. I've got a shitload of guts. If it wasn't for the boss being here, I would have slipped away a long time ago. Yi Kulu thought darkly in his heart and added, Who the hell are you people? We're from the Yasukuni Samurai Order. The trenchcoat man said in a deep voice. My humble self, Koro Kisi. Apricot Yoshiga, the short-haired woman said coldly. It's you guys. Yi Kulu gritted his teeth, his mind instantly recalling the many black materials of the Yasukuni Samurai Association. This organization was very much targeting Chinese cultivators in the underground world, and over the decades, there had been several grandmasters who had died at their hands. He himself had killed the young master of the Tokugawa family in an operation that had attracted the personal pursuit of the sword saint Ichiro Tokugawa. Young Master Yi, regarding Mr. Tokugawa's death, we have a few questions we would like to ask you. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to come with us. Koro Kisei, the trenchcoat man, smirked. Tokugawa Ichiro is dead. You guys still dare to come to China to investigate. Aren't you afraid of death? Yi Kulu asked. We followed them all the way and didn't find any traces of any strong people. So if my guess is right, young Master Yi is alone right now. Heimuzai continued. Ning Chen was leaning against the courtyard door, holding a cup of tea that he was drinking, and was a bit speechless when he heard these words. What do you mean? I'm not human? Yi Kulu forced a smile. Young Master Yi, we only have one question. Koro Kisai's tone became serious. Mr. Tokugawa, did he die at the hands of the chivalrous Kuei or not? Upon hearing this, Yi Kolo first smiled, then glanced back at Ning Chen. If I tell you that Tokugawa Ichiro was killed by him, would you believe me? Kurokisai and Yoshika Apricot looked at Nine Dust at the same time, and then moved away at the same time. Young Master Yi, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Kurokisai's tone turned cold. Mr. Tokugawa's death has completely alarmed the entire top echelon of the Samurai Council. Even if it was the chivalrous Kuei who made the move, he will surely pay a heavy price. I've already told you the truth, believe it or not, Yi Kolo simply said breathlessly with both hands spread out. In that case, we'll just have to take you away. Fang Yixingzi lost her patience and took a step forward. Her Zhongshi Qi surged out and pressed towards Yi Guolu. A patriarch was a patriarch after all, and his battle power was by no means something that could be countered by internal energy. Yi Kolo nearly fell to his knees, but how could he possibly kneel to the Sakura nation? He braced himself on all fours, gritted his teeth and twisted his head, saying with difficulty, "Old boss, they made a move. Just do it." Nine Dust didn't seem to intend to mind his own business, and said as he sipped his tea, "It's not like they're looking for you. They're not looking for me. Nima." Yi Kolo's mind was horrified, thinking that he was being punked. Slug noise bugs. Nishinai. With a flash of her figure, Apricot Fangha swept behind Ning Chen with an extremely fast speed, and slashed at his neck with a hand slash. Only a bang could be heard, and Apricot Fangha's hand blade slashed solidly at Nine Dust's neck. The latter's body, however, didn't budge even a fraction of an inch. Even the tea in the cup didn't shake twice. How can? Apricot Yoshika froze for a moment. She was an S-class powerhouse, comparable to a Chinese grandmaster, and with a single hand slash, she should be able to lynch this ordinary Chinese young man with no cultivation. Phew! Seeing Fangha Apricot strike at Nine Dust, Yi Kolo sighed in relief. The two ghosts, he knew, were going to be gone. Last time in the vegetable market, Ning Chen hadn't intended to save him either, and it was only when Tokugawa Ichiro's hands were cheap and he chopped Ning Chen's 2 onions in a row that the latter made a move to cut him down. As expected, after receiving this blow, Ning Chen's face turned a bit unsightly. There's a way to heaven and you don't go. There's no door to hell and you have to barge in. Apricot, retreat. Kurokisai's voice came. At least, Apricot Fangha was a 1 in a million S-class powerhouse, and she had pride in herself. When one strike failed, she became annoyed and violently threw out 2 shuriken from her sleeves, killing Ning Chen in the face. Nishinai, she cracked. Snap. Nine Dust raised his hand to deliver a big B-doodle. The terrifyingly strong wind wrapped around the shuriken and slapped Yoshioka Apricot's face viciously. With a miserable scream, the face of Apricot Yoshika was torn apart by her own shuriken, followed by a terrifying force that struck her, instantly breaking her vertebrae. Click 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 click. Apricot Fangha's body spun in place a dozen times, twisting into a twist. The whole man also lost his breath of life and fell headlong to the ground, dead. Inside the courtyard, there was dead silence. It all happened so fast, not even a second. Apricot, Apricot. Kurokisai's jaw nearly hit the floor. A slap, smacking an S-class powerhouse to death. How is this possible? S-class powerhouses are the ones who can't even be blasted to death by artillery shells, and can demolish tanks with their bare hands on the battlefield, and even throw stones to hit airplanes. What are you? You? Kurokisai looked at Ning Chen like he was looking at a monster, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Recalling Yi Kolo's words just now, his face instantly turned pale. Could it be that the person who killed Mr. Tokugawa was really this boyish-looking Chinese brat? No way. I must bring this news back and tell Yuki-sama. China has actually given birth to such a demon. It's going to be bad for Sakura country. Go! Kurokisai raised his hand high and slammed 2 specially made smoke bombs on the ground. Snort! The colorful smoke was released with such efficiency that it filled the courtyard in the blink of an eye. This is a super smoke bomb developed by the organization. One worth $5 million. The smoke contains neurotoxins, enough to paralyze the senses of a group of S-class powerhouses. The thought flashed through Kurokisai's mind and he turned to slip away. Unexpectedly, the colored smoke around him suddenly disappeared at an extremely fast speed. No, not disappeared, but sucked away by something. Kurokisai whipped his head around, scared out of his wits, and a native phrase popped out of his mouth. Nani! Only to see that Ning Chen stepped into the courtyard, his chest raised high, and with only one breath, he inhaled all the poisonous smoke into his lungs. Yi Kolo also looked dumbfounded. This poisonous smoke. He inhaled a small mouthful of it and got dizzy. Boss, this directly smoked up? Phew. Suddenly, Ning Chen opened his mouth and spat out, a wisp of colored smoke soaring out like an arrow. Kurokisai was in midair when he was pierced through the heart by an arrow of smoke and landed in a horizontal body. Another patriarch has died. This This. Exhale kills. Yi Kulu's eyes widened as if he had seen the most horrifying image in the world. An S-ranked powerhouse comparable to his own sure. Being swung to death by a big bee doodle was fine, but being spat to death by a breath of air was too much, wasn't it? But in favor of that, such a fact is presented. There was no room for disbelief. Now you can be 100% sure that the boss is a martial king. Yi Kulu's gaze toward Ningchen was filled with yearning and thirst. Remember in a second https://m. When would he himself become so powerful that he could kill a sect master like a dog? Black Dragon, come here. At that moment, Nine Dust whistled at the doghouse in the corner of the yard. A German shepherd with one ear missing burrowed out. Nine Dust said a few words or something, and it dragged the two corpses to the corner, then began to frantically dig a pit. And in the end, it actually buried the corpses of the two Sakura Nation patriarchs on the spot. Boss, this. Yi Kulu was almost petrified. So much going on all day long. Can't I just hang out in peace? Ugh. Nine Dust sighed with his hands in the air as he walked back into the living room. Yi Kulu looked at the black dragon who was tamping the earth with his dog's leg and winced. Busy following. Old boss, you just bury them in your own yard. Aren't you afraid to sleep at night? Yi Kulu asked with a sarcastic smile. Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? With this level of cultivation, they aren't that powerful even if they turn into ghosts, spirits, or zombies. So the big deal is to kill them all over again. Ningchen spoke in a flat tone. Cow pie. Yi Kulu smiled bitterly. Was this the confidence of a strong man? He didn't know that it was actually Nine Dust who was too lazy to deal with it. How convenient to bury it right there. By the way, boss, this Yasukuni samurai will. Yi Kulu was about to explain what had just happened. Ningchen, however, waved his hand. Don't talk to me about this crap. I'm not interested. Yi Kulu could only laugh bitterly. Nine Dust added. If you dare to spread the word about today's incident and cause trouble for me, I'll bury you as well. Evening. Yi Kulu dabbled in the meal and almost didn't swallow his tongue. He never knew that Ningchen's cooking skills were so good that he could kill all the chefs of 5-star hotels, and even their Yi family's imperial chef was no match for him. It is the two people buried in the yard that make Yi Kulu a little diaphragmatic. After the meal, Ningchen was idle and bored, so he gave Yi Kulu a little guidance on his cultivation. This kid is also highly perceptive. He understands everything at once. No wonder he had cultivated internal energy at such a young age. He was a renowned genius among the younger generation in the entire South. In the middle of the night, Ningchen got up to cook the midnight snack and found that Yi Kulu was still practicing in the courtyard. He couldn't help but secretly nod his head. The children are teachable. Ding 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 ding. At that moment, the cell phone sitting on the table rang. Ningchen picked it up and saw that it was Gu Honkai. Hey, Uncle Gu. Mr. Ning, something big is wrong. Gu Honkai's voice, permeated with trembling and fear. What's wrong? Nine Dust had a very bad feeling. If it wasn't urgent, Gu Honkai wouldn't dare to call him in the middle of the night. Just now there is a killer. Go to the 406 of Feng Ziyuan 2 building, Gu Honkai stammered. 406, Block 2, Feng Sai Court. This is his old home. Without waiting for Ningchen to reply, Gu Honkai added, don't worry. Your parents are fine. They're just in shock. I'll be right over. Ningchen hung up the phone, his face terrifyingly cold. Boss, what's wrong? Yi Kulu realized that Ningchen's face didn't look right and ran over from the courtyard. Something came up. Went out. You stay here and practice. After Ningchen finished speaking, his body actually floated out of thin air, and after hesitating for half a second, he rushed out of the villa at a terrifyingly overwhelming speed, straight into the night sky. Put. Yi Kulu sat on his butt on the ground and tilted his neck to look at the night sky, his mouth wide open. Fly. Crap. Boss can fly? Crouch. Omit 100 crouches. Qingzhou is more than 400 kilometers away from Dongyang County, and it takes more than 3 hours to drive at the fastest. Ningchen was afraid that something would happen to his mom and dad, so even if he consumed his spiritual energy, he had to arrive in the fastest time possible. 5 minutes later, Feng Sai Court neighborhood. A large number of uniformed law enforcement officers, as well as members of the Martial Arts Association, as well as watching the residents of the district surrounded the scene. The cordon was pulled several ways. Ning Dust picked a hidden corner to fall, and then quickly ran in. Gu Honkai was talking to a few leaders and was anxious. Ning Chanmao and Chen Lan also stood by the side, sorrow and fear written in their eyes. Dusty? When Ning Changmao saw his son approaching, he thought his eyes were blurry in the middle of the night. Son, what are you doing back here? Chen Lan quickly greeted them, causing Gu Honkai to look over as well. Mr. Ning? Gu Honkai's face was filled with disbelief. How could Mr. Ning be in Dongyang? Didn't he go back to Qingzhou with Xiao? Dad. Mom, Are you guys okay? Ning Chen walked over, and with a surge of his spiritual sense, he scanned the physical condition of his own father and mother, and only sighed in relief after realizing that there were no major problems. What the hell is going on? He looked over at Gu Hongkai. Gu Hongkai was startled. The law enforcement officers and leaders of the Martial Arts Association behind them looked at Nine Dust with great surprise. Mr. Gu is the richest man in Dongyang County. Who is this little brat? How dare he yell at the richest man in the county? Then came an even more eye-opening scene. I'm sorry, Mr. Ning. Gu Hongkai walked over to Ning Chen and bowed deeply. It's my fault for not protecting your parents. Leadership executives. At that point, 3 men lying on stretchers were carried out of the residential building. It was Chao Lei and Zhao Quan, the 2 bodyguards hired by the Gu family. There was also an unrecognizable black man accompanied by 2 armed law enforcement officers. Hiss. There's so much blood. People don't die, do they? How could a killer have come to our neighborhood? I've lived in Funsi Court for 10 years and I've never encountered such a strange thing. It's not Ning Changmao and his family. They got rich overnight. They have too stinking money to fool around every day. And they got their comeuppance. The crowd murmured. While listening to Gu Hongkai's explanation, Ning Chen utilized his spiritual sense and swept it towards those 3 people. Chao Lei is seriously injured, but still has breath. Zhao Quan's lifeline has been severed and he's already a corpse. The other man in black seemed to be the assassin Gu Hongkai was talking about. The killer was a half-step in her strength cultivation, much stronger than Chao Lei and Zhao Quan, which was why he had beaten them to death. However, due to the fact that the 2 had practiced the ancient body strengthening technique imparted by Ning Chen, their martial arts had recently improved greatly, and in their fight for their lives, they had severely injured him as well. Soon, 3 bloodied men were taken away in an ambulance. Ning Dust fished out 2 paper talismans from his pocket and handed them to Ning Changmao and Chen Lan. Dad, Mom, take this. Dusty, this is... Ning Changmao and Chen Lan received the paper talisman in bewilderment and realized that it was an ordinary yellow paper talisman with a red stripe on it, not knowing whether it was vermilion or chicken blood. This is an amulet that I begged heavily for. Mom and Dad, you'll wear it close to your body from now on. It'll keep you safe, Ning Chen said in a serious manner. Good, good, Chen Lan nodded repeatedly. Little Dust has a heart. Ning Changmao smiled back. In fact, this was a talisman that Ning Chen had drawn on the road, using his own blood as a guide to impose 2 protective spells on it. Once danger came, the talisman would activate automatically, and it would not be a problem to block the siege of a group of foundation stage cultivators. He himself would instantly sense. What age is it that people still believe that? Some of the leaders next to him snorted and shook their heads. Even Gu Hongkai didn't care. What he was most worried about now was that Ning Chen would have a view of their Gu family and no longer trust them. Uncle Gu, can you hand over that killer to me for interrogation? At this point, Ning Chen suddenly made a request. What? Gu Hongkai froze for a moment, then looked at the 2 leaders beside him. Bureau Qin, executive son. This, little brother. Don't worry, we will definitely investigate this matter and give you and your parents an explanation. As for handing over the murderer to you for trial, that's a bit of a pipe dream. Surely not. Bureau Qin was probably in his 50s, wearing a uniform, slightly gray at the temples, with sharp eyes, and very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing. Another Sun executive of the Martial Arts Association, who was in his 40s, also said, interrogating prisoners is the job of our Martial Arts Association and law enforcement officers. Little brother, you'd better go home honestly and wait for news. You guys wait for me to make a call. After Nine Dust finished speaking, he turned around and dialed a phone number. Ha, and a phone call. Bureau Qin gave Executive Director Sun and Gu Hongkai a helpless look. Let him fight. Executive Sun waved his hand. If my parents had suffered an assassination, I would definitely use all my connections and participate in the investigation as well. Humph. Even if it's human nature, you can't meddle in our work. Bureau Qin coldly snorted. The other side. Ning Chen dialed Zhang Wenlong, the president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, and told him about the assassination, hoping to get the right to interrogate the murderer. No problem. Senior, give me 5 minutes. Less than 3 minutes after Zhang Wenlong hung up, several white plate cars stopped at the entrance of Feng Ziyuan neighborhood. A bunch of people got out of the car and jogged forward to the bottom of the second building. Chairman Feng, Executive Sun was chatting about the case with Bureau Qin and suddenly saw his leader and hurriedly greeted him. Get out of here. President Feng pushed him away without even looking at him and came straight to Ning Chen, saying respectfully, you are Senior Ning? It's me. Nine Dust nodded. At this time, Ning Changmao and Chen Lan had already been sent upstairs, and he no longer hid it, directly radiating a powerful aura. I've spoken to Young. The murderer's interrogation rights? Now give them to me. Any more questions? He asked. No problem. No problem at all. When President Feng heard the title Little Zhang, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times in fear. His face was full of smiles, and his body bowed into 90 degrees. Senior Ning, I'll send someone to the hospital right now to drag the murderer to our Dongyang Martial Arts Association headquarters and hand him over to you for interrogation. Only then did Nine Dust nod in satisfaction and follow the Martial Association's team out. Only Executive Director Sun and Bureau Director Qin, who were looking at each other in dismay, were left behind. Mr. Ning's path is really wide. Dongyang Martial Arts Association's chairman Feng personally came to pick him up and even treated him with respect. Gu Hongkai wiped the sweat from his head, and in his mind, he kept speculating about Ning Chen's background. Nine Dust didn't take these few little people to heart. He now desperately wanted to know who was getting back at him. How dare you hire a killer and assassinate his parents? It almost touched his backbone. Ever since returning to Earth, it was the first time that Nine Dust had gotten so angry and wanted to break someone into pieces. Soon, the murderer received only the simplest of medical treatment at the hospital before being taken away by the people from the Martial Arts Association and sent to the interrogation room at the headquarters of the Dongyang Martial Arts Association. A shot in the heart woke him from his stupor. Who dash? Killer sucked in a breath of cold air and snapped his eyes open. Staring blankly at his surroundings, he struggled desperately, but found himself tied to an iron chair, unable to move. Be honest. Chairman Feng was standing right next to him and raised his hand to give him a couple of big mouths, scolding, "Ignorant dog, do you know who you're assassinating tonight? Honestly explain, which organization are you from and who is the gold master behind you?" Ha ha ha, the killer knew he couldn't run away, so he grinned. In our line of work, we all have professional ethics. We will never give up the gold master. You don't want to get a word out of my mouth. If you want to kill me or die by death, do as you wish. You fucker. President Feng was so angry that he kicked him down. A minion. Say it or not. Say it or not. Snap. President Feng went up and kicked him furiously, kicking him so hard that he kept spitting blood and wailing. But this assassin was obviously brutally trained, and despite being badly beaten, he always gritted his teeth and didn't reveal a word. Enough. Ning Chen sat across the table and watched for half a day before suddenly speaking out. Only then did President Feng stop, his face a bit ugly. Elder Ning, give me some time. I'll definitely be able to pry his mouth open. Even if you pry open his mouth, can you guarantee that he's telling the truth? Nine Dust slanted a glance at him. President Feng's face was embarrassed, but his heart was a bit disdainful. Underworld killers are hardcore. What can you do? Nine Dust ignored him and got up to walk towards the Slayer. Killer braced himself against the wall, covered in blood, and laughed sardonically. Don't dream of it. I'm not going to say anything, so you guys can just die. I don't need you to tell me. I'll find it myself. After Ning Chen finished this inexplicable sentence, he grabbed with his large hand, and spiritual energy surged forth. Soul searching. This was the second time he had performed the soul search technique, and because he had moved with real fire, he was very strong, directly and roughly ripping the killer's soul out of his brain area and searching it. The killer quickly went into a seizure, with dead white eyes, twitching limbs and noises. Elder Ning, what are you doing? President Feng looked dumbfounded. It's not good to torture and bend over backwards to get a confession, is it? It could be simple revenge. Hiss, what a ruthless tactic. At a young age, a few of the top management of the Dongyang Martial Arts Association watched in fear. What's that? Suddenly, someone pointed at the killer's ceiling. There, wisps of blue smoke-like substance were sucked out and gathered in Nine Dust's palm, and with every bit that was sucked out, the Slayer's body convulsed viciously. This scene is like the star-sucking technique in Jin Yong, but they were wrong. What Ning Chen absorbed wasn't power, but souls. This son is not immortal. President Feng wiped the cold sweat from his head. After a while, Ning Chen finally withdrew his hand and spat out 4 morose words from his mouth. Blood Blade Tavern. The killer slid to the ground like a limp shrimp, his limbs twisting and twitching every now and then, his mouth full of only outgoing air and no incoming air. The Blood Blade Tavern? President Feng was taken aback when he heard those 4 words. The Blood Blade Tavern, ranked 10th on the list of assassin organizations. Elder Ning, how did you find out about it? You don't need to know. Ning Chen swept a glance at the killer, who had become an invalid, and turned to leave. Out of the interrogation room and in the dark corridor, he dialed Zhang Wanlong's number again. Senior, how's it going? Zhang Wanlong's voice was lowered. It's the Bloodshed Tavern, Ning Chen said coldly. Memorize the URL. It's them. Zhang Wanlong frowned. But where did Senior mess with them? No, they're the ones who pissed me off. In Ning Chen's voice, no human emotion could be heard. Little Zhang, do me a favor. Senior, Zhang Wanlong's voice clearly took on a hint of emotion and caution. The Blood Blade Tavern is an international assassin organization with tens of thousands of members combined, scattered all over the world, and I, a branch president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, am really limited in what I can do to help you, as I'm not too small to speak of, and not too big to speak of. Besides, that last batch of herbs thing, your identity is still very sensitive. In case it is exposed, even I will be implicated. Nine Dust listened to him before explaining. You've misunderstood. I'm not asking you to help me deal with the Bloodshed Tavern. Zhang Wenlong froze. That's, Nine Dust said. In the next few days, there will be a little turbulence in Jiangnan province. Zhang Wenlong's brows furrowed furiously. Senior, what did you say? Nine Dust continued. Don't worry. The people who had things go wrong are all from the Blood Blade Tavern. Help me spread the news. I want the underground world to know that there is someone they can't afford to mess with in the Jiangnan province of China. After the words, Nine Dust hung up directly. Zhang Wenlong froze for a long time as he listened to the busy tone on the phone before reacting. Elder Ning is getting really angry. Qingzhou. Some movie theater. Excuse me. Xu Yan. I'll take a call. Lin Jiaoyang pressed out the screen of his cell phone and said to the beautiful person beside him, Go go go. Su Shuyan threw a kernel of popcorn into her mouth and watched the movie with great interest. Lin Jiaoyang came to an unoccupied corner and picked up the phone. Hey, Razor, mission accomplished? Lin Xiao. There's been an accident. A voice of pity came from the opposite side. What do you mean? Lin Jiaoyang frowned. That old couple has 2 peak C-rank bodyguards. Razor said. What? Where did it come from? Lin Jiaoyang was taken aback. I'm not sure, but the mission has failed and the local martial arts association has been alerted. Razor paused and added. Should we send another assassin? Forget it for now. There'll be plenty of opportunities later. You go to the marina to avoid the wind first. Lin Jiaoyang hung up the phone irritably, his face sinister and venomous. Surname Ning, I didn't expect you to be quite powerful, actually finding bodyguards for your parents. But you're in the light and I'm in the dark. It's only a matter of time before you're played to death by me. Same time, Ning Chen had brought his parents to live at the Dongyang Martial Arts Association headquarters, and President Feng patted his chest and promised that he would take care of them. After accompanying his parents for a night, Ning Chen returned to Qingzhou early the next morning. Cole Sunya was still practicing at the Rose Garden Villa. When he saw Nine Dust come back, he ran over excitedly. Boss, you can fly? How did you do that? By the way, what did you do last night? Ignoring him, Ning Chen went straight to the second floor, opened the safe, and took out 5 spirit pills from it. He knew an ancient divine skill that did not require refining, and could directly refine the aura in the elixir into spiritual energy and use it as a charging treasure. Ah, yellow essence fruit, dragon ambergris, purple chi, so many spirit medicines. Ye Kulu was shocked when he saw Ning Chen coming down from the second floor with 5 spirit pills floating around him. He shook and trembled as he stretched out his finger, pointing at Ning Chen. Boss, the batch of medicinal herbs escorted by the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Was you the one who hijacked it? Fuck off. Nine Dust kicked him away and cursed impatiently. Then, he pinched a sword finger and recited the mantra, and the 5 elixirs floating around him began to rotate around him with increasing speed. A stream of cyan-colored air was injected into Ning Chen's brow. Not long after, the 5 medicinal herbs flew away. Ning Chen also seemed to regain a new life. His body emitted a slight green aura. His eyes were deep. His aura was like a god. What's the boss doing? Yi Kolo sat paralyzed on the ground, completely dumbfounded. This spiritual energy will dissipate even though it lasts for 7 days. But it's enough. Begin. Ning Chen closed his eyes, and his spiritual sense spread over in all directions like a tidal wave. Because this was free spiritual energy, it could be used with impunity, and in the blink of an eye, the entire city of Qingzhou was covered in spiritual awareness. This was just the beginning as the tidal wave of spiritual awareness continued to roam outward. Dear City, Ningzhou, Was City, Huqing, Huiji, Jinzhou and other prefecture-level cities, and even Binhai City, which was immediately adjacent to Jiangnan Province, the entire 100,000 square kilometers and 65 million people were all enveloped under a giant net of spiritual awareness. Compared to the last time we covered Dongyang County, this time's handiwork, it's so much bigger. Ning Chen's terrifying spiritual sense swept past countless men, women, and children. Half an hour later, within the city of Qingzhou, a person caught Ning Chen's attention. The man had a chip planted in his brain with an explosive device installed in it, and a gun under the pillow in his room. Most importantly, his life flame was very shadowy, and he clearly had a lot of human lives on his hands. Ning Chen quickly turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the villa. Boss, Yi Kolu also wanted to follow, but he was completely unable to keep up with Nine Dust's speed. Seconds later, the penthouse suite of a five-star hotel. A burly man was exercising when he suddenly noticed a man appear on the balcony. Without thinking, he immediately rolled to the side of the bed, fished out a pistol equipped with a silencer from under the pillow, and aimed at Nine Dust with 3 bang 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 shots. Nine Dust walked into the bedroom from the balcony, and with a wave of his right palm, he slapped all the bullets away. This can't be. The Slayer looked dumbfounded. Die. Ning Chen didn't say anything and threw a punch. The opponent only let out a poof and died violently on the spot. Ning Chen once again performed his soul-searching technique to access the assassin's memories, only to discover that he wasn't a member of the Bloodshed Tavern. It wasn't long before the cleaning lady came to clean the house, entered and screamed in horror, and by this time, Nine Dust had already found a second assassin. This assassin was sleeping in his room when he was killed on the spot by Ning Chen, who had suddenly barged in, and yet still not a member of the Bloodblade Tavern. A third killer was leisurely fishing in the countryside and ended up feeding the fish and floating in the river. The fourth was in a sauna at a spa club, only to have the attendant come in and find the guest dead across the room. The fifth was playing golf, and when the caddy retrieved the ball, he found the guest dead with a club pierced through his chest. Sixth, just like that, in the course of the entire day, Ning Chen had taken out 13 assassins. One of them was a member of the Bloodblade Tavern. Ning Chen had conducted a detailed soul search on him, but the results were unsatisfactory. The Bloodblade Tavern has a good system of secrecy. A C-rank assassin has worked for the organization for 10 years and earned tens of millions of dollars, but has never met his superiors. Receiving and debriefing missions is done through encrypted darknet contacts. There was no way around it, so Ning Chen could only kill and find them one by one. Later that night, the YWCA received a request for help from law enforcement. Remember in a second https://m. Something big happened in Qingzhou. 13 people were killed in one night. Although Zhang Wenlong had known that Ning Chen would strike, he hadn't expected it to be so soon. Looking at the bloody photo in front of him, Zhang Wenlong fell into silence. He couldn't imagine how Elder Ning had managed to find these killers in just one day, and how the brains of every single one of them had been severely damaged. The identities of these 13 killers had not yet been fully investigated, and more deaths were already pouring in. The next day, 18 people. On the third day, 20 people. On the fourth day, 21 people. Zhang Wenlong was so anxious that he sweated profusely and contacted Ning Chen by phone every day to persuade him to stop. Doing so was declaring war on all the assassin organizations in the underground world, and even a martial king would have to weigh the consequences. Nine Dust ignored it, still emptying a city of assassins every day and working around the clock to track down the members of the Bloodshed Tavern. By the fifth day, the death toll began to plummet. Only 9 people died in one day. It wasn't that Nine Dust was lacking in spiritual power, but that some assassins had received a secret tip-off and ran away overnight. Too horrible. Who in the world has killed so many people in just a few days? Viper, Gecko, Magician, all veteran C-rank killers, all dead. There are also B-ranked killers. Even the A-ranked killer Tyrant was torn in half alive. It's just too terrifying. I need to get the hell out of here. Razor, carrying his suitcase, hurried to Puxi Airport to spend some time abroad. Just as he got out of the cab, a hand was on his shoulder. Before Razor could react, his body was actually out of control, following a stranger towards a hidden spot. When he came to the toilet cubicle, the stranger's face twisted and turned into Nine Dust's appearance. It's you! Razor recognized Nine Dust at a glance and was scared out of his wits. You know me? Nine Dust felt like he had finally found the right person. No, I don't know you. Let me go. Let me go. Razor began to struggle desperately, but his body, simply not under his control, wanted to pull his throat to shout for help. He could not raise the strength. I hope you're the last one. Ning Chen flexed his fingers, and with a soft poof, a strand of true chi pierced through Razor's brow, sending this B-ranked assassin to meet the Buddha. Soul-searching technique. Once again, the little spiritual energy left was slowly depleted. This time, he saw a familiar face in this slayer's memories. Lin Xiaoyang. Oh, after searching for a big circle, it turns out that you are the one who was behind this. Let me see. You are ostensibly a member of the Coin Circle, the youngest billionaire in Qingzhou. In fact, your real identity is the business agent of the Bloodblade Tavern in the Jiangnan district. The second before his spiritual energy ran out, Ning Chen snuffed out the soul search technique. Razor plunged headfirst into the toilet bowl with a large splash. After learning that Lin Xiaoyang was the real culprit behind the scene, Ning Chen was in no hurry to go back for revenge. These days, in the eyes of outsiders, he is indeed very crazy, killing hundreds of assassins in a row and pissing off several major assassin organizations. It could be said that half of the underground world was tracing his identity, and even the headquarters of the Chinese Martial Arts Association was investigating him. Ning Chen himself didn't feel much of anything, and took an online taxi, slowly returning from Marina to Qingzhou. At this point, Lin Jiaoyang also received a warning from his superiors. Demon, recently Jiangnan is very uneasy. There's a madman killing people everywhere, and I don't know what kind of stimulus. You'd better go to Southeast Asia to avoid the wind. The superior of the Bloodshed Tavern, codenamed Butcher, was one of the heads of the 5 major districts in China, with a very high status. Lin Jiaoyang's codename is Demon and he is highly respected by him. Boss Butcher, who the hell is this madman? My 3 newly recruited assassins were all killed by him. Pisses me off. In the hotel suite, Lin Jiaoyang broke into tears. If I knew the identity of this man, I would have gone to claim the Dark Titan's $8 million bounty. Butcher snorted coldly. Dark Titan? Lin Jiaoyang was puzzled. The Dark Titan ranked 3rd on the list of assassin organizations, with a strength far exceeding that of the Blood Blade Tavern, and was said to have an SSS-ranked superpower in attendance. That maniac, how is he still involved with the Dark Titan? The son of a high-ranking member of the Dark Titan, who came to Jiangnan to practice, died. The Butcher explained. That crazy guy did it. Ha 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 ha. There is such a thing? Lin Jiaoyang laughed out loud. The Dark Titan is much stronger than us at the Blood Blade Tavern. That madman will surely pay the price. We'll have a hilarious show. Don't watch the fun. You should leave Jiangnan first. Be careful of that madman looking for you. Butcher admonished again. I don't think so. I'm just an agent, only responsible for recruiting and managing killers. Lin Jiaoyang smiled sarcastically. In our line of work, don't take any chances. Butcher added. Got it, boss. I will leave the country tonight. No, tomorrow night, Lin Jiaoyang said. Aha, Butcher hung up. Mud. What a pain in the ass. What kind of idiot is doing this? Lin Jiaoyang slammed his fist on the wall and muttered to himself. Looks like this is the only way. He then dialed Su Shuyan's number. Hey Shuyan, are you free tonight? Come to the OT bar. Oops. Funding matter, you don't rush. Come over and I'll talk to you. That's it. Hang up first. By the end of the night, Su Shuyan came as promised and brought ginger candies. Both sisters were beautifully dressed. In order for them to let their guard down, Lin Jiaoyang also called other friends and drank until the latter part of the night, without mentioning a word about the $200 million. 3:30 in the morning, the friends that Lin Jiaoyang and Su Shuyan had called in were all gone. In the large box, only he, Su Shuyan, and Ginger Sugar remained. Gingerbread was half drunk and endured a stomach upset to keep her girlfriend's company. Su Shuyan often comes out to play and drinks well. Jiaoyang, my father really can't hold out any longer. When exactly will the $200 million you promised me arrive? Shuyan, you've been asking all night. Aren't you tired? Lin Jiaoyang was always so calm and unhurried, as if he knew that as long as the funds weren't in place, Su Shuyan wouldn't leave easily. Why don't I massage your shoulders and relax? Taking advantage of the wine, Lin Jiaoyang was bold. He went around to Su Shuyan's back and tried to touch her snow-white neck, her smooth fragrant shoulders. Lin Jiaoyang, what do you want? At this time, Zhang Candy had a jolt and hurriedly ran over to push Lin Jiaoyang away. Lin Jiaoyang was pushed a little upset. Frowned, what for? I help my girlfriend massage to relax. This you also want to care? It's not right. Shuyan doesn't seem to have agreed to officially be your girlfriend yet. Is it appropriate for you to make such a move? Zhang Sugar often come to the bar to play, but also considered to read a lot of men. A glance can see that Lin Jiaoyang is not in the right mind, and his eyes are colorful, obviously drunk and his nature revealed. Also, Mr. Lin, you promised to lend money to Uncle Su and have been dragging your feet for so long. What exactly do you mean? Ginger Sugar had wanted to question him for a long time. Sugar, don't say that. Jiaoyang has been working hard too. It's just that the funds are trapped. Su Shuyan helped to defend. Shuyan, you're so naive. Ginger Sugar said angrily. If he really loved you, he would have gone to the bank to take out a loan to help Uncle Su long ago. Why would he drag his feet for so long? Ha ha ha, a loan? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiaoyang suddenly laughed, speaking lightly. In case the Su family doesn't operate well in the future and really goes bankrupt, you'll pay back these $200 million for their family? What do you mean? Ginger Sugar's beautiful eyes gradually widened. Could it be that from the very beginning, you never intended to lend money to Uncle Su? Sugar, don't talk nonsense. Jiaoyang is not such a person. Su Shuyan was afraid of annoying Lin Jiaoyang and hurriedly pulled her best friend back. Lin Jiaoyang, however, smiled playfully and said, TSK, it's still you who's smart. Sugar, completely different from this stupid woman Su Shuyan. Boom! This compliment was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that struck Su Shuyan. Jiaoyang, you? Su Shuyan's face went white as she pointed at him. What the hell do you mean? What do I mean? Heck, I was going to ask you what you meant. Lin Xiaoyang glared at her. Every day, you come out to eat with Lao Zi, watch movies, buy clothes, neither admit that you are my girlfriend, nor let me touch, and you hesitate for half a day to hold a hand. You such a scum girl. Still expect to see me lend you money. Do your mom's spring and autumn big dream go? A burst of curses almost made Su Shuyan dizzy. She never expected, no matter what, that the usually gentle and considerate Lin Xiaoyan was actually such a person when he was drunk. 2 lines of clear tears ran down her beautiful cheeks. Sugar, let's go. Su Shuyan held Ginger Sugar and twisted her head to leave. Go away. If you go away, you Su will really be bankrupt. Lin Xiaoyang's teasing voice came from behind him. As far as I know, the bank gave your old man a deadline of 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and if the funds don't arrive by 8 o'clock, the bank will start the bankruptcy and liquidation process. By then, your Su group will be completely finished. Ha ha ha. When he finished, he scoffed profusely. Su Shuyan's footsteps stopped at the entrance of the box. As if she had predicted something, she clenched her pink fists and asked through clenched teeth, what exactly do you have to do before you are willing to lend me money? It's simple. Be my woman. Lin Xiaoyang crossed his feet on the table, lit a cigarette, and then began to gulp down the smoke. You're shameless. Ginger Sugar copied half a glass of wine on the table and angrily threw it at Lin Xiaoyang. Lin Xiaoyang was also practiced. How could he be splashed by her? He dodged his figure and avoided the wine, then ruthlessly gave Jiang Candy a slap on the face, slapping her down on the sofa. Sugar, don't hit Sugar. I promise you, okay? Su Shuyan ran over to protect her best friend, tears streaming down her face. Her lips were bitten through, oozing crimson blood. Shuyan, don't said Ginger Sugar, dazed from the beating and forcing her way through the pain. Su Shuyan's shell teeth bit her lip, glaring hatefully at Lin Xiaoyang. You first give my father $20 million to stabilize the bank side, otherwise I'll die before I'll follow you. No problem. The corner of Lin Xiaoyang's mouth hooked, and immediately dialed the company's finance number and opened the speakerphone. Hey, Xiao Zhang, give Su's side $20 million. Okay, Mr. Lin. At those words, Su Shuyan's eyes turned even redder, glaring at Lin Xiaoyang with a death glare, itching to tear him to pieces. So, you have money in your hand and you've been lying to me all along. The girl broke down. Finally smart for once, Lin Xiaoyang walked over and picked her snow-white delicate chin, an evil smile of triumph in his eyes. Bastard! Su Shuyan raised her hand and slapped him, teardrops splashing out of her eyes. This murderous bastard never intended to borrow the money from the beginning, and the only thing he counted on was his own body. She's got it all figured out. Unfortunately, it's already too late. The Su group has wasted the last bit of precious time and is at the end of its rope. Thinking of the growing gray hairs on her father's head and the blood in her mother's eyes, Su Shuyan decided to sacrifice herself. She sat down on the couch, closed her tearful, beautiful eyes, and said, please hurry up. I'll take it as a dog bite. Oh, just kidding. Instead of being angry, Lin Xiaoyang was excited when he received a slap. Su Shuyan, you're at least the most beautiful woman I've ever stumbled upon. And even though you didn't escape my clutches in the end, the two of us, we shouldn't be in a place like this. Let's go. The Intercontinental Hotel Presidential Suite. I booked it a long time ago. The night, it's still long. We can take our time. Upon hearing the words play slowly, Su Shuyan's delicate body violently trembled, her heart like ashes. Shuyan, don't go to. Ginger struggled to her feet and took her best friend's hand. Su Shuyan hugged her and cried into tears. I'm sorry, Sugar. I'm really sorry. I have to help Dad. I can't watch Su go bankrupt. Is it over? Lin Xiaoyang stood at the door smoking, a little impatient. Sugar, don't call the police. Don't tell my parents. And don't tell Ning Chen. Su Shuyan got up in tears. At this moment, for some reason, his mind was filled with Ning Chen's original admonition. Stay away from that Lin Xiaoyang. He's no good. Ning Chen, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. I'm really sorry. Su Shuyan really regretted it, but it was too late to say anything. She had to go with Lin Xiaoyang. But, just the moment the door was opened, the face in his head reflected in his eyes. Ning Chen? Su Shuyan was stunned in place, thinking she was dreaming. Brother Dolly? Ginger Sugar also froze. How could Brother Dolly be here? Could it be that he came to save Shuyan? Nine Dust, why the hell are you here, Al? Before Lin Xiaoyang could finish his sentence, he was slammed in the face by Ning Chen, and flew straight out, hitting the wall hard and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Ning Chen walked in expressionlessly, closing the door of the box with his hand. Ning Chen, you're here to save me. Su Shuyan looked at Ning Chen in a touched manner, but the latter directly ignored her and walked towards Ginger Candy in large strides. He gently stroked the left side of Ginger's face, which was swollen into a bun, and pointed at Lin Xiaoyang. He hit it? Aha! Ginger Sugar had originally held back her tears, but when Ning Chen asked this, she couldn't hold back her tears, and Ning tears gushed out like a dike. Don't cry, brother will help you take revenge. Ning Chen gently patted her head and took a step towards Lin Xiaoyang. Su Shuyan stood alone by the door, and for some reason, her tears flowed even more fiercely than earlier. Ning Dust, what are you doing? Don't come over. Be careful, I'll call the police. This is a society of law and order. Lin Xiaoyang was terrified and kept shrinking towards the corner. You, an agent of the Blood Blade Tavern in the Jiangnan district, talk to me about a society based on the rule of law? Ning Chen walked over and directly gripped Lin Xiaoyang's hair. Lin Xiaoyang's pupils instantly widened, and before he could ask anything, Ning Chen threw two big bee pockets in his face, and snapped. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. He lost all of his front teeth, his nose bleeds wildly, and he howls wildly. He attempted to resist, but with a mere peak external force strength, he wasn't even worthy of lifting Ning Chen's shoes. Memorize the URL. Good fight. Brother power. Beat him up. Beat him to death. Ginger Sugar Cheer called from the sidelines. Su Shuyan, however, realized that it wasn't good and hurriedly ran up, pulling Ning Chen. Stop fighting. You stop fighting. Get on the side. With a jolt of his shoulder, Nine Dust sent the girl flying out. But fortunately, she didn't get hurt when she fell on the sofa. Nine Dust made a move on her. Su Shuyan wanted to cry then, but when she thought that the family business still needed her to save it, she wiped away her tears and charged once more. Nine Dust, stop it. Now no one will lend our family money except him. I beg you, let him go. Su Shuyan desperately pulled and tugged. Once Nine Dust heard that, hey, the strike was even harder. Bong 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 lands 3 punches. Lin Xiaoyang's cheekbones were directly shattered and his face was broken. Nobody lent your family any money. What's it to me? Ning Chen once again threw Su Shuyan out, then swung his arm round, ready to continue serving Lord Lin. Lin Xiaoyang was really afraid of being killed and hurriedly shouted, don't fight, don't fight. Dad, Grandpa, Ancestor, let me go. I'll give you money. I'll give you lots of money. You think I'm short of money? Ning Chen choked Lin Xiaoyang's neck, causing his feet to leave the ground and his face to rise into an eggplant purple color. Don't think I don't know what you've done. And if you want to buy your life, fine, but you'll have to spend a lot of money. Lin Xiaoyang suffocated while his face was covered in shock. It seemed that Ning Chen already knew that he had sent someone to attack and kill his parents. I'm afraid that the madman who recently massacred the underground world killers in Jiangnan province is also related to him. Damn, kick the bucket. Why in the world did I mess with him? Lin Xiaoyang repented his bowels. Ning Chen's force was increasing, and he felt like his 3 souls were being squeezed out. 300 million. Lin Xiaoyang desperately squeezed a number out of his throat. Let me go. How about dispatching beggars? Ning Chen's eyes showed a snicker as he continued to increase his force. 500 million. Lin Xiaoyang added. Keep adding. Ning Chen shouted angrily. 1 billion. Lin Xiaoyang finally reported a number. His face has been black. All by instinct in the speech. I only have so much. The other money are invested. No 2 or 3 years to collect. Cannot be recovered. Fine. Call the money. Ning Chen's hand let go and Lin Xiaoyang fell to the ground. Don't fucking play dead. Come on. Nine Dust gave him another kick, and really wasn't afraid of kicking him to death. Lin Xiaoyang did not dare to hesitate, endured the severe pain in his lungs to pick up his cell phone and called the company's finance in a panic. When you get through it's a frenzy of yelling, call the money. Don't ask why. Pay up. Afterwards, Ning Chen provided a bank account for Lin Xiaoyang to call money into. After checking, he found that only 500 million had been credited to the card. What about the other 500 million? Nine Dust asked. Brother Ning, please, let me go. As long as you let me go, the rest of the 500 million will arrive immediately. And if I dare to lie to you, you can simply beat me to death next time. Lin Xiaoyang knelt on the ground, begging non-stop. Seeing Lin Xiaoyang in this miserable state, Su Shuyan was relieved from the bottom of her heart. Nine Dust, watch out for him turning around and suing you for robbery. She voiced a reminder. Is there a place for you to talk here? Ning Chen swept a glance at Su Shuyan and almost didn't piss her off. I'm just reminding you. Why are you so fierce? Su Shuyan's eyes turned red and she stomped her foot in anger. Ginger rushed forward to comfort. Lazy. Ning Chen slipped his phone into his pocket, then kicked Lin Xiaoyang's ass. Get lost. Roll. You let me go? Lin Xiaoyang felt incredulous. Well, let's go. Nine Dust smiled. Gulp. Lin Xiaoyang gulped. He always felt that it wasn't that simple. But if we don't leave now, should we stay here and wait for death? He climbed up and ran, rushing all the way out of the door of the box, his face covered in resentment. 9 Dust, not only did you ruin my good deed and rob me of $500 million, you also beat me up like this. I'm going to get back at you, and when I've recovered from my injuries, I'm going to get back at you hard. I'm going to kill your family, all of them. Ha 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 ha. Letting me go will be the most regrettable decision you've ever made in your life, Lin Xiaoyang growled in his mind. However, just as he left the door of the box, he realized that his legs and feet were out of control, and he actually ran towards the end of the corridor on his own. My leg. What happened to my leg? Stop. Stop. Ah. Lin Xiaoyang tried to stop running, but it didn't help at all. OT Bar is located on the 19th floor of the Green State Building. On this night, a dozen witnesses saw Lin Xiaoyang yelling and screaming as he rushed out onto the outdoor porch, then flipped over and jumped from the 19th floor in a leap of faith. About 2 seconds later, a scream came from the square of the Qingzhou mansion. Then hundreds of people crowded over, clogging up the scene. Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar came out of the box, bumped into the scene, and were scared out of their wits. Dead. Lin Xiaoyang is dead. How could this happen? Su Shuyan's face was so white that she couldn't even stand. Didn't Ning Chen let him go? Why did he jump off the building? Brother Dolly. What is going on here? Ginger Sugar's little face also lost its color in fear, staring at 9 Dust in a daze. Lin Xiaoyang's suicide was too weird. How do I know? Ning Chen spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. It's possible that he felt ashamed to be a human being and wanted to delete his number and retrain. It's also possible that he didn't sleep with Su Shuyan and didn't think about it under his grief and anger. What are you babbling about? Su Shuyan was so angry that she twisted her head and left. Soon after, the police arrived at the scene and launched an investigation. Lin Xiaoyang's death had also spread throughout the circles of Qingzhou's high society this night. When Lin Quan, the head of the Lin family, heard the news, he didn't even open the meeting and ran to the police station to inquire about the case. Lin's mother cried herself out 3 times in one morning and was willing to fund a $10 million investigation into her son's death. Lin's father and mother did not believe that their son, who was at the peak of his life, would choose to lighten his life. As someone who had beaten up Lin Xiaoyang in his lifetime, Ning Chen was naturally the most suspicious. That night, he was taken to the headquarters of the Wushu Association for investigation, but was acquitted at noon the next day. Apart from the fact that Cheng Manlung is talking behind his back, there is also a real lack of evidence. It didn't help that Lin's father and mother ran over and cried. In the office, Liang Yongji watched Lin's father and mother leave in grief, sighed, and said to Zhang Wenlong, Chairman, Lin Xiaoyan was obviously jealous of Ning Chen and was killed by him. If we do this, will it be too unfair to the Lin family? The Lin family at least provides tens of millions of dollars in funding to our association every year. Before he finished his words, he was stopped by Zhang Wenlong raising his hand. You know shit. We're only saving the Lin family by doing this. Just watch. If Lin Quan must find out about this, then the Lin family will probably be gone. Remember in a second https://m. Liang Yongji winced as he listened. This may not have much credibility when it comes from someone else's mouth, but when it's said by Chairman Young, it's worth pondering inside. Martial arts residence. The Su family. Lin Xiaoyang the asshole. Su Jingshan slammed a teacup to smithereens, cursing under his breath. He deserved to die. Su Shuyan stayed up all night, sitting on the sofa, her eyes swollen from crying. Zhou Jing wrapped her arms around her daughter and turned to accuse her husband. I've long said that this Lin Xiaoyang kid is no good. You just don't believe me, and you still want to push your daughter into the fire pit. Now see. Su Jingshan felt suffocated and shouted. How did I know that he was a clothes horse? Now that he's dead, the funds are gone, and the group is going bankrupt. It's all over. Will you guys knock it off? Su Shuyan didn't want to listen to her parents arguing at home and directly slammed the door. She and Ginger are meeting at the school, but after getting off the subway and walking, she somehow made it to the Rose Garden neighborhood and stood in front of Villa 1403. After hesitating for a long time, she pulled out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Ning Chen. Su Shuyan, are you back? If the other party has enabled friend verification and you are not her friend, please send a friend verification request first in chat only after the other party passes the verification. Su Shuyan. Leihe. She actually got blackballed. Su Shuyan saw the blinding red exclamation mark and was so angry that she almost spat out blood. Ever since I was a kid, she's the only one who's ever blackmailed a guy. Where's the guy who's ever blackmailed her? Some heartthrob used to make thousands a month touting her microsignal. Pissed off, Su Shuyan stood in front of the villa's front door and stomped her feet in anger. Hello, are you Su Shuyan from the art department? Just when he wanted to cry, a sweet girl's voice came from behind. Su Shuyan forced back her tears and turned around to see that it was actually a girl whose posture was not inferior to hers. A head of seaweed like black dense hair, delicate and pretty features, glowing and breakable snow-tender skin, coupled with a 1.68 head, proper school flower-level beauty. You are. Su Shuyan froze for a moment. It seemed like she had seen this sister somewhere. My name is Gu Xiao. I'm also from Qing University, but I'm at the White Bird Lake campus. The girl's smile was healing, and she stretched out her hand at Su Shuyan under the sunlight. I've long wanted to get to know you. Schoolgirl Su, you're really pretty. Thank you. You're pretty too. Su Shuyan politely shook her hand and forced back her tears, revealing a charming smile. She couldn't afford to be outdone by another sister. Casually, I asked, you live here too? How come I haven't seen you before? Me? No. I'm here to have fun. A villa here costs hundreds of millions of dollars. Where can I afford it? Gu Xiao waved her hand. In fact, she is modest. With the strength of the richest family in Dongyang County, acquiring a set of hundreds of millions of dollars of real estate is still easy. She just thinks that college students don't need to live in such upscale places, and that living in a dormitory is fine. You live here? How nice. So close to school. Gu Xiao revealed an envious expression. Yeah, just this block. Come over and play sometime. Su Shuyan laughed. She thought that Nine Dust was not at home, so she wanted to put on a show. However, Gu Xiao was stunned, pointing at Villa 1403 and asking, Schoolgirl Su, you live here? Yeah, what's wrong? Su Shuyan hadn't realized that something was wrong. Isn't this building my friend's house? Why do you live here? Gu Xiao felt strange. Your friend? Su Shuyan was stunned. Her heart said it was not good. Gu Xiao, when did you arrive? Why didn't you give me a call? At some point, the courtyard door opened, and Nine Dust walked out in his pajamas. Su Shuyan's small face went white then. Hi, Nintendo. Gu Xiao greeted first, then looked at Su Shuyan in puzzlement. At this time, even if Su Shuyan's cheeks were thicker, she had reddened into a big apple. Jesus, how he's home. Su Shuyan screamed inwardly, so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Why are you here? Seeing that Su Shuyan was also there, Ning Chen frowned and asked, Nine Dust, you know schoolgirl Su? Gu Xiao's gaze darted between the two, and her tone became unnatural. Flora Su said she lives in 1403, and Ning Chen lives here too. Could it be that they're living together? Not recognizable. Ning Chen put down these words and dragged Gu Xiao into the courtyard door as soon as he could, then ruthlessly closed it, leaving Su Shuyan alone outside. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Su Shuyan couldn't hold herself together any longer and crouched on the ground bawling, the kind that tears your heart out without regard for Missy's face. Ning Chen, what is she? Gu Xiao twisted her head and glanced at her. Don't mind her, a psychopath. Nine Dust ignored it. Ning Chen. Gu Xiao suddenly stopped in her tracks, her shell teeth biting her lip. What for? Nine Dust twisted his head. Gu Xiao pursed her lips, a little afraid, and a little angry, said, even if you break up with people, you don't have to be so desperate, right? In the middle of winter, what about freezing people? 3 rows of crows flew over Nine Dust's head as he dropped a sentence and headed back to the villa. You're sick too. When Gu Xiao opened the courtyard door and tried to fetch Su Shuyan in, Zhang Candy arrived as well. She sent a message that Su Shuyan didn't reply, so she guessed that she was here. Shuyan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Su Shuyan squatting on the ground and crying, Zhang Candy hurried over and was even more surprised when she realized Gu Xiao's presence. Who is this pretty girl and why is she at Brother Dolly's house? Is it his new girlfriend? Sugar. Su Shuyan lifted her face. Her makeup had already been blown by crying. I'm so sorry. Why didn't I see that animal's face earlier? Ning Chen, he clearly warned me. Oh. Shuyan, it's not your fault. Ginger Sugar took her best friend into her arms heartily. Gu Xiao listened to the clouds and thought to herself. Could it be that it wasn't Ning Chen who was desperate, but Su Shuyan who cheated on her? So, do you guys want to come in? Gu Xiao issued an invitation. It's weirdly cold outside. Ginger Sugar was quite upset when she heard this. Su Shuyan felt even worse because this used to be her home. When was it the turn of an outsider to invite him? Because of the presence of Ginger Sugar, Ning Chen didn't kick Su Shuyan out and let them walk into the living room, blowing the air conditioner to keep warm. The atmosphere was awkward when suddenly someone pushed open the side door and walked in from the courtyard. Boss, I always feel that I'm one opportunity short of breaking through to the sovereign, but how do I practice? Crap, so many girls? Yi Kolo walked in and looked dumbfounded. Whether it was Su Shuyan, Jiang Sugar, or Gu Xiao, all of them were girls with more than 8 points, and they were on the list of Qing University's school flower list. Even Yi Gulu, who had read countless beauties, looked dumbfounded. Disgraceful thing. Never seen a beautiful woman before? Ning Chen kicked him from behind. See you, see you, see you. He. Yi Kulu was not annoyed and greeted with a smile. Hello sisters-in-law, my name is Yi Kulu. Get out. Nine Dust kicked him back into the courtyard. Gu Shio and Jiang Candy's faces reddened at the same time. Su Shuyan, on the other hand, cursed violent maniac. Ginger then asks Nine Dust about the progress of the case. Brother Dolly, what did the police say? Lin Xiaoyang died too strangely. Gu Shio had been playing with her cell phone. When she heard the three words Lin Xiaoyang, she froze slightly and interrupted. Excuse me, who did you just say died? Ginger looked at her. Lin Xiaoyang. Ah. Gu Xiao blinked her big black and bright eyes. Is it Lin Xiaoyang of the Lin Group? Gingerbread nodded. Gu Xiao was confused and scrambled to pick up her cell phone, calling Gu Hongkai for confirmation. What's wrong with her? Ginger asked Nine Dust. Lin Xiaoyang is her cousin. Ning Chen replied. Ha? Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar were both taken aback. Such a coincidence? Cousin really passed away? How could this happen? Didn't he mix well? Gu Xiao put down her cell phone and secretly said in her heart. You don't seem sad at all. Su Shuyan looked at her strangely. Indeed. Gu Xiao smiled bitterly, her afterglow glancing at Ning Chen. I haven't liked this cousin of mine since I was a kid. Plus the last time Ning Chen told me that he wasn't a good person, I've deliberately stayed away from him. Hearing these words, Su Shuyan's pretty face stiffened, and her heart was truly full of mixed feelings. It was because Nine Dust had also cautioned her, and that too twice. But she was too overwhelmed by love to listen. Her eyes reddened and she forced herself to say, it's a good thing you're away from him. He's an asshole. 1,000 killing asshole. Oof. Cursing, Su Shuyan cupped her face and cried again. Schoolgirl Su? Gu Xiao was a bit puzzled. Nine Dust shrugged his shoulders, signaling that it had nothing to do with him. Well, Shu Yen, Lin Xiaoyang people are gone. Everything is over. Ginger Sugar sat beside her best friend to comfort. But, our family is still bankrupt. Woo woo woo. Su Shuyan flung herself into Jiang Sugar's arms and cried with pearly blossoms. It's now 10 in the morning, past the deadline set by the bank, and the Su Group has started the bankruptcy and liquidation process. The Su family will be in a huge amount of debt. Originally, Ningchen had the ability to stop this because he had gotten $500 million from Lin Xiaoyang, but he was taken away by the police overnight yesterday and didn't return until 9 a.m. He has missed the last chance to save Su Group. Su Shuyan cried her heart out, and Ningchen, distracted by what he was hearing, spoke. Can you stop crying? It's noisy. I'll just cry. Just cry. Just cry. Just cry. Su Shuyan began to spill her guts. Sick. Nine Dust cursed again. Gu Xiao smiled bitterly. Brother Dolly, don't be angry with Shu Yen. Shu Yen was also tricked by that bastard Lin Xiaoyang, Ginger Sugar advised. What am I mad at her for? Nine Dust felt amused. Nine Dust, you're just mad at me. Su Shuyan went out on a limb and didn't want her face. You said in front of your department Su evening night that you like me, and when you saw Lin Xiaoyang chasing after me, you were just so angry, and then you bought this house and drove me away, and you just wanted to get back at me. Do you think I don't know? You're an asshole too. Ningchen was so speechless that he almost greeted Su Shuyan's parents. He then realized why Su Shuyan always thought she liked him. It turned out that it was the blind words he made up off the top of his head that day when he rejected Su Lianya that reached Su Shuyan's ears, and that's why she kept treating herself like a clove of garlic. Stupid. Ningchen didn't bother to explain and got up. I'm going out. I'm not leaving. Su Shuyan splashed and rolled around, holding onto the sofa firmly. If you have the guts, beat me up and throw me out, or I won't leave. So convinced. Ningchen was furious, but Su Shuyan was Aunt Xiao's daughter after all. He couldn't lay his hands on her, so he turned his head to Gu Xiao and said, come on, let's go out to eat. Oh, Gu Xiao followed behind Ningchen, hesitantly. She came by car and drove Nine Dust away from the rose garden. After the two of them left, Su Shuyan sat down on the carpet in a state of disorientation, silently weeping. Sugar, why? Did I see Ningchen going out with another girl? I'm so sad. So sad. Ginger sighed and hugged her gently, whispering, because he belonged to you in the first place. Su Shuyan raised her haggard face and choked. Really? Really? Ginger Sugar laughed. Of course, your mother is a good girlfriend, and live together, near the water first, if you put away your big lady temper, and treat brother Dolly a little better. Maybe the baby are several. What nonsense. Su Shuyan pretty face reddened, paused, and then asked, Little Sugar, that I still have a chance. I really regret it now. Although Ningchen is violent and a bit stuffy, he's much better than someone like Lin Xiaoyang. No, Lin Xiaoyang can't be considered a human being at all. He's just a scum, an animal, and not worthy of death. I want to vomit now when I think of all the lovey-dovey things he said to me. When Ginger Sugar heard her best friend say this, she was instantly happy. Right. Shu Yan, you finally looked away. Don't worry, Brother Dolly and that Gu Xiao shouldn't be together yet. You'll have your chance. Su Shuyan nodded her head and lightly nodded, her eyes somewhat hesitant again. Well, just then, two more people wind up at Villa 1403. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Su Shuyan had just gotten up from the ground and straightened her appearance when she saw Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing rushing in, carrying gift boxes in their hands and with excitement on their faces. Shu Yan, where is Xiao Duan others? Su Jingshan asked busily. He went out. Su Shuyan replied. Dad, what's wrong with you? Ah. She let out a scream of fear as Su Jingshan suddenly rushed over and hugged her, excitedly shouting, Good daughter, our family has come back from the dead. Back from the dead. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Memorize the URL. What? Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar were taken aback. Xiao Jing smiled and explained. It was Xiao Dust who stepped in, and the Wen family lent us $200 million to help us stabilize our capital chain. We are here to thank him. Su Shuyan sat on her butt on the sofa, her eyes red again. Ginger Sugar smiled brightly. I told you, Brother Dolly wouldn't be that heartless. Sugar, do you know where Dusty went? Aunt Xiao wanted to invite him for dinner tonight, but the phone couldn't get through. Xiao Jing put a few gift boxes in the corner of the living room and walked over to ask. Ginger Sugar smiled bitterly. Brother Dolly went out on a date with a girl, Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing. The Lin family, Lin Quan and his wife, Pang Xiao Chui, were wearing black mourning clothes and were holding a wake for their son. A fine sandalwood coffin lay across the center of the hearth. Inside lay the well-groomed and well-dressed Lin Jiao Yang in his birthday suit. Already cool. Relatives and servants were dressed in mourning clothes, with just the right amount of sadness on their faces. The world's most grief-stricken thing. No better than white hair to send black hair. Overnight. Lin Quan full of white hair. His wife is also like a dead heart. Dripping water. Master. There's a person outside who says he's a friend of young master. The butler walked in to report. Not seen. Lin Quan threw out two words. Old. Master. That man said that he knows the real murderer of the young master. The butler continued. Lin Quan's pupils shrunk. Invite him in and prepare tea. This friend of Lin Jiaoyang's was a mixed race man in a suit and tie. Very tall, with a black trench coat over it, and an extremely strong aura. Inside the hearth, Lin Quan drove everyone away. The hybrid man walked in and nodded at him in greeting. Lin family master. Lin Quan didn't talk nonsense and asked directly. Do you know the real culprit who harmed my son? Who is it? Is it the one called Ningchen? Yes, that's him. The mixed race man spoke fluent Chinese. Sure enough, it's him, Ningchen. Lin Quan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Richard, codename Butcher, and I'm Jiao Yang's superior. The mixed blood man added. Code names? Lin Quan froze for a moment. Lin family master doesn't know. The demon, also known as Jiao Yang, ostensibly in the investment business, is actually our Bloodblade Tavern's business agent in Jiangnan province. The mixed blood man revealed. Demon was brought out by me, acting ruthlessly, extremely capable of circling money, and the organization also holds him in high regard. But it's a pity. What the hell are you talking about? Lin Quan didn't believe it. Lin family master, just take a look at this and you'll understand. The mixed blood man fished out a cell phone from his pocket and asked the butler to hand it over. Lin Quan picked it up and a video was playing on it. It was the swearing-in ceremony for his son, Lin Jiaoyang, to join the Bloodblade Tavern. He had heard of this assassin organization. It was an underground force that did no harm as long as it was paid, and one of the bosses he used to know was poisoned to death by their assassins. How could he not have imagined that his son, who had a bright and shining surface, was in collusion with such evil forces? The Lin family master doesn't really think that with the demon's own strength, he can bring back billions of grey money from Igwo. Does he? Oh. The half-blood man smiled and walked over to the coffin, tapping his fingers on it. It's a shame. Such a fine young man. What a shame. Lin Quan was silent. Good thing it's not too late. The half-breed man inexplicably popped up again. What do you mean it's not too late when people are gone? The butler couldn't help but speak out. To you ordinary people, the demon is indeed dead. But in this world, there is a way to bring him back from the dead. The mixed blood man said. People can't come back from the dead. What kind of bullshit are you putting out? The housekeeper cursed angrily. Snap. Just after cursing, the butler was jerked away by a huge force and knocked over the offering table. After falling to the ground, he was already out of breath. Lin Quan did not expect the other party to dare to kill people in front of him. His face swished white in fear. What do you want? In 6 months, you'll have a son who can breathe. The hybrid man stood by the coffin. His right hand opened, and a blood-red energy visible to the naked eye slowly wrapped around the coffin. Then, the whole coffin hovered and flew up, following him out of the funeral hall. Lin Quan looked dumbfounded. Sitting on his ass, he couldn't get up for half a day. Nine Dust politely declined Xiao Jing's invitation to dinner. He pulled Su Group a hand. In fact, is to look at the face of the Mom Chenlon. Mom personally call over. Let him can help to help. In this way, Xiao Jing's favor of funding their family in the first place had been repaid. Aunt Xiao, if you and Uncle Su really want to thank me, help me keep an eye out for expensive herbs on the market. The rarer the better. I'll need them for my medical studies. Dinner is even. Next time. Nine Dust hung up the phone. Precious herbs. Xiao Jing told Su Jingshan the news. Su Jingshan said excitedly, herbs? Good. No problem. I happen to have a few old classmates who are in the medicinal herb business. Contact them later. We must do this favor. Xiao Jing was also very emotional. Yeah, if it wasn't for Xiao Duan, how would the Wen family be willing to lend us so much money? I can't imagine that Xiao Duan and the Wen family have such a good relationship. Su Jingshan smiled bitterly. I heard that Xiao Duan's ancient prescription has completely revitalized Jisher Medicine Source. The company's threshold is almost trodden down by dealers who are grabbing orders. If things continue like this, it won't take more than a few years for the Wen family to sit back as the #1 family in Qingzhou. Xiao Jinglu laughed. No wonder the Wen family gave Xiao Duan so much face. Su Jingshan added. Let's make good relations with Xiao Duan. It's equivalent to making good relations with the Wen family. And it's best if we can become relatives with Chen Lanning Changmao. Ha ha. Hearing the meaning of her husband's words, Xiao Jing rewarded him with a blank stare. In the past, you still disliked the fact that people came from small counties and had a bad background, but now that they are developed, your daughter may not even have a chance. That won't happen. Su Jingshan was confident. My daughter. No man can refuse. Xiao Jing snorted coldly. I don't think so. Xiao Dust has always been unable to get along with Xu Yan in quarrels when they meet. Su Jingshan laughed. Why don't we make a bet? Bet on it. Ning Chen looked at his phone. Su Shuyan kept sending friend requests. Annoying as hell. Yo, can you be my girlfriend for a while? His cold confession caused Gu Xiao to spurt out a mouthful of lemonade. The girl looked at him dumbfounded, both flustered and confused. What? Does it mean to be a girlfriend for a while? What a crummy line. Don't get me wrong. I'm not really dating you. I just want Su Shuyan to stop bothering me. Ning Chen sighed. Because of this? Gu Xiao was a little angry. Her fragrant cheeks puffed up. You could have said it explicitly. She's stuck in my house now. The whole shameless thing. A few veins protruded from Ning Chen's head. If it weren't for the fact that my mom is on good terms with her mom, I'd want to beat her up and throw her out. Gu Xiao was speechless. Remember in a second https://m. Is it a human word? How could you do that to such a beautiful girl? Well then, after thinking for a while, Gu Xiao nodded her head in agreement. You are our family's savior. How can I not help you? Thanks. Nine Dust smiled. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped him from behind. Dusty, it's really you. Nine Dust twisted his head to look and realized that it was a young man wearing black-framed glasses who was looking at him with a surprised expression on his face. He was also accompanied by a woman who was dressed in a fancy and colorful manner. Brother Bin? Ning Chen was also stunned, obviously not expecting to run into his second aunt's cousin. Song Bin. Here. Song Bin Big Ning Dust 7 years old. After graduation to stay in Qingzhou work? So far mixed quite well. Every time the New Year visit relatives are the object of praise. Nine Dust used to go to his house to play video games when he was a kid, but the contact became less and less when he grew up. What a coincidence. You're eating here too? This is... As he spoke, Song Bin's gaze flicked to Gu Xiao. After freezing for about half a second, his old face flushed slightly and he withdrew his gaze in a panic. What a watery girl. Much prettier than Jia Jia. It couldn't be Dusty's girlfriend, could it? He thought to himself. This is my girlfriend, Gu Xiao. Ning Chen opened his mouth to introduce, causing Song Bin to be hurt and envious. Gu Xiao's features are delicate, full of collagen, and her body is filled with a youthful and beautiful campus atmosphere, and her posture is not at all comparable to Gui Jia. Even the name is better than Gui Jia. Xiao, this is my cousin Song Bin, now working at a securities company in Qingzhou. He's awesome. Ning Chen introduced again. Brother Xiao Bin. You are hello. Gu Xiao's face was a little red. The blushing and shy look was really cute, looking at people's hearts like a cat scratching. Hello. Song Bin's face also turned red and he kept scratching his head until a sharp pain came from his waist. It's his girlfriend Gui Jia. Look at that. The eyeballs are falling out. Gui Jia twisted the soft flesh around Song Bin's waist hard, then squeezed a smile from her cardboard face. Little Dust right. I've often heard your cousin mention you. Hello cousin-in-law. Nine Dust smiled and greeted him. In fact, Gui Jia is not ugly. comprehensively can make a 6 points. Barely also be considered a city beauty. Otherwise Songbin will not find her as a girlfriend. But compared to Gu Xiao, it wasn't even close. Brother Xiaobin, I'm going to settle the bill first. We'll talk later. Ningchen picked up his cell phone. Just as he was about to get up, he was pressed back by Songbin. It's rare to run into each other once. This meal is on me. Songbin snapped his fingers and shouted boldly, "Waiter, this table pays the bill." Brother Xiaobin, there's no need. Ningchen smiled and politely refused. It's fine. It's just a meal. Wei Jia's expression was relaxed. Her boyfriend earns $20,000 to $30,000 a month, so she can still afford to treat her cousin to a meal. There's really no need. We ordered a bit too much. Gu Xiao also said. What? Looking down on us? Wei Jia was not happy. Deep jealousy welled up in her heart as she swept her gaze over Gu Xiao's unpowdered but heavenly beautiful face. Since you're not as pretty as the others, you'll get your face back from somewhere else. At this time, the waiter came over and brought the bill to Songbin. Hello sir, this table has a total of 9,800. May I ask if you are swiping your card? What? Songbin received the bill and was dumbfounded on the spot. 9,800? Did he hear right? What's this? Dragon's liver? Looking at it, the extra Angus T-bone steak, New Zealand black gold abalone, black truffle bolognese pasta, Iberian ham, and even a bottle of 88 Lafite. IX. Songbin could not help but burst a foul mouth. Now the little children. How so dare point ah? Why is it so expensive? Wei Jia took the menu half-heartedly, and her face turned ironic. Crap, an iPhone 13 for one meal. Crazy, cousin-in-law. I'd better do it. Nine Dust fished out a China merchant card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. During the payment process, Songbin and Wei Jia had a tacit understanding that neither of them spoke. After finishing, Songbin felt a bit ashamed, so he took the initiative and said, Dusty, where do you live now? Let me drive you. Ningchen was just about to say that we also drove here, but was interrupted by Gu Xiao. She took Ningchen's arm and said with a smiling face, Yes, then I'll trouble cousin sister-in-law. Ningchen felt the softness coming from his arm, and his heart did not ripple. He knew that Gu Xiao was saving face for Songbin and Wei Jia before not mentioning that he had driven over in the 718. A few people turned and walked out of the restaurant and made their way down to the parking lot. Songbin was excited to show Nine Dust his new car. How about it? Dusty, isn't this Model 3 of Cousins handsome? Trams are all the rage in big cities these days. You can get one too. It's pretty easy to drive around the city. Songbin got into the driver's seat and started talking more. Recently, I was planning to buy one for transportation. Nine Dust sat in the back seat. Then you can also buy a Tesla. Tesla is so nice, handsome and high-tech. It's hot now. Wei Jia began to gush out recommendations to Nine Dust. Said she knew a manager at the Tesla delivery center. Others had to wait at least half a year to pick up their cars. She went to pull some strings and was able to mention the car in 2 months. Gu Xiao knew that Wei Jia had blown Tesla out of the water. Presumably because if the introduction was successful, she would be able to get a red packet, as little as a few thousand, or as much as 10,000, but she didn't reveal it. Instead looking towards Ningchen. I know too much about cars, but didn't Tesla have a scandal some time ago about its brakes failing? Nine Dust asked. Wei Jia's face was stunned, then said, Hey, it's all about false accusations from peers. How can the brakes fail? We've also been driving for months and everything is fine. Songbin just started the car and nodded in agreement. I'd better think about considering another car. Nine Dust looked around the interior of the Tesla and felt that it was really ordinary, and it was just a good-looking shape to sell a shell. He bought the car for transportation and didn't care about looks. Okay, if you're interested later, talk to your cousin. We know people who can get a discount. Wei Jia saw that Ningchen had preconceived notions about Tesla, so she didn't say any more. Okay, Nine Dust nodded and casually fastened Gu Xiao's seatbelt, expressing his distrust of the Tesla's braking system with his actions. Che, little kid, what do you know? Tesla doesn't know how good it is. Wei Jia glanced in the rearview mirror and snorted disdainfully. Soon the car pulled out of the underground parking garage. Songbin asked as he steered, Dusty, where do you live now? School? Aha. Nine Dust gave a nod before saying, the Green City Rose Garden near the school. He had spoken to Songbin during the new year, but the latter didn't seem to take it to heart, thinking he was joking. Green City Rose Garden? It can't be where one lives. Wei Jia knew that Ningchen studied at Qingzhou University, and there was only one Green City Rose Garden near Qingzhou University, and she had a rich second-generation classmate who lived there and envied her to death. Songbin didn't answer Wei Jia's question. He looked at Ning Dust in disbelief. Not, Dusty, you really live over there? Nine Dust smiled bitterly. Isn't it real, or is it cooked? Song Bin and Gui Jia glanced at each other, and Rant's jealousy rose in their hearts. Humph. How can a person from a small county afford a house in Green City Rose Garden? Gui Jia refused to believe that it was definitely rented. Okay, then I'll send you there. Song Bin wasn't quite convinced either. His face heavier. Half an hour later, his Tesla pulled into the Green City Rose Garden. Nine Dust sent a message to Yi Kulu. Nintendo, are they gone? They were referring to Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar. A few seconds later, Yi Kulu replied, didn't leave. Has been in the living room. MMP. Ning Chen cursed. Su Shuyan is not going to have a face? She's staying at his house? When she was in a state of confusion and upset, Wei Jia suddenly said in surprise, Xiao Bin, Wenwen returned to me and invited us to play at her house. Yes? Song Bin subconsciously glanced at Nine Dust and said, let me send Nine Dust back first, then we'll go over there. It's fine. It's still early. Let's go to Wenwen's house to sit for a while first. Wei Jia smiled and looked at Ning Chen and Gu Xiao, seeking their opinions. Could be. Ning Chen surprisingly didn't refuse, causing Gu Xiao to feel surprised. But on second thought, it was probably because Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar were still stuck at home and it was not convenient for outsiders to go and play. Okay. Song Bin then drove the car to Villa 1150. When he got off the bus, Ning Chen noticed that Song Bin was a bit nervous and seemed a bit afraid of this best friend of Gui Jia's. Villa 1150 was a small house, a good half smaller than Nine Dust's, and in an average location. After the villa door opened, a girl with a slightly chubby figure came out from inside, about 24 or 25, and Gui Jia embraced as soon as they met, saying dear to each other, very coy. Yo, finally bought a car. Song Bin. Wan Wenwen looked Song Bin's new car up and down. Her eyes showed contempt. Model 3? Why don't you buy a Y? The Y has more space than the 3, and it's much more comfortable to sit in. This is not a budget shortfall. Song Bin scratched his head in embarrassment. Why insist on buying a Tesla when you don't have any money? Guan Wenwen bristled. Ning Chen frowned slightly when he heard these words. It looked like his cousin hadn't been bullied much in his day, but Song Bin hadn't given the word, so he wouldn't mind his own business. Seeing Gui Jia beside her face also look a bit ugly, she rushed to comfort. Jia, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting your family, Song Bin. What I mean is for him to get ahead. According to him, when will he be able to give you an upper-class life? It's fine. Jia, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Bin's cousin, Ning Chen, and this is Ning Chen's girlfriend. Gui Jia was a bit embarrassed and had to change the subject. Guan Wenwen frowned. Song Bin's cousin? She already didn't treat Song Bin well, and felt that this bumpkin was not worthy of her classmate, so she would treat Ning Chen even less well, and just casually greeted him. Gu Xiao, on the other hand, made her look at her a few more times because this sister was really pretty. The group then made their way to the villa's living room. Guan Wenwen casually served a few glasses of water to entertain. Wei Jia also began to inquire on the side. By the way, Wenwen, Dusty seems to live in 1403. Haven't you guys run into each other? 1403? Guan Wenwen froze and snorted. How can that be? I often pass by 1403 when I walk my dog. The location of that building is quite good. I heard it's the residence of Su Group's daughter. Oh, the group's $1,000. Wei Jia listened and revealed an expression like that. Song Bin felt embarrassed for his cousin, and at the same time, his heart was relieved. The bullskin has finally blown through. This was probably the purpose of Gui Jia inviting Nine Dust over to play. Gu Xiao couldn't listen anymore and argued. 1403 is now Ning Chen's house. Forget it. I believe you guys are renting there. But buying? Do you know what the price of Green City Rose Garden is? 1403. At least $100 million. Guan Wenwen snapped a finger to scare Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao was just about to say more, but Ning Chen interjected. He looked around the living room and a few of the bedrooms for a second and smiled at Guan Wenwen. This house, didn't you rent it as well? What did you say? Guan Wenwen glared fiercely at Ning Chen. My father bought this for me. Full payment. Over $80 million. What rental? Jia, can you stop bringing everyone to my house from now on? It's annoying. I'm sorry. Shizuku. Wei Jia apologized while signaling with her eyes for Ning Chen to stop talking nonsense. Nine Dust continued. I'm just casually analyzing it. Why are you so excited? Guan Wenwen's breathing became rapid. Were I excited? Fine. Then answer me now. Where is the sales office of this property? Ning Chen suddenly asked. A sales office? Guan Wenwen almost choked, her expression starting to become unnatural. She rented the room directly from an agent, and Green City Rose Garden is so big. How would she know where the sales office is? No way. Aren't you the owner and you don't even know where the sales office is? Ning Chen teasingly laughed. Wei Jia and Song Bin looked at Guan Wenwen, their expressions translucent with a hint of oddity. Of course I know. But why should I tell you? Who are you to come to my house and ask me where the sales office is? Nuts. Guan Wenwen was furious and pointed at the gate. Get out of here. You're not welcome in my house. Nindust left with a smile on his face. After both he and Gu Xiao left, Guan Wenwen took her fire out on Song Bin again. Song Bin, what does your cousin mean? Suspecting that I'm lying to you guys? What can I gain by lying to you guys? Song Bin hurriedly waved his hand. Wenwen, don't misunderstand. My cousin doesn't mean that. Okay? You shut up. Wei Jia glared at Song Bin, disgust showing in her eyes, then said to Guan Wenwen. Wenwen, didn't that kid say he lives in 1403? Let's go take a look and expose his bull. Yeah, oh, I almost forgot. Guan Wenwen immediately changed to a mocking tone. I see that kid is dressed in average clothes. If he can buy Villa 1403, I, Guan Wenwen, will be his maid. Jia Jia, go! The two girls stride out the door, arm in arm. Ugh, what a thing to say. Song Bin sighed and could only follow. Ningqian brought Gu Xiao back to Villa 1403. Su Shuyan was still sitting on the sofa, staring out the window, as if she hadn't moved her butt all afternoon. Seeing the two return, she hurriedly picked up a glass of water from the coffee table and drank it silently with her head bowed. Brother Dolly, you're back. Gingerbread came out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly cut fruit. Mind using your kitchen? Well, Ningqian twisted his head to look at Gu Xiao. If Xiao doesn't mind, I don't mind. Gu Xiao's pretty face flushed with a blush. Ginger Sugar and Su Shuyan both froze at the words. Let's make a formal introduction. My high school classmate, Gu Xiao. It's my girlfriend now. Memorize the URL. Ningqian took Gu Xiao's small hand, then looked at Su Shuyan. He offered to hold my hand. Gu Xiao's small face began to burn and her heartbeat accelerated. Even though she knew in her heart that this was nothing more than a play, Ginger Sugar didn't feel too good when she saw the scene. Nindust, who had been together for half a year and often touched her head and took care of her like a brother, had a girlfriend? Sugar, let's go. At some point, Su Shuyan had already stood up from the sofa, pulling Ginger Sugar's hand and heading out. Ah, I just cut the fruit. I haven't even taken a bite yet. Ginger Sugar cried and had to put the fruit plate on the island table to fulfill Ningqian and Gu Xiao. Is she getting back at me? Su Shuyan's shell teeth bit her lip, her expression revealing a hint of unwillingness. She asked herself that she had never liked Nindust, but why was her chest clogging up when she heard the guy had a girlfriend? Just after walking out of the entrance hall, Song Bin, Wei Jia and Guan Wenwen happened to walk into the courtyard and looked at the scenic layout of the front yard in amazement. Guan Wenwen's set of villas was luxurious enough, but the size of the courtyard was too small compared to Villa 1403. Ha, are you, Ms. Su? As the two sides brushed past, Guan Wenwen's eyes lit up as she recognized Su Shuyan. Who are you? Su Shuyan looked over. Ms. Su, it's really you. Guan Wenwen was very excited. Her face piled up with smiles. Hello, my name is Guan Wenwen. I live in 1150. When I went out to walk my dog before, I saw you and Su Dong together. Wenwen is so powerful. She even knows the group's Missy. Wei Jia showed a face of envy from the side. Wow, so beautiful. Then that Gu Xiao. Stars are just like that. Song Bin stared straight at Su Shuyan, his eyes almost falling out. After Wei Jia realized this, she fiercely twisted the soft flesh around his waist, causing him to huff in pain. Oh, hello. Su Shuyan thought that Guan Wenwen was here to find Ningqian, so she didn't ask much. Just as she was about to draw away, Guan Wenwen called out to her again. Ms. Su, I would like to reflect a little something to you. Su Shuyan stopped walking. What is it? Guan Wenwen said. There's a guy named Nindust. He's been saying every day outside that he bought this house of yours and is now the owner of Villa 1403. Would you say that's not funny? The three thought Su Shuyan would be angry or show a disgusted expression, but she didn't. Instead, he had a sad face. Ms. Su, what are you? Guan Wenwen was confused and realized that something wasn't quite right. At this time, Jiang Sugar, who was beside Su Shuyan, spoke up and said, Ningqian is right. He is indeed the head of household of 1403 right now. What? This news was a bolt from the blue for Guan Wenwen, Wei Jia and Song Bin. Coincidentally, at that moment, Ningqian brought Gu Xiao out of the main entrance. Yo, they're all here. Cousin and sister-in-law, come in and sit down. Why are you standing outside? Cousin? Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar froze at the words and followed Ningqian's gaze to look at Song Bin and Wei Jia. Well, Song Bin's entire body was baffled. This house was really bought by Nindust? Did he do something illegal or criminal? Why else would he be so rich? Just then, a few more men stood outside the courtyard gate, all in suits and ties. Mr. Ning, a middle-aged man in the lead shouted at Ningqian with a very respectful attitude. Manager Zhao, it's here. Nine Dust called them in. Zhao Jing is the property manager of Greentown Rose Garden. The day of the signing of the purchase contract, he specially came to see the new owners of 1403, and gave Ning Dust contact information. Said there is something to call him at any time. Strangely enough, after Ning Chen called Zhao Jing in, he straight away introduced Guan Wenwen to him. Manager Zhao. This is Ms. Guan. Zhao Jing froze, but didn't dare to slack off. Hello, Ms. Guan. Guan Wenwen was a bit confused, but out of politeness she nodded her head in greeting. Hello to you, Nine Dust said again. Manager Zhao. Ms. Guan is the head of household of 1150. You, the property manager, should know her. Property manager? Guan Wenwen's face turned pale for a split second when she heard that. What? Zhao Jing also thought he had heard wrong. He looked Guan Wenwen up and down, confused. Owner 1150. I remember the surname Zhua, is a particularly mature and sexy imperial sister, but often settled abroad. Manager. At that moment, a property department employee behind him stepped forward and reminded, this Ms. Guan should be the tenant of 1150. Tenant? Wei Jia and Song Bin looked at Guan Wenwen in surprise. Guan Wenwen blushed as red as a monkey's butt, rolling and running away as if she had fled. Damn it. This little brat is actually the head of the household of 1403 and got the property manager here. At this moment, Guan Wenwen felt that she had disgraced the rest of her life. What's the situation? Manager Zhao was a bit puzzled. Small matter. Nine Dust patted Manager Zhao on the shoulder and let them go. Cousin, sit at home. Ning Chen warmly greeted Songbin, who had a complicated face. Seeing that there were guests in Ning Chen's house, Su Shuyan didn't stay long, pulling Jiang Sugar and leaving. The fruits that Jiang Sugar had just cut up were just right to be used to entertain Songbin and Wei Jia. Walking into the luxurious living room that was larger than the total area of their house, Wei Jia's face completely changed. To be able to afford such a villa, eating 10,000 at a meal and disliking the Tesla, which she regards as a luxury car, seems all reasonable. Dusty, it was sister-in-law who misunderstood you before. Look at you. You bought such a mansion at such a young age. It's really impressive. Much better than your cousin. Wu Jia changed her face to a pleasing one. Songbin was said to be speechless. At New Year's Eve, the Nine Dust family came over in a Cullinan to pay their respects, and both he and his dad thought they were renting it to hold up the front door, and the father and son secretly laughed at it. But I didn't realize that the clowns were themselves. Ha! Nine Dust chatted with Wei Jia for a few moments, never giving any good looks. Wei Jia also knew that her attitude in the afternoon was problematic, and secretly decided to treat Ning Chen to a big meal some other day to make amends. In the evening, Song Bin and Wei Jia stayed at the villa for a meal and sat there until after 9 o'clock before reluctantly leaving. After going out, Wei Jia looked back many times, her eyes full of envy and lingering. Don't look. Look again, we can't afford it. 100 million it. Song Bin bitterly laughed. It's not you, being so useless. Wei Jia scolded without a trace of anger. How am I useless? I'm 25 years old and I have a caravan in Qingzhou. It's already pretty good, okay? Song Bin got angry and argued. Can you compare? I'm just asking you. You and your cousin. Can you compare? Wei Jia continued to complain. Then you're not as pretty as Gu Xiao. Song Bin also said. Good eye you. Song Bin, are you tired of me and think I'm ugly? You scum. What a downer. Wei Jia was so angry that she cursed and directly fought on the side of the road. Gu Xiao helped the nanny clean up the dining table, walked over, and sat next to Ning Chen. Nine Dust. I feel that this cousin's wife of yours is a bit of a gold digger. Remember in a second https://m. Be confident and remove the feeling. Nine Dust sat on the sofa and watched the television. Then don't advise your cousin. He only earns $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Not a dime is saved. All spent. What if he needs money for something in the future? Gu Xiao said. What are you doing following around with two people's business? Nine Dust bristled. Nosy. Then I won't say anything. Gu Xiao twisted her face away, a little angry. She's not being nosy. She's being concerned about this idiot. If your cousin runs out of money, you'll be the first to ask for a loan. It's getting late. Are you going back to school, or staying here for the night? Ning Chen's sudden remark caused Gu Xiao's pretty face to turn red. Staying the night? Is he implying that? Is something going to happen at night? It's too late. My car didn't come back. From the World Trade Center. Gu Xiao said shyly. Then you stay here. Nine Dust said. Aha! Gu Xiao's heart was like a deer in the headlights. Boss is really a beast. Yi Kulu, who was practicing in the courtyard, heard the conversation between the two men through his extremely strong ears and cursed in his heart. 4 hours later, 1:30 a.m. Gu Xiao was inwardly frustrated as she heard a slight snoring sound coming from the next room. Turns out she was overthinking it. Nine Dust had no intention of doing anything to her at all. Boss is such an animal. Yi Lulu cursed in the courtyard. The moment. Sakura Country. A certain mysterious palace on top of a mountain. The top brass of the Yasukuni Samurai Society gathered once again. Kuroki-kun and Ms. Yoshiga have been lost. And the initial judgment is that they have been killed. Amamiya Yuki wore a scarlet kimono. Her black hair was coiled up high, and her features were gorgeous. She sat on her knees, her tone grave. We underestimated the intelligence power of the ancient martial association. For any force in the underground world to lose two S-class powerhouses at once is a great loss. The blind old man sat cross-legged on the ground. Miss Yuki, you are solely responsible for the failure of this operation. At the meeting, dozens of powerful people were silent. There was no one else who dared to reprimand the Amamiya family's eldest daughter, except for the great disciple of the sword saint Ichiro Tokugawa, Muto Yuhiko. The blind old man Muto Yuhiko continued, according to the rules of the meeting, Ms. Yuki should give up her seat. Last chance. Amamiya Yuki spat out her voice and got up, her exquisite kimono outlining a shockingly rounded curve that made the mouths of many members present who hadn't reached S rank in cultivation go dry. I will lead the family guards and personally go to China to investigate the cause of Mr. Tokugawa's death. If I fail again, I will cut myself on the ground. Early the next morning, Ning-chen also didn't care about Gu Shio and went straight to school. Qingzhou University had been in session for more than a week, but because he had spent a few days cleaning up the killers in the Jiangnan province, he had yet to attend classes at the school. Passing by the school shopping street, the Encounter milk tea stand is doing brisk business. Ning-chen walked over and picked up the milk tea that Su Lianxian had prepared for him and drank it, but as his eyes swept around, he did not find the busy figure of the little girl. Where's evening? He looked to Jiang Ying next to him. Over at the gazebo, her father came to ask her for money again. Alas, really convinced, how can there be such a father in the world? Jiang Ying sighed. Su Haichao? Ning-chen remembered that lousy gambler from the Su family and shook his head, but didn't mind his own business. When it was time for class, Su Lianxian walked into the classroom with red eyes. Nine Dust and her exchanged glances, with little expression on their faces. Try not to meddle in other people's family affairs. This was a life lesson he had summarized after living for 2,000 years. After class, when Qinglan stood in front of the classroom waiting for him and invited him to the cafeteria for lunch, which Ning Chen did not refuse. Ning Chen, thank you for that prescription. It brought Arwen family back from the dead. And my dad, he's recovering well and practicing martial arts again. When Qinglan was grateful to Ning Chen from the bottom of his heart. If things go on like this, in at most a year, Arwen family will be able to return to the top of the Qingzhou family. Are you going to eat these? No, give me some. Ning Chen pointed his chopsticks at the meal in front of Wen Qinglan. You eat, I'm not very hungry. Wen Qinglan bitterly smiled and pushed her portion of the meal over. Then I'm welcome. Nine Dust chucked over a large chicken leg and said as he nibbled on it, it's better for you guys to keep a low profile, so be careful of trees attracting red eyes. Aha. When Qinglan nodded carelessly, her warning to Ning Chen went in her left ear and out her right. Ning Chen suddenly added, by the way, in a couple days I plan to make a trip to Lingnan. When Qinglan was surprised. Lingnan? Going on a trip? Nine Dust thought for a moment. Pretty much. When Qinglan added, then, do you want me to accompany you? After saying that, the little girl's face turned a little red, and the words were slightly ambiguous. There can be so much that can happen when a lone man or woman is traveling away from home. No need. I've got things to do. Nine Dust ruthlessly refused. Well, when Qinglan was a little lost, Ning Chen finished eating and left, leaving Wen Qinglan to clean up the dinner plates. He had gone to Lingnan, naturally, to search for the elixir to refine the god-mending pill. Whether it was the phoenix brain chi or the earth milk, both of them were produced on the Lingnan side, so he definitely had to go over and take a look. There are still 5 flavors of elixir left, and I don't know if I can collect them all. As he was thinking about this, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Ning-chen pulled it out and saw that it was his old mom. Chun-lan. Hey, son. After connecting, Chen-lan's laughter came from the other side of the phone. Guess where I'm with your dad right now. Where is it? It's hard to believe it's in the lesser southern sky realm. Ning-chen joked. What Xiao Nantian? Chen-lan said without any good humor. I am in the martial arts public house. The martial arts mansion. Isn't that Aunt Zhou's house? Ning-chen frowned. You and my father came to Qingzhou? Yeah. I've wanted to come over to your Aunt Zhou's house for a long time. Chen-lan said in a good mood. Son, your Aunt Xiao and Uncle Su are both at home, and they're very warm to us. In the evening you bring Xu Yan over. This child I haven't seen for over 10 years. Ning Dust laughed, thinking that it is not your son borrowed Su Group 200 million. Otherwise, Aunt Xiao does not know. Su Jingshan is certainly lazy to go home to entertain you. Speak of the devil. Su Jingshan's voice soon came. Xiao Duan ah. I'm your Uncle Su. At night you and Xu Yan come to Peach Blossom Garden Hotel for dinner. How long has it been since both of our families have gotten together? Got it. Nine Dust hung up perfunctorily. The thought of going to Su Shuyan made him upset. But if he went over there alone without Su Shuyan, his mom would definitely want to count him out, and it would only get more annoying. Late in the day, he tweeted Ginger and asked where they were. 10 minutes later, in a certain underground garage, Ning Chen met Su Shuyan, who was guarding her car. The two met in a slightly awkward atmosphere. Where's little sugar? Nine Dust walked over to him with a big smile. She went back to her dorm room. Su Shuyan replied. Oh, Nine Dust thought to himself. It was indeed inappropriate for Sugar to go over on such an occasion. Glancing down, he noticed that Su Shuyan's Primera was gone, replaced by a cute pink Wuling Mini. This is your car? Nine Dust felt incredulous. Primera is sold. Get in. Su Shuyan pulled open the driver's door and sat up. Because the back row of the Wuling Mini was too cramped, Ning Chen took the passenger seat. Su Shuyan didn't say anything and directly started the car. A car of tens of thousands of dollars and a car of millions of dollars are not at all the same level to drive. And Ning Chen clearly felt that Su Shuyan's mood was lost. When I arrived at the Peach Blossom Hotel, I had just parked my car when a Porsche Cayenne drove up next to me. The window was lowered and a very fashionably dressed woman, surprised, took off her sunglasses. Shuyan? Su Shuyan didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. Her petite body shook as she stiffly turned her head. Sister Danton, why are you here? No way. Su Shuyan, this garbage truck is yours? A young man opened the car door and got down from the Cayenne, looking at Su Shuyan in shock. Where's your top-of-the-line Primera? No, it's not mine. It's his. Su Shuyan hurriedly dumped the pot onto Ning Chen, while looking at him sheepishly, her eyes carrying a hint of begging. The gazes of a man and a woman also turned to Ning Chen, becoming even more incredulous. Nine Dust glared at them. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen an old man driving a Hondo Mini? The guy pointed. But it's pink. Nine Dust was offended. What's wrong with pink? I like pink. The man gave a thumbs up and stifled a laugh. Bullish, brother. I, Su Tianhe, have never served anyone in my life, and you count as one. Tianhe. You really believe that? The girl Su Shuyan called Sister Danton got down from the backseat and looked at Su Shuyan with a sneer on her face. Shuyan, I heard that Uncle Tu was going bankrupt. I didn't believe it at first, but seeing you driving this car, I believe it. Go back and persuade your second uncle. No, don't hold on for dear life. Let your eldest uncle join the stock. Upon hearing this, Su Shuyan snorted coldly. There's no need. My daddy has already borrowed the money. Sister Danton pretended to be surprised. Really? I also don't know which big wrongdoer will lend your family money at a time like this. I guess I'll lose the bottom. Ha ha ha. Su Shuyan subconsciously glanced at Ning Chen. Once Ning Chen heard that this woman dared to call him a great wrong seed, he was offended at that moment. Finger flick. A strand of true chi across the side of the parked Porsche Cayenne, only to hear snort. The sound. The left front tire of the Cayenne, with the naked eye visible speed dented down. Crap. My car. Su Tianhe heard the commotion, turned around, and was confused on the spot. Nima, what's going on? How come? Su Shuyan and her cousin, Su Danton, were also baffled. Only Ning Chen smiled faintly and said to Su Shuyan, let's go. Don't let the elders wait impatiently. Good. Su Shuyan obediently followed. Behind them came the thunderous curses of Su Danton and Su Tian, his siblings. While riding the elevator, Su Shuyan told Ning Chen that these two people were the children of her eldest uncle Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo's family has always been dissatisfied with the decision of Master Su to hand over the group to Su Jingshan, and every New Year's Eve, when the siblings see her in their hometown, it is necessary to sneer at her. And this time their family sudden crisis. Su Jiangwo nonetheless not a penny to borrow, but also used the relationship card bank side of the loan, is really hateful to the extreme. Ning Chen wasn't interested in the Su family's family affairs and listened to them as a story. Come to the peony room box on the 6th floor. Su Jingshan, Xiao Jing, Chen Lun, and Ning Changmao were chatting furiously, and when they saw the two children come in, they became even happier. Gu, this is Shu Yan, right? It's really a woman who has grown like a fairy. Come over and let Auntie take a look. Chen Lan's eyes lit up as soon as she saw Su Shuyan. Auntie Chen! Su Shuyan shouted obediently, a bright smile welling up on her face. Ning Changmao also kept nodding his head, the word satisfied written in his eyes, and even felt that if Su Shuyan married his own son, it was simply a flower stuck in cow dung. Shu Yan, this is the red packet Auntie gave you. Take it. Chen Lan took Su Shuyan's hand, took a card out of her pocket, and slipped it to her. This startled Su Shuyan. Aunt Chen? What are you? Xiao Jing also said. Alan, this isn't too good. Chen-lan didn't think so. What's wrong with that? When Xiao Duan was small, didn't you also stuff him with red envelopes? Daughter, take it. Su Shuyan didn't know how much money was in there and was a little afraid to take it. At this moment, Su Jingshan's laughter came. Shu Yan, since it's from your Aunt Chen, take it. Good. Thank you Aunt Chen. Su Shuyan smiled happily, her eyes narrowing into a pair of crescent moons. Looking at Chen Lan's heart that liked it, she actually preferred her daughter to her son. I dreamed of having a well-behaved and understanding daughter like Su Shuyan, who was as beautiful as heaven. Seeing that the situation wasn't quite right, Nine Dust coughed dryly and said, cough, cough, Mom, 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 Ms. Chen Lan. It took 4 shouts before Chen Lan took her eyes off Su Shuyan. What's wrong? Son? So what? I got a girlfriend, Nine Dust said bluntly. What? Both families were taken aback. Xiao Jing and Su Jingshan looked at each other, their faces instantly not looking too good. Su Shuyan clenched the bank card in her hand. Chen Lan quickly asked, who is it? It can't be Shu Yan. No. Ning Chen swept Su Shuyan with his afterglow and said, it's my high school classmate, named Gu Xia. Su Shuyan clutched the card more tightly, her shell teeth gently biting her cherry lips, her eyes transmitting a faint hint of sadness. Gu Xia used to have a parent-teacher conference in high school, seemed to have seen it, also a very pretty girl, Ning Changmao recalled. Seeing that her best friend's family's faces did not look too natural, Chen Lan rounded off the conversation. Hi, college romance is not just fooling around, when later on in society, running to get married, that's only reliable, is not it Jing Jing? Lan Lan, you are so right. Xiao Jing nodded vigorously one by one and said, Xiao Duan, you are still young, men have to focus on their studies and careers, the love in the university should not be taken seriously. Now there is not a saying, called the graduation season is the season of breaking up. Ha ha ha. After saying that, she and Chen Lan laughed tacitly. Ha. Nine Dust also matched their dry laughter. He could kind of see that these two middle-aged women, they just wanted to go from bosom buddies to in-laws. Unfortunately, this is not possible. The more powerful the cultivator, the more difficult it was to have a queen. It was as if the price of the underworld was against the heavens. Unless he was willing to sacrifice hundreds of years of cultivation in exchange for a child offspring, which was clearly not cost-effective. However, he didn't say anything else, so he could fool around for a while. Afterward, Su Jingshan called for a waiter to serve the food, and the family ate happily in the box. They ate until almost 9 o'clock when the two families came out of the box. Su Jingshan patted Ning Changmao's shoulder and chatted with him. To be honest, Ning Changmao was originally a bit afraid of Su Jingshan. The latter was the chairman of the board after all, while he was just a farmer. But he didn't expect Su Jingshan to be very approachable, so he let go of his worries and opened up for a chat. Brother Ning, are you considering coming to Qingzhou for development? Open a company or something? We can cooperate more in the future. Su Jingshan proposed. Let's talk about this. Ning Changmao had only just figured out how to drive a Rolls-Royce, so how could he know how to run a company? And smiled awkwardly. Nine Dust followed in silence. He knew very well in his heart that Su Jingshan and his dad were calling themselves brothers and sisters, but in fact, they wanted to get closer to themselves, and then get closer to the one family through themselves. Just then, the door to a luxury box across the street opened as well, and several people walked out. Drunk, Su Jingshan, a big-bellied, middle-aged, shaven man, frowned over, memorized the URL. Su Jiangwo, why are you here? Su Jingshan was discussing the matter of opening a company with Ning Changmao when he suddenly heard someone shouting his name. Turning his head to look, his face suddenly pulled down. Ning Chen knew Su Jiangwo, the eldest son of the Su family, who had previously intended to bribe him over at the Rose Garden and had his foot caught in an iron door. Su Dantong, Su Tianhe's siblings were also present. On top of that, there was also a man dressed oddly, wearing a plain and unadorned Taoist robe, with a pair of cloth shoes underneath, looking like a man of the world. I was going to ask you, Su Jingshan, aren't you about to go bankrupt and still have the heart to come to Peach Blossom Garden for dinner? Su Jiangwo mocked. He gazed at Ning Changmao and Chen Lan for a moment and said disdainfully, this is the new investor you pulled in. Doesn't look like he has much money. What does it have to do with you if we have money or not? Chen Lan choked back. Cut. Auntie, looking at you like this, I can tell you're from the countryside. At this moment, Su Dantong, Su Jiangwo's eldest daughter, coldly swept Chen Lan and Ning Changmao and said, a thug who demolished a few houses and lost some money dares to come to Peach Blossom Garden for dinner? Master Li, you Peach Blossom Garden will have to raise your specifications in the future. At least luxury boxes like the Peony Room can't be booked by these country bumpkins anymore. When Chen Lan and Ning Changmao heard this, They almost didn't die of anger. What's wrong with rednecks? What's to stop a countryman from coming to eat at a big hotel? Gas is gas. But Su Dantong did not guess wrong. The countryside people, even if they rely on the demolition and get rich overnight, the temperament cannot be changed in a short period of time. Rich people who spend a lot of time in high society can tell at a glance. Dantong, you're going overboard with that. At that moment, the middle-aged man in Taoist robes and cloth shoes spoke up unhappily. As long as one has money and dresses decently, whether one is from the city or the countryside, one can come to my peach blossom garden for dinner. Su Dantong bristled, a little disconcerted by the admonishment. Su Jiangwo, however, nodded his head. Right. Master Li has a point. We can't engage in discrimination. My peach tree. Ningchen noticed these words and raised his eyebrows, unable to help but take a few glances at the middle-aged man. The first time he came to the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, he could tell that the foundation of the hotel was a huge but simple spirit-gathering formation. This makes the air in the hotel become very fresh, so that people are in a good mood, refreshed, and long-term residents can even be healthy and free from all diseases. There was no doubt that the owner of the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel was a cultivator who knew about formations. The cultivation level was at least at the foundation establishment stage. But Ning Chen's spiritual sense swept over this Master Li and found that the latter hadn't even reached the qi refining stage, and was a small piece of trash. You are Master Li Wansun Li? Su Jingshan stopped arguing with his own big brother and looked at the middle-aged Dao-robed man in shock. Li Wansun, the founder of the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel. Xiao Jing was also taken aback. Humph. Still count on you couple to have some eyesight. Su Jiangwo snorted coldly, then began to show off. Master Li has agreed to work with me to develop a Peachland residence project. The master is a master in the southern feng shui world, and if he chooses the site, it will definitely not be wrong. And Jiangwo real estate will surely be able to soar to a new height by then. Jingshan if you really can't hold out, why don't you come to work for Big Brother here? Big Brother will definitely not treat you badly. Ha ha ha. Su Jingshan was shocked to hear this. Li Wansun, the famous feng shui master in Jiangnan, is going to cooperate with Jiangwo real estate? Master Li, my humble self. Su Jingshan. Su Jingshan hurriedly stepped forward and fished out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. In fact, in addition to Jiangwo real estate, there are many strong real estate developers in Qingzhou, such as our Su Group. Grandma, what do you mean? Su Jingshan. Su Jiangwo was furious, digging in my face. Ha, but, second uncle, you're almost broke. How can you still get together for this? Su Tianhe burst out laughing. That's right. Second uncle, you Su clan group should still find a way to survive first. Su Dantong followed suit and laughed. Su Jingshan ignored these two juniors and said to Li Wansun, Master Li, I say no more. Li Wansun raised his hand, stopping his words. I've decided to cooperate with Jiangwo real estate. Business should be about trust. No one can change my decision. Well, Su Jingshan could only give up. His fists were clenched and there was resignation in his eyes. Peach Blossom Garden and Jiangwo real estate joined forces. Will certainly change the pattern of real estate in the entire province of Jiangnan, when there is no place for his Su group to survive? Laughing to death. Still want to dig the old man's corner. 200 years earlier, Su Jiangwo pulled out a cigar and barred it. Master Li, do you really not want to think about it anymore? At this moment, Ning Chen suddenly asked coldly. No consideration. My mind is made up, Levanson replied subconsciously, and after realizing that the one who had just spoken was a hairy child, he frowned slightly, feeling a bit disgraced, and took a step with the intention of leaving. Adults are talking business. What are you doing here? Su Shuyan glanced at Ning Chen a few times. Unexpectedly, he added, what if I can help you improve the spirit gathering formation? Tap, tap. Levanson's footsteps suddenly froze. Then he turned around with a face full of a ghostly expression. What did you just say? Improving the gathering array. Nine Dust repeated, a smile on his face, in the crowd's puzzled gaze. He continued, if I'm not wrong, the reason why the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel is successful is not because of the selection of a feng shui site, but because of the formations that are arranged on top of the foundation. Master Li, am I right? End of speech. Li Wansun's pupils widened. How did you know? Nine Dust replied, because I know formations. Li Wansun's mouth was wide open. You know formations? Ning Chen got impatient. You don't understand Chinese? Li Wansun's face was cloudy, his eyes staring at Ning Chen. What's going on? Remember in a second https://m. Su Shuyan, Chen Lun, Su Jingshan and the others were puzzled. Master Li, don't listen to this brat with no hair growing out. Su Jiangwo recognized Ning Chen and coldly grunted. He knows shit about. You shut up. Li Wanson drank Su Jiangwo down, making the latter red-faced and quite disgraced. Li Wanson stared closely at Ning Chen and asked, "Little brother, what are you? At such a young age, how could you know the way of formations? What does knowing formations have to do with age?" Ning Chen said without a trace of humor. "Naturally, it was taught by a benefactor. This is the truth. He all skill 80% are Yaoguang Shangren taught. Dare I ask who the honorable master is?" Li Wanson held his breath. "You wouldn't recognize it even if you said it," Ning Chen said. "Well," Levinson smiled bitterly. At this time, Ning Chen came to the window of the corridor, looking at the window view with his hands crossed, and added, "This spirit-gathering formation of yours, it's too simple. It can't even be called a spirit-gathering formation. There's not even a magic weapon that presses down on the eyes of the formation. So I guess it's from some ancient books or relics, and you're blindly figuring it out yourself at home, aren't you? Little brother can even guess this. Admire, admire, admire. This formation, I found from a broken book left behind by my great-grandfather. Due to the decay of the paper, missing the word map, I closed for 10 years of enlightenment before restoring it," Li Wanson said while walking quickly. His hands and feet became respectful, making Su Jiangwo's family look silly. "What the fuck is going on here? This kid knows feng shui too? And it's even better than Masterly? Little brother just said that he can help me improve the spirit-gathering formation. I wonder if it's true or not." Li Wanson's breathing became extremely rapid. "Of course it's true. What's so hard about it?" Ning Chen's eyes showed disdain. "Your current spirit-gathering formation can only purify the air, whereas the spirit-gathering formation I've set up can cultivate the mind, cleanse the bones and marrow, and even prolong life if you live there for a long time. Just fucking blow it. Su Jiangwo really can't listen anymore. And prolong life? Why don't you become immortal? I think you're Yama dumping ramen. Bullshit. If you don't believe me, forget it. I'm leaving." Ning Chen slapped his ass and turned around. Hearing this, Li Wanson was unwilling to let him go and hurriedly stopped him, saying repeatedly, "Little brother, I believe it. Master Li, how did you get crippled by a brat?" Seeing this scene, Su Jiangwo was extremely upset. Nevertheless, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Wanson turned his head and scolded, "Shut up. If you dare to disrespect this little brother again, I won't cooperate with you, Jiangwo Real Estate. At this point, Su Jiangwo could only keep his mouth shut, but it was too late. Nine Dust said, "Li Wanson, right? I can teach you, but you have to cancel your cooperation with Jiangwo Real Estate." "What did you say?" Su Jiangwo was furious. "No problem." After considering it for half a second, Li Wanson nodded his head heavily. Now, Su Dantong and Su Tianhe's siblings couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly advised, "Master Li, don't be impulsive. Master, this kid is talking nonsense, and you're taking it seriously?" Next to them, Su Jingshan, Xiao Jing, Chen Lun, Ning Chang Mao, and Su Shuyan were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at Ning Chen. Levinson also knows how to read people. Seeing that Ning Chen was from Su Jingshan's side, he extended an invitation to him. "Little Su Dong, I wonder if you're interested in the Peachland Residence project?" Su Jingshan was confused. The number one person in the feng shui world in Jiangnan took the initiative to seek his cooperation? Su Group's strength in the real estate sector can only be considered average. Master Li, how could you? Su Jiangwo exploded with anger, his fingers shaking and trembling. "You just said that doing business should be trustworthy." Li Wanson glanced at him. "Yes, doing business is about trust, but I'm a person with no trust. Isn't that okay? It's not like there's a contract. What do you care who I have to work with?" After hearing this, Su Jiangwo was so angry that his face turned red, his eyes grew whiter and whiter, and finally he actually fell down on his back. The Peachland Residence project he's been eyeing for so long is just going to be yellow? Dad, call an ambulance. Su Dantong and Su Tianhe's siblings were terrified and shouted in the corridor. To say that Levinson is also a smart man, from the fact that Ning Chen was able to see the way he set up the formation, he was clear that this person definitely knew more profound formations than he did. And if he didn't kick out Jiangwo Real Estate, the future Peach Blossom Garden Hotel probably wouldn't even be able to open in the future. If you can't beat them, then join them. And Su Shuyan, who had witnessed all of this, looked at Ning Chen in shock, as if it was the first day she had recognized this person. Afterwards, Ning Chen exchanged contact information with Li Wanson, promising to help him improve the spirit-gathering formation when he was free, and then went downstairs with great strides. Su Jingshan also got Li Wanson's contact information, and his walk began to flutter. "I'm afraid this is a big disaster for Su Group." Xiao Dust, tell Mom honestly, how do you know those things? Chenlan asked as she realized that her son was becoming more and more uncomplicated. "Alas, as things stand, it seems impossible to hide." Nine Dust stopped inside, then said seriously, Dad, Mom, actually, the summer after I graduated from high school, when I went out to climb the mountain, I met with a little accident. What accident? Ning Changmao hurriedly asked. I found a mysterious cave. Nine Dust said gravely. There is an ancient book in that cave, which contains medical arts, feng shui arts, martial arts, and other great arts that have been lost, and the prescription that the Wen family bought away is from the ancient book. Ning Changmao was confused after hearing that. Mysterious cave? Antiquarian books? A lost art? Is this something from martial arts coming true? He subconsciously felt that his son was swindling him, but seeing Ning Chan's face full of seriousness, and the series of changes that had occurred recently, Ning Changmao's face grew more and more grave as he said, Son, if this is true, then this ancient book in your hands is worth an old nose of money. You must keep it well. Qianlan also enjoined. Yes, wealth is not exposed. That I definitely know. Ning Chen smiled, his afterglow not moving as he swept over Su Jingshan, Xiao Jing, and Su Shuyan. Each of the three people's expressions changed, either in shock, suspicion, or envy. For this meal, Li Wansun gave both families a free bill. Su Jingshan personally drove Qianlan and Ning Chanmao back to the hotel where they were staying. Lan, Lao Ning, Shu Yan is thin-skinned and embarrassed to ask. There's something she asked me to discuss with you. On the way, Su Jingshan suddenly opened his mouth. The two families looked at Su Shuyan, who was at a loss for words, and then at Su Jingshan. That's it. Shu Yan grew up pampered, too choked by the bedpan of the school dormitory. Want to live back in that villa? Do you guys see it? Su Jingshan continued. Of course, we don't live here for nothing and pay rent. When do I? Su Shuyan was about to defend herself when she was held down by Qiao Jing. Ning Chen saw through the couple's trick and said with a smile, Uncle Su, Villa 1403 is now my private asset. It's useless for you to talk to my parents. Actually, paying what rent? Qianlan suddenly opened her mouth, forcefully interrupting Ning Duan. Old Su, you're speaking too harshly. When Xiao Duan borrowed to live in the villa, you guys didn't ask for rent either. Ning Changmao followed suit and said, Yes, I heard that the villa is quite big, so there's no problem at all in giving Shu Yan a room to live in. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing laughed when they heard it. Ning Chen's face was dark. Dad, Mom, you guys, Dad what Dad, Mom what Mom, this matter is decided. Do you hear me? Qianlan blared at her son. Son, be a man, have a conscience. Ning Changmao patted Ning Chen's shoulder. Ning Chen was directly speechless. He saved the Su family so many times. He's already done everything he can. Okay, why is this not over? Su Shuyan kept her head down, her lush jade fingers stirring the hem of her coat, and did not speak. Okay. Ning Chen didn't want to make his parents angry, and immediately and generously agreed. Xiao Dust. Thank you then, I'll let Shu Yan move in tomorrow. It's really troublesome. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing were both very happy, but they don't know that Ning Chen has other plans in mind. Su Shuyan, strong by nature, just now he made up a whole lot of words, may really make her heart, which live together. Perhaps she will really run to the non-existent ancient books to go? If Su Shuyan was caught messing around in his room one day and he had to kick her out, both families should have nothing to say, right? Girls have a lot of stuff. Xiao Dust, you get up early tomorrow and help Shu Yan move it. Qianlan instructed. Nine Dust constructed a plot and trick and didn't hear it. Brat, Daff? Qianlan directly grabbed Ning Chen's ear. I know, don't grab it. Ning Chen pushed his old mom away, his face full of bitter smiles. How many years had it been since he, a Yuaning stage-grade cultivator, had been pulled by the ears? When Su Shuyan saw this scene, she also snorted with laughter. It seems that a guy like Ning Chen, who was not afraid of the sky and the earth, also had someone who could cure him. That person is Qianlan. I must get on good terms with Auntie Chen. If he bullies me again, I'll go tell Auntie Chen, Su Shuyan secretly said in her heart. Early the next morning, Qianlan urged again before Ning Chen reluctantly came downstairs to the girls' dormitory to help Su Shuyan move her things. Gingerbread is in. When she found out that she could go back to the villa to live, the little ninny was so happy that she jumped 3 feet high. That said, Su Shuyan, this woman's things are really much loaded a whole truck. No is moving. Do not know also thought which shopping mall into the goods. Luckily, Nine Dust was strong and finished moving it all in one morning. At noon, the two families gathered for another meal, and Qianlan and Ning Changma were ready to return to Dongyang. Before she left, Su Shuyan called out to Qianlan and ran over with 2 large bags. Aunt Chen, I bought you a coat last night, and a pair of leather shoes for Uncle Ning. You guys take them home and try them on. Return them to me if they don't fit, and I'll change them for you. The girl's smile was wide, but I asked my mommy and the size should be right. Really? Chen-lan was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly took the coat out and looked at it. Oops, pure cashmere? It's going to cost a lot of money. It's not written. Over $7,000. Ning Chanmao pulled over the hang tag. So expensive? Daughter, have a heart, have a heart. Chen-lan was very happy and tried it on, unexpectedly finding that it fit well and the color was very suitable for a middle-aged woman like her. Nine Dust bristled. This little thought of Su Shuyan's was simply Sima Zhaoji's. The girl shook her head. Aunt Chen, the money was all given to me by you yesterday. I can't even count this as a loan. Ning Changmao didn't try the shoes, but he was also full of smiles. Thanks anyway. Old Ning, I envy you. I'm a father for so many years. Have not received a gift from my daughter. Alas. Envy. Ha ha ha. Su Jingshan deliberately patted Ning Changmao's shoulder inside. Dad, what are you talking about? Su Shuyan pouted her cherry mouth and said, how can I not buy you? You and my mom's stuff, directly sent home. Go back and you can see it. And, I bought you a pair of shoes too and left them at home. Towards the end, Su Shuyan looked towards Ningchen with a bit of shyness and nervousness. For me? Ningchen didn't expect that Su Shuyan had even bought him something. Just as he was about to say no, two large hands clapped on his shoulders, Chen-lan on the left and Ning Changmao on the right. Against the deathly gaze of the two old men, Ningchen had no choice but to tug at the corners of his mouth and lift up a smile. Thank you. I'm the one who should be saying thank you. Su Shuyan's shell teeth lightly bit her cherry lips. Ning Chen, thank you for letting me stay back regardless of former suspicions. Don't worry. I'll just stay in the downstairs one with Xiaoshan. Or what? You still want to live upstairs? Ning Chen rolled his eyes in his heart and secretly said, I'll get up early every day and tap dance on my way downstairs, so I won't be able to stop you from making a lot of noise. Afterwards, after seeing off his parents, Ning Chen didn't return to the villa, but went straight to Xiaoshan International Airport. He's going to Lingnan. He hoped that this trip could find the remaining 5 herbs for refining the God repairing pill, even though he knew that the hope was very slim, but it was still necessary to give it a try. Otherwise, when would this cultivation of his recover? And when would he drag it out? The plane landed smoothly after 2 hours at high altitude. Nine Dust walked off the airplane and sighed softly. If it wasn't for the need to conserve his aura, he could have all but flown from Qingzhou to Lingnan, and although he was limited in the amount of strength he could utilize right now, it would only take half an hour at most to get from Qingzhou to Lingnan. This body. Ning Chen smiled bitterly. The hallowed Yuaning stage-old monster had actually become like a rechargeable treasure, needing to be recharged in advance every time before needing to use a large amount of spiritual qi. Arriving at his destination, Ning Chen didn't stay idle, nor did he rush to leave Lingnan Airport, but instead sought out a remote corner to sit down on his knees. Spiritual awareness spread in all directions with Ning Chen as the center point as if it were a ripple. This was the simplest and quickest method, covering the past with his spiritual sense and conducting a carpet search. No spirit medicine could hide from Nine Dust's perception. To passers-by, it appeared that Ning Chen was merely sitting on the ground and resting, and hadn't attracted much attention. Ning Chen's brows suddenly furrowed as he opened his eyes. The spiritual sense could only extend out a few kilometers, and something had formed a barrier that blocked and shielded Ning Chen's spiritual sense, making it difficult for it to inch in any further. Memorize the URL. This place is really something special. It's hard not to believe that there are some special mineral veins underground. The underground veins formed a powerful magnetic field that interfered with Ning Chen's spiritual sense search. No wonder it was able to nurture 2 heavenly treasures, Phoenix Brain Chi and Earth Milk. Perhaps this trip to the ridge will not disappoint. There was no need to stay at the airport, so Nine Dust got up and left, hitching a ride on a vehicle bound for the border town of Lingnan Great Forest, which was called Falling Mountain Town. It was popular with backpacker adventurers as the Lingnan Great Forest had been kept pristine and hadn't suffered too much man-made destruction. Lean on the mountain and eat the mountain. This has created a stable economic chain for the town of Rocky Mount. The more primitive and the less people stepped foot in the place, the higher the chances of spiritual treasures appearing. So Ning Chen chose Falling Mountain Town as his landing point, and since his spiritual sense couldn't cover the entirety of Lingnan, he could only spend more time and energy searching for spiritual medicines. The two-way highway, with only one bus traveling at a modest pace, bordered the edge of the forest on both sides. It was still about 10 kilometers from the town of Rocky Mountain. On the side of the road, a competent woman with a stilted ponytail and a hiking bag over her shoulder beckons for a ride. The vehicle slowed to a stop. In the meantime, roar! A roar woke up everyone in the bus, only to see a black shadow quickly rushing from the hillside to the highway, stopping in front of the bus, exposing its fangs and staring intently at the bus. It was a large black bear about 2 meters long in size. Apparently, the bus was taken as its prey. For a while, the car was on edge. Ride this car is nothing but 2 kinds of people. 1. the residents of the town of Lakshan. 2. To the Lingnan Forest Adventure backpackers. Most of the young people mainly see the sudden roadblock of the big black bears. Some people are afraid. Some people are interested in, and even open the car glass out of the head to watch. The driver was scared, loudly reminded, "You do not want to live. Hurry to close the window." This black bear often will be out at night to attack passing vehicles, before a small car was directly overturned. Damn. It's not even dark yet how it got out. The driver's forehead was sweating. How did this unlucky thing happen to him? The woman who stopped the car on the side of the road was shocked out of a cold sweat, and hastily slapped the car door. The driver who came back to his senses was just about to open the door. His hand was grabbed by one of the passengers. The big black bear was already running towards the woman. "We can't open the door. If we let the black bear get on board, we don't know how many people will die." The passenger clamped down on the driver's arm in a death grip, preventing the driver from pressing the door open button. Hearing the driver's words just now, this black bear even managed to overturn a small car. Most of the car is young after all. The fear has exceeded the interest. Someone whispered in agreement. "That's it. Don't put us all in a car in harm's way. A carload of us is definitely more important than one." There was an endless stream of voices of all kinds, and although there were those who asked for the door to be opened and saved, there were only a handful of such voices, and they were soon drowned out by the others. Nine Dust opened his eyes. "He's been taking a nap. I'm surprised it hasn't arrived yet. I'm hungry." At this point, he shook his head slightly. This is human nature. When in danger, one will only consider one's own interests. The black bear ran over in a straight line, getting closer and closer to the woman who was frantically slapping the car door, and Nine Dust stood up, himself sitting in the front, and took 2 steps forward to grab the passenger's back collar and throw it back. The young man who had been blocking the driver from opening the door went over Nine Dust's head and fell heavily onto the aisle. So strong. The crowd thought in unison. Ning Chen pressed the door button. The woman quickly boarded the bus after the robbery, and then, she was stunned to see the man who opened the door for her rubbing shoulders with her straight off the bus. The black bear had already rushed to the car money. Ning Chen raised his hand and swept it lightly. A hurricane raised. The black bear opened its bloody mouth to bite the human's head off, but before it could touch Ning Chen, its body was lifted out of the sky, and its huge body rolled backward a few times before coming to a stop. As his body regained its footing, the black bear showed its teeth and growled at Ning Chen. "Roar! Roll!" Ning Dust spat out syllables, only to see the black bear's movements pause, hiding its sharp teeth, sticking out its tongue and licking the tip of its nose, looking a little scared. After a moment of stalemate, it turned around and re-entered the forest with a wobble. The passengers who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. The black bear was actually knocked back. They didn't even see clearly how Ning Chen had struck just now. The women who were saved had even more colorful eyes. Reboarding the vehicle, Nine Dust said indifferently, "Let's set off." His stomach was hungry, and the only reason Nine Dust was striking out was because he wanted his meal to not be delayed. Sitting back in his seat, Ning Chen closed his eyes and took a nap as the bus resumed its journey, and the man who had just been thrown down the aisle by Ning Chen glared at him in indignation, but could only subside when he thought that Ning Chen had even been able to repel a black bear. Small voices of discussion rang out in the car. There were those who talked about praising Ning Chen, and there were also those who sneered at the man who saw death and made accusations. But in the end, these people only snapped shut after being glared at by the man. Unbeknownst to them, just now, although they did not refuse to open the door, they did not agree, and although they had been silent and did not speak, they were completely on the same page as the man who had seen them die. "Hello," a melodious voice suddenly rang out, an ethereal fragrance pulsed through her face, and the woman who had been saved by Ning Chen extended her hand with a smile. "My name is Mu Bingzhu. Thank you for saving me just now. May I ask if you're a martial artist?" Ning Chen didn't speak, and didn't even bother to open his eyes. Mu Bingzhu, however, felt that Ning Chen had acquiesced, and the smile on her face increased. "Are you going to enter the Lingnan Great Forest as well? Your hands are very good. I need to enter the Lingnan Great Forest to look for a spirit medicine, and would like to hire you to protect me for a period of time, with a daily salary of $100,000, and if I find the spirit medicine I want, I will have another heavy thanks." Ning Chen, still taking a nap with his eyes closed, faintly replied back, "Not interested." A daily salary of 100,000 was quite a lot, but for him, a Yuaning stage-old monster, it was a drop in price behavior. And the purpose of Ning Chen's trip was also spirit medicine, although he didn't know if the two were trying to find the same kind of spirit medicine, but Ning Chen wasn't willing to waste more time here. Mu Bingzhu resentfully withdrew her hand, the smile on her face unchanged. "No matter what, I'm still very thankful that you saved me. Can I know your name?" The young men who came to the town of Laksen had only one purpose, and that was to explore the great forest of Lingnan. Even if Ning Chen didn't agree to her request, it would be good to get acquainted. Of course, it would naturally be better if they could enter the Lingnan Great Forest together as a group. Even though it was only the first time they had met, this man could make people feel very secure. Seeing that Ning Chen still didn't have the heart to take care of her, Mu Bingju reluctantly smiled and didn't continue to climb into the conversation. Finding a seat to sit down, the vehicle moved forward steadily. The Black Bear roadblock was just a small hiccup along the way. It didn't take long for the bus to enter the town of Rocky Mountain. Before the vehicle had even stopped, there was a group of people scrambling to come up, holding accommodation signs in their hands to solicit business for their BNBS. And just as Ning Chen got out of the vehicle, she was mysteriously pulled aside by an older woman. Remember in a second https://m. Little brother. Lodging? There's little sister. Ning Chen shook his head and refused. Rouge and vulgar powder cannot enter his eyes. He lifted his foot to leave. The big woman followed a few steps to persuade. See, Ning Chen is still indifferent to this, only to go away to look for new customers. Nine Dust was walking alone on the main road. This is a small town. A main road can be seen at a glance. To say that the only special thing about this place is that because of the Lingnan forest, there is an endless stream of backpackers coming and going. The town of Falling Hills is again the only place to land and fill up on supplies, so the most you can see on both sides of the main road are signs with supermarkets or BNBS. In order to attract customers, the villagers of Loksan Township have gone to great lengths to make their facades look fancy. Halfway there, Nine Dust saw a folk bar, which was surprisingly lively despite the fact that it was not long after nightfall. It's not practical to go into the mountains tonight. Let's find a place to settle down and have dinner first. And at this moment, a little girl walked over and stopped in front of Nine Dust. Big brother, are you staying? How about staying at my house? My room is cleaned up. The little girl was not very old, about 8 or 9 years old, with a double ponytail. Her pink face looked watery and cute, and her eyes were pure and flawless as she looked at Ning Chen, with a hint of expectation and nervousness. Apparently, the little girl was supposed to be soliciting for the first time. Ning Chen stopped and half squatted down to touch the little girl's head. Do you have any good food in your house? If you do, you can live in your house. Just after touching the little girl's head, a flash of color flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. Surprisingly, it was an ice spirit root. Earth's aura was scarce, and it was surprising that it could still produce people with spiritual roots. Perhaps it also had something to do with the fact that he had deduced that there was a special mineral vein underneath Lingnan, and even his spiritual sense was blocked and could only extend out a few kilometers. Of course, this was also related to the cultivation level that Ning Chen was currently able to exert. Otherwise the magnetic field formed by the mineral vein couldn't block his spiritual sense. The little girl didn't reject Ning Chen's behavior, although Ning Chen was a stranger that he had met for the first time. But this stranger gave him a very kind feeling. The little girl hurriedly said, "My Abba's cooking is very good. The town hosts banquets and all of them invite my Abba to take the spoon." "Good. Then I'll stay at your house," Ning Chen said smilingly. When he first arrived in the small town of Falling Mountain, he unexpectedly encountered an ice spirit root. Perhaps it was long predestined in the underworld. Cultivation is about karma. Just as if he accidentally went to the little southern heavenly realm back then and encountered his master, Yaoguang Shangren. In general, the little girl smiled and pulled Luo Chen's hand. "Big brother, you come with me." The two entered a bed and breakfast, and the little girl tilted her head as if to show off, her voice as brittle as a lark's. "Eh ma, I've got a customer." Good. The woman at the counter looked up with a smile. "My family Lulu is the best. So your name's Luolu." Nine Dust looked towards the little girl who had been tugging on his big hand. Falling was obviously a bit unhappy, beaming her little mouth. "Ama, my name is obviously something I want to tell my big brother in person." The woman glanced at the two holding hands together. To be more precise, it was her own daughter who had been pulling this guest, and was surprised in her heart, because her daughter's character was something she knew very well. And even if she was very familiar with someone, Lok might not be willing to get close to the other person. Aside from the two of them, Lok treated almost everyone else with an attitude of rejection. Seeing Amma staring blankly at herself, Lok hurriedly urged, "Ma, Big brother is already very hungry, so quickly arrange a room for Big brother, and then ask Appa to come back and cook for Big brother." She hadn't forgotten that Loden had stayed at her family's bed and breakfast because she'd said that Abba's cooking was good. "Good," the woman answered and looked at Ning Chen. "Young man, our single room here is 200 a night. Take your ID card and come to me to register." 200 a night, a monstrous price for a frontier town, but relatively fair for the small town of Rocky Mountain, with its constant stream of backpackers coming and going throughout the year. After registering, Ning Chen ordered and paid for the food, and the little girl took the initiative to say, "Big brother, I'll take you to your room, and I'll call you when Abba comes back to make dinner. Thank you Lok Lok. Ning Chen liked this naive little girl who carried the ice spirit root, and reached down to Lok Lok's head and gently touched it, and a faint strand of aura degree entered Lok Lok's body. Falling was enjoying herself, with a feeling like a spring breeze. Inside the room, after Loki left, Ning Chen suddenly felt a wave of weariness. After this one day of rushing, his body was still a bit tired, and ever since he came to Earth, he had become extremely sleepy. In the past, in the little southern heavenly realm, it was normal to spend hundreds of years without sleeping, all spent cultivating. It seemed that it was still necessary to find a spiritual object to repair this broken and tattered body as soon as possible. Qingzhou, Oasis Rose Garden, Villa 1403. In the living room, Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Su Shuyan was wearing cute pink pajamas and hugging a doll, her eyes looking in the direction of the door from time to time. Little Sugar, why do you think he's not back yet? After all that had happened, Su Shuyan now had a strange feeling towards Ning Chen, and she was still staying in the house belonging to Ning Chen with the help of Today. Although this was originally his family's villa, nowadays the identity is transformed. Ginger Candy ate the chips and said with a smile, Shu Yen, do you miss Brother Dolly? If you miss him, then take the initiative to call Brother Dolly. Boys can't resist a girl who takes the initiative. Su Shuyan's cheeks blushed slightly as she stiffened her mouth. I'm not thinking about him. It's just, she said with a sad face. Ginger looked at her best friend quizzically. You say, does Ning Chen hate me now? If it wasn't for Uncle and Auntie helping me out, Ning Chen would definitely be unwilling to let me live in her house, Su Shuyan said worriedly. When she and Jiang Sugar moved out, Ning Chen even took the initiative to offer Jiang Sugar to stay and live there, but there was no point in retaining her. No, Brother Dolly is not that kind of stingy person. And Shu Yen, don't you really realize? Brother Dolly has always been helping you. Maybe you can't feel it, but I think you and Brother Dolly are a pair of happy enemies, Ginger Sugar analyzed. I don't even feel lively without you and Brother Dolly fighting in this house. Aya, you know that Brother Dolly is so good. Now if you don't take the initiative, Brother Dolly will be abducted by someone, and you won't even be able to find a place to cry at that time. Looking at her best friend in this state, Ginger Sugar felt anxious. Su Shuyan froze for a moment. In the past, she had always disliked Ning Chen as a bumpkin. Until now. But, Su Shuyan wanted to say, didn't you say you like Brother Dolly? That doesn't stop us from playing fair, Ginger said indifferently. You really have a big heart. Su Shuyan rushed to speechlessness for her BFF. She grabbed her cell phone and flipped to Ning Chen's number, and gave herself a reason. I'm just asking when he's coming back. It's not that I'm thinking about him. Ning Chen was rung by his cell phone in his sleep and frowned lightly when he saw that it was Su Shuyan calling. What's wrong with this woman again? I promised to let her live in 1403. Why are you still so nosy? The screen went out. The ringtone ended abruptly, and Nine Dust continued to sleep. Su Shuyan put down her cell phone. He's not answering. Looking to her best friend beside her, Su Shuyan said tentatively, why don't you try hitting one as well? Ginger Candy didn't think much about dialing Nine Dust's number. 3 seconds later, the call was connected. What's wrong, Sugar? Nine Dust's voice came out from the cell phone. Su Shuyan. So it wasn't that no one answered. Nine Dust was simply not wanting to answer her call, and her mood instantly hit rock bottom. Brother Dolly, where are you? Nothing much. It's just that Shu Yen misses you. So she asked when you're coming home. Ginger Sugar asked with a smile. Seeing that her best friend had betrayed her without mercy, Su Shuyan blushed in embarrassment. I'm not thinking about him. In fact, her body moved a little closer to her best friend of its own accord. Su Shuyan, what kind of illness is she having again? Ning Chen had a headache and didn't pay too much attention to the problem. Speaking, I'm in Lingnan now. I'll go back when things over here are over, and I'll bring you this side specialties then. After chatting with Ginger Sugar for a couple of sentences and hanging up the phone, the doorbell rang, and Luolu stood outside the door, saw Ning Chen walk out, and grabbed the corner of his coat. Big brother, it's time to eat. Nine Dust glanced at the time. He actually slept for over an hour, and Lok Lok came to the dining room. The dining room was not big. There were only 3 tables. The tables were already full of dishes. A man was busy in the kitchen. It was obvious that this was Lok Lok's father. Nine Dust was indeed hungry, but invited the little girl before starting. Drop. Eat some with Big Brother. The little girl was polite. Thank you, Big Brother. Lok Lok has already had dinner. After saying that, Luolu didn't leave and sat on the opposite chair propping her head up and watching Ning Chen eat. In the kitchen, the man finished the last dish and brought it out. He came home and heard his wife say that there was a guest in the store, and their daughter Lulu seemed to like the guest. At first the man did not believe it, because his daughter is very distant from everyone, even sometimes to him, but seeing this scene, there was no way for him not to believe it. young and handsome. Other than that, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary in this guest. Walking over with the dishes, he saw his daughter tilting her head and asking crisply, "Big brother, can you eat and play by ordering so many dishes?" Finished eating, Ning Chen grabbed a chicken leg, which was authentic local chicken with a delicious flavor, and layered with green peppercorns and green peppers, which exuded the flavor of local chicken to the extreme. The little girl hadn't lied to him, their family did cook well, and at this moment, but heard the little girl continue to say, "Big brother, you can eat, oh, my father said so can eat a rice bucket." Nine dust? Boss. The little girl's father hurriedly walked up, placed the chicken morsels on the table and apologized. "Sorry, the child doesn't know how to talk nonsense. You don't have to get on her bad side. It's fine. Childish talk." Nine dust laughed, not really caring. Lock quickly apologized to this uncle. The boss reprimanded with a stern face. The little girl looked resigned. "I'm sorry, big brother." Seeing this aggrieved look on her face, Ningchen couldn't help but let out a light laugh and said in a low voice, "Boss, it doesn't matter. Luolu is quite cute, so don't blame her." Hearing Ningchen praise her cuteness, the little girl's eyes instantly narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. The old father sighed. It seemed that his daughter really liked this guest, and he, as a father, was a bit jealous. Lock, it's getting late. You should go to bed." At this moment, the boss spoke again. The little girl glanced at Ningchen reluctantly. "Bye, big brother. Enjoy your meal, guest." As the owner led the little girl out of the restaurant, he couldn't help but ask, Lock, why do you like this big brother so much?" "Because big brother gives a very kind feeling, and big brother is so comfortable when he touches my head. Favorite big brother law," Lock said with a leap of faith. After eating and drinking, Nine Dust returned to his room, rest for the night and head into the mountains tomorrow. Midnight. The small town of Falling Mountain was silent, and the sleeping Ningchen sensed a chilly erosion and slowly opened his eyes, a flash of color flashing through his eyes. This cold air that eroded over unexpectedly carried some faint aura. Ningchen came to be interested, and his spiritual sense spread out, quickly finding the source. Lock? This cold aura was actually emanating from the little girl. By his own strength, he had caused the temperature of the entire B&B to plummet, and not only that, but Ningchen had also detected that Luolu was in a very bad state. Putting on his clothes, Nine Dust came to Luolu's room and raised his hand to gently snap the door. Not long afterward, the door opened, and Lock's Amma had obviously just wiped her tears clean. Her eyes were red at this time, and she squeezed out a smile and said, "Hello guest, how can I help you? I sensed that Falling was in bad shape, so I came over to take a look." Nine Dust was honest. The woman's face was filled with shock. The two rooms were so far apart and on different floors. How could Nine Dust be able to detect that her daughter was in bad shape? Although his daughter's body would constantly emit a cold aura, it shouldn't affect Nine Dust. Without waiting for the woman to speak, Ningchen said once more, "Let me go in and take a look first." The woman hesitated a little to give way. Perhaps it was because she felt that Ningchen was able to detect her daughter's abnormality even from such a distance, so it made her think that Ningchen was not an ordinary person, or perhaps she was holding on to a certain amount of luck. At this point, their daughter's condition had long since overwhelmed the couple. Inside the room, the air conditioner was turned up to maximum hot air and the windows were closed. Lock was lying on the cot, covered with a few bedding. Only his head was exposed. His originally pink little face was white. Not only that, Lock's face had a layer of ice slag on it. His lips were black and purple, and he was constantly shivering. When his father saw Ningchen, he was about to open his mouth to speak, but Ningchen took a big step forward and lifted off the bedding that was covering Luolu's body. A cold aura instantly surged out, and while Luolu's father couldn't help but shiver because of his proximity, Ningchen was completely unaffected. Falling's tiny body curled up on the bed shivering constantly. "What are you doing?" Falling's father's face was especially ugly. Covering Lock's blanket at this time will only intensify her pain. Ningchen chided, then directly turned off the airdrop and opened the window. In fact, what Luolu's parents did Ningchen could understand. Because of the reason that the cold air kept coming out of Luolu's body, Luolu's parents then rightfully felt that they had to keep Luolu warm. Unbeknownst to them, this behavior will only cause the two to collide, and the cold will create a certain occlusion that will make the fall more painful. Memorize the URL. Hearing Ningchen's words, Falling's father was dumbfounded. He simply didn't understand these truths. "Little brother, do you have any method to save Lock? Luolu is so young but has to endure this kind of sickness. I am a father." At this moment, the man who had entered his 40s suddenly reddened. Without replying, Ningchen reached out and gently tapped on Lock's brow, and a large amount of spiritual chi surged into Lock's body, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the cold chi emanating from Lock's body was getting smaller and smaller. and the icy slag on her face was also gradually disappearing. The face gradually became rosy and the fall gradually became normal. The couple watched the scene with wide eyes. A man of God. Seeing that their daughter was not suffering from the disease, the couple cried tears of joy and looked at Ning Chen with eyes full of gratitude. Ning Chen, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. When he first met the little girl, Ning Chen only knew that the little girl was carrying an ice spirit root, and that this kind of spirit root wouldn't actually do any damage to the human body, but would only affect a person's emotions, causing them to gradually become apathetic and uninviting. However, he didn't expect that Lok Lok was actually an extreme ice spirit root. If it was placed in the cultivation world, it would definitely be a spiritual root attribute that was rare to see in 10,000 years, and all the major top clans were afraid that they would all go crazy over it. Lok Lok was only a mortal body. There was no half of a spiritual chi in her body, and midnight was the most prevalent time of the day for Yin Chi, which belonged to cold. It was like a lure hooking Lok Lok's extreme ice spiritual roots to explode, and if it could not be resolved, Lok Lok's situation would only get more and more serious. I'm afraid that it won't take 2 years for Luolu to be tortured to death by the extreme ice spirit root. The only way was for Lok Lok to cultivate and become a cultivator like him. Although the earth was lacking in spiritual chi and could not satisfy cultivators' cultivation, if Lok Lok stepped into the cultivation realm, the early stage of cultivation could be completely self-sufficient, and even if he didn't draw in spiritual chi and use spiritual treasures, he could also easily cross over to the refining stage within a few years. This was thanks to the cold aura emanating from the extreme ice spirit root, and the aura nurtured within was completely sufficient for falling to cultivate. Waiting until the fall into years. Stepping into the foundation establishment stage is also easy, but then want to raise the cultivation level. It is necessary to use heavenly materials and treasures. Although she didn't know Earth's martial artist system very well, by the foundation establishment stage, she would definitely be able to easily defeat the martial kings of this world. The president of the Qingzhou Martial Artist Association then assumed that Ning Chen was in existence in the martial king realm. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called martial kings were not much different from ants in front of Ning Chen. It's a pity that this little ninny was not born in the right place. If this were in the immortal cultivation world, her talent to cultivate to the Yuaning stage would not be too difficult, and this Lok Lok, who carried the extreme ice spirit root, had already been viewed as a class of person by Ning Chen at this point, and at that moment, he rose to the idea of taking on a disciple. However, after hesitating for a moment, Ning Chen's main purpose for coming to Lingnan this time was still to search for spiritual treasures, and even if he wanted to take on a disciple, he would have to put it on the back burner. After the aura surged into Luolu's body, it didn't take long for her to slowly open her eyes. The person who came into her eyes made her feel extraordinarily kind, and she tiredly squeezed out a small smile. Big brother, were you the one who saved me? Thank you. Ning Chen smiled lightly. Lulu is good. You'll be fine after a nap. She had been exhausted for a long time, and when she heard this she gave a small smile, her eyes closing as she fell into a sound sleep. When Lok Lok's father was about to open his mouth, Ning Chen made a silent gesture and left the room after covering Lok Lok with a thinner quilt, and Lok Lok's parents hurriedly followed. In the hall of the B&B, the woman inquired with an agitated face. Benefactor, how is my daughter's situation now? This won't flare up in the last few days. Nine Dust replied. Thank you so much. The old father was agitated. Every time they saw their daughter in such pain, they as parents were not feeling well either. The man's face showed a worried color, and carefully asked, Benefactor, my daughter's condition went to the hospital for examination, and she couldn't be found out at all. Do you have a way to completely cure my daughter? After a pause, the man continued, if my daughter can be healthy, I, as a father, would be willing even if I have to dump my family's money. This is not urgent for the time being. Luolu won't be in an attack of extreme cold for the next few days. I'm going into the mountains tomorrow. Everything will wait until I get out of the mountains. Ning Chen said indifferently. I see that the little girl's condition should have lasted for about a year. During that time did someone give Luolu suppression, which you can understand as having been treated. Hearing this, the couple looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Benefactor, you are right. This 1 year time indeed someone give Luolu treatment. Luolu life. Extreme cold attack a few times was tortured beyond human form. It so happens that there is a cloud traveling to the town of Loksan old Chinese medicine doctor living in my house. Know Luolu's situation to help save the treatment. Luolu this can be safe and sound. At those words, Ning Chen came to be interested. Because the extreme ice spirit root erupted, Lok Lok would not be able to hold up, and it was basically impossible for a non-cultivator to suppress the violent coldness in Lok Lok's body. As for the hospital not being able to check, normal, spiritual roots were no longer something that mortals could understand, and it was only highly unusual that they could be checked. However, after some conversation, Ning Chen also learned that the old Chinese doctor had to treat Luolu for at least 5 hours each time, and that Luolu's parents weren't allowed to watch in the middle of the process. This made Ning Chen even more curious. What is this man's name? The couple looked at each other. Then the man smiled bitterly and said in a loud voice, "We don't know the name of this old Chinese doctor. We only know that his surname is Gu. We all call him Gu Lao. Gu Lao comes and goes quickly every time, and he almost never stays in Falling Mountain Town except for treating Lok Lok. There are such good people in the world. Not trying to return the favor?" Nine Dust frowned slightly. Even if the other party is not a cultivator, but can suppress the extreme cold for 3 to 5 days at a time, the cultivation has at least reached the level of the master. This level of powerhouse, even if they just charge a tiny bit of remuneration. This 3-member family has long been drained, right? Maybe the other person also thought falling was cute. Nine Dust wasn't dwelling on this issue. If that's the case, why didn't Elder Gu show up for this falling extreme cold episode? Ning Chen asked out the doubts in his heart. We don't know either. The woman picked up. Gu Lao didn't leave any contact information. It's strange to say that in the past, when Gu Lao came to Falling Mountain Town, the time interval was 5 days at the longest and 3 days at the shortest. But this time, we haven't seen Gu Lao for half a month. During this time, Falling had had one attack of extreme cold, which was hard fought, but nowhere near as severe as this one. Remember in a second https://m. Ning Chen didn't dwell on this issue too much. Lok Lok's extreme ice spirit root wasn't a difficult thing for him as a cultivator. It's just that right now, Ning Chen had more important things to attend to. Ning Chen opened his mouth and asked, "You guys have been living in Lokshan Town all this time?" "Yes, we've lived here for 3 generations upwards." "Then you should know what part of the Lingnan Great Forest is the most dangerous?" Nine Dust inquired. Any place where spiritual treasures could grow was relatively special. Most spiritual treasures would have accompanying demonic beasts with extraordinary strength. There might not be any demonic beasts on Earth, but there was one thing Ning Chen could be sure of. Powerful beasts were bound to exist. The strength might not be strong, but it should be comparable to a Huan Jin master inside the martial arts system, or even an ancient martial arts patriarch. Benefactor, it's fine for you to enter the mountain, but just take a casual look around outside. It's too dangerous to go to a place that will kill you. There are quite a lot of people who wanted to go to the depths over the years, but none of them came out alive. The man's face changed and he kindly persuaded. Ning Chen was unimpressed. There shouldn't be any place in this world that I can't go to, so just tell me directly where that place is. The man hesitated for a moment. After all, he had seen how just now Ning Chen had solved his daughter's extreme cold with a flick of his finger. This young man, though not very old, must not be weak in his skills, so he didn't hide it and opened his mouth. The morning firmament vein. 1 kilometer through the town is the outskirts of the Lingnan Great Forest, and after entering the forest and going all the way to the east, there's a bathhouse around 20 kilometers or so that's filled with miasma, and trying to get through it isn't even an easy task. After a pause, the man continued, after crossing the swamp you will be able to see the Morning Mountains. This mountain range is surrounded by all 4 directions, just like a prison cage, and when the wind blows the echoes sound like wailing, so that's why it got its name. The man sighed. In our Falling Mountain Town, someone's ancestor had once traveled to the Wailing Mountain range and walked out of it alive. I heard that it was densely populated with poisonous insects and was a truly perilous place. At that time, the ancestor of this person returned to the fallen mountain after a few days passed away. Leaving the route is to warn the future generations to enter the Lingnan Great Forest must avoid this place. Little brother, I advise you to think carefully. Even if you want to go also have to be properly prepared. Androgynous antivirus mask, first aid serum and so on the same cannot be missing. But our town has limited resources, and some things simply cannot be prepared. It's fine, I'm just curious to ask. Even if I really have to go, I'll quit if I run into danger. Ning Chen smiled and said. The place inquired. Of course he had to go, but there was no need for this ordinary couple to say anything, or else the couple really didn't know how long they would have to persuade themselves out of the goodness of their hearts. Before returning to his room, Nine Dust asked the couple to prepare some barbecue seasonings for him. After entering the mountains, he would have to be self-sufficient in terms of food, and although he could also bring ample supplies, Nine Dust was too much of a hassle, and a small bag of equipment would suffice. The next day, early morning, before the dew had fully receded, Ning Duan entered the mountain. The east side is actually pretty easy to find. Just follow where the sun sticks up. Nine Dust's goal was clear. Morning Mountains. Last night, when he sealed the extreme ice spirit root for Luolu, Ning Chen had used up quite a bit of his aura, and as he was now using a little bit of his aura for a little bit less, he needed to rely on mortal food and heavenly materials to replenish it, and along the way, he also needed to release his spiritual awareness to probe for the heavenly materials. So Ning Chen chose to walk. The last thing he lacked was time. Although the strength he could exert was 10,001, the realm was still there after all, and he still had a lifespan of up to 8,000 years. By noon, Ning Dust also hit a wild rabbit and 2 pheasants. Cumin chili pepper sprinkled to satisfy his mouth and stomach. Pheasants and rabbits that were incredibly flexible in the eyes of others were nowhere to be found in Ning Chen's hands. After filling his stomach a little, Ning Chen continued on his way. 2 miles along the east. Roar. A beastly roar reached his ears. The roar was unusually familiar. Nine Dust looked surprised. What a coincidence. Listening to the voice is obviously the roadblock bear that appeared on the highway yesterday evening. At that time Ning Chen did not have the intention to kill. He only wanted to find a place to land and eat after rushing to Falling Mountain Town. So he just startled the roadblock bear back. I didn't expect that he and this beast were quite destined to meet again today. Glancing up, Nine Dust had an idea in his mind. By the sound of it, the barricaded bear wasn't far from him. Follow the sound for a few minutes. Tens of meters in front of Ning Chen, a huge black bear was lowering its head and tearing into its prey, which was a small python as thick as an arm. And just now, the big black bear roared because it couldn't help but howl after killing its prey. And now the big black bear is happily feeding. Suddenly, its feeding motion stopped and it twisted its head to look at the uninvited guest dozens of meters away. Roar. Declaring his sovereignty, the big black bear tried to drink back the incoming enemy with a roar. Just howled a voice. The big black bear will be stunned. This incoming enemy is a human. If it is the past to see as human, surely scampered away. But this human, how he is not afraid of himself. And, it looks a little familiar? The big black bear didn't continue to growl and stuck out his tongue and licked it, apparently remembering the human. This guy made it tumble out a couple times yesterday with a random slap. How come we met again today? The big black bear could not cry, so it was better to go, turn around and immediately run on all 4 hooves, not even caring about the food. Want to run? That's not that easy. The corners of Ning Chen's mouth flicked up, and in an instant, his entire body catapulted out, transforming into a shadow. The big black bear sprang into a frenzy, twisted its head to glance at Ning Chen, and ran even faster. Birds of prey frightened the beasts. It couldn't figure out why the human, who had been so far away just a moment ago, had suddenly caught up with it. Ning Chen once again took a step forward, and at this point, he had already surpassed the large black bear, while at the same time, he violently turned around and blandly faced the large black bear that was running over. Roar! The big black bear growled and tried to charge straight through, and right at this moment, just as the big black bear was closing in on Ning Chen raised his hand and swept it gently. Knock knock! The large black bear's huge body rolled backward. It did not dare to climb up again, even more did not dare to escape, prostrate on the ground, body trembling, low wailing. Run for what? It's not like I'm going to kill you. Ning Chen walked over and scolded with a smile. If you had been so honest earlier, I wouldn't have taken a shot at you. In these few days, you'll be good and obedient, and temporarily serve as my mount for a few days. In order to conserve spiritual chi, Ning Chen had always chosen to walk after entering the mountain, and after realizing that he and the big black bear were so destined to be together, Ning Chen was instantly moved to accept it as a mount. You beast! It's a blessing you've cultivated over several lifetimes to be this seat's mount. Ning Chen reached out to stroke the big black bear's big bear head, knowing that when he was in the lesser southern heavenly realm, Ning Chen wouldn't even bother to take a second look at spirit beasts with cultivation levels below the Jedan stage. Only spirit beasts above the Jedan stage were qualified to be his mount. Seeing that the human in front of him didn't seem to want to kill himself, the big black bear carefully stuck out his tongue and licked Ning Chen's hand. Nine Dust? Count yourself lucky that you're of some use to me now. Ning Chen reached out and gently clicked his hand on the big black bear's head, and a faint strand of aura entered. If this big black bear had a good fortune in the future, it might be able to use this strand of aura of his to open up its mind, and become the only overlord of this Lingnan Great Forest. Today is a great creation for you. In the future, do not hurt anyone indiscriminately. You're as black as a cinder block. Let's just call you Cinder Block. Get up. We should set off, Ning Chen said with a smile. The reason why he had degreed a strand of aura into the coal ball was mainly to rely on this strand of aura to convey instructions to the coal ball. Otherwise the beast might not be able to understand him. Of course, this small gesture was a great creation for the big black bear. The big black bear nodded with seeming understanding. Then its huge body stood up, and Ning Chen leapt onto its back. And suddenly the big black bear was racing through the forest. Which way? The big black bear set off towards the east following the instructions given by Nine Dust. With the means of transportation solved, Ning Chen was much more relaxed. He didn't need to stop and use his spiritual sense to explore the heavenly materia medica anymore. Sitting cross-legged on the cinder block's back and directly releasing his spiritual sense was fine. In this place, Ning Chen's spiritual sense could only extend a few kilometers. But whenever he found cultivation herbs that were somewhat valuable, Ning Chen would just cinderblock himself over there, digging up the herbs before continuing on his way. Basically, they were all ordinary elixirs with weak effects, but they were better than nothing. Searching along the way, Ning Chen didn't advance very quickly. It didn't take long to get hungry. Finding a wide place, Ning Chen patted Kobol's back, and Kobol obediently stopped, and after leaping down from Kobol's back, Ning Chen spoke, "Go find food on your own first, and bring some back after you've had your fill." Just now, he had searched all the way to quite a few ordinary spirit medicines, which were very inconvenient to carry on his body and tasteless to eat and discard. So Ning Chen planned to take this time to refine these ordinary spirit medicines, so that he could more or less replenish a little bit of spiritual chi. The big black bear, on the other hand, is reduced to a tool bear. With a wobble, he went off, obediently, to hunt, and at this moment, Ning Chen quickly refined all of the ordinary spirit pills in his hand. If Ning Chen's current body was compared to a rechargeable treasure, his search for these herbs had consumed 1 gram of electricity, but after refining them he had recovered 2 grams of electricity, which was equivalent to earning 1 gram. It's not much, but it adds up. Time passes unnoticed. Ning Dust stood up, patting off the dust on his body, his brows furrowed slightly. Why hadn't Kobol come back after leaving for so long? Had the beast taken advantage of this opportunity to run away? There was going to be quite a delay in the Lingnan Great Forest next, so Ning Chen didn't want to walk. Spiritual awareness was released and extended out. As long as Kobol was still within 3 or 4 kilometers of his center, Kobol couldn't escape his 5-finger mountain. Although leaving a strand of aura on the cinder block would allow Ning Chen to use that strand of aura to track the cinder block as well. But in comparison, using the release of aura would save quite a bit of aura. Since this was the case, Ning Chen naturally and decisively chose the former. Immediately after the spiritual sense probed out, more than a dozen auras were captured by 9 Dust. One of the courses belongs to briquettes. Only the coal ball was surrounded by a dozen other auras, and Ning Chen also sensed that the coal ball had suffered a slight injury. It looks like it's in danger. Looking for death. Dare to touch my mount. Ning Chen's body catapulted out, and his entire body had appeared hundreds of meters away. In the forest, large trees that only several people could encircle could be seen everywhere. The large trees were dozens of meters high, with lush leaves covering the sky. Under the shade of the trees, Cinder was surrounded by a group of people, showing their teeth and looking at the group of humans in front of them. "This beast is so fierce," a middle-aged man said with a palpitating heart. He was just now almost broken his arm by the big black bear's claw. Fortunately he dodged in time. Also thanks to this beast only has brute force without any skill to speak of. Last time I was almost attacked by it. I didn't think that I would meet it here again today. You guys help me kill it. I'll give you guys a raise, and everyone's reward will be doubled. Among the group of people, only a woman with a stilted ponytail stood behind the crowd. At this time, she clasped her arms to her chest and said in a continuous voice, "Holler boss." Someone loudly concurred. "We'll roast a bear paw for the boss to eat tonight, so let's all go together and get this bear killed easily." The crowd was about to swarm them, but at that moment, Ning Chen had already killed them, landing on the ground, his body blocking the big black bear. And seeing Ning Chen's appearance, this big black bear grunted twice and arched Ning Chen's leg with its big bear head, seemingly complaining about its grievances. "It's him." The woman was slightly startled. And on the woman's side, at this moment, there was also an old man with a goatee. When he saw Ning Chen's appearance, he also looked scornful, and at this moment, he was even more surprised when he asked, "Miss, do you know him?" "Well, I stopped the car on my way to Fall Mountain Town, and this big black bear suddenly appeared and attacked me, and it was this man who fought off the bear and saved me, and I was going to hire him to protect me as I went into the mountains, but he wasn't happy about it at all." This woman was none other than Mu Bingju, who had a brief encounter with Ning Chen on the highway. And what made Mu Bingju even more furious was that this man didn't even look at her at that time. Mu Bingju is a ranked existence in Lingnan regardless of her figure appearance or wrist. Mu Bingju felt that this man was pretending to be high-strung and was just trying to attract her attention. "Miss, this man is not simple. If we can recruit this man into our team, finding spiritual medicine will definitely be twice as easy." The goat old man analyzed. He was at the realm of harmonization power master, but surprisingly, he didn't see how this man appeared, and even more so, he couldn't see through his cultivation strength. This person was definitely an ancient martial arts master with unfathomable strength. When did the martial arts world produce such a young master? The goatee-bearded old man frowned. Among the group of people who were about to make a move, when they saw Ning Chen suddenly appear in front of the big black bear, they were all stunned for a moment, and one of them, a big burly man, loudly shouted, "Little son of a bitch, get out of the way, don't get in the way here, and kill the bear tonight." Master will reward you with a bone to eat. Hearing this, the other people looked as if they were watching and all laughed. I'm afraid this person isn't a fool, right? He directly rushed into the face of the big black bear, and he wasn't afraid of being slapped to death by the big black bear? My mounts are also something that you can eat. Ning Chen's face was calm as he extended his hand and gently pointed. The crowd was still trying to scoff. Who do you think you are to have a bear as a mount? You call out to it to see if it answers. The goatee-bearded old man's face suddenly changed. Crap. Uncle Chen. What's wrong? Mu Bingju looked puzzled. Memorize the URL. However, at this moment, the man who had just abused Ning Chen's pupils were wide and out of focus, and his body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. The sudden change caused everyone to be startled, and they turned their heads to look, only to see that their companion had lost his vitals with an extra bloodstain in the center of his eyebrow. Spacing out kills. What is this? The people who were recruited by Mu Bingju were more or less blind, and for a while trepidation filled the crowd. Ning Chen patted the big black bear's head, and his tone of voice was so clear and cool that it made everyone's hearts tremble. Roll. The group backed away warily. Goatee-bearded old man, heart slightly loose, hastily went forward. Fortunately, this patriarch did not kill innocents indiscriminately, otherwise all of them present today no one can escape. Goatee-bearded old man hastily arched his hands and cupped his fists, humbly said, Little old man has seen the patriarch. Little old man Chen Song. Is the Lingnan Mu family disciples? Many thanks to the patriarch to be merciful. Never heard of it. With a flat expression, Ning Chen leapt onto the back of the big black bear. Cinder, let's go. Everyone was stupefied. This big black bear was really this teenager's mount. Chen Song was helpless for a while, and didn't dare to obstruct Ning Chen's departure. Hey, don't go yet. Mu Bingju stepped forward and said in a hurry. Looking at you. You also want to go to the morning firmament vein? How about we pair up? I can give you 1 million per day as labor. Ning Chen lazily ignored the situation and gradually disappeared from the crowd's line of sight as he rode the cinder block. Mu Bingju angrily stomped her foot. Humph. It's not just riding a bear. What's the point of tugging? People don't know how to reason a bit. Mississippi. Chen Song didn't have a handful of false sweat on his forehead and said with a bitter smile, Can such a junior patriarch be recruited at will like this? Your behavior just now was a bit of a mongrel. If you provoke this junior patriarch, I'm afraid that we people won't have a good ending. It's just a zongshur. It's not like our family doesn't have one. Mu Bingju clearly didn't take it seriously. Chen Song could not help but laugh bitterly. Although Miss is in a high position in the Mu family, but after all, she is not a martial artist, and knows very little about the martial world. Chen Song could only explain patiently. Miss, although the Mu family also has a zongshur, the oldest can be over 80, and the youngest is over half 100. But this young zongshur is in his early 20s, and his future accomplishments are not to be limited. In comparison, those patriarchs of the Mu clan were not even worthy of giving this teenager shoes, Chen Song added in his heart. And it wouldn't be that a teenage patriarch would pop up for no reason. And the origin of this teenage patriarch would certainly not be comparable to that of the Mu family. It's no big deal. Mu Bingju was still unconvinced. Seeing that Ning Chen had completely disappeared from their line of sight, Mu Bingju frowned and analyzed. Uncle Chen, this bear is the one that attacked me last night, and it's this person's mount. And on the off chance that this person was still in the car just in time to save me, do you think that this bear was sent by this person? And that last night was a play that he directed himself to put on? Chen Song froze. These specifics were not known to him, not to mention that there is no such coincidence in the world. Mu Bingju snorted coldly, looking extremely wise. I encountered him on 2 successive days, and even though he refused my recruitment, I feel that he is simply rushing towards me, or, she simply has designs on the Mu family, and both times she rejected me she deliberately raised her position. Chen Song's face changed. Miss, be careful what you say. The other party is a patriarch after all. Mu Bingju was blissfully unconcerned. My speculation is reasonable. If his goal is also the morning firmament, then we will definitely meet again next. In that case, let's follow him and see what tricks he can pull off. Hearing this, Chen Song hastened to stop. Miss, never. This is after all just your guess. If you really provoke each other. Mu Bingju frowned unhappily, but she still needed to rely on Chen Song for this trip. She didn't dare to go too far with her words and said with a smile, Uncle Chen, think carefully, he is riding a bear forward. A bear with such a huge body will surely leave behind traces. We just need to follow from afar, with him in front of him to give us a free start. We can save ourselves from a lot of dangers, and saved a fortune. If the other side doesn't accept their recruitment, they still end up working for nothing? If he deviates from our route, we'll advance on our own. And if we all really enter the Morning Mountains vein together, regardless of whether or not he has any other intentions for the Mu family, his use is gone, and we'll be able to prevent a hand in advance. Miss Wise, Chen Song cannot help but sigh. Some operation dripping. No wonder the age is not too young but can be in a high position in the Mu family. While many of the Mu family and Mu Bingju the same age but can only take pocket money to live, there is no right to speak inside the family. After moving away and resuming their hunting, both Nine Dust and Coalball continued on their way after having a full meal. The tale that followed naturally couldn't escape Nine Dust's spiritual sense. Nine Dust just didn't bother. Just don't get in your own way. After all, when a lion moves forward and is followed by a few ants, the lion doesn't turn around and stomp the ants to death first. Meanwhile, in the town of Falling Hills, an old man with a Taoist bone and immortal style came to the Lulu family's B&B, and after seeing the old man, the couple hurriedly and warmly greeted him. Elder Gu. It's been a long time. Gu Lao was dusty, with a slight apology on his face. I'm sorry, I've been caught up in trivial matters lately, but this time I've come to bring you guys a heavenly good news. By the way, how's the situation of Luolu in the recent period? The couple told the story of last night. Gu Lao took a long sigh of relief. That's good. If something happens to Luolu this girl, old man will become a sinner. But the short treatment is only a stopgap measure. This half-a-month-old man visited his best friends, and finally found a way to completely cure the extreme cold on Luolu's body. An old man came here this time to bring Luolu to the treatment. When it's completely cured, Drop will grow up healthy, happy, and disease-free. Mu Bingju led a group of people to carefully follow Ningchen. Wherever the big black bear walked, it would leave traces, and it was absolutely impossible for Ningchen to break away from her trail. Both sides always kept a distance. After entering the Lingnan Great Forest, as he gradually stepped into the inner perimeter of the forest, there were more and more dangers, most of which came from the attacks of some poisonous insects, which were hard to defend against. But ever since following Ningchen, such worries were gone. Based on Ningchen's route of advance, Mu Bingju could be certain that Ningchen's destination was also the morning firmament. It was just that Nine Dust wasn't traveling very fast. It made her a little bitter. Although it was easy to follow Ningchen's lead, it took more time. Not only that, according to normal circumstances, one should walk in a straight line to the morning mountain vein. But as Ningchen walked, he would break away from this straight line and walk 3 or 4 kilometers in a completely different direction before returning to the straight line to the morning mountain vein. The day went by in a circle. Remember in a second https://m. When will we reach the morning mountains at this rate of progress? There are already people who are disgruntled in their minds. Even Chen Song couldn't help but advise Mu Bingju to give up and not to be following Ningchen. With him around, as long as he was a little more careful, nothing serious would happen before arriving at the morning firmament. Mu Bingju argued forcefully and persuaded people by virtue, plus money. The whining disappeared without a trace. These hired men even hoped that their bosses would always follow Ningchen, as they wouldn't run into half a bit of danger, and this money simply shouldn't be earned too easily. Mu Bingju wasn't very concerned at first, but later gradually realized that something wasn't right, because every time Ningchen broke away from the main line of advancement, he wouldn't leave for more than 4 kilometers at the furthest, and he would rejoin the main line at the nearest distance of even just a few hundred meters. It was only after a careful investigation that the truth was revealed. Every time Ningchen broke away from the main line, he had gone to dig up herbs. After the medicinal herbs were dug away, the traces of the soil being overturned and dug up were very obvious, and every time he changed his route Nine Dust didn't fall short. Mu Bingju was puzzled. It was hard to believe that Nine Dust could still be unpredictable. Or, Ningchen relied on the big black bear, who was a native of the Lingnan Great Forest and was familiar with it, and the big black bear's status in the Lingnan Great Forest was obviously not low. Its scent and droppings alone keep wild animals as well as some deadly venomous insects at bay. This was also the reason why they hadn't encountered any danger while following Ningchen. Ordinary spirit medicines Mu Bingju naturally couldn't look at them, but if this big black bear was hers, after entering the morning firmament, she would have a greater chance of finding the elixir that was the purpose of this trip. Her mother's current condition was very bad, and she could not hold on for long, and only by finding this elixir could she see some chance of survival. Thus, Mu Bingju had other thoughts and asked the goatee-bearded old man in a low voice, "Uncle Chen, if you sneak attack, what are the chances that you can subdue him?" He, naturally, was referring to Ningchen. Chen Song froze for a moment and answered honestly, "Certain death." Mu Bingju's face showed joy. Doesn't that mean that as long as she follows Ningchen, she might also be able to find the elixir she wants? They have been following Ningchen. Since Ningchen didn't react, he certainly didn't notice them. At that time, then let Chen Song make a sneak attack. Chen Song read the young lady's mind and said with a bitter face, "Young lady, what I mean is that even if I were to sneak attack, the one who would surely die, would still be me." Although he was a master of chemical power, he went to sneak attack a grandmaster. Wouldn't dare play like that with 3 lives. Unless this teenage patriarch is seriously injured. but even then I wouldn't recommend that, miss, because the patriarch's dying counterattack is more terrifying than you can imagine. And even if this teenage patriarch is seriously injured in the forest, what we need to do is not a sneak attack, but rather a snowball's chance to be able to make a good karma. Mu Bingju, is the patriarch really that scary? Follow him first, Mu Bingju said after some thought. Nine Dust was disappointed, following the route pointed out by falling parents. He only searched for ordinary spirit medicines with minimal effects and not much of a harvest. He decided not to waste time. Straight to the Morning Mountains. This was the second day that Nine Dust had entered the Lingnan Great Forest. It's getting dark. The air has changed. Nine Dust inhaled poison gas. Not far ahead should be the swamp that Lock-Lock's parents had mentioned. This swamp was filled with poisonous gas all year round, and without professional and comprehensive equipment, it would be difficult for ordinary people to safely cross this swamp. Darkness affects one's vision. Although releasing his spiritual sense could act as his eyes, Nine Dust could not do something so extravagant in his current situation. Take a night off. Tomorrow at first light in through the swamp. Go hunting, Nine Dust instructed Toolbear Cinderpaw. At first, when Coalball went hunting he would fill his stomach before returning with his prey. But when it saw Ningchen setting up his prey on a treated rack on the fire leaning against the nourishing oil, it couldn't take its eyes off of it. But it didn't dare to go forward, and could only stay on the sidelines with its eyes on the harlot. That was until Nine Dust couldn't look away and threw him a bone. Cinderblock ate the bones down to the crumbs. It had never eaten such delicious food in all the years it had lived in the Lingnan Great Forest. Thus, it no longer returned with a full stomach, and after hitting its prey, it would run furiously on all four hooves to return to Ning Chen's side, and then look at him with bated breath. And in order to curry favor with him it would always use its big head to arch Ning Chen's leg, and when it was about to lick Nine Dust, it would be smacked away by Nine Dust. That makes it clear. This human can only be rubbed, not licked, or he will not be pleased. Tonight's dinner was a deer, roasted on the fire to nourish the oil, authentic wild game, barely satisfying Nine Dust's appetite, and Cinderblock eyed it from the sidelines. Not far away, a certain large tree blocked Chen Son's body, and he had touched on over during the night in order to come and confirm that he was keeping at a safe distance from Nine Dust, but after watching for a while, he then quickly left. Although the Lingnan Great Forest was full of crises, the appearance of this teenage patriarch was as if he had come for a vacation. It's really a great art. On the other hand, Ning Chen, who was eating a roasted deer, was too lazy to pay attention to all of this as he pretended to be unaware of the situation, and just spent the night without incident. In the early morning, when Ning Chen opened his eyes, breakfast was already being carried by the big black bear and placed not far from him. Eating barbecued meat every day after entering the Lingnan Great Forest, although the taste was good, Ning Chen felt that he was a bit tired of eating it. Had breakfast. Nine Dust set off on the back of Cinderblock. After advancing for about 2 kilometers, the earth under his feet gradually became looser, and sitting cross-legged on the back of the Cinderblock Ning Duan could feel it. Ahead, the fog is thick. The field of view is obstructed. The poisonous fog and white fog were mixed together, and the fog was light green in color, and as Ning Chen took a sharp breath, these fogs were wrapped into 2 strands of smoke that were inhaled by Ning Chen through the tip of his nose. Nine Dust's eyes lit up. This poisonous mist actually contained a trace, even too faint to be perceived, of aura inside, but just now he took just a small puff. Keep moving forward. The Cinderblock's legs were soft, obviously showing symptoms of poisoning from ingesting too much poisonous mist, while Ning Chen was completely unaffected and even a little excited. At this moment, Ning Chen patted Coalball's back and said in a continuous voice, "Stand still, don't move, or I'll beat you up." Sitting on the Cinderblock's back with a cushion of flesh was definitely more comfortable than Nine Dust sitting cross-legged on the ground. Constantly exhaling, Nine Dust exhaled, his nose shrugging. Gradually, the surrounding poisonous fog was stirred up, and were inhaled into Ning Chen's stomach, and at a rate visible to the naked eye, the fog that had originally obscured one's vision was rapidly dissipating, and the view ahead became clear, until this swampy land is no longer the least bit poisonous. With that, Ning Chen burped, still satisfied. After absorbing the aura contained within the poisonous mist, it allowed him to recover quite a bit of his strength, and for the next period of time, Ning Chen didn't have to worry about not having enough aura at all. This time when he came to Lingnan, even if he didn't gain anything inside the morning firmament, the gains he made here alone already made his trip worthwhile. It took hundreds of years for this poisonous gas to build up to this size. Now it had all been sucked dry by Nine Dust in a few minutes. If you want to restore the previous scale and reach the situation where the poisonous gas covers the sky so that people can't see the vision in front of them, at least it will take hundreds of years to be formed again. And at this moment, even the poisonous chi that the Cinderblock had inhaled was plundered by Ning Chen in one fell swoop, and the Cinderblock once again became refreshed. Writing Cinderblock, Nine Dust easily crossed the poisonous gas swamp. With that, the image ahead came into view. The mountains surrounded. Several peaks arched a deep valley in the center, as if it were a prison. The deep valley became a prisoner. The breeze blew through making a whirring sound, as if it was crying. Morning Mountains, the destination of his trip. And in his rear, Mu Bingju's group of people entered the poisonous gas swamp according to the marks left by the black bear. Mu Bingju was just about to instruct the crowd to put on their gas masks when the scene in front of her eyes caused her words to stick in her throat. The promised poisonous fog fills the air and obscures the view. What happened to the saying that ordinary people who inhaled the poisonous fog would be softened and die on the spot if they were more serious? Where's the fog? Where's the poison if there's no fog? The view couldn't be better, could it? Falling mountain town mouth rumors of poisonous gas swamp. Only swamp, not sea poisonous gas. If not, the direction of progress is correct, and vaguely visible a few peaks. It is the morning firmament. Mu Bingju are skeptical that they are not going to the wrong place. As for whether the inexplicable disappearance of the poisonous mist was related to the teenage patriarch walking in front, Mu Bingju didn't think about it in this regard. And Chen Song likewise didn't dare to think about it, because not to mention the ancient martial master. Even if the martial king himself arrived, it was impossible to make a piece of poisonous fog disappear without a trace. In order to smoothly pass through this poisonous swamp, Mu Bingju also made a lot of preparations. Anti-poison mask, serum, antidote Dan, and now all of them are useless. The supplies that were brought here so diligently became a joke. Nonetheless, Mu Bingju did not relax and was careless, and instructed the people to put on anti-gas masks and continue to move forward. Although the crocodiles hidden in the swamp and loaded with dead wood sneaked up on them during the march, because of Chen Song, the master of Huanjing, the group of people passed through without any danger. 2 people were slightly injured. 1 man was bitten on the arm by a crocodile. And when their group entered the morning firmament, traces left behind by the big black bear cinder block were also found on the ground around them. Chen Song opened his mouth and asked, "Miss, are we still following that junior patriarch?" On this journey, although they had spent some extra time, they had arrived at the morning firmament without any danger. And in fact, the group of them had already taken advantage of Ning Chen to a great extent. Mu Bingju pondered for a moment and spoke. "There's no need to follow him. It's important to look for spiritual treasures. He has the assistance of a big black bear, and his speed of searching for spiritual treasures is faster than ours. Hopefully, she would be able to find the spiritual treasure she wanted before this teenage patriarch. If this teenage patriarch seeks it out, robbing by force was definitely unrealistic, and all of them together would be sending them to their deaths." Chen Song had already given her an affirmative answer. When this really happened, the only way to exchange it from this teenage patriarch was to find another way. The morning firmament is very large, and this is considered to be the inner perimeter of the Lingnan Great Forest, and the spirit grasses bred here are indeed not comparable to the outer perimeter. With more quantities and more varieties, and Ning Chen's spiritual sense swept across the landscape, and he was able to cover the range of spirit grasses at a glance. Unfortunately, it was still all just some ordinary spirit herbs. It was far from being at the level of a spiritual treasure. In addition to spiritual grasses, Ning Chen also discovered that there were quite a few poisonous venomous insects in this morning firmament vein, and these poisonous venomous insects could also provide some weak spiritual chi after being refined. Nine Dust decided to carpet search. Absorbing the poisonous swamp gained a lot of aura. He can be a little extravagant. Time passes quickly. Driving around in the morning firmament was a 3 to 4 day period of time, and apart from harvesting some ordinary spirit grasses and poisonous insects, there was nothing that Ning Chen could put in his eyes. These things were a liability to carry around and a shame to throw away. So at night Ning Chen would refine and absorb them to replenish his spiritual energy. At the same time, Ning Chen was slightly lost in his heart. Was this place really only so little? Another day, Ning Chen rode a cinder block through the morning firmament, and as his spiritual sense swept across it, Ning Chen's face finally revealed some joy. Judging from the return of the spiritual sense, it should be an ice blood flower. This kind of spiritual grass grows in the place of cold pool, and requires the vicinity of the cold pool to have a fire vein or magma type of high temperature. Ice blood flower is relying on the absorption of ice cold and scorching heat to promote their own growth. Because of this, when the flowers bloomed, the ice blood flower was cold and icy to the touch, but the flowers were an extremely demonic scarlet color. Nine Dust instructed the cinder block to carry himself there. A cold pool, thousands of square meters. The cold pool was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom, and on a rock, a demonic ice blood flower was swaying with the breeze. Mature ice blood flowers. The effect is only 1/10 that of ground milk though, and yet it was a good haul. He had come all the way here, and the sum total of his harvest from a few days of going around in circles couldn't even compare to the single ice blood flower. And the morning firmament vein had already been carpet searched by him. This should be the most valuable spirit herb in the morning firmament. It was barely a heavenly material that could become a spiritual treasure, but only the lowest kind. This has nothing to do with the lack of aura on earth. Ningchen stood up on the back of the coal ball, and with a swipe of his toes, he flew towards the ice blood flower. Just then, a strange change occurred, only to see the water of the cold pool begin to tumble, followed by a large snake 2 meters thick emerging, opening its bloody mouth and biting down towards Ningchen. This is its territory. The ice blood flower was a treasure that it looked after, so it could not be seized by others. Seek death. Ningchen let out a low gulp, as his spiritual sense probed to cover the ice blood flower. The water snake lurking in the cold pool naturally couldn't avoid the search of his spiritual sense either. This water snake's strength was not ordinary. It had already become an essence, with a cultivation level of peak chi cultivation, and was about to step into the foundation establishment stage. However, there wasn't much difference between this and an earthworm in Ning Chen's eyes, and if he had to say that there was any difference, it would probably be that the size of this large snake was larger than that of an earthworm. Strike the snake 7 inches. You can't go wrong even if a fertilized snake spirit hits 7 inches. Shin finger. Spiritual chi gathered in the index finger and shot towards the 7 inches of the water snake. The water snake only just tossed out of the water, revealing its huge body to open its bloody mouth. The 7 inches had already been pierced through. The water snake was no longer powerless, and gradually lost its vitality. Its body fell down into the cold pool, and its blood dyed a large part of the cold pool red, not even counting as a miscellaneous auger. How dare you act recklessly in front of me? Who gave you the courage to open your mouth? Honestly, stay inside the water. After a few hundred years, if there is a chance this water snake may have a chance to transform into a low-grade auger dragon and become a foundation stage demonic beast, why bother looking for death? Without even glancing at it, Ning Chen landed on the rock and a flame emerged from his palm, directly plunging into the rock to dig out the ice blood flower by its roots. This is the way to dig for ice blood flowers. If it was dug out haphazardly, the ice blood flower would wither instantly, losing all utility and possessing no value. Nine Dust, who had been about to return to the cinder block's back, paused for a moment. After all, he had followed himself for a few days inside the Lingnan Great Forest, and although he was only a tool bear, as a substitute for walking and hunting, Cole Ball had suffered without merit. Thinking of this, Ning Chen grabbed with an imaginary hand. The water snake that had already sunk into the cold pool was grabbed out and was no longer alive. The big snake was thrown in front of Cole Ball, who was so scared that he backed away until he was sure that there was no danger before approaching slowly, but still staring at the huge thing in front of him with his teeth showing and a low roar coming out of his mouth from time to time. Memorize the URL. 2 meters thick and dozens of meters of water snake corpses. The cinder block was insignificant in front of it. Eat it as much as you can. It's a great creation for you. Nine Dust chuckled. Hearing this, Cole Ball seemed to understand and came over, observing for a while before dropping his guard and taking a bite. Click. Cinderblock covered his mouth and grunted as the bite nearly chipped his big teeth. Nine Dust was also a bit surprised. This water snake didn't have scales before it transformed into a scaly dragon. It was simply snake skin, but it was unexpected that it was quite tough, and Cinderella couldn't even bite it open with a single bite. Knowing that even if it was a real scaly dragon, the materials on its body didn't have much allure for Ning Chen, and since this water snake was vulnerable and fragile after being pierced through by one of his fingers, Ning Chen naturally didn't have half an interest in it. But the scene before him made him think otherwise. He can't use it, but his loved ones can. On Earth, there were only 2 people that Nine Dust really cared about. His parents. Cultivation for thousands of years. In fact, the heart of the mortal world has long been worn out, but now since he has returned to the earth, his parents are in front of him. He naturally wants to let his parents enjoy the joy of heaven, and after enjoying his old age peacefully, he has no regrets to leave this world. As for himself, after repairing his broken body and getting rid of his attachments, he would surely look for a way to leave the earth and retravel to the lesser southern heavenly realm. Since they could come across, the earth must have a way to the lesser southern heavenly realm. Nine Dust would eventually leave one day. Otherwise living on earth all the time, how bored and lonely he should be. And the strength can't progress, even if the broken body is repaired. After 8,000 years it will end its life and turn into withered earth. No, after his death, even though his flesh would decay, his bones would have been jadeized long ago, and I'm afraid that he would have to be studied for a long time when he was dug up by his descendants. Although the material of this snake skin was trash, but this big snake had reached the cultivation level of peak chi cultivation. The snake skin could also be refined into a low-level magic treasure, which could be refined into clothing or something like that. After inscribing a spell formation to put on his parents, no realm under the martial king of the martial realm could threaten his parents' lives. In this way, you can also keep your parents safe for the rest of your life. In addition to preparing one for each of his parents, he could also get one for little Sugar as well, and to this little girl, whose personality and looks were somewhat similar to his little sister's. Ning Chen was willing to give more coddling. Right. And the little girl from Falling Hills. Extreme Ice Spirit Root. You can also make one by hand. 4 vestments. It doesn't consume much of his aura. Thinking of this, Ning Chuan shot a hand knife through the air. The aura transformed into astral wind. The big snake that Coal Ball couldn't move in one bite just now was immediately disemboweled. Coal Ball looked at Ning Chuan blearily. Seeing that Ning Chuan didn't have the next barbecue action, pounced on it and tore it up. After finding the large snake's bile, Coal Ball swallowed it in one gulp, then rolled around in pain and wailed. This beast is quite good at picking, but it's Cinderella's chance, and surviving it is a blessing. If he doesn't make it, he'll have to roast a bear's paw. And at this moment, putting the ice blood flower away, Ning Chen jumped into the cold pool, diving all the way down. He had observed the surroundings, and apart from the cold pool he hadn't seen any fire veins or magma-like high-temperature zones, and as his spiritual sense penetrated the cold pool, Ning Chen was slightly surprised. There is indeed a vein of fire here, only above the cold pool. No wonder this cold pool didn't give people a piercing feeling, and a water snake that was about to break through to the foundation establishment stage was able to survive under the cold pool. If it was a real extremely cold pool, this water snake would probably have a hard time adapting. Diving down to the deepest part of the cold pool, the water here was no longer cold, but instead had some warmth. Ning Chen's hand touched the bottom of the tan, and the fire vein was sucked up by him. In Ning Chen's hands, this fire vein didn't have any resistance left in it, and sealing the fire vein in his palm, Ning Chen surfaced to the shore. Meanwhile, after Ning Chen collected the fire vein, the temperature of this cold pool plummeted, but there was no ice, and without the influence of the fire vein, this place would soon turn into a real cold pool. And when an ordinary person touched the water of the cold pool, the place where they touched it was afraid that they would be frozen in an instant. 100 years from now, maybe a real genius could grow near this cold pool. If he hasn't left the planet in 100 years, he can come over and take another look. As for the fire vein, although it could supply Ning Chen with a bit of aura after absorption, the effect wasn't very strong, and Ning Chen planned to bring the fire vein back to Qingzhou to feed the spirit veins in the Rose Garden Villa. Since the Earth's aura was scarce and his broken body was like a charging post, he would artificially create a charging post. Of course, things like fire veins could come and go, and trying to cause a charging pile that would help him recharge wasn't an easy task. At the edge of the cold pool, cinder blocks sprawled on the ground. It held up. In less than half an hour, the cinder block was a full size larger, and after collecting enough snake skins to make 4 vestments, Ning Chen leapt onto the bear's back. Morning Mountains. It's time to leave. There was no longer any point in continuing to stay, and this trip to Lingnan was considered to have come to an end. Knowing that it was going to leave, the hijacked coal ball pounced on the corpse of the big snake and frantically tore it up. Its stomach was already full, but the coal ball proved with practical actions that it could still eat. After all, this kind of good food might only be available to it once in a lifetime. Ning Chen couldn't help but laugh and curse. You've eaten its essence. Eating more blood and flesh no longer serves you too well. Let's go. A few hours later, the group of people led by Mu Bingzhu arrived near the cold pool. In a few days' time, less than half of the manpower Mu Bingzhu had brought in had been lost to the morning firmament, with the exception of the one killed by Ning Chen. The lamentable mountains were more dangerous than she thought. If it wasn't for the protection of Chen Song, they may have regrouped. This was also due to the fact that Chen Song had gained no small amount of chance in the morning firmament vein, and Chen Song, who was originally at the peak of the Wanjing Master realm, had actually stepped into the ancient martial arts Grandmaster realm. Even so, she still lost half of her manpower, and everyone was also injured. The only one who had not been hurt too much was Chen Song, who had been protected by her. But Chen Song's situation was not too ideal either. The tracks left by the big black bear were seen nearby, so Mu Bingzhu brought his men to tail them. After their group of people entered the vicinity of the cold pool, the first thing they saw was the giant snake lying on the ground. The huge corpse made everyone freeze as if they were dumbfounded. At this time, even the newly promoted ancient martial grandmaster Chen Song's heart was pounding. He went up and checked, and Chen Song opened his mouth and said, "The time of death is no more than 6 hours. It should be done by that teenage patriarch." After saying this, his gaze noticed Snakeskin's body, and after surveying him for a while, Chen Song was even more horrified. "No, miss, I'm afraid we still underestimated that teenage sect master. His realm is definitely more than just an ancient martial arts sect master. Otherwise, it can't kill this giant snake. Ancient martial arts masters, I'm afraid they can't even penetrate this snakeskin." However, the giant snake was not only dead, there were also traces of being torn, and the toughest piece of the snakeskin was missing. so it was obvious that the teenage sect master had done it. However, after Mu Bingju was shocked, her mind was not on the giant snake, but pointed at a place. Uncle Chen, look there, it's been dug up. The ice blood flower I'm looking for has already been taken first. While the two were talking, one of the mercenaries ran to the edge of the cold pool. They hadn't seen water for 2 days. These people only felt that the place was cold and abnormal. They didn't notice anything else. This person stretched out his hand to cup the pool water, and just as he touched it, he let out a miserable scream. Ah, my hand. His hands rapidly froze to death instantly. Remember in a second https://m. Cut off his hands. Chen Song's face suddenly changed. Otherwise, his heart and veins will freeze through and he will definitely die. After arriving here, the crowd's attention was directed in different directions. Chen Song was shocked because of the giant snake's corpse, and was secretly glad that he hadn't created too much of a conflict with Ning Chen, or else they would have been annihilated in minutes if they had angered this young man. Mu Bingju's attention, on the other hand, was focused on the excavated area. According to her investigation, there was a great possibility that an ice blood flower would be born here. Now it's been shortchanged. Needless to say, the shortcuts call out. As for the other mercenaries, since they hadn't seen any water for days, they all wanted to drink as much as they could when they saw the pool. Who would have thought that such a shocking change could happen? The water in this pool was surprisingly cold. Hearing Chen Song's words, the person next to him didn't dare to hesitate at all. He drew out his long knife and chopped off his arm. The person screamed miserably and then fell into a fainting spell. Although he lost an arm, at least his life was saved. Having learned from the past, everyone is wary of this pool. Miss, we should leave. There's no need to continue wasting time in the morning firmament. Chen Song opened his mouth to remind. Mu Bingju bit her lips. Her heart was unwilling. She was well prepared and had prepared for this for a long time. She did not expect the spiritual treasure she was searching for to be taken first. Mu Bingju was not a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart, or else she would not be able to climb to such a high position in the Lingnanmu family. Even newly promoted patriarch Chen Song was so scornful of nine dust. It was a very difficult thing to exchange ice blood flowers from nine dust. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Bingju opened her mouth and asked, Uncle Chen, if I find him, is there any chance of exchanging him for the ice blood? I'm willing to pay no matter how much it costs. Chen Song smiled bitterly and shook his head. For a strong person in this realm, the so-called money is nothing more than a string of numbers. This son is so young but has such a cultivation level. It can be imagined how huge the backing behind him is. If you want to exchange for the ice blood flower, there's only one thing that can happen, and that is to take out a spiritual treasure of equal value and useful to him. Then perhaps the other party will be willing to exchange for it. Miss, after going back, why don't we make use of the Mu family's connections to widely search for spiritual treasures in the world? There is still a little hope after all. Chen Song smiled and said, glancing at the corpse of the giant snake on the ground. His eyes were fiery, and the snake skin of this giant snake is exceptionally tough. It is also a treasure that cannot be seen often. Used to forge armor, there will definitely be a large number of martial artists who will tend to attach themselves to it, and we will use this as a fundamental. Even if there is no ice blood flower, we may be able to find spiritual treasures capable of treating Madam. By following the tracks of the big black bear, they had picked up a great bargain. Regardless, just the corpse of this giant snake alone, they already owed Ning Chen a considerable favor. Not only that, before arriving at the morning firmament they had been trailing behind Ning Chen with no danger. He had secretly observed many times to keep the team and Ning Chen at a safe distance, and he thought that Ning Chen should not have found out about it. But now it seemed that Ning Chen feared that he had known about it long ago, but was just too lazy to pay attention to it. Mu Bingju also know that now is not the time to dwell on this. Open the mouth to greet the mercenaries will be peeled off the snakeskin. Waist of 9 oxen and 2 tigers finally divided into several pieces of snakeskin. For this many mercenaries carry weapons have become waste, cutting, or to be more precise, dulling when cutting snakeskin. After packing up, the group quickly left. Into the night, morning mountains, several silhouettes swept past, noiselessly came to the edge of the cold pool. See the cold pool side of the giant snake body, your face suddenly changed, and then look at the location of the ice blood flower growth. Empty. Quickly send the news back to the sect. The guardian holy beast was killed by the strong man who broke into the morning firmament mountain vein, and the spiritual treasures were also stolen. One of the voices spoke, their voices trembling. They were ordered to investigate the matter of the poisonous mist of the poisonous gas swamp dissipating into thin air, and incidentally came to check on the growth of the spiritual treasure. Ripening is just a few days away, and once it's ripe, you'll take the spiritual treasure and bring back the sacred beasts along with it. But I didn't expect this turn of events. When the young lord learns of the news, he will surely punish them for their incompetence. As for escaping, no one dared to have such thoughts, because once they couldn't regularly take the antidote given by the young master, it wouldn't be long before all of them died violently on their bodies. And at this time, Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave the Morning Mountain vein, even though all of the wool in the Morning Mountain vein had already been gleaned by him, and the next normal formation should be to leave the Lingnan Great Forest before returning to Qingzhou. However, Ning Chen was a bit nostalgic about the wild fruits and wild flavors in the Lingnan Great Forest, although he was tired of eating wild foods a few days ago, but compared to returning to the city, the things here could taste even better than the food in the mortal world. Right to swim and eat all the way out of the Lingnan Forest. And now, even though Coldball had grown in size and strength, in Ning Chen's eyes he was still just a substitute, just a tool bear for him to catch prey. At noon the next day, Ning Chen arrived at the edge of the morning firmament, sitting on the back of a large black bear. Ning Chen's brows furrowed slightly. A tail followed him for some distance and never wanted to leave. Killing for treasure? This kind of people in the cultivation world is commonplace, but in the earth should not be rare, right? After all, Lingnan Great Forest, although there are also high-value things, but the gangs want a squat to pick up the cheap. How much luck and time must be needed? There is this effort to not as good as to go to look for their own, and perhaps even earn more. Rear. These people trailing Ning Chen were uniformly dressed in black robes, with animal bone masks on their faces. This look is not the same as the previous Mu Bingju. We just got rid of those guys. Why are there another bunch? Elder. This kid doesn't look very old. He should have some skills to be able to subdue a black bear. Could the holy beast have been killed by him? In this group of people wearing black robes, at this moment, there was a person who spoke out his heart's suspicions in a respectful tone, and at that moment, the man called Elder let out a cold snort. He's not that big on his own. A young man around 20 years old is just a young man. Even if he is a martial artist, how high can his cultivation level be? The Elder sneered. Although the sacred beast was not killed by this son alone, this son is definitely one of the members of the gang. Arrest him and bring him back to the witch sect for the young lord to deal with. The rest of them looked at each other and smiled. Because of the death of the sacred beast as well as the theft of the spiritual treasure, they had been on edge all night. But today was definitely their lucky day to find a scapegoat on the edge of the morning firmament vein, regardless of whether or not this young man had anything to do with the death of the sacred beast. But as long as we can bring the person back, it will be considered to make up for the mistake. Although we will still be punished, at least the punishment will be lighter. Yes. Several people responded, and one of them spoke up. Elder, wait here for a moment, and several of us will go and capture this son. Ning Chen, who was slowly riding the large black bear in front of him, also noticed something strange at this moment. These people are going to take a shot at themselves? It wasn't long before he saw these people coming towards him in an encircling position from all sides, while the big black bear under Ning Chen's body was slightly bending its front legs, revealing a wary expression as it showed its teeth and shook its head to look at the uninvited guests who had surrounded them. However, these people were simply ants in Ning Chen's eyes. 5 in all. There was another man watching from a distance, not making a move. These people held curved swords in their hands, and one of them laughed coldly. Kid, today you are counting on your back. If you don't want to suffer, then surrender obediently. If not, don't blame the brothers for being ruthless, and first cut you into human sticks before taking them away. Are you going to come with us on your own, or are we going to maim you and take you away? Several people were looking at Nine Dust playfully. Trouble. Originally, Ning Chen just wanted to leave the Lingnan Great Forest by eating wild game along the way. So why would someone who didn't know how to die block his way? At a glance, the strength of a few people was not weak, and everyone was stained with the smell of blood. Obviously, these people had a few lives in their hands to a greater or lesser extent, and from the point of view of the dress belonged to the same strength. In addition to the Ancient Martial Arts Association, Ning Chen had not yet encountered any other decent forces, and for a moment came to be interested. Who are you people? Ning Chen calmly opened his mouth and asked. Scare you to death by saying it. A man smiled and spoke. We're from the witch sect. The witch door. Nine Dust shook his head and said truthfully. Never heard of it. This made a few people a little stunned. Although the power of the witch sect was not so strong that the whole world knew about it, the witch sect was also considered one of the top forces on the side. Although it was not comparable to the 5 great prestige families, but it was a horrible existence that was on a par with the 7 house families. He hadn't even heard of the witch sect, so it was hard to believe that this young man wasn't even a martial artist. If that was the case, even capturing Nine Dust back to the witch sect wouldn't have the slightest effect. Let's try his weight first. If he's an ordinary person, just kill him, someone said indifferently, glancing at the companion beside him. That companion didn't say anything either, holding his scimitar as he approached, but didn't take it lightly. No matter what Ning Chen was, this large black bear with a size of 4 meters could give off a great sense of oppression. What he's going to do is just test the waters. Roar! The big black bear glared at the offender and let out a beastly roar of warning. At that moment, the visitor directly leapt up, his curved sword chopping down towards Ningchen. Ninedust was unmoved. And just now, the big black bear's warning was not taken seriously, which also aroused its ferociousness. When this person leapt up in the air, the big black bear's bare paw violently slapped out towards the incoming person, with an extremely fast speed, which appeared to be a little bit out of sync with its huge body. The face of the person who tried changed slightly, but he didn't panic. His curved sword blocked in front of his body to strike back at the big black bear's bare paw. Bang! The scimitar was directly slapped off by the big black bear, and the huge force fell on the person who tried, and his body was directly knocked out, and after landing on the ground, a large amount of blood spilled out of his mouth, and his body trembled for a few moments before he was no longer moving. The transformation realm master actually didn't even have the slightest power to fight back, and was slapped to death by a large black bear. Zapper! Together, someone shouted explosively, and the remaining four instantly attacked. Not far away from the witch door elders whispered "Cursed a stupid. This big black bear is ordinary beasts. Even if it is the cultivation of Huanjing masters, die is just white death. Because of his mission special reasons, so his men are all Huanjing masters of the cultivation. He himself is the peak of the realm of the sect masters, and then further will be able to break through the great sect masters. In the position of the witch door will inevitably also rise in the water, and now he still wasn't in a hurry. For Huanjing masters striking out together had already given enough face to this beast and this young man. Roar! The big black bear growled and was about to strike. Ningdust was however too slow for the big black bear. Although the big black bear had undergone some mutations after eating the giant snake's bile, its strength was at most that much stronger than a martial artist's Huanjing master, and it was estimated that it would take quite a bit of time to repel these four people. Thinking of this, Ningdust gently patted the kobold's back, plucking off a handful of hairs in the process. This handful of bear hair was casually thrown out by Ningchen. These bear hairs were enhanced by the spiritual qi and instantly became hard, and under Ningchen's control, they each shot towards the four men, and before they could reach Ningchen, their foreheads were already pierced through, but their movements didn't stop because of this, and instead, they ran forward again for 2 more steps before planting themselves on the ground. When the Witchgate elder saw this, his face was no longer calm and he was scared out of his wits. To exterminate 4 Huanjing Master Realm martial artists with a lift of his hand. Is this teenager a grandmaster? If he stepped into this realm, he would have some capital to fight with the teenager, but he was only at the peak of the Zhongshe realm after all, and the difference didn't seem too big, but it was like a gulf, and the Witch Door Elder couldn't even muster a single ounce of will to fight at this moment, and he swept in the opposite direction towards Ningchen with the fastest speed possible. Set! Ningchen opened his mouth and spat out syllables. The Witch Door Elder who had just swept away a few meters away found that he could not move his body, and his face became even more terrified. Ningchen rode his cinder block leisurely to the Witchmon Elder. I'll ask, you answer. Ningchen spoke indifferently. The Witch Door Elder's head was like pounding garlic. Ningchen reported 5 heavenly materials and geomancers in succession, wanting to repair his tattered body. The only way to do so in this Orapur place on earth was to gather materials to refine the God Mending Pill, which required 7 very precious and most important heavenly materials and geomancers as a primer. Now, Ningchen has obtained the Phoenix Brain Chi as well as the Earth's Milk. 5 flavors to go. This time, he came to the Lingnan Great Forest just to try his luck and see if he could find one of the 5 flavors of spiritual medicine. Have you heard of these 5 flavors of elixir? If you know the whereabouts of one of them, you can be spared from death. Ningchen continued to speak. The Witch Door Elder's forehead cold sweat kept on coming out, tapping all the brain power to think. This was the only chance for him to survive now, so he had to answer cautiously. If he made the other party unsatisfied, in a moment he would have to die with the world. It seems you don't know. Ningchen's expression was calm, not holding out much hope in itself. He raised his hand. Wait, I remember, the Witchgate Elder blurted out. At those words, Ningchen's gesture paused. The Witch Sect Elder let out a slight sigh of relief and quickly spoke. Senior, the 5 spirit medicines you mentioned. I know the whereabouts of the ancient vine. It was in the hands of our old witch god many years ago. My position in the witch sect is not that low, so I know about this matter, but now that several years have passed, I don't dare to make sure that the old witch god has used it up. The old witch god disappeared not long after he obtained the ancient vine, and we don't know if the old witch god is in seclusion or has already left the human world. But one thing is certain, the old witch god did not leave the witch gate, and even if he left the human world, his corpse is bound to be in the witch gate. The Witch Door Elder said all he knew in one breath. He didn't even dare to bargain with Ninedust for fear that Ninedust would let himself follow in the footsteps of those subordinates if he wasn't happy, so he had to grab this last straw. Maybe the senior is as good as his word you? Seeing Ningchen's hand drop completely, The Witchmon elder's heart felt more than a little grateful. This senior really is a man of his word. Aside from the ancient vine, what other treasures does your witch sect have? Ningchen opened his mouth and asked. The witch door elder was telling the truth. The ancient martial patriarch realm was equivalent to the chi refining stage of the cultivation realm, and a mere chi refining stage cultivator could lie in front of him, which Nine Dust could easily discern. Apart from the ancient vine, the witch gate has some other treasures, but the way the old witch god treated the ancient vine like a treasure back then, I'm afraid that the value of the witch gate's other treasures will be hard to match the ancient vine. The witch gate elder spoke truthfully, selling the witch gate without any reservations in order to stay alive. Memorize the URL. Does this senior want to rob the witch door? If so, that couldn't be better. Even with the cultivation of a grand master, if he dares to hit the witch door, he is bound to have no return. Ordinary spirit medicine's Nine Dust didn't really care. If we really find the ancient vine in the witch door, this trip to Lingnan will be a blood profit. Ningchen looked straight at the Witchmon elder. Nope. Nine Dust opened his mouth. The Witchgate elder's face fell. He had indeed sold the witch door to the bottom. This senior wouldn't backtrack and kill himself to silence himself in such a shitty way. Senior, the Witchgate elder said carefully, your witch sect should have other important things besides ancient vines and ordinary spirit medicines. As a Yuaning stage powerhouse, Ningchen was able to easily distinguish whether the Witchgate elder was telling the truth or not, and was even able to recognize whether the Witchgate elder had left out some important information. The Witchgate elder's face changed again. He really has known everything there is to know. Trying to kill himself, that's a bit of a shitty excuse. Since you can't think of it, you might as well go die. Nine Dust's tone was flat, as if he were saying another trivial and insignificant thing. When the witch sect elder saw Ningchen raise his hand, his face suddenly changed drastically, and as if he thought of something, he spoke in a shrill voice. Senior, do people count? People? Ningchen lost his patience and was about to exterminate the Witchgate elder, but the Witchgate elder said in a rush, speaking extremely quickly, our Witchgate young master in order to cultivate, need a large number of year month day time-born children. Age cannot be more than 10 years old. These years the Witchgate are in the running for this matter. Just 3 days ago, someone to offer a characteristics fully compatible with the little girl. The young master was overjoyed. Take out the Witchgate gold compote as a reward. To help offer the little girl that person stepped into the realm of the king of martial arts. Worried that Ningchen wouldn't understand what he meant, the witch sect elder continued to explain. I told you just now that apart from the ancient vine, the most precious thing in the witch sect are the 3 carefully cultivated golden compasses, and for the young lord to take the golden compasses as a reward. It's clear that this little girl's value is already far greater than the golden compasses. Evil Kung Fu. It is surprising that there are people on earth who know such a cruel way of cultivation, because the young children of the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day and Yin hour possess excellent Yin and cold power, and after absorbing the Yin and cold power, they can quickly refine the evil power, thus enhancing their cultivation. This witch door is called a tumor. I'm afraid it's harmful. Ningchen didn't have much interest in saving people, and he didn't dare to be interested in the so-called girls of the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour, and the only thing in the witch sect that interested him was the ancient vine in the hands of the old witch god. It was necessary for him to make a trip to the witch door. However, the Witchmon elder's words made Ningchen think of someone. Falling. Lok Lok is carrying the extreme ice spirit heal, although I don't know Lok Lok's birth date, but Lok Lok is bound to be born in a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day and Yin time, and it is still the most Yin cold in the last 100 years. The Yin cold is poured into the body, which makes Lok Lok give birth to the extreme ice spirit root. Very few people know about falling, and so on. Ningchen suddenly realized something very important. When Lok Lok's Yin cold force had erupted, there had been an old Chinese doctor who traveled in the clouds to treat Lok Lok every now and then, and this old Chinese doctor was well aware of what kind of physique Lok Lok had. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, should it? Ningchen asked in passing. Was the little girl who was sacrificed 8 or 9 years old, and the one who sacrificed her to your witch sect's young lord was an old Chinese doctor surnamed Gu? The witch door elder's heart was delighted. You also know Elder Gu, then it's really a big flood. Before the words fell, the witch door elder felt that the air around him plummeted, and the dry heat instantly dissipated, giving him the illusion of falling into an ice cellar. But the sun above his head was clearly still emitting high temperatures that scorched the earth. Falling in the witch door. Being used as a furnace for practicing kung fu? Ningchen couldn't help but think of the little girl who had timidly stopped him when he first arrived in Falling Mountain Town and asked if she wanted to stay at the store. Cultivation is about cause and effect. It was as if he and Lok Lok had met as if they had been predestined long ago, and Ningchen loved this cute and polite little girl, not only because Lok Lok carried a spiritual root that was viewed by Ningchen as being in the same category, but more importantly, Ningchen's master, Supreme Master Yaoguang, was also an extreme ice spiritual root. Just like Lok Lok, he had been remorseful that he hadn't made a move back then. Now that it was both destiny, he would never allow anything to happen to Lok Lok. If Master were here, he would definitely like this little girl too. Ning Chen's expression, which had been bland, suddenly turned cold. And this was the second time he had gotten so angry since he had rejoined Earth. The first time was because the parents met a killer. What is the location of the witch door? Ning Chen asked in a cold voice. How could the witch gate elder dare to hide anything? And he couldn't wait for Ning Chen to go to the witch gate. Ning Chen was an enemy, not a friend. And if he dared to go to the witch gate and cause trouble, the witch gate would inevitably become the place where Ning Chen would be buried. With that, he pointed at the highest mountain peak, and the witch sect elder spoke. The top of the mountain peak is where the witch sect is located. As soon as the words fell, he saw Ning Chen's body floating in the air, taking a single step out and swiping towards the peak where the witch sect was located like a meteor, disappearing from his line of sight in the blink of an eye. Gulp! The witch door elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva, flying through the air. He had never heard of such appalling means. Even if a martial artist's cultivation was more profound, he couldn't do flight. Could he? What kind of tactic is this? He suddenly realized that the witch door, I'm afraid, has messed with a big enemy this time. The witch door elders had long since been cowed by Ning Chen's tactics, and didn't dare to do any cheating at all. Following the direction pointed out by the witch sect elder, Ning Chen flew all the way, not even needing to release his spiritual sense to probe. As he flew through the air, with a clear view of everything beneath his feet. There, the tallest mountain range in the great forest of Lingnan. The witch door is hiding in it. Ning Chen's trip had two purposes in total. The first being the spiritual treasure ancient vine that the witch sect elder had told him about, and the second being to take Lok Lok away. Of course, if Lok Lok had already been poisoned by the witch sect's young master, Ning Chen didn't mind wasting a little more time exterminating the witch sect. Otherwise, what a lovely little girl. How lonely it would be to have no one to accompany her on the Yellow Springs Road. At the foot of the mountain, seeing Ning Chen flying away, the witch sect elder breathed a sigh of relief. The loss of his life had been saved for the time being, and as for whether or not the witch sect would be annihilated by this powerhouse, he didn't really care about it anymore, as long as he could survive. Originally, he thought that if Ning Chen dared to force his way through the witch door, he would surely not be able to return, and at that time, he would return to the witch door to inform them of everything, which would surely be a great achievement. But who would have thought that Ning Chen could fly? Even martial kings didn't have such astonishing means, right? Remember in a second https://m. So what exactly was Ning Chen's cultivation level? Above the martial king. The witch door elder didn't dare to imagine it. He glanced at the big black bear not far away. Ning Chen had left without bothering about the beast. Although the big black bear was barely a qualified means of transportation, it was undoubtedly a waste of time to let the big black bear carry him to the witch gate. Cinderblock also looked at the witch door elder. One man and one beast were wide-eyed. Although this big black bear was not as good as the witch sect's holy beast, but overall it was not bad. The witch sect elder but he did not dare to hit the big black bear's attention in the slightest. After all, this beast was the mount of that strong man. Although he was at the cultivation of the ancient martial grandmaster, he could be destroyed by a snap of his fingers for that strong man. The big black bear showed its teeth and glared at the witch sect elder. Having been given a strand of aura by Ning Chen and having eaten the snake's bile from that giant snake, the big black bear was no longer a simpleton but possessed a bit of faint spiritual intelligence. The master left in a hurry without paying attention to this human, but it clearly felt a strong killing intent on the master before. Maybe it can substitute. The master will rejoice and maybe get some reward. Roar! Cinderblock showed his teeth. The witch door elder turned around and ran. The big black bear rushed to catch up. One person and one beast kept chasing each other in the forest. In the end, the big black bear still failed to catch up with the witch door elder's speed. Lost him. The big black bear hung his head with a chagrined look. Witch door elder will big black bear far behind. Heart cursed to bad luck. This beast is really arrogant. Really think that I am afraid of it. If it is not to beat the dog still have to look at the master. On the big black bear that arrogancy tonight non-roasted bear paw to eat. He glanced at the direction where the witch gate was from a distance. Witch gate? Good for you. If it is really destroyed by that strong senior, too is not lost a good thing. He was not originally a disciple of the witch door. Was captured by the witch door young master after the body-fed compulsion. Only every once in a while to take the antidote bestowed by the young master of the witch door compulsion will not be attacked. Otherwise, they will suffer the pain of 10,000 ants tearing at them and finally die in agony from this torture. In fact, there were quite a few people in the witch sect whose situation was similar to his. 10 or so minutes later, the witch door came into Ning Chen's eyes. The so-called witch door looked more like a fortress. with high walls made of stone and 3-meter-high sharpened wooden stakes circling the entire witch door. The architecture is also relatively simple, if not crude, boulder-stacked houses. As his spiritual sense swept through, Ning-chan did not detect Lok-Lok's scent, and the range of the witch door was far more than 3 kilometers, so there were only 2 possibilities. 1. Lok-Lok had already been poisoned by the witch door's young master, but that's not too likely. Just now, Ning Dust is more eager without much thought, just want to rush to save people, but on the way he figured out a little. Witch door less main is in year, month, day and hour of birth of the child. Will be this kind of child as a pot to cultivate the evil power to quickly enhance their own cultivation. This kind of evil power, under normal circumstances at midnight when practicing the best, because midnight is the day when the yin qi is the strongest. As for the other possibility, it was that his spiritual sense did not cover the location of the fall. Ning-chen didn't fly directly into the witch door. A minuscule power hadn't allowed him to infiltrate it. Ning Dust landed on the ground, 50 meters from the high wall of the witch door, and idly walked over. The witch door is not well guarded. There were 2 sentinels on the high wall, one of them napping, the other looking at his cell phone with an ambiguous smile all over his face. Until Ning-chen approached, the man put his cell phone down. His elegant pleasure being disturbed made him a bit annoyed, and he shouted at Ning-chen, "Get lost. This is not a place you can come to, and if you dare to take another step forward I'll chop you up." Nine Dust was indifferent, minding his own business as he stepped forward. "Shit," the man cursed, spat, and greeted his companion in the other sentry tower, "Irma, don't you fucking sleep. There's an ungrateful person who wants to enter the witch door. Let's go have some fun." On another sentry tower, a pockmarked face rubbed his eyes and cursed in dissatisfaction. "What are you shouting for? My beautiful dreams are all spoiled by you." After saying this, then he also saw the man who was getting closer and closer to the high wall of the witch gate. Not by joy. The great forest of Lingnan is popular with explorers backpackers because of the endless stream of young people entering the forest, and there have been a number of people, both men and women, who have mistakenly entered the witch's gate over the years. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they basically chucked people first. Some will leave in good humor, while others will yell that they have to go in and look around. Generally encountered this situation, they will open the gate, but as long as into this gate, there is no reason to walk out. The man will be used by them to experiment with their own compulsion to raise. After being killed, they will be thrown into the snake caves inside the snake to feed the snakes. The women were basically imprisoned. There are so many people who don't know how to die these days, but, without these people who don't know how to die, staying in the deep mountains all day is boring enough. Go down and have some fun. The two grabbed their weapons from the side and leapt away. Irma shot a glance at Ning Chen and said with a smile, "Not too old. Should be a college student. Looks good. It's a bit of a shame to kill it." His companion gave him a look of disgust and moved away a bit. "It's a guy. Are you kidding me? Have you changed your appetite now? Roll. Old man is normal. Don't forget, there is an elder in the door who likes the thin skin and tender flesh of the white boy the most. If this kid is offered to be the head of the face, the two of us will not be able to avoid rewards." Right. Ning Chen hadn't even heard of them. The two janitors were just as small as ants. He didn't even bother to step on them. At the moment it was still more important to find Lok-Lok and the ancient vine of elixir. Coming to the door of the high wall, Nine Dust reached out. Boom! The door came crashing down. Watchman too. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and fear. And Ning Chen didn't even do anything, just gently placed his hand on the door and it collapsed. This is in no way due to the fact that the door is in disrepair. At this moment, the two men gulped and bowed in unison. VIP. Inside please. Two mole crickets were just ants, and Ning Chen didn't even have the desire to step on them. Taking a big step into the witch door, even though it was a step, the person had already appeared dozens of meters away. This amazing tactic left the two guards dumbfounded. Ma's throat knots rolled a bit, swallowing his saliva, and said with a hasty look, "It's horrible. Where did this plague god come from?" One palm destroyed the gate of the witch gate, and he could travel dozens of meters in one step. Even the young master of the witch sect. "I'm afraid he can't do this, right? Shoo, keep your voice down. You don't want to live," another companion said in a hurry, fearing that Ning Chen would kill a horseback. Seeing that Ning Chen completely disappeared from sight, he then exhaled as if he was relieved. No matter where he came from, if he dares to come to Witch Gate to cause trouble, he will definitely have no return. Ning Chen had already overlooked the entirety of the witch door as he flew high in the sky, taking in the entirety of it. Here, although his spiritual sense could only extend over a distance of 3 or 4 kilometers and could not completely cover the witch door, it did not have much of an effect on Nine Dust, and in the center of the witch door was a large hall, paved in green stone, standing out in a crane compared to the other buildings. The main hall was starred by the surrounding buildings, and the buildings of the Witch Gate spread out in all directions with the main hall as the center. And the farther away from the main hall the simpler the houses became. And in the outermost part of the Witch Gate, Ningchen even saw simple thatched huts. Ancient martial grandmaster realm martial artists could only hold the position of elder in the witch sect. Obviously, the overall power of the witch sect on Earth wasn't too weak, and it shouldn't be a master who lacked money. However, due to the remoteness of the location of the Witch's Gate, to establish the Witch's Gate here in a majestic manner, the transportation of the building materials alone would be a huge project. Might as well be in place. Of course, these were not the focus of Ninedust's concern. He only needed to confirm one thing. The central hall of the witch sect was inevitably the residence of the core figures of the witch sect. The young master of the witch sect in the mouth of that witch sect elder. Even if he didn't live in the Grand Hall, he definitely lived in the place closest to the Grand Hall. There are quite a few disciples of the witch door. Ninedust was an unfamiliar face to them. Some people loudly rebuked and questioned who Ningchen was, yet as soon as their words left their mouths, Ningchen had already appeared dozens of meters away, and even if they wanted to catch up, they had no way of doing so. Ninedust was in no man's land. It was as if this was not the Witch's Gate, but his family's backyard. In less than 2 minutes, Ningchen stood in front of the Witch Gate Hall. This is right in the middle of the Witch's Gate. Spiritual awareness was released and extended out. Some witch sect elders had heard about this and brought their disciples to surround Ningchen. Not rushing to make a move, Ningchen was able to easily penetrate the witch sect's defense line to get here without causing chaos. So he must not be a weakling. Not being strong enough to break into the Witch Gate, they would have long been intercepted and chopped halfway by the disciples. It was the first time the witch door had encountered such a thing, and all the defenses were useless against the young man. Who are you? This is my witch sect's important land. You have not been invited by the witch sect, so why are you forcing your way in? Now back off and the witch sect can take the blame. If not, you're insisting on being an enemy of the witch sect. A triangular-eyed witch gate elder furrowed his brows and tried to negotiate with Ningchen. Ningchen turned a deaf ear. Feedback came from spirit sense. He captured Falling's breath, which was steady, and had not yet met with a poison hand. The heart was slightly relieved. Moreover, Falling was not far from Ninedust, or nearby. Lock-Lock's breath was in this large hall in front of him, and besides Lock-Lock, Ningchen also sensed the breath of other people. There were a total of 8 breaths in the large hall, and besides one being Lock-Lock, there were 6 weaker breaths, which were obviously the children that the witch sect had captured from the 4 directions. The last strand was tyrannical, feminine, with a strong aura, and clearly not weak, the young master of the witch door. Since he had found Lualu, Ningchen didn't waste his aura and withdrew his spiritual sense. Still ignoring the group of people who had surrounded him, Ningchen stepped forward, wanting to enter the great hall, and seeing this scene, the faces of several witch sect elders suddenly changed drastically. Tonight is crucial to the young master's cultivation. The young master ordered that no one should be disturbed. Although it's not midnight, but the young master is now in the preparation stage. If they barge into the great hall at this moment and miss the young master's big event, all of them will suffer with them. Who dares to spy on this seat? Inside the great hall, a feminine, angry voice came out. Several witch sect elders rushed forward. One of them, an old man with white beard and hair, leaned on his walking stick, bowed slightly to the great hall, and opened his mouth to explain. His voice senile, "Young lord, don't be angry. It's just a curmudgeon who mistakenly entered this place. We'll expel him immediately." Poof! An extremely dissatisfied voice came out from the great hall. "Do you still need me to teach you how to do this little thing? Whoever of you can bear the consequences of misplacing this seat's great event, no matter who is coming, kill them and throw them into the 10,000 Serpents Cave. Settle it quickly and disperse quickly." No more sound came out from within the great hall. Yes, the white-haired old man bowed in a hurry and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as the offender was resolved, they would be able to make up for their mistakes without being held accountable by the young lord. And thinking of the young lord's methods, the aged elder couldn't help but shiver. The number of witch sect disciples that surrounded them increased, and Ningchen was surrounded by the group, dripping with water. Those who are in doubt asked their peers, "What's going on here? Why did the elder suddenly summon all of us here? Who is that young man? Just a guy who doesn't know how to die." The witch sect disciple smiled and explained without taking it too seriously, daring to forcefully break into the witch sect, and also directly into the young lord's closed hall. This guy is afraid that he has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Even if he has 9 lives today, the elders can let him die 10 times. Something new. There are still people who are so bold to dare to forcefully break into the witch's gate. The brain into the water can't even do this kind of thing. But for the sake of a single person, it's not worth such a great deal of publicity, is it? 5 elders, apart from the 3rd elder who descended from the mountain. The remaining 4 elders have surprisingly all come. More people were puzzled and doubtful in their hearts. The witch door is pretty much all over the place. The elders of the witch sect were all at the ancient martial grandmaster cultivation level. And among them, the great elder, whose beard and hair were all white, had even reached the peak of the ancient martial grandmaster cultivation level, and was just a hair's breadth away from being able to get one step closer. Even if a great master came, he would have to drink hate today. This person in front of him was too young, around 20. At the end of the day, he was an ancient martial arts master cultivator, and any elder could easily kill him, unless this young man was a divine being comparable to the young lord. For the sake of Ning Chen alone, the witch sect naturally did not have to go to such great lengths to send out their nests, but today midnight is a rare tween. 10 years only such a night. In the witch sect's young master is the perfect time to cultivate, and cannot afford to make a little mistake. Plus, Ning Chen had easily passed through all the lines of defense to the front of the grand hall from the moment he had entered the witch door. The strength is bound to be extraordinary. This was why the witch sect elders were waiting in tight formation, and just as Ning Chen had guessed, so the closer the core of the witch sect resided to the main hall, that was why the 4 elders had gathered together so quickly. Your Excellency, just now you could leave in good sense, but now, you can't leave even if you want to. The witch sect grand elder's face was icy cold as he commanded, Old 5, kill him. The 5th elder had just made a move when the great elder hesitated slightly and added, 2nd elder and 4th elder, you guys go together as well, don't make too much noise, and fight quickly. The named elder instantly made a move, and the rest of them backed away in a sensible manner. The 2nd elder let out a loud laugh. On point, lest we miss the young lord's big event. The 4th elder, a thin old man, silently surrounded Ning Chen with the 2nd elder and the 5th elder, and said in a sinister manner, Kid, to be able to die at the hands of our 3 patriarchs, you're enough to be proud of yourself, and it's not in vain to come to this world to walk for a time, only in your next life. Remember to wipe your eyes brightly, invoke the witch door, I don't know how to die. With the 3 of them joining forces, even a grand master wouldn't dare to take them lightly. However, there wasn't even a hint of panic on Ning Chen's face. Ning Chen remained bland. I'm not interested in getting my hands dirty with little bugs. I only have 2 requests. In the witch sect, where is the qualification for you to make conditions? Madman, suffer death. The 5th elder shouted coldly, and without further ado, he made a killing move, the wind of his fist approaching. Ning Chen merely sidestepped, easily avoiding the 5th elder's attack. The 5th elder was secretly shocked, and the others had different expressions. Memorize the URL. Coincidence? For the sake of a quick battle, the 5th elder's punch almost used his full strength, and an ordinary patriarch would have to receive it with all his might. But Ning Chen easily avoided it, so it was hard to believe that in this short moment, he had actually seen through the 5th elder's killing move and searched for a weak point. How else can all this be explained? I'll do it. The 2nd elder frowned and stepped forward, his large palm slapping out, and immediately, the shadowy wind swept up and drove straight at Ning Chen. However, before the shadowy wind could close in on Ning Chen, he only saw Ning Chen lightly and casually wave his hand, and the 2nd elder's attack instantly turned into nothing. Not only that, Ning Chen slapped out another palm towards the 2nd elder. An invisible force landed on the 2nd elder, who was instantly knocked back, spitting blood from his mouth and turning pale. In just one move, no one even saw how Ning Chen struck, and the 2nd elder was severely injured, his breath wilting to the extreme. The 2nd elder was an ancient martial arts sect master realm powerhouse. When did sect master powerhouses become so unbeatable? Can't understand human language? Ning Chen furrowed his brows in displeasure. He had no intention of making a move, but having little bugs that kept surrounding him and attempting to attack wouldn't cause any harm, but it would make Ning Chen feel upset. In the eyes of a martial artist, perhaps a patriarch was already powerful. However, in the eyes of Ning Chen, an old monster at the Yuaning stage, the so-called ancient martial grandmaster was nothing more than a minor cultivator who could barely enter the chi refining stage when comparing to the realm of cultivation. A realm that was already too far away from Ning Chen. How is this possible? The Grand Elder's eyes were wide and his hunched body trembled uncontrollably, not knowing if it was due to fear or something else. Stop it quickly, the Grand Elder chided. From start to finish, Ning Chen had actually only struck out once, but that one time let the Grand Elder know, this man is unbeatable, unless the young master shows up. However, it was vital for the young lord to shut down to prepare for tonight's cultivation, and it was simply impossible for him to show his face, so it was still up to the 4 of them to force Ning Chen back. What exactly is your excellency? Where are you from? There is a noble task in coming to the witch sect, but if your excellency has a request, the witch sect will certainly do its best to cooperate, the Grand Elder said with fear and trepidation. injuring the second elder like this in a single move. This person's cultivation. I'm afraid that he is not a weak person within the Grand Masters. They haven't been out of the mountains for many years though. May has been keeping an eye on the martial world. When did such a demon emerge from the martial world? You guys finally understand human language, Ning Chen sneered. Even if the witch sect was a scourge to one side, he wasn't that interested in uprooting this tumor for the world, unless it actively provoked him. It wasn't that Ning Chen was cold-blooded. It's just that too many similar things had happened during the time of the Lesser Southern Heavenly Realm. As an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, Ning Chen was not to say that he was insensitive, but he had seen it all before. No matter how the world evolves, there is always an unwritten hidden law. The underdog. I have 2 requests. 1. I heard that your witch sect has a spiritual treasure called the Ancient Vine. Give it to me, and I'll let go of the sins you have committed. And 2. You have captured a little girl named Lok Lok in Falling Mountain Town. Let her go, and I'll retreat. If not, Ning Chen spoke in a casual tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter of no importance. The witch sect, henceforth, will be removed from the name. What a big mouth. This sentence the Grand Elder only dared to slander in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out. If it wasn't because of the extraordinary times, even though Ning Chen was powerful, he couldn't be allowed to be reckless in such a manner. Grand Elder Guto knew. It was an elixir that the old sorcerer had obtained by chance. The people of the witch sect who knew about this matter were not few. Everyone knew that the old sorcerer had disappeared strangely after he had gotten hold of the elixir, and no one knew where he was now, and whether he was dead or alive. So where were they going to look for the ancient vines to give to Nine Dust? As for the little girl called Falling, an ordinary family's child was just a child, and Ning Chen had killed the witch sect for that reason. So I'm afraid that the purposefulness of it was the same as the young lords in general. This girl was born in a rare Een year, Een month, Een day and Een hour. Her body is rich in the power of Tyene. It is the perfect furnace for the young master to cultivate. The young master is addicted to cultivation, and tonight at midnight is the only time in 10 years that it is the time of the most Een. With the help of the furnace to cultivate, the young master's cultivation will have a great possibility of crossing over to a higher realm. At that time, the witch sect will certainly come out of the mountains, and there will certainly be a seat for the witch sect in this world. They don't have to remain in the mountains and suffer. For Ning Chen to take away this little girl called Lok Lok was undoubtedly snatching food from inside the mouth of the young lord's tiger. How could he dare to promise so easily? The Grand Elder leaned on his walking stick and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency is not deliberately provoking. The little girl you are talking about we have not seen at all. And how can a little girl be in my witch sect? Your Excellency, if you were to change to other requirements, the witch sect's upper and lower levels would certainly do their utmost to satisfy them. So, please also change your condition. As I said, I only have these 2 conditions," Ning Chen said indifferently, not bothering to say anything more. It was simply a waste of time. He looked towards the sorcerer's gate hall and said indifferently, "There's another person in here that's stronger than you guys. He should be the one in charge here. Tell him to get his ass out here and talk to me." The Grand Elder burst into flames. He knew that there was no more room for peace talks between the 2 sides, and the Grand Elder was fortunate enough to tear his face off. "Your Excellency, the witch door has already given you enough face. Don't give your face away. Even if you're at the cultivation of a Grandmaster, the witch door is not a place where you can act as you please. You guys stall him for a while. Anyone with Huanjing or higher cultivation participate in the battle, and the rest of you stay away." The Grand Elder gave the order decisively, and the witch sect disciples acted one after another, staring at Ning Chen with unfriendly faces, while the Grand Elder carefully fished out a small pocket-sized box from his body. The third elder and the fifth elder looked at each other, and it was hard to hide the envy in their eyes. Golden compulsion. The Grand Elder opened the box, and immediately a small golden insect spread its wings and flew out, flying away from the tip of the Grand Elder's nose, and the Grand Elder's aura skyrocketed by a large amount in a matter of moments. The second elder had been heavily injured by Ning Chen's move, and no longer had the strength to fight again. Seeing the first elder take out the gold compulsion, the second elder envy, in the disciples' support, looked at Ning Dust smile grim. Ning Dust is a great master, so what? Today the same to drink hate in this. If you dare to come to the Witch's Gate to cause trouble, you won't end up well. I just didn't expect that the young master would bestow a golden compulsion before closing the door. And the biggest most use of the golden compulsion is to prevent the eventuality, stifling the possibility that maybe it will happen, indirectly illustrating the degree of importance of the cultivation to the young master of the witch sect tonight. Rather than losing a golden compulsion, cultivation must never be disturbed. The price has been small. Since the development of the witch sect, it had consumed an unknown amount of resources and manpower, and had only been able to cultivate 3 golden compasses, together with this one of the Grand Elder. 2 golden parasites had been lost one after another in recent times. Today, only the last golden compass remains in the witch sect. Ningchen couldn't help but take one more look and was slightly surprised. The shape of this golden compass resembled a 7-star ladybug, and its body seemed as if it was plated with gold. On top of that, there was a faint aura emanating from the golden compass, and its effects were already far more effective than some of the spirit medicines on Earth. To a certain extent, a single golden parasite could even be comparable to the ice blood flower in Ning Chen's hands. Remember in a second https://m, he wanted to grab the golden parasites and study them, but when he saw them drilling into the nostrils of the witch sect's Grand Elder, he felt sick to his stomach and gave up on that intention. At this moment, the cultivation of the Witch Gate Grand Elder was still climbing, and he saw that he was about to break through the threshold of the Patriarchal Realm to enter the Grand Patriarchal Realm. Nine Dust was impassive, just quietly watching. This caused the witch sect crowd that had surrounded Ningchen to let out a sigh of relief. It would take a certain amount of time for the Grand Elder to raise his cultivation with the help of the Golden Compass, and if Ningchen were to strike during this time period, the witch sect would surely be killed or injured. And even though the Grand Elder would be able to counteract Ningchen after he stepped into the Grand Master realm, the loss would be irretrievably lost. It was definitely the most foolish decision for Nine Dust not to make a move right now. No one was stupid enough to provoke Nine Dust at this time either, all waiting in peace. Even the saber rattling seemed to be much weaker. Boom! After a few minutes of effort, a strong aura violently erupted from the Witch Gate Grand Elder. Ha 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 ha! I become a Grand Master. The Witch Sect's Grand Elder was overjoyed. His hunched body straightened up a bit. The old wrinkled company was rapidly rejuvenating. The dead skin kept falling off from his face, and this scene saw the rest of the Witch Sect's elders' hearts fluttering. The Grand Elder's cultivation was thoroughly consolidated at the Grand Master realm, and with great vigor, he waved his big hand. Old 4 and Old 5, join forces with me to kill the incoming criminals together. Yes, the crowd of the Witch Sect looked uplifted. The man who forced his way through the Witch's Gate is about to be executed. The Grand Elder took a step forward, his figure fast to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ningchen, his hand forming into a claw and tearing towards Ningchen's throat. Yet the truth was not what he had imagined. His claws were clamped down by a large, powerful hand, which caused the Grand Elder's face to suddenly change drastically, and there was still dead skin on his face that kept falling off, making the scene look differently frightening. How is it possible? The Grand Elder exclaimed in shock as he was held in a death grip. Nine Dust shook his head, his face unable to hide his disappointment. Too weak. The so-called Great Master was only a half-step foundation establishment that had barely reached the realm of cultivation, and even if it was a genuine foundation establishment, it wouldn't even have the qualifications to mention Ningchen's shoes, let alone being only a half-step foundation establishment. The Witch Gate Grand Elder's expression became even more horrified, only to feel a wave of force being used in the large hand that was clamping down on him. Ningchen followed suit and let go of his hand, and the Witch Gate Grand Elder's body flew backward, crashing against the thick door of the Witch Gate's main hall with a dull thud. This caused the fourth and fifth elders, who had cooperated with the Grand Elder in launching the attack, to stare in disbelief and stop in time. How? The Grand Elder, who was already a Grand Master, was still no match for this young man in a single strike. Nine Dust felt that he had been tolerant enough, since he was uninterested. Lift your hands, genuine fingers. The Witch Gate Grand Elder instantly felt enveloped by death, spitting out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly said, "Spare." Before the words fell, a bloody hole appeared in the center of the eyebrow of the Witch Sect's Grand Elder, and his pupils gradually laxed and lost their vitality. The Great Elder is dead. This man is unbeatable. It's horrible. The Grand Elder of the Grand Master realm was easily killed by the other party with a single move. What could they do even if they made another move? It was nothing more than giving away their heads. Anyway, it was a death either way. The fourth elder knelt down towards the ground, his head heavily knocked on the stone slab, and rushed towards the Witch Sect's main hall and said, "Young lord, save the lives of the young master. The Witch Sect is in danger." The door of the hall opened with a bang. A figure swept out of the air, after landing to see the whole face. This is a man with an extremely demonic appearance, 89 years of age. Demonic appearance of a woman to look at a glance will feel ashamed, even born not as good looking as a man. It was the young master of the Witch Door. The young master of the Witch Gate had a head of long grayish-white hair that hung straight behind his shoulders, sword eyebrows, and wore a black power suit, and a powerful hostile aura overflowed uncontrollably from the young master of the Witch Gate. Glancing at the Grand Elder whose vitality was severed, the Witch Gate Elder frowned. Waste. He gave the golden parasites before his seclusion because he was worried that he would be disturbed or interrupted by other people during his seclusion, and with the aid of the golden parasites, even if a few elders of the Great Patriarch Witch Sect came, they would be able to force them to back off. But right now, Even he had been startled. The young master of the witch sect's face was not good. Looking around, his gaze finally landed on Ning Chen. He had thought that it was an old monster from one of the great sects, but a young face caught his eye, which caused the witch sect young master's pupils to shrink violently. Very young, around 20 years old, looks like a college student. Who are you? The young master of the witch sect asked in a deep voice. There are no such strong men in Lingnan, of that he could be sure. Although he was surprised by Ning Chen's youthful appearance, it only caused the witch door young lord to briefly lose his concentration, and he was almost certain that underneath this youthful-looking skin was definitely an old monster of years. Nine dust, Ning Chen said indifferently. Coming to the witch sect was still the first time someone had asked him his name, and Ning Chen naturally replied politely. The witch sect young master had always wrinkled his brows. Ning Chen could easily kill the fusion gold compass grand elder, so I'm afraid that his strength was comparable to his, and it didn't make much sense for the two tigers to fight each other. Not to mention, even if he was able to knock Ning Chen back or kill him, I'm afraid that he himself would be injured as well. If he missed today's midnight of the Supreme Een, he would have to wait another 10 years. The witch sect young master was naturally unwilling to do so, and thinking of this, the witch sect young master spilled out a smile and slightly arched his hand. Brother Ning, can it be that some ungrateful disciple of my witch sect has offended you? If that's the case, I'll make amends to you here on behalf of my disciple, and at the same time, I'll also be prepared to offer a generous gift to chat about my apologies. If Brother Ning is willing to retreat, I can gift Brother Ning with a golden compulsion, which is wonderfully useful, and can be a great help in the future when Brother Ning wants to break the mirror. Hearing this, the few remaining elders of the witch sect simultaneously changed color. They all know, golden compulsion. Ning Chen was unmoved, shaking his head slightly. The young master of the witch door, however, was not annoyed. Fortune moved people's hearts. Ning Chen was unwilling to retreat, only that the benefits weren't enough. Today was too important to him, so he was willing to pay even a little bit more, and he wouldn't even frown. Feel free to mention what other requests Brother Ning has, and if I can fulfill them, I certainly won't be stingy. The sorcerer sect young lord let out an evil laugh, and as if he had thought of something, he opened his mouth to add, in addition to the golden compass promised to Brother Ning, I have cultivated a strain of ice blood flower, which can be gifted to Brother Ning as well. Not interested, Ning Chen said indifferently. Oh yeah, this ice blood flower you mentioned should have already been picked by me. The young master of the witch sect froze. What it means? He picked it? The ice blood flower had the witch sect sacred beast guarding it, and that cold pool turned into a menacing place, and there was only one downfall for the average person approaching it, buried in the belly of the snake. If the ice blood flower had truly been picked by Ning Chen, the witch door young lord's face changed slightly. What about the sacred beast? A holy beast? Ning Chen couldn't help but sneer and said lightly, it's ridiculous that you guys would consider a little worm as a holy beast. When I was picking the ice blood flower, this little worm sneaked up on me and was casually decapitated by me. The young master of the witch sect could no longer remain calm. Being able to be worshipped as a holy beast by the witch sect, that giant snake's strength was naturally extraordinary, and despite its origin, its strength was already infinitely close to that of a grandmaster within the martial arts, and coupled with the toughness of the snake's skin, even a grandmaster would not be able to tear it apart, and now it was being decapitated by Ning Chen. Even if Ning Chen's cultivation wasn't as good as his, I'm afraid it wasn't much worse. In normal times, the Witch Gate young lord would naturally be unafraid, and would inevitably have to split the difference with Ning Chen, but now the situation was different, and the Witch Gate young lord hid his anger in the bottom of his heart, his face slightly ugly as he spoke arduously. Even though it's my Witch Gate's holy beast, a not so obedient beast, so killing it is fine. So Brother Ning doesn't need to take it to heart. The group of people from the witch sect were dumbstruck. Was this still the witch door young master they knew? The inhuman young master? When did you become so nice? The Grand Elder was killed. It's okay. The witch sect's holy beast was also killed, but he even said that it was fine. And listening to the tone, the witch sect's young lord had also vaguely revealed a few hints of weakness. Brother Ning, the young master of the witch sect forced a smile. Other than that you can feel free to mention whatever else you want. It's better to resolve grievances than to tie them up, and without fighting, we might even be able to become friends. Nine Dust was not weak, that's a given. If they could befriend Nine Dust this time, even though the witch sect had lost the Grand Elder as well as the sacred beast, it wasn't too much of a loss and was barely acceptable. Nine Dust smiled. He likes to communicate with this kind of intelligent people, not tired, unlike the kind of the witch door Great Elder. A word will be hands, the main also their own life for nothing. Why bother? Why bother? It's not good to be alive. Nine Dust actually hated trouble. Otherwise, he could have directly barged into the Grand Hall and taken away Lualu after arriving at the Witch Gate. There was no one within the witch gate who could stop him. You're still relatively sensible, Ning Chuan complimented, which caused the corners of the witch gate young lord's mouth to twitch slightly, only to hear Ning Chuan continue. My request is actually quite simple. Lok Lok is my person. Let her go and compensate her for an ancient vine, and I can forget about it. At those words, the witch gate young master's face turned ugly. He squinted at Ning Chen. How much garlic had he eaten to dare to have such a big mouth? Today's midnight is the night of the Mostine that only occurs once in 10 years. The effect of cultivation in this environment is multiplied. But after all, there is only one midnight. The enhancement effect is limited. And this time, for the witch door young master, not only did he stumble upon the night of the Mostine that only occurs once in 10 years, but what's more important is that someone has found a child born in the Een year and month, on the Een day, and on the Een time, and has paid tribute to him. If he absorbed the Een cold power of the furnace today on the night of the Mostine, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket and he could directly cross over to the next realm. At that time, the entire Lingnan could only prostrate and tremble at his feet, and Ningchen opening his mouth to take away the furnace cauldron was tantamount to snatching food from inside his tiger's mouth. As for how Ningchen knew that Gudian was in the witch sect, it rather seemed unimportant, because the first condition Ningchen put forward was impossible for him to fulfill. For today, he had been preparing for 4 years, how could he possibly give it away? The demonic face of the young master of the witch sect was extraordinarily gloomy. He didn't deny the fact that Lok Lok was in the witch sect. He opened his mouth and said. His tone wasn't polite. Instead, he had a bit more of an aggressive attitude. Brother Ning, you killed the elders of my sect. You killed my witch sect's holy beasts. I can forget about it. I've already given you the greatest face. Don't be insensitive. I'm sincere about being friends with you. If you want something else, the witch sect will certainly satisfy. If you insist on what you want, you are the enemy of the entire witch sect. I'm being polite to you. Could it be that you really think that my witch sect is easy to bully? The young master of the witch sect chortled coldly, his tyrannical aura coming out. Nine Dust pondered for 2 seconds and helplessly spat out. Your face? It's not worth anything with me. You, the witch gate young lord was infuriated. Having said that, the witch gate young master knew that there was no room for maneuver between the two sides, and a battle was inevitable. So he didn't bother to talk more nonsense, and was about to make a move when he suddenly felt something and looked to the other side, only to see an immortal old man walking slowly. The old man's footsteps were slow, but in 3 or 2 steps, he had already arrived in front of the witch sect young master, a simplified version of shrinking the ground. A half-step foundation establishment cultivation level would be able to master it. The person who came was clearly a strong person who had reached the martial king level within the martial artists. Elder Gu. Congratulations on stepping into the martial king realm. The young master of the witch gate moved and smiled. The old man waved his hand repeatedly. Not daring to be arrogant, I was able to make a breakthrough thanks to young lord's golden compass. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I may not be able to step into this realm in my entire life. Facing a martial king powerhouse, the witch gate young master didn't have too much of a stance. I'm just adding to the icing on the cake. With Elder Ge's cultivation, it would take him a few more years to break through to the martial king realm as well. Elder Gu had a modest look on his face, because he knew what kind of character this young master of the witch sect in front of him was. He was not very young yet, he had already stepped into the peak of the Grand Master, and now that he had obtained the Mostine furnace cauldron, perhaps after this night, this young master of the witch sect would step into the same realm as him. Martial kings under the age of 30 were not unheard of, but they were a phoenix feather. Glancing at the witch sect's grand elder, who had already lost his vitality, Elder Gu smiled and said, Young lord, it seems that you've encountered a little bit of trouble on your side. Do you need me to take over for you? The sorcerer sect's grand elder was not weak. In the eyes of others it might be very strong, but in the eyes of them, the truly strong, it was pitifully weak. It's not comparable. One heavenly, one earthly. If he let Elder Gu get rid of 9 Dust, he wouldn't have to make a move. Then I'll be grateful to Elder Gu. It's not convenient for me to make a move. If Elder Gu removes this person for the witch sect will be grateful. The witch gate young master let out an evil smile. The witch gate sacred beast died at the hands of Ning Chen, who was categorically not weak, but even stronger. It's limited. At best, it was comparable to him, that is, the peak of the great master realm. However, facing Elder Gu, who had already stepped into the realm of the martial king, Ning Chen had no chance of surviving at all. There is no need for the young lord to be polite. Elder Gu smiled and waved his hand. He knew why the young lord of the witch sect was inconvenient. Until midnight fell, the young master of the witch sect would need to maintain his peak state in order to have any hope of stepping into the martial king realm. To make a single move in exchange for the favor of a future martial king, a blood-earning business. Although he was also a martial king, with his advanced age, this cultivation level was already the limit. But the young master of the Sectless sect was different. At an age of less than 30, he had every chance to step into a higher realm in the future. Elder Gu turned to look at Ning Chen with a warm smile. A bit like the oldest man leading a home next door, Elder Gu was first surprised at Ning Chen's youth. But his heart was not much different from the witch sect's young master. This should be an old monster with a permanent face. Did you kill the Witch Gate Grand Elder? Elder Gu opened his mouth and asked. Memorize the URL. Ning Chen found it funny how these people always like to ask about nonsense as he pointed at the Witch Gate young lord and said, he killed him. Gramps? Articulate to the point of being eloquent, and your strength looks good as well. But the Witch Gate is not a place where you can act wildly. Let me learn about your excellency's superior skills. Gu Lao was spirited. After stepping into Martial King gave him a strong confidence. In this part of Lingnan, he was definitely the strongest existence. I hope you can last a few more moves in my hands. Elder Gu smirked. A figure like the Witch Sect's Grand Elder, even if he stepped into the Grand Master realm, he could kill him with his hands. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen opened his mouth and inquired, your divine Dr. Gu? Gu Lao looked surprised. You know me? Don't recognize. Ning Chen said. It's just that when I was in Falling Mountain Town, I heard a couple mention you. You cured Lok Lok and saved Lok Lok from the pains of the cold. And the couple was thankful when they mentioned you. But I didn't realize that you've always treated Lok Lok as a piece of tool for your own fulfillment. At the bottom of the mountain, when he met the Witch Sect Elder, the Witch Sect Elder mentioned that Lok Lok had been offered to the Witch Sect young lord. And at that time, Ning Chen was still puzzled. Not many people knew about Lok Lok's physique. And he had some guesses at that time. And he didn't fully correct his guesses until he was here. When the Yin cold force erupted from Falling's body was extremely powerful. Ordinary people could do nothing at all, even if they were in the realm of the Grand Master, comparable to the half-step foundation establishment inside the cultivation system. They could only sit down and barely suppress it. And as Elder Gu had to make a move to suppress it every now and then, Ning Chen guessed at that time that the strongest strength was that of a martial king, and the weakest was that of a grandmaster. It was already a giant existence in the martial world. Go old man simply do not think, mere mortals just, can for us to show their own value has been a great honor. Not to mention, if there is no old man out of the hand, drop 2 years ago has died of the outbreak of Yin cold. Old man to help her to suppress the Yin cold for 2 years, so that she is free from the pain of Yin cold, and live for 2 years more, and now for the old man to contribute a little bit of value. What is not possible? Ha! Nine Dust sneered disdainfully. As a yawning stage-old monster who had practiced for thousands of years, Ning Chen had seen too many human feelings, had seen too much of the dark side, compared to the killing that existed in the little southern heavenly realm. The earth was simply a peaceful paradise on earth, and when he was in the little southern heavenly realm, he had also been passionate about it, and he had also been able to save all the people from the flames of the sea. But Nine Dust later realized a truth. The weak are afraid of the wicked, but not of the good. They will kidnap you from the moral high ground. Having seen more, Ning Chen gradually became disheartened. It was then that he figured out a truth. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. It's better to let the weak save themselves rather than just trying to save them. Some people stood on the moral high ground and mocked Ning Chen for being cold-blooded, but Ning Chen didn't take it too seriously because he had already done what he needed to do. And even if these weaklings were brutalized in the end, his moral heart wouldn't be affected in the slightest. But aside from that, there was one thing that Nine Dust couldn't do. He could care less about the deaths of adults, but he would never care less about the deaths of children. Even the children. Bastards. That's simply worse than animals. And at this moment, Ning Chen had a few more points of killing intent in his eyes. Elder Gu, on the other hand, smiled sparingly, and for a moment, he even carried his hands behind his back. You don't deserve to die. Ning Chen looked at Elder Gu. Lok Lok was still a child, and had an extreme ice spirit root, and like his master, Yaoguang Shangren, Lok Lok had a bit of Yaoguang Shangren's shadow on him, and the events of that year had always been something that Ning Chen couldn't get out of his mind. And with Lok Lok's encounters, the moment they met, karma had already been formed on both of them. Elder Ge's smile remained warm, not caring about Ning Chen's words at all. If you want to kill me, you shouldn't be qualified. Young people don't know the sky and the earth. The words fell. Gu Lao took a step forward. His figure was fast to the extreme. The means is somewhat similar to the cultivation of real shrinkage, but there is also a big difference. This should belong to the martial arts world of lightweight means. Lightweight even if practiced to the extreme also need to constantly look for a point of gravity. But cultivation is different. After entering the foundation, you can fly with the help of magic treasures. After the completion of the Dan, one can stand in the air without the aid of external objects. There was simply no comparison between martial artists and cultivators. Gu Lao made the first move, but Ning Chen was still indifferent. In the eyes of the onlookers, they only thought that Ning Chen was scared silly. After all, Gulao had already stepped into the realm of the martial king. These people didn't know that Gulao's speed, which he thought was as fast as it could be, looked like a snail squirming in Ning Chen's eyes. It wasn't until Elder Gu approached Ning Chen that Ning Chen faintly extended his hand. Gravitonics. A small spell that could be practiced at the chi refining stage. At first it could only manage to control objects. As his cultivation level increased, this small spell of the initial stage could easily move high mountains. Not to mention a mere martial artist of the martial king realm. Gulao's figure was moved to a halt. His face suddenly changed as his body was bound by an invisible force. No matter how much he struggled, it was to no avail. Not only that, under the shocked gaze of the crowd of the witch sect, Gulao's figure rose up from the ground and kept going deeper and deeper into the air. But Gulao was still struggling desperately. All of his self-confidence was destroyed in an instant. Gulao looked at the young man in front of him in horror, his lips constantly shivering. What kind of demonic technique is this? I said. You don't deserve to die. Ning Chen opened his mouth and pronounced Gulao's death sentence. Gulao's face turned white, and his body, which was grabbed by the gravitational technique, trembled terribly as he now realized how ridiculous his words were just now. The clown who didn't know better turned out to be himself. Spare my life. Elder Gu hurriedly begged for mercy, his voice tinged with supplication. Elder, I'm just blinded by lard. You only need to let me go. I'll slaughter the entire witch sect for you to save Luolu. If not for me, even if you save Luolu, you may not be able to suppress the power of the yin cold in Luolu's body. Elder, leave me a cheap life. I still have some value. Noisy. Ning Chen's tone was calm, making it impossible to speculate, since the pronouncement had already taken place. Whatever Gulao did or said at this point was just useless. He will die today. Boom. In broad daylight. Inexplicably, a wisp of flame emerged from Gulao's body. At first this wisp of flame was very weak, but in just a moment's time, the flame completely surrounded Gulao, as if wearing a layer of flame coat, and it was already impossible to see Gulao's whole appearance. The only thing that kept coming was the wailing, which was disturbingly loud. Ning Chen obediently made Elder Gu shut his mouth. After half a minute or so, the flames dissipated and Gulao was nowhere to be seen, not even a bit of white ash left behind, as if he had never been in this world. When it's true, there's no crumbs left. The young master of the witch sect had been completely stunned, his legs constantly shivering, and the disciples of the witch sect were even more dumbstruck, as if time had been pressed to pause, and no one dared to act rashly. Remember in a second https://m, they saw something. A martial king vaporized in front of them, vaporized without the slightest bit of resistance. The witch door young lord's throat rolled. Why? Why do such strong people exist in this world? He was less than 30 years old. His cultivation was already at the peak of Grand Master and touched the threshold of Martial King. After tonight there was a great possibility of stepping into the realm of Martial King. From then on, not only Lingnan, but also the three neighboring provinces could only prostrate themselves at his feet and tremble. However, the cultivation he was so proud of seemed to be just a drop in the ocean in front of Ning Chen. If Ning Chen was just a Martial King, he was actually completely unafraid. The Martial King did not pose much of a threat to the witch sect. However, the Martial King was unbeatable in front of Ning Chen, as fragile as a mole cricket. Seeing Ning Chen's gaze land on him, the Witchgate young lord's face turned deathly gray. You can follow in his footsteps. Nine Dust raised his hand indifferently. Lok Lok was indeed Gulao's offering to the witch sect, but the real initiator was the witch sect's young master. Nowadays he was always exuding a hostile aura that he couldn't even suppress. This hostile aura was gloomy and cold. Don't look at his ability to reach such a cultivation level at this age. But it wasn't that he possessed any extremely high qualifications, but that he had always been collecting the children that came out of the Yin years. Such children possess some Yin and cold power in their bodies until they reach adulthood, the concentration of which depends on the situation. Falling is one of those where the concentration is extreme. It's a great tonic for the young master of the witch door. Senior, spare my life. All that remained of the Witchgate young master's demonic face was panic and fear, and seeing that Ning Chen had no intention of stopping, the despair on the Witchgate young master's face intensified, and she opened her mouth to shout, "Father, save me." At this time, in the back mountain of the witch sect, there is suddenly a compass flying. This compass rises in the wind. The pointer on the compass rotates rapidly, and then this compass stops above the head of the witch sect's young master, and sprinkles down a ray of light to envelop the witch sect's young master, as if it were a kind of protection for him. Seeing this scene, Ning Chen was quite surprised. Fabulous. This was only the simplest beginner-level magic treasure, but the magic treasure was also something that only cultivators could forge. The martial artists on Earth, after reaching the cultivation level of Martial King, was barely comparable to the foundation establishment stage inside the cultivation system. But even so, It was impossible for the martial king to forge the magic treasure with even greater means. The weapons they could forge were called divine weapons at best. The so-called divine soldier can be summarized in 2 words: sharp, tough. The only way to call it a magic treasure was to have the divine weapon harbor a hint of aura. Fellow Daoist, have mercy. An old voice came from the back mountain of the witch sect, only to see a black-robed old man sweeping towards the witch sect's main hall at an extremely fast speed. And in just a few breaths of effort, he appeared in the witch sect's main hall and stood before the witch sect's young master. And that compass treasure also fell obediently into the hands of this old man. The old man looked Ning Chen up and down and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, why make such a big deal out of it? I see that it's not easy for you to cultivate, so go down the mountain. The old man won't make things difficult for you." Nine Dust's eyes brightened slightly, came to be interested. Only cultivators would address each other as Dao friends. Martial arts are all the rage on Earth. However, in the time since returning to Earth, Ning Chen had discovered through some clues that although there was a lack of spiritual qi on Earth, there should have once existed cultivators, and a faint spiritual eye existed in the Rose Garden single-family villa in Qingzhou. This spiritual eye was originally not weak. It had only been drained, and coupled with the lack of aura on Earth, it had been difficult to recover. There are also quite a few heavenly treasures on Earth that harbor aura. If these heavenly treasures didn't exist, the damage on Ning Chen's body simply couldn't be repaired. And even though he had the cultivation of a yuaning stage and could live for 8,000 years, which would allow him to reign supreme on Earth, after 8,000 years, he would eventually be transformed into a shovelful of yellow earth and be buried for a long time. Of course, this alone was not enough for Nine Dust to judge that cultivators had once existed on Earth. The most important thing is that after a martial artist steps into the Grand Master realm, a wisp of weaker aura will be born in his body. The Grand Masters on Earth don't know about the existence of this wisp of aura, and even more so they can't use it. Otherwise, the Grand Masters who are able to utilize this wisp of aura will definitely be able to instantly explode twice as much combat power. Martial artists should be born after the cultivators. With the lack of aura, the Earth cannot continue to cultivate, which will gradually evolve the current martial arts practice. However, although the Earth was lacking in aura, some still existed after all. So a strand of aura would only be birthed after a martial artist's cultivation had reached the level of a Grand Master. And formally, if earlier years, there had been cultivators on Earth, were there any characters with cultivation comparable to that of him? An old yuaning stage monster? Or cultivators with stronger cultivation? And where are these people now? Has he already reached the end of his lifespan and sat down to fall, or is he hiding in some secret realm on Earth, dusting himself off and waiting for a way out? Or have they all left the planet? So when this old man addressed him as a fellow Daoist, this was why Ning Chen stopped his attack. Otherwise a primordial magic treasure. Extinguish it as you go. Spiritual awareness covered the past. Nine Dust revealed an expression of regret. The old man did have a trace of not-so-weak aura on his body, but that was all. It was more of a martial artist's internal force flowing through his meridians, and the old man's manipulation of the compass treasure was also by virtue of his internal force and was very strenuous. And every time he manipulated the compass it should have rapidly depleted his internal force. Nine Dust had seen quite a few martial artists. However, there were only 2 people who had conceived aura in their bodies. The old man was one, and there was one who came. By the way, it was the person who had chased after Yi Kula back then, but because his strength was too weak, Ning Chen hadn't given him much thought. Turns out it wasn't a monk. It's no fun. Ning Chen looked at the old man, his eyes revealing a cold aura. Scram! A mere martial artist comparable to the Foundation establishment stage had the guts to call himself a friend of the way, really not knowing how to die. His cry of Dao friend was not much different from an insult to Ning Chen, a yuaning stage old monster. Not to mention that this old man wasn't even a cultivator, just a crude martial artist. And just now, the young master of the witch sect drew him out with a cry of "Father, save me." It was not hard to guess the identity of this old man. It was none other than the witch sect's old witch god. According to the previous account of that witch sect elder, the spirit medicine ancient vine was in the hands of this old witch god. At this time, in Ning Chen's eyes this old witch god was just a crude martial artist, but his appearance made the original fearful and apprehensive hearts of the witch sect's disciples gradually calm down, and the appearance of the old witch god allowed them to find their backbone, especially the means of the old witch god just now. Directly in the back of the mountain to throw a piece of compass can easily protect their young master. The 2 are several kilometers away from each other. Moreover, this kind of means was something they had never seen before, and it was incomparably shocking. It turns out that the old witch god is so strong. For our witch sect to have this kind of strong person sitting in our midst, wouldn't the 3 neighboring provinces only be able to bow down to their witch sect? At this moment, the old sorcerer god furrowed his brows and revealed his killing intent. He had already tested out Ning Chen's strength in the brief exchange just now. Insufficient evidence. Young people don't know the heights of heaven, thinking that they can do whatever they want just because they have a bit of cultivation. Do you know what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven? The old sorcerer god scrutinized Ningchen. The old man condescended to call you a Taoist friend. And you still really take yourself seriously? As he spoke, he had a completely disdainful stance. And the Witchgate young master on the side always felt that these words were exceptionally familiar. But it doesn't matter anymore. Even though he was already in the Grand Master realm, it didn't stop him from looking for his parents to complain. He pointed at Ningchen and cursed. Father, you must decide for your son. This beast hit the witch sect without a second thought, killed my witch sect's grand elder, and sabotaged my cultivation to advance to martial king. It's really hateful. The witch door young master was furious with Ningchen and gnashed his teeth. And he had never been so cowed by fear in this acre of Lingnan. It was a disgrace in front of his men just now. But as long as they killed Nine Dust, all of this naturally didn't matter. The young master of the witch sect continued. Father, I've already sought out a Mostine furnace cauldron. Plus today's midnight is the once-in-a-decade Mostine night. But wanting to cross over into the martial king realm isn't such a simple thing after all. And originally, I was only less than 80% sure of it. But as long as I kill him and incorporate him into the inside of the blood pool, I'll definitely be sure of stepping into this realm this evening. After saying this, he inevitably had some regrets. The martial king realm of Gulao was burned to the ground by Ningchen in a single fire. Otherwise he could have left Gulao's body behind and put it inside the blood pool as well. And then his stepping into the martial king realm tonight would be the nail in the coffin. And there couldn't possibly be the slightest bit of an accident. The old sorcerer god looked disdainfully at Ningchen, as if he was pronouncing his death sentence. I'll give you a choice. Say it, how do you want to die? Nine Dust smiled. Were you a leopard spirit in your last life? The old witch god frowned again, not understanding what that meant. Where else would you get the leopard's guts to say such things to me? Ningchen calmly said. A weakling at the foundation stage actually threatened an old monster at the level of Yuaning. It wasn't that the world was crazy, it was that the old witch god was too stupid. And there was also a certain relationship with the eye level. Perhaps in the eyes of the old witch god's kind of people, this realm was already a ceiling-level existence. But in Nine Dust's eyes, no different than a young child just born without the slightest fighting ability. It was true that Ningchen had been severely damaged when he wore back to Earth, but he was still a genuine Yuaning stage-old monster. I choose to beat you to death. Nine Dust let out a light laugh. The old sorcerer god was enraged, sacrificing his compass to smash it toward Ningchen, his mouth whispering, arrogant. I hope you can last a few more moves in the hands of the old man, otherwise it will make the old man feel very boring. Don't worry, the old man won't kill you directly, destroying your powerful heart step by step, and then letting you kneel down and beg for forgiveness before the old man, recognizing your own ignorance and weakness. It's definitely a very interesting thing to do. The old sorcerer god laughed out loud, maneuvering the compass to keep smashing towards Ningchen. Ningchen's body constantly flickered to avoid the compass, and the compass couldn't even get close to him. The disciples of the witch sect wisely backed away so as not to be affected themselves. This way of exchanging hands in front of them that they couldn't comprehend caused 4 words to ring out from them unanimously. The gods fight. They mortals are naturally as far away as possible, or they will surely suffer. Ha! The attack had been unable to work, which made the old sorcerer god a little surprised. To have a few skills, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Kid, hand over this body technique of yours. The old man can be merciful and give you a quick and painful death. Not so painful as to let you die. You want it? Ningchen dodged the compass's attack without slowing down. That'll have to wait until you defeat me. Good. The old witch god catalyzed his inner strength. I'll see how long you can hide. The young master of the witch sect was watching eagerly from the side. Was this the realm above the great master? He would soon be able to reach it as well. His gaze falling on the compass operated by the old witch god. The witch sect young master revealed a touch of greed. Sooner or later, this treasure would also fall into his hands, for his sole use. When he stepped into the martial king realm and obtained this treasure, the so-called 7 prefectural families would not be worth mentioning in his eyes, and the only ones that could still make him scornful would be the several prestigious families in the capital. But even if it was a prestigious family in the capital, he might not be incapable of pulling the trigger. The witch door had stayed deep in the mountains long enough that perhaps many people had forgotten about its existence. The day he stepped into Martial King was the day the witch sect came out. The 3 neighboring provinces prostrating and trembling at his feet was only the first small thing he accomplished by leading the witch sect out of the deep mountains. Father, I've come to help you kill this arrogant person together, the young lord of the witch sect shouted as his body swept through the air, his monstrous hostile aura seemingly wanting to devour Ningchen. The current Ningchen had been forced by the old sorcerer god to flee in all directions, with only the ability to fight and no power to fight back at all. Battles at this level weren't enough for him to participate in at his realm. but Ning Chen in this state couldn't pose a threat to him at all, and participating in such a battle would definitely benefit him greatly, enabling him to quickly stabilize his new realm after stepping into the realm of the martial king. The old sorcerer god operated the compass with a slight strain. The compass consumed too much of his internal energy. If this continued, Nine Dust would drag him down first, and he would be the one in bad luck. It has to be done quickly. Have no eyesight. This and other times of the encounter is not for you to participate in. The old witch god rebuked, get back, but it's already too late. Ning Chen, who was constantly dodging the attacks of the compass, clasped his hand in a false grip. Ah! The Witchgate young lord's figure came to an abrupt halt, unable to move another inch, which caused a terrified expression to appear on the Witchgate young lord's face. I was going to have some fun with you guys, so why the rush to get killed? Ning Chen shook his head, his tone still relaxed and casual. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. The fingers merged and shook in the void. Already far away from this place, the knife in the hand of one of the witch sect disciples came out of his hand and flew towards the witch sect young master. The old witch god's complexion suddenly changed drastically. How dare you, harlot! No longer able to care about attacking Nine Dust, the old sorcerer god hastily operated the compass in an attempt to stop the blade and save his son. However, the compass was a step late. The long knife leapt and chopped through the Witchgate young lord's neck. Because it all happened so quickly, the Witchgate young lord didn't even manage to react, panic still lingering in his eyes before he collapsed. The young master of the witch door, dead. Memorize the URL. Zhang my son ah. The old sorcerer god looked at this scene and grieved. His son's talent was quite a bit stronger than him. His future achievements were definitely above him, so he devoted all his efforts to cultivate him. But, dead. His son just died. Death couldn't have been easier. Witnessing this process and the fact that he failed to save his son, the old sorcerer god burst into tears and his expression became hideous in the next moment. You killed my son. I want you to pay for my son's life. Just you. You deserve it? Ning Chen wasn't questioning the old sorcerer god's strength, but mainly, the old sorcerer god really didn't have the qualifications. Death, all must die. If my son dies, none of you will be able to live down. The old sorcerer god's eyes were red. His expression was hideous and terrifying. His features were even squeezed together due to distortion. His appearance was simply ugly to the extreme. Only to see the old witch god recall the compass, which hovered in front of the old witch god. Put! The old witch god spat out blood from the tip of his tongue and sprayed it on the compass. The compass breath instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. Shoo shoo shoo. The compass spun and flew out under the control of the old sorcerer god. But the target of the compass was not Ning Chen, but rather those sorcerer sect disciples who were far away from the battle area. The compass spun and flew through, easily passing through the body of one of the disciples, leaving a bloody hole in his chest, immediately followed by the second. The second elder who was being supported by his disciples looked down and forgot about the bloody hole in his chest. His pupils gradually lax. He couldn't figure out why the old witch god wanted to kill himself. Third, the third elder of the witch sect. Fourth, the 5 elders of the witch sect, followed by the witch door disciples. More and more disciples of the witch sect were tragically killed by the old witch god, and the breath of the compass that had absorbed the blood was even greater, slaughtering indiscriminately. No, it should be considered a precision slaughter, because the old witch god only kills his own people. The disciples of the witch sect scattered in all directions in fear, fleeing towards the outside, their mouths constantly begging for mercy. Old witch god, spare your life. Old witch god, why did you kill us? Old witch god, you shall not die. Some begged for mercy, some cursed. The compass had a precise target. The stronger the strength, the faster the death. Before long, as if it had absorbed enough blood, the compass spun and flew back, oozing red light. The faces of the fleeing disciples showed the celebration of having survived the robbery. They didn't dare to stay here at all, and fled towards the bottom of the mountain with their asses in the air. The old witch god looked maniacal, and a strange laugh came out of his mouth. Little brute, I admit that I underestimated you before, but to be able to force me to use the blood sacrifice method, you're enough to be proud of yourself. I've nearly blood sacrificed the entire witch sect's disciples, and as long as you haven't reached that realm, you're bound to die today. Go and bury the old man's son with him. Compass whistling, red light strong. A moment to make people feel fell into the sea of blood, the smell of blood nauseating. Nine Dust completely didn't expect that killing the Witch Gate's young lord would force the old witch god to use such a brutal active skill. It didn't even have to come from him, and the witch door was destroyed. The compass whistled and slammed down. Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged as he reached out to catch it. This move was somewhat interesting, but it was just too wasteful. Kill one enemy, lose 100 kind of thing. The incoming compass emanated a bloody light and destroyed the world. However, The seemingly overwhelming compass was easily grasped in Ning Chen's hand, and the old sorcerer god Scrapper's attack didn't even manage to make Ning Chen back off even a little bit. Ning Chen's current body was, after all, tattered and torn, failing to block all of the compass's attacks, and the only remaining residual power transformed into a sharp blade, cutting a small slit in Ning Chen's clothes. Old witch god, how is this possible? The old sorcerer god lost his voice and screamed. After expending such a great deal of effort, he had failed to injure Nine Dust in the slightest, only scratching the mouth of his clothes, and failing to break even Nine Dust's skin, which made the old sorcerer god unable to accept it. Sculptor. Nine Dust was slightly annoyed. He was actually scratched by a mole? The hand gripping the compass was suddenly hard. Click. A slight voice came. Under the old sorcerer god's dumbfounded gaze, the compass that had been grasped in Ning Chen's hands, the cracks widened and widened, and then shattered into countless pieces with a bang. And the treasure that he had treated as a supreme treasure was thrown to the ground in disdain by Ning Chen as trash. It was just an early-stage magic weapon, so how could it get into Ning Chen's eyes? The magic weapon was destroyed, and the old sorcerer god was hit hard by the backlash, spitting out blood with his mouth open. Escape! It also brought the old witch god to his senses, with only one thought left in his head. Damn! How could such a small place like Lingnan come to this kind of strongman? And why did their witch sect provoke this kind of strongman? He is now too late to grieve, only want to escape here as soon as possible, otherwise they are afraid that father and son will have to go on the road together. As for his son is gone, as long as he is still alive he can continue to be born. The witch door is gone. Give him time, can still create a witch door is not weaker than the current one. Trying to run. Ning Dust grabbed in the air. Gravitonics. The Archon can catch. King Wu can catch. Even after crossing the level of Martial King, it was still controllable in front of his gravitation technique. The old witch god encountered before the witch door young master of the kind of situation. The face suddenly became dead gray. He wanted to head on the worship, but the body was an invisible force bound to make him simply cannot move. The old witch god even opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness. Senior, spare your life. Is that I have the eyes do not recognize Taishan? Shut up. Nine Dust frowned. Where is the ancient vine? Hand it over. Coming to the witch door, Nine Dust originally had only two purposes: elixir guttons and drops. The old sorcerer god had deserved to die, and Ning Chen did not have half a bit of pity. Senior. The old sorcerer god had thought that he was already bound to die, and when he heard Ning Chen's words, it was as if he had grabbed the last straw, and he hurriedly said, Senior, spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I will obediently and with both hands hand over the ancient vine to offer it up. Or because of Ning Chen's powerful pressure, a hint of evasion appeared in the old sorcerer god's expression as he begged for forgiveness. He's hiding something. Nine Dust furrowed his brows. He didn't have the time to go play hide-and-seek with the old sorcerer god, although it was impossible for the old sorcerer god to escape under his nose. But this kind of lame, stalling reason was something Nine Dust could see through with a single glance. A hand covered the old witch god's brow, soul-searching. Although it was a waste of aura, Ning Chen didn't need to bother judging the truth or falsity of the old wizard's myths. Remember in a second https://m. The old witch god erupted into a high-pitched scream. His soul trembled, and his brain felt as if it was being unceasingly stabbed down by countless sharp thorns. This pain made the old witch god wish to die immediately. I said, I'm telling the truth. The ancient vine is no longer in the witch gate. The old witch god screamed miserably while telling the truth. Nine Dust wasn't continuing to perform soul searches. The old sorcerer god was willing to tell the truth, so there was no need for him to waste his spiritual energy. Where is the ancient vine? Nine Dust asked. Sold by me. The old sorcerer god hurriedly replied. The payment is this magic weapon. Many years ago, I accidentally obtained a spirit medicine ancient vine, which I intended to use to enhance my cultivation, but suddenly a man took the initiative to find me, took out this compass magic weapon, took the initiative to demonstrate the power of this magic weapon, and made a request to exchange this magic weapon for my ancient vine. The old witch god agreed painfully. After he got the compass weapon he was obsessed with out of control. Will be handed over to the son of the witch door to take care of after their own peace of mind in the back of the mountain close to study the wonderful use of this compass. Just he did not expect his first use of this weapon to fight with people. In his eyes invulnerable, nothing can be destroyed. In the eyes of the compass weapon was easily pinched. For a moment, Ning Chen didn't know how to express his current feelings. How stupid would one be to exchange a spirit treasure for an initial great artifact? The value of the ancient vine was fully capable of exchanging for a top-grade spirit weapon. Well, it's worth 100 beginners' magic weapons. Did he teach you the method of manipulating magic weapons? Nine Dust asked. There was something he had to confirm. Yes. The old sorcerer god nodded repeatedly. Elder's eyes are wise. The person who exchanged the ancient vine from the old witch god was most likely a cultivator. Otherwise, even if this magic weapon compass was obtained by chance, there wouldn't be someone who was so lucky as to pick up a magic weapon along with the supporting method of manipulating the magic weapon. Who is this person? Ning Chen asked. He guessed that the earth should have existed cultivators, but because of the lack of aura, the cultivators that might have existed on the earth were in hiding and didn't walk around in the world. After all, this kind of thing like aura, if you can't rely on drawing to recover it, relying on heavenly treasures alone isn't realistic. Thinking about the pain that he had just experienced, the old sorcerer god couldn't help but shiver. He couldn't even think of what Ning Chen had done to him now. He didn't dare to hide anything and told him the whole story. I don't know his identity. When he traded with me he covered his body under a black robe. And even though he spoke in a male voice, the reminder of him under the black robe looked rather petite. I couldn't even tell if he was male or female. He left from Witchgate after the exchange, and we haven't had any further encounters. Seemingly ringing something, the old witch god paused and continued. However, when exchanging the items, he held his hand out, and there was a light red lotus flower mark on his back, and the petals of the lotus flower seemed to be six-petaled. Nine Dust retracted his gaze. The heart can't help but regret it. The ancient vine was robbed by the mysterious man without a trace, and the only known clue was the lotus mark on the back of the mysterious man's hand. The old sorcerer god's eyes were 1 point less stagnant. Slowing down, he was shocked in his heart, thinking about what he had just said. He had actually informed Ning Chen of all the things without the slightest reservation, and about the lotus seal on the back of the mysterious man's hand. This was something he had long since forgotten about, or hadn't cared much about in the first place. I'm surprised he could even remember. Nine Dust was afraid that he had used some strange ability on him when he asked just now. His body was no longer bound by invisible forces either, but that didn't mean that it was Nine Dust who let him go. The old sorcerer god knelt down in front of Ning Chen in fear and trepidation, and only now did he realize what it meant to be a mayfly shaking a tree. He was just a speck of dust, and Ning Chen was like that unattainable peak. And after clearly recognizing the gap between the two sides, the old sorcerer god couldn't even think of escaping. Elder, you already know what you want to know. Can you please have mercy and give me a pain? He's begging to die. That pain just now was short-lived, but he would rather die immediately than endure it again. May. Ning Chen nodded faintly. He was too lazy to do anything, and the old sorcerer god himself would understand. Crimson blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and the old sorcerer god's eyes lost focus. He broke his own meridian and died. On the old sorcerer god's corpse, a wisp of not-so-obvious aura was slowly dissipating between heaven and earth. Ning Chen sighed and moved his gaze away, letting the aura spill out. This wisp of aura, even though it wasn't strong, was like a great tonic to the current Nine Dust, and if he set a precedent by absorbing this wisp of aura from the old sorcerer god's body and affecting his own Tao, Nine Dust felt that he was afraid that all martial artists above martial king level on earth would fall prey to him. When there were no longer any martial artists above the martial king realm to be found on earth, Ning Chen might reach out to those who were weak. Even Nine Dust didn't continue to think about it. He didn't want to fall into the devil's path for setting this precedent, and if he fell into the devil's path, how could he still have the face to meet his master, Supreme Master Yaoguang? Ignoring the devastation in front of me, Ning Chen took a step into the sorcerer's gate hall. A strong smell of blood spread out. In the center of the main hall, a pool was filled with red tea body, sticky, fishy, and still gurgling and bubbling. Not far away, there were several iron cages, and inside each of them was a little girl, and these little girls looked at Ning Chen in awe, curling up into a ball. Drop hugged her petite body curled up at the foot of the cage, ice slush floating on her face, her little mouth frozen black and purple, her body shivering uncontrollably. She hugged herself a little tighter with force, as if she could get more warmth that way. Her world was nothing but capped, white, and the coldness of her limbs was the only thing she felt right now. Suddenly, there was one more person in her line of sight, intimate and warm. Falling opened her ebony, cracked mouth and in an uncertain tone, "Big Brother?" Instinctively she thought she was hallucinating. Why is Big Brother here? After being brought here by Divine Dr. Gu to offer it to the witch sect young master, the conversation between the two did not avoid Luolu, and Luolu realized that Divine Dr. Gu seemed to be kind enough to suppress the yin and cold power in his body without taking a penny. But in reality, he was keeping himself in captivity in exchange for a greater benefit. It was a very cruel thing to do to her young mind and body, but she knew one thing very well. Her illness was too painful. Maybe it's for the best. Falling clasped her weak body with both hands. She wanted to use her hands to rub her eyes to determine if she was hallucinating, but the outbreak of the yin and cold power caused her joints to solidify, and her arms were only slightly lifted up a bit before dropping down powerlessly. Without speaking, Nine Dust went forward and opened the cage. The cage was locked, but it was as fragile as foam in his hands. A hand was placed on Luolu's head. A warm current surged in, and the ink-cold power that Luolu overflowed out didn't even have room to struggle when it touched this warm current, and obediently shrunk back into Luolu's body. Drop's face gradually returned to normal. Big brother, it's really you. Falling was then sure that it wasn't a dream. It was real. Ningchen squatted down and picked up Luolu, letting Luolu ride on his arm. It's me. Let's go home. In the other cages, a glint appeared in the eyes of the other children who saw the scene, but they only looked at Ningchen with some expectation, and didn't dare to open their mouths to call for help, because they didn't know what kind of relationship this person had with the ones who had captured them. Nine Dust hesitated slightly, tapped towards the lock on the cage. Bang! 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 The locks kept getting broken and the cage opened. Ningchen didn't leave directly. The only decent-looking building in the entire witch door was this great hall, and as his spiritual sense spread, no corner in the great hall could escape Ningchen's exploration. And when Ningchen found a secret room in the great hall, he walked over to it while holding Luolu in his arms. This secret room should require a mechanism to open. Nine Dust was too lazy to spend time looking for opportunities. A light press against the wall. Boom! The walls collapsed, revealing the chamber. Seeing this scene, Lok's mouth was wide open. How could she bear such a big shock at such a small age? Inside the secret room were a number of shelves, on which were placed a number of medicinal herbs, and to Ningchen's regret, the value of these medicinal herbs wasn't very high, and they were all just some ordinary spirit medicines. Putting away a few of the expensive medicinal herbs, Ningchen turned around to leave with Luolu in his arms. Big brother, Falling spoke up apprehensively and asked, "Can you bring them along to Falling Mountain Town?" She was brought here by Dr. Gu from the town of Lushan. The mountain road is rugged and difficult to walk. These children captured by the witch door are all girls. There are those younger than her, and those older than her are only 2 or 3 years older. With them it is impossible for them to go down the mountain on their own, even if the stamina can keep up. Encountering wild animals in the forest is only a way to die. Nine Dust sighed. Let's save people to the end. But at this moment, Lok was also looking at him with wide-open Kazran eyes, that teary-eyed look full of anticipation. At this moment, Ningchen could only nod with a bitter smile, and seeing that Ningchen had agreed to do so, Lok was quite happy, immediately leaning on Ningchen's chest and hugging his arm to barf a bite. Nine Dust. His hallowed Yuaning stage-old monster was actually kissed by a little girl? Alright, all of you come with me, Nine Dust said. Come outside the great hall. There were many corpses lying horizontally and vertically, and the ground was oozing red with blood, and some children were directly frightened and cried when they saw the scene, and only one of them cried at first, and gradually, all the children could not help themselves and cried out, scared to tears. Nine Dust unexpectedly glanced at Loki in his arms. Lok, aren't you afraid? Lok struggled to control her tears from falling, and with one hand tugging at Ningchen's clothes, she stubbornly shook her head and said, Lok isn't afraid. They're all bad people. The little girl is quite strong-minded, but that's good. Roar! Suddenly a beastly roar came, and a large black bear with 4 hooves on the ground but with a size of 4 meters excitedly rushed over. The children who were still crying were dumbfounded by this scene and directly forgot to cry. Big brother, Lok was even more nervous as she grabbed onto Nine Dust's clothes. After the big black bear rushed to Ningchen's front, it braked sharply and curtly rubbed its huge head against Ningchen's thigh. This beast, it found its way here. Nine Dust smiled. Good thing, he doesn't have to walk down the hill. Although he could have taken Luolu and flown straight back to Fall Mountain Town, since he had promised Luolu that he would bring all of these children down the mountain. Ningchen naturally had to do it. Drop. Want to ride a bear? Drop. Then her tiny body was placed on the bear's neck. Ningchen left the witch door with Lulu riding on the back of a bear. And behind them, in addition to the children in the main hall, there were a few more women, all of whom were not very old on average, and some of whom were hiking enthusiasts who had mistakenly wandered into this place to be imprisoned by the witch door. Some are simply captured by the witch door. On the way down, these women could take care of the children without Nine Dust worrying about them. It's getting dark. Mu Bingju's group left the Lingnan Great Forest. An SUV stopped the crowd's path, and a middle-aged man got out of the car and quickly walked over, politely saying, "Miss, the boss is waiting for you in Falling Mountain Town." Mu Bingju was slightly surprised. My father is here? The town of Falling Hills. There are no big specification hotels here. All of them are bed and breakfasts. All the people who come here are mountaineering enthusiasts. Loksan Town is just a resting place. The clientele is very unstable, so no businessman is willing to invest here. One of the bed and breakfast stores. The room. Mu Bingju stood obediently in front of a middle-aged man in a business suit. Dad. The only person who accompanied him was Chun Song. The others are hired. Pay a commission when they get to town. And the men leave. you still have me as your father in your eyes. The middle-aged man sank his face. Not angry. Simply nonsense. Running out of the house all by yourself. If I hadn't sent your Uncle Chin in time, do you think you could have left the Lingnan Great Forest alive? Mu Bingju's face changed slightly. Dad, you're saying that someone is trying to disadvantage me. Obviously. He asked a nonsense. The Mu family is Lingnan's mansion. Mu Bingju young and a woman inside the family but holds a high position. Mu Bingju with the death of the outside. I do not know how many people can dream of waking up with a smile. It's good that you know in your own heart, the middle-aged man said in a cold voice. His expression slightly loosened. I know you are a piece of filial piety. Your mother's condition is nothing to worry about. I contacted an old friend. He knows a high-ranking person. If this high-ranking person is willing to make a move, your mother should be able to get through this. No such nonsense next time, the middle-aged man warned. Mu Bingju skimmed her mouth, more or less unhappy in her heart. Just met her father is a flurry of accountability. She ventured into the mountains this time as not to find a cure for her mother's persistent illness of the elixir. Thinking of this, Mu Bingju opened her mouth and said, Dad, if I don't mess around, Uncle Chan also did not step into the Zhongshu realm so quickly. The middle-aged man was startled and looked at Chen Song, who was at the side. You stepped into a Zong master. Family master. It was just a fluke. Chen Song smiled. The middle-aged man no longer dared to be arrogant, stood up and said in a slightly polite manner, It's been hard to take care of my daughter in this line of work. There were quite a few martial artists in the Mu family at the Huanjing Master realm, and as the head of the Mu family, he could directly dispatch these Huanjing masters. But ancient martial arts masters are different. The Mu family had two ancient martial masters sitting in their midst, both of whom were honored as their guests. Now, the Mu family has added another patriarch. The Mu family's position in Lingnan is bound to be more solid. Of course, Chen Song's position in the Mu family has also risen, and every year he can enjoy a very generous dividend profits from the Mu family's industries. After being polite, the middle-aged man looked at Mu Bingju. You're also tired. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow we'll leave early to go to Qingzhou to visit that high person. Memorize the URL. I'm not leaving. Mu Bingju directly refused. Dad, I already have the whereabouts of the elixir that can cure Mom's condition. Words split into two, because behind him with a group of women, children, Ningchen took 3 days to come out from the Lingnan Great Forest. During these 3 days, Ningchen used the snakeskin of the giant snake to refine a protective magic weapon for Lulu. This magic weapon was a piece of clothing, as thin as a cicada's wing. Wearing it on the body did not have any difference as if he hadn't worn it. On top of that, Ningchen also took the time to teach an ice technique to Lok Lok, who also became Ningchen's named disciple. If Earth hadn't been lacking in aura, Ningchen might have taken Lok Lok as an official disciple. Unfortunately, in a place like this, even if Lok Lok was an extreme ice spirit root, she wouldn't be able to achieve much, but standing at the peak of the martial world was enough. After practicing this ice system technique, Lok Lok was also able to absorb the yin and cold power from the diluted body to cultivate, even if the Earth's aura is scarce. In the early stages of fallout it can also be self-sufficient. After Lok Lok stepped precisely into the chi refining stage, Lok Lok would no longer be tormented by the yin cold force and would be able to grow healthily. And along the way, when Lok Lok realized that all those bad guys in the witch sect had been killed by Ningchen, she also raised her eyes in curiosity and asked, Master, when I grow up I'll be as powerful as you, right? Right. Nine Dust stroked Loki's head, and Loki liked Nine Dust's gesture. Lok Lok looked exuberant. Then Lok Lok wants to be a TD heroine when she grows up. Nine Dust wasn't speaking. Get rid of the evil. In fact, he was not too interested in helping the strong and the weak. After returning to Earth, in addition to wanting to collect the genius and spiritual treasures for refining the God-mending pill, the second thing he wanted was to make sure that the people around him could be healthy and live out their lives without any worries. Previously, he accidentally went to the little southern heavenly realm, and it was thousands of years in a flash, and not being able to fulfill his filial piety in front of his parents had always been a great regret in his heart. But since he was back on Earth again and his parents were still alive, he kind of had a chance to make up for that one regret. Human warmth. All of this needs to be experienced by falling later on, so he didn't open his mouth to demotivate falling. That's good. At the edge of the Lingnan Great Forest, Ningchen patted Kobol's back, and Kobol obediently stopped and turned around. Ningchen looked at the group of people in front of him and unleashed his soul regeneration, and instantly, all of their gazes focused on Ningchen, and their gazes became dull. Nine Dust didn't want these people to stab themselves out when they got outside. It's going to get him in a lot of trouble. That's why the memories of the last few days were blocked out with dementia. Cinder, let's go. Nine Dust spoke. Go to the morning firmament. Doze against the grain of the town of Falling Hills. Falling looked back at Falling Mountain Town. Seeing that Falling Mountain Town was getting farther and farther away from him, he couldn't help but say, "Master, I want to go home. For so many days, my mom and dad must be very worried about me." "It's fine. We'll be back soon." Ning Chen smiled. Mu Bingju had been squatting on Ning Chen at the edge of the Lingnan Great Forest, but instead of squatting on Ning Chen, she instead saw a few women walking out of the Lingnan Great Forest with a group of children, and when she went up to ask them about it, these people had no impression of Ning Chen whatsoever. Lamentable mountains, edge of the cold pool, already into the night, the moon hangs high in the sky sprinkled with silver light, and then irradiated the cold pool of silver light. Beautiful, the big black bear running around for a day, tired lying next to a sound sleep, fell suddenly pulled Ning Dust's sleeve. "Master, I have learned to dance. Do you want me to dance to you see?" Before Ning Chen could agree, Lok Lok had already walked to the edge of the cold pool and danced. The movements are a bit raw though, but also, some familiarity. Ning Chen looked at Luolu in a daze. He recalled when he was in the little southern heavenly realm, when Supreme Yaoguang and he were trapped in a secret realm, also under the moon. She danced with her red sleeves and filled the air with fragrance, and even now it was unforgettable. But, even if he can return to the little south heavenly realm, the master is still gone. After Lok Lok finished dancing, still waiting for master's praise, he saw master staring at the moon quietly, his eyes moist. Lok Lok tilted his head, staring at Kazran's big eyes, and said aggrievedly, "Master, is it because I danced too hard and made you cry?" Nine Dust. Retrieving his thoughts, Ning Chen reluctantly smiled, contemplating whether or not to block out the little girl's memories of these few minutes. Shame on him. His hallowed Yuaning stage-old monster was actually revealing this gesture in front of his disciple? After thinking about it, Nine Dust still gave up on this plan. Just don't waste the aura. Next it's time to get down to business. During this period of time, Ning Chuan collected ordinary spirit medicines. He took out some of them, and flames sprang out of his palms, which were filled with high temperatures, and gradually coalesced into the shape of a furnace, and the spirit medicines were continuously thrown into the furnace, and after a few minutes had passed, the furnace dissipated, and Ning Chuan had 10 more pills emitting aromas in front of him. A small bottle was melted on the spot. 9 pills were put into the bottle, and the remaining one was handed to Falling. "Eat it and I'll help you step into the chi refining stage." The cold pool's environment was a good place to cultivate for Lok Lok's extreme ice spirit root, and if he hadn't promised Lok Lok that he would bring those people to the bottom of the mountain, Ning Chen would have brought Lok Lok here long ago. The dew was still hanging on the branches of the trees, and in the great forest of Lingnan, a huge black bear was running wildly, with a young man as well as a little girl sitting on its back. It was none other than Nine Dust and Falling. With Ning Chen's help, in just one night's time Luolu stepped into the realm of the first level of the chi refining stage, with one more point of aura on her body, and her person became even more agile and lovely. "Keep those 9 pills. When you're free, you can have Kolbal bring you here to cultivate. It'll do you a lot of good, and the pills will be able to maximize their efficacy if you take them while you're cultivating here," Ning Chen instructed. At the outer edge of the Lingnan Great Forest, Mu Bingju was now squatting here 24 hours a day. This was the only road in and out of the mountain, so both people entering and exiting the mountain could only pass through here. After all, there was a road not to go instead of boring the thorns. That wasn't much different from having a sick brain. It was the same path she took when she came down the mountain, so it just came out and was discovered by my father. And at this point, she chose to do the same, but just to be on the safe side and prevent Ning Chen from leaving from somewhere else on the outer edges. Mu Bingju also released a drone, where she had set up a simple tent, hoping to finalize the deal once she met up with Ning Chen. And Chen Song, who had become a martial arts master, did not follow her father out, but stayed behind, because Chen Song's breakthrough had a certain relationship with her, and Chen Song himself was a guest secretary of the Mu family. Chen Song naturally became her squad. Within the forest, Ning Chen and Luolu rode on the back of a large black bear as they continued to rush towards Falling Mountain Town. "Master, can I bring it back home to raise it?" Lok Lok leaned into Nine Dust's arms, as she couldn't sit very still on the black bear's back by herself unless she kept pulling on the bear's fur. "Can't. Remember in a second https://m. Nine Dust shook his head. "If the cinder block is found, it will be locked in a cage. If you don't care about that happening, you can take the cinder block back and raise it, but after it's locked in the cage, you'll need to walk to the morning firmament vein on your own to cultivate." Upon hearing this, Falling pondered for 2 seconds. It's too pitiful if it's locked up, so it's better not to bring it back. Now that Luolu had stepped into the realm of the first level of chi refinement, the way to communicate with the big black bear coal ball had already been handed over to Luolu by Ning Chen, and for the next long period of time, the big black bear coal ball would need to act as Luolu's mount. When they were almost at the outskirts of the forest, Ning Chen jumped off the black bear's back with Lok Lok in his arms. As for the big black bear, coal ball, He turned back 3 times a step as he left, and showed some reluctance. After all, it now had some slight opening of its spiritual wisdom, and it was also clear that following Ning Chen's side would allow it to have a great creation. However, Ning Chen had already given it the word to stay inside the forest honestly, and at first it was reluctant, but it couldn't help but be slapped by Ning Chen, and after receiving 2 slaps, it had no choice but to rejoin the forest. As for Ning Chen, who had just stepped out of the forest, he was suddenly stopped in his tracks by a woman at that moment. This was none other than Mu Bingju, who had used the drone to probe Nine Dust. Hello, Mu Bingju lightly dressed, black work pants, because of the heat of the day to wear a black undershirt, hair is still stilted ponytail. Her expression was a bit awkward, as she didn't even know Ning Chen's name. After Mu Bingju had greeted her, her gaze fell on Ning Chen's backpack, but quickly retracted it, with Chen Song reminding her that the odds were that this was a young grandmaster. And with the fact that she was begging for it, Mu Bingju's attitude was completely different from that of the one she had in the forest. Mu Bingju lowered his stance to a low level. I hope you can give me some time. Mu Bingju had a polite smile on her face. The ice blood flower was very important to her mother, and although her father had traveled to Qingzhou to visit a high-ranking person, it was only possible for this high-ranking person to cure her mother's illness. Instead, once she got her hands on the ice blood flower, she was able to cure her mother of her illness. Seeing Nine Dust frown slightly, but with no intention of moving her feet, she hurriedly said, at the risk of asking, did you kill that giant snake by the cold pool in the morning firmament? She didn't directly ask about the whereabouts of the ice blood flower, but instead cut in from the side. Nine Dust nodded indifferently. Sure enough, the only remaining concern in his heart instantly dissipated. The giant snake was killed by Ning Chen, and that ice blood flower was 100% in Ning Chen's possession. Mu Bingju pulled out a check and handed it over with both hands. Nine Dust skimmed. The amount is not small. 50 million. He didn't reach for it or speak, but his expression said it all. Mu Bingju hurriedly explained. It's like this. After you killed the giant snake and left, we followed the big black bear's trail to the cold pool. This giant snake is a treasure all over. Besides the snake's skin's amazing defense, its other parts can also be used as medicine. This is supposed to be your prey, but we picked up a big bargain by following you. This is a small token of my appreciation, Mu Bingju said with a smile. She didn't say the Mu family, because she only represents herself. Ning Chen put the check away. The money is sent to the face of nature, there is no reason not to accept. Not to mention Mu Bingju words have been said to this point. He had guessed the woman's intentions. Sure enough, seeing Ning Chen put the check away, Mu Bingju was visibly relieved and took the opportunity to ask, may I ask if you found a scarlet-colored elixir by the side of the cold pool? This elixir is the only life-saving remedy for my mother. If it's in your possession, would you be able to cut me loose? And feel free to open up with whatever conditions you have. After saying that, she blushed slightly and glanced at Ning Chen, then lowered her head and said, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Nine Dust. When he heard that, his smooth mind almost didn't fall apart, and he almost popped out with a you're thinking of fart eating. Mu Bingju did have some good looks, but is nothing more than that. It's just a red powdered skeleton. The ice blood flower you mentioned is indeed in my possession. Ning Chen spoke. But who am I to let you have it? Can the ice blood flower alone save your mother? Nine Dust was not a saintly mother, not half as interested in these bitter scenes. Mu Bingju was choked for a moment. She had already said the obvious, even giving up her dignity, as long as she could exchange the ice blood flower from Ning Chen's hands. Even if she sacrificed herself she would not mind, but just now Ning Chen's eyes were clearly full of dislike. She had never encountered such a blow before. After all, she's never been inundated with suitors. I'll offer $500 million, and I hope you'll cut me some slack, Mu Bingju said to Ning Chen, bending down. This is really the only hope of saving my mother. Chen Song watched from the sidelines, not daring to speak, but Mu Bingju's filial piety had touched her a little. For the sake of this ice blood flower, Mu Bingju herself had been prepared to give up something, and it has been offered at a sky-high price. Although the ice blood flower was precious, it was worth around $300 million. 500 million, nearly twice the price. I'm not interested in money. Ning Chen killed Mu Bingju's words with a single sentence, and after hesitating for a moment, Ning Chen spoke. I can let you have the ice blood flower, but in exchange, you take 2 spirit medicines with comparable medicinal properties. Good, Mu Bingju responded with a single bite. 2 plants with comparable medicinal properties weren't too hard to find, and she could get them together given a little time. Ning Chen took the ice blood flower out of his backpack, and when they saw that Ning Chen had just casually placed the elixir in his backpack, the corners of Mu Bingju's and Chen Song's mouths twitched viciously as Ning Chen spoke. The exchange was sent to Villa 1403 of the Rose Garden in Qingzhou. Leaving these words behind, Ning Chen left, holding Lualu's hand. In fact, before leaving the forest, Ningchen had already spotted the drone in the sky as well as Mu Bingju's group, but instead of avoiding it, he wanted to see what the other party was trying to do. The result is that you want the ice blood flower. This thing, although it was also a rare elixir, if one could exchange this for the other 2 elixirs, it wouldn't be unacceptable. It's a deal that doesn't seem too bad. And at this moment, Mu Bingju looked at the ice blood flower in her hand in a daze, and said with a bitter smile to the ancient martial grandmaster beside her, "Uncle Chen, he just gave the ice blood flower to me without even a note. Isn't he afraid that I'll renege on the debt?" Although he knew that the lady was a joke, Chen Song was still frightened. "Miss, be careful with your words." Chen Song's expression was grave. Relying on the account of someone who was so young and whose realm has already reached the Grand Master realm is absolutely the most foolish act. An act that may even lead the clan into the land of doom. Mu Bingju did not belong to the system and asked doubtfully, "Uncle Chen, is it really that serious?" "This is just the lightest," Chen Song replied feebly. Mu Bingju still didn't take it seriously, because she didn't intend to renege on the debt at all. The Mu family wasn't too bad with this amount of resources. The 2 spirit medicines that were comparable to the effect of the ice blood flower didn't need the family to step in, and she could collect them herself by spending some effort. As long as there is money, these things are not too difficult at all. Mu Bingju looked at the background of Ningchen walking away and suddenly smiled. "Uncle Chen, as you said, he is indeed very strong, and moreover, he's also a very interesting person." Chen Song failed to understand the meaning of this sentence, so he did not reply. After all, how could he, a big old man, guess the mind of a woman's family? Although Ningchen had asked for 2 spirit medicines in exchange. In comparison, the price of the 2 spirit medicines actually didn't even reach 500 million. But Ningchen had chosen the medicinal herbs instead of choosing the 500 million as an exchange condition. Falling home bed and breakfast. Today, Lualu's father didn't go out to work, and there weren't any guests at this hour. So Lualu's parents sat together and chatted, and Lualu's mother opened her mouth and said, "It's been a while since Dr. Gu took Lualu away, so how come there isn't even a single piece of news coming back now?" Worry was written all over her face. "Father Hua, nothing will happen to Lualu, will it?" "Nonsense." Lok Lok's father rebuked. "Dr. Gu is a person with great ability, and high morale. To our family Lok Lok has been treated for 2 years for nothing, and also used a lot of medicinal herbs. Although I don't know much about those medicinal herbs, but I know that there is a medicinal herb that is not cheap on the market, and we have it inside the Lingnan Great Forest, and just a little bit of it will cost us more than $10,000. But Dr. Gu has always refused to accept our money, and has been traveling all over the place because of Lualu's illness. A while ago, when Divine Dr. Gu offered to take Lualu away for treatment, the pair of parents agreed without much hesitation. Lualu's mother had originally thought that it would be more convenient to have someone to follow, but they couldn't say anything more when they were refused by Divine Dr. Gu. "All you can do is sit inside your home with your eyes open and wait for news. I'm afraid that something will happen to this child." Falling's mother was worried. "Dad, Mom," a clear voice sounded outside the door, and the couple looked up to see their daughter, Lulu, standing in the doorway. Seeing this scene, the 2 of them, husband and wife, rushed to welcome them, and Lualu's mother picked up Lualu in a hug. "My good daughter, have you been cured of the disease on your body?" "Cured," Falling said with a smile. "In fact, there is no cure. Master told her that cultivation can't be left behind. As long as she keeps on cultivating, the power of Yin and Cold won't emanate from inside her body anymore. And one day this Yin and Cold will all be transformed into her power." And at that moment, Lok Lok's father looked around and asked suspiciously, Lok Lok, where's Divine Dr. Gu?" "He's gone," Falling smiled. "It was Master who sent me back." The couple glanced at each other. Their faces odd. How did they still have a master after going out for a while? Moreover, the meaning of Lualu's words was obvious. Her master was not Divine Dr. Gu, but someone else. "Mom and Dad, my master you also know." "Oh," Falling said smilingly, "it's the big brother who lived in our house before." The couple was deeply impressed with Nine Dust because that night Lok Lok's life was saved by Nine Dust. Falling continued, "It turns out that Grandpa Gu is the one who brought me to my big brother to get cured. Although there is obviously a conflict between the back and forth, but the couple does not think of that point. But instead, because of the fall of the disease cured tears of joy, the fall of the father also noticed that just now when his wife picked up the fall of the body to fall down something, he picked it up curiously, and his expression became brilliant. Falling, where did this come from?" Falling's father asked after him. "This," Fall also stayed. "This is a beautiful big sister in the edge of the forest when the big brother said it is a little bit of intention. A piece of paper can be what intention? Is it that big sister to the master to write a love letter? How did this love letter come to be on you?" "Dad, This is Master's, but how come it's on me? Falling asked suspiciously, although she knew what she was doing. She was after all only an 8 or 9-year-old child, belonging to the age of innocence. You too. Falling's mother couldn't help but chide. What's all the fuss about a piece of paper? A piece of paper? Falling's father breathed heavily. It's a check for $50 million. Ningchen didn't stay in Lingnan for much longer. His trip to Lingnan had already ended. At this time, he had already embarked on a flight back to Qingzhou. When he was in Lingnan, Ginger Candy had called him, and Ningchen had also said that he would bring Ginger Candy a gift to go back, but he wasn't the least bit interested in shopping. Fortunately, there were quite a few Lingnan specialties right in the airport, and Ningchen bought quite a few. Qingzhou Airport. Without troubling anyone, Nine Dust took a cab on his own to return to the Rose Garden. After tossing and turning all day, it was getting dark. Rose Garden 1403 is lit. Although this was his property, Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar had been living here after he left. Nine Dust had just entered the courtyard. Woof woof. Black Dragon charged up dragging the rope. Nine Dust kicked the Black Dragon away, and the Black Dragon seemed deflated, returning to its kennel with its head down, holding the end of the leash in its mouth and hanging it on a hook. The Black Dragon's call caught the attention of the two people in the house. Wearing pajamas, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar appeared outside the door. The first thing that rang out was Jiang Sugar's voice. She shouted with gusto, "Wow! Brother Dolly, you're back! I'm finally liberated! Shuyan reads your name in my ear every day. My ears are almost calloused. I can't wait to buy her a plane ticket to go look for you," which I have. Because of what happened at home, Su Shuyan seemed to have grown up a lot. Her Missy's tempered. She looked at her best friend angrily. "Obviously you read more than me, but I've always been chanting Brother Dolly, but you've always been saying Ning Chen," Ginger Sugar said strangely. "So you weren't the only one chanting?" Su Shuyan was bowled over by this clear brain circuit of her best friend, and was speechless for a moment. Seeing Ning Chen's gaze fall on her, Su Shuyan was a bit rushed and nervous, because the identity had shifted, and this home she used to be in, Ning Chen was the new owner. Su Shuyan's heart was more or less foreign. She wants to live here. Not only was it because it was a habit of living here, but perhaps, it was also because Ning Chen lived here. With four eyes facing each other, Su Shuyan simply didn't know what to say as her mouth opened. "Ning Chen, welcome home." Hearing this, Ning Chen ignored it. To be honest, he still wasn't too willing for Su Shuyan to live here, but there was no way he could disobey his parents' orders. Even though he was an old monster at the Yuaning stage level, he still didn't dare to be reckless in front of his parents. Jiang Sugar was completely free of these concerns of Su Shuyan. She greeted her with a smile and took the initiative to take Ning Chen's arm. "Brother Dolly, you've been gone for a long time this time. We've missed you. You went out to play and didn't even take us with you. Luckily Su Wanwan is still in Qingzhou, or else we would have thought that you guys went on a honeymoon." "What are you talking nonsense about?" Nine Dust was carrying a gift in one hand, while the other was empty, rubbing Gingerbread's head. Gingerbread had always loved this action of Nine Dust. "Brother Dolly, let's go inside," Ginger Sugar said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Su Shuyan hesitated for a moment. She didn't have the kind of courage that Ginger Sugar had, but she still followed them into the house together. And at that moment, the Black Dragon in the kennel, looking a little angry, laid its head on its crossed front paws and bit two large bones unhappily. Obviously it was the first to meet it, but it took a kick. Memorize the URL. So angry. Parlor. Ningchen placed the gift on the coffee table. Lingnan's specialty. "I'm going upstairs to take a shower. Long live Brother Dolly," Ginger Sugar cheered, while Su Shuyan was a bit out of sorts. Although Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar had moved to the villa to live, there was a big difference because the second floor was Ning Chen's place, while Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar lived on the first floor, where there was a guest room and nanny's room, and the guest room, which was originally inhabited by Ning Chen, had now become the boudoirs of the two girls. That room is more or less crowded with two girls living there, and girls originally have a lot of clothes and cosmetics, so Nine Dust had originally let Ginger Sugar live on the second floor with himself. However, Ginger Candy insists on living on the first floor and is unrelenting in her devotion to Su Shuyan. At this moment, Ginger Sugar carefully unwrapped the gifts that Ningchen had brought back, because these specialty gifts were wrapped in layers, so it wasn't clear what was inside, giving people a sense of anticipation of opening a blind box. Not to mention that this blind box was a gift from Nine Dust. When she was about to unwrap the last layer, Ginger Candy's movement stopped. She glanced at her best friend who was sitting on the sofa with her legs hugged, and asked suspiciously, "Shu Yen, why don't you unwrap it? Aren't you looking forward to the gift that Brother Dolly brought back for us? This is what Ning Dust bought for you. You open it yourself." Su Shuyan was a bit deflated. Obviously they had talked frankly once. She also wanted to pursue Ningchen squarely and openly, No matter who came together with Ningchen, the other would not be angry, and the bromance would not end. But today, she is not angry. Only, she realized that she had lost a big chunk to her best friend. When Ningchen bought this place, he let Jiang Sugar stay and live here. And when they moved back, Ningchen let Jiang Sugar go to live on the second floor. And when Ningchen came back from going to Lingnan, he only brought gifts for Jiang Sugar, but not for her. She finally realized what it meant to be self-inflicted. Did you really do this to yourself before? What are you talking about? Ginger Sugar's eyes widened. How could Brother Dolly buy gifts for only me? Didn't you hear Brother Dolly just now? Let's open the gifts ourselves. If Brother Dolly bought it for me alone, he should have been saying to me, Little Sugar, open the gifts yourself. Actually, there's one thing about Brother Dolly that's very similar to you. You both like to keep your words in your heart and not say them out loud. Never mind. If you don't take it apart, then I'll take it all for myself, ha, Ginger said with a bad smile. Hearing this, Su Shuyan immediately pounced. You dare. Still, she hesitated. Sugar, are any of these gifts really mine? I'm sure there is. When have I ever lied to you? Hearing the comfort of Ginger Sugar, she was excited to open up the gifts. And Ningchen, well, he actually did not know how to buy gifts. After all, the cultivation world to coax the girls do not need these things. Send 2 pieces of spirit stones. Send 2 pieces of magic weapons, then what is real? In the airport, Ningchen directly asked what the specialties, and then let the clerk packaged. Nonetheless, the 2 girls had a great time tearing it down. While opening the gifts, Su Shuyan also asked suspiciously, Little Sugar, why do you keep calling Ningchen vigorous brother? This sounds weird. Ha, you're not right. Oh, Ginger scrutinized her best friend. Who was the one who kept hanging on to the violent maniac before? The first day they mainly knew each other, Ningchen had left a deep impression on them. So Jiang Sugar's title of Ningchen vigorous brother came to be, while Su Shuyan shouted Ningchen violent maniac. And she didn't like this violent maniac from the countryside at all at that time. Su Shuyan blushed a little. At that time, I was misunderstanding him. In fact, he's always been helping me and our family. He's very good. Knowing that she had gotten off topic, Su Shuyan hastily corrected herself. You answer my question first. I read from the inside that it's important to have a term of endearment for anyone you like. Shu Yen, why don't you also give Brother Dolly a term of endearment? How about violent frenzy? The 2 of us together would be a perfect match, Ginger Sugar suggested. Su Shuyan couldn't shout anymore. And she wasn't a neurotic like her best friend. What was it to go and give Ningchen a term of endearment at this time? Even if she felt that the consequences of doing so would make Ningchen hate him even more. At this time, Ningchen stood on the second floor handrail and asked suspiciously, Little Sugar, what's going on with my room? Hey, Brother Dolly, your room moved. You're the master bedroom of this villa. How can you sleep in the second bedroom and empty the master bedroom? So we helped you move it to the master bedroom. Nine Dust furrowed his brows slightly. The master bedroom was originally Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar's room. The 2 girls had always slept together, and that room was so pink and tender that Ningchen had a headache just looking at it, and Ningchen was too lazy to redecorate it. So although the master bedroom was more spacious and convenient, Ningchen preferred to sleep inside the second bedroom that didn't have a bathroom. Ta-da-da. Ginger Sugar trotted up the stairs, which was a right given to her by Nine Dust, pulling Ning Dust to the door of the master bedroom. Ginger Sugar smiled and said, Short oil, Dolly brother, you don't be angry. The master bedroom Shu Yan but spent a good deal of remodeling to ensure that, well, probably you'll like it, Dolly brother. You look at your new room, said Ginger as she opened the door to the master bedroom. The master bedroom has been completely transformed. No more powdery pink, and it's gray and grungy, simple and atmospheric. Comparatively speaking, this was indeed more in line with Nine Dust's aesthetic. Ginger Sugar pulled Ning Dust into the room. The room, in addition to the decoration, soft furnishings, also all changed anew. Ginger Sugar initiative to invite credit, Dolly brother. Shu Yan think you are the new owner of this villa. That live in the second bedroom is certainly not appropriate. In order to remodel the master bedroom into the way you like, Shu Yan this period of time did not stay up all night. From looking for the decoration company to the selection of materials and so on are all hands on deck. From now on, this is the bedroom that belongs to you. And don't worry, everything in this room that belonged to Shu Yan and I has been moved out. As he spoke, Ginger Sugar surreptitiously sized up Ningchen, trying to discern something from his face. However, Ningchen's expression was bland and devoid of sadness or joy, not changed by the fact that the master bedroom had been remodeled by Su Shuyan herself, nor was he more than a little elated to be living in a new room, because for him, there isn't much difference between the master bedroom and the second bedroom. As a cultivator, once upon a time, he had stayed in a cave for 100 years of light. This kind of material enjoyment was not uncommon for Nine Dust, and in the lesser southern heavenly realm. In fact, many cultivators wouldn't care very much about the material needs of the people around them. Remember in a second https://m, because strength is king. There were some clans that were built to be majestic and golden, and it wasn't because of the greed to enjoy material things, accurately even, it was just the need for poker face, so they had to make the clans look more atmospheric. Ginger couldn't help but bristle. Why does Brother Dolly look like an uncle? Otherwise, at Dolly Brother's age, seeing the scene in front of him, more or less should show some expression. It is hard not to believe that Dolly Brother's young age has already looked down on all this. Brother Dolly, is there nothing you want to say? Ginger Sugar looked at Ning Chen, and was expecting an answer from him. Nine Dust mused. Why would she do that? Ginger Sugar thought seriously. Although Shu Yan didn't tell me the exact reason, I guess she should want to say bye-bye to her past self. After all, this is no longer Shu Yan's home. But Brother Dolly, I can whisper a secret to you. Oh. In fact, Shu Yan has been working very hard to turn this place into her home again. Then you tell her to refuel, Nine Dust said indifferently. However, I won't sell this place to her even if she offers double the price. At that time, the reason why Ning Chen had bought this place was not because he liked it or was used to living here. It was simply because it had birthed a faint spiritual spring, causing the Rose Garden 1403 to be filled with a slightly denser spiritual chi than the rest of the place. Earth's aura was scarce, and this spiritual spring might not change much after a few thousand years. This time, when he went to Lingnan, in the morning firmament vein of the Lingnan Great Forest, although Ning Chen did not seek out the elixir for refining the god-repairing pill, his harvest was actually not too small, and the fire vein in the morning firmament vein was sealed in his body and brought back, so that after letting the spirit springs devour it, the spirit springs should be able to grow quite a bit. Since the spirit spring didn't have enough aura to draw from to strengthen itself, he would raise it himself. Seeing Ning Chen's complete indifference to Su Shuyan, John Candy still wanted to continue to put in a good word for her best friend, Brother Dolly. In fact, Shu Yan has really changed a lot over this period of time, and she still wants to always find a time to properly thank you. Then tell her that I don't give a damn about such trivial matters, so she doesn't have to burden herself with them. Ginger Sugar opened his mouth, and for a moment, he didn't know what to continue saying. This day, being chatted to death by Ning Chen, it's still going to take time for the relationship to improve, so it's going to take time to sink in. At this time, instead of continuing to talk about this topic, Ginger Sugar shifted the direction. Brother Dolly, what about the design of this room that I also had a hand in? The design was drawn by Shu Yan and I together. Thanks. Nine Dust placed his hand on Gingerbread's head. You've got a heart. I like it. After Ginger Sugar went downstairs, Ning Chen simply rinsed off and changed into his pajamas and laid down on the bed. There were still a lot of things for him to do next. It didn't take long for Ning Chen to fall into a deep sleep. This trip to Lingnan had made Ning Chen feel very tired. This broken body of his right now was rather sleepy in itself. But in the Lingnan Great Forest, Ning Chen didn't get much sleep at all. When he rested in the forest at night, the following day Nine Dust basically woke up to a big black bear cinderblock licking him. If it didn't still need the cinderblock as a means of transportation, it didn't know how many times it would have been slapped to death by Nine Dust. The next day, while Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar were still resting, Ning Chen was already digging a pit inside the villa's courtyard, and the black dragon was also working feverishly, its two claws constantly digging into the soil. The piles of dirt are getting bigger and bigger. Have to figure out a way to transport it. Nine Dust had dug pits inside the villa before, but when the dirt inside the pits buried people, the dirt dug out would be refilled back in, and there was a big difference between this time and before. School hadn't quite started yet, so both Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar would wake up late, and the two were woken up by the rumbling of a truck, and after coming to the yard in pairs, they only saw Ning Chen waving a shovel and digging pits over and over again. There was a woman next to her to help, except that the woman's stamina was clearly failing, and she was now panting on her shovel. Wang Yinhua was actually puzzled. In the morning, she received a call from Ning Chen, asking her to find a truck to come over. After she personally drove here, she learned about Ning Chen's purpose. Ning Chen was trying to dig a well here, but there was absolutely no need for Ning Chen to do this kind of small thing himself, and Wang Yinhua attentively stated that this kind of small thing could be left to her to do. Get a couple of laborers and you'll have a well dug out in no time, and the cost is cheap. However, it was rejected by Nine Dust. Wang Yinhua received the phone call from Ning Dust and rushed to come, and even did not change a dress, so her attire is a professional OL dress as well as black stockings, high heels, but see the boss dry hot, she cannot look at the side, so she also picked up a shovel and began to shovel soil. She decided to take some time later to change into a suitable set of casual clothes, then go down and get on with it. Su Shuyan stabbed Zhang Candy's arm. Her eyes lingered on Wang Yinhua for a moment, and she slightly grunted in her heart. Ning Chen is only pretending to be high and cold on the surface, and as a result, she found a woman to dig a hole all dressed so shamelessly. Brother Dolly, what are you guys doing? Ginger Sugar walked over. Her thoughts were completely different from Su Shuyan's. She just felt that Brother Dolly even had a high digging configuration. To Jiang Sugar, Ning Chen had always been very patient. After all, this bun face as well as her personality was very much like that little senior sister of his. Ning Chen opened his mouth and explained, I'm planning to build a well inside the courtyard. Ginger cocked her head with a puzzled look on her face. Brother Dolly, wouldn't it be fine to get someone else to do this kind of small thing? I don't feel comfortable looking for someone else. I'll dig this well up and break it, Ning Chen explained. He certainly wasn't idly digging a well to drink groundwater. The foundation of this well was built on top of a spiritual spring, and when this well was dug, the water that bubbled up from it wasn't just ordinary groundwater, but water laced with spiritual qi. It is convenient to get workers to dig, but if you are not careful, you will cause damage to the spiritual spring. So Nine Dust would rather be tired himself. I left breakfast for you in the thermos, Nine Dust said with a smile, but the movement of the shovel in his hand didn't stop. Ginger Sugar didn't say anything else. She just stopped where she was for a while, then returned to the house. The way Brother Dolly worked, not only could he not see the slightest bit of wretchedness, but was also somewhat pleasing to the eye. This led to a whole day's worth of work. Ginger Sugar was observing Nine Dust work, and she even took the initiative to help out. Except that not having done any rough work, her $1,000 body would at most shovel a few loads of dirt before she would be out of breath, and then she could only give up helplessly. Su Shuyan, on the other hand, felt like she couldn't participate at all, and could only watch Ning Chen work in a daze. Wang Yinhua next to Nine Dust was also exhausted. She hadn't actually done any heavy work, but the boss was working so hard. What reason could she have to be lazy? After resting, Wang Yinhua continued to swing the shovel. I've prepared quite a bit of breakfast, so you can rest a bit longer and then have a breakfast with them. Nine Dust opened his mouth. Boss, I'm not hungry. Wang Yinhua shook her head. It's a physical job, and it won't be over in a moment. You won't have the strength to work later if you don't fill your stomach. Ning Chen's tone was casual. He informed Wang Yinhua earlier. Wang Yinhua came so quickly, on the way she probably didn't have time to eat breakfast. Hearing this, Wang Yinhua was not pretentious. Then, thank you boss. At 3 in the afternoon, Ning Chen stopped working. This amount of workload was naturally not a burden to his body, but Wang Yinhua was different. As a woman, she was working especially hard, and there was a big rhythm that if Ning Chen didn't stop working, she would be able to accompany him through the whole night today. However, there were some things outside that still needed to be managed by Wang Yinhua. Ning Chen didn't want Wang Yinhua to be paralyzed with exhaustion here, and in the end, no one would preside over the mess outside to trouble himself, or even, after Wang Yinhua was paralyzed with exhaustion, he would need to notify someone to pick Wang Yinhua back up. After all, he couldn't possibly leave Wang Yinhua overnight. In the evening, Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing, who had greeted the couple in advance, were guests at the villa. As to why the couple knew that Ning Chen had returned to Qingzhou, it must have been because someone had tipped them off, and in the course of the chat, Su Jingshan unintentionally mentioned the Peachland Residence project. He was able to join forces with Masterly to develop the Peachland Residence project, and it was Ning Chen who helped lead the way. The site selection and all aspects of it have been finalized and all the information from all parties has been taken care of. Everything is ready. All that was missing was a nod from the east wind in the form of Ning Chen, and the Peachland Residences project could be kicked off. Not only was Su Jingshan waiting, even Masterly was waiting for Ning Chen's attitude. Su Group, although in the help of Ning Dust to get the Wen family's investment back to life, but now Su Jingshan urgently need a project to let Su Group in the Qingzhou re-establishment of the foot. The project of the Peach Orchard Residences Ning Dust heart from the hands of the Su Tianhe snatched down. Su Tianhe grudges. This period of time did not less to the Su Group to make trips. Therefore, as long as the project of Taoyuan residence didn't start, the Su Group's situation would still be very bad. It's indeed time to start the program. I'll talk to Levinson tomorrow. After receiving Ning Chen's reply, Su Jingshan was satisfied and left from the Rose Garden. And when he left, he also instructed Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar to make sure that they get along well with Ning Chen, especially Su Shuyan, and not to have her old missy temper, to which Su Shuyan nodded her head obediently in agreement. After the couple left, in the living room, Su Shuyan solemnly said, Ning Chen, I wish to talk to you. Nine Dust, who had been planning to go upstairs, stopped in his tracks. Su Shuyan continued, Little Sugar and I will take care of all the chores around the house as rent for us living here. Such a large villa, whether it is cleaning or other aspects, are inseparable from the manpower. Su Jingshan will regularly send people to the villa to carry out cleaning and maintenance. Although now the owner of 1403 has become Ning Dust, but cleaning and so on is still sent by Su Jingshan. He was naturally happy to do this little thing, and it would also bring him a little closer to Nine Dust. Fine, Nine Dust nodded. As long as you don't go into the kitchen. Mortal food was already tasteless enough. As for the food that Su Shuyan personally cooked, it was simply hard to swallow. Su Shuyan was aggrieved. She took the initiative to do housework and cook all because of Ning Chen. Even her dad mommy didn't enjoy this kind of treatment and didn't want to let her do this kind of rough work. As a result, Ning Chen still had a look of great dislike, though she was also aware that she was indeed a little worse at her craft. But there's no need for such dislike, is there? And this scene also let Ning Chen some headache. He is indeed unwilling to live with Su Shuyan, but the requirements of his parents and he has no way to defy. Live together is ultimately low head. Ning Chen is not willing to be upset because of a little bit of small things, and then added, forget it. How do you want to toss how you want to toss it? Hearing this, Su Shuyan's face showed joy. She thinks it's a good start, but before he could be happy for a few seconds, Ning Chen continued, well, if you want to cook, you don't have to prepare my share. Su Shuyan's face fell. At this moment, Ning Chen stopped halfway up the stairs and opened his mouth to ask, Little Sugar, do you want to sleep upstairs with me? Su Shuyan had a shocked expression. Ginger Sugar immediately blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, Brother Dolly, will we be too fast? If it weren't for Nine Dust's good hearing, he would have even thought that ginger candy hadn't made a sound. Su Shuyan knew that her bosom friend's heart was moved, and hurriedly shielded Jiang Sugar behind her. Like a kitten protecting its food, Ning Chen, don't be delusional. Sugar is still a child now. Gingerbread, I'm an adult. You shut up. Su Shuyan had a stern face. Ning Chen held his forehead and said with a headache, what are you guys thinking? The one on this first floor is a guest room. The space is relatively small. It's ultimately a bit crowded for you two girls to live together. There's still a spare large room on the second floor. So Sugar and I can have our own room if we live on the second floor. Don't you guys think about nothing all day? Eventually, Ginger was coerced into continuing to live on the first floor with her best friend, although she took the opportunity to propose that both of them go to live on the second floor. After all, the rooms on the second floor were more spacious. Moreover, the living environment on the second floor was not comparable to that on the first floor. The guest rooms on the first floor were always stuffy, and even though they were able to turn on the air conditioning, it didn't improve it much. Taking this opportunity might also ease the relationship between Su Shuyan and Ning Chen. However, it was met with Ning Chen's merciless refusal, so Ginger Candy could only give up. The next day, Wang Yinhua drove his truck to Rose Garden 1403 early, because of yesterday's lesson. Wang Yinhua was extraordinarily well prepared today, specially changed into a set of sportswear that was convenient for work. In addition to that, Wang Yinhua also brought potato chips made by Ghost Hand Green. The toxin contained in Ghost Hand Green is terrifying. Seeing blood. However, Nine Dust was very fond of it, and Wang Yinhua was clear that Ghost Hand Green's poison did not pose any slight threat to Nine Dust at all, though she couldn't understand how Nine Dust did it, but she only needed to prepare for Nine Dust. Ning Chen liked to eat Ghost Hand Green as a snack, as it could provide him with a bit of weak aura. But of course, there was no need for him to specifically explain this to Wang Yinhua. Memorize the URL. Work begins. Nine Dust was responsible for digging the pit. Wang Yinhua, on the other hand, kept using a shovel to send dirt inside the truck. Gradually, a well took shape, still stopping work at noon, because Wang Yinhua's body can't hold up to this kind of physical work, so she can't work for too long. After resting for a while, Wang Yinhua drove the truck and left the rose garden, and Ning Chen was at once idle. He didn't continue to work, so he simply gave himself a vacation, directly on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, and took an afternoon nap. In the afternoon, a Rolls-Royce parked outside 1403, which had come to pick up Nine Dust. As for Ning Chen, who had already prepared himself long ago, he walked towards the outside at this time, and behind him, Ginger Sugar hurriedly asked, Brother Dolly, you're going out? Although Su Shuyan didn't speak, her ears came up. Well, I'm going out to run some errands, so you guys prepare dinner yourselves. Nine Dust returned. Thanks. Su Shuyan suddenly and inexplicably thanked him, and Ning Chen didn't say anything as he took a big step out. Inside the living room, Ginger Sugar inquired with a puzzled expression. Shu Yen, Brother Dolly is going out for the night. Why did you say thank you to him for going out for the night? To which she expressed her dismay. Su Shuyan helplessly explained, didn't my dad and mommy come here yesterday? Dad seemed unintentional, but he actually took the initiative to bring up the Peachland Residence project, as Ning Chen is the one leading this project, and tonight, Ning Chen should be the one to go and negotiate this matter with Master Li. She certainly knows how awkward the family is right now. And once the Peachtree program is underway, it was only then that their Su family could regain their footing in Xinzhou. Beside the Rolls-Royce, a fat man stood by the car quietly waiting, and when he saw Ning Chen walk out, the fat man hurriedly and eagerly greeted him. Nine Dust was somewhat surprised. Yesterday he notified Li Wanson to negotiate the development project of Taoyuan residence this evening, and thought that Li Wanson would just send a driver to pick him up. But he didn't expect Li Wanson to not only come in person, but also take the initiative to act as a driver. Little friend Ning, please get on the bus. Li Wanson smiled brightly. Nine Dust was not polite. Once in the car, the vehicle set off smoothly towards the Peach House. There were no words along the way. On the contrary, it was Li Wanson who kept sizing up Nine Dust through the car's rearview mirror. Only that Nine Dust had been falsely sleeping with his eyes closed. He personally came this time. In fact, seeks for his own peace of mind. His heart more than once doubt. Ning Chen is too young, a just freshman student only, and there is no fame. Really will be more powerful than his own feng shui master? After reaching the cooperation, the excitement of Li Wanson apprehensive and have some worries. Although Ning Chen had accurately stated the origins of the Peachland Residence Spirit Gathering Formation, which was the means by which he survived in Xinzhou, and it was no exaggeration to say that he owed all of his achievements today to the Spirit Gathering Formation. At that time, Li Wanson hadn't even touched Ning Chen's bottom. If Ning Chen was just lucky so he guessed the origin of the Spirit Gathering Formation, and didn't have much real material, he set aside his cooperation with Su Tianhe and took the initiative to cooperate with Su Jingshan. He knew how much Su Jingshan was capable of. Su Clan Group was now in a state of turmoil, and in terms of financial strength, Su Jingshan was not at all a match for Su Tianhe. Anyway, Nine Dust just needs to be unreliable or just a half-wit like him, then it would be difficult to carry out this project. However, Ning Chen's performance did impress him. He condescended to personally come to pick up Ning Chen for the banquet. The entire Qingzhou, in fact, almost no one had this kind of qualification, but whenever he took the initiative to come out, whoever it was would at least show that they were flattered. But Ning Chen's expression was always bland, and it even gave him the feeling as if he deserved it. Hopefully, Nine Dust wouldn't let him down. If everything Ning Chen said was true, then working with him might be able to bring his attainments in this area to the next level. And at this moment, Li Wanson's mood was one of anticipation as well as apprehension. Peachtree House, Peach Blossom Box. Su Jingshan has long been waiting in the box. The waiter pulled open the door of the box. Ning Chen and Li Wanson entered in turn. Su Jingshan, who was originally sitting on the seat, immediately got up to welcome. Ning Chen rescued Su Group from fire. Although Ning Chen is a junior, but Su Jingshan did not dare to have the frame of the elders in the slightest. In front of Ning Chen, he was no longer the elder stance he had been at the beginning, but had become somewhat obsequious. Dusty, Master Li, Su Jingshan said politely. After playing the photo, the three of them took their seats. This was Li Wanson's territory. Naturally it was all arranged by Li Wanson. The three of them chatted idly about their efforts, but most of them were Li Wanson and Su Jingshan chatting. Ning Chen only occasionally interjected a couple of sentences. At this moment, the Chong Samplad, extremely eye-catching food handlers carrying the specialties of Taoyuanjia came in. Little friend Ning, Mr. Su, let's chat while we eat. Li Wanson was a jack of all trades. Otherwise just by virtue of a broken book from his ancestry, he couldn't have developed step by step from a clergyman to today's position. Even though there was still some uncertainty in his heart, Li Wanson's surface work was extremely well done. He opened a bottle of good wine, and then he wanted to pour wine for the two of them. I won't have to. Nine Dust shook his head and refused. Alcohol would only paralyze the body, making one's action sluggish. Not to mention, the alcohol on Earth was bland and tasteless to Nine Dust, so he wasn't good at this. Li Wanson's expression remained unchanged, smilingly putting the bottle down. Good, then we won't drink. Every time I socialize I am drinking. My body has long been 3 high, and my personal doctor always urges me to drink a little bit less, saying that this will allow me to live for a few more years. Levinson's self-mockery retains the original atmosphere. Su Jingshan said cooperatively, wine is sometimes a good thing, but more often than not it's not a good thing. Master Li, it's surprising that the two of us haven't been able to see as thoroughly as a young man, and it's true that there are some experiences that we need to learn from the young people as well. If I had the self-control that little friend Ning has, perhaps my figure wouldn't be so bloated, and I might be able to move around a bit more easily, Li Wanson said with a smile. At the dinner table, Ning Chen concentrated on eating, and the sounds of conversation were all coming from Li Wanson and Su Jingshan. Nine Dust also didn't expect that he would one day choose to cooperate with others to co-develop a project, which gave him a sense of playing house with small children. However, although Nine Dust didn't have much interest in money on Earth, It was nevertheless very unrealistic to run out of money, because money would allow his parents to live a better human life, and because Nine Dust's demand for elixirs was extremely large. It wouldn't be the case that every time there was a Black Marshall Forest hijacking that then turned into his bag of tricks, would it? More than that, it still needs to be purchased through regular channels. The main purpose of this evening's meeting is to negotiate the cooperation of the development project of Peachland Residence. It was natural for Nine Dust to remain silent. After eating almost as much as he could, Ning Chen put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and opened his mouth to ask, regarding the project's development, how prepared are the two of you? All the formalities have been implemented. The workers have been formed more or less. The material supplier side has also been negotiated. As long as our side is confirmed and the machines are admitted, the construction can start at any time, Su Jingshan said with a smile. He had been extraordinarily attentive to this matter in recent times. Remember in a second https://m, because of the precedent of Peachtree as a surefire project, he was not only very attached to it, but also exuberant about it. Li Wanson didn't say anything, only quietly looking at Nine Dust. Development and construction are minor. Nine Dust is the most crucial part. Ning Chen nodded slightly. The project of Taoyuan Residence until the end of the renovation will require more effort from both of you. I won't intervene. And the later management and operation will require both of you to take charge of it. And all I can guarantee to both of you is that I'll lay down a relatively good spirit gathering array before Taoyuan Residence opens. When he heard this, Levanson couldn't help the corners of his eyes drooping, even a slight twitch. Relatively good gathering formation? He felt that the spirit gathering array he had set up was just fine. It was hard to believe that Ning Chen could only reach this level. He was very clear in his mind that once the project was launched, there was no turning back. And in order to ensure that there was the possibility of a smooth cooperation, today, more or less, he wanted Ning Chen to show a little bit of his real skills. Otherwise, it cannot be convincing. Li Wanson took a sip of tea and was about to interject when Ning Chen said indifferently, the effect will be more than 10 times that of here. Cough cough cough. Levinson choked. He stared, even as he thought he was hallucinating the effect. An effect of 10 times or more is called relatively good. Ning Chen was afraid that he had a great misunderstanding of the word relative. Knowing that this current spirit gathering formation of the Peach Garden Residence was already consuming all of Li Wanson's energy and skills, he couldn't even make this spirit gathering formation go to the next level. Little friend Ning, is that true? Li Wanson asked in a hurry. The underlying meaning of his statement, verbalization is not convincing. You have to show a little bit of real skill to be convincing. Ning Dust did not bother to care about Li Wanson's temptation. After all, the next is a partner, and Li Wanson in love and reason should be so. Otherwise, just based on their own one-sided words, Li Wanson on their own dead. This kind of big injustice. Ning Dust should consider whether the cooperation is necessary to go on. Master Li, Ning Chen opened his mouth and asked, do you know what the biggest problem is with this spirit gathering formation you've set up? Li Wanson didn't think twice. Little friend Ning has pointed out before that this spirit gathering formation lacks a magic artifact as its eye. It's like a person losing their soul. That's right. Ning Chen nodded. Of course, the magic weapon is only one of the points. Strictly speaking, it's not even the most important point, because the technique you used to set up the spirit gathering formation was too rough, and it didn't really achieve the effect of gathering. The spirit gathering formation you set up was certainly able to gather the diluted spirit aura, but it hadn't even locked the spirit aura up yet, and half of the spirit aura had already been lost in the process. So even if you were given a magic weapon to add into the mix, the effect, despite being improved, isn't too obvious, Nine Dust commented. What Ning Chen said next caused Li Wanson's face to change abruptly. The northeast corner of the spirit gathering formation was once damaged, and at that time, it should have also made this spirit gathering formation lose its proper utility. Am I right? Master Li, this makes Su Jingshan think of an incident many years ago. Tao Yuanju, since the opening of the guests belonged to the state of a steady stream, mealtime will rarely appear empty table situation. Tao Yuanju and the guest rooms are also in the state of full of guests for a long time. Whether you're eating or staying at the Peach House, you need to make reservations in advance. There simply won't be a place for an impromptu arrival. However, a few years ago, Tao Yuanju experienced a massive loss of clientele that lasted about 2 months. And then Tao Yuanju announced to the public that it was being redecorated, and after opening it once again returned to its heyday. So, the downturn in operations at that time was caused by the damage to the polygonal array. Little friend Ning is truly discerning. Li Wanson couldn't help but sigh. The entire formation was his personal endeavor, so he naturally knew best where the problems occurred. And the fact that there had been damage to the formation pattern in the northeastern corner was something that only he knew about. But he didn't expect it to be broken by Ning Chen in a single word. It's more than that, Nine Dust continued. All these years, You should have been repairing the broken formation pattern in the northeast corner, tinkering for another 3 years. Ning Chen couldn't help but shake his head. But now you've realized that this formation pattern can't last much longer after constant patching. And it's not like you're going to be able to recarve the spirit gathering formation on top of this one. So, Ning Chen paused for a moment. It looks like you're planning to develop a new Taoyuan residence. But in reality, you're planning to give up on this place and replace it with this new Taoyuan residence project. There were no words to attach to Levantson's shock. Alright. Su Jingshan was similarly dumbfounded, clearly shocked. After a long time, Li Wanson exhaled a long breath, and his address to Ning Chen changed. Master Ning, truly a man of God. Ning Chen had already revealed his value and completely dispelled the concerns in Li Wanson's heart. The next project of developing the new Taoyuan residence had nothing to do with Ning Chen, and he only needed to set up a spirit gathering array for the new Taoyuan residence when it opened. After pondering for a moment, Ning Chen suddenly asked, Master Li, are you willing to give up this place? A brilliant light shot out from Li Wanson's eyes, as if he was guessing something. Please, Master Ning. Levinson was sincere. Actually, it's not hard to solve the problem here. Because this formation of yours itself lacks a magic weapon as the eye of the formation. It's like a line without a transformer. It's normal for it not to be able to withstand the load and collapse. Ning Chen said with a faint smile, just one magic weapon as the formation eye is enough to solve the problem. So it is. Li Wanson nodded his head repeatedly. All he had been doing was repairing the lines of the formation without looking at the root of the problem. Now, although there is a solution, a new problem has been ushered in, but he doesn't have a magic weapon. Immediately, Li Wanson's gaze fell on Ning Chen again. Nine Dust shrugged. Don't look at me. I don't have a magic weapon either. In the Lingnan forest, the old witch god of the witch sect did have a magic weapon compass, but that kind of trash magic weapon couldn't even get into Ning Dust's eyes, and this kind of trash didn't have any collector's value at all. So Ning Dust directly pinched it at that time. Levanson's expression was grim. So this place had to be abandoned after all? Su Jingshan looked at the two, all but unable to interject. It seems out of place, but, Ning Chen said calmly, we can refine a magic weapon on the spot. Li Wanson's eyes were round. He knew the existence of magic weapons and understood how precious they were. However, he never dared to think that a magic weapon could be casually refined just by saying it was refined. Today's negotiations are almost at an end. Nine Dust stretched his back. Go prepare a jade artifact with a good texture. Contact me when you're ready, and I'll step in to help you repair this broken spirit gathering formation. Ning Chen smiled and said, well, after repairing it, the spirit gathering formation will also be much more effective. Li Wanson forced himself to resist the urge to bow his head in obeisance, and hurriedly stood up with a very humble attitude. Then I'll be obliged to Master Ning. Alright, it's time for me to go back. Ning Chen stood up. Li Wanson hurriedly walked up. I'll see you off. Following along and getting up was Su Jingshan. This evening, although he couldn't interject throughout the conversation between the two, it once again allowed him to refresh his perception of Ning Chen. And when he thought of how he had treated Ning Chen in the past, a wave of shame surged through him, making Su Jingshan bashful. No need. Ning Chen waved his hand and refused. I can just go back by myself. You and Mr. Su can talk about the development of the project for a while longer. Nonetheless, Li Wanson was still respectfully sent to the outside of the Peach Garden residence. This scene was seen by many people who were staring in disbelief and speculated about the identity of this young man. After all, even if a big shot from Qingzhou came, Li Wanson had never groveled so much. Instead of returning directly to the Rose Garden, Ning Chen took a taxi to the food street near the university town, Li Mei's barbecue. He had a large intake of food right now, and although the delicacies of the Peachland residence were exquisite, they simply couldn't satisfy Nine Dust. At this point, there are no empty tables at all at Li Mei Grill. Li Mei and her daughter Su Wanwan are busy. Almost all of the people who ate barbecue here were young people, students, and social loafers, and after seeing Ning Chen approach, all of the guests at one of the tables suddenly stood up and greeted with an urgent and nervous, Brother Dust. With a crash, most of the grill instantly rose one after the other. Brother Dust was unending. The other diners cast astonished and horrified glances. These are all Wang Yinhua's people. It seems that Wang Yinhua didn't advertise herself in front of these people. These people should be because of the relationship between herself and Su Lianin. Anyway, they are going to come out to eat barbecue in the evening, and it's the same where they are eating, so it would be better to come to Li Mei's house to support her, and to take care of the self-family voice. Nine Dust was slightly annoyed. What a pain in the ass. This must be put to an end. I'll have to talk to Wang Yinhua about this tomorrow. After all, his current status was that of a student. You guys eat your food and just pretend I don't exist, Ning Chen said helplessly. Still have to deal with these people. That's nothing. Dusty, you sit here. Brother Dust, We've heard of your great name for a long time, and today we've finally seen a living person. Dusty. Shut up. Can't you understand what I'm saying? You can't even plug your mouths by eating skewers? Ning Chen frowned and lightly shouted. At once it became silent. These people obediently sat down again. It seems that this big brother is not very fond of making a scene in front of outsiders. Otherwise that scene just now, how scenic. If Ning Chen knew what these people were thinking, he would probably cry and laugh. And at this time, Su Evening Night hurriedly walked over. Just happened to have a table checkout to leave. Su Evening Night hurriedly greeted. You sit first. I'll clean it out for you right away. After cleaning up, Su Lianshan asked, Big brother Ning, what are you going to eat? Just feel free to watch and get it for me. After saying that, Ning Chen pulled out his cell phone, and without being able to cultivate, eating kebabs while doing so had become one of his hobbies. Su Lian Evening would have wanted to say a few more words with Ning Chen, but seeing this can only hurry to busy work. After all, now is the best time of the day business. The store and only she and her mother. Manpower is seriously insufficient, and she is about to start school. Mother and daughter have already considered recruiting manpower problem. Soon Ning Chen's kebabs were on the table, and since there were no empty tables, Su Evening Night also welcomed a brief moment of stolen leisure. She moved a stool to sit across from Ning Chen, and asked curiously, Big brother Ning, you haven't been around for a long time. Have you been very busy during this time? Oh, I went to Lingnan and just returned yesterday. Nine Dust looked on, placing the sign on the table and returned. Su Lianin's expression instantly became somewhat expectant. Then, Nine Dust didn't show anything. This made Su Wanjin feel a little lost in her heart. Surprisingly, Nine Dust hadn't brought a single gift back for her. This is not that Su One Evening material, but both men and women. If one of them went out and came back with a gift for the other, it shows that he or she has a certain status in the other party's heart. However, Ning Chen did not show any indication at all. Boss, extra food. A guest yells out. Coming, Su Yuanyan responded. Big brother Ning, I'll go and get busy first. Aha, Nine Dust nodded. Not long after, a bearded, walking and some limp man came here. See barbecue store business so hot face showing chrysanthemum-like smile. He walked to Su Lian Evening side, smilingly said, Baby daughter, a few days do not see you more and more beautiful. Su Yuan didn't bother with this person, because he comes here for one purpose every time. Want money? Su Hai Chao walked straight to Li Mei who was grilling skewers and said with a smile, Wife, business is so good? I'm so lucky to have such a capable wife and such a beautiful daughter. Wife, I'm broke. Will you give me some more? Li Mei looked at the man in front of her with a pleasing smile and her face changed drastically. I don't have any money, and you are not welcome here. You leave. Li Mei suppressed her anger. There were too many customers at the scene. If she wasn't worried about affecting her business, Li Mei was afraid that she couldn't control herself to have a big fight with Su Hai Chao. Hearing this, Su Hai Chao spat on the ground and said, No money? Who are you kidding? Don't think I don't know how good the store's business is during this period of time. 3 or 4,000 a day is no problem. Right. A month earns 100,000. You tell me there is no money. I'm not the kind of people who don't know what's good for them. Don't worry. I will never ask for more. You only need to give me $20,000 a month. I will never come to disturb you two mother's life. Otherwise, Su Hai Chao eyes gloomy up. Then unhurriedly said, You do not give me a way to live. Then everyone do not want to be good. At that time I cannot guarantee that you two mothers can still be here in peace to doing business. You, Li Mei pointed at Su Hai Chao and trembled with anger. She didn't think people could be shameless to this extent. I've already filed for divorce. Su Hai Chao, now I'm no longer obligated to give you a single penny. So please don't bother us mother and son in the future. Divorce. Su Hai Chao's voice became much sharper all of a sudden. Don't even think about it. Don't really treat Lousy as an illiterate person. Since it was you who took the initiative to propose a divorce, then Lousy is qualified to propose some reasonable conditions. Seemingly seeing an opportunity, Su Hai Chao grinned. If you want to divorce, you can also memorize the URL. Li Mei didn't show any joy because of the man's pain. Instead, the expression on her face became even more ugly. Divorce? Can Lousy fulfill you? Anyway, you have already packaged yourself and Su Evening Night that little bitch together to give to that called Ning Chen. Don't think I don't know. Li Mei, it's you who don't abide by the woman's way first. Since you have already thought of not continuing to live with Lousy, can either give Lousy $1 million, Lousy and you divorce, or you can get yourself out of the house. And Su Wan Evening in this store will all belong to me. Su Hai Chao said with a cold smile. Su Wan Evening he is absolutely impossible to let go. Long so beautiful, may be able to catch him a golden son-in-law. The rest of his life can be clothed and fed. And hearing this, Li Mei's face turned blue. She had actually prepared herself to have some mental preparation, but she still underestimated Su Haichao. This man is too bottomless. I really don't know. How was she blind to see such a man in the first place? Su Haichao, keep your mouth clean, Li Mei hissed. What? Dare to do still dare not let people say. Su Haichao sneered repeatedly. Don't forget, the two of us are not divorced now. Do you still want to continue this business? Give me $20,000. I will leave immediately. Otherwise, Li Mei took a deep breath. If she had met this kind of thing before, she really didn't know what to do. She really might choose to obediently compromise. But this period of time down the road, she experienced a lot of things, but also to Su Haigo hair disappointed. This kind of people really do not deserve to be sympathetic again. As the saying goes, a mother is a mother. You can't count on the man of the house, so you're on your own. Su Haichao, I don't want to argue with you right now, and I can't possibly agree to your conditions. We can go to the court to talk about anything, Li Mei continued, then gazed in the direction where Ning Chen was. Late night's friend is here today. I advise you not to talk nonsense. Su Haichao followed Li Mei's gaze and saw Ning Chen, who was jerking off while playing with his cell phone with his head down. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and Su Haichao sheepishly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look again. The young man made an impression on him so deep that it appeared as a shadow. Bah! Whispering a mouthful of spit and cursing a bad luck in a low voice, Su Haichao lowered his voice. Okay, count yourself lucky today. We'll see. I don't believe that he can guard here every day. This plague god is here. How dare Su Haichao stay more? Gray and leave. Boss, extra food. A guest shouted. The boss's wife, Li Mei, wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile. Coming right up. Su Evening Night watched the scene just now in her eyes. She didn't go forward because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to help but give Su Haichao a slap on the face, and then an even more heated argument would break out. Ning Dust seems to be watching the network while jerking off. The environment here is noisy, but Su Haichao and Li Mei said those words he still heard. Su Haichao is just a jumping clown. Last time, even do sell out their daughters this kind of animal behavior. Su Haichao's words just now caused his brows to furrow slightly. As a man who had slandered his wife and daughter in such a way, he wanted to go up and deliver a big B-doodle, but it was best for them to handle this kind of parental matter on their own, and as long as things were still under control, this was something he would turn a blind eye to. At this point, he still had his head down and jerking off. Su Evening Night and Li Mei were busy. After all, the staff of the whole store was only this mother and daughter. Ning Chen came to the cashier's office to settle the bill after he had eaten his fill. Li Mei waved her hand after seeing Ning Chen. Yours is not necessary. You can come to Auntie's place to eat barbecue. Auntie has been very happy. In the future, you come often. Auntie will all give you free of charge. Auntie, one size does not fit all. You still have to take the money. If you don't take the money, then I'll never come back again. Unable to do anything about it, Li Mei could only accept it, but she still wiped out the change for Ning Chen. Seeing that Ning Chen didn't forcefully want to give even the change, Li Mei then let out a slight sigh of relief and spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, just now my husband wanted to come to the store to cause trouble again. Luckily you were here. Nine Dust waved his hand. This kind of small matter wasn't even worth putting on his mind. As Ning Chen turned to leave, Li Mei hurriedly greeted her daughter. Late night. Go see her off. The fact that they were now able to run this barbecue restaurant peacefully, and that their business was much better than before, was all thanks to Ning Chen. There's no need to send them off. There are quite a lot of guests right now, so you guys get busy. Nine Dust left these words behind and turned to leave. There are still quite a few of Wang Yinhua's subordinates still eating kebabs here. Just now when Ning Chen was there they didn't dare to breathe a word. Even their voices didn't dare to be too loud, just for fear of disturbing Ning Chen. And now that Ning Chen is gone, their voices are gradually getting louder. They all knew in their hearts that although it seemed like Sister Flower was in charge now, in reality, the real controller was this one. But after this one took control of the place, they were all much better off, and they were now starting to do a lot of serious business, no longer having to go around fighting and killing and mucking about as before. Moreover, no one in the underground forces of Qingzhou dared to actively offend this lord now. This one didn't go after them, and they should be thankful for that. The Rose Garden wasn't far from the university food court, so Nine Dust walked back slowly. Perhaps it's time to consider buying a car yourself. Nine Dust thought so. He's not short of that right now. Just the dividends from the medicinal formula with the One Clan alone had been able to fully allow Ning Chen to achieve financial freedom without him having to purchase spirit medicines. There were two main reasons why he suddenly wanted to buy a car. The first reason was that it was inconvenient when traveling. For example, when he went to Taoyuan residence today, he still needed to wait for Li Wanson to come over to pick himself up. And secondly, even though Ning Chen could fly, he didn't want to waste his aura because of showing off his skills, and once he was caught by a commoner. When the time came, he would immediately have to be on the internet's hot search headlines, so for the sake of unnecessary trouble, he moved to purchase a car. Although there was also a car parked in his own villa, it was Su Shuyan's, and Ning Chen didn't care to touch it. Rose Garden 1403. Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar were sitting on the living room sofa playing games. The TV was on, but it was just adding a little atmosphere. The two of them would seldom drop their eyes on the TV. In the past, when it came to the evening, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar both stayed in their rooms for more time. Remember in a second https://m. But now the two are staying in a guest room on the first floor. The guest room is relatively small, so the two prefer to stay in the living room. Seeing Nine Dust come back, Ginger Sugar hurriedly put down her cell phone. Brother Dolly, have you eaten dinner yet? Eaten. Ning Dust picked up a cup of water on the sofa and sat down. Ginger Sugar immediately grabbed the phone and handed it over, then sent it to Ning Dust's hand, making a pitiful look. Brother Dolly, you help me win this game. Shu Yan is too pit. Today a game have not won. The segments that had previously been brought up by Ning Chen to lie and win were now pretty much falling off. Ning Chen silently added in his heart, although he had to admit that Su Shuyan was indeed a pit. In comparison, Ginger Candy wasn't much better. Receiving his cell phone, Nine Dust glanced at it. The game time was already 13 minutes into the game. Ginger Sugar played the character of Su Lai, with 3 neat suits out, but with attack runes. Headcount ratio 151. Even the secondary only mixes 1. What a mess. Gingerly 5 people on one side. Negative record per capita. Economy is pitifully low, and the overall economy is worse than the opposite side by more than 7,000. Regiment up is pretty much the difference between 3 pieces of equipment, and the other camp are positive record, which the playing field is already godly. Even the other side of the auxiliary Kaiwenji is 3-0-21 record. As a secondary, the economy are better than the Ginger Sugar playing Su Lai to be a lot better. Just this kind of bureau. The opponent just needs to regiment a wave and easily kill the regiment and then push the high ground with a single blow. Vote. I'll consider myself unlucky. The promotion is kind of wasted. After all, elementary school hasn't started yet. Su Lai brain inside is not only tofu dregs. You yourself what economy no points. You still in the grass inside the ambush people. Look at your battle record against Su Lai this hero. Point. A teammate sent a message tweeting, before Su Lai is Ginger Sugar to play, and Ning Dust has no relationship. But now the phone is in the hands of Ning Dust, so the message sent by teammates let Ning Dust heart slightly upset. Ginger Sugar although playing the game is indeed pit. Very pitiful, but such a lovely girl you guys scolded in my face. It is a little excessive. Nine Dust began to develop in silence. Ginger Sugar came alongside to watch and huffed with her arms crossed. Brother Dolly, they say you only have tofu dregs inside your brain. Nine Dust? The teammates are lack of interest. No hope for victory. Initiated surrender and cannot pass. Can only bite the teeth to continue, and soon ushered in the first wave of regimentation. The 3 roads to collect the line to eat the economy of Ning Dust was forced to manipulate Su Lai to participate in the regimentation. Reunion. Opponent 1 for 5. Loss of a hitter. The hitter's head was collected by Nine Dust. This was the first time that the opponent's hitter had died, contributing a large amount of economy to Nine Dust, but the immediate trend was that the opponent's wave would be able to push the high ground straight away. However, the opponent just let the troop line go into the high ground while the heroes retreated. Wave up. Resurrection. Nine Dust continued to collect lines and brush wild monsters to eat the economy, since the other side was unwilling to push the high ground, and their mentality was probably to abuse people to find pleasure. Ning Chen was too lazy to join the group, and now with this economy, no matter how the group was formed, it would only be a massacre. A chain was put on Su Lai, from friendly auxiliary Ming Shirin. This Ming Shirin was still smart enough to see through his opponent's tactics. The other 3 friends died, and the opposite side still didn't push straight to the high ground, but instead came looking for Su Lai and Ming Shirin. The opposite side of the Wild King has a lot of displacement and comes very quickly. After Ning Chen reveals a vision, he enters the grass ambush ahead of time, and Ming Shirin obediently follows. A streak. The opposing Wild King screen turns black and white. Death. Even ate the opponent's Wild King's 2 waves of economy, coupled with his own development. Nine Dust barely scraped through the 6 godly outfits, the latter of which he bought attack outfits, and now he needed to sell his previous meat outfits and replace them with attack outfits as well. The opposing Wild King sent a message. Give this Su Lai face. No one is allowed to push the tower. I'm going to kill Su Lai 10 times. The corners of Ning Chan's mouth hooked slightly. Guerrilla warfare begins. The opponent's Wild King was resurrected, and once again, Nine Dust was crouched down early. Pawn. Opposing Wild King, careless. At one point the screen is black and white, and the opposing Wild King, shit, old silver coin. Don't crouch in the bushes if you can help it. Nine Dust manipulated Su Lai to not crouch in the grass. He now had a 6-god suit, and it was all attack suits that could deal amazing damage. The opponent's Wild King had decisively switched to resurrection armor once after being easily soloed by Nine Dust, and in the process Nine Dust had also taken the opportunity to harvest a few heads, not only for a positive battle record, but also for an immediate overwatch. Nine Dust intentionally sold a wave of vision to fight the dragon, and then ambushed in the bushes early, with Ming Shireen silently following. The enemy 5 already knew it was bad, and knowing that they definitely couldn't let Su Lai collect this dragon, they rushed up to the dragon in unison. Nine Dust maneuvered Su Lai to jump out of the grass. Big flash. All knocked out. Charge sweep picks up a flat A. The game voice sends out a broadcast. Spray kill snap. Nine Dust calmly typed. One wave. The teammates pushed into the high ground with their troop lines while starting to swipe 666, pushing out the opponent's high ground before they could resurrect and win. Ginger Sugar excitedly grabbed Ning Dust's hand, vigorously bragged, "Wow, Vigor brother, you just too handsome." Spray kill buckle. This is still my number for the first time to get 5 kills, and again is a Jedi flop. I want a screenshot to send a circle of friends. Assisting Ming Shireen isn't bad, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to win, Nine Dust said with a smile, accepting the horse's ass from Ginger Candy. The most important reason for the opponent's defeat is actually only one: pride of place. Otherwise, Nine Dust wouldn't even have a chance to develop his operation. Ginger Sugar excitedly took screenshots and sent them to her friends, while smiling to her good girlfriend. Shu Yen, brother Dolly praised you. Hey, I didn't realize that brother Dolly would originally praise people. Shu Yen shyly lowered her head, full of joy. She just thought that Ning Chen would be texted greetings from her teammates for being an orphan all by himself. But how could she not expect that in a 2-on-5 situation Ning Chen would still be able to get 5 kills and complete a Jedi turnaround? And by the way, she also received a wave of compliments from Ning Chen, and it's not the kind that goes against the grain. Although it was because of the game, Shu Yen was still happy. Ning Chen froze for a moment. He really didn't expect the assist to be Shu Yen, because he hadn't played the game Pesticide for a while, so he had forgotten Shu Yen's game ID. Ginger Sugar looked at the two of them with a smile and took the opportunity to speak. Brother Dolly, we haven't even had 3 rows for a long time. Would you take us to score points today? If they relied on her and Shu Yen alone, there was little hope of picking the star. No way. Nine Dust flatly refused, saying bluntly, you two are too pitiful, not to mention that I'm a bit tired and want to go to sleep, so let's talk about the 3 rows later. Ginger Sugar naturally couldn't just let Ning Chen go, pulling Ning Chen's arm and shaking it continuously. Brother Dolly, please, Shu Yan and I have already lost for a day. Our minds are about to crack. We need you to soothe our wounded hearts. Can you bear to leave us 2 lonely and poor people behind and then sleep alone with our heads covered? Ginger Sugar looked at Ning Chen pitifully, with the momentum that she wouldn't let go until Ning Chen agreed. In comparison, Shu Yan was much more quiet. She couldn't learn this kind of close pampering behavior from Jiang Sugar, and now as long as she was facing Ning Chen, Shu Yan felt as if she had changed into a different person. She didn't even dare to speak out loud, just for fear of being revolted by Ning Chen. Her equally expectant gaze fell upon Ning Chen. Picking stars too was not important. The important thing was that she wanted to play games with Nine Dust. Brother Dolly, Ginger Sugar beamed as she shook Ning Chen's arm and pouted. Take us to play for a while. There are still a few days left before school officially starts, and we won't have a chance to play at that time. Hearing this, Nine Dust was a bit helpless. After the school year started, it was fine for them to play. Can't afford to stay up as late as I'm letting on now. He was actually still reluctant, because this itself was a game of low difficulty, but after having Ginger Sugar and Shu Yan and his teammates, it was hard to play with the feeling of a difficult mode. But seeing Ginger Sugar's eyes looking at him, Ning Chen couldn't bear to refuse. Just play a hand. Nine Dust took out his cell phone. A cheer went up from Ginger. Long life brother power. At 3 in the morning, Ning Chen put down his hot cell phone. Originally said that he would just play a handful of games, but I didn't think that he would really just play 100 million. Rubbing his somewhat swollen brow, Ning Chen reminded, it's time to go to bed. Gingerbread doesn't seem to have had enough fun yet. After all, it feels really good to lay down and win. Brother Dolly, play a hand. Yes, Nine Dust nodded. I can play happily with you today, but don't expect me to play with you in the future. Gingerbread made a snap decision. Good night brother power. Good night. Shu Yan gave a low greeting and returned to their room on the first floor with Jiang Sugar. Nine Dust was truly exhausted, and after a simple rinse, he collapsed and fell asleep. Wang Yinhua still drove her truck to Villa 1403 as usual at the same time. To her surprise, Ning Chen, who was usually already here digging water wells, was still sleeping, because she couldn't work alone without Ning Chen as the main force. Nine Dust was not allowed to dig a water well, so all Wang Yinhua could usually do was shovel the soil Nine Dust dug out into the truck's compartment. Not only Ning Chen, Jiang Candy and Su Shuyan were similarly huffing and puffing, so there wasn't even anyone to greet Wang Yinhua. Wang Yinhua didn't leave and parked her truck in the driveway outside the villa and waited. There was one other person who also came here very early, Li Vanson. Yesterday, after sending Ning Dust away, he will not stop arranging people in accordance with the requirements of Ning Dust to find a good texture of the jade. Money can make the devil to push the mill. Although just one night's time, also really let Li Wanson find a good texture of the jade plate. After the jade disc arrived, Li Wanson was so excited that he couldn't sleep. If it wasn't for the fear of being abrupt, he would have wanted to come and visit Ning Chen the first time the disc arrived, and then see with his own eyes how Ning Chen repaired the already broken spirit-gathering formation of the peach pond. He slept only 2 hours and came from home at 8 o'clock sharp. Wang Yinhua sat in the truck and waited, saw a Rolls-Royce parked in front of her car. From the car down a middle-aged man with a blonde figure. Wang Yinhua was slightly surprised. The owner of Taoyuan residence she naturally recognizes. Just that her original status is not qualified to contact this level of people. I heard that recently. Li Wanson recently wanted to create a new Taoyuan residence. When this news was released, various bigwigs in the industry fought to seek cooperation with Li Wanson. But now it has subsided, because not long ago news came out that Li Wanson chose to cooperate with Su Jingshan of the Su clan group. Many people were puzzled by Levinson's choice, because strengths tougher than Su's group abound. Now Li Vanson shows up. Proactive visits. Wang Yinhua ventured a guess. Could it be that the main reason why Li Wanson worked with Su Jingshan was because of Mr. Ning? After all, Su Jingshan's daughter also lives in Rose Garden 1403. Wang Yinhua did not dare to be slow, and quickly got off the car and went forward to greet. Hello Mr. Li, I am Mr. Ning's secretary Wang Yinhua. I am very pleased to meet you. Li Wanson was just slightly shocked to hear this identity, and hastily took the initiative to shake hands. Hello, though he couldn't understand why a female secretary would pull up in a truck hauling dirt. Master Ning isn't home? Li Wanson asked suspiciously. In. Wang Yinhua hurriedly replied. It's just that Mr. Ning may not be awake at this time. Master Ning is still unique. Li Wanson smiled. In a period of time not long ago, the underground forces of Qingzhou had undergone a great upheaval, and the name of this woman, Wang Yinhua, had also appeared in their field of vision, because after the upheaval of the underground forces, no one had expected that the biggest beneficiary would actually be a woman. Now Levinson sort of fully understood. All of this was clearly led by Ning Chen. Then I'll wait here for Master Ning to wake up. Li Wanson smiled and said, by the way, my latest Taoyuan residence project will soon be underway. Are you interested in participating in it? Li Wanson actually took the initiative to extend an invitation to Wang Yinhua. The smile on Wang Yinhua's face remained unchanged. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Li, but I'll have to consult Mr. Ning first. Mr. Li, I think your face looks like you didn't have a good night's rest last night. You can go to the car and sleep for a while. I'll call you when Mr. Ning wakes up. Wang Yinhua opened her mouth with a smile, and it dawned on her that the reason why Li Wanson's Peachland residence project had chosen Su Jingshan was indeed because of Mr. Ning. No need. Li Wanson waved his hand and refused. I'm too hyper to sleep right now. Not to mention that it's only right for me to wait for Master Ning. If I accidentally overslept and made Master Ning wait for me, that would be a great sin. 12 noon. Nine Dust woke up. Instead of getting out of bed at the first opportunity, he leaned against the bed, his expression a little annoyed. The mud pill palace was shattered, causing this body to be crippled, causing him to become extremely sleepy, having merely stayed up until about 3 yesterday. It was amazing how sleeping in and waking up still made exhaustion well up in his senses. Sleeping should have been an enjoyable thing, but in Ning Chen's opinion it was a complete waste of time. The mud palace must be repaired as soon as possible. However, it was extremely difficult to collect the spirit medicines for making the god repairing pill, and he only had 2 of them in his hands right now. The pace must be accelerated to do so. When is the end going to come for this kind of swinging? Get out of bed, wash and rinse, memorize the URL. As for the 2 people waiting outside the villa, Ning Chen naturally sensed it and lazily ignored it, letting them continue to wait. Coming to the first floor, Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar were both busy inside the kitchen. Su Shuyan was busy preparing breakfast, or lunch would be more apt, while Ginger Sugar had a horrified look on her face. She was busy waiting for someone to come and save her. Su Shuyan's dark cuisine can simply be called poison. Although Su Shuyan had worked hard to learn cooking and did make some progress, it was only dark cuisine that looked slightly better. Hearing the commotion on the stairs, Jiang Sugar hurriedly ran out from the kitchen, begging for help with tears in her eyes. Brother Dolly, help! Su Shuyan is going to poison me. Nine Dust, Stinky Sugar, is my cooking that bad? What do you mean? Tell me clearly. Su Shuyan angrily walked out from inside the kitchen and glared at Young Sugar. She looked a bit rushed when she saw Nine Dust, because Nine Dust had originally forbidden her to enter the kitchen, but later changed it slightly to allow her to enter the kitchen. But she didn't have to prepare even 9 dusts together. You're up. Su Shuyan was no longer as aggressive as she had been a moment ago, nervous and apprehensive, with some anticipation. Ning Chen, I've specially learned to cook, and the dishes I'm making now taste okay. Really? Do you want to try them? No, I'll go out to eat. Ning Chen walked towards the outside. Having planned to eat before going out, he was forced to abandon this plan. By the way, your dish, it's already mushy. Ah. Su Shuyan came back to her senses and hurriedly ran into the kitchen. Just now she forgot to turn off the fire. By the time she came out again, Ning Chen had already left. Su Shuyan was deflated for a while and looked at her good best friend. Little Sugar, aren't I really so bad? I can't even do this little thing right. Her self-esteem took a big hit. Ginger Sugar thought for a moment and spoke seriously. Shuyan, do you believe what I'm saying? Of course I believe it. Su Shuyan didn't think twice. Then listen to my advice. Give up. Cooking is not for you. Seeing that her best friend's expression was a bit off, Ginger Sugar sped up her tone and continued. Everyone has their own comprehension of what they're good at. It's not that you're bad. It's just that cooking really doesn't suit you. But the flavor of the dim sum you make is just great. After a pause, Ginger Sugar continued. I know you want to ease your relationship with Brother Dolly. You feel sorry for him in your heart. After all, he helped your family a lot. But you treated him like that in the past. But have you ever thought that Brother Dolly might not have even taken it to heart? So your starting point was wrong to begin with. I think that for someone as dashing as Brother Dolly, your approach will only be counterproductive. Don't you even realize that? Ever since Brother Dolly came back from Lingnan, you've all become a bit unlike yourself. What you need to show should be the truest side of yourself. And I think Power will be happy to accept that. Ginger Sugar said a lot in one breath. And when she saw her best friend in deep thought, she stopped talking and silently took out her cell phone to order takeout. Gingerbread actually had one more thing to say. Dalek was just scared away. But she was worried that talking about it would be too much of a shock for her BFF. Mentally, he silently added that he finally didn't have to be force-fed dark food. Well, Shu Yen should stay away from the kitchen from now on, right? Outside of Rose Garden 1403, seeing Nine Dust walk out, Wang Yinhua and Li Wanson rushed to welcome them. Mr. Ning. Wang Yinhua had a respectful face. Master Ning, Li Wanson's face, also obese, struggled to keep his eyes wide open, filled with admiration. Long time waiting, Ning Chen said casually. The two of them didn't dare to be big, and they looked flattered. You go back first. Ning Chen looked at Wang Yinhua. No work will be done today. After all, it's not like he can split. Incarnation was fine, unless he regained his peak cultivation. Okay, Mr. Ning, Wang Yinhua answered, and immediately drove off immediately. Li Wanson had already taken the initiative to pull open the rear door, his humble appearance making people think that he was just a driver, not the owner of the Taoyuan residence, a gold-selling grotto in Qingzhou, as well as a feng shui master who was known as one of the most powerful feng shui masters in Qingzhou. Peachtree House. The matter of repairing the spirit-gathering array was not brought up by Li Wanson, but he arranged for the chef to prepare specialties, which he carefully served on the side. Eat something together. Ning Chen pulled up a napkin cloth and laid it flat on his legs, then picked up his knife and fork and said indifferently, after all, in the moment just now, he had heard a gurgling protest from Levanson's stomach. Rice is full. Ning Dust wiped his mouth clean and spoke. Is the jade ready? Yes, Mr. Ning. Li Wanson hurriedly propped over a box and carefully placed it in front of Ning Chen, then opened it. Ning Dust just swept a glance and commented, rubbish, but it can barely serve as a formation eye. After all, this spirit-gathering formation was set up by Li Wanson, and it was already trashy, so if Ning Chen had set it up, it wouldn't have taken long for the jade disc to crumble. Ning Chen was too lazy to rearrange it, and the Peachland residence would just be used. Although the jade disc was acquired by Li Wanson at a cost of $50 million, and if someone else had said such a thing he would have slammed the invoice in the other party's face and told him to open his doggy eyes and see clearly. He took it for granted when it was Grandmaster Ning who had said it. Aha! It is indeed garbage. Let's go. Nine Dust greeted. It was time to get down to business. In the hall of Taoyuan residence, Li Wanson found a carving knife as Ning Chen had instructed, and at this moment, only a middle-aged man hurried in from outside. This person was none other than Su Jingshan, who had rushed over to observe after receiving Li Wanson's message. Ning Chen didn't say anything, and Su Jingshan didn't bother after greeting him as he and Li Wanson stood watching. At this moment, only Ning Chen was seen holding the carving knife in his hand. The jade disc was placed in front of Ning Chen, and after the carving knife was scratched down, it easily scraped a strip of jade off the disc. leaving behind a shallow groove. Ning Chen's movements continued, each slash easily leaving traces on the jade disc. Li Wanson and Su Jingshan looked at each other. Both saw the horror in each other's eyes. This was jade, not tofu, but in Ning Chen's hands, it was as if the jade was a piece of tofu being carved as easily. Jade shards kept falling. Li Wanson and Su Jingshan had nothing but shock in their eyes. Is this what people do? Or should I say, it's something humanly possible. Even if you don't give face to this jade plate, you can't carve it as if it were tofu. Well, this carving is carving. Potholes are definitely unavoidable. But why can Ning Chen carve it so silky smooth and flat? And with that kind of smoothness, even machinery would have to be inferior, right? It didn't take long for the fledgling to appear. Su Jingshan was even more shocked, and his heart was chagrined beyond measure, when Ning Chen had just stayed in his house. If he had treated him as an amiable elder and had not been so aggressive, perhaps he could have gotten closer to Ning Chen now. Ning Chen was helping the Su clan now solely because of his wife. It's funny that he's only now realizing how important it is to be kind to people, and to not look at people through colored glasses. Remember in a second https://m, glancing at Li Wanson beside him, Su Jingshan froze for a moment, because although Li Wanson's gaze was still fixed on the jade disc, he had fallen into a state of stagnation. Li Wanson himself was a famous feng shui master in Qingzhou, so it couldn't be possible that Li Wanson was sensing something from the eyes of the formation engraved by Ning Chen. Thinking of this, Su Jingshan didn't bother. With Nine Dust here, he didn't have to worry about anything happening to Li Wanson. Although what Ning Chen carved was just the foundation of the formation eye, to Li Wanson, the truth of feng shui contained therein was incomparable. And the feng shui book left behind by his ancestor didn't have such a metaphysical content on it at all. Watching Ning Chen carve the formation eye was no less than an enlightenment to Li Wanson. The array pattern was deep, and it was like a black pool that sucked Li Wanson in completely, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. Nine Dust casually glanced at Li Wanson. The foundation is well laid. Otherwise entry is not possible. Although I have not seen Li Wanson's home that ancestral feng shui art, Li Wanson also said that in order to participate in the understanding of the once closed for 10 years, which is probably some of the records on the basic knowledge of the array, 10 years of time, enough Li Wanson will be inside the content of the text one by one to dismantle the study. Even Li Wanson has been able to do it backwards. After all, it's been a whole decade. It is also for this reason that Li Wanson has laid a solid foundation, or else he just knows a little bit of skin, and his expression at this moment should be a dilettante like Su Jingshan. Earth's aura is scarce. Cultivators do not come out. Li Wanson's feng shui skills do deserve the title of feng shui master. Of course, for Ning Dust is just a small garbage one. When the engraving of the lines was completed, Ning Chen injected some aura into it, and the aura swam freely along the lines, quickly forming a cycle, which also made the jade disc look more of a hazy, mysterious illusion. And at that moment, Li Wanson was staring at the jade disc with a deadpan look. Ning Chen didn't bother to wake up Li Wanson, who was still entering the country. Since Li Wanson had this chance, there was no need for him to destroy this creation. After about 10 or so minutes, Li Wanson's pupils focused, and only then did he regain consciousness. How long has it been? It was the first thing he asked when he opened his mouth, and the one who answered him was Su Jingshan, who was standing on the side. Almost an hour has passed since Ning Chen started carving. Li Wanson's heart was even more shocked. It turned out that an hour had already passed, but his feeling was just a snap of the fingers. Dang! Li Wanson knelt on the ground with his knees bent and his hands in a state of obeisance. Nabbing his head in obeisance, he respectfully shouted, "Master! Don't call me master." Ning Chen let out a rebuke, showing no mercy at all. "Get up, or you won't have to get up for the rest of your life." Li Wanson's heart trembled, not understanding why all of a sudden Ning Chen would be so furious, and Su Jingshan was also baffled for a while, standing by the side and watching the two of them, not daring to open his mouth. Li Wanson, who had stood up, stood uneasily to the side and didn't dare to open his mouth to inquire about the cause of Ning Chen's anger. "To be my disciple, you're not qualified enough for that." Ning Chen spoke in a bland tone, not caring in the slightest that the middle-aged man in front of him was a wunderkind who had been hailed as a master of feng shui in the south. "You've only been inbound for a measly hour, and if you could have been inbound for 3 days, you'd only barely be qualified to be my named disciple." Remembered disciple. It was surprising that the requirements for disciples who were not yet official were also strict. Su Jingshan couldn't understand Ning Chen more and more, and the thoughts in his heart grew hotter and hotter. "Grandmaster, calm your anger. It's me who has been a prodigal." Li Wanson lowered his head and said with fear and trepidation. He knew he was being overly ambitious. How could an immortal like Master Ning look down on a mere mortal like him? Ning Chen waved his hand, indicating that this matter was over, and spoke. "It's also a great opportunity for you to enter the country today. so a good sense of enlightenment can take you to the next level. If Earth's aura had been more abundant, at this time Li Wanson would most likely have already become a chi refining cultivator. Unfortunately, even if Li Wanson spent his entire life, at most, his feng shui attainments would be elevated, but he definitely did not have the qualifications to enter the cultivation world. Ningchen stopped talking nonsense and grabbed the jade disc and slapped it on the ground. Immediately, the hard ground was as if it was a foam board, and the jade disc was directly embedded in the foundation, connecting with the spirit gathering formation that Li Wanson had arranged. With the addition of the formation I, this simple, or even rough, spirit gathering formation was as if it had a soul, and it was as if gears were clamped together to be able to rotate. The spirit gathering formation frantically absorbed the spiritual chi that wandered between heaven and earth. As far as the naked eye could see, white mist began to fill the halls, rooms, and every corner of the Peachland residence, making it seem as if one was in a fairyland. Soothing, relaxing, cozy. Anyone who has been in the Peach House has had a profound experience. This feeling of being bathed in aura instantly makes one forget all one's worries. This was just a regurgitation after the spirit gathering formation was able to be improved, and gradually it would return to normal, and the white mist would become very thin, but the effect would not be reduced 10 times. The effect is boosted a full tenfold. As a feng shui master who had personally set up the spirit gathering formation, Li Wanson's feelings were naturally stronger than others. His eyes were filled with respect and fervor. This was the spirit gathering formation. This was the living spirit gathering formation. And to make all of this happen, Ningchen had only used a mere hour of his time. The jade disc, which was originally ordinary, was also transformed into a miracle in Ningchen's hands, undergoing a regression into a magic weapon in an hour. The value of this magic artifact had even surpassed this Taoyuan residence industry of his, because as long as he had this magic weapon, he would be able to create a larger Peachland residence. Godman. At this moment, Su Jingshan was also greatly changed in color, so excited that he was about to faint. The new Peach Garden residence project was developed by him, Ning Dust, and Li Wanson, and he was now able to think of how much profit the Peach Garden residence would bring to the Su family within a short period of time when the project was perfected and opened for business. Su Jingshan was now looking at Ningchen in the same way he looked at a money tree. However, at this point in time, he was even more worried about his daughter, because the stronger Ningchen's ability was, then his precious daughter would have even less of a chance. Otherwise, what a sight it would be if he could have such a son-in-law. It was precisely for this reason that Su Jingshan secretly decided in his heart that if it was possible, he must find a way to set the two of them up, and at the same time, he regretted immensely how he hadn't had this idea earlier. He was gutted, and at this moment, if Ningchen knew what Su Jingshan was thinking today, he would probably decisively give up on the next cooperation. After all, he didn't feel the slightest interest in Su Shuyan, and even though Su Shuyan's personality had changed a lot now, it didn't manage to change Ningchen's opinion of her. Instead, it gave Ningchen a very awkward feeling. The ground here is kind of ruined, so find yourself someone to redecorate. After the array eyes were set up, Ningchen's work for the day was over, and after throwing the next finishing touches to Li Wanson, Ningchen wanted to leave. It was still early enough that he could go back and continue digging for his spirit springs. Returning to his senses, Li Wanson hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Master Ning, please stay." "There's something else?" Ninedust was puzzled. "Master Ning, can you wait for a moment? I have a document here that needs to be handed over to Master Ning, as well as the next new Peachland residence project that is about to be carried out. And it just so happens that Mr. Su is also here, so I need to delay you some more to discuss about the distribution of the shareholdings," Li Wanson said in a hurry. He now desperately wanted to finalize this matter and then hug Ninedust's thigh. Since it involved the next cooperation, Ningchen didn't refuse, and after respectfully inviting Ningchen to his office, Li Wanson ordered people to send up delicious snacks, and then went to work on the paperwork himself. About half an hour or so, there was a knock on the door. "Enter." Ninedust put down his cell phone. This time he was killing time. Li Wanson and Su Jingshan entered together. In fact, this scene was rather comical because this was Li Wanson's office, but because Ningchen was here, Li Wanson even needed to knock on the door and be agreed upon before he could enter his own office. "Master Ning, take a look." Li Wanson stepped forward and handed over a document with both hands. Ningchen flipped it open and took a general look at it, slightly surprised. "Have to say, Levinson has a big hand." Surprisingly, 50% of the dividend shares directly gifted to Ning Dust. That is to say, after Ning Dust signed this document, after each year of the pure profits of the Peach Orchard House, Ning Dust can get 50% of the profits of the dividend, and Ning Dust only managed to share the money. If there is a loss in Ning Dust, half a penny relationship does not. Of course, after the spirit gathering formation was improved, the effect was more than 10 times stronger. It's harder to lose money than it is to make money. You have full authority? Ning Chen looked at Li Wanson with some amusement. Li Wanson immediately understood the meaning within Ning Chen's words and explained. Master Ning, when Peach Source Dwelling first opened, there were indeed quite a few partners, but just as you said, later on, some problems with the spirit gathering array led to Peach Source Dwelling's business slumping unattended, so those investors withdrew their funds, and I was fortunate enough to get all of my shares back, so the Peach House now belongs to him alone. Whatever share of the profits belongs to his personal will. Ning Chen had perfected and improved the spirit gathering formation, and it was worth the price. Of course, this is just the beginning. Nine Dust smiled, didn't say much, and signed the document. It's what he deserves, so there's no need to push anything. The smile on the face of Li Wanson who got the signed document seemed like a blooming chrysanthemum. After putting this document away, Li Wanson handed over another document. At the same time, Su Jingshan's gaze also carried some expectation and apprehension, because it's this document that's the main event, and it also has something to do with him. 51% real shares. Ning Chen just glanced at it, then raised his head and looked at the two people with a smile on his face. Because this document was about the distribution of equity for the development of the new Peachland Residence project, and there was a big difference between the real shares and the profit shares, and the real shares meant that Ning Chen directly entered the board of directors of the new Peachland Residence project, and all the benefits and losses were related to him. The real shares mean that Ning Chen directly enters the board of directors of the new Peachland Residence project, and all the benefits and losses are closely related to him. Not only that, Nine Dust had become the largest shareholder. He even has the power to kick out Li Wanson and Su Jingshan. It doesn't matter how many shares these two men take up inside this program. The capital invested in the new Peachland Residence project alone wasn't a small amount of money. 51% of the shares meant that Ning Chen would have to put in even more money. But the dividends from the one family's side wouldn't be available for a while, and Ning Chen didn't have much in the way of sufficient funds at the moment. I don't have much money to put into this project. Nine Dust tapped his fingers lightly on the desktop. This was the plan given by Li Wanson after discussing with Su Jingshan, and it was just a matter of him nodding his head. Ning Dust's answer. Su Jingshan and Li Wanson looked as usual. Su Jingshan stepped forward and quickly opened his mouth and said, "No need for you to invest money. The problem of funding is responsible for by me and Li De." Li. Originally, he was habitually called Master Li, but in front of Ning Chen such a title was clearly no longer appropriate. Nine Dust raised an eyebrow. Got it. He was only responsible for constructing the spirit gathering formation. It is a technology shareholding. For the remaining shares, I hold 25%, and the remaining 24% goes to Mr. Su, Li Wanson added. Could be. Nine Dust made no sense. Arranging a spirit gathering array was nothing more than a simple matter for him. After a slight 2 seconds of contemplation, Nine Dust spoke. Wang Inoa's management level is good. Master Li, you've met with her as well, so go ahead and contact to arrange a position for her in the project. And don't engage in special treatment. Li Wanson's heart was slightly startled because of the way Ning Chen had addressed him, and he said with a look of trepidation, Master Ning, aren't you insulting me by calling me that? You can just call me Little Li from now on. The new project of Peachland Residence will start within 3 days. I will go and contact Wang Yinhua, and at that time, I will also ask Master Ning to show his face and participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. I have other things to do, so I won't be involved in the ribbon-cutting. Nine Dust waved his hand. He didn't like the occasion. Su Jingshan and Li Wanson naturally didn't dare to force themselves. What happened next no longer had much to do with Ning Chen. Ning Chen got up and was about to leave. Li Wanson hastily offered to see Ning Chen off, but was refused by Ning Chen. Su Jingshan opened his mouth. Master Ning, are you going back to the Rose Garden? Uncle Su, you'd better call me by my name, otherwise it sounds awkward. Ning Chen said helplessly. It's a shift in identity. In fact, Su Jingshan to him any name he can afford, but if it is passed on to the ears of his parents are afraid that he will pull his ears down. Although in the cultivation world mill rolled 2,000 years, but who let Su Jingshan's wife and old mother is decades of girlfriends. Therefore, generations should not be messed up. Su Jingshan had some smiles on his face, and his entire body was quite relaxed upon hearing these words. What a great kid. Where can I find such a good son-in-law? Good. Su Jingshan hurriedly nodded his head, and it was only then that Ning Chen answered Su Jingshan's earlier question. Yes, I'm returning to the Rose Garden. Let's go all the way then. Su Jingshan smiled and said, during this time, I've been busy with the company and the new project of Peachland Residence, and I've left Shu Yan out in the cold quite a bit. I hope this child won't blame me for this, but Shu Yan has been well behaved and obedient since she was a child, and she should be able to understand what I, her father, have done together. Nine Dust couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even if you praise Su Shuyen in front of him, you don't have to be so unconscionable, right? But Nine Dust was too lazy to break it down. With that, the two set off back together. Memorize the URL. Rose Garden. Entering the courtyard, Su Jingshan noticed the deep well dug out inside the courtyard and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Xiao Dust, are you planning to build a water well in the courtyard? Do you need me to contact a professional for you? Thanks. Ning Chen smiled and said, no need. Even a more professional person can't do this kind of work. Su Jingshan realized, this water well is definitely not an ordinary water well. Since it is from Ning Chen's handwriting, I'm afraid that even Taoyuan residents can't match this water well. He is looking forward to getting up. What exactly is the magic of this water well after it is completed? Inside the living room, Su Shuyen and Ginger Sugar are not there. Call to learn that the two are shopping to go. Su Jingshan sat down opposite Ning Chen and asked with a smile, Xiao Chen, Shu Yan and Xiao Sugar staying here during this period of time hasn't caused you any trouble, right? No, they're all pretty well behaved. Ning Dust did not lie. Ginger Sugar itself is a good character. Su Shuyen previously although chirpy, but now simply do not be too peaceful. Simply changed like a person. Although this is quite good, clean, but Su Shuyen's performance always gives a person a kind of twisted feeling. That's good. Su Jingshan laughed. These two children are staying here, so I'll ask you to take care of them, and if there's anything they're doing wrong, you can just tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson. Sighing, Su Jingshan continued, this daughter of mine hasn't suffered much since she was a child. Growing up in a greenhouse, she doesn't know the perils of the human heart. Although her behavior can be slightly irrational at times, she is very kind-hearted. During the time that you weren't in Qingzhou, Shu Yan hasn't rarely complimented you in front of her mother and I. I've never seen when Shu Yan has a boy on her lips at all times. This kind of question, Nine Dust didn't want to answer. Su Jingshan wasn't embarrassed and continued, although Shu Yan's rotten heart is a good thing. I only have one daughter like her, and the industries of the Su group will eventually be handed over to her. And when she takes over the group, if she can have you as a guardian, I won't have any regrets in my life. Nine Dust. That's a bit of a sales pitch. Really, I'm sure that Su Clan won't fall after it's been placed in her hands, Ning Chen said indifferently. Su Jingshan looked at Ning Chen and said seriously, that would still depend on you. Without waiting for Ning Chen to reply, Su Jingshan once again said, since the two children aren't here, I won't bother you much. Stay back, there's no need to see me off. Although she is still relatively confident in her daughter, but Ning Chen is really too good. So some words just need to point to the end can be. Too many words will be lost. As for how the two get along in the future, can go to the step he expects, can not force, can only go with the flow, but the proximity of the water is the first thing to get the moon. Moreover, even if Ning Chen was more capable, he was ultimately a bloodthirsty young man at this age. Pretty good. Su Jingshan left from the Rose Garden in a happy mood, and at this time, as a Yuaning stage powerhouse who was unable to cultivate, Ning Chen had nothing to do. So he leaned on the sofa and watched the internet, and it didn't take long for a wave of tiredness to hit him, and he was too lazy to go upstairs, so he simply laid down on the living room sofa and slept. In your own home, however you are comfortable. It wasn't known how long he had slept for, and at this moment, Nine Dust was awakened by the sound of a phone call, and when he woke up, he also found himself covered with a small blanket, which still had a faint fragrance on it, which should be the smell of Su Shuyen's body. Lifting the blanket, glanced at the caller ID. Ning Chen frowned. This sleep is comfortable when being woken up. He also inevitably some wake up. Immediately tone is not too good to connect the phone. Say, what is it? One you, who was on the other side of the phone, froze for a moment at this moment. A human savant like him had already realized the problem after hearing Ning Chen's impatient tone. After organizing his wording, when you spoke, Mr. Ning, sorry to bother you. An old friend of mine from Lingnans whose wife is seriously ill and has been seeking medical attention all over the place to no avail, begged me for help when he heard the news of my complete recovery, begging me to introduce him in front of you in the hope that you can come to the rescue of his hairy wife. Mr. Ning, I don't know if you, when you asked tentatively, not interested, Ning Chen directly opened his mouth and refused. He was now very angry, not giving when you a chance to speak. Ning Chen directly hung up the phone. Only after going to rinse his face in cold water did Ning Chen feel much more comfortable. In the room on the first floor. At this time, Su Shuyen walked out from inside the room, looking at Ning Chen with some blame. Why don't you cover a blanket when you're sleeping in the living room? Now that the temperature difference in Qingzhou is relatively large, it's very easy for you to get sick like this. Nine Dust was slightly stunned. How could his hallowed Yuaning stage cultivator get sick because of such a trivial matter? Achoo! Nine Dust sneezed, and suddenly his face looked slightly confused. The depth of this body's mutilation was surprisingly worse than he had imagined. "See, I told you." Su Shuyan glared at Ning Chen. "Wait, I'll go brew you a cup of medicine." A feeling of familiarity welled up. Yes, the Su Shuyan he just met is back. It had only been a short day's work. How had Su Shuyan undergone another drastic change? Ning Chen didn't care about Su Shuyan's kindness and said indifferently, "No need. If it wasn't for living in your house I wouldn't bother with you. When you end up getting sick it's still going to be me and Sugar taking care of you." Su Shuyan blankly glanced at Ning Chen and ignored him. Boiling water for Ning Chen to rinse the medicine by herself. Su Shuyan appeared to be returning to her original self, but in reality, because of the change in her identity, she was actually still a bit apprehensive inside when she uttered those words. But Nine Dust just shot her a strange look. "You're not sick. If you don't take your medicine, you should be sick." Su Shuyan didn't look back. Nine Dust. In the guest room on the first floor, Ginger opened a crack to peek in. That's right, it was this familiar smell. As long as Shu Yan was herself, Su Shuyan and Ning Chen were a pair of uncompromisingly happy lovers. And from the very beginning, that's what Ginger Sugar thought. Looking at the cold medicine that had been rinsed in front of him, Nine Dust fell into deep thought. Which part of the process had gone wrong? How could Su Shuyan have changed so much in a day's time? Becoming the same as before? Su Shuyan didn't say anything more, putting down the cold medicine and going back to her room. Ginger Sugar still left a crack in the door to steal open. Smiling, said in an exaggerated tone, "Shu Yan, Brother Dolly drank it. Wow, your feelings are good. Oh, Brother Dolly even drank the cold medicine you flushed for him. Hey." Brother Dolly also smashed his mouth. "Do you think he is not in the reminiscence of it? Ah, Shu Yan, fast fast fast, the time to strike the iron while the iron is hot has arrived. Go and flush a cup of it for Brother Dolly again." Su Shuyan. She was speechless at this BFF. Is this how you use strike while the iron is hot? However, upon hearing Ginger Sugar's words, a smile appeared on Su Shuyan's face as well. This was a good start. She silently clenched her small pink fists, cheering herself up in her heart. "Come on, Shuyan Su." Ning Chen leaned on the sofa and returned to his senses for a while. In fact, he really didn't need something like cold medicine, despite the fact that his body was crippled with a little bit of a problem. But just now it was really just a coincidence. He would catch a cold as a yawning old monster? Isn't this a joke? But seeing Su Shuyan's transformation, forget about it and go along with the show. Remember in a second https://m. And at this moment, Ning Chen suddenly thought of the phone call that Wen Yu had just made. The other party was from Lingnan. Since he could be treated as an old friend by Wen Yu and still begged for Wen Yu's head, it must not be a small head. Thinking of this, Ning Chen flipped over Wen Yu's phone and dialed it. "Come pick me up. I'm at the Rose Garden." Dropping these words, Nine Dust hung up the phone. The one who came to pick up Ning Chen was still Wen Qinglan, or that familiar sports car. Wen Qinglan was still in a proper Cheongsam, gentle and generous. After seeing Ning Chen walk out, Wen Qinglan quickly smiled and said, "Mr. Ning, please. Grandpa has already set up a banquet at the Peachland residence to entertain you." This pair of grandparents had more or less grasped some of Nine Dust's preferences. It was fine to ask Ning Chen to talk about things, but one had to prepare food for Ning Chen in advance. After all, the reason why Ning Chen had agreed to be a guest at the Wen family one time was because the Wen family had prepared delicious food. Ning Chen didn't say anything, but he was more or less speechless in his heart. He had just come back from the Peach Garden residence at noon, and then he had taken a nap, and this was going to pass again. Taoyuan residence. The vehicle stopped at the entrance. After the two of them got off the car, Wen Qinglan handed the key to the parked porter. Although Wen Yu was an old character in Xingzhou, but he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Ning Chen. Naturally, he wouldn't sit in the box and wait, but appeared in person at the front door of Taoyuan residence to greet them. After Ning Chen got off the bus, Wen Yu hurriedly greeted him, and he was followed by a middle-aged man in an expensive suit as well as a pretty woman in her 20s. The pretty female couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression at the first sight of Ning Chen. "Mr. Ning," Wen Yu said smilingly, "let me introduce you. This is Mu Desui, the head of the Mu family from Lingnan, and this is his daughter Mu Bingju." Mu Bingju exclaimed out in shock. "It's you." She could be said to have a deep impression of Ning Chen. Originally this time she came to Qingzhou. Mu Bingju had planned to visit Ning Chen after meeting the divine doctor that Elder One had recommended. After all, she still owed Ning Chen 2 elixirs, but she had never thought that the divine doctor that Elder One had recommended for them would actually be Ning Chen. From her point of view, the divine doctor that Wen Lao had recommended would be half 100 years old even if he was young, right? Mu Desui was also surprised for a while. He knew that Wen Lao could not make fun of himself, so the expression of surprise flew away. He took the initiative to go forward, enthusiastically reached out his hand and shook hands with Ning Chen, smilingly said, "Dr. Ning, I've long heard of your great name, and it's really a blessing to finally meet you today. I am not a divine doctor, Ninedust said honestly. After all, he hadn't specialized but learned the art. Of course, although he wasn't a miracle doctor, with his ability, there was no difficult disease on this earth that he couldn't solve, even if it was terminal cancer that had to obediently shrink back when it saw Ninedust. Mu Desui was instantly embarrassed by Ning Chen's sentence. After all, he had just patted a horse's ass, and was at a loss as to how to take the next sentence when he heard his daughter's words. A look of surprise appeared on Mu Desui's face. Bingzhu, you and Divine Dr. Ning know each other. Ha, Dad. Divine Dr. Ning is the high-ranking person I told you I met in the Lingnan Great Forest. Mom's condition was able to be suppressed thanks to the fact that Divine Dr. Ning relented and gave up the ice blood flower to me. Mu Bingzhu hurriedly explained. Before this she actually didn't even know Ning Chen's name. If she had known that the divine doctor that Elder One had recommended was actually Ning Chen, she might have been able to save a great deal of effort. Mu Bingzhu's gaze landed on Ning Chen as she politely said, Divine Dr. Ning, what a coincidence. I had planned to pay you a visit this time when I came to Qingzhou. I've already collected one of the elixirs you need and plan to send it to you this time. And the other one I'll also send to your mansion at the first opportunity when the time comes. Aha. Ninedust nodded indifferently in response. And Mu Desui was completely shocked. The divine doctor is actually a college student has let him enough surprise. And this college student is actually still in the martial arts world of the Grand Master level of power. This level of experts, even if they are the Mu family, is not qualified to invite A to sit in the town. Therefore, within the Mu family's clientele, although there were ancient martial arts grandmasters, and not just one or two, but grandmasters, they could only look on in awe. In fact, a few days ago Mu Desui had already come to Qingzhou, and learned from Wenyu that the divine doctor was not in Qingzhou, and Wenyu did not know when the divine doctor would be back, but only told him that it should be soon. After all, the school was about to start, and at that time, Ning Duan would more than likely be back. This was what Wenyu thought at the time. Mu Desui decided to wait in Qingzhou until the divine doctor returned in order to show enough sincerity. He ended up receiving a call from his daughter, Mu Bingzhu, who had actually exchanged the elixir ice blood flower that could save his wife's life from a young grandmaster. He returned to Lingnan in a hurry. It turned out to be less than desirable. Ice blood flower is indeed effective on his wife's symptoms, but it treats the symptoms but not the root cause. It can only be temporarily suppressed. And then he learned from Wenyu that the divine doctor has returned to Qingzhou, so he hurriedly rushed to Qingzhou with his lover as well as his daughter. At this time, Wenyu this intermediary hastened to come out to control the scene. After all, they cannot always stand in the door of the Taoyuan residence well. So it turns out that Mr. Ning has long been acquainted with Bingzhu the girl for a long time now. It's really fate. This girl's grandfather and I are from the same lineage. It's just that this old man was unlucky enough to walk in front of me. Alas. After first clearly informing himself of his relationship with the Lingnan Mu family, Wenyu continued, Mr. Ning, the food and drinks are ready. Let's go into the box first and chat while we eat. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe and cloth shoes with a bloated and blonde figure quickly ran out from the Peach Source residence and stood in front of Ningchen after squeezing through the crowd, with some fervor in his eyes in addition to respect, and almost bowed his head and said, Master Ning, why don't you notify me ahead of time when you come to the Peach Source residence, so that I can come to pick you up in person? Those who can come here, those are dignified characters. Although Mu Desui and Mu Bingzhu are not from Qingzhou, but the name of the middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist priest in front of them is like a thunderbolt. Li Vanson, a well-known feng shui master in Qingzhou, the owner of this peach house. He came from a humble background, but by virtue of his feng shui techniques, he was regarded as the guest of honor by an unknown number of prestigious families in the south. Although Li Wanson only had one hotel industry like Teo Yuanju, his position in Qingzhou was completely equal to Wenyu, and even better in some aspects. Such a character actually groveled to a young man, and calling each other masters? Several people looked at each other, and they could all see the shock in each other's eyes. Wenyu let out a long sigh in his heart. Mr. Ning, the more and more he became, the more people couldn't see through him. At this time, he could not help but think in his heart, after coming to Taoyuanju today, Wenyu heart shocked, because Taoyuanju has undergone a sea change, so that the first step he took to cross and did not want to leave, and even thought of just here in the old age forget. The Winchesters aren't that far behind. It's hard not to. When you thought carefully, the changes in Taoyuan residence had nothing to do with Ning Chen? Only then can Levinson's attitude be rationalized. I just got a temporary call to come to my appointment. You don't have to worry about me, Ning Chen said indifferently. Yes, Li Wanson nodded his head and didn't say anything more. Beckoning, the lobby manager following behind him rushed forward. Boss, the guests of this box are served with the highest specifications. Li Wanson opened his mouth. and after thinking about it, he hastily changed his words. Forget it, it's better for me to serve them personally. There is no higher standard of service at Peachtree House than his personal service. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen was helpless for a while. Don't get together. You're not a waitress material with this body type. Just arrange it normally. Yes, Li Wanson couldn't refute, but in his heart, he made up his mind to start losing weight from today onwards, and he also needed to learn the manners of a waiter and so on. Not for any other reason, just for the sake of him being able to greet Ning Chuan on the sidelines when he boarded the door. Li Wanson made a gesture of invitation. Master Ning, Elder Wan, a few guests, please come with me. Before Ning Chen made a move, the others remained standing in place, and it wasn't until after Ning Chen took a step that the others followed. In the box, when Qinglan took the initiative to help Ning Chen pull out his chair, although she was the eldest miss of the Wan family, when Qinglan didn't feel that her behavior was degrading in the slightest. On the contrary, she was chagrined because of Mu Bingju, who was a step late. Ning Chen sat at the main seat, and Wan Yu, as the middleman, naturally sat between Ning Chen and Mu Desui, followed by Mu Bingju and Wan Qinglan. Order the food. The dishes had already been prepared, and the Cheongsam-clad waiters entered with their plates in turn, and soon the table was filled with a wide array of delicacies. Mr. Ning, please, Wan Yu said with a smile. Today's occasion was arranged by him. Originally, this kind of occasion should have less of this kind of link of toast, but Wan Yu, who was familiar with Ning Chen's character, didn't arrange it this way. Ning Chen's intake of food had always been relatively large. Naturally, he would not be polite, and immediately feasted on the food. While eating, Ning Chen even wanted to go back to Su Evening's place to have some barbecue after the end of the day. As for why he always went to Su Evening's house, the reason was simple, because it was closer to the rose garden, and the taste was not bad, so Ning Chen was too lazy to change the place. At this moment, when you even greeted the others with a meal, although Ning Chen wasn't rude when he ate, he definitely wasn't elegant either. And even when he ate the crab, Ning Chen was shivering with one hand grasping it. When Qinglan had known Ning Chen for a relatively long time and was not surprised, if it was any other man who was eating like this in front of Mu Bingju's heart would definitely resist. But when this person was Ning Chen, Mu Bingju didn't have the slightest bit of antipathy in this regard, and even felt that Ning Chen was worthy of being a man of the world. That's the real deal. Not like those men who always seemed so deliberate when they were in his presence. Nine Dust was focused on drying his meal and had no intention of paying any attention to the others. During the meeting, Mu Desui wanted to open his mouth to speak, but was stopped by Wan Yu shaking his head. This meal was relatively satisfying for Nine Dust, but he had long since gotten tired of eating the food outside, and he decided to treat himself tomorrow by cooking it himself. The dishes at Taoyuan residence were definitely considered delicious, but a few other people were a little less than savory. Because of Ning Chen's presence, they had to be restrained. Seeing Ning Chen put down his chopsticks, the others also stopped successively. The waiter guarding the side hurriedly handed Ning Chen a wet towel to wipe his hands, and when he handed it to Wan Yu in passing, Wan Yu didn't bother to pick it up, and opened his mouth to say, "You go out first." Wan Yu was clear about Ning Chen's character. Since Ning Chen was willing to come to the appointment, he should be willing to make a move, although he didn't know what made Ning Chen change his mind. Since Ning Chen had already satisfied his appetite, the next step in today's game would need to be opened by him. The middleman. However, his mouth merely opened, and before he could speak, Ning Chen spoke first. Lingnan Mu family, what is your status in Lingnan? Mu Dishui's mind was quickly pondering how to answer this question of Ning Chen's, because Ning Chen definitely didn't ask this kind of question in order to ask for a more generous reward after probing the bottom of the Mu family, and he was right next to Wan Lao when he called Ning Chen. At that time, Nine Dust decisively refused, and then agreed to come to the appointment. Maybe the credit goes to the word Ridge. He turned his gaze for help to Elder One, as the party who had something to ask for, and also invited an intermediary. What he had to do in the beginning was to say less, because directly crossing the intermediary which was disrespectful to the two people. When you caught Ning Chen's words and said with a smile, the Mu family's position in Lingnan is one of the best, except that there's also a Wang family in Lingnan, and the two families' strengths are equal, so they haven't been able to compete for the number one position. But recently, the Wang family didn't know what kind of turmoil had occurred, and their strength had sharply decreased, and they were no longer a rival to the Mu family. In 3 months' time at most, the Mu family will be the veritable number one in Lingnan. Nine Dust nodded slightly. He had agreed to come to the appointment with that in mind. He needs an eye in Lingnan. Too weak to catch his eye. The Mu family would be a good fit. I can make a move to heal your wife, but I have one request. Nine Dust was too lazy to beat around the bush. You say? Mu Desui was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Ning Chen to agree so simply. No matter what your request is, As long as the Mu family can do it, they will definitely fulfill it with all their might. Mu Bingju's expression was delighted, but no words were spoken. There's no place for her to talk here. I want you to help me secretly search for someone in Lingnan. If you can find this person, don't go and alarm him. Just inform me of his whereabouts at the first opportunity. Ning Chen spoke. I don't have any other harsh conditions. You just need to do your best to look for this person for a period of 3 months. And if you don't have any news after 3 months, you just need to pay a little bit of attention to him. And in the end, even if you can't find this person, it'll be all clear between us. The crowd in the box froze. Perhaps he hadn't expected Ning Chen to make such a simple request. It's just looking for someone, and it's not required to be found. But, Ning Chen took a sip of tea. He could have completely concealed it, but he had no intention of punking the Mu family. This person I want you to find is very strong. Of course, you may not always be able to find him, but if you do discover his whereabouts, and thus anger him, I don't know what kind of trouble it will bring you, but after discovering his whereabouts, inform me at the first opportunity, and he will naturally be unable to pose a threat to you. Ning Chen leaned back in his chair. This was a deal in itself, and it was up to Mu Desui to see how much he could give in order to save his wife. On this topic, the intermediary when you no longer knew how to take it, and could only hand the initiative back to Mu Desui. Mr. Ning, at the risk of asking, is this person your enemy? Mu Desui asked cautiously. Never met. Ning Chen spoke in a casual tone. Mu Desui took a deep breath. As a great family that had been inherited in Lingnan for 100 years, the reason why they could have an absolute position was that apart from their amazing financial power as well as their connections, what was more important was that the Mu family also had a few ancient martial masters sitting in their midst, which included the ancient martial masters that they themselves had cultivated as well as the guest ministers from outside. These determined the status of the Mu family in Lingnan. Memorize the URL. As long as the realm of the person Ning Chen was seeking was below that of a grandmaster, the Mu family didn't have to have any fear at all, and even, if that person was Ning Chen's enemy, their Mu family would be happy to help them get rid of Ri. After all, who would want to give up the opportunity to get to know such a young grandmaster and the chance to earn favors? With these thoughts in his mind, Mu Desui didn't feel too much pressure and opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Ning, may I ask about this person's cultivation level? Weakest grandmaster. Ning Chen spoke lightly. After all, if this person's cultivation was not high, and he took out a magic artifact to go to the old witch god of the witch sect to exchange it for a spiritual medicine, he would probably be blackmailed by the old witch god on the spot. Muddy waters? Excuse me. Risking the possibility of offending a great master in exchange for Ning Chen's hand in saving his wife. It's definitely a losing deal. Mutsumi didn't feel like he had such an iron head. Although he wanted to save his hairy wife, he couldn't gamble on his ancestors' century-old foundation. Ning Chen spoke again, his tone still bland. If your Mu family can discover this person's whereabouts, I can keep your Lingnan Mu family safe for 100 years. This is the promise of a young archon. At least, both the Mu family and the Wen family thought so. When Yu's face was constantly twitching, this reward given by Ning Chen could be considered astonishing. When Qinglan blinked her eyes and looked at her grandfather in a serious and earnest manner. Grandpa, is it too late for us to move now? In time, when Yu stroked his beard and laughed, glancing gratefully at his granddaughter. Although our Wen family's roots are in Qingzhou, the situation these past few years, hey, if it wasn't for Mr. Ning's help. He was referring to the matter of cooperation between the two parties with Ning Chen providing the prescription. Just because of a single prescription, the Wen family, which was withering away in Qingzhou, quickly stabilized its footing and its stock price increased continuously. Mr. Ning, when you suddenly stood up and bowed to Ning Chen, the Wen family has at least accumulated some connections over the years. The Wen family is willing to look up to Mr. Ning, and after the Wen family moves their family to Lingnan, they will do their best to find this person's whereabouts for you. Nine Dust looked as normal, not feeling surprised. Although these people misunderstood his strength, the offer he made was indeed hard to refuse. When Yu straightened his waist, smilingly said to the Mu family head, Little Mu you and I are family friends. After the Wen family moved to Lingnan is your neighbor. The Wen family is new to the area. When the time comes, we still need you to take care of one or two. Muddy waters, what's with all the fighting? This is the benefit Mr. Ning promised him. You and family just stay honestly in Qingzhou. What's the point of coming to fool around? At this time, Mu Desui stood up and opened his mouth to say, Elder Wen, don't make fun of me as a junior. The small temple in Lingnan simply can't accommodate you as a great god. It's not that my juniors want to reject you. It's just that the Wen family relocated to Lingnan with such fanfare. And if Mr. Ning's searching for someone discovers something, I'm afraid that it will be a mistake for Mr. Ning's great event. Wen Yu, since he does not speak of martial virtues to rely on the old, then he naturally does not need to be polite. and first come to a wave of Xingxin. Let's see if he can afford it. As expected, just as the words fell, the corner of Wen Yu's mouth twitched viciously. Wen Qinglan and Mu Bingju also looked at each other, and although the smiles on their faces were friendly, in reality, the two families had already been fighting in an open and secret battle. Ning Chen wasn't the least bit interested in watching this kind of hilarity, and opened his mouth to say, "All I want is this person's whereabouts. No matter which of you informs me of this person's whereabouts, the promise I made just now will still work. Right now, I just need an affirmative answer, and the risks that may be encountered therein. I've analyzed them for you just now as well, so I'm also hoping that you'll be able to think about it clearly." Mu Desui was almost unthinking. "Mr. Ning, please help save my wife." Mu Bingju also hurriedly said, "Mr. Ning, please." "Good." Nine Dust stood up. "Then let's get moving. There's no point in delaying something that can be fixed now. Mr. Ning, my mother came to Qingzhou with us, only that she didn't attend due to reasons of ill health. Instead she's resting inside the guest room of the Taoyuan residence. I'll take you there." Mu Bingju hurriedly walked over. Wen Yu and Wen Changlan did not leave, but accompanied the crowd to the room where Mu Dishui's hairy wife lived. This is a beautiful woman with a lingering charm. Mu Bingju has inherited her advantages perfectly. Seeing this beautiful woman, one can vaguely think of what Mu Bingju looked like when she reached this age. Mu Bingju briefly explained to her mother. The beautiful woman's gaze fell on Ning Chen, and she was inevitably a bit surprised, because who would have thought that the divine doctor that Elder One esteemed was so young? And of course, no one doubted whether Ning Chen had the ability to do so. After all, Elder One was the best example. Ning Chen glanced at the beautiful woman, and there was a wisp of black aura lingering between the woman's eyebrows. Except that just as soon as the wisp of black aura would emerge, it would be worn down by an invisible force, but it would soon reappear again. It's as if you can't stop fighting. This was thanks to the ice blood flower. Otherwise, this beautiful woman would have turned into a cold corpse 3 days ago. It's not a big problem. Madam is just invaded by evil chi. The female body itself is an attribute. Madam is also wearing the ornaments stripped from the tomb of the dead. If Madam didn't take a lot of precious medicines, and also served the ice blood flower in time to continuously wear out the evil chi emitted by this ornament, you guys don't have the time to find me through Elder One, and contacting Elder One can only let the Wen Lao's whole family to go to the banquet. Evil. Mu Dishui's expression was grave. Obviously, this was beyond his cognitive scope. He probably didn't expect the main cause of his hairy wife's illness to come from evil chi. He caught the key point in Ning Chen's words just now. The jewelry that emanated evil chi was stripped from a dead man's grave, and according to normal circumstances, his wife would have no chance of coming into contact with this kind of object at all. Although in recent times his wife has received a number of gifts, among them jewelry. But why would the person behind the preparation of all this want to go after his wife? It would be justifiable to harm him or his daughter Mu Bingju. Why are you targeting his wife? His wife wasn't too connected to the Mu family estate, just a beauty parlor assessed at $10 million in her own name. So there's no reason at all, nor is there any profit to be made. Remember in a second https://m, simply disgusting him? Or, it was a warning sent to the Mu family, and it was appropriate to use his wife to issue such a warning. When he had just entered the door, Ning Chen had noticed something unusual about the woman's body. The evil chi that had been bred would indeed be constantly worn down by the potency of the ice blood flower. But this evil chi was constantly surging out of the beautiful woman's chest, like a black dot constantly appearing on a piece of white paper, then disappearing and reappearing. Non-stop loop. It's simply not too obvious. The beauty of the woman's neck hanging a red rope, because by the clothing cover so do not know what object. Ning Chen heart cannot help but spit. His tied red rope can eliminate disasters and ward off evil spirits. In fact, the complete opposite. The object itself is from the tomb of the dead peeled out of the murderous weapon, with a red rope strung together, will only make the object's ferociousness grow. Ma'am, remove the necklace from your neck and show it to me. Nine Dust opened his mouth. The beautiful woman didn't refuse Ning Chen's request and reached her hands to the back of her neck to remove the necklace, smiling as she said, "Mr. Ning, could it be that you think my illness is caused by this necklace? How could this necklace have been stripped from a dead man's tomb?" As she said this, the beautiful woman glanced at Mu Bingju in a subtle movement, but in front of Ning Chen, any small movements were futile. This necklace has something to do with Mu Bingju? Ning Chen was too lazy to dismantle it, catching the necklace handed over by the beautiful woman. It was an alabaster. The gazes of the people in the room looked over. They couldn't see anything at all. The mortal's eyes looked at this thing and only found it to be normal. But in Ning Chen's eyes it was completely different. The white jade was completely shrouded by a black aura, and it was no longer even possible to see what it originally looked like. Attached to the white jade as if it had seen some great tonic, it madly surged down Ning Chen's arm, and Ning Chen didn't block it. allowing these black chi to pour into his body in a steady stream. The black chi continued to wander through Ning Chen's body, and it didn't take long for it to stop at the heart location. There seemed to be something here in the heart that attracted him, and just as the black chi wanted to get closer, suddenly, the location of Ning Chen's heart changed, and a miniature version of Ning Chen suddenly appeared. And this miniature version of Nine Dust was keeping his eyes closed until the black chi got closer and closer, and the miniature version of Nine Dust suddenly opened his mouth and sucked all of this black chi into his mouth. Assimilation. After the black chi was devoured by the Yuaning was like a relay station, assimilating the black chi and then feeding it back to Ning Chen. Ha! Ning Chen had a strange expression on his face as his aura unexpectedly grew a bit, albeit weakly, but it was better than nothing. One had to know that Nine Dust was now like a broken rechargeable treasure, and trying to recharge it was a difficult thing for Nine Dust. Surprisingly, the power grew just now. The power only increased a little bit though, but it's interesting enough. Playing with the white jade, Ning Chen smiled and said, Mr. Mu, your wife's illness can be cured. The cause is this Guanyin pendant. The pendant itself is a murderous weapon. Now, just get rid of the evil in your wife's body. Your wife will be fine. Is that so mysterious? But Mu Desui did not dare to question Ning Chen's words. After all, this is a great master said words, and this great master is also very high attainments of feng shui masters. After all, even the owner of Tao Yuanju, known as the Qingzhou feng shui industry master Li Wansen will Ning Chen respect. Thank you, Mr. Ning, Mu Desui spoke politely. Ning Chen inwardly sighed. The beautiful woman swallowing the ice blood flower to inhibit the invasion of evil chi was simply a waste. If he had encountered it earlier, he would have naturally been able to solve it with ease. Now, not only had he wasted the ice blood flower, but also because of the ice blood flower's potency, a lot of evil chi had been rubbed off on this white jade. How could this be? How could this white jade be stripped from a dead man's tomb? Mu Bingju stared blankly at the white jade in Ning Chen's hand, her face all full of incredulity. Mu Desui gazed over and frowned. What's going on? This white jade, I gave it to my mom. How did this happen? I almost killed it. Before Mu Bingju could finish his words, Mu Desui raised his hand to strike down. Pop! Mu Bingju covered her face and didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of guilt, complexity, self-blame, and feigned killing intent. This killing intent was not only felt by Ning Chen, even when you looked at Mu Bingju in surprise after noticing it. Desui, how can you hit a child? Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman hurriedly got up to pacify Mu Bingju, her tone gentle. Does it hurt? Mu Bingju stubbornly shook her head. Mu Desui rebuked with a gloomy face. By now you are still defending her. This daughter of yours has all blackness in her heart, and has even plotted against her biological mother in such an evil way. You don't know anything to jump to conclusions. Have you done father like this? The beautiful woman glared at Mu Desui, opened her mouth to explain. This pendant was originally Bingju's. After I saw it in my heart I liked it, so I looked for Bingju to ask for it. Bingju has been filial since she was a child. I'm the mother's opening, could she refuse? Why are you so confused? If it's true that Ice Bamboo was trying to harm me like you said, how could she have entered the Lingnan Great Forest in search of the ice blood flower despite the danger? Mu Desui, apologize to your daughter. The beautiful woman's wording was harsh. Otherwise not only will there be a hurdle in your daughter's heart that she can't get over, I won't forgive you either. Mu Desui looked at the hand he had just hit, and his entire body froze. He didn't expect things to turn out the way they did. Mr. Mu, you should be thanking your wife. If it wasn't for your wife taking this jade pendant from Mu Bingju's hands, you wouldn't have a daughter now. Ning Chen heckled. Your daughter's destiny is Yin, and her physical body is weak. This jade pendant, in the beginning, was aimed at taking Mu Bingju's life, but as it turned out, she dodged the bullet by mistake. Mu Dishui's face stiffened. He knew he was impulsive. A big mistake. Appeared a little short of breath to go forward. Reached out his hand but did not have the courage to touch his daughter. Frozen in midair. His expression was complex and full of guilt. Bingju, it's Dad who blamed you wrongly. I'm sorry. With Mu Dishui's status and position in Lingnan, even if he really did something wrong, this kind of behavior of lowering his voice to apologize to someone would never happen, not to mention his daughter. So the words of this apology sounded a bit awkward. Whether or not Mu Desui is sincere Ning Dust does not know, but he is on the sidelines or feeling embarrassed for Mu Desui. At this time, Mu Desui is afraid to be so embarrassed that he has gouged out a 3-room in his shoes. Mu Bingju first looked at Ning Chen gratefully, then shook her head at Mu Desui, to the point of being sincere. Dad, I don't blame you. This is my fault in itself. I almost harmed my mom, and she hasn't been suffering from illnesses for a while now, so if anything really happened to her, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Thankfully, Mr. Ning stepped in. Mu Bingju looked at Ning Chen gratefully. bowing slightly in appreciation. Seeing this scene, Ning Chen naturally suffered it with peace of mind. Just the heart inevitably want to spit, even if the beautiful woman really accident. I'm afraid that the Mu family life may not know the truth. The beautiful woman was actually killed by the pendant white jade. Mu Bingju's expression suddenly turned grim as she gritted her teeth. It's just that I didn't expect that those people would even do such a thing for their own interests. After the truth came out, Mu Bingju could easily figure out the causes and consequences. After all, it was closely related to her. Mu Desui raised an eyebrow, his expression instantly gloomy, as if he was thinking of something. Family scandal. Ningchen didn't have any interest in the Mu family's family history, and he wouldn't interfere in it either, saying bluntly, "Alright, next I'll do the treatment for the lady first." At the moment, the Mu family father and daughter were most concerned about this issue. As for the family scandal, when they returned to Lingnan, they would naturally do the liquidation. Anyone who was related to this matter, one could not escape. And at this moment, Mu Desui hurriedly said, "Mr. Ning, do you need me to prepare anything for you?" "No need to be so troublesome," Ningchen casually said, looking at the beautiful woman. "Next I'll get rid of the evil chi in your body. Don't do anything to resist no matter what kind of reaction happens on your body." The beautiful woman had taken the ice snow flower. In fact, the evil aura on her body could be slowly worn out by the ice snow flower. But this evil aura could be turned into a spiritual aura after being absorbed and assimilated by Ning Chuan. So Ning Chuan naturally couldn't afford to waste it. "Thank you, sir." The beautiful woman bowed slightly and walked over to the bed and sat down, indicating that she was ready. Ning Chen walked forward and without any nonsense, he stretched out a finger and pointed it at the center of the American woman's brow. And the crowd in the room saw that black chi continuously seeped out from the center of the American woman's brow, and then it didn't enter Ning Chen's body along with his finger, until the blackness disappeared completely. The crowd was in awe. It is truly a godsend. Mu Bingju still had bright red five-finger marks on her face, so she hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Mr. Ning, after this evil chi overloads your body, will it cause damage to your body? Such a trace amount of evil chi is not enough." Ning Chen said flatly, "Trace." The corners of several people's mouths twitched slightly. This was just a trace amount for 9 dust, but for them, it was enough to take their lives. With the matter resolved, the next thing was Ning Chen's own business, and Ning Chen handed over the source of the evil aura. "The pendant is returned to you." Seeing this bizarre pendant, Mu Bingju hastily took a step back to avoid it, and spoke in fear, "I'll also have to trouble Mr. Ning to help deal with this item." Hearing this, Ning Chen directly put the jade pendant into his pants pocket. Although this thing before with evil, but now has been dealt with clean. In addition, this jade pendant jade quality is also not bad. Stay in the future as a gift to send people. Seeing that the matter had been satisfactorily resolved, Mu Desui immediately went to his wife's side and softly asked, "Wife, how do you feel now?" "I feel so relaxed. That feeling of burden on my body has completely disappeared, and my mind is very clear." "Desui, this time it's thanks to Mr. Ning that I'm safe and sound." "You must thank Mr. Ning properly," the beautiful woman said with a smile, her gaze falling on Ning Chen. "Mr. Ning is young and promising. I wonder if he has a family yet." Mu Bingju and Wen Qinglan's gazes also looked over at the same time. "I don't have any plans in that regard," Ning Chen said indifferently. Mediocre powder naturally couldn't enter his eyes. Not to mention, Earth couldn't possibly be Ning Chen's terminus. When he regained his strength and his parents enjoyed their old age in peace, he would naturally look for a way to leave Earth. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman took the initiative to market herself and said, "My family Bingju is not bad. Her character is also good. If Mr. Ning has ideas in this regard, he can have more dealings with my family Bingju." "Mom," Mu Bingju blushed. "How could Mr. Ning possibly look at me? What do you know?" The beautiful woman glared at Mu Bingju. "If such a good man misses out, there'll be times when you'll regret it. Not to mention that you haven't even tried it yourself. How do you know? Besides, doesn't everyone say that women chasing after men are separated by a veil nowadays? You take the initiative to interact more with Mr. Ning. Nothing is impossible." Mu Bingju carefully glanced at Ning Chen and did not speak. She, however, was clearly intent. 9 dust. You guys can say this kind of stuff behind closed doors, but is it really okay to say it so directly in front of me? When you heard this from the side, but he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In fact, he had considered this before, but he also knew that his granddaughter was not worthy of Ning Chen, and this emotional affair, he always felt that it wasn't appropriate to get involved. But what if? Women chasing men, not to mention that the Wen family's roots were planted in Qingzhou, and now they had established cooperation with Nine Dust. It's close to the water. At once, Wen Yu's mind came alive. Next we should talk about business. Compared to these matters, Ning Chen was still more concerned about the mysterious man who had once appeared at the witch sect. After all, this mysterious man had a strain of the main elixir he had used to refine the god repair pill in his hands. The crowd immediately understood, and their hearts were eager. After all, the conditions offered by Nine Dust were far too attractive. As long as they provide accurate whereabouts, they can keep their family safe for 100 years. This was the promise of a very young grandmaster. And in their opinion, after many years, Ning Chen was fully qualified to become the group of people at the very pinnacle of the martial arts world, and with the shelter of such a powerful person. In 100 years' time, their own family could definitely become a giant existence on one side. This is a great opportunity. After arranging for the beautiful woman to rest, several people followed behind Ning Chen and left the room. Li Wanson heard the news and rushed here, and did not hesitate to give his office to Ning Chen to use, and according to Ning Chen's requirements to find a pen and paper, and then in Ning Chen to maintain a distance not too close not too far away, at any time at Ning Chen's beck and call. Before Ning Chen opened his mouth, all the other people naturally didn't dare to speak. The office was terribly quiet, and even a bit depressing, only to see Ning Chen raise his hand. Just when the people thought that they were going to cut to the chase, they saw Ning Chen grabbing a pen and drawing on a piece of paper to himself, and it didn't take long for a pair of lifelike lotus flower-like tattoos to appear on the paper. Several people looked at each other, unsure. Ning Chen grabbed the paper and stood in front of the crowd, speaking, "The person I want you to look for has this tattoo-like, light red lotus flower on the back of his hand, 6 petals in total, which appeared in the Lingnan Great Forest a few years ago. Anyone who finds this tattoo-like on the back of their hand must notify me, and cannot miss a single one." This was the only clue that Nine Dust was currently aware of. Concerning the ancient vine, the main elixir for refining the god repairing pill, Ning Chen naturally had to treat it carefully. Spirit medicines were already rare and hard to find, and if he missed one, Ning Chen doubted that another one of the same existed on Earth. And the mysterious man had used a magic weapon to trade away the ancient vine from the old witch god of the witch sect a few years ago, and after such a long period of time, no one dared to guarantee that the ancient vine had been used by the mysterious man. But as long as the possibility still existed, Nine Dust was like looking to see. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. The eagerness just now seemed to have been poured a pot of cold water. The information that can be known is too little, and the time span is too large. Just based on a tattoo, trying to find this person out is like looking for a needle in a haystack. What's more, this person had appeared in the Lingnan Great Forest a few years ago, and unless one had lived in Lingnan for a long time, the difficulty of searching for him would continue to increase indefinitely. Memorize the URL. As for these, naturally, they weren't something that Ning Chen needed to be concerned about, and he was merely holding on to the idea of trying. It wasn't him who contributed. Although it might cause the Lingnanmu family to work in vain for a while, Ning Chen wouldn't have any burden in his heart, because it was the exact equivalent of the payment he'd offered for treating the beautiful woman. "Remember to notify me when you have news," Nine Dust reiterated once more, and was about to leave the office. Mu Bingzhu and Wen Qinglan followed attentively, one on the left and one on the right, saying in unison, "Mr. Ning, I'll see you off." "No, I can go back by myself," Ning Chen refused dryly. Sometimes people are too good, but also an annoying thing. Ning Chen is actually not too happy to get closer to them. One is that there is a difference between immortal and mortal. 2, after all, as a yuaning stage of the great powers, in the small south heavenly realm I do not know how many fairies have seen the appearance of the secular and then good-looking skin. In the case of Ning Chuan, is only a red powder skeleton. It is really difficult to let Ning Chuan bring up any interest. Before the school year started, Nine Dust's whereabouts during this period of time turned into a 3-point line. Home, the Peach House and the barbecue restaurant at Sue's home. It was also ridiculous to think that he, a great power of the yuaning stage, an almost invincible existence on Earth, would still have to go to college, and it was still the kind that had just entered the freshman year. The college years start out at 4 years. The knowledge in school wasn't of any use to Ning Chen, but in the eyes of his parents, Ning Chen was young. What could he do without studying? And Ning Chen was now able to go to school on a regular basis purely because he didn't want to see his parents disappointed. For years had passed with the snap of a gray finger, and Ning Chen was completely expendable. Unconsciously, Nine Dust came to the barbecue restaurant of Su Wanxiang's family. There were quite a few guests, but they weren't completely full, so Ning Chen took it upon himself to find a seat. "Little brother, what to eat?" A middle-aged man wearing an apron came up to give Ning Chen his order. Nine Dust was a bit surprised. "Su Haichao, it's you, classmate." Su Haichao also looked surprised, hurriedly wiped his hands on his apron, took out the cigarette case from his pocket and pulled out one to hand it to Ning Chen, and opened his mouth. "Classmate, I'm ashamed to say that I used to be a jerky person, but after being taught a lesson by Sister Hua, I'm now considered to be enlightened. And it's thanks to your help. Thank you for helping the two of them during this period of time, so that we, a family of 3, can make this barbecue restaurant better. I just want to be a good husband and father now. Su Haichao looked as if he had learned his lesson the hard way. By the way, classmate, your relationship with Sister Flower isn't ordinary, Su Haichao asked tentatively. Nine Dust didn't reach out to take the cigarette and said calmly, I don't smoke. As for the rest, Ning Chen naturally wouldn't say much. He did mention Su Haichao's matter to Wang Yinhua before, and Wang Yinhua's efficiency was not bad, but could he make Su Haichao come to his senses just by teaching him a lesson? When things go wrong, they go wrong. After glancing at Su Lianxian, who was about to go forward behind him but didn't, Ning Chen sighed in his heart. Never mind. I'll help you one more time for the sake of free milk tea at the beginning of the school year. He and Su Haichao naturally had nothing more to say. Nine Dust had seen too many hearts. Su Haichao himself was not embarrassed, and gave a heated laugh. I understand. Don't pry into what you shouldn't pry into. After placing the menu in front of Ning Chen, Su Haichao called out, Evening, come over and entertain your classmates. Only then did Su Evening Night go forward. Seeing Su Haichao walking away, Su Evening Night whispered, Big brother Ning, my father. Good thing, Ning Chen said indifferently, without looking at the menu, and said directly, just arrange whatever you want for me. Su Lianxian went to get ready, and Nine Dust started after sending a text message. The kebabs weren't served up for long, but Su Lianxian didn't leave, and neither did Ning Chen, eating a kebab and then another, his brows furrowing slightly, and Su Lianxian, her fingers fiddling with the skirt of her apron from the side, cautiously inquired, Big brother Ning, what's wrong? Why doesn't it taste right today? Nine Dust put down the half-eaten skewer. Su Lianyang blushed slightly, looking squirmy, and whispered, Big brother Ning, I personally roasted these skewers for you. Serve it away. Have your mom re-roast some for me? And give me 2 cold beers. After saying this, Nine Dust continued to bury his head. Su Wan, wine and food. Ning Chen returned to the rose garden. Just into the living room, Jiang Sugar rushed over and pulled Ning Chen's hand and began to pamper him. Brother Dolly, why are you back so late? Shu Yan and I have been waiting for you all day. Come on, let's go triple black together. Not playing. Nine Dust shook his head no. Yesterday we agreed to just play a handful of games and ended up playing late into the night. Nine Dust, Sugar and I have been waiting for you for so long. Just accompany us to score. Su Shuyan also took the initiative to speak up. Just play one game. Okay. Ning Chen couldn't argue with the two of them and could only agree. Then play a hand. At 2 in the morning, Nine Dust looked at the two women who were in high spirits on the sofa, and leaned back into the sofa and fell into deep thought. The game battle was over, and it was a particularly tough victory because of the two mop-ups, Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar. Ning Chen rubbed his brow with a headache, saying that he would just play a handful of times, but as a result, he really did play a billion bars. At this moment, Ning Chen made up his mind. Sleep. Grabbing the phone to go upstairs. In the process of going upstairs, Ning Dust decisively uninstalled the game of King Pesticide. Bye. No one should ever think of calling him out for another hand in the future. He doesn't have the game anymore. After a simple wash, Nine Dust fell back to sleep. Because of his body, Ning Chen had now become particularly sleepy. The next day, when he woke up, 2 girls, a woman was already sitting on the sofa together to catch up on the drama. Yes, that's right. Wang Yinhua came to the rose garden on time again to help dig the water well. Just in the way of Ning Chen didn't get up for the reason that she didn't dare to disturb it directly, and so she joined Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar's team of catching up on the drama. Seeing Nine Dust come down from upstairs, Wang Yinhua hurriedly got up. Mr. Ning, remember in a second https://m. She had started out by calling Ning Chen Brother Dust, but as Ning Chen didn't like this kind of generic name for a horseman, Wang Yinhua noticed and changed it to the honorific title of Mr. Ning. And sure enough, in comparison, it was easier for Ning Chen to accept such a title. Nine Dust nodded indifferently, not saying anything more. Having stopped work for a day yesterday, there can be no delay today. The well must be dug and the fire vein planted in as soon as possible. Originally, there was absolutely no need for Ning Chen to be in such a hurry. But yesterday, since the Yuaning had autonomously absorbed and assimilated the evil qi, it seemed that because it had tasted the sweetness of it, it had constantly sent out signals that it wanted to devour the fire vein, and the Yuaning's devouring of the fire vein had indeed allowed Ning Chen to recover quite a bit of his aura, and thus his strength had increased. But this is, after all, a one-time thing, and vice versa. This villa itself existed a weak spiritual eye. Ning Chen did not even dare to absorb the spiritual qi overflowing out of the spiritual eye, for fear of directly draining the spiritual eye dry in one go. Obtaining the fire vein in the Lingnan Great Forest was a complete accidental harvest, and after absorbing the fire vein into the spiritual eye, it was able to grow the spiritual eye, and the spiritual eye initially had the qualification to draw spiritual chi from the earth and sky. Even though the amount was very small, the accumulation of rain became a river, and sooner or later, it would one day be able to barely sustain a small amount of Ninedust's absorption. This was also one of the reasons why Ninedust had bought this place. He was going to manually make this place into a cave. Therefore, the progress of digging water wells must be accelerated. The Yuaning was like a gluttonous child. Ningchen was still able to control the Yuaning's level of gluttony when he was awake, but he was worried that the Yuaning would swallow the fire vein in one gulp on its own during his sleep. With these thoughts in his mind, Ninedust walked towards the kitchen. Eat first before you have enough energy to work. On the sofa, Su Shuyan kept elbowing her best friend Ginger Sugar. Gingerbread was helpless. Brother Dolly. Ginger Sugar could only get up from the sofa. Then ran to the kitchen and took out a snack from the refrigerator and handed it to Ninedust. Your stomach must be very hungry after sleeping until this time, so eat a snack to pad your stomach before you get something to eat. Ningchen didn't refuse and took the dim sum. To his surprise, the flavor of the dim sum was very good, and it turned out to be exactly to his liking. Ginger Sugar couldn't stand the gaze of her best friend Su Shuyan, so she could only come up beside Ningchen and ask with a smile, "Brother Dolly, how does it taste?" "Very good," Ningchen commented after swallowing a small piece of the snack. "The sweetness and flavor are just right for my liking." "Little Sugar, where did you buy this snack from? You can buy some more to keep in the fridge." Much of the food in the secular world was like chewing wax to Ninedust, and if it wasn't for the sake of drawing on the tiny bit of energy inside the food, Ninedust would even want to choose not to eat, and as a Yuaning stage-old monster, he had already attained the realm of grain resistance. What's the hesitation if there can be a better option? Like the treats in front of you. Wow wow. With a face of experience, Ginger Sugar smashed his mouth and said exaggeratedly, to be able to hear the three words "very good" from Brother Dolly's mouth. This is simply the highest evaluation of food. Brother Dolly, do you really think that this snack is very tasty? Very tasty doesn't count. Ninedust smiled. But in comparison, within the food I've eaten recently, aside from the dishes from the Peachland residence, the flavor of this dim sum can barely be ranked first. Su Shuyan's eyes widened. That's a rating that's not too shabby. Ginger Sugar was also dumbfounded, because although the flavor of this dim sum was good, it could not be said to be the best. It could only be said that everyone likes different tastes, but Ningchen was good at this. What could she do? And at the same time as there was a sudden pressure in her heart, Ginger Sugar opened her mouth with a look of regret. It's a pity, Brother Dolly. This dim sum is not for sale outside. Ninedust was puzzled. It was made by Shu Yen herself. Ginger Sugar took the initiative to solve the confusion. Ninedust. Never in a million years. A person who cooks home cooking completely made into dark cuisine was able to make this kind of dim sum, and since the dim sum was made by Su Shuyan, Ningchen suddenly regretted some of the words he had just said. Ningchen. Su Shuyan was happy. I'll make you whatever you like to eat every day from now on. Ninedust. Just now. His words had already been said to that extent, and it was obviously not appropriate to say refusal again now, mainly because this snack was indeed more in line with his appetite. So Ningchen directly chose not to say anything, and silently went into the kitchen after eating the snack. Ninedust ordered himself a bowl of Yangchun noodles. Tastes good. When the well is built, go to the well water to cook. The well water to the spiritual eye has been moisturized. The aroma of the meal made is bound to be on a higher level. After eating, Ninedust began to work, and without her greeting Wang Yinhua also arrived at work in time. There were no external factors disturbing them today, so Ninedust had been working until the sun went down before finishing her work. And Wang Yinhua had been gritting her teeth despite her exhaustion. In addition to performing in front of Ninedust, there was another important reason. Around 3 in the afternoon it was Ninedust himself who was cooking, and with a share of her preparation. Wang Yinhua could have sworn that after living for so many years, she had never eaten a meal that smelled so good. The deliciousness of the meals in Taoyuanju was second to none in Qingzhou, and Wang Yinhua had visited before. But compared to what Ningchen had personally made, the aftertaste surprisingly made her feel tasteless. End of work. Mr. Ning, I'll go back first, and I'll continue to come over tomorrow morning, Wang Yinhua said politely. She had completely straightened herself out, and since Ningchen had no intention of keeping her down for dinner, all she had to do now was to leave in a sensible manner. Even though not keeping her for dinner made Wang Yinhua's heart feel regretful beyond measure, but it's good enough to have a midday meal every day. Instead, Wang Yinhua expected this well to be completed a little later. After a simple rinse, Ninedust put on his pajamas and went downstairs to cook. The depth of the well in the yard was now about the same, and there was already water starting to bubble up. Because this villa in the rose garden was itself built on top of a faint spiritual eye, so these overflowing springs had a certain amount of spiritual chi attached to them. Drinking from this spring is a great tonic for the common man. To Ning Chen, however, this really wouldn't be too helpful to him in the short term. Of course, this was just the first step, so Ning Chen wasn't in any hurry at all. After all, the road has to be taken step by step. The meal has to be eaten bite by bite. Not to mention that although this freshly overflowing water had a certain amount of spiritual energy attached to it, it was rather turbid, and it was inconvenient to fetch water right now. So Ning Chen didn't have any thoughts of using the spring water for cooking for the time being. Nine Dust was busy in the kitchen. Ginger Sugar and Su Shuyan looked blearily from inside the living room. The two of them had dipped into Ning Chen's light, so they could enjoy the food, and as a family with superior conditions, Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar had tasted almost all of the food in Qingzhou, but it wasn't at all a class apart from what Ning Chen had done, and even if it was just an ordinary home-cooked dish, it could be turned upside down in Ning Chen's hands. It was just that Nine Dust cooked at home very rarely. Otherwise, both Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar should be worried about whether their weight would rise extremely. Su Shuyan has been staring at the movement of the kitchen. See the kitchen door open, hurriedly put on slippers and ran over to help serve food, appearing particularly attentive, to which Ning Chen did not say anything. In the last 2 days, Su Shuyan felt that her relationship with Ning Chen had eased quite a bit. This is largely thanks to dessert. She also didn't expect the sweet she made to be just right for Nine Dust's appetite. It's kind of found a nice entry point. Su Shuyan kept serving the dishes that Ning Chen had prepared to the table, and Jiang Sugar wasn't idle either, taking the initiative to prepare other things, making this scene seem extraordinarily harmonious. Nine Dust was a relatively large eater, so the dinner he prepared was extraordinarily sumptuous, with a larger variety of dishes. The dinner table was full of ginger chitter-chatter. Wow! This is delicious. This is also delicious. Shu Yen, try it. Brother Dolly, you're also too good. You're good at making money. You're also such a good cook. And most of all, you're also handsome. Any girl who can marry you would be like smoke coming out of her ancestors' graves. Ginger Sugar kept praising Ning Chen with not exaggerated wording. Of course, the movements of her hands weren't idle, constantly using chopsticks to clip vegetables and send them inside her mouth. It was as though if they slowed down a bit, they would be eaten up by Ning Chen and Su Shuyan. Shu Yen, look at this dish. This is your favorite dish, hey? Brother Dolly must have prepared it especially for you. Brother Dolly, you have a heart. It's awesome, Ginger Sugar said with a smile. But any way to ease the relationship between the two of them? Ginger Candy, that is not at all. For the sake of this BFF of hers, Ginger Sugar felt like she had simply fucked up. Su Shuyan glanced at Ning Chen. Thank you. Ning Chen didn't say anything. After all, he really didn't prepare it specifically for Su Shuyan. Although he had been living with Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar after returning to Earth, Ning Chen didn't have the leisure to pay attention to Su Shuyan's living habits. In exchange for Ginger Candy, Nine Dust was willing to spend a bit of time. Although the dinner prepared by Nine Dust was very rich and there were only 3 people, it still completed the CD-ROM operation. Ginger Sugar leaned back in her chair without a care in the world, gently rubbing her slightly distended stomach and burping, then placing her hand on Su Shuyan's stomach. She smiled and said, small belly, I am. Su Shuyan replied. Nine Dust, childish, rested for a while. Su Shuyan volunteered to wash the dishes. Then there was a constant thump from the kitchen. Bang! Judging by the sound, it's the bowl that's broken. Bang! The sound was loud and crisp. A plate breaking. Ginger Sugar couldn't help but hold her forehead and silently took out her cell phone. Brother Dolly, let's play pesticide. Not playing. I've already uninstalled it. Ning Chen decisively refused. This was a decision made last night. As long as he uninstalled the game, no one would be able to call out to him to play the game together. Home network speed is very fast. Re-downloading a few minutes of the problem. Vigorously, brother. We just play a while. I play this game has not been which season on the king. You take me on the king, okay? It's not a matter of minutes for a great god like you. Please. Ginger bulged her big eyes and turned on her pouting mode. Bang! Crisp sounds continued to emanate from the kitchen. Ginger Candy directly chose to ignore. After all, just get used to it, and continue to open the pampering mode to Ning Chen, with the intention that Ning Chen would not stop until she agreed. And in the end, under Ginger Candy's softly coaxing, and also for the sake of his own ears being able to be quiet, Ning Chen could only agree to do so. Ginger Candy was so happy that she hugged Nine Dust's arm and shook it for a while. Long life brother power. After saying that, he took the initiative to take Ning Chen's cell phone to help him get off the game. Not long after, Su Shuyan walked out of the kitchen with her head lowered, like a child who had done something wrong, and spoke in a small voice. Little Sugar, Accompany me tomorrow to buy some plates and bowls. The ones at home were perfectly adequate and breaking a few was no big deal, but this wasn't her home anymore after all, so she had to make reparations. Nine Dust said nothing. Things that don't matter. After the game was downloaded, Ginger Sugar created the room to pull Ning Chen and Su Shuyan in. Game on. At the interface for choosing a hero, Nine Dust spoke. I'm going to go out for a night run after playing for an hour at most. At 1 in the morning, Nine Dust looked at the time and once again fell into deep thought. Why is it like this again? You're on top of it? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Nine Dust exited the game. Sleep. Day 2. Digging water wells during the day and being dragged off to play games at night. Day 3. Got up and started playing the game. Because the scale of the water well has been completely dug out by Ning Dust, the next is around the water well bricklaying. About this piece of Ning Dust is completely unnecessary to personally manipulate. Directly outsourcing can be, as long as not to destroy the structure of the current water well will not have any problem. Handing it over to Wang Yinshua Nine Dust was completely reassuring. However, in order to avoid any possible missteps in the middle of the process, although Ning Chen didn't have to personally manipulate the well to do the work, he still needed to supervise the work. Since he didn't have to do anything and couldn't cultivate, it would be idle to be idle. Play the game well. Wang Yinhua's efficiency is very fast, and find people and construction professionals. These people to build wells to do finishing work is simply a big deal. The bricklaying had been completed in 3 days that day, and the next thing that remained was to build a pavilion according to Ning Chen's requirements. Work has begun on erecting the pavilion, and the water well had already accumulated a large amount of spiritual water, which made the carpenter master who built the pavilion marveled. After all, who would have thought that chiseling a water well in this kind of place would have such a large amount of water output? Of course, because of the reason that the bottom of the water well hadn't been cleaned up completely yet, so this oozing out spiritual water, for the time being, was also unsuitable for drinking. Little brother, when Master Carpenter saw Ning Dust walk out of the villa, he hurriedly spoke with a smile. Do you need me to help you pump out the wastewater from the water well and clean the bottom of the water well? Yes, Nine Dust nodded. The dirty water was indeed undrinkable. For this labor money, you go to Wang Yinhua and add it in. No, it's just a small thing. Carpenter grinned, refused to add money. This is a smooth thing for him. After all, do their line of work pumping equipment is easy to get? Just a small matter. He just want to sell a good in this kind of thing. Not to mention, this is the Wang Yinhua greeted the work. For a little bit of money to go to open this mouth? He doesn't have the guts. Not to mention, he had already made a lot of money just by building this pavilion. The carpenter continued. But now you can't pump out the water inside to avoid any dirt falling in. The pavilion will basically be finished today, and you can wait until tomorrow afternoon at the latest to clean the bottom of the water well thoroughly. After chatting about the water well, Ning Chen didn't stay in the courtyard for long before returning to the living room. He had come out to relax purely because he had been playing with his cell phone for a long time, resulting in his eyes being slightly sore. Just after entering the living room, Ginger Sugar couldn't wait to invite Ning Chen to continue starting the game Triple Black. Memorize the URL. And this time, Nine Dust decisively refused the net-addicted girl's offer. Luckily, school was about to start. Or else if it continued like this, Ning Chen felt that his entire being would have to be wasted. He was then surprised that Su Shuyan and Ginger Sugar kept staring at their phones and playing. Aren't you tired? He had a little problem now, but at least this body was a genuine value yuaning stage-old monster body. Back to the room. Opened the air conditioning. Suddenly became cleaned down, let Ning Dust quite enjoy. Lying on the bed to see a while after Ning Dust confused sleep. And by the time Nine Dust woke up it was already night. When I came downstairs I saw an additional handsome young man in the living room who was sitting nicely on the couch. Seeing his appearance, Nine Dust froze slightly. Ha, when did you come back? Boss, I just returned to Qingzhou today. No, just after I came back I came to see you without stopping. At this moment, Yi Kolo said in a continuous voice. Ever since Ning Chen had left Qingzhou, he had gone back to the Marina Yi family. Firstly, to deal with some of his own matters, and secondly, because Ning Chen had imparted a set of martial arts to him, which had allowed his cultivation to soar, and he needed to go back home to consolidate his cultivation with the help of his family's resources. Otherwise, I'm afraid that as one's cultivation level rises, one will experience a situation of realm vapors. If he ever came to this point, then he wouldn't be able to continue following Ning Chen around. Boss, originally I should have come to Qingzhou to saddle up at your side a long time ago, but I was in seclusion for a while and my cultivation was just consolidated after I came out of seclusion. So there was a bit of a delay. Yi Kulu hurriedly stepped forward, selling his favor. I'm afraid that you don't have anyone who can be of use to you, so I don't dare to delay for a moment. Hall of Marina Yi family. In Marina famous 7 Big Young surprisingly said this kind of humble words. Spread out. I do not know how many will be shocked off the jaw. Stop saying such disgusting things. Ning Chen was a bit speechless and couldn't help but curse. Upon hearing this, Yi Kolo said very seriously, as long as you like it, boss, I can say it every day. Ning Chen's eyelids fluttered a few times, and he really wanted to just throw Yi Kolo out. Get the hell out of here while I'm in a good mood. There are still 2 days before the start of the school year. At home just Ginger Sugar and Su Shuyan already let Ning Chen cannot get peace. Yi Kolo is like a renegade snake, or hurry to kick away words. At least can let himself a little clean for 2 days. Yi Kulu, as one of the 7 major young men of Marina, was a rich and powerful lord, and in order to become Ning Chen's neighbor, he bought the villa next door without batting an eye. Previously, Ning Chendo had wanted to kick Yi Kulu away as if he were a ball, but gradually Ning Chen changed his mind later on. Since he had coincidentally rejoined the earth and the earth's aura was scarce, it was simply impossible for cultivators to cultivate, and even though there were some places where he could barely cultivate, the effect was minimal. Although it was difficult to repair his current crippled body, with a lifespan of 8,000 years, as long as he kept searching for places with spiritual chi, there was a chance that he could barely repair his body by dripping water through stone. Since this path is not desirable, naturally the only place to start is elsewhere. For example, the God Tonic. The spirit medicine needed to refine the God Mending Pill was precious. One person's power was ultimately lacking, and one didn't know how long it would take to gather it all just by oneself. He needs people who can do things, and it has to be someone who is not small in status as well as influence in this side of the world. Cooler Leaf is kind of a good choice. At this time, hearing this, Yi Kolo's face collapsed. He just came. The chair has not been sitting hot to be whisked away. Yi Kolo bitter face. Boss, you at least want to give me a chance to perform well. I don't need you here, so get your ass back next door. Boss, don't mind me. I'm still useful. Just now, I was thinking, you have 2 sister-in-laws at home now. Usually you're not at home and it's not too safe. I want to get a movable room next to the main entrance of this villa courtyard. Make it into a security room. In the future I'll be living in the security room, and it will be convenient for boss to greet me directly if something happens. What do you think of this idea? Yi Lulu said evenly. He was born with a golden key in his hand. If he were an ordinary person, would he grovel so much? After all, the last set of flying spirit bone forging fist made his cultivation greatly improved. If he made Ning Chen happy, maybe he could teach him 1 or 2 more techniques. Then everything he did was worth it. Isn't it just being a security guard? As long as I can follow Ning Chen's side, I'll do anything. Boss, the matter of getting a security room in the courtyard, please also approve me. Yi Kulo looked serious. Have you thought this through? Ning Chen asked with a somewhat helpless expression as he looked at the fool. You don't want to live in the villa next door, but you come here to build a mobile home? Isn't that sick in the head? Boss, I'm serious, Yi Kulo solemnly said. Whatever then. Nine Dust wasn't very concerned about this. It was just one more person in the villa, so whether Yi Kulo wanted to live next door in his own villa or in the security room didn't really matter to him. Agreeing with Yi Kulo was also because Yi Kulo was really good in terms of his heart, as the Yi family's young master, since he was willing to suffer, even if he was a bit of a rogue, but he was doing things in a disciplined manner, so it was worth cultivating him a bit more. But, Nine Dust pondered for 2 seconds. There was already a water well in the yard, and now with the addition of a security room, what was originally a good set of villas suddenly became strange. The picture changed completely, and it seemed incongruous. Of course, this kind of formality was something Nine Dust didn't care about at all. Yi Kulu's action is very efficient. The next day the movable boarding house has been pulled and has begun to build, which left some carpentry masters stunned. Is that how rich people play these days? Digging a well inside the yard is fine, barely understandable. After all, rich people want to drink mineral water and enjoy a quality life. But, inside the yard to build a movable boardroom, it looked like it was ready to be made into a security room, which made him directly incomprehensible. What villa owner would be so harsh as to let his bodyguards live in a mobile home? Don't go overboard with the exploitation. Sometime at noon, the movable boardroom was built. Yi Kulo got himself a 1-meter-2 wooden bed and stuffed it in. Not even a cushion, a nightstand, a simple wooden office, a chair. This is the entire configuration inside the security room. Remember in a second https://m. It's simply not too sketchy. Su Shuyan and Jiang Sugar, who watched all this in their eyes, only felt new and strange. And Su Shuyan asked, Sugar, you say he looks quite normal, and he obviously bought the villa next door, and now he has to get a security room here. Is this a brain disease? Well, the brain is indeed sick, but maybe that's how rich people play. It's called experiencing life. Jiang Sugar completely recognized what Su Shuyan said. Although the two of them weren't too clear about Yi Kulu's real identity, but the other party's surname was Yi, and he was from Marina, so it wasn't hard to guess. However, Brother Dolly's charisma is really high, to the point where he's both male and female. Ginger Sugar couldn't help but sigh, causing Su Shuyen to blacken her face for a while, and at this moment, Ginger Sugar's eyes dribbled around and proposed. Shu Yen, but this security room looks quite interesting, and all the things inside are new anyway. Why don't we talk to Yikula tonight and let him go back to sleep for a night first, so that we can experience it as well? If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Su Shuyen directly refused. You see, all these things are ready, but there is no electricity inside, and I've been to this kind of boarding house. At night it's very stuffy inside, and you can't sleep at all without air conditioning. Gingerbread's eyes lit up. Doesn't that make it a free sauna? Su Shuyen, why is it that this BFF of hers always has strange or neurotic ideas? At this time, after Yikulu prepared his little nest home properly, he didn't idle down, but took the initiative to help the carpenter's favor. The pavilion was already finished, and the carpenter was fiddling with the pumping machine to draw out the stagnant water inside the water well. A big G passed by in the driveway of the rose garden and couldn't resist stopping and lowering its window to watch as it passed the villa at 1403. She hadn't been back in a long time, so how come the neighbor's house had changed so much? What's with all the yard? She remembered that 2 girls lived in this villa. Did the owners change? Outrageously rich? Raising the windows, the woman drove off as the courtyard gate of the adjacent villa, 1402, opened and the woman drove in. Villa 1403. Inside the courtyard, the water in the well was constantly being pumped out. The water was not wasted but was irrigated into the flower beds as well as under the roots of the trees. Yigulu and the carpenter stood smoking together. The carpenter couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, are you the bodyguard of that little brother?" "No, I'm the boss's little brother. The kind where the boss yells at me to go east and I'll never go west." Yikulu replied with a smile. The carpenter master was choked a bit. Such a big villa is placed here, but the young man in front of him can only live in the movable boarding house. But surprisingly, he didn't even complain. He saw that Yikulu's age is almost the same as his own son. He couldn't help but open his mouth and said, "I see that you don't even have electricity in the boarding house, and you should install an air conditioner in it, or else you won't even be able to sleep at night in the sweltering heat. I used to live in this kind of boarding house. 2 fans blowing against each other doesn't have much effect. Why don't you get yourself an air conditioner? I'll help you install it after connecting the electricity. At least you can have a restful sleep at night." Yikulu didn't even think about it and refused flatly. "That won't do. I'm not here to enjoy life. Doing so won't achieve the cultivation effect I want." "Cultivation?" The carpenter shook his head to indicate that he hadn't understood. But it was true that young people nowadays would often have fancy words popping out of their mouths that people of their age wouldn't be able to integrate into. After the water inside the well was drained, Yikulu offered to go down and clean it himself. It lasted until the evening. The cleaning work was completed. Yikulu was tired into a puddle of mud lying in the yard without caring about the image. He looked at the flower garden, suddenly froze for a moment, then rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating, because, just now, he clearly saw that the stems of the flowers inside the flower garden had extended by a cut at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. "Are you hallucinating?" Yikulu thought so, and at this moment, Ginger Sugar walked out from the villa to call Yikulu for dinner. The person who cooked tonight was still 9 dust. This made Yikulu feel flattered. This was after all a meal prepared by Ning Chen, and he had just taken his first bite before he couldn't hold back his wide eyes, because in addition to the deliciousness of this meal, there was actually a warm current gathering in the small of his back. This sudden birth of warmth within the body is of great benefit to those who practice martial arts. Jiang Sugar and Su Shuyen were not martial artists, and although they had eaten quite a few meals prepared by Ning Chen, they were unable to experience this feeling, which was simply their taste buds being greatly satisfied. "Boss, this..." Yikulu looked at Ning Chen incredulously. The power that this meal could provide him, if he could eat it every day. Yikulu felt that he could easily step into the realm of the ancient martial master. "Don't look like you've never seen the world. Eat properly," Ning Chen said calmly. "It seems that your cultivation hasn't fallen behind during this period of time. It's barely good enough to step into the harmonization master level." Yikulu's heart wanted to say, "Boss, I really haven't seen this kind of world," but he held the words back, while his heart had already set off shocking waves, because it was difficult for a martial artist to directly see through the other party's cultivation before they actually made a move. However, Ning Chen, straight away, stated his current cultivation level. It was worthy of being a godly person who could easily kill a great master in a single move. It was worthy of being his idol. Yikulu suppressed his excitement and humbly replied to Ning Chen's last words. "It's all thanks to boss's good teaching." After dinner, Yikulu took the initiative to take on the job of washing the dishes. Before he had met Ningchen, Yi Kulu was an unapologetic male, and there was no way he would do such a thing. But it was also because of Ningchen that Yi Kulu had taken the initiative to lower his stance quite a bit, and at that moment, it was quiet inside the kitchen. No thump 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 of bowls or plates being broken. Ningchen wondered if Yi Kulu had done his homework in this area as well during the time he had been home. As for the internet-addicted girl Ginger Sugar, today she also unexpectedly didn't pull Ningchen to play the game. Instead she carried out a cool quilt from her room. Shu Yen, let's go. The two of us will sleep in the security room tonight, Ginger Sugar said with excitement. New environments are always appealing. And Ginger Sugar thought that Yi Kulu's new security room could be used as a sauna. You can take a sauna for free. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Su Shuyan flatly rejected her best friend's crooked idea. Jiang Candy softly persuaded. In the end, Su Shuyan did not even half loosen her lips. Jiang Candy could only helplessly give up this kind of intention. After all, if there was no Su Shuyan to accompany her, letting her live alone in the security room in the courtyard, she did not have the guts to do so. After Yi Kulu finished cleaning up the kitchen, he sat squarely on the living room sofa, waiting for Ning Chen's next instruction. However, Nine Dust couldn't be bothered with him, and came to the courtyard alone. Breeze in your face, refreshing and comfortable. Walking over to the pavilion, Ning Chen stood at the mouth of the water well. The edge of the water well's mouth was barricaded at a height of about half a meter, and next to it was a new wooden bucket with a hemp rope tied to it, so that the water from the well could be pumped up by simply throwing the bucket down. Standing at the edge of the well, Nine Dust could even hear the sound of gurgling water bubbling up from the well. Because it was built on top of a spiritual eye, with the blessing of the spiritual eye, the amount of water coming out of this well was exceptionally considerable. However, that was precisely why Ning Chen needed to carve a simple formation into the well. The formation would work similarly to a buoyancy ball, and after the water level reached a certain threshold it would be suppressed by the formation to stop rising. Otherwise, with the current amount of water coming out, I'm afraid that it would cause the spiritual chi contained in the spiritual eye to be lost along with the overflowing well water. The gains don't pay for the losses. Carving formations was a trivial matter that could be completed in a few minutes. The most important thing at the moment was to feed the fire vein to the spirit eyes. The Yuaning had been craving the fire vein for not a day or two already. It was just that the water wells had never been completed, so Ning Chen could only take the initiative to suppress them. Placing his palm flat on the water well, Ning Chen loosened his ban on the fire vein, and instantly, a hot energy swam along Ning Chen's wrist and was slapped directly into the well after converging in Ning Chen's palm. Although the fire vein had not been born with its own consciousness, when it was in the Lingnan Great Forest's lamentable mountain vein, at least the fire vein was free. But now, the fire vein was about to be reduced to food, and it was also instinctively rejecting it, so the fire vein's first reaction was to escape. Nine Dust stood ready at any time to slap down an extra palm if the fire vein escaped the well. He didn't directly strike the fire vein into the spirit eye, just to try out the growth potential of this spirit eye. The earth was already lacking in spiritual chi, but a spiritual eye still existed here, which could be considered unimaginable. Just as the fire vein was about to clash from inside the wellhead, and Ning Chen was about to make a move, suddenly, without warning, a layer of white mist filled the wellhead, which instantly shrouded the fire vein and wrapped it up in it, and this white mist also supported the fire vein as it sunk down bit by bit. The inside of the well presents a different landscape. The white fog wrapped around the faint red light sinking little by little. This faint red light was naturally the fire vein. It was constantly struggling inside the white fog, but it just couldn't break away from it, which led to certain parts of the white fog being squeezed and enlarged. It just looked so decompressed. Ning Chen looked down at the scene, his eyes revealing a strange color. Picked up a treasure. This spirit eye has no shortage of growth. Otherwise, spirit eyes did not have such instincts as forcibly devouring them, and needed external assistance. It seems that this spiritual eye should once have been a very large spiritual vein, but because of the gradual scarcity of the earth's spiritual chi, this spiritual vein only exits but does not enter, slowly decaying from a huge spiritual vein into a very small spiritual eye. In the future, if he could feed enough aura, this spiritual eye would have every chance of recovering to its peak. Of course, that doesn't seem to be the case right now. After all, the aura of this world was so thin that Ning Chen, as a Yuaning stage-old monster, couldn't even draw on it properly to cultivate. After devouring the fire vein, the spirit eyes did nothing more than prolong their existence for some time, and then drained themselves of their glowing achievements of nine dust during that time. And before long, the white mist wrapped around the fire vein completely disappeared inside the well. The fire vein had been completely devoured. The quality of the spirit eye did improve a bit. The results were pretty good, poor but expected. At the same time, Villa 1403. Inside the living room, a palpitating feeling suddenly rose up in Yikolo, who was sitting upright, but it quickly disappeared. Yikolo's face changed drastically and he rushed to the courtyard as fast as he could, which made Ginger Sugar and Su Shuyen surprised for a while. In the courtyard, Yikolo saw Ningchen standing alone by the water well. Yikolo was instantly relieved and hurriedly walked over to ask, his face full of vigilance, "Boss, what happened just now? I suddenly had a heart palpitation. Is it that the cherry blossom countryside is looking for the door?" But he saw no one. Did the boss take care of it and dump it in the well? Why else would the boss keep staring at the well? There's no need to make a fuss. It was a little commotion I made just now. It's fine now, Ningchen said indifferently, and then the movements of his hands stopped. The formation had already been inscribed, and the aura inside the well water would not spill out in large quantities from inside the water well. Upon hearing this, although Yikolo didn't quite understand what had just happened, he was completely relieved. After all, he was also someone who had seen the world. Back then, the great masters of the Sakura country had all been decapitated by Ningchen, and now it was quite normal to just make a little bit of a commotion. Next to it, Villa 1402. A blonde woman with big waves draped in a towel and wiping her wet hair had just stepped out of the bathroom when a sudden, intense palpitation came over her, nearly suffocating her, which caused the blonde's expression to become tense. How? She had just returned home after changing her identity, so how could those people come to her door so quickly? The palpitations came quickly, but also left quickly. The blonde woman with big waves collected her mind, wrapped up the towel and then stood behind the landing window on the second floor, hiding her body well, and after careful observation did not find anything strange. Feeling wrong? Women with big blonde waves fall into self-doubt. As she reached the roof of the building, her body hidden in the shadows while gaining a greater view, which was just enough to see the courtyard of Villa 1403, she saw two men standing in the pavilion, which housed a water well. The strange new owners of the leader's home seemed to be so pleased with the well they had dug in their yard that they were actually admiring it in the middle of the night. At this moment, Ning Chen, who was in the courtyard, also noticed an unusual gaze watching. At that moment, he swept a glance towards one of the surrounding villas. He knew it all by heart. Someone was secretly observing this place. He didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but he had a flat gaze, and didn't take it to heart in the slightest. Turning around, Ning Chen glanced at the lighted hall, and instantly gave a helpless bitter smile. At this time of the day, entering the house would definitely be pulled by Jiang Candy to play the game, and Su Shuyen would also be pushing from the sidelines, and Jiang Candy would pull Ning Chen's arm every time to be pampered and cute, and Ning Chen couldn't bear to refuse every time he wanted to do so. After all, Earth's lack of aura had originally prevented him from cultivating. What could be wrong with being idle and playing games with Ginger Sugar and Su Shuyen? But playing games all the time is ultimately not fun. Never mind. I'm a little hungry. Go get something to eat. Seeing Ning Chen leave, little tail Yikulu immediately followed. He was in a very happy mood. At the beginning when he tried to approach Ning Chen, his heart was clear. At that time, Ning Chen was very disgusted with him, but after his unremitting efforts, he finally made progress. This time his efforts were sold well, and he also constructed a security room at the villa's main entrance. It's pretty sketchy though. Memorize the URL, but it's all worth it. He's managed to get inside, hasn't he? Yi Kolo silently followed behind Ning Chen, maintaining a subtle distance, neither opening his mouth to ask questions, nor so much as to turn Ning Chen's heart off. He just needed to be the little tail that didn't say anything, because Yi Kolo felt that if he opened his mouth to speak, perhaps Ning Chen would drive him back. Sure enough, after exiting the Rose Garden Villa, Ning Chen continued to walk by himself and didn't pay any attention to him, not even turning his head to look at him. Not long, two people one after another into the food street in the university town. Here is a lot of people. College students are naturally the mainstream. Will soon be starting school, so here is the most common is the roommates out of the get-together, couples out of the shopping and so on. Food street on both sides of the vendors and shopkeepers' face piled up smiles, busy and not happy. Here, Yi Kulu's expression was shocked that the boss had brought him to such a place. What kind of trust is this for him? What kind of relationship does the boss have with Su Evening? Yi Kulu naturally knows. Su Evening's milk tea store that she started in the university. Ning Duan has never waived the bill. On top of that, Su Evening's family has also opened a barbecue restaurant in the food street. But he came here instead of anywhere. Obviously, this is hiding from the two of you at home to have a private meeting with Su one evening. Yi Kolo couldn't help but clench his fists, and secretly swore in his heart that this secret would be hidden from him, and even if someone pried his mouth with a vice, he wouldn't want to know half of the news. Li Mei Mei's barbecue, at this time has long been overcrowded. Cannot see the empty table? Li Mei Mei's barbecue itself with sufficient material, and the taste is very good, but also the old store here. After Wang Yinhua submissive Ningguan, Wang Yinhua's men did not less to come here to support the scene. So every night to this point, barbecue store business is overcrowded. It's inherent in human thinking. Whichever one is more crowded, I'd rather wait in line than prefer to go to the unattended store next door. This appeared a polarized scene. Li Nini's house was completely full, and there were even people queuing up, but the barbecue store next to it only had one table, and the shopkeeper was leisurely smoking a stifling cigarette, and from time to time, he looked at Li Nini's house, revealing complex emotions such as envy and jealousy. Su one evening tied an apron and tied a ponytail to pass between the tables full of guests. Undeniably, Su evening night is indeed a natural beauty, flowers and moonlight, and Su Shuyan is different. Su evening night has always been very vegetarian, giving a kind of mondi and not demon out of the mud and not stained. This kind of pure and lustful feeling, I don't know how many livestock will be missed. Seeing Ning Chen retract his gaze from Su Lianxian, Ye Gulu secretly nodded his head with an expression that said it all. According to reason, the barbecue restaurant appeared such a big beauty. Harassment of the ruffians must be quite a lot, but in Su evening here this situation is not found. After all, a few days ago there is a rich second generation borrowed the strength of alcohol to try to flirt with Su evening. Was eating barbecue here a few big man expressionless frame away. Little is known about what happened after the racks went away. Instead of going straight forward, Nine Dust joined the queue and took out his cell phone. Su evening night had just finished her busy work, and when she raised her head, she saw a familiar figure, and was instantly pleasantly surprised, and hurriedly straightened her hair, which was a bit disheveled due to her overly busy schedule, and walked to Ning Chen with small, broken steps, and gently said with her head lowered, "Big brother Ning, what are you doing here? Why didn't you tell me?" There was some small hint of sultriness and blame in his tone. Ning Chen raised his head and blandly said, "I didn't bother you since I saw you were busy." I Don. T. Su Lianin just wanted to say the words stuck in her throat, because she is indeed very busy. If she said that she is not busy will not appear to be too proactive. She secretly consulted her roommate. The girls still need to be reserved to be good, so she was at a complete loss as to how to respond for a moment. Someone just shouted, "Boss, extra food, coming." Su Lianyang hurriedly answered and apologized to Ning Chen. "Big brother Ning, then I'll go and get busy first. I'll call you when I have a free table." Good. Nine Dust continued to look down at his phone. Ye Kolu did not sit down, but stood straight behind Ning Chen, just like a bodyguard. Nine Dust was too lazy to pay attention. About half an hour's work finally lined up to Ning Chen. Su evening night arranged for Ning Chen and Ye Kolu to be seated, and then went to get ready without asking. Ning Chen was a regular customer here, so she knew exactly what Ning Chen liked to eat and what flavors he liked. At this moment, Ye Kolu was not sitting opposite Ning Chen, but rather in the lower seat. Before the barbecue was served, what came up was a couple beers. Ponyboy Ye Kolu's showmanship in general. Fingers gently flicked, the beer lid should fly out, and then hastily to Ning Chen full, and then also poured himself after. Hands cupped the cup smilingly said, "Boss, this first cup I have to pay tribute to you. Thank you for taking me in." Nine Dust. He actually didn't want to take in Kulsunya. It was just that Kulsunya was stalking him. Of course, Kulsunya did help Ning Chen somewhat. To be more accurate, it should be that the Yi family had helped Ning Chen somewhat, but the word taken always didn't feel quite right coming out of Kulsunya's mouth. Nine Dust raised his cup and clinked it with him. This could make Ye Kolu happy. Immediately he seemed to have opened his box of words. The two of them drank and chatted, but most of them were Ye Kolu talking, and Ning Chen would only occasionally reply with a sentence. But this kind of feeling Ning Chen didn't reject it. Instead, he felt that it was quite good. After all, he had almost always come to barbecues alone before. Bury your head in your cell phone and eat barbecue. Eat and go. This kind of feeling of eating barbecue and drinking with people, he really hasn't experienced it for a long time. And before the two of them could drink a few cups, the barbecue was served. Also at this time, suddenly clang sound. The next table a middle-aged man knocked down the small wooden table, fell to the ground constantly convulsing, and there is foaming from the mouth overflow. Immediately attracted everyone's attention to the past. "Ah, what's wrong? Honey, look over there. Someone's on the ground. Call the police. Call an ambulance." Inside the barbecue, there was a big mess. Just see a middle-aged man collapsed on the ground, hands and feet in the shape of a chicken claw, constantly convulsing, and from time to time the mouth gushed white foam. Food poisoning. When many customers saw this scene, 4 words popped into their heads in unison. Then, with pale faces, they got up and never dared to eat the barbecue on the table again. Guest, what's wrong with you? Dad, Mom, you guys get out here. Sue was cooking on the table next door and freaked out, calling out for her parents. Remember in a second https://m. What happened? Li Mei turned off the fire and ran out with Su Haichao, who was wearing an apron. When they saw the man with food poisoning, they didn't know what to do, so they had to rush to evacuate the crowd and then call the police. Boss, this, Yi Kulu awkwardly looked towards Ningchen with worry in his eyes. A catering establishment that gives its guests food poisoning can be devastating. Closing down and going out of business is a possibility. Nine Dust didn't say anything. Appears to be calm. As a Yuaning stage-old monster, he had lived for more than 2,000 years. What great storms had he not seen before? It wasn't the first time this sort of thing had happened at Li Mei's barbecue shop, and Ningchen swept a glance at the middle-aged man's symptoms before concluding that the culprit was Ghost Hand Qing. Li Mei was clear about the toxicity of Ghost Hand Green, and it was impossible to intentionally poison someone. Su Lianin also knew about this matter. The only possible. Ningchen's gaze gradually locked onto Su Haichao. What's this? This is all about sinning. Alas, honey, has the ambulance arrived yet? Hurry up and hurry up. We can't let anything happen to the guests. If something happens, we can't afford it. Su Haichao looked anxious. The acting was flawless. However, Nine Dust still caught 7 points of cunning and 3 points of guilt from the bottom of his eyes. This matter is definitely related to Su Haichao, a rotten gambler. Shortly afterward, an ambulance and law enforcement officers arrived and carried the middle-aged man out. Li Mei, Su Haichao, and Su Evening were all taken away for investigation. The barbecue restaurant had to close its doors for the time being. Many customers ran off without checking out, whoring out a barbecue for nothing. When Su Lianyang was taken away by the law enforcement officers, she kept staring at Ningchen, with that innocent look in her eyes that was clearly begging for help. Boss, do you want me to use my connections to save Evening Sister's family? After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Yi Kulu asked. The Yi family is the marina hegemony. This energy is still there. That's fine. Nine Dust nodded. Alas, after this mess, their barbecue restaurant must not be able to open. Sighed Yi Kulu. Things aren't as simple as you think, Nine Dust said. Ha? Yi Kulu was stunned at first. Boss, what do you mean? This incident is man-made? Let's talk about it later. Nine Dust wanted to hear the results of the investigation on the side of the law enforcement officers first. And if the law enforcement officers were able to find out, there would be no need for him to do anything. Back to the Rose Garden Villa. Yi Kulu went to practice his flying spirit bone forging fist. Ning Chen, on the other hand, came to meditate by the water well. The well is connected to the underground spiritual vein. Now that this underground spiritual vein has been repaired quite a bit, every night, it will still emit a little bit of spiritual chi, and under the moonlight it looks like a firefly is flying around. Very beautiful. Alas, with such a trace amount of aura, it can only maintain breathing and exhaling, and it can't have half the effect of cultivation. Nine Dust sighed in his heart. Parlor, floor-to-ceiling windows. Sugar, what do you think Ning Chen is doing? Su Shuyan asked Ginger Sugar. That goes without saying. Practicing, Ginger said. Practicing? Su Shuyan was a bit surprised and said in a loud voice. So he can do martial arts. No wonder the fights are so powerful. I've seen it on the internet. Experts like Brother Dolly have to meditate every day to absorb the aura of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and they can sit for a whole day in one sitting. Ginger Sugar seemed to know a lot about it. Sitting all day, so powerful? Sushu's face flooded with essence. As a result, the next morning, the two sisters walked out of the room. Nine Dust was found lying on his back by the water well, huffing and puffing. No way. After his Yuanshan was severely injured, Ningchen was easily sleepy, and his energy was no different from that of a mortal. Su Shuyan silently looked at Ginger Sugar. Brother Dolly, I've blown my cow skin out for you. How can you hit me in the face? Ginger Sugar was a bit groundless and didn't know what to say for a while. This guy, just lying on the side of the water well to sleep, not afraid of falling in. Su Shuyan walked into the courtyard, intending to wake Ning Chen up. To sleep also go to the room to sleep. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa gate rang. Ginger went to the door and saw a haggard young face. It's you? Ginger recognized him. You're not Nine Dust's. Hello beautiful girl, I am Ning Chen's cousin. My name is Song Bin. We've met, the gaunt youth said. In fact, the last time he and his girlfriend Gui Jia in 1403 villa dinner, but the two of them are small, so it is normal that people do not remember. Oh, cousin Song, are you here to find Nine Dust? Ginger Sugar didn't have any favorites or dislikes for this cousin of Nine Dust's, but his dislike of his girlfriend did leave a deep impression on her. Right, I have something to find Nine Dust. Songbin was anxious. 10 minutes later, Ningchen fell into deep thought after hearing Songbin's words. Cousin has been having a miserable time lately. He was originally employed in a big internet factory in Qingzhou, earning 20W plus per year and living a good life. However, in recent months, the company was not doing well and had to lay off employees, and he was unfortunately laid off, resulting in the mortgage payment being cut off and even his car being sold. Girlfriend Guojia see him no money, naturally impossible to accompany him to pay the mortgage, so it was resolutely proposed to break up. It's too much. Su Shuyan's angry voice suddenly came from the side. How could there be such a woman in the world? Upon hearing this, Ningchen swept a glance at her without any good humor. I'm going to talk to my cousin about something, so you guys go play by yourselves and don't interrupt. I can't help but gag here. People like that are a bit irritating to listen to. After Su Shuyan said that, she got up and left. Gingerbread, on the other hand, spat out her little tongue and followed helplessly. Songbin looked at the two pure and beautiful girls, and then looked at his cousin Ningchen. Cousin Bin. So, you are here to borrow money? Nine Dust asked. Aha! Songbin nodded with difficulty. His face flushed red as he stammered. Dusty, I know this is sudden, but I've really been having too much trouble lately, and if I don't pay back the money, the house is going to be foreclosed upon. I'll really have nothing left by then. I've already sold my new car that I bought not even 3 months ago, and if the house goes into foreclosure again, I really won't be able to live. Dusty, for the sake of us playing together when we were kids, just help your cousin. As he spoke, Songbin's eyes turned red. At this time, he couldn't care less about face. It was fine to beg his cousin as long as he could solve the difficulty. Nine Dust's face didn't change much. Cousin Xiao Bin, is this matter? You have not said to them at home? He asked. Indeed not. Songbin clenched his teeth. I've always been the pride of my parents' eyes. I don't want them to think that I don't mix well outside. Nine Dust could only smile bitterly. This would be purely a slap in the face. Cousin Bin, you're quite the bearer. The bank is repossessing the house, and you've at least cut off your mortgage payments for more than 6 months, and you didn't even tell your family about it. Bull. Ningchen patted Songbin on the shoulder. Come on, Dusty, don't be sarcastic. Songbin laughed bitterly. I am a person as good face, but now, alas, it really cannot hold up. Dusty, can you, that is to say, lend me 50, no, 300,000. Lend me 300,000 is enough. I'll find a new job to pay you back as soon as I can. Nine Dust didn't immediately agree. Thinking for a couple seconds, he nodded. Okay, however, Cousin Bin, I have to advise you that in your situation, you should find a job with a lower salary to start with. Songbin kept nodding his head. Yes, Xiao Dust, you're right. Also, Xiao Dust, can this matter not be said to the old family? Don't worry, I'm not that idle. Nine Dust sighed slightly in his heart. This cousin of his is so facetious. But, after all, they were relatives and the second aunt's family hadn't done anything to wrong their family. $300,000 is a small amount of money to borrow. Soon, Ningchen transferred $300,000 to Songbin. He had gotten 500 million from Lin Jiaoyang, lent 200 million to the Su Group, and still had 300 million left. A mere $300. 000 can only be considered as change. Go to the account. Songbin looked at the text message from his cell phone bank and was so excited that he jumped straight up from the sofa. Thank you, Dusty. No, just remember to return it. Nine Dust waved his hand. Dusty, are you doing anything at noon? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Songbin suddenly said. Nine Dust was about to refuse. Suddenly it occurred to me, hadn't I recently wanted to buy a car for transportation? Songbin knows a lot about cars, so you can ask him for help. So, he talked about the idea of buying a car. Buy a car? Songbin immediately came to energy. Small Dust, you want to buy what car? Cousin I other dare not say. Car this aspect absolutely know how to do. Okay, Nine Dust said. The car doesn't have to be too good. I don't like to be too high profile, but it can't be too lousy either. And the power has to be sufficient, especially the start. So you'll just help out with the counseling. Okay. Songbin was excited. Next, he introduced the performance cars on the market within the 2 million level to Ningchen one by one. From Audi, BMW, Big Ben, to Panamera, and the representative of the tram, Tesla. Nine Dust has not studied much about cars, just want to drive a fast one. Too slow a car. He was afraid he wouldn't have the patience, but they don't want to be too high profile for fear of getting into unnecessary trouble. Dusty, that doesn't give you much of a concept. Why don't we go to the 4S store? Songbin concluded. Good thing too. Nine Dust nodded. Out the door. He took in the flash of a strange light in his cousin Songbin's eyes. Take a cab to the center of town. Cousin took him to the 4S stores of the major cars. Strangely enough, every time Ningchen felt good and wanted to place an order, he was stopped by Songbin, saying that he would look again. Dusty, Even though you're rich, you can't be vague about buying a car. You must be careful. If you buy a bad car, the repairs every other day can break you down. Walking down the city center street, Songbin cautioned. Oh, Nine Dust nodded. In fact, he is indifferent. Broken for a new one is good. The money to buy a car, in front of his eyes is nothing, but he would like to see, cousin wants to do. As he walked, Songbin led him to a Tesla store. Dusty, the Tesla's not bad. Let's go inside, Songbin said as he walked inside. Tesla? Forget it. Nine Dust shook his head. He saw on the internet, Tesla car interior. Simply unspeakable. In the internet has a rough house nickname. The official name is, minimalist style. It's really about cutting costs and increasing profits. The interior is so stingy with materials that it doesn't even have a dashboard. Moreover, the negative news of this car is a little too much. Even for people like him who don't pay attention to cars. He can often see it. Don't, Dusty. Songbin suddenly tugged at him, beggingly. The Tesla is a pretty good car. And don't you listen to the internet when they say the brakes are off. That's sales brakes. The car is still awesome. Or else not so many people would buy it. Anyway, just take a look and compare. Nine Dust thought for a moment and said, alright, let's take a look then. Go! Songbin was beaming with joy and immediately pulled Ningchen inside. Just as Ningchen wondered if Songbin had connections at the Tesla 4S store and had a red packet for bringing people to purchase a car, he realized that he was wrong. A familiar young saleswoman greeted her from inside the store. Gentlemen, why you? Songbin. When the saleswoman saw Songbin, her face immediately darkened. I've broken up with you. Why are you still coming to me? This saleswoman is none other than Songbin's ex-girlfriend, Wei Jia. According to Songbin, Wei Jia kicked him and then turned her head and hooked up with the manager of the Tesla 4S store. It was a seamless transition. He wondered if he was green or not.